Others can only summon one beast companion, but I can summon 9.99 million divine pets. Just because I awakened the divine level talent to summon gods, others have to train hard to reach level 10 just to get one summon. I can do 10 a day. Thus, the first night's 10 draw, I obtained the celestial grade spirit pet, the three-tailed spirit fox, enchanting all beings. Lie flat for 10 days and get 100 consecutive draws to obtain the legendary divine pet Tao Tai. Devour all things. But just as I awakened to the summoner profession, I was mocked by everyone, because the summoner is widely recognized as the most expensive profession. An ordinary family's awakening is equivalent to not awakening at all, but they had no idea. I also awakened the divine level talent of summoning gods simultaneously. At first glance, I'm completely dumbfounded. 10 summoning slots per day. Can refresh infinitely. How are other summoners supposed to survive this? Summoning new spirit pets is entirely a matter of luck when it comes to their quality. An ordinary summoner could reach level 100 even if they improved. There have only been 11 chances so far, and I can smoke 10 times a day. Even if it takes 10 attempts to produce a high-quality spirit pet, but 100 times, 1,000 or 10,000 attempts should be enough to obtain a top-tier divine pet. Moreover, after my spirit pet died, you can summon it right now. Unlimited refresh. This means, given enough time, sooner or later, I'll be able to summon all the beasts. Refresh all. Become the ultimate divine pet. The next day, I woke up from sleep. I found myself with 10 summoning slots. Without hesitation, I immediately started drawing cards. Spend 1 mana. Successfully activated the skill summoning. Congratulations on obtaining a 1-star common pet. The popularity chart keeps updating with constant ding-ding-ding sounds. The first 9 times were actually the worst instances of favoritism. Just as I was about to give up in disappointment, a pink radiance flickered into view. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star celestial grade spirit pet, the 3-tailed spirit flame. Holy shit, I was so excited I jumped right out of bed. 10 consecutive draws yield divine treasures, pure exhilaration. I quickly clicked on the message interface. At a glance, this spirit pet actually possesses a full 6 skills. Suddenly, a skill made me freeze in shock. I instinctively clicked on the transformation. The next moment before me, an occurrence appears. A girl with a pair of fox ears on her head. Her behind, there are also 3 tails, pale pink like the ears. This is a Kemonomami girl. The little fox master let out a soft, sticky voice. 2 hands suddenly covered the eyes, but still peeked through the fingers. Appeared somewhat shy. I looked down. I went by myself wearing just a pair of underpants. I was so scared that I immediately burrowed under the covers. At that moment, he seemed to notice my movement. He also followed Boss Zhao burrowing into my blanket. I was so scared that I immediately shouted to stop. However, this startled cry. Startled, Mother Fangya barged right in. What's going on with all this fuss early in the morning? And when he saw the little fox, timidly, a head peeked out from under the blanket. I couldn't help but let out a loud cry. I could tell at a glance what was going on. He immediately knelt down and hugged his mother's thigh, crying out, "Mom, let me explain." A moment later, I watched as my mother kept putting food on the little fox's plate. He asked in confusion, "Can summoned beasts even sit at the table to eat?" Mother glared at me. "It's not like you spent your own money on the rice. What's there to feel sorry for?" Just as I was staring at the little fox eating, in my mind, information about the shapeshifting skill unexpectedly surfaced. Shapeshifting summoned beasts transform into human form. Can learn and master human skills and spells. Truly worthy of being a 5-star celestial grade spirit beast. The growth potential is too high. What's his name? Mother suddenly asked. I pondered for a moment. Let's call her Tushan Jiaojiao. The little fox, who had just finished eating, heard this and she immediately jumped for joy. My name is Tushan Jiaojiao. I have a name now. With that, he threw himself into my arms. At that very moment, the doorbell rang. I quickly put away. The little fox received the summoning position, opened the door. It turned out to be his best friends Yang Dong and Mu Yunlan. They came to find me to level up, but I hesitated for a moment and declined, because before the little fox was properly trained, I think it's better not to let others see it. Yet my refusal only aroused their sympathy. They all thought, I haven't gotten over the setback of awakening yet. After they left, I secretly went outside the city to level up, with a 5-star divine pet in hand. Even though it's only level 1, ordinary mobs below level 10 can still be slaughtered at will. Not far out of the city, I arrived at the low-level training ground, the verdant grasslands. These are all ordinary small monsters within level 10, perfect for students who have just acquired professional skills. Leveling up. Before entering, I first took stock of the supplies and checked the character panel. Suddenly, I was surprised to discover I actually gained a new skill, Triple Clone. Consumes 3 mana. Create 3 clones. The clone possesses 50% of the original's base attributes. Skill sharing continues to persist. Consumes 1 mana point per minute. Isn't this one of the three-tailed spirit fox's abilities? Noticing this extra skill, I suddenly thought of my hidden talent. The other two passive effects of summoning the gods. Passive effect 2, new summon creature appears. You may randomly acquire one of its skills. Doesn't this mean that all I need to do is keep summoning? You can possess dozens or even thousands of skills. Others work hard to clear levels, run dungeons, and slay monsters. Only then might one obtain a skill book. All you need to do is spend some mana to draw cards. You can acquire a wealth of skills. I'm clearly a summoner with no combat ability of my own. Under the empowerment of this passive skill, he would undoubtedly develop into a well-rounded individual. Warrior with an additional third passive effect. This further highlights the point. Passive effect 3, your summoned beast levels up. You are bound to randomly receive a portion of the basic attribute feedback. The increase means one can simply lie flat. You can keep getting stronger. Under the enhancement of 3 innate passive effects, I instantly felt. At this moment, I am the god who governs summoning. I suppressed my excitement. Go straight into the lush green grasslands. I hadn't gone far when a white-fanged buck-toothed rat darted out. This thing looks pretty much like a kangaroo, covered all over with long white fur. Looking at the LV7 level displayed above its head, I quietly placed the little fox on the ground. Go ahead and stir it up. Kill that white-fanged buck-toothed rat of his size. It was 5 times the size of a three-tailed spirit fox, but I feel otherwise. The opponent was no match for the little fox at all. Tushan Jiaojiao didn't charge forward at all. Just a flick of the tail. A sudden flash of spiritual light shot from its tail. It struck the head of that white-fanged, buck-toothed rat. Blasted his head wide open. 0 skill, just an egg. Spend 2 mana. Forms a spiritual impact projectile at the tail. Deals 160 base magic damage. A level 7 common mob. Maximum health is 70 points. This shot was a goose egg. The direct damage dealt is twice the overflow amount. Summoned beast that killed a single LV7 white-fanged hairy rat. Tushan Jiaojiao gained 56 experience points. Experience points gained, 14. Obtained the buck-teeth of the white-haired buck-tooth rat multiplied by 2. The top priority now is still to level up the summoned beasts, so I adjusted the experience points ratio I obtained. Dropped to the lowest. Take only January 5th, leaving the remaining April 5th for Tushan Jiaojiao to obtain. Then I took the remaining 9 ordinary alien beast pets. Summoned them all. Let them scout the monster's location for themselves. Looking at the little fox proudly wagging its tail at me, I waved my hand grandly. Set out to conquer this place. Half an hour later, the delightful sound rang in my ears once more. Your summoned beast Tushan Jiaojiao has reached LV.2. All attributes have been enhanced. Summoned beast Tushan Jiaojiao. Species, three-tailed spirit fox. Level, LV.2 0.01%. Health, 1200. Magic, 200. Strength, 20. Agility, 30. Spirit, 30. Constitution, 20. Your innate ability Summon the Gods triggers a passive effect, granting you +2 agility and +2 spirit. The third passive effect has appeared. Summoned beasts now randomly increase their base attributes upon leveling up. Seeing that his base attributes had increased by a total of 4 points, Lu Zheng couldn't help but smile out loud. After all, ordinary combat professionals only gain a 5-point increase in base attributes per level, and he hadn't even leveled up yet. He'd gained 5 points just from his summoned beasts upgrade. This was truly rare. He didn't have to do anything, he could just relax and enjoy it. Looking at the little fox, whose body had grown by a third, Lu Zheng stroked her tail and laughed. Go for it. Go! Jiao. Keep leveling up. Yip. The three-tailed spirit fox let out a cry and dashed forward. Half an hour later, Lu Zhang led the little fox to the outskirts of a white-haired sharp-toothed rat nest. Seeing over 30 level 6 white-haired sharp-toothed rats, the little fox couldn't contain herself and charged forward. Upon seeing other creatures appear, the group of white-haired fanged rats fell into a frenzy, charging toward them instantly. The three-tailed spirit fox leaped into the air and instantly activated its skill, Triple Clone. 3 more three-tailed spirit foxes appeared around it. In the next moment, countless claw shadows appeared. Lu Zhang could only see a sea of white fur mixed with flesh and blood flying everywhere, and then a white-furred rat head rolled to his feet. Looking up, not a single white-haired fanged rat remained alive. Skill, Agile 100 Claws. Effect, consumes 5 mana, instantly unleashes 100 attacks, each dealing 50 physical damage. This should be considered a finishing move. Even if only half the attacks hit, that would still amount to 2,500 points of damage. With the assistance of 3 clones, the little fox had slaughtered the entire group of white-haired fanged rats in the blink of an eye. Looking at the scattered corpses on the ground, Lu Zheng couldn't help but be deeply shocked. Who could have imagined that the soft and cute little fox, after activating its skill, would be so ruthless? As experience points were gained, a pleasant sound rang in his ears. You have reached level 2. All attributes have been enhanced. Character, Lu Zheng. Class, Summoner. Level, LV.20.01%. Health, 110. Magic, 20. Strength, 2. Agility, 4. Spirit, 12. Constitution, 2. Leveled up. Leveling up in this world is extremely difficult, with the amount of experience required to advance a single level being truly staggering. In the 3 months from initial awakening to the college entrance exam, most adventurers would consider reaching level 15 or higher to be outstanding. Lu Zhang's current rate of progression is no slouch, easily surpassing the average adventurer. After all, he only receives 1/5 of the experience points. Currently, out of his 10 summoned beasts, 9 are only useful for scouting and cannot provide experience points for leveling up. However, as time goes on, higher quality summoned beasts will become more abundant, and the moment when Lu Zhang's experience points skyrocket will soon arrive. A day passed quickly, and before nightfall, Lu Zhang returned to the city. He first headed to the Hualin Commercial Street, where lifestyle professionals gathered, and sold all the white-haired fangs of the fangs he had obtained, earning a total of 84 silver coins. He then spent 80 silver coins to purchase 4 bottles of mini mana restoration potion. In this world, currency exchange rates are as follows: 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 silver coins or 10,000 copper coins. Copper coins have strong purchasing power. 1 copper coin can buy a steamed bun, and 1 bottle of mini mana restoration potion is worth 20 silver coins, which is 2,000 copper coins, a significant amount. Whether it's red potions or blue potions, ordinary adventurers only buy them for emergency use. However, Lu Zhang needed to consume large quantities of these potions to quickly refresh high-quality spirit pets. Today, he used all 9 summoning slots except for the 3-tailed spirit fox to refresh over 60 times, but the vast majority were ordinary 1-star or 2-star pets. Only just before returning did an elite pet appear, which at least had some potential for cultivation. Summoned beast, unnamed. Species, silver-backed gray wolf. Quality, 3-star elite beast pet. Level, LV.10%. Health, 50-50. Magic, 5-5. Strength, 10. Agility, 8. Spirit, 2. Constitution, 3. Skill, Silver Tearclaw. The base attributes of elite beast pets and divine grade spirit pets differ significantly, and they only have 1 innate skill. However, compared to ordinary beast pets that have no skills at all, this is already quite decent. In Lu Zhang's plan, any spirit pets he intends to keep must be at least elite grade quality. Those without skills are considered trash and will only be used as cannon fodder for reconnaissance. By the end of the day, he had reached level 3, while the little fox had reached level 5. After a night's rest, the next morning, the summoning slots had indeed increased to 20. With ample mana, he decided to go for a 10 roll. However, the luck of getting a divine grade pet in a 10 roll like yesterday was clearly a one-time occurrence. This time, all 10 were ordinary level 1 pets. Lu Zhang wasn't disappointed. With ample mana, he released all his summoned beasts into the white mist grassland, letting them explore the surroundings, find prey, and attack immediately. After these level 1 summoned beasts were defeated, Lu Zhang immediately summoned a new one. After refreshing 200 times throughout the day, he finally obtained a rare quality beast pet. Summoned beast, unnamed. Species, crescent moon eagle. Quality, 4-star rare pet. Level, LV.10%. Health, 250. Magic, 20. Strength, 10. Agility, 15. Spirit, 5. Constitution, 5. Skills, crescent wave, crescent cross slash. This approach is actually viable. By capturing 1 elite or rare beast pet daily, one could accumulate 100 by the time of the college entrance exam. At that point, there might even be no need to deploy the 3-tailed spirit fox to secure a high score and achieve excellent results. The crescent moon eagle is a flying beast pet. With it and other 1-star beast pets scouting ahead, Lu Zhang can basically ensure his own safety. Additionally, when he obtained it, it triggered the passive effect of its hidden talent, granting him one of its skills. Skill, Crescent Wave. Effect, consumes 2 mana to create a crescent-shaped shockwave, dealing 40 magical damage to the targeted enemy. These skills are growth-type abilities. As skill proficiency increases, more mana is consumed, allowing for the release of more powerful skills. Days passed, and as the number of elite quality or higher beast pets increased, the frequency of beast pet upgrades also rose, leading to more experience point feedback for Lu Zhang. Numerous experience point notifications sounded, and Lu Zhang grew annoyed, so he silenced them all. On the 12th day, Lu Zhang decided to make a big move. Chapter 6, 10 consecutive draws, luck at its peak, legendary divine pet Taoye. At this point, Lu Zhang had 13 elite quality pet beasts, 1 rare pet beast, and 1 divine quality spirit pet in his possession. He also had 120 summoning slots available. He deployed all 105 ordinary beast pets to launch a suicide attack on the surrounding wild monsters. Within half an hour, they were all dead. He had reached level 7, with 70 mana points. He took out the blue potion and prepared himself. The 100 pull event began. Consuming 1 mana point, the summoning skill was successfully activated. Congratulations on obtaining a 1-star ordinary beast pet Fiery Rabbit 24 consuming 1 mana point. The summoning skill was successfully activated. Congratulations on obtaining a 1-star ordinary beast pet Black Horned Rat 13. Consumed 1 spell point, successfully activated the summoning skill. Congratulations on obtaining a 5-star legendary divine pet Tao Tai 1. The 99 1-star common beast pets had initially dampened Lu Zhang's expectations to the lowest point, but when the final announcement appeared, he nearly shouted out in excitement. Summoned beast, unnamed. Species, Tao Tai. Quality, 5-star legendary divine pet. Level, LV.10%. Health, 10,000. Magic power, 1,000. Strength, 200. Agility, 150. Spirit, 150. Constitution, 200. Skills, Black Hole Devour, Divine Form of the Heavens, Dark God Claws, Brutal Mist, Sky-Splitting Flight, Fierce God's Might passive, Mana Annihilation passive. Divine Pet, a 5-star legendary divine pet. What incredible luck! Look at these base stats at level 1. Even a 5-star divine great spirit pet like the 3-tailed spirit fox at level 9 can't compare. At just level 1, it already has a whopping 10,000 HP that is thicker than a dungeon boss's health bar. And those skills? Each one is absurdly powerful. The divine pet's appearance triggered his hidden passive talent effect too, granting Lu Zhang one of the divine beast's innate skills. Skill, Mana Annihilation passive. Effect, any spells cast on you will not deal damage if the spell damage is less than your maximum mana. Half of the spell damage will be converted into your mana. This is a divine skill. An invincible state with no time limit. As long as your maximum mana is high enough, you can ignore all spell damage and even convert enemy spell attacks into your own mana. If this were a skill possessed by a dungeon boss, it would be an absolute nightmare for adventurers. And such a skill is perfectly suited for someone like him, a fragile summoner. Though he and these other divine skills, having this invincible divine skill alone is enough to satisfy Lu Zhang. With a flick of his belief, the Tao Tai appeared before him. It had the body of a sheep, a human face, eyes under its armpits, tiger teeth, and claws, covered in black scales with eerie patterns. At first glance, it was incredibly fierce and terrifying. Even at level 1, its shoulders were already 2 meters tall, exuding an air of dominance and ferocity. However, when facing Lu Zhang, it behaved obediently. In Lu Zhang's perception, judging solely by its mental state, this creature seemed mentally unstable, almost foolish. The only information it conveyed to Lu Zhang was, "I'm hungry." With the divine pet in his hands, Lu Zhang's confidence swelled to the brim. The white mist grassland, as a training ground, could no longer satisfy his needs. He then mounted the creature's back and pointed in a direction. "Let's go, Black Pine Forest." The Black Pine Forest was also a relatively low-level dungeon, perpetually covered by black-barked pine trees standing around 30 meters tall. 2 monster species stood out, iron-clad squirrels averaging around level 8 and steel-clawed black panthers averaging around level 15. Additionally, there are various wild monsters ranging from level 10 to 20, making it one of the best places for players above level 10 to level up. There are several similar leveling spots around the city, but this one is the closest, so Lu Zhang wouldn't go out of his way to find another one. Although the Tao Tai is only level 1, its base attributes already surpass those of most level 20 wild monsters. In this Black Pine Forest, it can roam freely without fear. Upon arriving at the location, Lu Zhang released all his 1-star beast pets, dispersing them around to scout the area. He also summoned the rare beast pet Crescent Eagle to patrol the skies, ensuring his safety, while the elite quality beast pets followed the 3-tailed spirit fox in a single file, charging toward a specific direction. In the past, Lu Zhang would have to keep a summoned beast by his side for protection, but now, with multiple skills and attribute boosts, he was no longer helpless and could defend himself. He released the Tao Tai, allowing it to act freely. Every few minutes, a series of notifications suddenly appeared before his eyes. Your summoned beast Tao Tai has killed a level 15 Steel Claw Black Panther 1. Your summoned beast Tao Tai has gained 480 experience points. You have gained 120 experience points. Your summoned beast Tao Tai has killed 1 level 9 Iron Armored Squirrel. Your summoned beast Tao Tai has gained 72 experience points. You have gained 18 experience points. Your summoned beast Tao Tai defeated a level 18 Black Iron Magic Python 1. Your summoned beast Tao Tai gained 720 experience points. You gained 180 experience points. Your summoned beast Tao Tai has reached LV.2. All attributes have been enhanced. Your summoned beast Tao Tai has reached LV.3. All attributes have been enhanced. Your talent Summon the Gods triggers its passive effect, granting you +5 strength, +5 constitution, +2 agility, and +2 spirit. Your talent Summon the Gods triggers its passive effect, granting you +4 strength, +6 constitution, +4 agility, and +2 spirit. What kind of ultimate move did this guy use? How did he take out so many monsters in one hit? Lu Zhang was a bit stunned. Although he had some expectations for the combat power of a 5-star divine pet, he never imagined it would be this strong. A single move wiped out so many wild monsters, indicating that it was a massive area damage skill. And such a large area could instantly kill those level 10 plus wild monsters. It was terrifying. After all, the previous Taoye was only level 1. A single skill leveled up to level 3. Not bad, not bad. It looks like we'll get a big boost to our base attributes today. Kill. Keep killing. The other beasts must not lag behind. All of them must move and gain experience points for me. Lu Zhang was like a ruthless slave master, urging his summoned beasts to kill monsters. Other summoners would rather worship their summoned beasts like ancestors. For them, cultivating a summoned beast is no easy feat, but Lu Zhang has countless summoned beasts at his disposal, disposable and replaceable at will. Cannon fodder is cannon fodder. Only summoned beasts of elite quality or higher have any cultivation value. The hundreds of other summoned beasts are truly nothing but cannon fodder. Soon, Lu Zhang discovered he had leveled up again. You have reached LV.8. All attributes have been enhanced. Character, Lu Zhang. Class, Summoner. Level, LV.80.01%. Health, 1200. Magic, 880. Strength, 88. Agility, 68. Spirit, 95. Constitution, 106. Skills, Summoning, Triple Clone, Crescent Wave, Magic Annihilation Passive. No exaggeration, with his current attributes and skills, killing a level 20 or below wild monster is a piece of cake. So he had the three-tailed spirit fox summon a level 15 steel claw black panther to approach him, intending to test his skills. However, just as he was about to cast the spell, he suddenly furrowed his brows. The next moment, an icy arrow struck the steel claw black panther, instantly freezing it in place. Thank you for your support. Please vote for it if you like it. Chapter 7, Glutton, you glutton. You ate the entire dungeon? Quick, get out of the way. Lu Zhang looked up and saw a girl in a white windbreaker riding a wind demon griffin in midair, holding a longbow aimed at the steel-clawed black panther below. Behind her was a middle-aged man wielding a magic staff, also riding a wind magic griffin, who appeared to be her bodyguard. The icy arrow failed to harm the steel-clawed black panther. The middle-aged man swung his magic staff, and in the next moment, a fireball the size of a human head appeared, landing on the steel-clawed black panther's head and exploding with a loud boom. This was the fire-based spell Exploding Fireball, which could only be learned by mages of level 20 or above. The middle-aged guard was clearly a high-level mage. Dongfang Niao looked at Lu Zhang, wrinkled her nose, and said discontentedly, "How rude of you. I saved your life, and you don't even say thank you?" Lu Zhang was speechless. You stole my monster, and now you want me to thank you? You really have some nerve. However, he understood that his current level was no match for the 15th level monster in the other's eyes, so he had intervened out of goodwill. He didn't want to cause trouble or reveal too much of his abilities in front of others, so he pretended to be grateful. Thank you. Having received the thanks, Dongfang Niao was satisfied. She nodded and said, no need to thank me. However, you have no one to protect you. You should leave this place as soon as possible. At your current level, it's too dangerous here. What a hypocrite. Just now she insisted I say thank you, and now she says it's no need. Women really do have two faces. Got it, thanks. I'll be on my way. Goodbye. Lu Zhang knew he couldn't get involved with this kind of woman, otherwise, trouble would follow. Watching Lu Zhang run off, Dongfang Niao frowned again but didn't think much of it. Although reaching an 8th grade talent at this time was impressive, it was nothing special. She was almost at 10th grade herself, and this was just a minor setback. Let's go, Fubo. We need to level up quickly. Before the college entrance exams, I must obtain 2 titles to secure enough bonus points. The wizard called Fubo smiled. Miss, with your professional qualities, as long as you don't slack off, you can definitely become the top in the city, and even challenge for the top in the county. Entering a top-tier academy isn't difficult. There's no need to rush so much. Dongfang Niao said arrogantly. I aim to be the best in the entire country. Lu Zhang didn't hear their conversation. After quickly leaving the two, he once again found a suitable target for a combat strength test. A level 16 fierce wind grey wolf. Lu Zhang first released a crescent wave, consuming 10 points of magic and dealing 100 points of damage, reducing its health by a third. The storm grey wolf was enraged and used its only skill, Windblade. Lu Zhang had already tested other beasts on it, and the Windblade dealt around 60 points of damage. With 880 mana points and the passive skill Mana Annihilation, even if hit, it wouldn't cause any damage to him. Additionally, he had a full 1200 HP, more than the 16th level Gale Grey Wolf, so a single Windblade strike would only deal limited damage. Therefore, he chose to tank it head-on. You were hit by the level 16 Gale Grey Wolf's Windblade skill. The Gale Grey Wolf dealt 60 points of damage to you, triggering the passive skill Mana Annihilation. Your health remained unchanged, and 60 points of spell damage were converted into 30 points of mana. You gained 30 points of mana. Feeling his mana indeed recover slightly, Lu Zhang couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. Good. 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 That's it. While Lu Zhang was still experimenting, he suddenly noticed that he had leveled up again. He paused for a moment before realizing that the Taotia had already reached level 10, and with the experience points from the other summoned beasts, it was no wonder he had leveled up again. He was still playing around, and before he knew it, he had leveled up again. It seemed like leveling up wasn't that difficult after all. Immediately after, Lu Jing noticed that the Taotia's killing speed had increased to a whole new level after reaching level 10. A series of sounds rang in his ears, all experience points feedback. By the end of the first day, the gluttonous beast had already risen from level 1 to level 13. That's way too fast. Lu Zhang felt that this wasn't its limit. The surrounding wild monsters were still too low level, not enough to satisfy its appetite. The next day, Lu Zhang returned to the Black Pine Forest and headed straight for the deepest part. Within this area, the lowest level monsters were all above level 15, and although the highest level was still only 20, there were also many boss level monsters here, corresponding to elite quality beast pets. Their combat power was far beyond that of ordinary monsters of the same level. This time, Lu Zhang didn't venture far. He wanted to see how the Taotia could cause such extensive damage. The Taotia was released, and in the next moment, it transformed from a 2-meter tall creature into a terrifying giant beast standing 23 meters tall. This was one of its divine skills: transform the heavens and earth. Skill: transform the heavens and earth. Effect: consumes a certain amount of mana to increase size, doubling all attributes. Minimum mana consumption: 20 points per minute. All attributes skyrocketed. Originally, as a divine pet, the gluttonous beast already possessed base attributes that completely outclassed other creatures of the same level. Under the effect of this skill, its attributes were not merely doubled but multiplied several times over. As long as there is enough mana, increasing by 4 or 5 times should be easy. After activating this skill, the Taotia immediately activated another skill. It suddenly opened its massive mouth, and a black vortex appeared inside. In the next instant, surrounding monsters and sand and soil were swiftly sucked into it. Lu Zhang heard the sounds of monsters being killed echoing in his ears. Skill: Black Hole Devour. Effect: consumes a certain amount of mana to create a devouring black hole, swallowing everything within a certain range and converting it into mana or experience points. Minimum mana consumption: 30 points per minute. Towering black-barked pine trees shook violently. A level 16 steel claw black panther clung tightly to a large tree, its body being violently pulled toward the black hole by the chaotic suction force. Its eyes were filled with terror. This suction wasn't wind, it was gravity, and couldn't be resisted by conventional means unless one anchored themselves to a fixed point. When the tree was finally torn apart by the immense force and sucked into the black hole along with the panther, a look of despair spread across the steel-clawed panther's face. While the monsters in this world could be respawned, each one possessed independent consciousness and was not merely a projection of energy. Therefore, they too feel fear, which is why certain mental-based spells are effective against them. The scene before them, though not a mental spell, was still enough to shock them to the core, filling their hearts with terror. As the devouring continued, the Taotia upgraded again, its body swelling further, and the effect of the devouring black hole grew even stronger. When the Taotia reached level 16, the gravitational pull of the devouring black hole directly uprooted all the black-barked pine trees within a radius of dozens of miles, and the entire black pine forest seemed as though the end of the world had arrived. On the other side of the black pine forest, Dongfang Niao Niao in the sky watched the black storm sweeping across dozens of miles, her mouth agape, her eyes filled with awe. Beside her, Fu Bo's face turned pale, and he hurriedly said, "Miss, leave this place immediately. This dungeon is collapsing. Thank you for your support. Please vote for this book if you enjoy it." Chapter 8, City-Wide Alert. The Tyrannosaurus Rex has been designated a catastrophic level boss. The collapse of a dungeon is an absolute disaster. Especially those embedded within the water star. Once they truly collapse, everything within, whether monsters or adventurers, will be swallowed up, leaving behind a barren wasteland. Moreover, if a dungeon collapses, resources will not respawn, which is definitely not a good thing. All dungeons around the city are under surveillance. The abnormal situation in the Black Pine Forest immediately caught the attention of the powerful figures in Liang City. The city lord, Fan Qingli, immediately dispatched the patrol envoy Sun Jiugong to investigate. As an 88th level second-tier powerhouse, Sun Jiugong was no stranger to such phenomena. Upon arriving above the Black Pine Forest, he immediately spotted the culprit amidst the black storm. It was clear that this was not a dungeon collapse, but something far more serious. Dungeon monsters had mutated, and a terrifying dungeon boss had emerged. Non-guided mutations could occur in any dungeon, and the emergence of such a super dungeon boss was unpredictable. However, the monster before him, despite being only level 17, possessed such terrifying large-scale destructive power, clearly indicating immense potential. He made an instant assessment and relayed the information back to the city. Fan Qingli was startled upon seeing the message. This crisis is caused by a growth-type mutated dungeon boss. Preliminary comprehensive rating, catastrophe level. Immediate elimination recommended. Wild monsters are not only classified by level but also by quality. From lowest to highest, these are common, boss, lord, overlord, sovereign, and catastrophe. A catastrophe level monster signifies that once it grows, it will bring destruction to the city. Even legendary level adventurers of the same level would find it difficult to defeat it in combat. Mutant dungeon bosses are considered a valuable resource. If the situation is controllable, they are typically allowed to grow unchecked until they reach a certain level, at which point they are killed to obtain high-quality materials for crafting high-quality equipment. However, a Cataclysm tier monster means its growth is completely uncontrollable and it could surpass the maximum combat power limit at any moment. After a moment's hesitation, Fan Qingli made the wisest decision. Authorize immediate elimination. However, just as Sun Jiugong received the message, the Cataclysm-level monster suddenly vanished. Lu Zhang had taken it away. He sensed that if he didn't intervene, the monster might devour the entire dungeon. As an educated top student, he knew the immense value of a dungeon. If it were devoured by the monster and discovered by the authorities, even selling all his possessions wouldn't be enough to repay the debt. He admitted he was scared. At his young age, he couldn't afford to take on such a huge debt. Sun Jiugong looked at the spot where the disaster-level monster had suddenly vanished, his expression filled with confusion. He didn't let his guard down, thinking, could this guy have the ability to hide his form? Suddenly, his eyes swept over the area that had been ravaged by the black storm and turned into a barren wasteland. He saw someone standing there and immediately charged forward, grabbing him by the collar. The spiritual light wings on his back flapped, and in the next moment, the two of them returned to mid-air. You brat, how dare you venture so deep here? Do you want to die? Lu Zhang looked at him in shock. An 88th level powerhouse had acted so quickly that he hadn't had time to react. Sun Jiugong, seeing Lu Zhang's expression, frowned and asked, were you sucked over there? Luckily that guy disappeared suddenly, otherwise you would have been eaten. Why aren't you saying anything? Did that suction force mess with your brain? Lu Zhang snapped back to his senses, cleared his throat, and replied, thank you for saving me, senior. Sun Jiugong saw that his attitude was still respectful, nodded, and continued, I see you're probably a senior in high school, right? You've only awakened for a few days, yet you've already reached level 14. You have great talent. No wonder you dared to go to the Black Pine Forest for training. However, you should hurry back. That mutated boss is likely a disaster-level monster. Who knows what methods it used to hide itself? This place is still unsafe. You must leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you get sucked in again, you might not be so lucky next time. The information was overwhelming, and Lu Zhang quickly nodded in agreement. After being released by Sun Jiugong, he sprinted away as if he were fleeing from a debt collector. Sun Jiugong watched his speed and nodded approvingly. He must be an assassin-type class. That speed is impressive. This year's college entrance exam in Liyang City really produced some talented individuals. As he spoke, he glanced at the massive crater that had just been ravaged and sent a message back to Fan Qingli. Disaster-level mutated boss vanished instantly. Suspected to possess danger detection and void concealment abilities. Recommends city-wide level 2 alert and vigilance against its possible arrival within the city. Upon receiving the message, Fan Qingli was startled once again. Originally, upon learning that the newly appeared catastrophe-level dungeon monster was only around level 10, he wasn't particularly concerned. After all, with Sun Jiugong, who had reached level 88 and undergone his second transformation, it should be no problem to eliminate it. However, if this monster could also use void concealment and detect danger in advance, that would be extremely dangerous. As Sun Jiugong had said, it could appear within the city at any moment. Better safe than sorry, so after a moment's thought, Fan Qingli immediately sounded the level 2 alert. All first transformation level professionals and above were summoned to gather on the city walls to prepare for the crisis. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang had just returned to the city when he learned of the city-wide alert. Everyone was prohibited from leaving, and the city gates were closed. After selling the looted supplies at the Lifestyle Professionals Commercial District, Lu Zhang first went to the Spatial Temple and spent 20 gold coins to expand his professional's portable storage space by 4 slots. After awakening as a professional, everyone starts with 20 storage slots, each capable of holding 100 identical items. As Lu Zhang's high-level summoned beasts increased, the materials dropped from monsters also became abundant, and the original 20 slots were no longer sufficient. To prevent future shortages of storage space for top-tier materials, he reluctantly spent a fortune to expand his storage capacity. Each slot expansion costs 5 gold coins, which amounts to a whopping 50,000 copper coins, enough to buy 50,000 steamed buns, enough to last for a very long time. Lu Zhang's family could only save up 4 or 5 gold coins in a year, but as a combat professional, Lu Zhang had earned over 20 gold coins in just over 10 days. After expanding the storage space and inventorying the supplies, Lu Zhang returned home. Upon seeing Lu Zhang return, his mother Fanya rushed forward and embraced him tightly, muttering, "Thank goodness you're safe. Thank the gods." She then dragged Lu Zhang into the house and scolded him angrily, "You good-for-nothing brat. Why didn't you come back when you heard the alarm? I heard that a disaster-level monster appeared outside, nearly destroying the entire Black Pine Forest. That's not far from the green grass prairie where you were leveling up. How could you be so unaware of the danger? Don't you know how worried your mother was?" Seeing his furious mother, Lu Zhang walked up and hugged her again. Mom! I know I was wrong. As soon as he said this, Fang's angry expression vanished, replaced by a relaxed and relieved smile. That's just how parents are. The next day, the city remained on high alert, with entry permitted but no one allowed to leave. It wasn't until the third day that the alert was lifted and people could move freely again. Although his mother was worried, Lu Zheng assured her that he would take a different route out of the city and avoid the Black Pine Forest, where there would be no danger, which is why he was able to leave. Lu Zheng indeed did not go to the Black Pine Forest. Monsters below level 20 no longer satisfied his appetite. He was heading to the Red Demon Forest, where monsters ranging from level 20 to 30 roamed freely, a place considered the most dangerous leveling ground for adventurers after their first transformation. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, on high alert again. The catastrophe boss has gone to the Red Magic Forest. Upon reaching the edge of the Red Demon Forest, Lu Zheng first checked the strength he currently possessed. The level of the gluttonous beast had risen to 17, the three-tailed spirit fox had reached 14, the crescent moon eagle had reached 12, and the remaining elite quality beast pets were only at level 10. As for the one-star beast pets, they were mostly still at level 1. The monsters in the Red Demon Forest were generally between 20th and 30th level. If he only had the three-tailed spirit fox as a beast pet, Lu Zheng wouldn't dare come here. After all, if he released the three-tailed spirit fox to fight, relying solely on the crescent eagle and other low-quality beast pets, he couldn't guarantee his own safety. However, with the Taotie in his possession, Lu Zheng can roam freely in the Red Demon Forest. His current level has reached 15, surpassing the three-tailed spirit fox's level. This is because the Taotie levels up extremely quickly, granting him a massive amount of experience points, though only 1/5 of it is directly transferred to him. Combined with the experience feedback from his other beast pets, this is more than enough for him to rapidly advance in level. Although he is only level 15, due to the base attribute feedback from numerous pet monsters upgrading, his personal base attributes far exceed those of ordinary players of the same level, and even rare professions cannot compare to him. He sent out over 100 level 1 beast pets to scout ahead and once again plunged into a killing frenzy. Today, he didn't let the gluttonous beast directly activate the Black Hole Devour skill, he wanted it to assist other beast pets in leveling up. Additionally, he wanted to refresh the summoning slots hundreds or even thousands of times today to see if he could increase the number of high quality or better beast pets. As an auxiliary, the glutton didn't need to do much, it just needed to stand in front of the monsters. Skill, Fierce God's Might passive. Effect, centered on you, release a Fierce God's pressure within a certain range, inflicting a fear effect on all targets whose level is no higher than 30 levels below yours, reducing their mental defense by 50% and movement speed by 50%. Under this passive effect, all targets lose their will to fight, are enveloped in fear, and have their movement speed reduced by half. Their completely defenseless lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Additionally, the little fox strikes first, inflicting severe injuries on the majority of targets, allowing the remaining weaker beast pets to easily kill the monsters and gain experience points. The fastest leveling up is the little fox itself. When the average level of the existing 21 elite tier beast pets reaches level 15, the three-tailed spirit fox's own level has already reached level 18, surpassing the Taotie. This made the little fox very proud, and it actively approached to ask for a hug, even tauntingly emitting a ee cry toward the Taotie. However, the Taotie completely ignored it. The Taotie has always only spoken one sentence to Lu Zheng. I'm hungry. This glutton seemed like he could never get enough. Seeing that it was getting late, it was time to return to the city. Lu Zheng left the Taotie in the depths of the Red Demon Forest, made his way to the outskirts, and then issued an order, allowing it to begin eating. Lu Zheng had long since discovered that there was no distance restriction between him and his beast pets. Within the range of his mental perception, he could summon beast pets to any location, and retrieving them didn't require sensing their presence. A single thought was enough for them to instantly return to the summoning spot, no matter where they were. Upon receiving the command to begin eating, the Taotie was overjoyed. Moments later, a black storm sweeping across dozens of miles erupted from the depths of the Red Demon Forest. Compared to the black pine trees, the red maple trees in the Red Demon Forest were of a higher grade and more sturdy, so they were not uprooted, but they were almost completely stripped of their leaves and branches by the powerful gravitational pull, leaving only bare, naked trunks. The remaining flowers, grass, and wild beasts fared even worse. They were all devoured by the ravenous creature in one gulp. As he watched the experience points steadily increase on the panel, Lu Zheng gradually emerged from the Red Demon Forest and entered the Grey Rock Mountains, where only monsters below level 20 roamed. He moved swiftly through the area, leaving behind a trail of illusions. This was the skill he had just obtained, the shape-shifting ability from the 3-star rare pet he had summoned half an hour earlier. Summoned beast, unnamed. Species, Phantom Spirit Cat. Quality, 3-star rare beast pet. Level, LV 0.10%. Health, 200 mana, 30. Strength, 8. Agility, 15. Spirit, 5. Constitution, 5. Skills, Phantom Stab, Shape-shifting. Skill, Shape-shifting. Effect, within the range of mental perception, create 3 or a multiple of 3 illusions. The user can freely move within the illusions. The more illusions created, the longer they last, and the more mana is consumed. Minimum mana cost, 3 points. This skill is truly divine, whether used to evade damage or for swift stealthy escape, making it a favorite of Lu Zhang. As he used this skill to sprint forward, a figure heading toward the Red Demon Forest paused briefly in mid-air, uttering a surprised exclamation. It's that kid again. He's definitely an assassin. With such a powerful skill, he must be at least a rare quality assassin. Sun Jiogong only had time to marvel inwardly before rushing on. The Red Demon Forest detected a powerful energy disturbance, and he needed to investigate immediately. When he arrived above the Red Demon Forest, he saw that familiar figure flash by in the black storm, and he couldn't help but grow angry. Damn mutated disaster monster. You escaped again. Next time, I will definitely kill you. Though he said that, he sensed that the monster was clearly stronger than the last time in the Black Pine Forest. Realizing that this creature was constantly growing stronger, Sun Jiogong couldn't help but show a hint of worry. He quickly returned to the city, and soon after, the city was once again placed under level 2 alert. In the city lord's mansion, Sun Jiogong said in a low voice, "This one is clever. Both times, I arrived just as it was about to hide. Previously, it was devouring in the Black Pine Forest, but this time it was devouring in the Red Demon Forest. The target it devoured was of a higher level, which means its own level has also risen rapidly in a short period of time. Once a catastrophe-level mutated monster grows strong, it won't just be a matter of reaching the third transformation. Even if it only reaches the second transformation, it could easily destroy our small city. Next time we find it, we must eliminate it at all costs." Fan Qingli, however, looked gloomy and said, "You said it yourself, it disappears when it sees you. You can't sense it, and even if we bring in a third transformation expert, they might not be able to find it. How can we kill it?" Sun Jiogong sighed helplessly. "Regardless, let's stay on alert for the night. Contact a third-tier expert in advance. If the monster attacks, we can request reinforcements in time. We'll have to do that for now." Upon returning home and learning of the city-wide alert, Lu Zhang couldn't help but feel embarrassed. It seemed he needed to be more careful next time. If he were caught, the losses from damaging the copy or triggering a city-wide alert wouldn't be a small sum. He couldn't afford to pay for that. Anyway, there were still over 2 months left before the college entrance exams. No rush. Once he had tens of thousands of spirit pets to help him level up, he could just relax. Decided. Let that glutton starve for a while. The next morning, the alert was lifted, and Lu Zhang returned to the Red Demon Forest. Chapter 10, Separate Leveling. I'll sleep while the summoned beasts keep leveling. Today was the 15th day after the Awakening Day. Upon returning to the Black Pine Forest, Lu Zhang immediately designated the gluttonous beast as a mascot, instructing it to use its passive skill to weaken wild monsters and focus on assisting the 3 summoned beasts, the 3-tailed spirit fox, the phantom spirit cat, and the crescent moon eagle, in their leveling up. Especially the phantom spirit cat, which had just appeared yesterday and was only level 5. It needed some serious cultivation. A day passed quickly. After devouring once yesterday, the Taotia had advanced to level 20. After a busy day today, the 3-tailed spirit fox also reached level 20, while the phantom spirit cat and crescent moon eagle both reached level 18. Lu Zhang himself had also reached level 18, though he was nearly at level 19. He made a decision. When he returned home in the evening, he didn't recall all his summoned beasts. Instead, he left the phantom spirit cat and the crescent moon carving to lead 22 elite pet beasts to continue killing and leveling up on the outskirts of the Red Demon Forest. Generally, summoners' summoned beasts would automatically be recalled once they left the range of the summoner's spiritual perception. However, Lu Zhang's summoned beasts could remain in existence, no matter how far away they were. As a result, Lu Zhang discovered that he could go home to sleep while his summoned beasts continued to kill monsters and level up non-stop, using them like workers on a conveyor belt. If it were any other summoner, even if they had this ability to separate their summoned beasts, they wouldn't dare to leave them alone to fight, as every summoned beast was too valuable to them, and they feared they might be killed by suddenly appearing mutated wild beasts. Lu Zhang wasn't afraid at all. His standards were high. Unless a summoned beast was of divine quality or above, those below divine quality were merely consumables in his eyes. The next morning, Lu Zhang woke up to find that the phantom spirit cat and the crescent moon eagle had both reached level 20, while he himself had reached level 19. After breakfast, he was about to head out again toward the Red Demon Forest when he noticed Yang Dong had arrived. Upon seeing Lu Zhang, he exclaimed excitedly, "Zhang Gu, you can't keep slacking off like this. It's been half a month, and you haven't even looked for me. I know you don't want to drag me down, but as brothers, I can't just watch you sink into despair like this. Come on, follow me, I'll take you leveling up." Lu Zhang looked at him with a puzzled expression. "When did I become so discouraged?" Dragged out of the city by Yang Dong, Lu Zhang finally asked, "Where do you plan to level up? Why don't we go to the Grey Rock Mountains?" Yang Dong's earlier excitement immediately cooled down upon hearing this. His face turned slightly awkward as he said, Zhang Ge, I'm only level 12 right now. Going to Grey Rock Mountains, where there are monsters everywhere between levels 15 and 20, isn't that a bit too much? Wait, no, why can't I see your level? Unless you have a special skill, higher level players can instantly see the level of another player, but they can't determine their class or basic information. Yang Dong only then realized that he couldn't see Lu Zhang's level, despite his laid-back profession. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Lu Zhang gave a mysterious smile, waved his hand, and a silver-white eagle with a wingspan of 13 meters appeared before them. He grabbed Yang Dong's shoulder with one hand and jumped onto the eagle's back. Hold on tight. We're heading to the Grey Rock Mountains. In the next instant, the crescent moon eagle flapped its wings, took off from the spot, and quickly turned into a silver streak of light, disappearing beyond the city gates. Many low-level professionals watched the powerful crescent-shaped eagle with envy. The high-speed flight left Yang Dong's legs trembling. When they finally came to a stop and began circling above the Grey Rock Mountains, he finally relaxed and asked in awe, "Zhengge, is this your first beast pet? What quality is it, and what level is it now?" Lu Zhang shook his head and said, "This is my second beast pet. It's a 4-star rare beast pet, the crescent moon carving fan. It's currently level 20. Let me show you my first beast pet, a 5-star divine great spirit pet, the 3-tailed spirit fox." As he spoke, he summoned Tu Shan Jiao Jiao. This little girl had eaten breakfast with them earlier, so she was still in her beast-ear maiden form. Upon seeing Lu Zhang, she immediately jumped into his arms and emitted a soft, sweet voice. "Master." Seeing the little girl in Lu Zhang's arms, Yang Dong's eyes widened. Wait, she can turn into a human. Suddenly, he thought of something else and looked at Lu Zhang with disbelief, saying, "So your first summoned beast is a 5-star divine great spirit pet. Your second summoned beast is a 4-star rare beast pet. How is that possible?" As everyone knew, the quality of summoned beasts a summoner could call forth was largely a matter of luck. However, to increase the probability of obtaining high-quality spirit pets, one had to invest more magical energy into summoning techniques. Generally speaking, the higher the magical energy invested, the higher the quality of the summoned beast. Therefore, in most cases, a summoner's summoned beasts start with lower quality and gradually improve over time. How could someone summon a 5-star divine great spirit pet right off the bat? The second one is still a 4-star rare beast pet. Are you the lucky one's lover or something? Lu Zhang smiled faintly, as you can see. Alright, don't waste time. I'll have Jiao Jiao, the 3-tailed spirit fox, take care of the wild monsters here. You follow behind and finish them off to gain experience points. You said you wanted me to take you flying, so let's start now. Brother. From now on, you're my real brother. It has to be you. Who would have thought that an ordinary summoner class could become so awesome because of you? Let's start already, I can't wait. Yang Dong said excitedly. His parents were both combat class warriors, but even now, they had only just reached the first transfer stage, around level 30. With such strength, they dared not bring Yang Dong to a place like Grey Rock Mountains to level up, as there were too many monsters and they couldn't defend against them. Previously, Yang Dong had been following his father in leveling zones below level 15, but today he was in for a treat. A level 20 Black Rock Demon was beaten down to a sliver of health by a 3-tailed spirit fox, then finished off with a single lightning bolt spell, granting him a massive amount of experience points. He sat on the back of the crescent-shaped carving alongside Lu Zhang, surveying his territory as if on a patrol, yet also seeming to enjoy a leisurely outing. By midday, however, his level had already risen from 12 to 14. In the past 15 days, he had only leveled up 12 times, but now he had leveled up 2 times in half a day, and another level in the afternoon, a total of 3 levels in a single day. This feeling was indescribable, it was simply amazing. In the morning, when Yang Dong dragged Lu Zhang out, he was so arrogant. But by evening, when he brought Lu Zhang back home, his attitude was so humble. Your older brother is still your older brother. This older brother's thigh, you've been clinging to it since you were a kid, and you'll still have to cling to it in the future. During the day, Lu Zhang seemed to be leisurely chatting with Yang Dong, but in reality, he was also quite relaxed. However, his level still increased by 1, reaching level 20, all thanks to the Phantom Spirit Cat, which was still leading numerous summoned beasts in battle. On the surface, only the 3-tailed Spirit Fox and the Crescent Moon Eagle were earning experience points for him, but in reality, over 100 summoned beasts were working hard for him. When he returned in the evening, the Crescent Moon Eagle and the Phantom Spirit Cat were left at the outskirts of the Red Demon Forest to continue killing monsters and leveling up. Summoned beasts handle leveling, summoners handle sleeping, clear division of labor, perfectly reasonable. Before he knew it, it was the 8th day of training Yang Dong, and Yang Dong had advanced to level 19. Suddenly remembering something, he spoke up. Zhengge, you should be level 20 by now, right? Why haven't you summoned your 3rd summoned beast yet? Please keep reading. Please keep reading. Please keep reading. Thank you for your support. Please keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, Obtaining Another Divine Grade Spirit Pet. The Divine Technique, True Vision. Don't even mention the 3rd beast pet, even the 30th one would have been summoned long ago. However, Lu Zhang had not yet decided which one to reveal as his 3rd beast pet. After all, according to his current hidden plan, he needed to find a powerful beast pet to help him in the upcoming professional exam. After glancing at the nearly 100 empty summoning slots nearing death, Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Let us wait a bit longer. Yang Dong heard this and didn't say anything else. After all, a 4-star rare quality crescent moon carving combined with a 5-star divine great spirit pet, the 3-tailed spirit fox, was already impressive enough. He believed that with these 2 beast pets, Lu Zhang could easily secure the top spot in the city. As the afternoon arrived, Lu Zhang began another 100 consecutive summons. Consuming 1 point of magic, the summoning technique was successfully activated. Congratulations on obtaining a 1-star common beast pet, Fiery Rabbit 44. Damn it. So many rabbits. I'll have to eat spicy rabbit heads tonight. Wait, what? Wait, what's this? Consumed 1 point of magic, successfully activated the summoning skill. Congratulations on obtaining a 4-star divine grade spirit pet, cave-dwelling azure snake 1 divine grade. Another divine grade pet. Summoned beast, unnamed. Species, Dong Yu Tsongsha. Quality, 4-star divine grade spirit pet. Level, LV 0.10%. Health, 800. Magic power, 80. Strength, 10. Agility, 15. Spirit, 20. Constitution, 15. Skills, True Vision passive, Earth Dive, Blood Shadow Divine Light, Skywing, Mystic Water Spike. A divine grade spirit pet appeared, triggering his hidden passive ability effect 2, granting him an additional skill. Skill, True Vision passive. Effect, reveal the basic information of targets up to 300 levels below your own. All items can be freely appraised. Mental control and illusion type skills are ineffective against you. Mental damage values not exceeding 100 times your mental value are nullified. This is another divine skill. Not only can it resist mental control and mental damage, but it can also appraise items invincible. Lu Zhang summoned the Dongyu Tsongsha directly, and a strange snake appeared on the spot, over 3 meters long, with a massive head and eyes like lanterns, and a body colored purple and black. Yang Dong looked at the snake before him and asked in astonishment. Zhang, is this your new summoned beast? What's its quality? It's only level 1, but it feels so oppressive. Lu Zhang replied casually. A 4-star divine grade spirit pet. What? Another divine grade spirit pet. Yang Dong couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang, are you sleeping with the goddess of luck or something? Lu Zhang smiled without responding. He had drawn thousands of times before getting this one, so calling it particularly lucky wouldn't be accurate, but to say it wasn't lucky either wouldn't hold up either. Alright, let us hurry up and keep leveling up. The later levels will be much slower. Before obtaining the first tier professional certification, they could only enter general type dungeons up to level 30. As their personal levels increased, killing monsters of the same tier would previously grant experience points equivalent to 5% of the experience bar, but now it might only reach 1% or even 0.1%. This caused the leveling speed to slow down. To regain a faster leveling pace, they must obtain the first class profession certification as soon as possible. Leveling up to level 30 allows for the first job change, level 60 for the second, level 100 for the third, level 150 for the fourth, and level 200 for the fifth. For the mage class, before the first job change, you are a novice mage after the first job change, you become an intermediate mage after the second job change, you become an advanced mage after the third job change, you become a grand mage after the fourth job change, you become a mage master, and after the fifth job change, you become a grand mage master. The city where Lu Zhang currently resides, Lian City, is nearly a 4th-tier small city. The strongest individual there is a 3rd-tier grand mage, who is often away leveling up, so the battles are typically led by 2nd-tier advanced professionals. The areas surrounding Lian City are only low-level dungeons for players below level 30. To enter the intermediate-level dungeons for players between levels 30 and 60, one must first reach level 30 and complete the class advancement process. For ordinary students, this is not an issue. Take Yang Dong, for example. Even though Lu Zhan was guiding him in leveling up, his individual killing speed was ultimately limited. On the first day, he managed to level up 3 times, but later, leveling up once a day was already considered decent progress. By now, it took over 2 days to level up from 19 to 20. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, after leaving the residential area, Yang Dong, who had already reached level 22, spoke up. Zhang, for the next 2 months, I'll continue leveling up with my dad and the others. Your summoned beast already splits half of its experience points with you, and now you have to leave a portion of the injured ones for me. This is slowing down your leveling speed too much. Now that I've reached over level 20, even if I don't level up for the next 2 months, I can still get a decent score in the national professional exam. Plus, working with my father, we can continue leveling up. Lu Zhang thought for a moment and nodded. That's fine. You can also learn some mage combat techniques from Uncle Yang. Just following behind and finishing off enemies won't help you develop your combat skills. Yang Dong, who had reached level 22, already had 3 specialized skills, Lightning Strike, Lightning Shield, and Swift Lightning. He could attack, defend, and escape, making him highly survivable. By learning some basic spells, he wouldn't face much danger in the low-level dungeons capped at level 30. The two parted ways, and Lu Zhang headed to another dungeon for levels 20 to 30, the Underground Demon's Lair. Currently, his summoned beasts were divided into 2 groups. The first group, led by the Phantom Spirit Cat and the Crescent Moon Eagle, consisted of elite quality summoned beasts, which he had left in the Red Magic Forest to continue leveling up. The second group included the Taodia, the three-tailed spirit fox, the cave-dwelling azure snake, and other ordinary quality summoned beasts. The core group was used for continuous leveling, providing a stable source of experience points and basic attribute feedback. Summoned beasts of divine quality or higher naturally received special treatment. Their power is formidable, so they don't need to worry about leveling up in the short term. Occasional large-scale battles are enough to give their levels a significant boost. Anyway, before Lu Zhang reaches level 30, he can't kill higher-tier monsters, so the experience gained is limited. The Earth Cave Demon's Lair was specifically chosen by Lu Zhang as a place for the Taodia to feast. Unlike open-air dungeons like the Red Demon Forest, where any disturbance would immediately attract attention, Lu Zhang feared being discovered and facing retribution later, so he chose this underground dungeon instead. Additionally, he had heard that underground dungeons like this one would respawn treasure chests, which might contain valuable items. Just as he entered the demon's lair, two people appeared at the entrance. Mu Yunlan looked at his bodyguard Zhao Kai in confusion and asked, "Uncle Zhao, why didn't we go to the Red Demon Forest? Why go out of our way?" Zhao Kai replied confidently, "Miss, there's still no accurate information about that disaster-level monster. It could appear at any moment, and the Red Demon Forest is too dangerous. The underground demon's lair is different. The space here is narrow, and that monster is so huge that it definitely can't cause trouble in this dungeon. It's the safest place." Mu Yunlan nodded in understanding and smiled brightly. "Let's go then. Thank you for your support. Please keep reading and vote for us." Chapter 12, A Worthy Opponent. It's that disaster-level monster again. Today was the 38th day after the awakening. Mu Yunlan, who possessed the rare profession of sword cultivator, had already reached level 22. Previously, her family had kept her from entering dungeons above level 20 for safety reasons, even when they assigned her a level 53 first-class bodyguard. It wasn't until today that she was finally able to enter the Earth Cave Demon's Lair. Whether it was the Red Demon Forest or the Earth Cave Demon's Lair, as long as she could enter, she was already thrilled. Before entering, she glanced toward the direction of the Grey Rock Mountains. "Lu Zhang, although your talent is lacking, I believe you are a worthy opponent. You must be giving it your all to catch up with me, right? I won't slack off either. I'll give it my all, that's my respect for you." Meanwhile, deep within the Abyss Demon's Lair, Lu Zhang, now at level 26, had just defeated a level 28 Dark Minotaur. Glancing at the slight increase in his experience bar, he sighed. "It seems unrealistic to level up by killing monsters on my own. This pace is too slow. I need to continue cultivating powerful summoned beasts." Currently, the highest level summoned beast under his command was a level 27 three-tailed spirit fox, followed by a level 26 phantom spirit cat, a level 25 crescent moon eagle, and both the Taodia and the Dongyu black snake had reached level 24. Over the past few days, the Taodia had been starving, but Lu Zhang Henti let it feed freely. He only occasionally allowed it to slaughter a few monsters, strictly forbidding it from using the Heaven and Earth Transformation or Black Hole Devour abilities, fearing it might attract trouble. Today, descending into this underground demonic lair was specifically to allow it to feast to its heart's content. The underground lair winds downward, with paths branching off in many directions, but all lead to a large open space, forming layer upon layer of structures. The deeper one goes, the higher the monster levels and the denser they become. During his years at the academy, a significant portion of his training focused on studying monster information and dungeon maps. Lu Zhang knew that this underground lair had 16 layers. By the time they reached the lower 6 layers, not only would the lowest ranked monsters be at least level 26, but there would also be a demonic aura that weakened all adventurers. However, such an environment has no effect on the Taodia, which can devour all forms of energy, including this demonic energy. To avoid causing trouble, Lu Zhang directly sent the gluttonous beast deep into the 16th layer. The underground lair had limited space, so after manifesting its divine form, the gluttonous beast could only reach a height of over 8 meters. However, this did not hinder its ability to slaughter the creatures within. Opening its massive jaws, it unleashed the Black Hole Devour skill. A tremendous gravitational pull formed, drawing all the monsters on this level toward it. By the time they reached its mouth, the intense gravitational distortion had already torn them apart, turning them into food that entered the Taotia's stomach, bringing a massive influx of experience points. The entire 16th underground layer was quickly devoured. Immediately afterward, through the interconnected underground passages, the 15th layer was also affected by the gravitational pull. The monsters there were torn apart and flew through the passages, converging into the Taotia's mouth. This was a gravitational force. The closer it was to the glutton's mouth, the stronger it became, making it increasingly difficult to resist. Within the first 15 layers, no monster could withstand this force. Additionally, as the Taotia's level increased, its control over this gravitational force became more precise. It could now clearly target and apply the force to perceive targets, allowing it to sweep through the monsters within the underground lair without damaging the environment. After draining the 15th and 16th layers, the Taotia ascended to the next level. Next, the 14th layer, the 13th layer. At this moment, within the 5th layer of the underground layer, Mu Yunlan released a sword chi, effortlessly killing a level 23 dark dog-headed demon, and said confidently, "Uncle Zhao, the monsters on this floor are too weak. Let's go down to the next floor." Looking at the freshly slain dark dog-headed man's corpse, Zhao Kai nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the monsters here pose no threat to you and cannot hone your combat skills. Let's head to the next layer. As they spoke, the two entered the passage leading from the 5th underground level to the 6th. But just as they reached the exit of the passage, a powerful force suddenly swept toward them, causing Mu Yunlan and Zhao Kai's bodies to involuntarily fly downward toward the next lower level. Zhao Kai, being a seasoned warrior and a berserker, reacted instantly. Berserker Rage. His mental resistance was reduced by half, while his strength and stamina attributes doubled temporarily. Suddenly, he grabbed Mu Yunlan's shoulder with one hand while driving his greatsword into the ground with the other. Miss. Use your sword to stab into the ground. Quickly. Lower your body and press against the ground. He bellowed urgently. Mu Yunlan immediately obeyed. In the next moment, a large number of monsters flew out from the exit of the 5th layer's passageway. They were torn apart by an unknown force, like being swept away by a flood, surging toward the entrance leading to the deeper layers below. Staying close to the ground and holding onto their weapons prevented them from being swept away. What on earth is happening? Seeing this scene, Mu Yunlan was utterly horrified, but then she noticed something else apart from the brief tug just now. Her body was no longer being pulled. It seems like the gravitational pull is gone. Hearing her say this, Zhao Kai also noticed that the gravitational force no longer seemed to be targeting the two of them, but the monsters were still being drawn toward it in large numbers. However, he dared not let his guard down. Don't let go, don't relax. Once everything calms down, we'll leave immediately. Zhao Kai said solemnly. As a guard of the Mu family, his duty was to protect Mu Yunlan. The current situation was completely beyond his understanding and control. He had to escape as soon as possible to ensure Mu Yunlan's safety. Mu Yunlan was no fool, she knew how dangerous this situation was. If they hadn't managed to hold on earlier, or if that force hadn't dissipated from the two of them, they would have been torn to pieces by now. This wasn't the power of someone below level 30. Even Zhao Kai, who had already undergone his first transformation, couldn't resist it. Though curious, she wasn't about to go exploring like a fool. Look, that's a level 21 black magic rat. This power might have swept through the entire underground lair. It's too dangerous, we have to get out of here immediately. This place could collapse at any moment. Zhao Kai said with a hint of fear, recalling the rumors he had heard recently about the disaster-level monster in the Black Pine Forest and the Red Demon Forest, causing him to swallow hard. Apparently, that thing uses a gravitational force to sweep everything away and devour it. I never thought this place should exist, but here it is. What you fear comes to you. Run. We have to get out of here as quickly as possible. At that moment, no more monsters were pouring out of the cave entrance. Zhao Kai quickly drew his greatsword. Miss, hurry up. That disaster-level monster that nearly destroyed the Black Pine Forest and the Red Demon Forest is likely hiding at the bottom. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunlan couldn't help but be utterly shocked. Though she knew little about the disaster-level monster, she had heard that it was a creature that even second-tier patrol envoys couldn't handle, a monster that had caused the entire city of Liang to be placed under level 2 alert twice, something she, a mere 20th level sword cultivator, could never hope to fight alone. The two immediately fled for their lives. Lu Zhang, however, was unaware that he had once again caused panic. He was currently opening a treasure chest. Chapter 13, 1000-Year Moonlight Milk, Evolved Immortal Great Howling Moon Wolf. My teacher did not deceive me. There are indeed treasure chests in this demonic cave. Lu Zhang discovered a treasure chest in the lair of an elite quality level 30 Dark Minotaur boss. No key was needed, it opened with a single touch. Inside were 3 items. Under the effect of the passive skill True Vision obtained from the cave serpent, the information of all 3 items was fully revealed. Skill book, Dark Thrust. Effect, transform into a shadow and lurk in the darkness. Use dark energy to form spikes and launch a surprise attack. Lurking consumes a minimum of 5 mana per minute and each attack instantly consumes 10 mana. Prerequisites, assassin class or mental strength greater than 100 and mana greater than 1000. Upon seeing this skill book, Lu Zhang's eyes lit up. If this skill could be combined with shapeshifting, it would undoubtedly unleash tremendous power, making it a nightmare for fragile mage classes. It seems like his own summoner class is also fragile. But it doesn't matter, he's tougher than a tank anyway. As for the learning requirements, his mental strength and mana both met the criteria. He immediately placed his hand on the book, silently recited the learning incantation, and in the next moment, the skill book vanished, leaving him with a new skill insight. He immediately cast shapeshifting, then activated the Dark Assault skill. His body darted through multiple illusory clones, striking in the darkness. It worked! After thinking for a moment, he simultaneously released the triple clone skill and found it could still stack. 3 clones, along with himself, darted back and forth among 9 illusions, hiding in the darkness. The 3 clones in his main body could all launch stabs simultaneously. Although the three skills continuously drained his mana, this posed no significant challenge to him. His mana reserves were far more abundant than those of ordinary rare-tier professionals at the same level. Even with 3 skills stacked, he could still move with ease. Ha ha. Not bad, not bad. I'll see which assassin dares to ambush this fragile summoner. I'll counter-ambush them instead. The first item he obtained was already satisfactory. He looked at the second one, a gemstone. Item, Dark Power Gem. Effect, used to craft accessories or weapons, granting the equipped item a dark power bonus. Clearly, this was a material for crafting equipment, and it was quite valuable. Lu Zhang hadn't crafted any equipment for himself yet. Although this was a game-like world, defeating monsters didn't directly drop equipment. Almost all equipment needed to be crafted by blacksmiths or other related crafting professions. He currently needed a short sword or dagger, and this gemstone was perfect, but he would need to purchase some other materials as well. He decided to store it away for now and move on to the third item. Item, 1000-Year Moonlight Milk. Effect, when consumed by a professional, it increases experience points. When consumed by summoned beasts or pets, it enhances their quality. Note, most effective when absorbed by wolf-like creatures. The experience point boost was immediately ignored by Lu Zhang, who was immediately drawn to its ability to enhance summoned beast quality. He had no shortage of wolf-type summoned beasts. Without hesitation, he summoned a 3-star elite pet, a silver-backed grey wolf of LV.24. Without hesitation, he had the silver-backed grey wolf absorb the moonlight milk. In the next moment, the silver-backed grey wolf, which was already over 6 meters long, suddenly swelled in size, emanating a silver-white glow. It took a full 10 minutes for the transformation to complete, and by then, its body had grown to over 8 meters in length. The silver-backed grey wolf, which had previously been grey with silver-grey fur on its back, now had silver-white fur all over its body, and it faintly emitted a soft glow. Summoned beast, unnamed. Species, Howling Moon Grey Wolf. Quality, 1-star Divine Grade Spirit Pet. Level, LV.260%. Health, 45,000. Magic Power, 1600. Strength, 280. Agility, 250. Spirit, 200. Constitution, 260. Skills, Void Claw, Moon Howl, Moon Step, Wolf King's True Form, Moonblade, Moonpulse Heavily Charge. Trigger the hidden passive effect, summon the gods to obtain the skill Moonstep. Skill, Moonstep. Effect, condense the power of moonlight beneath your feet and walk on the moon. The mana cost varies depending on speed and duration, with a minimum of 1 mana per minute. Clearly, this is a flight skill that allows you to fly through the air by consuming mana. Utilizing the power of moonlight, it is far more convenient than elemental flight skills like transforming into wings. Lu Zhang immediately activated it. Instantly, a soft glow gathered beneath his feet and his body was suddenly lifted by a buoyant force, nearly causing him to fall. Fortunately, his current base attributes were extremely high, and he quickly regained his balance. After a few minutes of adaptation, he could fly at a low altitude of about 10 meters with ease. He did not attempt high altitude or high-speed flight. On one hand, the underground cavern wasn't very tall, with a maximum height of around 20 meters. On the other hand, the high-speed winds were so strong that he couldn't keep his eyes open. Although his physical condition was already quite good, at such high speeds, even a single grain of sand hitting his eyes would be extremely painful. Therefore, he either needed to acquire a shield-type skill or wear goggles, otherwise, high-speed flight was not feasible. This treasure chest opening was incredibly rewarding. Not only did I obtain an assassin skill and a divine grade spirit pet, but I also mastered a flight ability. It was truly a bountiful harvest. Seeing that the Taotia had already reached level 28 and his own level had also reached 27, he no longer lingered and immediately headed toward the ground. The gluttonous beast was put away. Spirit pets of divine grade or higher, he would never keep them to do menial tasks. If anything were to happen, he wouldn't even have time to cry. He used the Moonstep ability to fly upward for a while, but soon realized that in this environment, the combination of shape-shifting and shadow assault was faster. After all, the twisted passages were pitch black, making it difficult to discern the path. Merging into the darkness eliminated such problems. Since the entire dungeon had been thoroughly cleansed by the Taotia, the path was clear all the way. However, as soon as he emerged from the entrance of the demonic cavern, a loud shout startled him. "Stop! Ha! It's you again! Should I call you lucky or unlucky? How come every time that disaster monster appears, you're always there, yet you manage to escape unscathed every time?" Sun Jiugon looked at Lu Zhang, who was still in shock, and spoke with a hint of exasperation. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the assassin's exceptional skills. The stealth he demonstrated earlier would have gone unnoticed if he hadn't been focusing intently on the cave entrance the entire time. Mu Nanshan, standing beside him, asked in astonishment. "Who is that?" Sun Jiugon replied irritably. "Just a lucky kid. When that disaster monster first appeared, he was on the edge of the black storm and managed to survive. Last time the disaster monster appeared in the Red Demon Forest, he was out in the Grey Rock Mountains fighting monsters. I saw him once. I never expected to see him here again. At this point, he scolded Lu Zhang with a headache. Can't you keep an eye on him? You're an assassin, what are you doing charging head-on at a disaster monster? Lu Zhang scratched his head awkwardly and said in an innocent tone, well, I didn't mean to. Anyway, he wasn't going to admit it was all his doing. Please keep reading and vote for me. Chapter 14, maybe your daughter is just deliberately not telling you. Mu Nanshan looked at Lu Zhang in surprise and said, you're already level 27? Are you a graduate of this year's class? Lu Zhang nodded and then looked at Sun Jiugong. Senior, can I go now? If I don't get home by now, my mom will be furious. Sun Jiugong, who had only noticed Lu Zhang's rapidly rising level after hearing Mu Nanshan's words, was also quite surprised. However, upon hearing his words, he felt inexplicably annoyed. This kid has such incredible talent, yet he's acting like a disaster waiting to happen. This calamity monster has already been causing him enough headaches, and now this kid keeps showing up, making it impossible to vent his frustration on the monster, which inevitably gets directed at him instead. Let's go, let's go. You don't value your own life next time, you might not be so lucky. Lu Zhang gave another awkward smile, bid farewell to the two, and activated the shape-shifting skill once more, disappearing from their sight in an instant. Mu Nanshan watched Lu Zhang's departing figure and frowned, saying, I haven't heard my daughter mention that there's such an outstanding assassin among this batch of professionals. This skill is at least rare quality, and combined with his current level, such a genius, how could Yunlan not know about him? Maybe your daughter deliberately didn't tell you. Sun Jiugong joked, then sighed, this kid is bold. The first time I saw him in the depths of the Black Pine Forest, he was only level 14. Later, he was leveling up alone in the Grey Rock Mountains, which are filled with monsters between levels 15 and 20. Now he's soloing the dungeon of the Demon's Lair. He's a tough guy. He must be relying on his stealth abilities and that shape-shifting skill to survive. Skill breeds boldness. Escaping 3 disasters is truly lucky. Alright, let's not think about him anymore. We can't wait any longer, let's go inside and check the situation. Mu Nanshan snapped back to reality upon hearing this. He decided to go back and ask his daughter about it. Such an outstanding young man, why hadn't she mentioned him? Could there be something between the two of them, and was she deliberately keeping it from him? At this thought, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. He must find out the truth. Alright, let us hurry inside. Mu Nanshan was also one of the city patrol envoys. Technically, this area was within his patrol range. However, matters related to the disaster monsters had always been handled by Sun Jiugong. Therefore, upon receiving Zhao Kai's report, the two of them rushed over immediately. However, they weren't sure if the disaster-level monster had stopped releasing the terrifying gravitational pull, so they dared not go down immediately. But seeing Lu Zhang emerge, they gained confidence and finally went down to investigate. They wanted to see what was going on. Soon, the two of them emerged again. The entire underground lair has been completely cleared out by that creature. It will take another hour for the monsters inside to respawn. Judging by the extent of the destruction, its control over the environment has grown stronger. It caused minimal damage to the surroundings, clearly indicating that its power has increased. If it appears again, it might be at level 30 or higher. Sun Jiugong said solemnly. This creature's stealth techniques were so advanced that even at below level 30, he couldn't detect it. If it reaches level 30 or above, even a third-tier powerhouse might not be able to track its traces. Mu Nanshan pondered for a moment and said, at least it hasn't shown any hostility toward humans. You mentioned that the first time, that young man luckily survived, but during the previous encounter in the Red Demon Forest and this time in the Demon Cave, many others were affected, yet they weren't swept away. Yunlan told me that they were only briefly pulled by gravity before losing the connection. Could it be that this monster only targets wild beasts and doesn't pose a threat to human cities? Judging from where it appeared this time, it's likely continuously strengthening itself. The highest level dungeon around Liang City is only level 30, so it's clear that next time it will need to move to a higher level dungeon to level up. Therefore, it shouldn't pose a threat to Liang City anymore. Your analysis makes some sense. But a disaster-level monster that keeps growing stronger can't be allowed to develop unchecked. You've reminded me we must report this immediately to the higher-level cities so they can be on alert. Once it's spotted, we must eliminate it without delay. Sun Jiugong's expression turned stern. He absolutely refused to allow a monster he had discovered to grow strong enough to pose a genuine threat to humanity. He was determined to prevent this tragedy from unfolding. Mu Nanshan had no objections to this. Alright, let's go report this to the city lord together. Shortly thereafter, at the city lord's mansion. After listening to their report, Fan Qingli nodded and said, Mu Xuanshur's analysis makes sense, and Sun Xuanshur's concerns are well considered. It seems unnecessary to declare a city-wide alert this time. However, I still ask you all to be vigilant and conduct additional patrols to prevent any unexpected incidents. I will immediately report the matter of the disaster-level dungeon monster to the higher authorities and alert the surrounding advanced cities to remain on high alert. The city rankings in this world are strictly divided. Liyang City is a level 4 war preparedness city, with the highest dungeon level in the surrounding area being 30 at the lower limit of the first transformation. Above that are level 3 war preparedness cities, with the highest dungeon level in the surrounding area being 60 at the limit of the first transformation, and so on, with level 2 war preparedness cities having the highest dungeon level in the surrounding area being 100 at the limit of the second transformation, and level 1 war preparedness cities having the highest dungeon level in the surrounding area being 150 at the limit of the third transformation. Above that are no longer strategic cities but are called main cities. For main cities roughly form a circular area, with the military cities located within the circle. Monsters within the circle are, in principle, confined to their dungeons and generally do not pose a threat to the safety of the cities. Main cities not only have to contend with dungeon monsters above level 150 but also numerous roaming magical creatures. Each main city is guarded by 6 transformation saint level powerhouses. The appearance of a disaster level monster within the containment zone of the strategic city, one that continuously grows in power and can roam across multiple dungeons, is absolutely cause for immediate attention. Superiors immediately dispatched personnel to investigate. As for the instigator, Lu Zhang, he had already decided not to release the gluttonous monster again before reaching the first transformation. It keeps causing trouble for him, and the worst part is that he always gets caught. He felt he couldn't stay near Liyang City to kill monsters anymore. The monsters here were too weak, and he now had hundreds of summoned beasts under his command, with 115 of them being elite quality summoned beasts of formidable force. Each summoned beast shares half of its experience points with him, which is equivalent to having 57 elite level adventurers working for him to earn experience. However, the monsters in the dungeons around Liyang City were too weak to truly utilize their advantages. As for the few divine great spirit pets and that legendary divine pet he had, they were even more useless. They couldn't even satisfy their combat desires. However, he couldn't leave the city until he reached level 30, and if he didn't complete his class change, the experience points gained from killing monsters would only accumulate and couldn't be used to level up. After making up his mind, Lu Zhang directly reduced the experience point ratio for all his beast pets from 80% to 50%, focusing all his efforts on leveling up himself. 3 days later, he successfully reached level 30. At the same time, the three-tailed spirit fox, the cave-dwelling azure snake, and the moon-howling azure wolf all reached level 29. Lu Zhang couldn't wait any longer. Early the next morning, he arrived at the Job Change Sanctuary to accept his first job change quest. Please keep reading and vote for recommendations. Chapter 15, 5-star Hell Tier Job Change Quest, Slay the Fallen Dark Dragon. The Job Change Sanctuary is a semi-artificial service institution that naturally formed after the world's transformation, though it is also managed by certain individuals. Generally, those in life-related professions serve as managers. Upon entering the Job Change Sanctuary, Lu Zhang spotted a stunningly attractive woman in a black leather outfit. Upon noticing someone enter, she immediately approached with a smile. "Little brother, are you here to change jobs? It'll cost 10 gold coins. If you don't have enough, I can lend you some." Tang Xuetan's eyes sparkled. Such a young and handsome man was rare. Having completed his first class change at such a young age, his future prospects were promising. If she could make him a long-term source of income, that would be delightful. Even if it was just for one night, it should still be a worthwhile experience. Feeling the woman's intense gaze, Lu Zhang's face flushed red. As a pure-hearted young man, how could he withstand such a temptation? Cough, "Thank you, sister. I brought the money. Here are 10 gold coins." He quickly pulled out the money. Tang Xuetong took it but then grabbed his hand and said as they walked, "Follow me. Once we're inside, you just need to touch the job change platform to receive your job change quest. If the quest doesn't require any items to be handed in, you'll automatically change jobs on the spot and obtain the job change skill." The class change skill had nothing to do with Lu Zhang. As a summoner, he had only ever used summoning technique. After class changing, it would merely upgrade his summoning technique level and increase the probability of summoning high-quality pets. Of course, this is still a good thing. Although the increased probability is low, with enough trials, the number of high-quality summoned beasts obtained under the same conditions will also increase. A few minutes later, Lu Zhang placed his hand on the job change platform. Detected current class level 30 has met the first class change conditions. Congratulations! You have received a 5-star Hell Tier difficulty job change quest. Defeat the Fallen Dark Dragon. Task description: the once mighty flame dragon Vix was corrupted by darkness and fell into darkness, becoming a dark dragon. He was severely wounded by the Dragon Clan and now hides in the roof mountain, using sleep to recover his strength. Over time, his power will gradually return. Mission requirements: please defeat the LV.200 Dominator tier boss, Dark Dragon Vix alone. What the heck? A 5-star Hell level difficulty task? Are you kidding me? The difficulty of job advancement tasks is divided into 4 major tiers from low to high, normal, hard, dangerous, and hell. Each tier is further divided into 5 stars, with 5-star Hell level difficulty representing the highest possible standard. I'm just an ordinary summoner, I should be in the normal tier by default. Plus, I'm only a level 30 summoner. You want me to kill a level 200 dragon? Is that even fair? Is that even right? Is that even legal? Lu Zheng's current state of mind was nothing short of furious. As he watched him accept the quest, his expression suddenly darkened. Tang Xuetong stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and said softly, "Little brother, if the job change quest is too difficult, you can continue to improve your skill proficiency, purchase equipment, and enhance your strength before attempting the quest again." Lu Zhang glanced at the task description, which read, "Over time, its strength will gradually recover." His face darkened, he shook his hand, and left without another word. "Thank you for the reminder, sister." Watching Lu Zhang run off without looking back, Tang Xuetong couldn't help but stomp her foot in frustration. After he had gone, she couldn't resist placing the hand she had touched Lu Zhang with under her nose and sniffed. The next moment, her face flushed red, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah! That's the scent of a strong young man." After leaving the job change sanctuary, Lu Zhang first bought 2 teleportation scrolls as a life-saving item. After all, this was the real world. There was no resurrection. Once you died, you were truly gone. He then used the teleportation array to head straight to the mission location. According to the quest information, the Roof Ridge Mountain Dungeon was located outside Blackstone City, a third-tier military city adjacent to Yangyang City. It was an intermediate-level dungeon for adventurers, with monsters ranging from level 50 to 60, all of which were dragon-blooded demonic creatures. Their strength was formidable, making it the strongest dungeon in Blackstone City. However, no one knew that this dungeon, which had only been around for 10 years, also housed a 200-level dark magic dragon, and Lu Zhang's mission was to kill it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Lu Zhang felt like he might have been targeted intentionally. Players who haven't reached the first job advancement are not allowed to leave the city limits. However, if they are on a job advancement quest, they can not only leave but also use the teleportation array for free. Most people experience dizziness, nausea, and vomiting on their first use of a teleportation array, but Lu Zhang's mental strength is immense, and he possesses a divine passive skill that grants him extremely high mental resistance, so he was unaffected. Upon arriving at Blackstone City, Lu Zhang didn't linger. He immediately left the city and flew away under the moonlight. Upon seeing him take flight, many people couldn't help but express their astonishment. For the vast majority of professionals, it wasn't until they reached the second-tier level and became advanced professionals that they could master flight spells. Even the strongest patrol officers in Blackstone City were merely advanced professionals, so the appearance of any individual of this caliber was truly awe-inspiring. No one noticed that the so-called high-level professional was merely a 30th level summoner. After all, even if someone had mentioned it, no one would have believed it. Summoner? What a lowly profession, how dare they? Lu Zhang needed to hurry up. The dark dragon's strength was constantly recovering, and no matter how hard he leveled up, he couldn't keep up with its faster recovery rate. Moreover, he couldn't level up now because his level was locked due to the job change quest. Sigh, wait a moment. I can't level up, but my summoned beasts can. With that thought, Lu Zhang's flying speed slowed, and he immediately turned and flew toward the Mist Forest, not far from the Roof Mountain Dungeon. The Mist Forest is a large-scale, comprehensive dungeon. The outer edges are inhabited by monsters ranging from level 10 to 20, with their strength increasing as one delves deeper into the layers. The deepest regions are teeming with numerous monsters of levels 40 to 50. This was the perfect place for summoned beasts to level up. At present, Lu Zhang couldn't rely on any of his other summoned beasts. His only hope for a successful class change lay in the 5-star legendary divine pet, the Taoye. Therefore, upon arriving at the location, Lu Zhang summoned it immediately and issued a command. Eat. Eat as much as you can. The number and quality of monsters in the Mist Forest far surpassed those in any dungeon Lu Zhang had visited before, which naturally excited the Taoye even more. Immediately, he activated the transformation of the heavens and earth technique, transforming into a terrifying giant beast standing 32 meters tall. Its massive body caused other adventurers leveling up in the Mist Forest to instantly feel an overwhelming sense of pressure, triggering widespread panic. When it opened its massive jaws and released the devouring black hole, the adventurers were nearly scared out of their wits and fled for their lives. In an instant, a terrifying black storm formed. Though the gluttonous beast was only level 28, even those premium monsters above level 30 were torn to shreds by the terrifying gravitational storm and sucked into its mouth. A massive amount of experience points surged in, causing Lu Zhang's level to stop rising, but 1/5 of the vast experience points were stored. The glutton's level began to skyrocket. With each swallow, it gained 2 levels, officially reaching level 30. However, its level continued to rise. Once they reached level 30 or above, each monster provided a significant amount of experience points, causing their levels to skyrocket. Within Blackstone City, the city-wide level 2 alert sounded. Chapter 16, The Realm of Dharma Forms. All attributes are boosted, doubled again, and doubled once more. Level 2 alert, all professionals in Blackstone City, take note. Cataclysm-level dungeon monsters have appeared in the Misty Forest. Note, all adventurers must evacuate immediately and return to the city. Adventurers who have undergone the second transformation must gather at the city walls. Fan Xingli had already reported the news about the mobile disaster-level dungeon monster to higher authorities. Blackstone City held an emergency meeting last night specifically to discuss how to deal with this disaster-level monster and strengthen patrols of all dungeons. Who could have imagined that before any concrete countermeasures were decided, it actually appeared? Its massive and terrifying form, resembling a black storm intent on devouring everything in its path, left no doubt this was indeed the disaster-level monster. It had finally arrived in a higher-level dungeon to rampage and devour dungeon monsters to level up. Blackstone City immediately sounded the alarm and gathered a large number of elite warriors on the city walls. As a level 3 combat readiness city, the patrol envoys were all at least 3rd tier, meaning they were over level 100. Including the city lord, there were 3 over level 100 experts standing solemnly on the city walls, gazing at the black figure in the distance, unable to decide what to do. It has reached level 33, and its level is still rising rapidly. If we're going to act, we need to do it quickly. A disaster-level monster at over level 30 is no easy target, even for the 3 of us combined. And it also possesses the ability to vanish into the void. The left patrol messenger of Blackstone City, a 3rd-tier powerhouse at level 128, Luo Xinyan, spoke up. The right patrol envoy, Wang Qiuyue, a 134th level 3rd transformation grand mage, also looked at the city lord Lei Hong and said, "Make a decision quickly. Otherwise, we'll have no choice left." Lei Hong glanced at the professionals outside scrambling to flee into the city side and said, "We can't provoke it. Send for reinforcements immediately. We have no chance of defeating it. Hurry up and send for reinforcements. We need a 4th or even 5th tier powerhouse to handle this. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, Blackstone City will be destroyed by our hands." After making his decision, Lei Hong immediately returned to report the situation, leaving 2 patrol messengers to lead the troops in continuing to defend the city walls. The number of monsters in the Mist Forest was truly overwhelming. Although they could only absorb 80% of the experience points, the level of the Taotie rose rapidly. By the time it had completely devoured all the monsters in the Mist Forest, its level had surged to 36. Looking at this level, Lu Zhang was not very satisfied and immediately took it to the nearby slightly weaker dungeon, the Mad Marsh. Here, the monsters were mostly between levels 30 and 40. Though not as numerous as in the Mist Forest, they still provided a decent source of experience points. The Black Storm appeared again, devouring all the monsters in the Madness Swamp. At this point, the level of the gluttonous monster had just reached 38. Lu Zhang glanced at the glutton's basic attributes and felt it was still lacking. He decided to give it a try, just to see how powerful the Dark Dragon was and how much of a gap there was. If it was too much, he could always put away the pet and run away. The next moment, they arrived inside the Roof Ridge Mountain dungeon. Sure enough, the monsters here were of very high quality, with even the weakest being Dragon Blood elite monsters of level 50 or above, and there were no ordinary monsters at all. The gluttonous beast descended, its body swelling to 36 meters in length. With a single wide-open mouth, even the Dragon Blood elite monsters were torn apart and sucked into its maw. These high-quality monsters once again caused the gluttonous beast's level to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, it broke through level 40. Moments later, all the wild monsters in the House Ridge Mountain were devoured, and the Taotie's level soared to 44. Just as Lu Zhang outside the mountain was contemplating how to start the quest, the entire Ridge Mountain suddenly trembled violently. In an instant, the mountain split open, revealing a massive hole. Immediately afterward, a dragon's roar echoed through the air. Western dragons and Eastern dragons are different. Western dragons roar, while Eastern dragons sing. There was no doubt about it, a Western giant dragon had awakened within. After the mountain split open, demonic energy spread out, and a massive black dragon claw emerged from the hole. Then a huge dragon head appeared, and suddenly, it transformed into a black beam of light, soaring into the sky. A dark dragon with a wingspan of 50 meters appeared above the ridge of the mountain. Lu Zhang quickly activated his true vision to look, expecting he might not see anything, but to his surprise, all the information was clearly revealed. Monster, Vix. Species, Dark Magic Dragon. Quality, Overlord Class. Level, LV.200 severely wounded. Level, LV.60 true. Health, 2,002,000,000 Magic, 80,000. Strength, 12,500. Agility, 11,000. Spirit, 13,200. Constitution, 14,000. Skills, Dark Rage, Dragon Breath, Black Flame Meteor, Demon Spirit Shield, Fire Rain Demon Flame. Ah, so that's how it is. Lu Zhang suddenly understood. This demon dragon, in its severely injured state, only had the strength of a level 60 creature, which is why he could see its attribute values. Judging by these attributes alone, it seemed like he wasn't completely without a chance of winning. After all, a level 44 Taotie wasn't exactly weak. Summoned Beast, Unnamed. Race, Taotie. Quality, 5-star Legendary Divine Pet. Level, LV.440.1%. Health, 440,000. Magic Power, 40,000. Strength, 4,800. Agility, 3,600. Spirit, 2500. Constitution, 6000. Skills, Black Hole Devour, Divine Form of the Heavens, Dark God Claws, Brutal Mist, Fierce God's Might passive, Magic Power Annihilation passive. At first glance, the basic attributes show that the Taotie is completely outclassed, but in reality, it has already gained the upper hand. Under the passive effect of the skill Fierce God's Might, the Dark Dragon Vix, who is only level 60, has its mental defense reduced by 50% and its movement speed reduced by 50%. Moreover, the Dark Dragon's skill attacks are clearly magical attacks, and the vast majority of these attacks will be directly nullified by the Taotie's other passive skill, Magic Annihilation, not only failing to deal damage but also restoring mana to the Taotie. Excluding spell damage, it comes down to melee combat. Although the Taotie is outclassed in all attributes by the Dark Dragon Vix, it possesses a skill that makes it unmatched in melee combat, Form of the Heavens and Earth. Facing the terrifying Dark Dragon, the Taotie showed no fear, instead revealing a greedy gaze, as if looking at a delicious feast. This gaze caused the Dark Dragon Vix to unleash another furious roar, immediately releasing Dark Rage. A fierce black beam shot out from the ground, resembling a pillar reaching the heavens, seemingly intent on piercing and sending the Taotie flying. Skill, Dark Rage. Effect, summons the dark energy from beneath the ground, transforming it into a shockwave that strikes from below, causing continuous damage. Each impact deals a minimum of 10,000 points of damage, with an additional 5,000 points of damage per second. To put it bluntly, this skill is an extremely lethal move for others. It breaks through defenses with its impact and deals continuous damage. A single use could potentially one-shot an opponent. However, under the passive effect of Mana Annihilation, this skill becomes a continuous mana regeneration ability for the Taotie. Not only does it not deal any damage, but within the black light, the gluttonous beast becomes even more vibrant and lively. But that last blow really angered it. Release the Dharma form of heaven and earth. All attributes boosted, doubled, then doubled again. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, titled Dragon Slayer, Dungeon permanently disappeared. Please keep reading. The Taotie's Dharma Realm skill had never been fully activated before, as once activated, it consumed an enormous amount of mana per second. However, facing such a dark dragon, the Taotie was truly enraged. In its eyes, everything except its master was nothing but food. How dare a piece of food dare to provoke it like this? How dare it dare to make such a noise? Immediately, it fully activated the Dharma Realm skill for the first time, its body swelling again, growing from its original 36-meter shoulder height to 66 meters, with all attributes doubling once more, reaching 8 times its previous level. Species, Taotie. Quality, 5-star Legendary Divine Pet. Level, LV.440.1%. Health, 3,520,000 3,520,000. Magic Power, 38,000 40,000. Strength, 38,400. Agility, 28,800. Spirit, 20,000. Constitution, 48,000. In addition to the continuous consumption of magic power, the health points surged from 440,000 to 3,520,000. The strength stat, which had previously been crushed by the Dark Dragon's 12,500 strength points, skyrocketed to 38,400, more than 3 times its original value. The colossal Taotie unleashed its devouring black hole, which, though unable to tear Vixes apart solely by gravity, pulled it directly toward itself. In the next instant, the Taotie pounced on Vixes, biting into its wing. With a loud, agonizing scream, one of its wings was torn off violently. Then, it was swallowed whole into the Taotie's stomach. The Dark Dragon Vixes struggled desperately. It was once a 200-level monster. It released a magic spirit shield, forming a dark red shield on its skin's surface. However, the gluttonous monster bit down, and under its overwhelming strength, the shield shattered. Roar! The Dark Dragon let out a pitiful cry. Even so, the lower-level monsters in the dungeon trembled in fear upon hearing the sound, their combat power severely weakened. If someone were to come here to level up now, they could easily take advantage of the situation. Vixen refused to be devoured so easily. It breathed fire, engulfing the Taotie in flames, but the flames caused no harm. Given the ogre's current physical condition, even without the passive effect of magic annihilation, the dragon's breath wouldn't have caused much damage. It was merely a futile resistance. But Vixen refused to give up. It disregarded everything and released another skill. Black Flame Meteor. In the distance, a massive black meteorite formed, engulfed in black flames, plummeting toward the ground at an incredible speed. The meteorite was over 100 meters in diameter. At such a high speed, it would not only obliterate the gluttonous beast and the dark dragon but likely destroy the entire dungeon, triggering a massive earthquake that would reduce the nearby Blackstone city to rubble. Vix was clearly intent on taking the Taotie with him, even if it meant mutual destruction. Seeing this, everyone on the city walls panicked. In fact, ever since the ridge of the mountain split open and the Dark Dragon appeared, the entire Blackstone city had been shrouded in an atmosphere of despair. A 200th level dominant monster, the Dark Dragon, at the peak of its 4th transformation. Unless a 5th transformation Grand Mage of the highest caliber arrives, once it charges the city, Blackstone City will be reduced to ruins in an instant. Upon seeing this creature appear, the 134th level 3rd transformation Grand Mage Wang Choyue was so terrified that he immediately flew toward the city lord's mansion to seek reinforcements. 4th transformation experts were no longer capable of resolving the crisis, and an even greater threat had emerged. A 5th transformation expert must arrive without delay. Meanwhile, on the city walls, the left patrol messenger Luo Zhenyang watched as the disaster-level monster's aura multiplied several times and its size swelled to several times its original size as it charged toward the dark dragon. When the two monsters began fighting, he actually breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of who would emerge victorious between these two dungeon monsters, at least they could buy some time and reduce the threat of one monster. But everything happened too quickly. He had assumed the two monsters would be evenly matched, fighting to the death and leaving both severely weakened. Yet the 200-level Dark Dragon was being overwhelmed by the 44-level Catastrophe-level monster. Luo Zhenyang hoped the Dark Dragon would fight back and that its skills would prove effective. But he never expected that this creature would attempt to destroy everything. Indeed, it was a dragon. The massive meteorite, once it hit the ground, would likely cause a massive earthquake in Blackstone City. He immediately flew into the city and shouted for everyone to stay away from buildings, activate their shields, and not only avoid being crushed by collapsing buildings but also avoid being injured or even killed by the powerful shockwaves. Just then, the Taotia bit off Victor's head, killing the Dark Dragon. The massive amount of experience points caused the Taotia to level up directly to level 50, a 6-level jump. As the meteorite was about to strike the Taotia, a massive black hole suddenly appeared above its head, nearly 200 meters in diameter, swallowing the meteorite whole. As a divine beast, why didn't the Taotia have any active defensive skills? That's because the black hole devour skill surpasses all defensive capabilities. As long as the attack doesn't exceed its devouring limit, all energy-based attacks can be almost completely devoured and absorbed by it. At the same time, a prompt appeared on Lu Zhang's interface. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the LV.200 dominant tier boss, Dark Dragon Vix. Completed the job change quest, defeat the fallen Dark Dragon. Ding! You have successfully completed the class change. You have been promoted to Intermediate Summoner. Your unique exclusive skill, Summoning Technique, has been upgraded to Intermediate Summoning Technique. Ding! A large amount of experience points have been detected and fully absorbed. Your level has increased. Current level, LV.47. All attributes have been enhanced. Ding! You have successfully defeated the Dark Dragon and obtained the title Dragon Slayer. Note, due to the defeat of the unique hidden LV.200 Overlord tier boss, Dark Dragon Vix, the dungeon roof mountain will permanently disappear in 1 hour. Everyone, does anyone understand this? I just completed my first class change and jumped straight from level 30 to level 47 in one go. Is this the hassle of leveling up? After the Dark Dragon was defeated, it dropped a lot of items. Lu Zhang quickly picked them up. Then he noticed the cave where Vix had appeared and had the Taotia devour Vix's corpse while he entered the cave himself. Seeing a golden treasure chest inside, Lu Zhang smiled, quickly opened it, and took out the items inside. Without time to check what was inside, he hurriedly fled. This time, he caused such a commotion that the Wujishan dungeon was completely destroyed. Although he had no choice, if they came looking for him to settle the score, he wouldn't be able to deny it. After all, he was the one who destroyed it. Better not provoke them time to get out of here. He directly used the return scroll, which connected to Liang City. Upon activation, a beam of light enveloped him, and within seconds, the light faded, and he appeared in the return square of Liang City. The square was patrolled by guards to prevent anyone from ambushing others who had just returned and hadn't regained their vision yet. However, you have to pay for the service. After paying a silver coin, he left the square. Lu Zhang returned directly to his home to sleep soundly. Today had been too thrilling, he needed a good rest. From now on, he could just relax. At level 47, getting into any university would be a piece of cake. However, since the gluttonous beast couldn't be seen by others, it was a bit unfair that his summoner was of a higher rank than the three-tailed spirit fox, a main summoned beast. Who was supposed to be protecting whom? He'd have to urge these summoned beasts to level up tomorrow. On the other side, in Blackstone City, everyone on the city walls stared at the flattened rooftops of the copy of the mountain range, frozen in shock. Chapter 18, A Legendary Summoner's Summoned Beast? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's gone. It's really gone. This world isn't without instances of dungeons disappearing. Some time-limited dungeons vanish after a set period. But a dungeon like the Roof Ridge Mountain Dungeon, which has become integrated into the world itself, disappearing is extremely rare. Even if the dungeon boss is killed, it would simply respawn and everything would start over. How could the entire dungeon just vanish? The Roof Ridge Mountain Dungeon is indeed special. Its existence is tied to the Dark Dragon Vix, a unique entity whose magical energy caused the Roof Ridge Mountain to be overrun with dragon-blooded monsters. With Vix dead, those monsters can no longer respawn. The entire dungeon disappears along with it. While Luo Zhenyang and the others were still stunned by the dungeon's disappearance, a flash of light appeared at the teleportation array within the city. The next moment, two figures emerged from the array and immediately flew to the city walls. Luo Xinyan recognized one of them and immediately approached with respect. Master. This man had a kind face and a towering build, standing there like a great sword, exuding a sharp and piercing aura. He was Luo Xinyan's teacher, the 5-transformation greatsword master Pei Yin from the Holy War Academy. Pei Yin nodded at him and asked sternly, "What's the current situation? Where are the Dark Dragon and the Cataclysm-level monster?" Luo Xinyan pointed to a barren wasteland in the distance and said, "The Dark Dragon was killed by the Cataclysm-level monster. We then received a notification that since the only hidden boss had been defeated, the Roof Ridge Mountain dungeon would disappear in an hour. Just now, the dungeon vanished and the Cataclysm-level monster had already disappeared before that." Pei Yin sighed. The 5th-rank Grand Mage Bao Renjie, who was holding a magic staff, frowned and said, "So, that Cataclysm-level monster didn't disappear along with the dungeon. Instead, it once again used its so-called void stealth technique. This is troublesome. It could reappear at any moment." Pei Yin sighed. Luo Xinyan suddenly spoke up. "Master, I noticed that this so-called disaster-level monster hasn't harmed any humans. Including the Wujishan dungeon, it has swept through 3 dungeons here, but none of the people inside were injured. Master, is there a possibility that this monster is actually a summoner's summoned beast, controlled by humans, which is why it doesn't harm human levelers?" Before Pei Yin could respond, the Grand Mage Bao Renjie immediately dismissed the idea. Absolutely impossible. Such a disaster-level monster falls into the category of legendary divine pets. In the entire Great Xia Alliance, there is only one divine-level summoner, and that divine pet was obtained after that summoner ascended to the legendary summoner profession. If there were such a legendary-level practitioner, we should already know about it. Pei Yin nodded in agreement and said, "According to the intelligence you provided, this monster was first discovered at only around level 10. If it were a summoner, that would mean they were already a legendary summoner at level 10. A legendary tier professional would definitely be known. This is indeed unlikely to be a summoned beast. Don't harbor any false hopes. We'll stay here for 2 days and see if anything else unusual happens." Hearing his teacher say this, Luo Xinyan dismissed the bold thought from his mind. It must have been his imagination. If a legendary summoner had appeared, he would have known about it. The news of the disappearance of the Roof Ridge Mountain dungeon and the battle between the Dark Dragon and the catastrophe-level monster quickly spread throughout Liang City. Upon receiving this news, City Lord Fan Qingli was shocked but also sighed in relief. He looked at Mu Nanshan and smiled. Judging from this, the monster is continuously heading to higher-level dungeons to devour monsters. It's highly unlikely it will return to Liang City. At the very least, we're safe here. Mu Nanshan, however, wore a look of concern on his face. This monster can already kill a 200-level Dark Dragon at only 40 levels. With such power and growth rate, once it reaches over 200 levels, wouldn't it be able to destroy the main city directly? Don't dwell on it. This matter has been reported, and stronger beings will naturally take notice. It's not something we can change. Even if it appears now, neither of us would stand a chance. Sun Jiogong spoke reassuringly. Fan Qingli also smiled and said, "Yes, the most important thing now is to urge the students to level up and prepare for the national vocational exam in a month. By the way, I heard from Old Sun that you found a very promising assassin, already at level 27. This is a treasure. Nanshan, you must ask your old man to pay more attention to him and take good care of him. Don't let him go into such dangerous places alone." Upon hearing Fan Qingli mention this, Mu Nanshan frowned and said, "I asked my father and my daughter, and there isn't a single rare tier assassin among this batch of students, not even an elite tier 1. He must have obtained the hidden class transformation skill book through his own luck. If we don't conduct a thorough search, we'll probably have to wait until the exam to find him." "Oh? A hidden profession, self-transferred? That makes him a dark horse for our city. Not bad. Let's look forward to the National Professional Exam Day then." "Ha ha." After Fan Qingli finished speaking, Sun Jiogong interjected. "This kid has a connection with me. I've never asked his name, yet we've already met 3 times. Next time I see him, I'll find out his information and protect him as he grows. He has high talent and good luck, maybe he can even help me level up in the future." Upon hearing this, Fan Qingli and Mu Nanshan both gave Sun Jiogong a thumbs up. "It's all thanks to you." Lu Zhang had no idea he was already on someone's radar. He woke up the next day, didn't he draw any cards, and didn't he even go out to level up. Instead, he began to sort through his loot. First, he looked at the items dropped from Vix. Item, Dragon Horn 4 effect, contains Dragon Might, Darkness Power, and Flame Power. Used as material for crafting equipment. Dragon horns come in pairs, but what dropped was a material, not a complete horn. Item, Dragon Scale 30 effect, contains Dragon Might, Darkness Power, and Flame Power. Used as material for crafting equipment. The scales are very large, each about the size of a basin. They are best used for crafting armor, only a few pieces are needed to make a full set. Item, Dragon Bone 10 effect, contains Dragon Might, Dark Power, and Flame Power, used as material for crafting equipment. A piece of dragon bone is about half a meter long. It should be an excellent material for crafting wands, and its value is undoubtedly high. Lu Zhang has been planning to forge a dagger combining the dark power gemstone obtained last time with dragon horns, which should be quite impressive. However, he suspects there may not be a blacksmith in the entire city of Liyan capable of crafting equipment of this caliber. Set it aside for now and check the dragon's treasure chest for any valuable items. Upon seeing the first item, Lu Zhang nearly shouted out in excitement. Equipment dropped. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 19, Counting the Loot. Purple Radiance Divine Armor. Dragon Friendship Medal. In this world, the vast majority of equipment is crafted by blacksmiths. Obtaining equipment from dungeons is extremely rare, and such items are invariably incredibly powerful. The equipment obtained from this dragon's treasure chest was a mask, a special non-weapon, non-armor item that often possesses unexpected effects, making Lu Zhang even more excited. He immediately used his passive skill, True Vision, to appraise it. Equipment, Dark Mask. Quality, Purple Star 1-star Unique Bind. Equipment requirements, Dark Align class at LV.60 or higher, or True Spirit value greater than 1000. Spirit plus 800. Constitution plus 200. Dark Magic Resistance plus 10,000. Skills, Mask Transformation Passive, Fusion of Darkness. Durability, Permanent. All equipment quality is divided into 4 major tiers from lowest to highest: black iron, silver, gold, and purple crystal. Each major tier is further divided into 5 sub-tiers. Equipment quality is evaluated comprehensively based on base attribute bonuses, built-in skills, and other factors. Every piece of purple crystal tier equipment is priceless. Equipment below purple crystal tier has durability. Once durability is depleted, the equipment will be destroyed and disappear. Purple crystal tier equipment has infinite durability, can be used without restrictions, and is uniquely bound to its user. It cannot be dropped, and if the user dies, the equipment will also disappear. The 2 skills it grants are also extremely powerful. Skill, Mask Transformation Passive. Effect, your true level and information cannot be detected, and your appearance will appear different to everyone. Wow, that means as long as you wear this equipment, you don't have to worry about your identity being exposed. Your level cannot be detected, your information cannot be perceived, and even your appearance becomes pixelated. Skill, Merge with Darkness. Effect, you can merge with darkness and move freely. In this state, you are immune to physical damage and darkness magic damage. All other attribute-based magic damage is reduced by 50%, except for holy type magic. Your darkness magic attack power increases by 50%. Lu Zhang already had a skill called Darkness Assault that allowed him to infiltrate darkness, but that skill continuously consumed spell points. Now, all he needed to do was put on the mask to freely hide in darkness, and the power of Darkness Assault was directly increased by 50%. Hidden Identity, Violent Ambush. So I've truly become an assassin? Glancing at his base attributes, his spirit value was 1224, just enough to equip the mask. He put it on immediately. After all, he could hide and activate it at any time. Next, Lu Zhang looked at the other items in the treasure chest. Skill Book, Dark Guardian. Effect, consumes a minimum of 500 mana to release a layer of darkness shield over the entire body, increasing base defense by 10,000. Mana consumption increases, and defense value increases. Prerequisites, Dark Align class at LV.60 or higher, or True Spirit value greater than 1000 and mana greater than 1000. This was the shield type skill Lu Zhang had been lacking all along. Now that he finally had it, he quickly clicked to learn it and cast a Dark Guardian on himself. Glancing up, he noticed a layer of black light on the surface of his skin, which did not affect any of his movements. He even discovered that this skill could be cast on a single small area, such as the eyes, but it would still consume at least 500 mana points. However, considering the 10,000 base defense bonus, this is quite reasonable. The dragon treasure chest contained 4 items: the dark mask, the skill book, a scroll, and a medal. Item, Abyss Gate Scroll. Effect, using the scroll opens an abyss gate, connecting this world to the abyss plane. The abyss gate remains open for 72 hours and allows creatures up to LV.300 to pass through. This is no small matter. If you open a gate at the city gates, it could trigger an abyss invasion. Better put it away safely to avoid using it accidentally. Item, Dragon Friendship Medal. Effect, grants Dragon's Might. All targets with a level lower than yours have their agility reduced by 50% and their spirit reduced by 50%. All dragons gain a 50% increase in goodwill toward you. This item allows entry into Dragon's Valley. Upon seeing the medal, Lu Zhang paused for a moment before realizing that Vix was a traitorous dragon who had been corrupted by darkness. Killing him and gaining the friendship of the Dragon Clan wasn't surprising. However, thinking about how he had apparently also obtained the title of Dragon Slayer, he couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Title, Dragon Slayer. Effect, Dragon's hostility toward you increases by 50%, and your damage against dragons and dragon-blooded creatures increases by an additional 5%. Strength plus 500, Constitution plus 500. So, a title plus a medal, is that just average? After checking his belongings, Lu Zheng didn't go out that day. He just relaxed and rested. The next day, he arrived at another level 3 war-ready city, Heavy Shield City. His plan for the next few days wasn't to level up. While improving his summoned beasts level was one aspect, his main focus was on making money. Kill monsters to obtain materials, sell them for gold coins, and save up a sum of money. Because he wanted to find someone to craft equipment. According to the information he had gathered, forging a 1-star silver grade equipment piece required at least 50 gold coins, while a gold grade piece cost several thousand. With the materials he had obtained, he would need to forge at least a gold grade piece. Even several thousand gold coins might not be enough. He needed at least 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins to be sufficient. Fortunately, Lu Zheng isn't fighting alone. Today is the 44th day after Awakening Day. With 440 summoning slots, he has already mastered 166 elite quality summoned beasts. Plus the few divine quality spirit pets he has in his possession, they all help him kill monsters and gather materials. All he has to do is constantly collect the materials, sell them, and return. This highly efficient work has caused his wealth to grow rapidly. On the first day alone, he earned over 3,000 gold coins, which is equivalent to the purchasing power of over 3 million yuan, a figure his parents could never earn in their entire lifetime. Lu Zheng has already given his parents over 100 gold coins, but they refuse to spend them, insisting on saving them for his future wife. His parents had worked hard all their lives, and it had become a habit. They couldn't change it overnight, and they certainly wouldn't allow him to be distracted during this critical period before the college entrance exams. Therefore, Lu Zheng didn't think about helping them anymore. He would wait until he got into university and made his parents feel at ease before helping them level up, gain strength, and accumulate wealth. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In just 10 days, Lu Zheng managed to save up a whopping 58,000 gold coins, a substantial fortune. In the frenzy of earning money, he also took the opportunity to level up the summoned beasts under his command. Except for the 5-star legendary divine pet, the Taotia, which remained at level 50, all other summoned beasts saw significant level increases. The 3-tailed spirit fox reached level 48, the cave-dwelling azure snake and the moon-howling azure wolf both reached level 46, while the phantom spirit cat and the crescent moon eagle both reached level 44. Additionally, the remaining 200 elite summoned beasts now have an average level of 40, granting Lu Zheng a massive influx of experience points and base attribute points, allowing him to reach level 48 himself. The only thing he found unsatisfying was that none of the summoned beasts drawn in recent days were of rare quality or higher. Currently, he possesses 540 summoning slots, and over 300 of the summoned beasts above the summoning slots are merely 1-star ordinary pet level cannon fodder. Today, he decided to go all out, using up all his cannon fodder in one go, and tried 300 consecutive draws to see if he could get something good. Chapter 20, Luck Explodes, 3 rare summoned beasts and 1 divine pet. Please keep reading. In the past few days, he hadn't tried 10 consecutive draws or 100 consecutive draws, but even now that he had advanced to an intermediate summoner, the probability of summoning high-quality summoned beasts had increased. However, the results were still extremely frustrating. At best, he can only summon 5-star elite quality summoned beasts, not a single rare quality one. In reality, other summoners at the intermediate level would consider it quite impressive to summon a 3-star or higher elite quality summoned beast. In some well-off families, if someone awakens as a summoner, they might use summoning scrolls repeatedly to refresh their summonings, but they stop once they got a 3-star elite quality summoned beast. If they insisted on getting a rare quality summoned beast before giving up, they probably have to empty their entire family fortune to do so. It was simply that Lu Zheng's starting summoned beast was of such high quality. His first 10 consecutive draws directly yielded a 5-star divine great spirit pet. Rare quality beasts were merely average in his eyes, and it was only natural that he looked down on elite quality beasts. Perhaps his luck had been building up over the past few days, and seeing the results before him, Lu Zheng couldn't believe his eyes. Consume 1 point of magic to successfully activate the summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining a 1-star common beast pet Fiery Rabbit 35. Consumed 1 spell point, successfully activated the summoning skill. Congratulations on obtaining a 3-star rare beast pet, 3-headed fire crane 1 triggered the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill Burning Inferno. Skill, Blazing Inferno. Effect, minimum mana cost of 100 points. Inflicts continuous fire damage to an area within a certain range, but the initial impact deals a minimum of 500 points of damage, with a minimum of 50 points of damage per second. Consumes 1 spell point to successfully activate the summoning spell. Congratulations on obtaining the 2-star rare pet Thunder Magic Tiger 1 trigger the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2, you obtain the skill Thunder Web. Skill, Thunder Web. Effect, minimum mana cost of 100 points. Creates an electric grid within a certain range, causing a paralysis effect. Each lightning strike deals a minimum of 500 points of damage, with a minimum of 50 points of damage per second. Consumes 1 spell point to successfully activate the summoning spell. Congratulations on obtaining the 2-star rare pet Thunder Magic Tiger 1 trigger the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2, you obtain the skill Thunder Web. Skill, Thunder Web. Effect: minimum mana cost of 100 points. Creates an electric grid within a certain range, causing a paralysis effect. Each lightning strike deals a. Consume 1 spell point to successfully activate the summoning skill. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star rare pet Xianbing Turtle 1. Trigger the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill Xianbing Ling Wang. Skill Xianbing Ling Wang. Effect: minimum mana cost of 100 points. Cast on a single or group target to apply a freezing effect, dealing 500 points of freezing damage per hit and a minimum of 50 points of damage per second. 3 summon beasts of rare quality, each possessing the attributes of fire, thunder, and ice, and each granting Lu Zheng a corresponding spell skill, instantly transforming him from an ordinary summoner into a mage specializing in 3 spell systems. However, these 3 rare summoned beasts are not the greatest gain of this expedition. Consume 1 spell point to successfully activate the summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 4-star legendary divine pet 9-headed phoenix 1. Summon beast unnamed. Species: 9-headed phoenix. Quality: 4-star legendary divine pet. Level: LV.10%. Health: 8000. Magic power: 1000. Strength: 100. Agility: 150. Spirit: 200. Constitution: 180. Skills: Shadow Fireline, 1000 Bird Transformation, Death Scythe, Immortal Fire Sea, 9-headed Immortal Body passive, Nirvana Rebirth passive. Trigger the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You gain the skill Nirvana Rebirth passive. Skill Nirvana Rebirth passive. Effect: upon death, you immediately resurrect within the underworld flames. After resurrection, all attributes are doubled for 1 hour. If you die again during this time, it is a true death. After 1 hour, your level drops to 1, all attribute bonuses from level ups are stripped, passive effects are restored, and the ability can be triggered again. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. No wonder it's a divine pet. Rebirth, a second life, and all attributes doubled after rebirth. This is an ultimate move to turn the tide of battle. Although your level drops to level 1 after rebirth, this is nothing compared to having an extra life. Moreover, this skill can theoretically be refreshed again after 1 hour, making it an absolute life-saving technique. Originally, he was already very strong, not only transforming into a dark assassin but also gaining the abilities of a 3-element mage. Now he can even reincarnate. How are others supposed to compete? However, he was truly thrilled. After 10 days without any sales, he suddenly sold 3 rare beast pets and a divine pet today. All the frustration from the past few days vanished, and Lu Zheng felt incredibly relieved. He had planned to quickly level up the divine pet, but upon noticing the late hour, he hurried home, otherwise his mother would be furious. As usual, he left the beast pets below the divine grade to work for him at night to earn experience points, then used the teleportation scroll to quickly return home. The next morning, Lu Zheng had planned to find someone to craft his equipment. He had saved up 10 days worth of gold coins specifically for this purpose. However, as soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by an unexpected person at the entrance. Class monitor, what are you doing here? Standing at the door was Mu Yunlan. She had actually been there for several minutes, but hadn't knocked, seemingly not ready to talk to Lu Zheng. Just then, Lu Zheng suddenly pushed the door open, startling her. He quickly composed himself and said, I was looking for you. I just arrived, and you happened to come out, so I didn't have to knock. What's the matter? Let us talk inside. Lu Zheng asked. Go inside? That means meeting the parents, doesn't it? Mu Yunlan had been hesitating whether to knock on the door, precisely because she had considered this possibility. Now that Lu Zheng had mentioned it, it felt like her thoughts had been exposed, and her face flushed red in an instant. A mix of shame and annoyance welled up inside him. No need. Come with me. We'll talk as we walk. Saying this, she stepped out first, as if afraid that Lu Zheng's parents might come out. Lu Zheng was confused but didn't refuse. After all, he was about to leave anyway. After closing the door, he quickly followed Mu Yunlan's footsteps. Once they had walked out of the residential area, Mu Yunlan finally calmed down and spoke. Here's the thing. Outside Bingneo City, next to Liang City, there is a dungeon called the Trial Tower. This dungeon is unique. It generates different difficulty levels based on the player's level, with a maximum of 60. Upon clearing it, you receive a trial treasure chest and a title. Each person can only enter twice, once before level 30 and once before level 60. You should know what the title means. It not only grants permanent effects but also provides bonus points during the National Professional Exam. I'm here to invite you to join me in the dungeon trial. Lu Zheng heard this and his face fell. Great, there's only one chance before level 30, and I've already wasted one treasure chest. I've opened 2 treasure chests so far, and each one contained huge rewards. Thinking about losing one of them, I can't help but feel upset. Mu Yunlan, seeing the expression on his face, mistakenly thought he lacked confidence in clearing the dungeon. She immediately clenched her teeth and said, the Trial Tower has a multiplayer mode, where the difficulty level is determined by the highest level among the players. I can take you through it. Lu Zhang looked up at Mu Yunlan, whose level was displayed as LV.27, and said with a mocking smile, "You can take me through it?" Mu Yunlan thought Lu Zhan was too proud to accept such a generous offer, so he quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I just don't want you to be surpassed by me during the college entrance exams because you don't have a title. We should compete fairly." As she spoke, she suddenly noticed something and asked in confusion, "Why can't I see your level?" Please continue reading end of this chapter. Chapter 21, The 9-Layer Demon Tower Trial. You chose the Inferno difficulty. Why can't you see my level? Lu Zhang found this amusing. You're just a lowly LV.27 trash, how dare you look down on me, a 3-element mage, dark assassin, hexagonal warrior, and ordinary LV.48 divine pet summoner. As a former rival, Lu Zhang still feared hurting this female classmate's feelings. After all, she had come to inform him about the trial tower, which was a favor. How could he mock her in return? Immediately, he equipped the dark mask and smiled, saying, "This is equipment I obtained by chance. It can hide my level. Let's hurry to the trial tower. I love opening treasure chests." Is there such equipment? Mu Yunlan glanced at Lu Zhang's mask but didn't say much. The two then headed to Icebird City together. Icebird City was very close to Liyang City. They didn't even use the teleportation array. Instead, they simply took a carriage there. Within this protected zone safeguarded by the main city, there were no roaming monsters, and all the monsters were confined to the dungeons, so travel was safe. Half an hour later, they arrived outside the trial tower dungeon in Icebird City. Just a few steps in, Lu Zhang suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Ha! It's you! Are you here to participate in the dungeon trial as well?" Turning to look, he saw a woman riding a griffin gazing down at them. It was the girl who had stolen his monster and killed it in the Black Pine Forest that day. Mu Yunlan noticed Dongfang Niao Niao and immediately felt a surge of hostility, blurting out, "Who is she?" Lu Zhang casually replied, "Just a boring person I met once." Hearing that the two had only met once, and judging from Lu Zhang's tone that he didn't care much about her, Mu Yunlan felt a bit relieved. He looked at Dongfang Niao Niao and said, "Let's join the trial together." Dongfang Niao Niao saw that Lu Zhang wasn't paying attention to her, and since she was a girl, she spoke up, as if not wanting the two of them to talk. She suddenly felt the urge to engage in a petty rivalry. Noticing Mu Yunlan's level, she smiled and said, "Level 27, only one level below me. That's quite impressive. But with him by your side, you might not make it through. Be careful not to endanger your own life. Back then, if I hadn't intervened, he would have died in the Black Pine Forest." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang rolled his eyes. "Wait, that day you stole my monster, I didn't hold it against you. Why are you still causing trouble today?" "Sigh, never mind. Class monitor, let's hurry up and join the trial. I have other things to do today and don't want to waste time." Saying this, Lu Zhang grabbed Mu Yunlan's wrist and headed toward the trial tower. The latter had wanted to retort to Dongfang Nian Nian, but after being grabbed by Lu Zhang, his face turned bright red and he couldn't say a word, just standing there dumbfounded as he was dragged into the trial tower. Watching the two of them walk inside, Dongfang Niao clenched her teeth and said, "How dare you? I was the one who saved you, yet you dare to accuse me of stealing your monster. When you come out, I'll beat you senseless to vent my anger." Fu Bo, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke up to remind her. "Miss, that young man just now was a bit strange. I can't gauge his true strength. The mask on his face isn't ordinary equipment. He might have had some extraordinary experiences recently. Don't act impulsively. Oomph. I'm the granddaughter of the Icebird City Lord. How dare he slander me? No matter what, Fu Bo, before I come out, you must not let him leave." Dongfang Niao said this and directly entered the trial tower. Lu Zhang pulled Mu Yunlan's arm and entered the trial tower. The two appeared in a white space, where a panel suddenly appeared before their eyes. "You have entered the dungeon 9-layered demon tower. After completing the trial, you will receive rewards. The 9-layered trial consists of 9 layers. After completing each layer, you may choose to return. Basic attribute check complete. Detected as dual trial mode. You may select the difficulty level for the trial. Difficult, 1 5 stars dangerous, 1 5 stars abyssal. According to Mu Yunlan's understanding, the difficulty levels of the trial tower are divided into 6 tiers, easy, normal, elite, difficult, dangerous, and abyss. The first 5 tiers are further divided into 1 to 5 stars, while the abyss difficulty has not been cleared by more than 10 people to date. For trial participants below level 30, the difficulty levels typically offered are easy, normal, and elite. However, not only have the difficult, dangerous, and abyss difficulty levels, which previously only appeared for players above level 30, been introduced, but a new Inferno tier has also emerged. This suddenly snapped Mu Yunlan out of his daze, which had been caused by Lu Zhang grabbing his wrist. How could this happen? If it's elite difficulty, I still have a chance to lead you through, but even soloing the difficult level is challenging, it's too dangerous. Mu Yunlan accidentally blurted out her thoughts, only to witness an even more terrifying scene. Lu Zhang had directly selected the Inferno difficulty. The next moment, the two were teleported away. When they regained their vision, a prompt sounded in their ears. Notice, you have activated the Inferno difficulty of the 9-layered Demon Tower trial, first layer. The protective barrier will disappear in 30 seconds. Eliminate all targets to pass this layer. Countdown, 29, 28, 27. The two were protected by a semi-transparent light barrier, and through the barrier, they could see a black leopard over 6 meters tall staring intently at them from 10 meters away. LV.52, Demon Shadow Leopard. Monster levels are not like player levels regardless of their level, they can be seen unless intentionally concealed. Mu Yunlan scanned the area and her face turned deathly pale, for she saw that there were a full 10 of the same level 52 Panther demons. This was the Inferno difficulty level. For those below level 60 participating in the trial, the first layer alone required facing 10 monsters of level 50 or higher simultaneously. She stepped in front of Lu Zhang and said tremblingly, "You're a summoner. Hide behind me and have your summoned beasts protect the rear. As long as we survive this trial, we can escape." She hadn't even completed her first transformation yet, and at only level 27, she was facing 10 monsters whose levels were nearly twice her own. She had absolutely no chance of winning. These words were meant to reassure Lu Zhang and also to calm her own fear. As soon as she finished speaking, the countdown ended. The next moment, she was about to charge forward, only to find herself being held tightly by Lu Zhang's arms. His strength was so great that she couldn't break free for a moment. "Class monitor, don't act impulsively. Let my summoned beast go first." Just then, the Shadow Panther demon pounced forward, but Lu Zhang used his skill Moonstep, wrapping his arms around Mu Yunlan's waist, and quickly rose into the air. Immediately after, he summoned the Crescent Moon Eagle, and the two of them stood on its back. A gentleman does not stand under a crumbling wall. These creatures clearly couldn't fly once they were in the air, they wouldn't be injured at least. In the next moment, the 46th level Dongyu Sangshet and Xiaoye Sanglong were summoned together. Their levels were no match for the Shadow Panther demons, but these Shadow Panther demons were merely ordinary quality monsters. From their size alone, it was clear that the two summoned beasts had immediately suppressed the 10 Shadow Panther demons upon their appearance. The Dongyu Sangxing snake now measured a terrifying 38 meters in length, with its lower body coiled up, its head directly below the crescent-shaped carving. Its pair of dark red eyes seemed to connect to the underworld. The Xiaoyu Sanglong, with its silver-white fur resembling silver armor, stood over 13 meters tall at the shoulders. It was not only majestic and imposing but also incredibly handsome. Mu Yunlan stared at the two terrifying beasts before him and asked in astonishment, These are all your summoned beasts?" Chapter 22, Hold on tight, I'll take you flying. Clear the stage. Inferno difficulty dungeon. In Mu Yunlan's understanding, an ordinary summoner, before reaching the first transformation, could at most have one elite quality summoned beast. Even with exceptional luck, a rare quality summoned beast would be the limit. Yet the two colossal beasts before him, in every aspect, did not resemble ordinary summoned beasts. This aura was incredibly powerful, exuding a soul-crushing pressure. So much so that the 10 demonic panthers that had just charged toward them stopped in their tracks approach. But while they stopped, Lu Zhang did not order the two summoned beasts to halt. The double-headed black snake released two blood-red beams from its eyes, striking one of the demon shadow leopards. The creature couldn't dodge in time and collapsed without even uttering a scream. This was the Dongyu Sangsha skill, Blood Dark Divine Light. Skill, Blood Dark Divine Light. Effect, consumes a minimum of 500 mana. Releases a beam of Blood Dark Divine Light. If hit by the beam, targets with no mental defense and mental stats below 1500 suffer mental collapse and are deemed dead. In non-fatal cases, deals 1500 mental damage and an additional 100 mental damage per second for 5 seconds. This skill is extremely powerful. In simple terms, if you lack mental defense skills and your mental strength is below 2000 points, you will die instantly. If it's below 1500 points, you'll be killed on the spot. The 52nd level Shadow Panther demon before him only has 750 points of mental strength, making it unable to withstand this skill's attack. Meanwhile, the Howling Moon Grey Wolf also launched an attack, releasing a standard skill, Shattering Claws. Suddenly, a massive silver white claw formed in mid-air, attaching itself to the Howling Moon Grey Wolf's right front claw. As it descended, it tore the demon Shadow Panther demon into 7 or 8 pieces. Skill, Sky-Splitting Claw. Effect, minimum mana cost of 200 points. Releases a crackling claw, dealing a minimum of 4000 physical damage. Each point of strength increases physical damage by 10 points. The Howling Moon Grey Wolf is a melee-focused summoned beast. At level 46, it possesses 2850 strength points. Under the skill, the converted damage plus base skill damage amounts to a staggering 32,500 damage points. The Demon Shadow Leopard demon's health was only 13,500 points, so being eliminated with a single claw strike was entirely reasonable. Under the relentless attacks of the two divine grade spirit pets, it took less than half a minute for the 10 demon shadow panthers to be completely wiped out. Lu Zhang and Mu Yunlan saw a panel prompt appear before their eyes. Notice, you have cleared the first layer of the Inferno difficulty in the 9-layered Demon Tower trial. Please select whether to end this trial. If no selection is made, the second layer will begin in 30 seconds. Countdown, 29, 28, 27. Mu Yunlan hadn't even regained her composure when she noticed that Lu Zhang had once again chosen to begin the trial. Immediately afterward, the two of them appeared in the second layer. Seeing the new monsters appearing outside the barrier, Mu Yunlan finally calmed down and looked at Lu Zhang with a complex expression, asking, "So you're confident you can lead me through the Inferno difficulty trial, right?" Lu Zhang simply wrapped his arms around Mu Yunlan's waist again and laughed. "Hold on tight, I'll take you flying." Mu Yunlan could clearly feel Lu Zhang's hands on her waist, sensing the strength and security emanating from his arms. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and just as she was about to speak, the barrier vanished, and the two of them soared into the air. 10 monsters charged toward them from outside. The second layer of the Inferno level trial, defeat 10 LV.54 level magic scale poisonous pythons, still ordinary quality monsters. Without a doubt, the battle ended in half a minute. The third layer, 10 level 56 demon-eyed thunder eagles. These were flying monsters, but it didn't matter. The cave-dwelling azure snake had the sky-piercing wings skill, and the moon-howling azure wolf had the moon-stepping skill, both capable of flight. They swept through them effortlessly. Moreover, after this battle, killing 30 monsters above level 50 in a row has raised the levels of the Donyut Sanchet and Xiaoyet Sanglong to 47, further boosting their combat power, and their mana has been fully restored. The fourth layer consists of 10 LV.58 level magic tooth steel boars, and the fifth layer consists of 10 LV.60 level 4 armed magic apes. So far, all the monsters in the first 5 layers are still of ordinary quality. Even the level 64 armed demon apes are merely high-tier ordinary monsters. The sixth layer still contains 10 ordinary quality level 64 armed demon apes, but alongside them is a single low-tier boss quality level 66 armed demon ape. The difference between 6 armed demon apes and 4 armed demon apes is not merely 2 extra arms. In terms of size, while 4 armed demon apes of the same level are only 10 meters tall, 6 armed demon apes reach 12 meters in height. These monsters can form magic explosion fireballs with their palms, and with 2 extra arms, their attack frequency doubles, and their destructive power breaks through a previous limit. There is no doubt that, despite being the same level, the 6-armed demon ape is a full tier stronger than the 4-armed demon ape in combat power. Of course, the outcome remains the same. After all, even a level 66 armed demon ape only has a mental strength of 1,200 points, which is utterly unable to withstand a single strike of the blood-in divine light. Sweeping them aside, once again. On the 7th layer, 10 level 66 armed demon apes were once again annihilated by the howling moon grey wolf and the caving grey snake. Divine grade spirit pets correspond to wild monsters of at least the king tier level. Even if these boss level monsters are over 10 levels lower, they are no match for these 2 divine grade spirit pets. They are merely grasshoppers trying to stop a cart. 8th layer, 10 level 66 armed demon apes and 1 level 68 armed demon ape. The 8 armed demon ape stands at an imposing 20 meters tall, clearly a lord tier monster. Lord tier monsters are already extremely powerful, and at level 60, they pose an absolute threat to any non-second transformation. Level 60 or below adventurer is a situation where survival is only possible through desperate combat. The 60-level Dark Dragon Vix that Lu Zhang had killed earlier was only of Overlord tier quality, just 1 tier higher than the 8-armed demon apes. However, it was still instantly killed. Lu Zhang is no longer the same as he was when he fought Vix. Although the 8-armed demon ape possesses a staggering 1,600 points of mental power and the same demon spirit shield skill as the Dark Dragon Vix, it was still instantly killed when Xiaoyut Sanglong used his skilled Moon Pulse Heavenly Charge in conjunction with it. Suddenly, a silver-white light pillar struck the 8-armed demon ape, sending it flying into the air. The demon spirit shield shattered instantly, and the blood-dark divine light struck it, causing it to fall to the ground, already dead. Next, the 9th and final layer, the objective is to defeat 10 level 68 armed demon apes. Each of these level 68 armed demon apes are peak tier boss level monsters with 33,000 HP each, totaling 330,000 HP. Even if they just stand there and let you attack, it would still take a significant amount of time. However, with the combined efforts of the howling moon grey wolf and the cave-dwelling grey snake, they still didn't expend much effort. For other adventurers, this Inferno tier dungeon was cleared in less than 15 minutes. Additionally, both summoned beasts leveled up to 48 due to the massive experience gain. You have cleared the 9-story Demon Tower trial, Inferno tier, earning the title Demon Slayer and obtaining a treasure chest. Title, Demon Slayer. Effect, you can accurately identify demon-possessed targets. Against demon-possessed or demon-corrupted targets, you deal an additional 5% damage mental plus 200, constitution plus 100. In the white, empty space, Mu Yunlan stared blankly at the golden treasure chest before her. The scene from moments ago felt like a dream, leaving her still unable to believe it. We've cleared the Inferno difficulty trial. Lu Zhang exclaimed excitedly, of course. The most thrilling moment is about to come, opening the treasure chest. Coming soon, please follow and recommend this chapter. End of this chapter. Chapter 23, You Want to Stop Me? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The title for clearing the stage was shared by both of them, but there was only one treasure chest. Lu Zhang wasn't one to be polite. He walked up and opened the treasure chest, finding 3 items inside. Equipment, Demon Banner. Quality, Purple Radiance 2-star Unique Bind. Equipment requirements, players of level 60 or above with mental strength exceeding 1000. Strength plus 500. Stamina plus 500. Mana regeneration speed plus 100%. Skills, Command Demons passive, Absorb Demons. Durability, Permanent. Skill, Command Demons passive. Effect, within a radius of at least 500 meters centered on yourself, all demon-possessed targets of equal or lower level than your own cannot attack you and passively follow your commands. Skill, Absorb Demons. Effect, controlled demons can be absorbed into the demon banner and sealed away. The number of demons that can be absorbed is limited by your mental strength. What a treasure! With this item, you can directly control a large group of demons and no longer worry about being overwhelmed by a demon horde. Additionally, it increases mana regeneration speed, which is the best ability for someone like him who constantly consumes mana to refresh summoned beasts. This single item is already a worthwhile acquisition. Let's take a look at the next one. Skill Book, Demon Suppressing Sword Chi. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 mana to summon a demon suppressing sword chi, dealing 500 base physical damage and 500 magical damage. Mana consumption and magical damage are increased. Against demon-possessed targets, deals an additional 100% magical damage. Prerequisites, sword cultivators of level 30 or above. Clearly, Lu Zheng couldn't learn this skill, it was too specific, only available to sword cultivators. Lu Zheng estimated that the formation of this treasure chest item likely referenced the profession of the trialist, leading to the creation of this skill book as a reward. The last item. Item, for Armed Demon Ape Summoning Scroll. Effect, upon use, summons 100 level 64 armed demon apes to fight for you. All experience gained from kills is fully returned to the user. This item is very powerful. However, it's only a one-time use, and for Lu Zheng, who already controls a large number of summoned beasts, it's practically useless. After all, if he encounters a large-scale battle, unless he's crazy, why wouldn't he let his summoned beast kill the enemies to level up? It's obviously more cost-effective. You could sell them for money. Lu Zheng didn't hesitate to take the demon banner and summoning scroll, not even letting Mu Yunlan take a look, before picking up the skill book and handing it to Mu Yunlan. This is for you. Mu Yunlan hurriedly waved his hands and said, No, I didn't do anything. I've already received a title. Everything here belongs to you. If I couldn't learn it myself, I would have taken it already. Lu Zheng smiled and said, This is yours. First, this skill book is restricted to sword cultivators, so I can't learn it either. Second, if you hadn't told me about the trial tower, I probably wouldn't have known about this either. Mu Yunlan waved his hands again and said, Usually, the academy notifies everyone about this 10 days before the college entrance exam. You'll find out then. You can't use the skill book, so you can sell it. I didn't do anything, I already got a title for free, I can't accept anything else. Having spent 3 years together, Lu Zheng knew Mu Yunlan's proud and stubborn nature. She felt she hadn't done much to deserve it and truly didn't want to accept the gift. Lu Zheng directly shoved the skill book into her arms and smiled, Stop hesitating. I have other things to do. Consider the skill book as something I'm selling to you. Once your strength improves and you earn enough gold coins, you can pay me back. After saying that, Lu Zheng grabbed Mu Yunlan's arm and chose to exit the trial tower. The two appeared at the entrance. Mu Yunlan looked at her arm, which was still being held by Lu Zheng, snapped back to reality, quickly put the skill book away, and shyly followed him out. Her mind was filled with questions. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed someone blocking Lu Zheng's path. Sir, please wait a moment. My young mistress has something to discuss with you. She should be out shortly. Lu Zheng looked at the old man in front of him. Upon seeing the LV.47 level display above his head, he couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. I'm not interested in her. Are you trying to stop me? Fu Bo suddenly felt a sense of pressure. He couldn't believe that this feeling was coming from the young man in front of him. Please don't make this difficult for me, young master. Then we'll see if you can stop me. Before he could finish speaking, a faint blue spiritual light suddenly struck Fu Bo. In the next instant, his entire body was covered in frost, and within a single breath, he had been turned into a massive ice block. This was the skill Xianbing Lingguang obtained from one of the 3 rare summoned beasts Lu Zheng had acquired the previous day, the Xianbing turtle. This skill had powerful control effects, and Lu Zheng dared not use it at full power, fearing he might freeze Fu Bo to death. After all, the spell's damage was no joke. As long as the target couldn't break free, it would continue to deal freezing damage every second. After freezing the man, Lu Zheng summoned the Crescent Moon Eagle, pulled Mu Yunlan onto it, and flew toward Liang City. Shortly after he departed, within a dozen seconds, the ice shattered, and Fu Bo stood pale-faced in his original spot. This move had nearly cost him half his life. He quickly pulled out a life potion and downed a bottle to restore his health. However, the look of horror in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. This young man had already surpassed him, completing his first transformation. Judging by the power of this spell alone, his level was likely on par with his own. But from their encounter in the Black Pine Forest that day, this person was clearly a senior high school student. Were the young people of today this formidable? He couldn't help but look toward the direction where Lu Zhang and the others had left, feeling a chill run down his spine. If the other party had wanted to kill him, he would have been dead already, with no time to react. The casting speed was too fast, almost instantaneous, like those monsters. Where on earth did this little monster come from to be so terrifying? As he was lost in his thoughts, Dongfang Niao Niao emerged with an excited expression. Fubo, I beat the game. And I even leveled up to 29. Are those two still not out yet? I'll just wait here. When that kid comes out, I'll teach him a lesson and show him what it means to repay kindness with kindness. Just then, Fubo approached with a serious expression and said, Miss, they've already left. What? How could they leave so quickly? Oh, right, they must have failed the trial and ended it early. But didn't I tell you to stop them? Dongfang Niao Niao complained. Fubo gave a bitter smile and replied. I tried, but I couldn't stop them. That young man is likely an ice elemental mage of a similar or even higher rank than me. He froze me in place with a single skill, nearly killing me. Miss, he's too powerful. You must not confront him under any circumstances. Dongfang Niao Niao's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. This can't be true. We're from the same batch. You're telling me he's not only completed his first transformation but his level might be close to 50. Could he be a legendary class? Chapter 24, Holy crap. Did you just slaughter a dragon? Dongfang Niao Niao's eyes were filled with disbelief. She couldn't accept the fact that she was wrong. If Lu Zhang was really that powerful, then that day might have been when she had stolen someone else's monster, which made her feel ashamed and unwilling to admit it. Fubo sighed and said. Such a genius is indeed unheard of, but it's somewhat strange. However, during the National Professional Entrance Exam, he will surely make a name for himself. At that time, Miss will naturally learn of his origins. But for now, Miss must absolutely not provoke him again. His strength is truly terrifying. I fear the young ones may not know their own limits and endanger Miss's life. The words were straightforward, essentially telling Dongfang Niao Niao not to go looking for trouble and risk her life. Though she was unwilling, Dongfang Niao Niao wasn't foolish. She clenched her teeth and turned to look at Fubo. Let's go. I need to keep leveling up. Within 10 days, I must complete the first transformation. On the other side, Lu Zhang was flying through the sky with Mu Yunlan aboard the crescent-shaped carving. Mu Yunlan finally had a chance to ask. Lu Zhang, didn't you awaken as a summoner? How could you cast an ice spell just now? Could you be a dual class? Dual professions do exist. It means having one main profession and a hidden one. Dual professions allow both professions to level up, granting double the base attribute bonuses. Every dual profession character is extremely powerful. Lu Zhang shook his head and said, No, I only awakened a summoner talent. Once we reach Liang City, you can handle things on your own. I have other matters to attend to and won't be able to accompany you further. Good luck, we'll meet again during the National College entrance exams. Talent awakening is as rare as second profession awakening, but it's not some secret that can't be revealed. However, like dual professions, talents involve personal strength and privacy, so it's not something to pry into. Mu Yunlan nodded upon hearing this and said, Alright, I knew you wouldn't just give up and do nothing. You're already so powerful. I'll keep working hard too, and we'll compete again on the exam field. She was always a competitive person and wasn't discouraged by Lu Zhang's strength. Instead, it ignited her determination, giving her a sense of urgency, as if she had rediscovered the feeling of studying alongside Lu Zhang during their high school years. This made her feel great. As they spoke, they arrived at their destination. Lu Zhang put Mu Yunlan down, put away his crescent-shaped carving knife, and before parting, he said, My opponent, I'm waiting for your challenge. Mu Yunlan watched Lu Zhang's departing figure, her gaze growing firm, but she seemed to think of something else, her face flushing suddenly before she hurriedly walked away. On the other side, Lu Zhang used the teleportation array in Liang City, spending a fortune to teleport multiple times, moving from this 4th-tier military city to a 3rd-tier military city, then to a 2nd-tier military city, and finally to a 1st-tier military city, arriving at Fengdu City, one of the 4 major cities in the 5th district. The entire Daxia war zone was divided into 24 counties, each county comprising 5 or 6 districts, each district encompassing 4 to 7 main cities, and each main city overseeing dozens of war preparation cities. Fengdu City, also known as Fengdu City, oversees several military cities, including Bingnio City, Liang City, and Haishi City. The National Professional College entrance exam begins and is divided into 3 parts: city-level exams, county-level exams, and national exams. Lu Zhang will eventually come here. His visit today is specifically to find a top-tier blacksmith to craft 1 or 2 high-quality pieces of equipment for himself. Most of the professionals in the military cities are common occupations such as alchemists and farmers. Equipment is not something ordinary people can afford, so one must go to the main cities to find high-level blacksmiths. Once one reaches the first transformation in strength, the world is their oyster, and they can go anywhere. Thus, he traveled smoothly, spending a considerable amount on teleportation fees, and arrived at Fengdu City. He wandered around the city until noon, had lunch, and finally decided where to go to have his equipment crafted. At the Fengdu City branch of the Moon God Pavilion, the attendant Yui Hong looked at the young man before him, his eyes gleaming with interest. With years of experience, even without using appraisal techniques, he could tell that the mask on Lu Zhang's face was no ordinary item, it was at least a golden-grade piece of equipment. "Sir, do you have any equipment to sell? The Moon God Pavilion will offer you a price that will satisfy you." Lu Zhang spoke up, "I need to craft some equipment and require a blacksmith of level 100 or above. Do you have anyone available right now?" Just then, a person walked in from outside and, upon hearing this, smiled and said, "What kind of equipment do you need to forge?" "I happen to be free." Lu Zhang turned to look and saw an elderly man with a delicate face, silver white hair, and an intellectual air about him standing at the door. Yui Hong immediately introduced him, "Sir, this is our Moon God Pavilion's forging grandmaster, Dantai Chungfeng. His work is of at least silver tier quality, and he has crafted numerous gold tier equipment pieces. If he agrees to help you, you would be very fortunate." Blacksmiths with a professional level between 150 and 200 are referred to as forging masters. Such individuals are renowned figures even in the major cities. Lu Zhang immediately stood up and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Grandmaster." Dantai Chungfeng laughed heartily. "No need for formalities. With such confidence, you must have some extraordinary materials. Bring them out for me to take a look. If I find them to my liking, I may consider crafting them for you." Yue Hong added, "Please rest assured, guest. The Moon God Pavilion is one of the 3 major blacksmith organizations in the Great Xia Empire. We will protect all your rights and will never take anything that belongs to you." These words were the reason Lu Zhang had come here. In truth, such organizations charged exorbitant fees, 10% to 20% more than ordinary private blacksmiths, which was no small sum. However, if a 4-person forging team were to embezzle your belongings, there would be no way to prove they belonged to you. That's why it was necessary to seek out such a large organization. It provided some assurance. Lu Zhang directly produced 3 items. Since they had already been identified by his passive skill, Yui Hong and Dantai Chengfeng could see the material information. "Dragon horn, dragon scale, dragon bone." Yui Hong couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy crap! You slaughtered a dragon." Lu Zhang remained unfazed and casually replied, "I found them." He then turned to Dantai Chengfeng and asked, "May I ask the Grandmaster if you could help us with these materials?" Dantai Chengfeng had already picked up a dragon's horn, felt the energy fluctuations within, and smiled. "The energy has been weakened, but these are indeed materials produced by a giant dragon. A hero emerges in youth. I'll take this job. Let's go to the private lounge to discuss the details. Tell me what kind of equipment you want." A dragon of at least 150th level, but Dantai Chengfeng could tell at a glance that the energy fluctuations of these materials were very low. The dragon's power had been severely weakened. However, this didn't matter, as the material itself hadn't changed. It was undoubtedly one of the top-tier forging materials, well worth his effort. Chapter 25, Free Trial. Moon God Pavilion Black Gold Card. Please keep reading. Fengdu City, Moon God Pavilion Branch. Within Dantai Chengfeng's private reception room, Lu Zhang took out the Dark Power Gem and spoke. "Grandmaster, I wish to use this gemstone combined with the dragon horn to forge a dagger or short sword. The dragon bones and scales can be used to craft other equipment such as armor and wrist guards. It's up to your creativity. I only have these materials. Any additional metals or materials required, along with the forging fees, will be paid in full." Dantai Chengfeng nodded and said, "Alright, you can pay a deposit of 10,000 gold coins first. I guarantee I'll at least forge you a piece of golden equipment. As for the rest, we'll calculate the costs based on the results later. From preparing the materials to completing the forging, it will take about 10 days. You can come to collect the equipment after 10 days. Yue Hong stood up with a smile and said, "Guest, please come this way. I'll register you. After registration, all materials and deposit information will be uploaded to headquarters to fully protect your rights." Lu Zhang heard this and bowed to Dantai Chengfeng, saying, "In that case, I'll leave it to the Grandmaster." As he was about to leave, the door to the reception hall suddenly swung open. A girl wearing milky white armor and carrying a large hammer on her shoulder burst in excitedly, grabbing Dantai Chengfeng's arm and shaking it vigorously. "Grandfather! I've reached level 30. Give me the reward you promised me. I need to complete my class change." Watching Dantai Chengfeng being shaken violently like a ragdoll, Lu Zhang couldn't help but take a step back. This girl was really strong. "Alright, I'll give you your reward. Stop shaking me. Besides, Grandpa is in the middle of talking to someone. How could you rush in so impatiently? Didn't you see there were strangers here?" Dantai Mingyue turned her head upon hearing this and finally noticed the masked figure. She stuck out her tongue and laughed. "Sorry for the disturbance." This girl, though reckless, was at least reasonable, unlike that archer girl who was so brash. Lu Zhang wasn't the type to nitpick over trivial matters. Since the discussion was already over, it wasn't really an interruption. He spoke up. No problem, we've already finished talking. Grandmaster, I'll take my leave. With that, Lu Zhang turned and left the reception hall, following Yui Hong to complete the registration. As Lu Zhang left the reception hall, Dantai Mingyue turned around and noticed the materials left on the table, exclaiming in surprise. Dragon horn! This is material from a giant dragon. If only I could use such material to craft equipment. This is material from a dragon, and it strongly conflicts with your holy light attribute. You're not that lucky. Dantai Chengfeng said this, but inwardly he was wondering where this material could have come from. Recently, he had heard of a dragon incident, but it seemed to have only occurred at the Roof Ridge Mountain, and that dungeon had completely disappeared. How could any materials have been left behind? It probably has nothing to do with it. Oomph. I don't care. I have my grandfather. What kind of equipment could I not get? Grandfather, hurry up and give me my reward. While Dantai Mingyue eagerly demanded her reward, Lu Zhang had finished the registration and paid the deposit. He asked, Mr. Yu, I heard that the Moon God Pavilion also accepts materials and allows consignment sales, right? Of course. The Moon God Pavilion is a forging organization, so we naturally accept materials. Moreover, we have our own auction house, where you can not only consign items but also auction them. Yui Hong's eyes lit up. Lu Zhang had just paid 10,000 gold coins. This was a big customer, and there must be more valuable items. Please follow me. We'll appraise your materials and give you a satisfactory price. Lu Zhang was led into another private room by Yui Hong, who was an appraiser himself. The materials Lu Zhang had brought were all obtained from the trial tower, such as magic shadow panther demon's fur, magic scale poisonous python scales, and four-armed demon ape's bones, among others. These were all materials from monsters of level 50 or above. Although they were only of ordinary quality, they were still decent items among intermediate grade materials. Combined with the materials from the later boss level 6-armed demon ape and the lord level 8-armed demon ape, the total appraisal value amounted to 13,000 gold coins. The base materials aren't very expensive, but being able to sell these items for so many gold coins already had Lu Zhang feeling quite satisfied. He took out the last item, the 4-armed demon ape summoning scroll. This item wasn't something Lu Zhang valued, but for other mid to low tier adventurers, it was an extremely rare treasure. 100 level 64 armed demon apes could be summoned to kill monsters and gain experience points, with no usage restrictions. This meant that with this item, one could achieve rapid leveling even at lower levels. Especially for support class adventurers, whose leveling is already challenging, having 100 summoned creatures constantly grinding experience for them would be an immense boon. When Yui Hong saw the price tag for this item, he was so shocked he jumped out of his seat. Then, he thought of something and laughed aloud. Sir, if you want to sell this item, the best buyer has already seen it. The Grandmaster will definitely offer you a satisfactory price. Lu Zhang furrowed his brows upon hearing this. With Yui Hong saying that, it would be nearly impossible for him to sell it elsewhere. Because if Dantai Chengfeng truly needed this item and he didn't sell it to him, there was no guarantee that the other party wouldn't go all out to craft equipment for him. Though he might be jumping to conclusions, such matters couldn't be ignored. Alright, let's request another audience with the Grandmaster. Shortly after, the two returned to the previous reception hall. Yui Hong knocked on the door and entered. Dantai Mingyue had just received her reward and was smiling broadly. Seeing Lu Zhang return, Dantai Chengfeng asked, Young man, do you have any further requests? Yui Hong spoke up first. It's like this, Grandmaster. This guest wishes to consign an item for sale here. I believe you might find it useful, so I brought him directly to you. Here it is. Oh. I must see what kind of treasure it is. Dantai Chengfeng merely glanced at it, then immediately stood up with a broad smile. Ha ha. Alright, Mingyue, come here quickly. This is for you. Dantai Mingyue stepped forward, took the scroll, and upon seeing the description of its effects, also couldn't help but show a look of joy. Great! With this, I can level up quickly after completing my class change. Saying this, she turned around and said to Lu Zhang. Thank you. Dantai Chengfeng also looked at Lu Zhang and said, Young man, this item is indeed what my granddaughter needs. She is a priest, and leveling up is very difficult for her. This scroll will allow her to gain a significant boost before the National College entrance exam. To me, its value is immeasurable. Here's 10,000 gold coins as a deposit, which I'll consider payment to the Moon God Pavilion. I won't charge you any additional fees afterward, and I guarantee I'll craft 2 golden grade equipment pieces for you. How about that? Lu Zhang was overjoyed upon hearing this. In his estimation, the scroll was worth at most 3 or 4,000 gold coins, while crafting 2 golden grade equipment pieces would cost at least 5 or 6,000 gold coins. This deal was a clear profit for him. Alright. Deal. Thank you, senior. No, I should be thanking you. Such a rare item is extremely hard to come by. If disciples from major factions were to see it, they might even trade 5 or 6 pieces of golden equipment for it. Consider this a favor from me. Here is the Moon God Pavilion's black gold card. From now on, when you come here to purchase items, you will receive a 10% discount. Dan Tai Chungfeng pushed a card toward Lu Zhang, who accepted it without hesitation. He was never one to refuse a kind offer. By the way, young man, I haven't asked your name yet. Please keep reading and vote for recommendations. Chapter 26, 5-Star Golden Set. Dragon Emperor's Magic Armor. Obtaining the Purple Radiance Divine Armor. Lu Zhang was still wearing a mask. Upon hearing Dan Tai Chungfeng's words, he hesitated for a moment before answering, "My surname is Lu. You may call me Lu Xiaozi." While traveling, since he had decided to disguise his identity, he wouldn't reveal himself directly. It was better to be cautious and avoid any risks. Dan Tian Changfeng didn't press further but smiled and said, "Lu, young friend, come to the Moon God Pavilion in 10 days, and I will give you something you will find satisfactory." "Alright, I'll leave it to you." Lu Zhang finished speaking and took his leave. In the following days, Lu Zhang focused his efforts on leveling up and refreshing his summoned beasts, aiming to improve their overall quality. On the 66th day after the Awakening Day, Lu Zhang's level had risen from 48 to 54. His highest level summoned beast, the three-tailed spirit fox, had reached level 56, with a total of 660 summoned beasts and 300 elite summoned beasts. After reaching intermediate level summoning technique, the probability of summoning elite summoned beasts did indeed increase. Additionally, as Lu Zhang's strength grew, his mana reserves increased, allowing him to refresh more times daily, which enabled him to accumulate 300 elite summoned beasts. The average level of these elite summoned beasts is only 43, with a significant portion still below level 30. However, overall, the rate of experience gain has not decreased. Lu Zhang is fully confident that he can raise his own level to 60 and complete the second transformation before the national professional exam arrives. As agreed, on this day, he did not go out to fight monsters and level up, but instead went to the Moon God Pavilion in Fengdu City to collect his equipment. He had expected at least 2 golden grade equipment pieces, maybe 3 at most, but to his surprise, Dan Tai Changfeng gave him a huge surprise. Moon God Pavilion, Private Reception Room. Dan Tai Changfeng placed a complete set of dark red equipment on the table. Even in its unassembled state, it already emitted a formidable aura. Under the effect of the passive skill True Vision, the attributes of the equipment were clearly visible. Equipment, Dragon Emperor's Demon Armor Set. Quality, Golden 5-star. Equipment requirements, level 60 or above, or physical strength greater than 1000. Strength plus 800. Agility plus 500. Spirit plus 500. Constitution plus 800. Life recovery speed plus 50%. Mana regeneration speed plus 50%. Mental recovery speed plus 50%. Defense plus 10,000. Skills, Dragon Emperor's Might Passive, Dark Dragon Flame, Magic Flame Meteorite. Durability, 100-100. Skill, Dragon Emperor's Might Passive. Effect, releases a pressure wave, reducing all attributes by 10% for all targets whose level is no higher than 10 levels below the caster's level. Immune to single-hit burst damage with a value below 2000. Skill, Dark Dragon Flame. Effect, consumes a minimum of 200 mana to unleash Dark Dragon Flame on a single target or group, dealing at least 1000 base spell damage. Damage increases with mana consumed. Skill, Demon Flame Meteorite. Effect, consumes a minimum of 500 mana to summon a meteorite from the sky, dealing at least 2000 physical damage and 1000 spell damage to a single target. This is a complete set of golden armor, including a helmet, chestplate, skirt armor, left and right leg guards, and left and right boots, a total of 7 pieces. Even just the helmet alone is a 3-star golden tier item. The entire set increases defense by 10,000 points, enhances 4 basic attributes, provides 3 recovery abilities, and grants 3 skills absolutely top tier. It truly lives up to its reputation as a 5-star golden set. Such a set of equipment is worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins, yet Lu Zhang only spent materials worth a few thousand gold coins. It can be said that he made a huge profit. And this isn't even the end. Next to the Dragon Emperor's magic armor lies a short sword. Equipment, Dragon's Breath Short Sword. Quality, Purple Radiance 1-star Unique Bind. Equipment requirements, Assassin class characters level 60 or above, or mental strength exceeding 1000. Strength plus 1000. Attack speed plus 100%. Movement speed plus 20%. Attack power plus 10,000. Skill, Dragon's Kiss. Durability, permanent. Skill, Dragon's Kiss. Effect, consumes 2000 mana. For 30 seconds, attack speed increases by 100%, attack power increases by 100%, and in addition to base damage, deals an extra 500 magic flame corrosion damage per second. It's back again, the Purple Radiance Divine Armor. Although it's only a Purple Radiance 1-star item, it's still a permanent equipment piece. The base stats aren't significantly increased, but the attack speed is doubled, movement speed is increased by 20%, and attack power is boosted by 10,000 points. That's no small boost. The strongest feature is still its unique skill, attack speed is doubled again, and attack power is doubled. This means stable critical damage output for 30 seconds. 30 seconds is not a short time. With the increased attack speed, Lu Zhang can at least launch at least 40 attacks with time to think. If all of these are converted into true damage, he can definitely take down a dungeon boss of level 2 or above within 30 seconds. This is another treasure worth over 1,000,000 gold coins. The Grandmaster's work is truly extraordinary. To be able to craft the Purple Radiance Divine Armor and the Golden 5-star set is a huge advantage for me. Thank you, Grandmaster, Lu Zhang said excitedly. Seeing his expression, Dantai Chungfeng joked, as long as you're satisfied. I never expected to be able to forge such excellent equipment. If it weren't for accepting that scroll, I'd owe you a favor. This Purple Radiance equipment might have been kept for myself. Lu Zhang immediately replied with respect. I believe the Grandmaster is upright and just you would never do something like that to a junior. Dantai Chengfeng laughed and scolded, you speak well in public, but you still refuse to reveal your true name to me. You're a hypocrite who speaks with a forked tongue. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang hesitated not a moment, waving his hand to remove the facial disguise effect of the dark mask, though the abilities to hide his level and basic information remained active. Youngster Lu Zhang, I pay my respects to the Grandmaster. So young. Dantai Chengfeng couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment upon seeing Lu Zhang's face. His youthful appearance clearly marked him as a high school student. Although Dantai Chengfeng had previously guessed that Lu Zhang wasn't very old, he had assumed he was at least a college student. He never expected him to look so young. Are you a high school graduate this year? Lu Zhang nodded and replied, I come from a level 4 strategic city below, Yangyang City. Dantai Chengfeng couldn't help but sigh, even in a remote place, a true dragon can emerge. My granddaughter is in the same class as you. She is a support class, a rare profession, a Warhammer priest. I hope you can help her level up in the coming months, and even assist each other during the college entrance exams. If you ever need any equipment crafted in the future, feel free to contact me. I'll put other orders on hold to prioritize your needs. It must be said that this forging Grandmaster was truly bold. His words were almost equivalent to saying that he, as a forging Grandmaster, would serve Lu Zhang, a high school graduate who hadn't even entered university yet. Who could resist such an offer? Though he understood it was just a clever tactic to lure him in, it was actually beneficial for Lu Zhang with no drawbacks. Healing abilities were indeed something Lu Zhang currently lacked. Just as he was about to agree, a piercing alarm sounded, followed by a mechanical prompt. Please keep reading. Please vote for me. Chapter 27, Sudden Emergency, Beast Horde Attacks. City Defense Battle. Please keep reading. Upon hearing the alarm, even Dantai Chengfeng's expression changed drastically. Clearly, this level of alert was enough to make him feel danger. The next moment, Lu Zhang also realized the severity of the situation. Notice, Beast Horde Outbreak. Pingdu City has entered level 1 alert status. All professionals level 30 and above are required to participate in the city defense battle. During the defense battle, professionals cannot leave the city. This was the basic logic of the city system, no one could defy it. Lu Zhang now couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Teleportation arrays could only be used to enter the city, not to leave. Any professionals of level 10 or above who ventured outside the city walls would be automatically teleported back within 2 kilometers of the city. Unless one possesses the power to directly destroy the city, participation in the battle is mandatory. Go! To the city walls. Dantai Chengfeng said urgently, and before he finished speaking, he had already left. He was a 190th level forging master, with no shortage of combat power. Combat class professionals can only gain experience points by killing monsters, while lifestyle class professionals can level up through 2 methods, professional experience and monster killing experience. Both conditions must be met to advance in level. All professionals require the same total amount of experience points to level up at the same grade. However, different lifestyle professionals have different proportions of monster killing experience points required for leveling up. For the blacksmith profession, monster killing experience accounts for half of the total experience required. Therefore, Dantai Chengfeng, at level 190, has obtained half of his experience through monster killing, indicating that he has undergone significant combat and possesses formidable combat prowess. Lu Zhang immediately followed behind. This was his first encounter with a beast hide, and he had no idea what to expect. However, seeing that even the 190th level Dantai Chengfeng was so tense, this challenge was sure to be no walk in the park. Before leaving, he put on his equipment. The dark red armor he wore emitted an aura of grim authority, causing everyone on both sides to look over involuntarily. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly reached the top of the city walls. From the 87-meter-high city walls, they looked out into the distance and saw a group of adventurers sprinting toward the city walls. These were all low-level adventurers with limited resources. If they were higher level and wealthier, they would have used their teleportation scrolls to return to the city the moment they were chased by the seemingly endless horde of monsters. Some powerful adventurers had already left the city walls and were waiting in an area 2 kilometers away from the walls to assist those in need. Thanks to the passive skill True Vision, Lu Zhang could clearly see the levels of the monsters from a great distance. The highest ranked one had reached level 280, which corresponds to the late 5th transformation stage, comparable to a Grand Mage or a Sword Arts Master. A single such monster could easily destroy a 3rd or 4th tier fortified city. Such a monster was merely part of the vanguard of the monster horde, leading one to infer that there must be even more powerful individuals of level 300 or above, at the 6th transformation stage, lurking behind. Fengdu City was indeed in crisis. However, Lu Zhang remained unfazed. The greatest strength of humanity lies in its unity when facing external threats. If the situation truly escalates to a point where the city's safety is at stake, other main cities will undoubtedly send reinforcements. Moreover, regardless of the outcome, it was not something a mere first-tier ordinary summoner like him could influence. He was somewhat relieved that he had recently obtained a set of golden 5-star equipment and a purple star 1-star weapon, which undoubtedly greatly enhanced his survival capabilities. Looking at the swarm of demonic monsters, Lu Zhang thought of the treasure he had obtained by clearing the 9-story demon tower, the demon banner. By utilizing its ability to control demons, this might be a good opportunity to gain experience points. Any creature with the words demon or monster in its name was essentially a demon or monster. According to what Lu Zhang had learned from his textbooks, over 80% of the monsters roaming outside were demon-possessed creatures, with demon-possessed monsters accounting for roughly 60% of them. Therefore, the demon flag should play a significant role in this battle. The monsters in the distance were getting closer. There were 4 winged demon dogs with a wingspan of over 40 meters, 2 pairs of wings, and a level of 120. A 100-eyed demon spider with a single leg over 20 meters long, its body is hard as steel, and covered in numerous gray eyes, reaching LV.180, and a frost demon sheep whose body shimmered like purple crystal, emitting an astonishing cold aura that froze the ground wherever it passed, reaching LV.230. These are all demons, but unfortunately, Lu Zhang's current level is only 54, and the demon banner can only control demons within a certain range and of a level no higher than his own. Against such terrifying beings, it has no effect. Grandfather! A voice came from behind, followed by Dantai Mingyue running over from a short distance away, holding a massive hammer. The solid hammer, which looked to weigh at least 100 pounds, felt as light as a toy in her hands. Although he had seen her once before, seeing a young girl with bright eyes and a charming smile holding a hammer as tall as herself still felt a bit out of place. Seeing Dantai Mingyue appear before him, Dantai Chengfeng sighed in relief and smiled. Dantai Mingyue also noticed Lu Zhang beside her, her eyes filled with envy. She then turned to Dantai Chengfeng and pouted. Grandpa! I want a golden set too. This one I'm wearing is only silver grade. Her set of Holy Light attributed armor was clearly custom made by Dantai Chengfeng for her, and it was extremely valuable. Even an ordinary family couldn't afford a single piece of such equipment in 10 lifetimes, but she still wasn't satisfied. After all, her grandfather had just crafted a golden set for someone else. And there was even a purple-colored equipment piece. It was almost enough to make her cry with envy. But she and Dantian Changfeng were both people with moral boundaries, so they didn't directly embezzle the equipment. Instead, she could only pout at the old man and ask him to try harder. Dantian Chengfeng rarely glared at his granddaughter and said seriously, "What time is it now? Stop playing around. Go assist Lu Xiaoyu in battle." After being scolded, Dantian Mingyue immediately abandoned her girlish demeanor, picked up her hammer, and looked at Lu Zhang. "Thank you for the scroll. I've now reached level 39. I'll assist you well. Just 10 days have passed since we first met, and I was only level 30 at the time. In just 10 days, I've risen 9 levels, and these are the levels after the first transformation. The scroll's effect is indeed remarkable. Thank you for your kindness, but my combat style isn't suited for support, at least not in this situation." Dantai Chengfeng, upon hearing this, thought of the short sword Lu Zhang had asked him to forge and asked, "Are you an assassin?" Lu Zhang smiled and shook his head without answering. "Oomph. There are plenty of people who want me to assist them. I'm a rare warhammer priest. One swing of my hammer can restore half your health. A good support like me is hard to come by. Don't refuse me, you'll regret it." Dantai Mingyue, after all, came from a distinguished background and had her own pride. Lu Zhang didn't respond to her but looked toward the city walls and said, "The battle has begun, we can't wait any longer." Before his words had even finished, he leaped off the city wall, his feet flashing with moonlight, his figure splitting into multiple illusions. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the ground and charged into the beast horde. Shortly after, Dantai Chengfeng also jumped down from the city walls, but Dantai Mingyue did not follow. She was still sensible as a newly promoted support. The city walls were where she belonged. She could only watch the spot where Lu Zhang had disappeared, clenching her teeth in frustration. Chapter 28, instantly slaying a 100-level flame demon monkey. The sky split open. The Battle of Fengdu City officially began. The entire city was surrounded on 3 sides, with only the rear, which was backed by the military preparedness district, remaining untouched. The other 3 directions were under intense attack. All professionals above the first-tier level joined the battle. Hordes of monsters nearly sealed off the city on 3 sides, but the human professionals had formed a human barrier to hold them back. Lu Zhang intended to test his newly acquired equipment, so he wielded the Dragon's Breath short sword and used the shape-shifting skill to quickly approach a monster of LV.100. Monster, Torch Demon Monkey. Quality, Boss Level. Level, LV.100. Health, 100,000 100,000. Magic, 20,000 20,000. Strength, 3,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 5,000. Constitution, 4,000. Skills, Torch Blast, Meteor Fire Rain, Mad Fire Whip. The Torch Demon Monkey is enormous, standing 10 meters tall. At first glance, it resembles a dark red monkey, but its shoulders are raised, with a flaming torch burning on each side. The intense heat erupts outward, as if molten lava were boiling within. Wherever it passes, the air is scorched, as if one has entered a volcano. It swings its arms repeatedly with each swing, the flames on its shoulders gather in its hands and are then sprayed in the direction it is swinging. This is the effect of its first skill, Torch Blast. At that moment, Lu Zhang arrived beside it. With his high agility and skill enhancements, he appeared directly above the fire torch monkey's head and struck with a sword before it could react. Although Lu Zhang was only level 54, his base strength was 4,300 points. The Dragon Emperor's magic armor added 800 points of strength, and the Magic Dragon Breath Short Sword added 1,000 points of strength, totaling 6,100 points of strength, dealing a base damage of 30,500 points. Using the skill Dragon's Kiss of the Dragon's Breath Short Sword, the attack power was doubled and an additional 10,000 points were added, bringing the damage to a staggering 71,000 points. Under the effect of the titled Demon Slayer, the attack dealt an additional 5% damage to the monster, causing the total damage from a single strike to soar to 74,550 points. Lu Zhang's current attack targets the head of the Torch Demon Monkey, dealing an additional 20% critical damage. After final calculation, the single attack deals a whopping 89,450 points of damage to the Torch Demon Monkey. Lu Zhang is not fighting alone. He had already used the skill Triple Clone obtained from the three-tailed Spirit Fox, creating 3 clones. Although each clone only has 50% of the base attributes, even a regular attack can deal over 10,000 points of damage in a single strike. Combined, the 3 clones add up to over 30,000 points of additional damage. Therefore, overall, with a single attack, the level 100 boss-class demon was instantly killed. As a result, Lu Zhang gained a rough assessment of his own combat strength, but he still needed to continue fighting to obtain more comprehensive estimates and determine his true capabilities, to avoid making the same mistake in the future. While engaging in combat, he did not forget to summon his summoned beasts. This was a rare opportunity with so many monsters gathered together. Failing to take advantage of it to level up would be a shame. Lu Zhang also didn't forget his initial plan. He equipped the Demon Banner, capturing and controlling a large number of demons, directing them to attack nearby monsters. This directly defected a significant number of demons below the second transformation stage, greatly alleviating the pressure on the other adventurers. As the slaughter continued, his experience points soared, and his level began to rise. His performance wasn't particularly outstanding. After all, his summoned beasts were scattered and not concentrated around him. Most of them were even far away from the other adventurers, launching surprise attacks on the rear of the monster horde. Moreover, this area was teeming with numerous 3rd transformation, 4th transformation, and even 5th transformation powerhouses. Those powerful 4th or 5th tier mages could unleash a single skill and wipe out a large group of monsters, dealing immense damage. Flames filled the sky, ice froze the land for miles, and lightning struck the heavens. These scenes were far more spectacular than his own slaughter, and most people's attention was drawn to them. Lu Zhang also cast numerous spells, but his low level limited him. Though the spells he cast were granted by a rare grade beast pet and possessed great power, they couldn't compare to those of the 4th and 5th tier powerhouses due to his limited mana. He did not release the divine beast. The Taodia still had its hands full, and Lu Zhang didn't want the 9-headed phoenix to draw attention to itself just yet. The divine grade spirit pets were already sufficiently awe-inspiring. The divine beast was his ultimate trump card, and he would not reveal it unless absolutely necessary. As Lu Zhang's level gradually rose to 58, the beast-tide crisis also began to wind down. The true final wave of the onslaught arrived, and the strongest monsters revealed themselves. Monster, War Axe Ox Demon. Quality, Lord Tier. Level, LV.350. Health, 15 million 15 million. Magic power, 2 million 2 million. Needless to say, just the 15 million HP alone is enough to send professional players into a panic. Lu Zhang, with all his current buffs, can only deal around 110,000 damage per skill, a mere scratch against such a terrifying foe. Of course, he can perform multiple attacks and deal 4 or 5 million damage within a minute. But the prerequisite is breaking through the defense. A 6th tier monster of Lord class quality has base defense that reaches a terrifying level. Without breaking its defense, it's impossible to deal any damage. This creature is far more powerful than the 200th level Dark Dragon, as the latter has been significantly weakened. Despite its Dominator tier quality, its actual level is only 60, which is why Lu Zhang managed to get the upper hand. Otherwise, even with a divine beast at his disposal, completing the task would likely take a very long time. Now, facing such a terrifying creature, Lu Zhang naturally fled as far as he could, and the other adventurers did the same. Only one person remained, Fu Tsangli, the 6th transformation Saint tier professional stationed in Fengdu City, a dragon blood warrior god at LV.360. one of the top 100 professionals in the Great Xiao Alliance, and a source of pride for Liyang City First Middle School. His portrait isn't just hung all over Liyang City First Middle School, it's also displayed in many public places throughout Liyang City. After all, for a mere fourth-tier strategic city, producing such a powerful individual is an incredibly inspiring achievement. Lu Zhang watched Fu Sangli, who stood in mid-air with a gun in one hand, clad in black armor, clashing with a lord-level monster in a battle of wills. A sense of admiration welled up within him. A true hero should be like this. Fu Sangli's aura momentarily overpowered the War Axe Ox Demon. In that instant, he moved, his long spear plunging toward the War Axe Ox Demon's head like a thunderbolt from the sky. The strike was incredibly swift. Had Lu Zhang not possessed the true vision, he would not have been able to see it. The War Axe Ox Demon reacted in an instant to block the attack. This Black Ox Demon, standing over 48 meters tall and wielding a massive white bone axe, swung his gigantic weapon with all his might, colliding with the earth-shattering spear beam. The massive War Axe Ox Demon took 2 steps back, facing Fu Sangli, who was only 2 meters tall. Despite his small stature, he had been outmatched in strength. Taking advantage of this moment, Fu Sangli pressed his attack, unleashing a skill, or perhaps not just one skill. Suddenly, his body grew massive, transforming into a half-dragon, half-human creature with dragon horns and scales. The sky above his head split open. Please keep reading and vote for recommendations. Chapter 29, 9th in total output. Title, City Guardian. The terror of a 6th-rank same-tier powerhouse Lu Zhang had truly seen something today. After transforming into his dragon form, Fu Sangli caused the sky to split open, revealing a massive black spear that flew out from the heavens. Everything around it seemed to lose its color in an instant, and the terrifying aura of destruction filled the air, causing all life in the vicinity to tremble in fear. The massive war axe-wielding ox demon was locked onto by this aura, growing even more frenzied. It raised its enormous axe high above its head, seemingly intent on meeting that terrifying attack head-on. This creature also possessed powerful skills, but it did not have time to use them. Earlier, Fu Sangli had gained the upper hand precisely to seize this moment and deliver a fatal blow. The Battle Axe Ox Demon couldn't use its skills to counter, resorting instead to its raw physical strength in a desperate attempt to withstand the attack. However, under the destructive force of the gun that seemed to emerge from the edge of the sky, its axe was knocked out of its hands and its hands were shattered by the destructive power. Immediately afterward, half of its body was destroyed, and it let out a furious roar of unwillingness. Just one move short, it had already suffered severe injuries, and Fu Sangli's overwhelming advantage over the War Axe Ox Demon was firmly established. Next, the gun shadow instantly enveloped the entire War Axe Ox Demon. In just a moment, this same-tier demonic beast collapsed completely, turning into a massive amount of experience points that entered Fu Sangli's body. After the Battle Axe Ox Demon's death, the remaining wild beasts attacking the city fled in all directions away from the city walls. The outcome of the battle was already decided. At that moment, the sound of a settlement announcement echoed in his ears. Hidden quest: resist the beast tide, defend the city completed. Total damage output rankings have been announced. The top 10 will receive the title City Guardian. Total damage output: first place, Fu Sangli; second place, Ran Mingqiu; third place. Congratulations on ranking 9th in total damage output and earning the title City Guardian. Title, City Guardian. Effect: when in city defense mode, defense increases by 5%, strength plus 200, constitution plus 500. Above the skies of Fengdu City, a massive golden bulletin board appeared, with the names of 10 individuals floating in the sky, along with their total output values. Out of 10 people, 9 are prominent figures within Fengdu City, with 6 of them being mages who enjoy a high reputation and hold prominent positions within the city. Among the 10, aside from Lu Zhang, the weakest individual is still a 4th-tier powerhouse, with a level of 178. Within Fengdu City, there is 1 6th Transformation Saint-level powerhouse, 4 5th Transformation Practitioners, and 56 4th Transformation Practitioners. Lu Zhang ranked 9th in damage output, meaning his total damage output surpassed that of 53 4th Transformation Practitioners. Lu Zhang was somewhat surprised by this, but he did not find it unusual. He not only had a large number of summoned beasts but also controlled numerous demons and monsters with his demon banner. Outperforming those 4th-rank professionals in total damage output was not an impossible feat. However, in the eyes of others in Fengdu City, this name stood out. Even Fu Sangli, upon hearing his name, paused for a moment before realizing there was such a prominent figure within Fengdu City. He immediately ordered someone to investigate where this Lu Zhang had come from. The rankings did not disclose the levels, as revealing that the 9th-place professional was merely a 58th-level intermediate professional would likely cause an uproar. At that moment, the only person who knew the true circumstances behind that name, Dan Tai Chungfeng, was utterly shocked. Although he knew that Lu Zhang was extremely powerful and might even possess an epic-tier profession, when he learned that a high school graduate had secured the 9th place in the city defense battle, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. After confirming that it was indeed that name, he immediately decided that he must have his granddaughter follow Lu Zhang. An excellent support character needed to follow a sufficiently powerful damage dealer to fully utilize their abilities and reap immense benefits. The summoned beasts had all seen a slight increase in their levels and gained a title, leaving Lu Zhang in an exceptionally good mood. He returned to the Moon God Pavilion because his previous conversation with Dantai Chengfeng had been interrupted, and he needed to continue their discussion. He held the Forging Grandmaster in high regard. One day, if he could obtain a full set of 5-star Purple Radiance Divine Armor, that would be absolutely amazing. Upon entering, Lu Zhang discovered that Dantai Mingyue was also there. Upon seeing him, she rushed over excitedly. "The 9th place on the golden list, is that really you?" Lu Zhang nodded in response. This wasn't something to be ashamed of. As long as he didn't reveal his divine pet's true strength, he should showcase what he had. Without enough potential, why should he deserve the attention and investment of a powerful figure? Wow! You're so powerful. What level are you now? Your output can actually overwhelm those 4th transformation professionals above level 150? Are you really a student from the same batch as me? Dantai Mingyue fired off question after question, showing no restraint in her curiosity and admiration for Lu Zhang. This girl was pretty straightforward, without the typical shyness of other girls. She had previously harbored a grudge against Lu Zhang for rejecting her assistance, but now she had completely forgotten about it. Before Lu Zhang could respond, Dantai Chengfeng scolded, "You insolent girl. How dare you block someone at the door? Go out first, I need to discuss matters with Lu Zhang." Although Dantai Mingyue was usually carefree, she obeyed Dantai Chengfeng's discipline and reluctantly stepped out of the reception hall. After the door closed, Dantai Chengfeng gestured for Lu Zhang to sit down and asked, "About the matter we discussed this morning, having my granddaughter train with you, have you given it any thought?" After posing the question, he seemed afraid that Lu Zhang would refuse, so he continued. "Mingyue's parents disappeared in a dungeon when she was 10. Over the years, I've raised her alone, and inevitably, there have been times when I've spoiled her or failed to discipline her properly. If you agree to let her train with you, you can decide how to discipline her afterward. I won't interfere." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang couldn't help but feel speechless. She's just a teammate. Why does this sound like he's giving her away in marriage, entrusting her future to someone else? Cough, cough, Grandmaster, you're overthinking this. I can take her leveling with me, but I can't guarantee we'll always be together. Some places I go are too dangerous to ensure her safety. Dantai Chengfeng, hearing Lu Zhang back down, immediately smiled. Alright, let her train on her own for now. Whenever you have time, just call her over. Wait here, I'll bring her over. The two of you can add each other as friends and discuss leveling up on your own. Saying this, he walked out of the reception hall with a smile on his face. Lu Zhang waited there for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, Dantai Chengfeng opened the door, but he wasn't bringing Dantai Mingyue in. Behind him was a middle-aged man wearing black armor. Lu Zhang recognized the patterns on the armor, a dark red dragon head, indicating that this man was part of the Holy Guardian Corps under Fu Sangli's command. Sure enough, the man stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said, "Mr. Lu, the Holy One requests your presence. Please come with me." Chapter 30, The Sage Takes a Disciple. Summoner's Limited Time Dungeon, The Ancient Call. Lu Zhang didn't find it surprising that Fu Sangli had managed to track him down. Even if he had hidden himself well, using a teleportation array required real name authentication. And with just a single clue following the trail, it was easy for the Holy One to find someone. He was curious, however, about why Fu Sangli had come for him. But upon further thought, it probably wouldn't be anything bad. After all, they had no animosity toward each other and were even somewhat acquainted. So he decided to meet him. "Thank you for leading the way, General," Lu Zhang said politely, then turned to look at Dantai Chengfeng and smiled. "It seems I'll have to continue this when I return. Go ahead. If you need anything, feel free to come find me. As a Grandmaster, I can at least be of some assistance." Dantai Chengfeng said this, giving Lu Zhang the confidence he needed. This old man was someone you could get along with. He was reliable when it mattered. Soon, under the guidance of the black-armored warriors, Lu Zhang arrived at a large courtyard. This was the residence of the sage. He also saw Fu Sangli sitting in the pavilion. At that moment, he had already removed his armor. He had long hair, but no gray strands. Judging by his appearance, he looked to be in his late 30s or early 40s, though in reality, he was already 65 years old. Fu Sangli had never married, dedicating his life to the nation's wars, and now he was still alone. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Zhang immediately removed his mask. Upon approaching, Fu Sangli nodded in praise. "You haven't even taken the college entrance exam yet, and you've already reached level 58? You might even undergo your second transformation before the exam. Such talent is unmatched across the entire alliance, even stronger than I was in my prime. Have you obtained a legendary tier profession? But that shouldn't be possible. If you had a legendary tier profession, it would have been widely publicized by now. You must have obtained some top-tier talent, right?" Lu Zhang immediately replied with respect. "That's correct. I'm just an ordinary class, a summoner. But I obtained a very powerful talent. With this talent's enhancement, I don't think I'm much worse than an epic tier class." "Ha ha. You're no worse than an epic tier class. I told you, you're much stronger than I was back then. My Dragon Blood Warrior class is one of the top tier classes in the epic tier, and you're far stronger than I was at the same level. Your potential is definitely legendary tier. I just found out you came from the lower tier battle city. Where are you from? Fu Sangli asked. Lu Zheng immediately replied, I'm from Liyang City, graduated from Liyang First High School, your alma mater. You've always been my idol. Seeing you fight that same tier monster today has made me aspire to be like you. Everyone loves to hear flattery, especially when it can help build connections. Lu Zhang wasn't the type to shy away from such compliments. Upon hearing that Lu Zhang was also from Liyang City First Middle School, Fu Sangli burst into laughter. Ha ha! Excellent! I have never married in my life, and I never expected to meet such an outstanding disciple. Although our professions are different, I can guide you to break through the barriers to entering the holy rank and provide you with ample resources. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Who would refuse such an opportunity? A same-tier professional represents vast networks and accumulated wealth, and since Fu Sangli has no heirs, becoming his disciple means inheriting all his resources. Lu Zhang had missed the opportunity to participate in the 9-story Demon Tower trial because of information asymmetry. If one had a same-tier practitioner as a master, they would never miss any opportunity to gain immense benefits. Moreover, the other party was old enough to be one's grandfather, more than sufficient to be a master. Lu Zhang immediately bowed and said, Disciple greets master. Fu Sangli heard this, stood up, walked over to straighten him, and smiled, Don't bow your head, it weakens your spirit. A young man should be full of vigor. Since we met in such a hurry today, I didn't prepare any proper gifts. Rest here for a moment while I go investigate if there are any suitable dungeons for you to clear now. Some dungeons have level restrictions, and the lower your level, the more dungeons you can clear, and the rewards are also more abundant. Lu Zhang couldn't help but brighten up at the words. He hadn't expected that just after becoming a disciple, he could already leverage the resources of a same-tier powerhouse to benefit himself. He immediately thanked him with a smile and waited there. He didn't have to wait long. Just 10 minutes later, Fu Sangli walked over with a tablet and opened an instance dungeon description. Time-limited dungeon, the Ancient Call. Dungeon content, within a set time limit, defeat the large number of monsters that appear. The dungeon concludes with a final settlement. The dungeon is divided into 3 stages, low, medium, and high. In each stage, the player with the highest damage output will receive rewards. Dungeon requirements, limited to summoner class characters, and must be low-level, medium-level, or high-level players. Recommended participants, summoners who have not yet advanced beyond level 30, 60, or 100. Dungeon remaining time, 5 days, 22 hours, 35 minutes. Your cumulative damage output is the strongest I've ever seen. My recommendation is that you participate in the intermediate summoner trial tomorrow, use this dungeon to quickly level up to 60, complete the second job advancement within 3 days, and then participate in the advanced summoner trial. This way, you might be able to obtain 2 of the highest damage rewards. However, you will need to make a long journey. This dungeon is located in Hongwei City, the second district of Jianhua County, which is quite far from our city of Fengdu in Tianyang County. Even using a teleportation array, it will take at least half a day to get there. Since your second transformation task has an uncertain outcome, you must allocate sufficient time. Depart as early as possible tomorrow morning and return here once everything is concluded. In just 10 minutes, Fu Sangli not only found a dungeon resource that Lu Zhang could use immediately but also mapped out the next steps for him. No wonder he's one of the top 100 in the empire and the war god of Daxia. Having such attention and care from his master so soon after becoming his disciple, Lu Zhang even felt a touch of emotion in his heart. Master, rest assured. I will definitely secure first place in both trials and not let your efforts go to waste. His face was filled with determination, like that of a proud young man. Fu Sangli laughed heartily, Alright, I believe in you. However, survival must always come first. Your master became a saint not only because of the epic tier class bonuses but also because I know how to stay alive. Only by surviving can one continue to fight. Here are some potions for you. Giving you too many might lead to dependency, so I'll give you 100 bottles of each for now. Item, Advanced Vitality Restoration Potion 100 effect, upon consumption, immediately restores 10,000 vitality points, followed by 5,000 points per second for 8 seconds. Item, Advanced Mana Restoration Potion 100 effect, immediately restores 5,000 mana upon consumption, then restores 1,000 mana per second for 5 seconds. What? 100 bottles isn't enough? 1 bottle of Advanced Vitality Restoration Potion restores 50,000 health points, so 100 bottles is 500,000 health points. As everyone knows, only dungeon bosses have that much health, so does that make me a dungeon boss now? Advanced potions are worth at least 1,000 gold coins each, so that's 200,000 gold coins. No wonder you're a 6th tier saint. I told you, choosing a good master is important. Thank you, master. I'll survive. Lu Zhang left the saint's mansion with his loot, feeling satisfied, and returned to the Moon God Pavilion. Please vote for me. Please vote for me every month. Chapter 31, Show him some color. The Undying Flames of Hell. Please keep reading. Dantai Chungfeng and Dantai Mingyue were together. He didn't ask about Lu Zhang's trip to the Saint's mansion, but simply told Lu Zhang and Dantai Mingyue to add each other as friends as soon as possible. In front of Lu Zhang, he also urged Dantai Mingyue to obey Lu Zhang's orders without question. Long before Lu Zhang returned, Dantai Mingyue had already been instructed by Dantai Chungfeng, so she agreed without hesitation. Lu Zhang, please continue to guide me in the future. After learning that Lu Zhang had achieved 9th place in the city defense battle, her attitude toward him changed drastically. People naturally have a tendency to admire those who are stronger than them, and she is an auxiliary class, which makes her even more dependent on those who are powerful. Lu Zhang is the same age as her yet so strong and outstanding, so it's only natural that she would admire him. Lu Zhang nodded upon hearing this and said, I'll be leaving on a trip for the next 5 days. When I return, I'll take you with me to level up. After making the arrangement, Lu Zhang hurried home while it was still early, using the teleportation array. Upon arriving home, he told his parents that a teacher had assigned him a dungeon and he would need to be away for 5 days. Although his mother, Fangya, was very worried, his father, Lu Yuan too, supported him this time. Young people should seize the opportunity to strive while they're young. Go ahead, your father believes you'll return safely. With their support, Lu Zhang left early the next morning for the teleportation array. After a series of transfers, he was fortunate to barely feel the mental strain of the teleportation array. It took him half a day to finally arrive at Hongwei City in the 2nd district of Jianhua County. He didn't linger long, had a quick meal at noon, and immediately inquired about the dungeon's location within the city before rushing over. The entrance to the dungeon was a cave, with 3 flat stone walls beside it displaying the top 10 rankings of summoners in terms of total damage output, divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. When Lu Zhang arrived at the cave entrance, he happened to see a well-dressed, pot-bellied teenager emerging from the cave. The moment he stepped out, the low-level summoner damage output rankings immediately shifted, with the previous first place dropping to second, and the new first place now displaying the name Wang Jun. First place, Wang Jun level, LV.30 total damage output, 347,485 points. There was no doubt that the young man with the bulging stomach was Wang Jun. He had broken the low-level summoner damage record and surpassed the current second place by nearly 50,000 damage points. Wang Jun is number 1. Wang Jun is unbeatable. His sycophants immediately surrounded him, fawning over him like stars around the moon, showering him with praise until Wang Jun's face was almost split into a smile. Lu Zhang was in a hurry. Seeing the crowd blocking the entrance, he pushed his way through the crowd. Excuse me, please make way. Thank you. Lu Zhang was extremely strong, with twice the strength of A of the same level. These low-level adventurers were easily pushed aside with a single flick of his wrist. Even Wang Jun was no exception. His body was forced aside against his will. Wang Jun felt provoked and was about to turn around and shout insults, but he saw the man disappear into the cave entrance. You. Good. I'll be waiting here. All of you be witnesses, he started at first. When he comes out, I'll challenge him. Don't say I'm bullying him because of my status. As the eldest son of the Wang family in Hongwei City, Wang Jun had never been treated with such disregard before. Being pushed aside like trash made him feel his dignity had been insulted. Today, he had to regain his honor. His bold words earned him a round of cheers from his followers, who all shouted that they wanted to teach the kid a lesson. Wang Jun hadn't gotten a clear look at Lu Zhang's face, but his voice sounded young, so he was certain the other boy was around his age. From his attire, he didn't seem to come from a wealthy family, and though he hadn't seen his rank, he was confident the other boy wasn't his match. He was extremely confident. On the other side, Lu Zhang entered the cave and was immediately teleported to a grassland. A prompt sounded in his ears. You have entered the timed dungeon Ancient Summoning Intermediate Summoner Challenge. The countdown begins. After 30 seconds, monsters will start pouring in continuously. The challenge lasts for 1 hour. Countdown begins, 29, 28, 27. Lu Zhang scanned the area through the protective light barrier and noticed that the surrounding monsters were all around LV.35, with a large number of them, too many to count at a glance. The farther away they were, the denser they became. To his delight, he was the only one there. Each player's instance space was different, meaning he could let the Taodia feast to its heart's content. As the countdown reached 0, Lu Zhang raised his hand and released all his summoned beasts, elite summoned beasts, rare summoned beasts, even divine grade pets and divine pets all at once. The gluttonous monster appeared and immediately used its heaven and earth transformation skill, transforming into a gigantic beast dozens of meters tall. A black hole opened, swallowing up large swathes of monsters. Moreover, monsters from the distance were continuously drawn in by the terrifying gravitational pull, all crushed and killed. The 9-headed phoenix directly unleashed a wide-area ultimate move, the Immortal Fire Sea. In an instant, a black sea of fire spanning the size of 10 football fields formed on either side of Lu Zhang. Countless monsters were instantly incinerated. After their deaths, creatures identical to the monsters, composed entirely of black flames, charged out of the fire toward the surviving monsters. Skill, Undying Sea of Fire. Effect, minimum mana cost of 1000 points. Creates an undying sea of fire within a certain range, dealing a minimum of 2000 points of fire damage per second to all targets within the sea. Creatures consumed by the sea have their souls fused with the undying netherfire, transforming into undying fire spirits that attack surrounding targets. The sea of fire never extinguishes, and the fire spirits never die. On the day of the siege, Lu Zheng didn't want to reveal his divine pet. Otherwise, if the nine-headed undead phoenix had unleashed this skill, even if the total damage output couldn't surpass Fu Sangli, Lu Zheng believed he could at least secure second place. The undead fire sea was an unstoppable area of effect skill: endless mana, relentless slaughter, massive range, and the ability to create undead fire spirits. While other summoners focused on gathering their forces to protect themselves, Lu Zheng's summoned beasts charged straight through the monster horde, clearing a vast safe zone around him. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng himself wasn't idle. On one hand, he kept refreshing his summoning slots to obtain new summoned beasts. On the other hand, he continuously released attack skills, using the three elements of magic to constantly deal damage. Unfortunately, the monsters here do not drop any materials, otherwise he could have made a fortune. Lu Zheng now had 2000 storage slots, allowing him to store a large amount of items. The monsters in this dungeon were all various giant beasts, including dinosaur-like creatures like velociraptors, but the highest level was only 50, with an average level of around 40. The only standout feature was their sheer numbers. The massive amount of experience points caused the glutton and the nine-headed phoenix to level up rapidly. After an hour of combat, both had reached LV 60, and the other summoned beasts also saw significant improvements, granting a large number of attribute points. Lu Zheng himself had also reached level 59. As the 1-hour challenge concluded, Lu Zheng appeared at the cave entrance, and Wang Jun rushed forward and shouted, "Hey, don't leave! I'm challenging you!" But before he could finish, he was pulled aside by one of his subordinates, who gestured toward the stone wall ranking board. Chapter 32, Last time you made me slay a dragon, now you want me to kill a god, right? Wang Jun looked at the stone wall and noticed that none of the rankings in the low-level summoner category had changed. He turned back to Lu Zheng and sneered. "You haven't even made it into the top 10. Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant? You dare to provoke me. Today, I'll show you what a country bumpkin you really are." At that moment, his subordinates grew even more anxious and said, "Boss, you're looking at the wrong place. Look at the intermediate summoner rankings." Wang Jun looked over and saw that the name at the top of the intermediate summoner damage output rankings had changed. First place, Lu Zheng level, LV 59 total damage dealt, 17,365,988. His eyes widened in shock and his lips trembled as he said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 digits. Over 17 million. Wang Jun rubbed his eyes vigorously, certain he hadn't seen wrong. The top spot on the advanced summoner rankings had only over 1.2 million damage output, yet this person before him, with an intermediate summoner rank, had dealt over 17 million damage. The decimal part alone was over 360,000, more than his total output. Lu Zheng looked at him and smiled, "Brother, thanks for letting me pass earlier. I'll accept your challenge, but I'm in a hurry. Let us get this over with quickly." Thud. Wang Jun immediately knelt on the ground, clasping his fists and said, "Big brother, I surrender. Don't attack me." Goodness, his damage output wasn't even enough to cover the tip of the other's damage. If they were to fight, he'd be instantly reduced to dust. This surrender was pretty decisive. Lu Zheng grinned, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "All right, you've lost the challenge. I'm in a hurry, so we'll meet again someday." Before he finished speaking, Lu Zheng summoned the crescent moon carving, jumped onto its back, and flew toward a high-level dungeon he had already selected. He needed to quickly reach level 60 to unlock the second-class transformation quest. As Lu Zheng's figure disappeared into the distance, Wang Jun finally wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and was helped to his feet by his two subordinates. Lucky for me I reacted quickly, or I would have been beaten to death. Where did that monster come from? He doesn't look much older than me, and he's a summoner too. How did he get to level 59? That's terrifying. Is there a prominent Lu family in Jianhua County? Wang Jun asked a mid-tier mage-level guard standing nearby. The man shook his head and said, "There are no major families surnamed Lu in Jianhua County. He must be from outside. This person is likely a powerful epic-tier professional who hasn't undergone his second transformation yet. The damage he dealt surpasses even that of a high-level summoner." The current top-ranked summoner on the high-level summoner rankings is a rare-quality summoner professional, yet he can't even match this guy. Wang Jun's eyes lit up and he immediately waved his hand. "Let's go back first. Have the old man investigate. If he's really a legendary figure from my generation, I must seize this opportunity to latch onto him and ask him to take me under his wing." Lu Zheng had no idea he was being targeted for a leg-clinging opportunity. He had already arrived in a high-level dungeon where the lowest-level monsters were 65th rank. Such a high-level dungeon didn't exist outside of Lian City, but it was quite easy to find outside the main city. After spending half a day killing monsters inside, Lu Zheng successfully leveled up the three-tailed spirit fox and himself to level 60. Since this was an open-world dungeon, he dared not release his divine pets, as accidentally triggering the dungeon's mechanics would be too troublesome. As the sky grew dark, Lu Zhang placed his rare and elite beast pets the Crescent Moon Carving, Phantom Spirit Cat, and Black Ice Turtle in an intermediate-level dungeon to continue earning experience points overnight. He then found an inn to stay the night. The next morning, he headed straight to the Red Guard City's job change sanctuary. To his surprise, he saw a familiar face, none other than the fat man from yesterday, Wang Jun. Upon seeing Lu Zhang, Wang Jun excitedly approached him. "Brother, are you here to change your class too? You've already leveled up in just half a day? No wonder it's you." Lu Zhang nodded and said, "I'm here to change jobs, but why are you calling me boss?" He. "I've been completely impressed by you, boss, so I plan to follow you from now on. Please don't refuse me, boss." As he spoke, the fat man even managed to squeeze out a pitiful expression, which made Lu Zhang feel rather disgusted. "Cut it out. Don't do that. I'm afraid I might not be able to resist punching you." Wang Jun immediately composed himself and said seriously, "I'll do whatever the boss says. Whatever the boss tells me to do, I'll do it." Lu Zhang didn't bother to respond, waving his hand and saying, "Don't bother me. I need to take on a mission as soon as possible." As he spoke, he walked over to the job change station and placed his hand on the job change platform. Detected current job level, level 60. You have met the requirements for the second job change. Congratulations! You have received a 5-star hell level difficulty job change quest, Battle. Wrath of the Fire God. Mission description: in 4 hours, a projection of the Fire God will appear on Fire God Island. At that time, the entire island will be engulfed in the Fire God's wrath. You must engage in combat with the Fire God for 3 hours until the projection disappears, inflicting at least 10 million points of damage. Mission requirements: engage in continuous combat with the projection of the Fire God lab band for 3 hours, inflicting damage of at least 10 million points. Holy crap! Another 5-star hell level difficulty. Last time you made me slay a dragon, now you're making me kill a god, right? Are you kidding me? Dealing 10 million damage to the Fire God? As if I could possibly break through his defenses. Plus, the Fire God's projection will appear in 4 hours, leaving no time to prepare. I have no choice but to charge in headfirst. Wang Jun, standing beside him, noticed Lu Zhang's expression suddenly darken and cautiously asked, "Boss, my job transfer assignment is on Fire God Island, rated as 3 stars in danger level. Where are you?" Upon hearing that Wang Jun was also on Fire God Island, Lu Zhang turned and asked, "What exactly is your task, and is there a time limit?" Generally speaking, to prevent others from interfering with their own job change quests, no one would reveal their quest details to others. However, Wang Jun hesitated only briefly before answering directly. "I need to kill a Fire God Guardian, and I have 4 hours to complete it." Lu Zhang nodded upon hearing this and said, "Let's go. Complete the task as quickly as possible and get out of there. Otherwise, you might not be able to get out." Wang Jun exclaimed in shock, "Does that mean your class change quest is to destroy the Fire God Island dungeon?" Lu Zhang, who had already reached the door, paused for a moment, then turned back without looking and replied, "Not exactly, but it's close." He needed to quickly level up the Taoye and the 9-headed phoenix within the limited 4 hours. The monsters on Fire God Island could be killed as many as possible. Basically, destroying the entire dungeon was no different. At this critical moment of life and death, he couldn't afford to think about such things. If the dungeon was destroyed, so be it. After all, he now had a Saint-tier master protecting him. Once this mission was completed, he would flee, and after successfully advancing in rank, he would head to his master's mansion. Who dared to come to a saint's mansion to demand someone be handed over? Of course, all of this hinged on one thing: he had to survive first. Wang Jun heard this and froze, then hurried out to follow Lu Zhang, not knowing what he was thinking. Half an hour later, the two entered the Fire God Island dungeon, a famous fire elemental mage leveling dungeon, which was already crowded with people. They headed straight for the core area and arrived at the island's center, where they saw a large group of people surrounding a dungeon boss, a level 150 Flame Lord. Please vote for recommendations. Please keep reading. Chapter 33, Boss, is your mission really to destroy the Fire God Island dungeon? The Flame Lord was the boss of the Fire God Island dungeon. Upon its death, it would drop a gem called the Flame Heart, which was of extremely high value and considered a treasure for fire mages. As everyone knows, fire mages are the most powerful damage dealers among all classes. In any faction, fire mages are heavily cultivated. The Flame Heart is priceless. Such an item is scarce, so it's not something just any faction can obtain. After negotiations among various factions, an agreement was reached. Everyone would follow a set order to defeat the monsters, and the final rewards would depend on individual performance. Today's exclusive event at the Flame Lord's domain is hosted by the Heavenly Hunters Guild. The Sky Hunter Guild is a large guild within Red Guard City, boasting a 5th transformation Grand Mage within its ranks. However, defeating a level 150 dungeon boss clearly does not require the intervention of a 5th transformation expert. Here, only a 4th transformation professional at level 178 leads over 40 guild elites in a coordinated assault on the Flame Lord. Upon seeing Lu Zhang and his companion arrive, a level 135 professional flew toward them and blocked their path, saying, "Gentlemen, this boss has already been claimed by the Sky Hunter Guild today. Please do not approach." Lu Zhang looked at the Flame Lord beside him and pointed, saying, "My brother needs to kill a Fire Guardian. We're not here to take your boss. Could you please make an exception?" The other party did not make any rude gestures, so Lu Zhang also remained polite, despite being somewhat annoyed by the 5-star hell difficulty class change quest he was currently tackling. He was not the type to vent his frustration on others. Zhang Feng glanced at Wang Jun and noticed he had reached level 30, prompting him to speculate that this person was here to complete a class change quest. He spoke up. "A Fire God Guardian is level 100. Need some help?" The first task after a class change was to kill a level 100 Fire God Guardian, which was clearly not a class change quest that ordinary adventurers could undertake. Zhang Feng realized that Wang Jun might be a rare class, so he offered to help. For him, it was a small favor. Gaining the favor of a rare class could be beneficial for his future. Lu Zhang shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I'll handle it." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Just a reminder, leave the Fire God Island dungeon within 4 hours. A massive danger is about to descend here." Wang Jun was already like a younger brother to him, and since the other party had shown goodwill, Lu Zhang had also given a friendly warning. Whether the other party would believe it or not was not his concern. Since Lu Zhang was wearing the dark mask, Zhang Feng couldn't see his level or age. He assumed Lu Zhang was an elder from Wang Jun's family who had come to help the younger generation complete their task. Subconsciously, he judged Lu Zhang's level to be higher than his own and placed him on the same level as himself. If Lu Zhang had revealed his true level of 60, Zhang Feng wouldn't have paid much attention to his words. However, now that he assumed Lu Zhang was at least a third-class professional with a higher level than himself, he began to take his words seriously. After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't decide on his own, so he quickly sought out Luo Chenfeng, a fourth transformation professional leading the guild in boss hunting. Luo Chenfeng replied upon hearing this. "Let's kill the Flame Lord first. In half an hour, we can take care of it. If there's any danger, we'll have enough time to leave." Zhang Feng thought it made sense. After all, it was just a Flame Lord, it wouldn't take long to kill it. Even if something went wrong, there would still be time to react. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang led Wang Jun to a location near a Fire God Guardian. "Release your strongest summoned beast. I'll see how much damage it can deal. I'll help you weaken it, and once you kill it, leave immediately. Don't linger here." Wang Jun swallowed hard and looked at Lu Zhang, asking, "Boss, is your mission really to destroy the Fire God Island dungeon?" Lu Zhang glared at him and urged, "Hurry up, don't waste my time." Wang Jun shuddered at the thought of Lu Zhang's damage output of over 17 million in an hour, and no longer worried. He released his summoned beast. "Come out. Thunder Roar Rhino." A level 45 rhino-shaped summoned beast appeared before the two of them. According to Lu Zhang's perception, its quality had reached the rare tier. As he had expected, Wang Jun had secured first place in the limited time dungeon, so his summoned beast must be of a high level. As the young master of a prominent family, Wang Jun had no shortage of people to help him level up, yet he had only reached level 30 by now. Clearly, he had been focusing on completing multiple low-level dungeon tasks to gain more benefits. Once he completed his class change, the accumulated experience points would be converted into levels, causing his level to skyrocket to over 40. For students from ordinary families, having a level of 15 or above before the college entrance exam is already considered quite outstanding. However, for members of prominent families who have access to various resources, completing the first job change has become the standard. Reaching level 40 or above before the college entrance exam is likely to be considered outstanding, and there should also be those who reach level 50. However, Lu Zhang estimated that few would be able to complete the second job change. First, the higher the level, the more experience points are required, and even with family support, other adventurers might not have as many summoned beasts as he did to assist with leveling day and night. Second, the second-tier tasks are more dangerous and the time required is uncertain, which could interfere with the college entrance exam, so it's estimated that few will be able to complete the second-tier transformation. Lei Ho Guangxi unleashed an attack on the Fire God Guardian, striking with thunderous force. It dealt 4,500 points of damage, which was quite impressive. After all, the Fire God Guardian was already at level 100, and being able to break its defense and deal over 4,000 damage demonstrates that the Thunder Roar Rhino's skill attack power is quite impressive. If there were two more summoned beasts of the same quality and level, Wang Jun could solo this quest. This task seems very dangerous. A level 30 summoner who hasn't even reached the first job change needs to defeat a level 100 monster. When Lu Zhang first transferred, the dark dragon he killed was only 60th level in reality. On the surface, his first transfer task seemed easier than Wang Jun's, but that's not the case. On one hand, the two monsters are not even in the same league. While the dark magic dragon was said to be only 60 level, that was after some of its base attributes had been weakened. Even after being weakened, its HP was still a staggering 2 million points, while a 100 level Fire God Guardian only had 90,000 HP. Additionally, Lu Zhang's quest was a solo mission, no one else could intervene, and all damage had to be dealt by him alone. Wang Jun's mission has no numerical restrictions, so he can ask others for help, as long as he delivers the final blow. There's a significant difference between a 3-star danger level mission and a 5-star inferno level mission. After confirming the damage output of the Thunder Roar Rhino, Lu Zhang didn't hesitate. He summoned the cave-dwelling Azure Snake and had it unleash its skill, Mystic Water Spike, on the Fire God Guardian. Skill, Xian Shui GCI. Effect, creates a Xian Shui domain, releasing Xian Shui spears in any direction toward targets within the domain. Each attack deals a minimum of 500 physical damage and 1000 magical damage. In an instant, a spherical mirror world made of Xian water formed, enveloping Lu Zhang, the Fire God Guardian, and several other monsters. A dozen Xian water spikes struck the Fire God Guardian, and in the blink of an eye, the creature was left with only 2000 HP. Wang Jun ordered Lei Hoquangxi to deliver the final blow, and immediately received a notification that the class change quest was complete. It's that simple? Please vote for recommendations. Please keep reading. Chapter 34, Mad Slaughter. Mutant Boss, Flame Lord. Core area of the Fire God Island. Wang Jun completed his first-class task, breaking through the level restriction, and the massive amount of experience points he had accumulated caused his level to skyrocket to 41. Realizing he had grown stronger, he eagerly approached. Boss, I've gotten stronger. Let me help you complete the task. Lu Zhang, upon hearing this, replied seriously. Get out of here immediately. Once my quest begins, you might die here instantly. Seeing Lu Zhang's serious expression, Wang Jun cautiously asked, Boss, what's the difficulty level of your task? Hell tier, 5-star. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun shuddered and clenched his teeth, saying, Boss, I'll wait for you outside. I'll cling to your legs. You must come out alive. After saying that, he turned and left. A 5-star Inferno level job change mission was far beyond his capabilities, or rather, it was something no one could possibly handle. Staying behind would only cause trouble for Lu Zhang. Realizing this, he left decisively. Lu Zhang watched him leave without another glance, instead scanning his surroundings. He needed to make the most of the limited time to level up his 2 divine pets further. Within the Fire God Island, the lowest tier monsters were Flame Demon Spirits, ranked at level 70. The vast majority of monsters were around level 100, with more below that level and a significant number above it. This is the perfect opportunity to level up both divine pets. The 9-headed phoenix soars into the sky, unleashing an immortal sea of fire. Though the monsters here are all fire attributed, the 9-headed phoenix wields the flames of death, capable of not only dealing damage to these creatures but also consuming the flames themselves, thereby reducing the mana consumption of the immortal sea of fire. The undying netherfire devours the flame monsters, then transforms into undying fire spirits, which attack the other flame monsters. When high-level fire monsters counterattack the 9-headed phoenix with flames, it doesn't even bother to resist, as there's no need to. Skill, 9-headed undying body passive. Effect, within 3 minutes, if all 9 heads are not completely destroyed, its health is restored to full, immune to fire-based and death-based spell damage. Under this passive skill effect, the 9-headed undying bird ignores the spell attacks of the flame monsters, and every 3 minutes, its health is restored to full. As long as the 9 heads remain, it cannot be defeated. It was a one-sided slaughter. It continuously flew around, expanding the range of the immortal fire sea. The area is filled with dense fire elements. Upon death, these monsters convert into massive amounts of fire-based energy. The 9-headed phoenix requires minimal mana to sustain the immortal fire sea. In just a short 15 minutes, it transforms an area equivalent to 1/10 of Fire God Island into a sea of flames. The slaughter of so many monsters also caused its level to rise rapidly, from the original 60th level to 75th level, a jump of 15 levels. On the other side, the Taotia's killing speed was no slower. Under the effect of the Form of the Heavens skill, the 60th level Taotia's body swelled to 90 meters in size. After its attributes skyrocketed, it unleashed the skill Black Hole Devour, forming a terrifying black hole with a diameter of 100 meters in mid-air. The intense gravitational pull was relentless. Regardless of whether they were level 80 or over 100, all the monsters within a certain range were unable to escape. They were swiftly drawn toward the black hole, then torn apart by the warped gravitational force and reduced to experience points, which were devoured by the Taotie. The scene was truly reminiscent of the end of the world, and with so many high-level monsters being slaughtered, the amount of experience points gained was substantial. In just a quarter of an hour, the gluttonous beast devoured 1/5 of the monsters on Fire God Island, causing its level to skyrocket to 79. Lu Zhang positioned the 9-headed phoenix and the gluttonous beast, one to the east and one to the west, so as not to interfere with each other's leveling. In half an hour, more than half of the monsters on Fire God Island were wiped out. The core area of Fire God Island. Jiang Feng looked at the fiery sea to the east and the black hole to the west, urgently pleading, Master, let's leave immediately. Such a major incident has occurred here, don't worry about the boss. The next second could affect us at any moment. Luo Chenfeng looked at the Flame Lord, whose health was down to 2%, and clenched his teeth, saying, We've come this far, we must kill this boss. Otherwise, we won't be able to report back to our superiors. But just as he finished speaking, the Flame Lord across from him suddenly let out a savage roar. In the next moment, the orange-red flames on its body suddenly turned dark red, and its entire form underwent a massive transformation. The Flame Lord resembled a human, like a giant wearing orange-red armor, with flames erupting from its body. However, although it still retained a human form, its height had suddenly increased from 36 meters to 56 meters. The orange-red armor had transformed into a dark red robe, and a crown had appeared on its head. A warning echoed in the ears of everyone within the Fire God Island dungeon. Warning! Due to the mass slaughter of fire spirits on Fire God Island, the LV.150 Flame Lord has mutated into a LV.200 Flame Lord. The Flame Lord will launch indiscriminate attacks on all adventurers within Fire God Island until all adventurers are killed. Upon hearing this alert, Lu Zhang couldn't help but freeze in shock. This seemed to be caused by his own slaughter. He looked at the massive Flame Sovereign and saw its information. Monster, Flame Sovereign. Quality, Overlord Tier. Level, LV.200. Health, 5 million 5 million. Magic Power, 200,000. Strength, 12,000. Agility, 12,000. Spirit, 30,000. Constitution, 40,000. Skills, Flame Domain, Flame Divine Sword, Lava Eruption, Summon Fire Demon, Fire Armor Shield. A true 200 level dominant tier monster, its mere appearance instantly transforms the area within a 10-mile radius into a dark red sea of fire, with lava erupting and chaotic fire-based energy inflicting massive damage on all members of the Sky Hunter Guild. Had it not been for the special fire-resistant gear worn by those present, many would have been instantly killed the moment the Flame Lord appeared. However, surviving the initial impact doesn't guarantee survival. After the fire sea forms, fire golems wielding flaming warhammers standing 20 meters tall are summoned. Their levels reached 120, giving them an overwhelming advantage over the majority of the Sky Hunter Guild members. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with a look of despair. It's over. We're doomed. As the hall master and leader of this expedition, Luo Chenfeng felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He could die for his mistake, but so many brothers shouldn't have to die here because of his error. Run! Everyone, run! I'll hold them off! Luo Chenfeng shouted loudly, charging toward a fire demon puppet as if possessed. However, the others did not move. It wasn't that they didn't want to run, it was that in the sea of fire, there was nowhere to escape. Everyone was almost consumed by endless despair. At that moment, a piercing cry that cut straight to the soul rang out. Immediately afterward, a 9-headed giant bird with a wingspan of 88 meters, its body engulfed in black flames, appeared in the sky. The people grew even more desperate. A single Flame Lord was enough to slaughter them all. How could there be another boss? Please vote for me. Please keep reading. Chapter 35, The Only Chance to Escape. The Reaper of Death. The Flame Lord is defeated. The 9-headed phoenix was clearly extremely powerful, and its terrifying aura left the already despairing members of the Sky Hunter Guild even more helpless. However, Zhang Feng quickly noticed something amiss. This newly appeared monster seemed to be targeting the Flame Lord. Moreover, alongside the 9-headed firebird, a black fire spirit monster emerged, attacking the fire demon puppets. Upon noticing this, Zhang Feng immediately shouted, "Everyone, run! This monster bird is targeting the Flame Lord. This is our only chance to escape." Everyone, including Luo Chenfeng, snapped to attention, scanned the area, and confirmed that the strange bird was indeed not attacking them. The next moment, everyone sprinted for their lives. Run as fast as you can, and get out of this despair-inducing dungeon space of the Fire God Island as quickly as possible. The 9-headed phoenix's target was indeed the Flame Lord, a 200-level dominant tier boss, representing a massive amount of experience points. Killing it would allow the 9-headed phoenix, currently at level 83, to level up again. Over 60% of the monsters on Fire God Island had been killed by Lu Zhang, and they would all respawn tomorrow. This 200-level experience bonus was absolutely not to be missed. The Flame Lord's flame domain covers a vast area, but upon the 9-headed phoenix's arrival, the undying flames swiftly devoured the entire flame domain, incorporating it into the undying flames. The fire golems within were shattered into pieces by the undying flame spirit's explosive skills. These fire demon puppets were also over 100 levels, yielding a significant amount of experience. Eliminating all of them caused the 9-headed immortal phoenix to level up again. Feeling the threat from the 9-headed immortal phoenix, the Flame Lord immediately unleashed his powerful single-target attack skill, the Flame Divine Sword. In the sky, fire elements instantly, forming a massive dark red sword 33 meters long, with blazing flames burning on its surface. As the sword descended, it seemed as though it would destroy the entire dungeon space. The overwhelming pressure caused the members of the Sky Hunter Guild, who had already fled to the edge of the dungeon, to panic and flee even further outward. However, facing this terrifying attack, the 9-headed undying phoenix did not flinch or dodge. Instead, it countered with the same single-target attack skill. Skill, Death Sigh. Effect, minimum mana cost of 10,000 points. Summon a flaming scythe imbued with the power of death, dealing a minimum of 20,000 physical damage, 10,000 fire damage, and 40,000 death power spell damage. The death power corrodes the soul, inflicting an additional 4,000 spell damage per second. All skills list their minimum mana cost. When enough mana is channeled, the skill's power becomes incredibly powerful. The nine-headed phoenix directly infuses 100,000 points of mana, causing an enormous 88-meter-long black flame scythe to suddenly appear, slashing toward the Flame Lord's body. Its appearance was like a massive wound appearing in the sky, from which endless death force surged forth. Even a single glance felt as though one's soul was being torn away, causing cold sweat to break out all over the body. Facing such a terrifying attack, the Flame Lord reacted immediately. Its entire body was suddenly enveloped in a crimson-red protective barrier. This was the effect of its fire armor shield skill. This shield possessed immense defensive power, capable of completely nullifying fire spells with damage below 100,000 points and physical attacks below 50,000 points. Additionally, it could autonomously absorb surrounding fire elements to help the Flame Lord restore his magical power. When the Death Scythe struck the Flame Lord, the fire damage was completely blocked by the flame armor shield. However, the immense force shattered the shield. At this point, the physical damage from the Death Scythe reached a terrifying 200,000. While 50,000 physical damage was nullified by the fire armor shield, the remaining 150,000 damage was dealt to the Flame Lord. The Flame Lord is a semi-elemental creature, so the 150,000 physical damage only caused it to lose 20,000 HP. However, the real threat came from the Death Force spell damage accompanying the attack. This indiscriminate energy corroded the Flame Lord's soul, corrupting its body, causing its health to plummet by 400,000 and continue to decrease at a rate of 40,000 per second. A layer of grayish-white mist filled the Flame Lord's body. This was the Death Force. If not expelled quickly, this force would continue to deal damage, and even with its 5 million HP, it wouldn't last long. Meanwhile, the Flame Lord's Flame Divine Sword struck the nine-headed phoenix, but all the flame energy damage was immune, leaving only 20,000 points of physical damage. Such a small reduction in health is trivial for the nine-headed undying bird at level 84, which can recover in just a few seconds. Moreover, under the effect of its passive skill, nine-headed immortal body, as long as it survives for 3 minutes, its health will fully recover. This damage is negligible. The Flame Lord, wounded by the Scythe of Death, immediately sought to expel the death energy from his body. After all, losing 40,000 HP per second meant that with only 4.5 million HP remaining, he wouldn't last 2 minutes before being completely wiped out. But the nine-headed undead phoenix wouldn't give him that chance. All the undead fire spirits transformed by the nine-headed phoenix appeared around the Flame Lord, charging toward it without regard for their own lives. Upon closing in, they immediately triggered their self-destruction. This was a hidden skill. The self-destruction of the undead fire spirits caused immense damage, enough to break through the defenses of a 200-level Flame Lord. Additionally, the death energy within them inflicted extra damage on the Flame Lord. A single undead fire spirit deals very little damage, and the Flame Lord can even recover in a single second. However, when tens of thousands of undead fire spirits detonated simultaneously, the intense bombardment enveloped the Flame Lord in a grayish-white aura. Its health dropped by more than half at a visible rate, plummeting from 5 million to just 2 million after nearly 90% of the undead fire spirits had self-destructed. Even more deadly, more death energy surged in, causing the health loss to become even more severe, with a display showing a loss of 80,000 health per second. Meanwhile, the nine-headed phoenix took advantage of the undead fire spirit's suicidal attack to unleash another powerful single-target skill. Skill, Shadow Flameline. Effect, base mana cost of 10,000, continuously consuming a minimum of 5,000 mana per second. Continuously releases a Yomi fire line imbued with death energy at a single target, dealing a minimum of 10,000 fire damage per second. The Yomi energy strikes the body and soul, dealing an additional minimum of 20,000 spell damage per second. A dark flame as thick as a bucketed in front of the nine-headed phoenix and descended upon the Flame Lord. What was previously reducing 80,000 HP per second now directly reduced 100,000 HP per second. It struggles desperately, but all in vain. In less than 20 seconds, Lu Zhang hears the notification sound of successfully defeating the Flame Lord. Your summoned beast nine-headed phoenix has defeated a level 200 Flame Lord 1. Your summoned beast nine-headed phoenix has gained 40 million experience points. You have gained 10 million experience points. You obtained Flame Crown 1. You have obtained the Gem Flame Lord's Heart 1. Please continue reading end of this chapter. Chapter 36, The True Horror, the Fire God Descends. The 5 transformation powerhouse can't hold on any longer. True to its reputation as a dominant level monster, it yielded a wealth of experience points, allowing the nine-headed phoenix to level up twice more, reaching level 86, and it's not far from reaching level 87. Moreover, it actually dropped equipment. As everyone knows, monsters in this world rarely drop equipment, they only drop materials. Equipment that drops is usually the equipment the monster was wearing itself. Lu Zhang immediately recognized that the so-called Flame Crown was the one worn on the head of the Flame Lord. Under the effect of the passive skill True Vision, the equipment was automatically identified. Equipment, Flame Crown. Quality, Golden 5-star. Equipment requirements, mages of level 60 or above with a constitution stat greater than 1000. Mental plus 800. Constitution plus 800. Fire spell resistance plus 100%. Mana regeneration speed plus 50%. Mental recovery speed plus 50%. Durability, 100. Skills, Fire Spirit Shield passive, Summon Fire Demon, Fire Domain. This is undoubtedly a priceless treasure, a true artifact for fire mages. It comes with a domain skill, a defensive skill, and a summoning skill, each with its own unique characteristics. The only downside is that it is restricted to mages, so it must be stored away for now. Lu Zhang then turned his attention to another dropped item. Item, Flame Lord's Heart Gem. Effect, contains abundant fire elemental energy, usable for crafting weapons, equipment, and accessories. Holding it increases fire mana regeneration speed. This gem is also extremely valuable. The Flame Heart Gem dropped by the Flame Lord was already causing a frenzy among various factions, so the gem dropped by the Flame Lord is naturally even rarer. Put it away, we'll find an opportunity to sell it later. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Taodia had also completed its upgrade, having eliminated nearly all the remaining monsters on Fire God Island. Its level had just reached 86. Calculating the time, there should be roughly 3 hours left before the Fire God's projection descends. Just as Lu Zhang was about to rest, a notification sounded in his ears. Attention! Due to the elimination of all Fire God followers on Fire God Island, the Fire God's wrath has been provoked. The Fire God's projection will descend in 30 seconds. 29, 28, 27. Lu Zhang flew into a rage upon hearing this. This damnable quest. He had 3 hours to catch his breath, and now he only had 30 seconds left. Despite his anger, Lu Zhang hurried toward the edge while summoning the Dongyut Sanxia to surround him and use it as a meat shield. The Taodia and the 9-headed Undying Phoenix stood ready for battle. On the other side, the group who had escaped from the Fire God Island dungeon brought the news to Hongwei City. Upon learning that a level 200 mutated boss had appeared in the Fire God Island dungeon, several 5th-tier powerhouses immediately took interest. For them, ordinary monsters provided too little experience points, not even enough to spark their interest in battle. This mutated boss was exactly what they were looking for. Several people flew out of the city and gathered at the entrance to the Fire God Island dungeon almost simultaneously. Before reaching the entrance, they encountered each other and discovered they were all acquaintances, even going so far as to exchange polite refusals. The portly deputy city lord Wang Zhouqing looked at an elderly man with snow-white hair and a youthful face, dressed in a mage's robe, and spoke. Yao, the Flame Lord that spawned this time belongs to the Sky Hunter Guild. The mutated Flame Lord should rightfully be yours as well. I'll go with you to help eliminate the monster. What do you think? Song Yu, the president of the Holy Flame Guild, interjected. We can give the experience points to President Yao, but the gem dropped by the Flame Lord is mine. Although the Flame Lord was originally theirs, they lack the ability to kill it, which effectively means they've given it up. It naturally belongs to our Holy Flame Guild. Giving up the experience points is the greatest concession I can make. Thank you, Deputy City Lord. I'm not an unreasonable person. The Flame Lord is a new monster. Let's go in together and each rely on our own abilities. Whoever kills the Flame Lord gets the gem. Yao Hui said this. Ha, good. Yao, you're a generous leader. Let's each rely on our own skills. Please. There were 5 5th-tier professionals in total. Upon reaching the dungeon entrance, Wang Zhouqing spotted a familiar figure nearby and shouted, "You brat! What are you doing here? Hurry back!" Wang Jun heard this and looked over, rushing joyfully forward and shouting, "Grandfather! How did you come here? Are you going in? If you go in, please check on my boss's current situation." Wang Zhouqing frowned and said, "Your boss? What boss? Stop wasting time and go back. There's a 200-level Flame Lord inside. Only 5th-tier professionals can survive." Wang Jun, however, insisted. "Impossible. My older brother must be able to survive. If you want to help me, I'll just wait here." After saying that, he ran to a large rock nearby and crouched behind it. Wang Zhouqing saw his stubbornness and sighed in exasperation. This kid had been spoiled rotten and was completely unruly. However, since the 5 of them had come together, the Flame Lord inside wouldn't cause much trouble, and the outside was still relatively safe, so he decided to leave it be. The 5 of them then entered the Fire God Island dungeon together. As soon as they entered, they felt an overwhelmingly powerful aura. The intensity of the aura nearly made them kneel on the spot. Moments later, they witnessed a scene that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Above the core area of Fire God Island, the sky split open. This wasn't a metaphor, it was literally split open. Within the fissure, it seemed as though endless flames raged. In the next moment, a figure descended from the fissure and landed on Fire God Island. It stood 100 meters tall, holding a scepter, clad in crimson armor, with a cloak trailing behind it. A crown rested atop its head, and every inch of its body exuded the majesty of a higher being, of a superior life form. It looked down upon all beings, speaking slowly, as if scornful of everything. Terrifying flames swept across the entire dungeon. Ants. Dare to defy the gods. Monster, projection of fire god Rabban. Quality, royal tier. Level, LV.350. Health, 25 million 25 million. Magic power, 5 million 5 million. Strength, 40,000. Agility, 50,000. Spirit, 100,000. Constitution, 100,000. Skills, Fire God Domain, Judgment Scepter, Divine Wrath Eruption, Fire God Legion, Fire Resistance Ring, Fire Rain, Divine Fire Chains, Blazing Technique. Upon seeing the attributes of the Fire God's projection, Lu Zhang immediately wanted to curse out loud. This was a genuine Saint tier monster, a 350th level King tier monster. Even his current master, Fu Sangli, might not be able to defeat it. Now he was being asked to fight it as a 60th level summoner who hadn't even undergone his second transformation yet? Was that even reasonable? It wasn't just Lu Zhang who wanted to curse, the 5th transformation professionals who had just entered the dungeon also wanted to curse, and Song Yu couldn't help but start cursing already. Damn it! Who the hell said that? Is this a 200th level Flame Lord? Using my scanning eyes, this is clearly a 350th level Fire God projection. Fire God. The 5 of us 5th transformation professionals coming in here is suicide. Let's get out of here. At that moment, Wang Zhoucheng spoke with a grim expression. We can't get out. I tried earlier and it said the dungeon was closed due to the Fire Goddess projection intervening. I used a teleport scroll, but it said I'm in the Fire Goddess domain and can't use it. Hearing this, Song Yu flew into a rage and shouted at Yao Hui. It's all your people's doing. Chapter 37, The Invincible Fire Resisting Ring. Gluttony. Devour. Seeing Song Yu in such a state, the others didn't blame him either. After all, in such a situation, mental breakdown was understandable. Facing a deity was simply too despairing. Wang Zhoucheng furrowed his brows and clenched his teeth, saying, we can't even send a message. My grandson is still out there. If this dungeon is destroyed by the Fire God's projection, he might be in danger too. Compared to the others' restlessness, Yao Hui was the most composed. He looked calmly toward the Fire God's projection and said, its target isn't us yet. Let's observe the situation. The others looked over and saw a massive bird with 9 heads, its body engulfed in black flames, standing face to face with the Fire God. Although Lu Zhang was also getting impatient, he reminded himself that he only needed to survive for 3 hours. He decided it was worth a try. After all, he had 2 divine pets, and while the projection was of a higher rank, it wasn't a true god. And his divine pets were genuine true gods. There was still a chance to fight. He immediately decided to use the same tactic again, having the 9-headed phoenix release a powerful attack, Death Scythe, to test how strong the Fire God's defenses were. The Death Scythe sliced through the sky, descending toward the Fire Goddess projection. This time, however, it failed to hit the projection. A fiery halo suddenly appeared, blocking the Death Scythe from getting any closer. Skill, Fire Resistance Ring. Effect, immune to physical damage below 100,000 points, immune to fire-based spell damage, immune to other spell damage below 100,000 points. For damage exceeding 100,000 points, half of the damage is returned to the source as fire damage, and the remaining half is converted into mana consumption to offset the damage. This skill is too overpowered. Damage below 100,000 points is ineffective. For damage exceeding 100,000 points, as long as his mana pool isn't depleted, he won't suffer true damage and the damage will be reflected back. This guy has 5 million mana points. Even if you could deplete his mana, the reflected damage alone would be enough to kill the 9-headed phoenix multiple times. However, fortunately, the return flame damage is exactly what the 9-headed phoenix is immune to, so it won't take any damage from it. But if the damage doesn't work, how can we stop him? After releasing a fire resistance ring, the projection of the Fire God Lab Ban immediately unleashed another skill, or more accurately, 2 skills combined at the 9-headed phoenix that dared to challenge him. In an instant, within the already activated Fire God's domain, several massive lava chains formed, instantly binding the 9-headed phoenix in mid-air. This was none other than the Fire God's projection skill, the Divine Fire Chains. Meanwhile, as the 9-headed phoenix was bound, numerous fireballs the size of basketballs appeared around it. These fireballs burned with intense flames, with faint white flames visible within. Upon approaching the 9-headed phoenix, they exploded instantly. Blazing Technique. This skill causes the flames to explode, inflicting not only fire damage but also explosive shock damage. The damage from a single flame explosion is nothing to speak of, but when countless flames explode simultaneously, it's akin to when the 9-headed phoenix used its undying flame spirit to self-destruct and consume the Flame Lord earlier. As long as damage is dealt, the cumulative damage eventually becomes an utterly terrifying figure. At this point, the 9-headed undead bird's health is only 1,280,000, and it absolutely cannot be allowed to continue depleting its health. In the next instant, the 9-headed undead bird was engulfed in massive flames, instantly transforming into thousands of small firebirds that flew away. This was the effect of its skill, 1000 Bird Transformation. Skill, 1000 Bird Transformation. Effect, consumes 10,000 mana points to split the user into 1,000 copies. Among the 1,000 birds, as long as one survives, it cannot be killed. Each copy can attack separately or use some of its skills. The nine-headed phoenix truly lived up to its immortal reputation. Half of its skills were for survival, and one of them could even allow it to be reborn. After using the 1,000 birds transformation skill to escape, Lu Zheng realized that the nine-headed phoenix was now unlikely to inflict significant damage on the fire god's projection. While it could continue to engage the projection, there was a mission requirement to inflict 10 million points of cumulative damage on the fire god's projection. This means he must pose a threat to the fire god's projection. Tout, yeah, it's up to you. Since dealing damage wasn't an option, he would try the power of devouring. Upon receiving Lu Zheng's command, the Taotia activated the form of heaven and earth skill, maxing it out, causing its body to swell to a height of 120 meters, immediately drawing the attention of the fire god's projection. Under the effect of the heaven and earth skill, the Taotia's attributes multiplied multiple times, reaching a level that even the fire god's projection couldn't ignore. Species, gluttonous monster. Quality, 5-star legendary divine pet. Level, LV.86 48.8%. Health, 8,800,000 8,800,000. Magic power, 120,000 120,000. Strength, 100,000. Agility, 80,000. Spirit, 60,000. Constitution, 100,000. The Taotia's health and magic are inferior to the fire god's projection, but its overall 4-stat attributes are on par with the fire god's projection. This is truly a divine skill. The nine-headed phoenix's skills are also divine, but they focus on survival, while the Taotia focuses on attack. Based on these attributes, the Taotia unleashes the Black Hole Devour skill, instantly creating a massive black hole with a diameter of 150 meters in mid-air. The terrifying gravitational pull immediately begins to violently devour and absorb the surrounding flame energy into the black hole. Lu Zheng took the opportunity to have the nine-headed phoenix fly in front of the black hole, absorbing part of the flame energy. Absorbing flame energy is a hidden ability, after all, as a special creature formed from flame and death energy, possessing the ability to absorb free-floating energy is not surprising. This energy was converted into a significant amount of experience points, allowing the nine-headed phoenix and the Taotia to continue leveling up. A 350-level King Tier Fire God projection contains an immense amount of energy. The flame energy alone that permeates the entire Fire God Island dungeon is no small figure. Absorbing this energy not only replenishes their reserves but also disrupts the Fire God projection's Fire God domain skill. Facing the threat of the Taotia, the projection of Fire God Labban grew even more enraged. The majesty of the gods must not be trampled upon. It roared, and suddenly, a massive staff identical to the one in its hand appeared in mid-air. At the top, a dark red gemstone blazed with flames, and the staff pointed downward, aiming for the glutton's head. Skill, Judgment Scepter. Effect, consumes a minimum of 50,000 mana to create a staff imbued with divine power, dealing a minimum of 300,000 magical damage to a single target and an additional 200,000 divine damage. There was no doubt that this ultra-powerful single-target attack skill far exceeded the limit of the Taotia's passive skill, Mana Annihilation. After all, its current mana was only 120,000, and it could annihilate a maximum of 120,000 points of damage. However, this was a single-target attack skill of the 350th level King class, with a minimum damage of 500,000 points. Lu Zheng had no idea how much mana this creature had infused into itself, but he couldn't take the risk. In an instant, he made a decision. The nine-headed phoenix instantly consumed all its mana to unleash the Death Scythe, striking toward the Fire God's projection, while it itself appeared above the Taotia's head to block the Judgment Scepter. Please continue reading end of this chapter. Chapter 38, Rebirth from the Ashes. Has the boss really died? As expected, the nine-headed phoenix, having exhausted all its strength, unleashed its powerful attack skill, the Death Scythe, dealing 800,000 points of damage. However, this only consumed 350,000 points of mana from the Fire God's projection, with 350,000 points of flame spell damage reflected back. However, this flame damage was ineffective against the nine-headed phoenix, but the Sanctioning Scepter's attack was effective. A single skill was enough to cause the nine-headed phoenix to explode into pieces, killing it instantly. The level gap was too great. The nine-headed phoenix lacked powerful amplifying skills and could only rely on its own strength to withstand the attack. Although the fire damage was immune, the divine power damage was dealt directly, causing the nine-headed phoenix to die. The passive skill Phoenix Rebirth was triggered, and a ball of flame grew larger and larger, eventually forming a massive fireball with a diameter of over 20 meters. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed, and in the next moment, the nine-headed phoenix's form emerged from within. After rebirth, all attributes are doubled, and mana and other attributes are restored. The nine-headed phoenix once again unleashes the Death Scythe. This time, it once again consumed all its mana, causing a black scythe several times more powerful than the previous one to appear in the air. With all attributes doubled, and thanks to the enhanced mental power, even a small amount of mana could summon more celestial elements, making the skill's power far more than just a simple doubling. The Death Scythe struck down, but it was once again blocked by the fire resistance ring. However, the total damage of the Death Scythe, which reached 4 million, had 200,000 points of damage nullified. The remaining 3.8 million points of damage were split, with half reflected back as fire magic damage. This alone consumed 1.9 million points of mana from the Fire God's projection. The Fire God's projection only had 5 million points of magical power to begin with, and now it's down to half. However, the nine-headed phoenix's attack this time was not merely to deplete its mana, more importantly, it aimed to nullify the Fire God's projection's fire resistance ring effect. According to Lu Zhang's observations, while this passive skill theoretically provides absolute defense and can be triggered infinitely, once it fully absorbs a single attack, that is, takes the full 200,000 damage, it must be reactivated. And that was the opportunity. In that instant, the Taotia, which had already charged toward the Fire God's projection, unleashed its strongest single target attack skill, Dark God Claws. Skill, Dark God Claw. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10,000 mana to form an attack using Dark Divine Power, dealing a minimum of 100,000 base physical damage and 200,000 base Dark-type magical damage. The fire resistance ring fails, and a massive claw emerges from the depths of the abyss, extending from the void and piercing directly through the Fire God's projection. At Lu Zhang's request, the Taotia directly consumed all 120,000 mana points to unleash this attack, resulting in a total damage output of a terrifying 3,600,000. However, the Fire God's projection had extremely strong resistance and defense, and in the end, it only dealt 3 million damage to the Fire God's projection, which, compared to its total health of 25 million, was considered a significant wound but not life-threatening. This attack, however, only served to enrage the Fire God Laban even more. As a deity, he had been injured by a being from a lower realm. This was a tremendous insult. You worthless insect, dare to desecrate a god. Die. His anger reached its peak, and the Fire God's projection unleashed a powerful single-target attack skill, Divine Wrath Eruption. The entire Fire God's domain seemed to boil over in an instant, with vast amounts of flame energy constantly converging toward the direction of the Taotia. The entire Fire God's domain resembled a volcano, seemingly ready to erupt at any moment. In the blink of an eye, a massive cloud of fire formed above the glutton's head. Then, like a volcanic eruption, it erupted downward, targeting the glutton. Lu Zhang had already exhausted the magical power of both his divine pets, so he naturally had something up his sleeve. The nine-headed phoenix, with its numerous life-saving skills and immunity to fire damage, had only aimed to eliminate the effects of the fire-resistant ring and divert the attention of the Fire God's projection. The Taotia was different. Lu Zhang dared to let it deplete all its magical energy because the devouring black hole was constantly active and it was about to upgrade. Immediately after activating the Dark God Claws, it completed its upgrade, and its mana was restored. As the volcano growing in the sky erupted downward, a black hole formed above the Taotia's head, swallowing all the violently erupting flames. Not only that, but when the gluttonous beast actively activated its devouring effect, the gravity, along with the gathering fire clouds, pulled everything toward the black hole. This fire cloud was an energy entity formed by the combination of the Fire God's projection's Fire God domain and flame eruption skill. It continuously absorbed the Fire God's projection's mana and converted it into flame energy for attacks. At this moment, it was being devoured by the black hole, causing the Fire God's projection's mana to be rapidly depleted. The Taotia can devour all energy and convert it into experience points to enhance its own level. If it can maintain the current situation, the victor will inevitably be Lu Zhang's side. However, the Fire God's projection is not foolish. Upon realizing that its magical power is being rapidly depleted, it immediately ceases to maintain the effects of these two skills. The fire clouds dissipated, and the Fire God's domain was lifted. The entire Fire God Island was no longer bound, and the 5 people at the entrance to the Fire God Island dungeon immediately noticed. Song Yu was the first to rush toward the exit. Hurry up and run. Those 2 monsters are too low level, they're clearly no match for the Fire God's projection. This place is likely to be destroyed soon, we must summon the Red Lotus Knight to suppress them. The others didn't hesitate either and left one after another. Wang Zhoucheng, upon exiting the dungeon, immediately grabbed Wang Jun, who was still hiding behind the rock, and without giving him a chance to speak, took him and flew off into the distance. Grandfather, why are you grabbing me? Let me down. I told my older brother I'd wait outside for him to come out. Wang Zhoucheng shouted. There's no one left inside. The monsters are currently engaged in a fierce battle, and one of them is a Saint-tier existence. Whoever your older brother is, unless he's a Saint-tier powerhouse, there's no way he could have survived. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun was completely stunned. The Fire God Island dungeon had suddenly produced a Saint-tier monster over level 300, and there was a monster battle erupting. This was too terrifying. Could it be that the boss is really dead? Under the shock of this information, Wang Jun couldn't bring himself to believe that Lu Zhang, who was only level 60 and hadn't even undergone his second transformation, could survive. Even if he had crushed high-level summoners in the summoner dungeon trial with his total output in an hour, it wouldn't matter. Advanced class professionals were merely second transformation professionals. Saint class? That was a 6th transformation existence. The boss I just recognized is gone like this. Wang Jun couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Lu Zhang had helped him complete his class change quest, and he had already truly regarded Lu Zhang as his boss. At this moment, a wave of grief surged through him, and he muttered to himself, "Boss, rest in peace. Every year on this day, I'll burn paper money for you." Within the Fire God Island dungeon, Lu Zhang suddenly felt a strange discomfort. He quickly refocused his mind and looked at the Fire God projection, which had less than 2 million mana points remaining. He made a difficult decision. Tao Tai, the nine-headed phoenix attacked together. Close combat. Please keep reading. End of chapter. Chapter 39, Slaying the God. Godly Fragments. Title, Godslayer. This melee is not your ordinary melee. The Fire God's projection could actually ignore 80% of physical damage. After all, it was just an energy entity, and as a projection, it was essentially immune to physical attacks. However, Lu Zhang ordered the Taotie to charge forward, not to punch or tear with claws, but to swallow with its mouth. When facing the Fire God's projection, which possesses formidable combat power and regenerative capabilities, a protracted attrition battle is actually not a viable strategy. The level of damage inflicted earlier by Lu Zhang was achieved at the cost of one divine beast being killed and another severely wounded. That was a form of attrition that could not be replicated or reused. Ordinary tactics are completely ineffective. Only by seizing this opportunity and expanding our gains can we possibly complete this mission. The Taotie charged at the Fire God's projection and pounced directly onto it. Facing the Taotie's reckless attack, the Fire God Labban was furious. He swung his staff with all his might at the Taotie, but it failed to break through its defenses. At this moment, the glutton's physical defense had reached 100,000 points, making any physical damage below 200,000 ineffective. Additionally, under the passive skill Magic Annihilation, any spell damage below 120,000 was also useless. Although the Fire God's projection was of a high level, its ordinary attacks were insufficient to break through the glutton's defenses. The Taotie bit down, activating the devouring black hole in its mouth, swallowing a large chunk of his body. His health plummeted by 100,000, and his mana dropped by 30,000. Seeing this, Lu Zhang immediately rejoiced and ordered the nine-headed phoenix to charge forward as well. However, the nine-headed phoenix's role was not to attack Labban, but to use its own body to help the Taotie block and absorb the excess flame energy damage. After several exchanges, Lu Zhang discovered the flaw in the Fire God's projection. Its attacks were biased toward fire spells, and its skills were more suited for long-range combat. Once it got close, it couldn't utilize its advantages. Sure enough, in close combat, the Fire God's projection was completely helpless. The gods must not be disgraced. He roared, then activated his skill, Fire God Legion. In the next instant, a massive fireball appeared in the sky, followed by numerous figures emerging from it. Standing over 10 meters tall, their bodies resembled molten lava, with human-like forms but no ears or noses, their faces featuring only a mouth and a single gem-like eye. These were the standard soldiers of the Fire God Legion, the one-eyed fire demons. Each one-eyed fire demon was of level 200, with boss-tier quality, making their combat power formidable. Such monsters emerged by the thousands from the fiery orb, all charging toward the projection of the Fire God. In their hands, crimson-red spears appeared, as if they intended to slay the Taotie and the nine-headed phoenix. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Zhang not only felt no concern but instead a surge of excitement. In an instant, the nine-headed phoenix activated its skill, Immortal Fire Sea. The flames it had absorbed during the previous battle had restored some of its magical power, allowing it to unleash the skill fully. In its current resurrected state, all its attributes were doubled, and the undead inferno it unleashed was incredibly powerful. At the same time, Lu Zhang deployed the cave-dwelling azure snake, the moon-howling azure wolf, and the three-tailed spirit fox to jointly slaughter these one-eyed fire demons. Although their levels were high, the three divine-grade spirit pets acting together immediately killed many one-eyed fire demons. Those killed were swallowed by the immortal fire sea and transformed into immortal fire spirits in the next second. These undead fire spirits, transformed from the undead netherfire, rushed toward the surrounding one-eyed fire demons. Within moments, the army of over 1,000 one-eyed fire demons was completely transformed into undead fire spirits, all charging toward the Fire God's projection. The army that had been summoned by the Fire God's projection to protect him had, in the blink of an eye, all turned traitor and become part of the force attacking him. At this point, the Fire God Labban had lost 8 million hit points, with only 1 million mana remaining. The Taotie, after several devourings, had reached level 89 and remained in its peak state, continuing its rampage. Seeing the army of undead fire spirits transformed and charging toward him, the Fire God Labban flew into a rage, sacrificing a massive amount of mana to activate the Fire God domain once more. Flames engulfed half of the Fire God Island dungeon. In the next instant, his figure vanished from his original position and reappeared at a location where flames were surging. One of the abilities of the Fire God's domain was to allow him to teleport to any location instantly. However, maintaining this ability consumed a great deal of energy, and he was wary of the Taotie exploiting his domain to drain his mana again, so he had not used this skill previously. However, if he didn't escape now, he might be slowly drained to death by the gluttonous beast and the nine-headed immortal bird. Therefore, he had to create some distance. Seeing Laban escape, Lu Zhang did not hesitate, ordering the nine-headed phoenix to control the undead fire spirit to launch a self-destruct attack. The self-destruction of 1,000 level 200 monsters caused immense damage. Although Labban possesses the fire resistance ring skill, which grants immunity to fire spell damage, the explosion shot damage and death energy spell damage cannot be immune. After withstanding 100,000 points of damage, the remaining half of the damage is directly deducted from his health. Moreover, his mana was quickly depleted due to the fire resistance ring, leaving him unable to maintain the fire god's domain. Once the fire resistance ring's effect faded, the damage from the self-destruct attacks became even more devastating. As he watched the fire god's projections health plummet to less than 5 million, Lu Zhang's eyes flashed with an intense glow. He had originally thought that holding out for 3 hours would be sufficient, but he never expected that with the enemy's assistance, he now had a chance to directly eliminate the target. Without the fire god Labban summoning the fire god legion's skill to call forth 1,000 level 200 monsters, Lu Zhang would have never won. Surviving 3 hours was already a miracle. But with the enemy providing him with 1,000 self-targeting explosives, everything changed. When these devices all charged toward Labban and exploded, his health dropped to just over 2 million. At that moment, the Taotia directly consumed all its mana and once again released the Dark Claws. A larger version of the Divine Claws emerged from the void, striking with such force that the fire god Labban's projection's remaining health was completely depleted, with 2 million points of damage overflowing. Ding! Your summoned beast Tao Tai has killed the projection of fire god Laban LV.351. Your summoned beast Tao Tai has gained 140 million experience points. You have gained 35 million experience points. Ding! You have obtained the item Divine Fragment 1. Ding! You have successfully defeated a deity and obtained the title Godslayer. Title, Godslayer. Effect, inflicts an additional 5% damage to gods and those with divine power mental plus 2000, constitution plus 2000. Holy crap! This title is powerful. Base attributes have increased by 4,000 points. That's amazing. Before Lu Zhang could even celebrate, a furious roar and a notification suddenly rang out. You worthless insect! You will eventually die by my hands. Warning! Due to killing the projection of the fire god Labban, you have been cursed by the fire god Labban. All fire-type monsters now have a base hatred of 90% toward you. Fire-type monsters you fight will gain the fire god's blessing, increasing the power of fire spells by 100%, and some monsters have a small chance to be affected by the fire god and undergo enhancement. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang's face turned pale with shock. Is this deity so petty? I only killed your projection, and you're making all fire-type monsters double their spell damage to target me. Lu Zhang clenched his teeth in anger. One day, I'll definitely kill your true form. Chapter 40, Another Dungeon Lost. The hidden skill of the nine-headed phoenix. As a time traveler, Lu Zhang didn't share the same reverence for gods as the people of this world. He wasn't the type to take a loss. This fire god Labban was targeting him so much if he grew stronger in the future, he would definitely kill this guy to avenge himself. Do you really think the title of Godslayer was given to me for nothing? Ding! Fire god projection detected as deceased. You have successfully completed your class change. Promoted to Advanced Summoner. Unique exclusive skill summoning technique upgraded to Advanced Summoning Technique. Ding! Detected accumulation of a large amount of experience points. All have been absorbed. Your level has increased. Current level, LV.92. All attributes have been enhanced. Note, since the projection of the fire god Labban has been defeated, the fire god island has been abandoned by the fire god. The fire god island dungeon will permanently disappear in 1 hour. Last time I completed a class change, I jumped from level 30 to 47 in one go, a 17 level increase. This time was even more brutal, going straight from level 60 to 92, a whopping 32 level boost. Plus, it seems like I accidentally closed another dungeon. This isn't my fault. It's all that damn quest's fault. Lu Zhang didn't leave immediately. His gaze swept around, hoping to find a treasure chest or something, but unfortunately, aside from the divine fragment that dropped earlier, there was nothing else left. Equipment not dropping was normal, after all, it was just an energy projection. No treasure chests either. He couldn't help but think that it must have been the fire god Labban who had cleared everything out, leaving not even a single strand of hair for Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang glanced at the nine-headed phoenix. There was only half an hour left before it would drop to level 1, and taking it to fight monsters to level up now would be pointless. Today had been mentally exhausting, he needed to rest properly. He took out a teleportation scroll and used it, returning directly to Hongwei City. As for Wang Jun, who had agreed to wait for him at the dungeon entrance, Lu Zhang had already forgotten about him after the previous battle. Meanwhile, Wang Jiucheng and the 5 others rushed back to Hongwei City and immediately informed the Saint-Tier professional Red Lotus Knight Yuan Rong of the news that a Saint-Tier monster had appeared in the Fire God Island dungeon. The latter also hurried over immediately. However, when he rushed in, he found the entire dungeon completely empty. Not a single hair remained. It was like a stone that had been burned to a crisp by a raging fire, with nothing left behind. Additionally, a message appeared before his eyes. Note, due to the projection of Fire God Labban being defeated, Fire God Island has been abandoned by the Fire God. The Fire God Island dungeon will permanently disappear in 1 hour. Killed. The Fire God's projection, a symbol of divinity, a 350 level king tier quality Fire God projection, was actually killed. In the entire Redguard city, it seemed like there was only one Saint tier professional. Could it have been another Saint tier professional who happened to pass by? Filled with questions, Yuenru returned to the city and informed the gathered crowd at the city lord's mansion. What? Such a powerful monster was actually killed? Son Yu asked in disbelief. After all, when he was inside, he had sensed an overwhelming suppression, so intense that he had almost knelt down in worship, completely powerless to resist. Even when facing Yuenru, he hadn't felt that way. He was well aware that it was the majesty of a deity, the projection of the Fire God, who must be able to wield divine power. Yet such a terrifying existence had been killed. Yuenrong glanced at him coldly and said, "What? Are you doubting me?" Sonya trembled at her words and hurriedly replied, "No, of course not. I fully trust the words of the Holy One. I am merely astonished by the existence that could slay such a divine incarnation. Holy One, with your strength, could you achieve such a feat?" Sonya's counter-question left Yuenro silent for a moment before she shook her head and said, "I have no certainty. The odds are 50-50. Admitting defeat was impossible for Yuenrong, who had her pride. However, based on the 5 people's descriptions, the powerful Fire God projection of royal tier quality was indeed beyond her ability to eliminate. At that moment, the city lord, Nan Gongyu, spoke up. "Let's put this matter to rest. Since the crisis has been averted, inform the people that the dungeon has disappeared. Do not spread the details of what occurred inside to avoid causing panic. I will compile a report on the specifics and submit it to higher authorities." Lu Zhang returned to Hongwei City and went straight back to the inn to rest. Soon, the 9-headed phoenix indeed reverted to level 1. It seemed he needed to hurry up and level it up tomorrow. There were only 3 days left before the summoner's limited time dungeon ended. Lu Zhang needed to complete the advanced summoner level challenge on the final day to obtain the summoner's exclusive reward. Based on what he had learned previously, this exclusive time-limited dungeon for a specific profession often provided significant specialization bonuses for practitioners of that profession. He couldn't afford to miss any opportunity to grow stronger, especially since he now had a deity as an enemy. The next morning, after breakfast, Lu Zhang left Hongwei City and headed to a high-level dungeon to grind monsters. The highest-level summoned beast he currently possessed was undoubtedly the 5-star legendary divine pet, the Taoya, which had reached level 94. However, his other spirit pets were somewhat lacking. Setting aside the 9-headed phoenix, whose level had dropped to 1 due to its rebirth, among the divine-grade spirit pets, the highest level one was the Dongyu Tsangsha at 72, followed by the 3-tailed spirit fox at 70, and the Xiaoyu Sanglang at 69. The average level of rare beast pets was 55, and the average level of elite beast pets was a mere 50. This is far too low, and overall, they cannot keep up with Lu Zhang's personal leveling pace. For example, the experience points gained from killing monsters in a day by elite beast pets are even less than what a divine-grade spirit pet can gain from killing a single high-level monster. Such low efficiency leaves Lu Zhang, the capitalist summoner, highly dissatisfied. He feels it's necessary to fully upgrade the quality of his summoned beasts, aim to obtain more rare beast pets, and simultaneously raise the overall level requirements for all beast pets, urging them to work harder to kill monsters and gain experience points for him. Taking only 20% of your experience points as tax and still performing so poorly is truly unacceptable. Don't blame me for implementing a last-place elimination system. Upon entering the dungeon, Lu Zhang summoned the 9-headed phoenix and suddenly noticed that it had gained a new skill. Skill, Phoenix of the Flaming Abyss Hidden. Effect, while in this state, you can consume flame energy and death energy to convert them into experience points. You are immune to fire-based spell damage, death-based spell damage, and physical damage. Note, this skill requires 1 rebirth before activation. Wow! The 9-headed phoenix also gained a devouring ability. This skill only appeared after the 9-headed phoenix dropped to level 1. If it had appeared earlier, that fire god projection would have been devoured completely, and the battle wouldn't have been so difficult. It's not bad now. I guess I'll have to pick a new dungeon with plenty of fire energy. In the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day, the final day of the limited-time summoner dungeon. Lu Zhang returned to the location, entered directly, and activated the advanced summoner class challenge. Chapter 41, Another Divine Pet Appears. Clearing the Dungeon Ancient Summoning. After 2 days of monster hunting and leveling up, Lu Zhang's level had reached 94. Among his summoned beasts, the Taoya was at level 95, the 9-headed phoenix at level 90, the 3-tailed spirit fox at level 89, and the cave-dwelling black snake and howling moon grey wolf had both reached level 88. Over the past 2 days, he had summoned 2 more rare pet beasts, the holy light white deer and the golden ape, each granting Lu Zhang a new skill. Currently, on the 71st day after the Awakening Day, Lu Zhang possessed 7 rare summoned beasts, with an average level of 80, and 400 elite summoned beasts, with an average level of 60. After advancing to a high-rank summoner, his summoning technique upgraded to advanced summoning technique, significantly increasing the probability of summoning elite beast pets. In just 2 days, he summoned nearly 40 elite beast pets. At this rate, one day, even the lowest quality beast pets in his possession could reach elite quality. After all, Lu Zhen wouldn't let ordinary quality pets survive. This summoner dungeon is an excellent location to refresh summon slots. The dense monster population makes low-level pets easy to defeat, allowing Lu Zhang to continuously perform 10 summon or 100 summon sequences. You have entered the limited time dungeon Ancient Summoning Advanced Summoner Challenge. The countdown begins. Monsters will continuously spawn after 30 seconds. The event lasts for 1 hour. Countdown, 29, 28, 27. Lu Zhang looked around through the light screen. The average monster level was 90, and they all seemed to be dinosaur-type monsters. Iron-headed Triceratops, steel-clawed Velociraptor, black-armored Tyrannosaurus, and so on. So these were the creatures summoned from the ancient past. Lu Zhang released all his summoned beasts except the gluttonous beast. He wasn't the least bit concerned about his total output. A single immortal phoenix skill from the 9-headed phoenix was enough to completely clear the area. His main goal was to use this area to refresh his summoning slots, so he didn't immediately focus on output. Under the intense slaughter, the lower-tier summoned beasts died quickly, 10, 100, 200 at a time. Lu Zhang was immersed in the joy of summoning, as the base attribute bonuses from his summoned beasts had granted him a whopping 150,000 mana points, a mana pool rivaling that of a Saint-tier professional. Additionally, his extremely high mental attribute ensured that his mana regeneration rate was also at the Saint-tier level. Each use of a high-level summoning spell consumed 100 mana points, so there was no need to worry about mana consumption. Before he knew it, after summoning thousands of times, a dazzling name suddenly appeared before his eyes. Consumed 100 points of magic, successfully activated the skill Advanced Summoning Technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Kuei Nyo 1 summoned beast, unnamed. Species, Kuei Nyo. Quality, 5-star legendary divine pet. Level, LV.10%. Health, 8000. Magic power, 1500. Strength, 150. Agility, 100. Spirit, 200. Constitution, 200. Skills, Thunder Realm passive, Thunderous Might, Thunder Blast, Thunder Shield, Thunder Web, 5 Thunder Strikes. Triggers the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2, granting you the skill Thunder Domain passive. Skill, Thunder Domain passive. Effect, a spherical domain forms around you. Spell damage does not exceed your maximum mana, and damage is blocked by Thunder Power, granting immunity to spell damage, immune to all lightning-based spell damage. Any thunder power entering the thunder domain will be consumed by the domain if the spell damage does not exceed your maximum mana, which can be used to restore mana or convert into experience points. A divine skill, truly deserving of the name. Immune to spell damage, can absorb thunder force to restore mana and gain experience points. This is too powerful. If you find a dungeon with constant lightning strikes, you can just lie there and level up. This overlaps with the passive skill Mana Annihilation of the Taodia, but having an extra domain power like this is never a bad thing. Obtaining another legendary divine pet, Lu Zhang's mood instantly brightened. The gloom of not being able to summon high-quality summoned beasts for days vanished, and he even felt that this world still had love. Since this area is densely populated with monsters, it's the perfect place to level up the divine pet first. The divine pet is the key to Lu Zhang completing his class change quest. The more divine pets he has, the more confident he'll be in passing the quest. This requires intensive cultivation. Let us release a skill first to test its power. Skill, Thunderous Might. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1000 mana points. Within a certain range, summons the power of heavenly thunder to unleash a wide area attack. Each target hit suffers a minimum of 2000 base magical damage per second. This skill doesn't seem very powerful, but currently, the Kuei Nyo is of a low level and has limited mana. Thunderous Might channels the power of heavenly thunder, which is no ordinary force. By leveraging the might of the heavens, it can sustain continuous attacks. In an instant, a vast expanse of black clouds appeared in the sky within a 3-mile radius. Immediately afterward, numerous lightning bolts as thick as arms descended from the sky. However, the Thunderous Might released with only 1000 mana points lacks the power to break through the defenses of these level 90 dinosaurs. But among them, some were already on the brink of death from previous attacks by Lu Zhang's other summoned beasts, and a single strike from the thunderbolts was enough to finish them off. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Chinyo killed several 90th level dinosaurs, gaining a massive amount of experience points, causing its level to skyrocket. It immediately reactivated the Thunderous Strike. This time, it consumed 10,000 points of mana, dealing 20,000 points of damage per second, successfully breaking through the dinosaurs' defenses and eliminating a large number of them. Such a wide area attack skill, combined with the power of the Heavenly Might attack, was an invaluable tool for leveling up in such a closed, monster-infested dungeon. After a quarter of an hour, the Chinyo's level had skyrocketed to 75. By the time the dungeon quest was about to end, its level had reached 84. To prevent insufficient damage output, Lu Zhang had Kuei Niu consume 200,000 mana points to unleash a thunderous strike. In an instant, the entire dungeon was engulfed in thunder. Before leaving, Lu Zhang saw the dungeon completely empty. All the monsters had been cleared out, not even giving them time to respawn. Outside the dungeon cave, Wang Jun returned to check the rankings and found himself still in first place on the junior summoner rankings, sighing in relief. Then he noticed that Lu Zhang's name was still listed on the intermediate summoner damage rankings, with his total damage output far ahead of everyone else. Thinking about how Lu Zhang had fallen in the Fire God Island dungeon, he couldn't help but feel a touch of sadness. Suddenly, he noticed the advanced summoner rankings twitch slightly and instinctively looked over. First place, Lu Zhang level, LV.94 total damage output, 134,284,333 points. 134,283,333 points. 9 digits. Wait, Lu Zhang. Wang Jun suddenly turned his head toward the entrance of the ancient summoning dungeon, where a familiar figure appeared. He charged forward, slid to his knees beside Lu Zhang, and immediately wrapped his arms around the latter's legs. Boss. You're still alive. That's great. I knew you weren't dead. Lu Zhang was startled by the sudden appearance of this meatball. If it weren't for the fact that he had just summoned a divine pet and was in a good mood, he would have kicked him away with a single kick. At that moment, Lu Zhang suddenly remembered that this guy had said he would wait for him at the dungeon entrance, but he had used a teleport scroll to return to the main city to rest, effectively standing him up. He couldn't help but say awkwardly, cough, cough. I was seriously injured that day, so I went back to the city to rest. I didn't exit from the entrance. Come on, let go of me. I promise I won't do it again. Alright? Chapter 42, Opening the Treasure Chest. Opening the Treasure Chest. 2 titles, and what else? Wang Jun was a smart man. He heard Lu Zhang's words and realized that Lu Zhang wasn't aware that he had been taken away by someone else that day, so strictly speaking, he hadn't broken his promise. But he didn't call him out on it. After all, getting the boss to make a promise was a rare thing. Wang Jun quickly got up from the ground and excitedly asked, Boss. I don't blame you, but you're really scary. You've only been in your new job for 2 days, and you've already leveled up from 60 to 94? Did you go kill gods? Lu Zhang thought to himself, you actually guessed right. But considering he messed up another dungeon run, he didn't respond, just smiled twice. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Ding! The limited time dungeon ancient summoning challenge has ended. Rewards are now being distributed. Ding! You have obtained the title Ancient Overlord for ranking first in the intermediate summoner class damage challenge in the limited time dungeon ancient summoning. Ding! You have obtained an exclusive golden treasure chest 1. Ding! You have obtained the title Ancient King for ranking first in the Advanced Summoner Class Damage Challenge of the Limited Time Dungeon Ancient Summoning. Ding! You have obtained an exclusive Purple Radiance Treasure Chest 1. Title, Ancient Overlord. Effect, Life Recovery Speed plus 100%, Strength plus 800, Constitution plus 500. Title, Ancient King. Effect, Life Recovery Speed plus 150%, Strength plus 1000, Constitution plus 1000. He obtained 2 more titles, but this was an unexpected bonus. What Lu Zhang really cared about was whether there were any items that could genuinely enhance the combat power of the summoner class. There were 3 treasure chests in front of him. Besides the 2 chests belonging to Lu Zhang, there was also a silver-colored chest. Wang Jun looked at the silver treasure chest and said excitedly, Leader, let me open this silver treasure chest first. Saying that, he opened the chest. Lu Zhang looked over, and his passive skill, True Vision, activated, revealing all the information. Item, Summoning Scroll 10 effect, after a summoned beast dies, using the scroll allows you to summon another summoned beast. Item, Summoning Slot Expansion Gem 1 effect, use a mental power contract gem to gain an additional summoning slot after use. Item, Iron-Headed Triceratops Dinosaur Egg 1 effect, after signing a blood contract, you can hatch a 2-star elite quality Iron-Headed Triceratops pet. These 3 items are indeed very useful for summoners, especially the second one, which grants an additional summoning slot. For most summoners, it's an absolute treasure. But for Lu Zhang, these items are utterly useless. Yeah, all of them are trash. With 10 summoning slots available daily and unlimited refreshes, the lowest quality summoned beasts he targets are already rare. Shouldn't he discard all of these items? Looking at his 2 treasure chests, he prayed inwardly, please don't let me down. He opened the golden treasure chest. Item, Summoning Scroll 20 item, Summoning Slot Expansion Gem 2 item, Frostwing Dragon Egg 1 effect, after signing a blood pact, you can hatch a 1-star rare quality Frostwing Dragon pet. Item, Ancient Summoning Luck Bracelet. Effect, when equipped, increases the chance of obtaining high-quality spirit pets when casting summoning spells. The first 3 items left Lu Zhang feeling overwhelmed, but when the last one appeared, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't a waste of time. Increasing the chance of summoning high-quality spirit pets is pretty good. Open the Purple Radiance Treasure Chest. Item, Summoning Scroll 30 Item, Summoning Slot Expansion Gem 3 Item, Flaming Tyrannosaurus Egg 1 Effect, after signing a blood contract, you can hatch a 5-star rare quality Flaming Tyrannosaurus pet. Skill Book, Inspiring Aura. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1000 mana to cast an Inspiring Aura on a single target. While under the Inspiring Aura effect, HP recovery speed increases by 50%, and mana recovery speed increases by 50%. Prerequisites, Summoning class characters or Aura specialized characters. Not bad, finally something worthwhile. Upon seeing this skill scroll, Lu Zhang finally let a smile appear on his face. Even a 5-star rare quality pet egg was, in his eyes, as useless as chicken ribs, with little practical value. This type of pet, obtained through a contract rather than summoning, could also gain half the experience points from the target's monster slaying and leveling up, but it lacked a dedicated pet space, making it inconvenient to carry around, and required a large amount of food to feed. Unlike other summoned beasts, they didn't require any care. Once returned to the summoning slot, they automatically restored all their stats and healed their wounds. Lu Zhang definitely wouldn't use them, they were too inconvenient. In summary, out of the 2 items obtained from the treasure chests, only 2 are useful to him, the Lucky Bracelet and the Inspiration Aura skill book. However, the items he found unappealing were drool-worthy to other summoners around him, including Wang Jun. Big brother. There are so many summoning scrolls. If you have any extra, sell them to me. Wang Jun said eagerly. He dared not ask for anything else. Since Lu Zhang had obtained so many summoning scrolls, he might as well ask. Summoning scrolls couldn't be crafted by any lifestyle-type professions, they could only be obtained by professionals through dungeon drops. As a result, they were always in high demand and short supply, with prices skyrocketing. As a wealthy profession, summoners are not something ordinary families can afford. Lu Zhang raised his hand, storing all the items into his storage space, then said, "Let us head back to the city and discuss this further." It was clear that Wang Jun's family was wealthy. Lu Zhang definitely intended to sell these items, and selling them to Wang Jun might even skip the middleman and save on the markup. Wang Jun scanned the area, noticing the eager glances from the other summoners. He quickly agreed, "Let's go, big brother. Come to my house, my grandfather, the deputy city lord, has been eager to meet you." He spoke loudly, clearly addressing the other summoners who were itching to act. After all, he had a deputy city lord as his grandfather. Lu Zhang was also surprised by his words, not expecting this little fat guy to have such deep connections. It seems like he can ask for more money. Soon, the two returned to the city and entered a mansion. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, Wang Jun shouted loudly, "Quick, someone come. My boss is here. Hurry up and bring the best Biluakan tea." Just as the two of them entered the house and sat down, a voice suddenly rang out, startling Wang Jun. "You little brat. How dare you touch my grandfather's Biluakan tea? Do you want to cause trouble?" As the words fell, a larger version of Wang Jun walked in from the door. Judging by his age, this must be Wang Jun's father. Lu Zhang immediately stood up and greeted him politely. "Hello, uncle. Haha, please sit down." Wang Songting looked at Wang Jun and asked, "Is this the older brother you were mourning all night yesterday and even burned paper offerings for?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang's face darkened and he glared at Wang Jun. Wang Jun immediately jumped to his feet and forced a smile. "Big brother. I was just worried about you. Don't worry, I'll go to the temple tomorrow to pray for you and make sure all your bad luck is gone." Seeing him like this, he reminded Lu Zhang of his own brother Yang Dong, so Lu Zhang didn't bother to argue with him and nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Wang Songting sat down and looked at Lu Zhang in awe. "Wang Jun said you're from the same batch as him, and now you've reached level 94? That's terrifying. Are you an epic tier professional?" Chapter 43, As long as you give me a goal, I will follow you to the end. Before Lu Zhang could answer, Wang Jun couldn't help but interject. "What as an epic level professional? My boss is definitely a legendary level professional. Dad, do you know how much damage my boss dealt in that ancient summoning dungeon?" At this point, he deliberately paused, then extended both hands and bent one finger. 9 digits. 134 million damage. The undisputed number 1. Hearing this number, Wang Songting's face twitched. He then spoke up. "Young man, do you have any interest in joining a faction? The Wang family can provide all our resources to help you." Lu Zhang smiled and declined, "Thank you for your kindness, but my master is Fu Sangli, the dragon blood martial god of Fengdu City. The Wang family need not trouble themselves." Wang Songting nodded in understanding and smiled, "I see. As a disciple of the dragon blood martial god, one of the top 100 in the empire, you indeed don't need any other faction's help. In that case, I must ask you to look after my good-for-nothing son." Lu Zhang smiled and raised his hand, producing 50 summoning scrolls, 5 summoning slot expansion gems, and a dinosaur egg from the Frostwing dragon. These items can all be sold to the Wang family. Wang Jun was immediately surprised and asked, "Brother, you're not keeping any for yourself?" Lu Zhang shook his head and said, "I have enough summoning slots and summoned beasts. These are better for you to use. You're too weak." Although the first few sentences had moved Wang Jun, the last one completely shattered his resolve. He couldn't help but give Lu Zhang a resentful glance. Brother, compared to you, everyone is weak. Wang Songting, upon hearing this, cleared his throat and said, Dear nephew, I'll thank Jun on your behalf. Rest assured, I'll give you a fair price for these items. Lu Zhang nodded and said, I trust uncle won't shortchange me. Let's call it a day. I've been out for a few days and need to go home to check in. Once you've appraised these items, just transfer the money directly to my account. He wasn't worried that the other party would keep his belongings. First, he had a connection with Wang Jun, and second, he had the authority of his master, a saint-level professional, so he could leave with peace of mind. Wang Jun suddenly stood up and said, Big brother, you're leaving already? I still want to cling to your leg and have you take me leveling up. Lu Zhang replied, Uncle can help you for now. Once school starts, I'll take you leveling up. There's less than a month left. If we can't be in the same place after the college entrance exams, this month won't make much difference anyway. Wang Jun paused for a moment before quickly asking, Big brother, which university are you aiming for? The top 10 vocational universities in the country. You have to give me a specific goal, otherwise how will I find you? I'm not sure yet. I need to go back and discuss it with my master. I'll let you know once I have a decision. Lu Zhang thought for a moment before answering. He hadn't researched universities in detail, so he did need to discuss it with Fu Sangli to see where the resources would be better suited for him. Big brother, don't worry. No matter where you go, as long as you give me a goal, I'll definitely follow you. Wang Jun patted his chest and said. Lu Zhang nodded slightly, then turned to Wang Songting. Uncle, this junior takes his leave. Wang Songting stood up to see him off, accompanying Wang Jun to the gate. As he watched Lu Zhang's departing figure, Wang Songting spoke. You've chosen a good leader. Whether the Wang family can rise to new heights in the future may depend on whether we can secure his assistance. Wang Jun's face lit up with pride upon hearing this. There aren't too many people who can make me, Wang Jun, admit defeat. Dad, ask grandfather to help me improve my strength. I must keep up with the boss, otherwise, I'll be left behind. Lu Zhang was eager to return home. After much effort, he finally arrived back in Liang City before dark and went straight home. Upon entering the house, his mother Fangya looked over and immediately revealed a delighted expression. She put down the plate of food she was carrying and came to the door. Lu Zhang thought his mother was going to give him a hug, so he opened his arms, but then he heard Fangya say, Where's Jiao Jiao? You didn't hurt her, did you? Let her out quickly. She hasn't had a proper meal in so long. Following you is such a hardship. Lu Zhang's happy smile froze on his face, but the next moment, he was hugged. You little rascal, I was just teasing you. Did you cry at night on your first trip away from home? Hearing this, Lu Zhang nearly teared up, hugging Fangya tightly and laughing. A few moments later, the four of them enjoyed a pleasant meal together. Tushan Jiaojia ate the most, consuming half of the meal herself, with the remaining half shared among Lu Zhang and his family of 3. After returning home, the little fox was clearly overjoyed. After dinner, she even helped Fangya with the dishes, behaving like a model daughter. No wonder her mother loved her so much. Which woman could resist a fluffy, pink, and extremely well-behaved little daughter? The next morning, Lu Zhang arrived at Fengdu City and paid a visit to the sage's mansion. Fu Sangli, upon seeing Lu Zhang, immediately praised him. Excellent. Level 94. That's amazing. I thought completing the second transformation before the college entrance exam was already the mark of a once-in-a-lifetime genius, but you're almost ready for the third transformation. Are you planning to complete it before the exam? In most professional universities, second-tier advancement is sufficient for graduation. Even in top-tier professional universities, the graduation standard is only third-tier advancement. This child hasn't even taken the college entrance exam or enrolled in university yet, and he's already ready to graduate. Such a genius becoming his disciple would make Fu Sangli's lips curl into a smile he couldn't suppress, so he just let it show. Upon hearing Fu Sangli say this, Lu Zhang shook his head vigorously. You learn from your mistakes. He has already made 2 mistakes. First transformation, slaying dragons. Second transformation, slaying gods. Who knows how terrifying the third transformation task will be. Better to focus on upgrading the summoned beasts level first, so there's a chance of completing the task. Relying on luck like the second transformation task isn't an option. He spoke up. Master, I barely managed to complete the second transformation task and it was too dangerous. So I don't plan to start the third transformation task so soon. At least I'll wait until my main summoned beast reaches level 130 or above before I start the task. Fu Sangli heard this, thought for a moment, and said with some satisfaction. Alright. At your age, you've managed to resist the urge to level up and show off, opting instead for the safest approach. That's commendable. How was the loot from that dungeon? Lu Zhang smiled, took out an item, and said with a smile. The loot was decent. I brought you a gift. Fu Sangli looked at the enormous dinosaur egg that Lu Zhang had taken out, which was over 2 meters tall. A 5-star rare quality pet egg? That's quite valuable, and it should make a pretty decent pet, right? Why didn't you keep it for yourself? Lu Zhang replied, pet beasts are inconvenient. For me, summoned beasts are the foundation. There's no need to carry around a pet beast. Master, you're stationed at Fengdu City. If you can raise it, it can serve as a guardian force during future beast waves, alleviating the pressure on the city's defenses. Ha ha. Alright, it seems I didn't take you on as a disciple for nothing. In just a few days, you've already helped lighten my load. I'll take this. Come, let's talk about the important matter. What are your thoughts on choosing a university? Fu Sangli didn't bother with formalities and immediately put away the dinosaur egg, then brought up the question Lu Zhang had been about to ask. Lu Zhang shared his thoughts. Please keep reading, please recommend this story, please vote for the monthly award. Please keep reading, please recommend this story, please vote for this month. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Target, Jinnan University. You've already advanced to a high-level profession? Lu Zhang's demands were simple, just two. The first was something that would help with the development of the summoner profession, and the second was access to suitable monster-filled dungeons within the school's resources, where he could kill monsters in large numbers to level up quickly. After hearing these two requests, Fu Sangli took out his tablet, pulled up the information he had gathered on various universities over the past few days, and began handing it over to Lu Zhang one by one. Given Lu Zhang's current level, Fu Sangli believed that no academy would dare to refuse his enrollment. It all came down to which academy would be more advantageous for his development. The universities Fu Sangli recommended to Lu Zhang were all ranked within the top 30. The top 10 elite universities each had their own strengths and weaknesses, especially in the cultivation of mage professions in specific roles, where they had dedicated resources. For example, the University of the Flame Emperor is a paradise for fire-based mages, flame sword warriors, and fire spirit wizards. The surrounding dungeons are rich in resources that can enhance the abilities of fire-based professionals. However, none of these universities specialize in cultivating summoners, as this is not a dominant profession, at least not before Lu Zhang's arrival. In fact, the summoner class was classified as a semi-supportive class, designed to assist other classes in combat. In the end, the two decided to join one of the 10 great universities, Jinnan University. Jinnan University is a comprehensive university with relatively balanced training across all professions. However, it possesses a unique advantage that no other university can match. It is located atop a sacred tier dungeon known as the Abyss Cavern. Monsters from the Abyss Demon's Lair continuously spawn and surge toward the surface. One of the graduation requirements for students at Jinnan University is to obtain the title of Demon Slayer, which can only be earned by killing at least 100,000 monsters of level 30 or higher within the Abyss Demon's Lair dungeon. The professional university's curriculum is a 3-year program, meaning that to kill 100,000 monsters within 3 years, one must kill at least 100 Abyss monsters daily. The monsters are numerous, concentrated, and the combat environment is relatively secluded, making it ideal for Lu Zhang to secretly develop his summoning beast strategy. Moreover, Lu Zhang not only possesses the title of Demon Slayer, which increases damage output against Abyss monsters, but also has the Demon Banner, which allows him to directly control and absorb demons, making them his servants for more efficient slaughter. As for the benefits for summoner class progression, the differences between universities are minimal. However, Jinnan University has a dedicated summoner dungeon where there's a chance to obtain summoner skill books, which is crucial for Lu Zhang. Currently, he only possesses an additional skill called Inspiring Aura obtained from the limited-time Ancient Summoning Dungeon. This single skill alone can boost his combat power by at least 10%. If he can acquire more summoner skills, it will greatly aid him in completing the subsequent class advancement quests. Alright, then it's decided Jinnan University. Coincidentally, I have a friend who serves as the deputy city lord in Tiannan City, where Jinnan University is located. I'll have her look out for you when you arrive. Fu Sangli said with a smile. Lu Zhang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Jinnan University was in the south, far from Liang City. Fu Sangli needed to defend Fengdu City, and such a long distance made it difficult to rely on connections. Having an elder to look out for him, especially a deputy city lord, was a huge advantage. Many potential complications could be avoided. Thank you, Master. With a clear goal in mind, Lu Zhang had little else to do in the less than a month remaining. He simply focused on leveling up as quickly as possible, especially the 3 divine pets, ensuring they all reached at least level 130. Only then would he have the confidence to undertake the 3rd job advancement quest. This was no easy task. Once one reaches level 100, leveling up becomes significantly more difficult, with the required experience points often measured in the hundreds of millions. Most elite players, after reaching level 100, often need a year or even longer to level up by 1, and that's assuming they train relentlessly every day. Lu Zhang was killing monsters of much higher levels, so he gained a lot of experience points, but advancing a single level was still no easy feat. Forget about leveling up 3 times in a day. There simply aren't that many high-level monsters waiting to be killed. After leaving Fu Sangli's place, Lu Zhang headed straight to the nearest high-level dungeon, summoned his army of pets, and started grinding for experience. By the end of the day, out of his 3 divine pets, only the relatively lower level Kuei Nyo managed to level up, while the others didn't even gain a single level. That evening, after returning home, Lu Zhang sent a message to Yang Dong. The next morning, Yang Dong was already waiting at the door. Yang Dong had already completed his first transformation and was now level 31. Upon seeing Lu Zhang, he was extremely excited and exclaimed, "Brother, you're finally back. I was planning to ask you for help with my job change quest, but I didn't expect you to go on such a long trip. Are the monsters in the dungeons outside stronger? I've been wanting to go out and explore for a while." Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll take you leveling up, and then we'll apply to the same university together. I'll help you get in." Hearing this, Yang Dong grew even more excited. As he walked out, he asked eagerly, "Boss, what level are you now? Let me guess, you must be over level 40, right?" Lu Zhang nodded. "Level 94 indeed, over 40. I knew it. Where should we go to level up?" Fengdu City. Before reaching level 30, adventurers could only enter low-level dungeons, but once they surpassed level 30, they could enter any dungeon. Those who aren't afraid of death can even directly challenge Saint-tier monsters. Besides Yang Dong, Lu Zhang needed to bring one more person. He had promised to bring Dantai Mingyue along, and he wouldn't go back on his word. After all, it's the same effort to take one duck or two, so he wouldn't waste any extra energy. Most of the summoned beasts have already been arranged, they can handle monsters and level up on their own. Lu Zhang will accompany Dantai Mingyue and Yang Dong and avoid overly dangerous areas. Within Fengdu City, Dantai Mingyue, who had already reached level 44, couldn't help but speak up upon seeing Yang Dong. "Leader, is this the team member you were talking about? He is so weak, let me assist him." Yang Dong looked at Dantai Mingyue, who was holding a large hammer, and though he felt a bit afraid, he mustered his courage and replied, "I'm not weak. I'm a level 31 elite lightning domain mage." Dantai Mingyue said arrogantly, "I'm a level 44 rare class warhammer priest. I'm the support." Yang Dong was speechless upon hearing this. "Support? Level 44? How is that possible? Boss, who's higher level between you and her?" Lu Zhang chuckled lightly, "I'm higher." Meanwhile, Dantai Mingyue rolled her eyes and said, "I can't compare to the boss. After the beast tied a few days ago, he's already level 58. Boss, have you already completed the second class job change quest?" Lu Zhang nodded slightly. Yang Dong was utterly shocked, exclaiming in disbelief and frustration. "Just a few days apart, and you've already advanced to a high-level profession. Compared to you guys, I'm really just a weakling." Though he genuinely hoped his good brother Lu Zhang would grow stronger and take him along, this was just too powerful. It was starting to hurt his brotherly pride. Please keep reading, please recommend this chapter, please vote for this month. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, Carry Me. Carry Me. Dungeon Boss, Terrifying Night? Defeated in seconds. Starting from the 74th day of the awakening, Lu Zhang took Yang Dong and Dantai Mingyue with him to level up. It wasn't until they were leveling up together that Dantai Mingyue discovered that Lu Zhang was actually a summoner, which left her speechless. After all, she and Dantai Chengfeng had always believed that Lu Zhang was an assassin. The so-called leveling up involved Dantai Mingyue assisting Yang Dong, while Lu Zhang was merely a spectator. A few summoned beasts were released to give the two of them some room to show off. Lu Zhang didn't expect to level up during this process. The real leveling up happened in the dungeons where he had placed his divine pets and immortal pets to slaughter enemies. Previously, he had always been worried that the divine pets and celestial pets might get injured, so he kept them by his side. Now he decided to let them strive to reach higher levels than himself. Keeping them by his side would hinder their development. He would place them in suitable locations, recall them immediately if they faced life-threatening danger, and have them level up non-stop without rest. The capitalist's ruthless plan was set in motion, and Lu Zhang had fully entered his lie back and enjoy the show mode. Dantai Mingyue and Yang Dong were trained to exhaustion every day by Lu Zhang, but the experience points they gained were still less than a fraction of what Lu Zhang, the one just lying around, earned daily. After all, not everyone can be a capitalist. Under Lu Zhang's intense training, their levels skyrocketed. Time flew by, and it was now the 95th day after the Awakening Day. There were only 5 days left before the National Vocational Exam. By this point, Lu Zhang had already reached level 100, the limit of the second transformation, while Dantai Mingyue had reached level 50 and Yang Dong level 48, with both of their strengths significantly enhanced. Fu Sangli found another resource for Lu Zhang. Team Battle Dungeon, Graveyard of the Dead. Dungeon content: enter the graveyard, defeat the undead boss, and obtain a title and a treasure chest. The treasure chest has a chance to contain a team battle support skill book. Dungeon requirements: teams of 2 to 10 players can enter, with the highest level player at level 100. All participants have only one attempt. Recommended participants: players between levels 60 and 100, with a team size of 10. This dungeon is not difficult for Lu Zhang, but Fu Sangli is interested in the possibility of obtaining group battle support skill books, which are crucial for Lu Zhang as a summoner. The Graveyard of the Dead is not a time-limited dungeon but a periodic one, opening for 3 months each year. It had just opened a few days ago, and Fu Sangli had been keeping an eye out for resources that Lu Zheng could use. Upon discovering this dungeon, he immediately called Lu Zheng over to inform him. The next day, the three set off together and arrived at the outskirts of Chosha City, one of the main cities in the 4th district of Hohhot County, 2 hours later. At the dungeon entrance, looking at the gloomy interior, Lu Zheng spoke. Check the potions and scrolls you're carrying. Once inside, we must hold out for at least an hour before the dungeon boss appears. Defeating it is the only way to complete the dungeon quest, obtain the treasure chest, and earn the title. This opportunity only comes once, you must not miss it. Yang Dong held the golden grade equipment Dragon Slayer staff, crafted by Dantai Chengfeng just 3 days ago, and pointed forward with a bold expression. Don't worry, boss. Watch me shatter the darkness with thunder. Dantai Mingyue immediately shot him down, enough with the bravado. There are plenty of monsters in there that are 70 to 80 levels strong. You're just a lowly second-tier mage, stay by the boss's side. We'll need Zhao Zhao to handle this. Over the past few days, Dantai Mingyue had also gotten to know Lu Zheng's summoned beasts. When she saw those divine-grade summoned beasts, she was shocked, but upon reflection, she found it reasonable. Without such powerful allies, Lu Zheng wouldn't have been able to level up so quickly. However, after seeing Tushan Zhao Zhao transform into human form, she immediately fell in love with this soft, cute, yet incredibly powerful little fox. Every day, unless they were in battle, she would hold the little fox close and strongly protest Lu Zheng for letting the little fox massage his legs, claiming that this exceeded the scope of a summoned beast's duties. Of course, as the leader, Lu Zheng completely ignored her complaints, continuing to have the little fox massage him while urging her to level up with Yang Dong. Dantai Mingyue's words deflated Yang Dong completely. This dungeon was indeed not a place where he could act so arrogantly. Lu Zheng waved his hand and said, "You two are the same. Let's just grind for a title together." Hearing Lu Zheng say that, they didn't argue anymore. They were all the same. All just dead weight. As they spoke, the three entered the mist, and a prompt immediately sounded in their ears. You have entered the group battle dungeon Graveyard of the Dead. Please form a team. Ding. You have successfully teamed up with Dantai Mingyue and Yang Dong. Ding. Team battle task assigned, defeat the LV.100 dungeon boss, the Terror Knight. Task countdown, 29, 28, 27. The light screen before their eyes vanished, and soon after, the gray mist was filled with the sound of bones grinding against each other. Lu Zheng raised his hand and summoned a white deer covered in milky white fur, which then released a skill. Instantly, a milky white light sphere appeared in the sky, dispelling the gray mist within hundreds of meters. Skill, Holy Light Illumination. Effect, consumes at least 500 mana to release a holy light sphere, creating a purification effect within a certain range. All targets within the range are immune to negative status effects, and their health regeneration rate increases by 50%. This is the skill of the 4-star rare beast pet, the Holy Light White Deer, which Lu Zheng has also obtained. This skill has one drawback: the position of the Holy Light Orb cannot be moved, and it only affects a specific area. To affect other areas, it must be summoned again. Additionally, both summoning and maintaining the Holy Light Orb consume a significant amount of mana. Of course, given the current situation, a single Holy Light Orb is more than sufficient. After the gray mist dissipated, the forms of the surrounding monsters became visible. They were moving skeletal frames, most of them clad in white bone armor, wielding white bone greatswords or white bone staffs. Monster, Silver Skeleton Swordsman. Quality, Common. Level, LV.80. Health, 20,000 20,000. Magic, 8,000 8,000. Strength, 2,800. Agility, 2,500. Spirit, 2,000. Constitution, 2,500. Monster, Silver Skeleton Mage. Quality, Common. Level, LV.80. Health, 20,000 20,000. Magic Power, 12,000 12,000. Strength, 2,000. Agility, 2,000. Spirit, 3,000. Constitution, 2,000. They are all ordinary monsters, but their levels are quite high. Within the range of the Holy Light Orb, as undead creatures representing negative energy, their health points continuously decrease, and their defense and other attributes are also weakened. Looking at Dantai Mingyue, who was eager to fight, Lu Zheng waved his hand and said, "Go ahead and fight them. Your attributes are advantageous against the undead." Yang Dong, assist her. Yang Dong was speechless. I'm a Thunder Domain mage, and I'm supposed to be the support? However, he obeyed Lu Zheng's orders, and the two began to work together to kill the monsters. The two of them couldn't do much, so Lu Zheng summoned the three-tailed spirit fox, the cave-piercing black snake, and the moon-howling grey wolf to slaughter the enemies. An hour passed quickly, and the dungeon boss finally appeared. From the black mist emerged a knight riding a skeleton warhorse, clad in black armor and wielding a greatsword. His eyes, burning with blue flames, betrayed a complete disregard for life. Monster, Terror Knight. Quality, Boss Level. Level, LV.100. Health, 100,000 100,000. Magic, 20,000 20,000. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 3,000. Constitution, 4,000. Skills, Fear Aura, Death Charge, Dark Cross Slash. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhang smiled. Finally, it had appeared. As he raised his hand, the nearby Dongyut Sangsha activated its skill, Blood Shadow Divine Light, channeling 5,000 points of mana. If hit, any target with a spirit value below 4,500 would have their soul shattered, resulting in instant death. In an instant, the newly appeared level 100 dungeon boss, the Terror Knight, collapsed on the spot, turning into a pile of bones. Instant kill. Please keep reading, please recommend this chapter, please vote for this month. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, the night before the college entrance exam, grinding out 3 divine grade spirit pets. As someone who had already slain dragons and gods, Lu Zhang had no interest in this 100 level boss quality monster. Back when he hadn't even transferred jobs yet, he had single-handedly killed a level 100 boss quality monster, the Torch Monkey, during a beast tide. Now, killing these creatures was as easy as crushing an ant for him. Yang Dong and Dantai Mingyue were clearly terrified when they saw the level 100 dungeon boss, the Terror Knight, appear. At their current level, they weren't even a match for such a powerful foe. The sheer pressure alone was enough to prevent them from unleashing their full combat potential. Yet, this monster they regarded as a flood of monsters was instantly killed by Lu Zhang's summoned beast with a single strike. This was a huge shock to them. They were all the same age. How could the gap between people be so vast? Leader, how many levels are you now? You can't possibly have already reached the 3rd transformation, can you? Yang Dong asked in shock. Dantai Mingyue also looked curious, but Lu Zhang just smiled and didn't answer. Open the treasure chest. Ding. You have successfully defeated the LV.100 dungeon boss, the Terrifying Knight, completed the quest and obtained the title Conqueror of Death. Ding. You have obtained a golden treasure chest 1. Title, Death Conqueror. Effect, when defeating undead monsters, there is a 5% chance to restore a certain amount of health mental plus 100, constitution plus 200. As Lu Zhang had anticipated, this title is rather ordinary. After all, everyone who participates in group battles can obtain it, making it easily attainable and of average quality. Titles come in different colors, corresponding to their rarity: white, red, silver, gold, purple gold, and black gold. The Death Conqueror is merely a white tier title. The base attribute bonuses are minimal, and the effect of restoring a certain amount of health is extremely rare. Such a weak effect is normal for a white tier title. However, every title is rare, and even a white title isn't something just anyone can obtain. Take this dungeon, for example. A 100 level boss of dungeon quality requires a team of 100 level elite players to defeat it, and even then, it's still quite challenging. Open the treasure chest. Lu Zhang came here not for the title, but for this treasure chest, more accurately, for the team support skill book that might be inside. The treasure chest opened, revealing 3 items. Lu Zhang immediately spotted the skill book inside. Skill book, Critical Strike Aura. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1000 mana to cast a critical strike aura on a single target. While under this effect, each attack has a minimum 10% chance to trigger a critical strike, dealing an additional 100% damage. The 10% critical hit probability is the minimum rate. By increasing mana consumption, the probability can be raised, with the maximum being 50% at a mana cost of 10,000 points. This is quite impressive, effectively doubling the chance of a critical hit, resulting in absolutely explosive damage output. This is a god tier skill. With this item, this trip will be well worth it. After obtaining the skill book, check the remaining 2 items. Item, Undead Realm Pass. Effect, holding this item allows entry into dungeons belonging to the undead plane of same tier or higher. This is just a pass. Keep it for now, it might come in handy later. Item, Terror Knight Summoning Scroll Effect, upon use, summons a level 100 Terror Knight to fight for you. The summon lasts for 3 hours before it dies. Trash. This scroll's only use for Lu Zhang is to sell it for money, though he never expected anything else from it. Lu Zhang kept all the items from the treasure chest for himself, while Dantai Mingyue and Yang Dong just took a quick look. As Lu Zhang had said from the beginning, the 2 of them were just tagging along to get a title. Anything in the treasure chest had nothing to do with them. So when Lu Zhang took everything, they didn't say a word. After leaving the dungeon, they returned to Fengdu City to continue leveling up. 4 days later, it was the day before the college entrance exam. In the afternoon, Lu Zhang parted ways with Dantai Mingyue and the others, heading alone to a certain dungeon. It had been over 20 days, and he hadn't summoned a single new pet that satisfied him. Tomorrow was the day of the college entrance exam, so he decided to refresh the dungeon 10,000 times today to see if he could summon something better. Consumed 100 magic points. Successfully activated the advanced summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining a 1-star common pet Fiery Rabbit 1. Consumed 100 magic points. Successfully activated the advanced summoning skill. Congratulations on obtaining a 2-star elite pet, Steel Helmet Exploding Bear 1. Before he knew it, it was already dusk. Lu Zhang had cast the summoning technique over 90,000 times, leaving him mentally exhausted. However, a burning determination kept him going. He refused to give up. He had to continue. He wouldn't return until he obtained a summoned beast that satisfied him. Suddenly, 3 voices as beautiful as heavenly music rang out in his ears. Consuming 100 points of magic, the advanced summoning technique was successfully activated. Congratulations on obtaining the 3-star Divine Grade Spirit Pet Cloud Parting Crane 1 triggered hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill Soar Through the Clouds. Consume 100 magic points to successfully activate the advanced summoning skill. Congratulations! You have obtained a 4-star Divine Grade Spirit Pet 6-winged Frost Centipede. 1 trigger the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill Freeze 1,000 miles. Consume 100 mana points to successfully activate the advanced summoning technique skill. Congratulations! You have obtained the 3-star Divine Grade Spirit Pet Double-Headed Black Ice Dragon 1 trigger the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You obtain the skill Raging Sea Tide. 3 Divine Grade Spirit Pets. Lu Zhang's previously listless spirit suddenly became incredibly excited. After 10,000 summons, his efforts had paid off. It was worth listening to the broadcast until his ears were ringing. Finally, he got what he wanted. And he got 3 at once. The feedback revealed 3 skills, Frostbound 1,000 miles and Raging Sea Tide were clearly area of effect damage abilities. With these 2 skills, Lu Zhang could easily pass as a mage, and no one would doubt it. The Cloud Riding skill was somewhat intriguing. Skill, Cloud Riding. Effect, consumes a certain amount of magic to create and control clouds and mist, which can be used for flight, defense, or attack. This is a rather ambiguous skill. The mana cost is unknown, and its specific uses are unclear. It can be used for flight, defense, or attack. In simple terms, with this skill, you can control clouds and mist by consuming mana, shaping them into any form you desire. Lu Zhang loves this skill and fell in love with it at first use. Nothing else to say, it's just so cool. With this skill, he's now a man with his own entrance effect. A loud explosion echoed through the sky, the mist exploded, and Lu Zhang made his dazzling entrance. It had the legendary aura of a divine being descending from the heavens. Other effects aside, looking cool is a lifelong pursuit. With 3 Divine Grade Spirit Pets and such an explosive skill, Lu Zhang finally returned home satisfied, awaiting the arrival of the college entrance exam the next day. The college entrance exam is nothing, it's a piece of cake. Chapter 47, Your brotherly bond is too deep, I'm not worthy. The National Vocational College Entrance Exam is divided into 3 stages: Municipal Level Exam, County Level Exam, and Alliance Level Exam. The Municipal Level Exam, also known as the Main City Exam, is conducted at the main city level, assessing eligible students from subordinate military cities. The results are recorded in the National Vocational Exam System, and those who pass advance to the next level. 90% of students only have this one chance. Among them, the majority will not be able to continue their education, while the top performers may attend ordinary universities with the support of Alliance resources to further their studies. The remaining 10% of students who pass advance to the county level exam, where students from approximately 30 main cities across the county undergo a second round of assessment. All students who participate in the county level examination are guaranteed university admission. However, during the first assessment, it is still not possible to make detailed distinctions between true geniuses and ordinary outstanding individuals. After this assessment, only 1% of the students advance to the third assessment, which is the Alliance exam. The third exam is designed to distinguish between geniuses and prodigies. Before 8 o'clock in the morning, Lu Zhang arrived at Liang City First Middle School and once again met his class monitor, Mu Yunlan. Today, each student would be issued an admission ticket, which would allow them to travel to the main city with the school during the college entrance exam period. The admission ticket could be used to offset all basic expenses, including teleportation array usage fees, basic recovery potion purchase fees, and meal expenses. Mu Yunlan smiled upon seeing Lu Zhang and said, "It's been a while. I still can't gauge your level, but I think I could hold my own against you now." Lu Zhang glanced at her level 52. Not bad. It seemed her family had helped her a lot recently, and she had also put in enough hard work. Her profession was already quite powerful, so reaching this level wasn't surprising. But to say she could match him in a fight? That was laughable. Currently, Lu Zhang himself was still at level 100, while his 3 main battle divine pets had all reached level 120. The 3 main battle divine pets in the second tier had reached level 110, and the average level of the rare beast pets was 100. Even among the 632 elite beast pets, the vast majority had reached level 80 or above, with over 200 of them at level 90 or above. Not to mention that he still has a demon banner in his hands, containing over 30 demons of levels 80 to 90. Releasing half of them alone could shred Mu Yunlan to pieces in an instant. We're all classmates, we should at least give each other some face, right? No wonder you're so strong. Even I would have to put in some effort to defeat you. Lu Zhang praised him. Hearing his former rival praise him so highly, Mu Yunlan couldn't help but flash a confident smile. Although many days ago, Lu Zhang could defeat a 60th level monster using a divine grade summon beast, she could now easily kill a 60th level boss. As a sword cultivator, she was undoubtedly at the peak of damage output, so she had strong self-confidence. Just then, Yang Dong, who had walked over, couldn't help but flash a peculiar smile upon hearing Lu Zhang's words. He was only level 49, but he knew Mu Yunlan's level. After all, Lu Zhang's summoned beast had obliterated a 100-level boss, the Terror Knight, with a single strike. A mere 52-level Mu Yunlan defeating her shouldn't require a second attack, right? This was actually quite a bit of effort. Mu Yunlan saw Yang Dong and was quite surprised. Yang Dong, you've actually reached level 49. How did you do it? Of course, it's because the boss helped me level up. The boss thought my level was too low and didn't even let me follow him, so he specially spent over 20 days helping me level up. Sigh, I'm such a waste, making the boss go through all this trouble. Mu Yunlan heard this and widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at Lu Zhang. You really spent over 20 days specifically helping him level up? Don't you know that the 100 days before the college entrance exam are the golden time for improving your strength? Before Lu Zhang could answer, Yang Dong interjected. The boss knows that, of course. But our brotherly bond is as high as the sky and as deep as the sea. To not leave me behind, the boss slowed down his own leveling progress and specifically helped me. This kindness, I'll remember for the rest of my life. Mu Yunlan glanced at the emotionally charged Yang Dong, then turned to Lu Zhang and sighed, speaking with a touch of bitterness. Yes, your brotherly bond is deep. I'm not worthy of it. After saying that, she turned away and no longer looked at the two of them. Lu Zhang felt utterly confused by her words. You're not my brother. You've always seen me as a rival. What's this talk of being unworthy? The headcount of students was completed, and the admission tickets were distributed. Under the guidance of their homeroom teachers, all the students were led to the special transmission array service area designated for the college entrance exam. Outside the service area were numerous parents of the students. Lu Zhang also saw his parents. His father, Lu Yuan-tu, gave him some words of encouragement. His mother, Fangya, finally reminded him. Make sure Jiao Jiao doesn't get hurt. You can skip your meal, but don't let our precious Jiao Jiao go hungry. I understand. If it comes to that, I won't let her take the exam. Lu Zhang said helplessly. That's not an option. I believe Jiao Jiao can protect you. You're a summoner, remember to prioritize your own safety above all else. Fangya's earlier words were clearly meant to ease Lu Zhang's mind, but in her haste, she blurted out her true feelings. Lu Zhang gave Fangya a big hug. Don't worry. Dear Mom. Just wait and watch the TV broadcast. The top spot in the entire alliance is mine. After speaking, he released Fangya, waved his hand, and walked toward the teleportation array. Attention all examinees. The special teleportation array for the college entrance exam will activate in 3 minutes. Please enter the array promptly. Those who fail to enter will be considered as having withdrawn from the exam. The crowd surged as candidates and parents parted ways, all visibly excited. The professional college entrance exam had no theoretical component. It was entirely practical, hands-on testing in simulated scenarios, which could potentially result in death. Accidents were inevitable. Fangya leaned against Lu Yuan-tu's chest. Although the death rate for the exam was less than 1 in 10,000, it was still dangerous, and she couldn't help but worry. Lu Zhang stood within the teleportation array, watching Fangya try to say something. He understood. Go for it, son. Lu Zhang responded with a big smile. The next moment, the teleportation array activated, and all the candidates vanished from their original positions. When their senses returned, they had already arrived directly within Fengdu City. Ordinary professionals would need to first go to a level 3 war preparedness city and then ascend one level at a time to enter the main city. Such a direct teleportation array was only accessible to candidates, aside from the city's privileged administrative elite. This clearly demonstrated the extremely high status of candidates during this period within the entire alliance. Upon entering Fengdu City, all students were led to the square to assemble. Below Fengdu City lay 43 military cities, and including the main city school, there were a total of 62 high schools. Each high school had over 300 students, meaning that the candidates from just one main city alone numbered over 20,000. With so many people gathered together, the scene was vast and bustling, with a lively atmosphere. However, when a figure appeared in mid-air, the entire crowd fell silent. The one who had arrived was none other than the same-tier professional, the dragon blood martial god, Fu Sangli. Fu Sangli scanned the crowd, spotted Lu Zhang, and smiled, but did not speak. The city lord of Fengdu City, Fang Shanbin, accompanied by the deputy city lord Chen Dongming and other high-ranking officials, ascended the high platform. He addressed the students below with a few minutes of encouraging words before the examination supervisor announced the rules for the first round of assessments, the municipal level exams. Chapter 48, Who the hell is this guy? He is even better at sucking up than me. All candidates, please pay attention. The national level vocational examination is about to begin. We will now conduct the difficulty level allocation test for the municipal level exam. Examinees, please proceed to the occupational assessment platform in order. Based on your occupational classification and rank, you will be assigned different markers. White badges are for professionals of level 15 or below. You will participate in the beginner level difficulty exam. Yellow markers are for professionals with levels 16-25. You will participate in the intermediate difficulty dungeon exam. Silver badges are for professionals with levels 26-30. You will participate in the advanced difficulty dungeon assessment. Gold badges are for professionals at level 30 and above. You will participate in the top-tier difficulty dungeon assessment. All participants, please proceed to the designated assembly points according to the badge you have received. You will be transported by dedicated vehicles to the corresponding assessment dungeon locations and participate in the assessments in batches. Upon completing the assessment, you will immediately receive a score. After all participants have finished, the county-level candidates will be selected based on the overall rankings. Now, everyone please line up and step onto the testing platform. The city-level exam is merely to distinguish between outstanding individuals and ordinary ones. Therefore, the assessment ceiling is set at the level of the first transformation. Within 100 days, very few can reach the first transformation, and these individuals are undoubtedly eligible for the county-level exam. However, to ensure fairness, they must still participate in the dungeon assessment. Dungeons of different difficulties have monsters of varying levels, resulting in different output data. The final scores are determined by a comprehensive evaluation, with higher difficulty levels corresponding to higher score caps. The basic assessment is out of 1,000 points, the intermediate assessment is out of 3,000 points, the advanced assessment is out of 5,000 points, and the top-tier assessment is out of 10,000 points. Those with lower levels don't even qualify for high scores, and they're not given the chance to prove themselves. In this world of professionals, rank is so blatantly exposed, with no room for hiding. Candidates with lower ranks are more likely to gather enough people for a group. Silver badge students have to wait a long time before a full group is sent off, while gold badge students are even rarer, often unable to gather enough people for a single group. Soon, it was the turn of the students from Liyang City First Middle School. Mu Yunlan, Yang Dong, and Lu Zhang, 3 consecutive gold badge students, drew gasps of astonishment from many. Among the gold badge students, a student named Ma Xiu from the first-tier military city of Fengyang spoke up. I never expected that a mere 4th-tier strategic city could produce 3 gold badge students. Fengyang City only has 6 gold badge students in total. This is truly rare. A student named Sun Zhang, who had triangular eyes, sneered, gold badge students are not all the same. Those 3 have probably just completed their first transformation. At that moment, Lu Zhang and his 2 companions approached. One of them rushed straight to Lu Zhang, unable to believe his eyes. Wait, you're a summoner? You're not an ice mage. Lu Zhang frowned at the Eastern-style woman in front of him and said slowly. I never claimed to be a mage. And please don't block my path. Everyone was a student, and it was the critical period of the college entrance exams. He didn't want to cause any trouble that might bring trouble to his master, so his tone remained polite. Though he found this persistent girl rather annoying. Dongfang Niao Niao felt an inexplicable sense of fear under his gaze. This was the pressure exerted by a powerful professional and overwhelming mental strength, causing her to instinctively step aside. Hey! This student seems pretty arrogant. Being so rude to a girl, do you think wearing a mask to hide your rank gives you the right to do whatever you want? Sun Zhang stepped forward to block Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang was speechless. He had been so polite, yet here was this ignorant fool daring to speak to him like that? Who the hell are you? How dare you talk to my boss like that? Yang Dong stepped forward coldly. He saw that the other guy was only level 45, yet he dared to provoke the boss. It was a suicidal move. The boss had a good temper, but as his subordinate, he couldn't stand it. Sun Zheng only noticed then that he couldn't tell the level of the masked Lu Zhang, let alone the levels of Yang Dong and Mu Yunlan, who were standing beside him. He looked at Yang Dong uncertainly and asked, "What level are you?" Yang Dong was about to answer when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice from behind him. "Boss! I finally see you. I've missed you so much." Wang Jun ran over from the detection platform, launching himself toward Lu Zhang like a cannonball, and even fell to the ground, hugging one of Lu Zhang's legs. Yang Dong, seeing this, had no time to deal with Sun Zhang. Who the hell was this guy? He was even more sycophantic than him. If he didn't act quickly, Lu Zhang's position as the top sycophant would be in jeopardy. Who are you? Let go of my boss. This is my spot. Yang Dong grabbed Wang Jun's arm and glared at him angrily. Sun Zhang, Dongfang Niao Niao, and other students who witnessed the scene were all stunned. Many of them were the children of high-ranking officials and recognized Wang Jun's status. He was the grandson of Wang Jiucheng, the deputy city lord of Hongwei City, and also the nephew of Chen Dongming, the deputy city lord of Fengdu City. It was said that his current rank had already reached level 54. He should have been participating in the assessment in Hongwei City, but he was suddenly transferred to Fengdu City a few days ago, which had already drawn a lot of attention. And now, such a powerful figure with a prestigious background and formidable strength was crawling on the ground, clinging to the leg of a student from a high school in a level 4 military preparedness city, shouting "Boss!" Wang Jun was pulled up by Yang Dong and stood up angrily, shouting, "Wait, why are you pulling me? What about your spot? The boss already agreed to let me hold onto his leg." I'm going to the same university as him. At that moment, Dantai Mingyue walked over, holding a large hammer. Stop causing trouble. Yang Dong, Wang Jun is indeed the boss's follower. Wang Jun, Yang Dong is the boss's classmate and best friend. Lately, the boss has been training with me and him. Wang Jun glared at Yang Dong, let go of his hand, then looked at Lu Zhang with a pitiful expression, his face filled with resentment. Boss, you taking Mingyue with you to level up is fine, and I support you two building your relationship. But how could you abandon me and take Yang Dong with you? Dantai Mingyue blushed upon hearing this and feigned anger. Wang Jun, what are you talking about us together? If you say another word, I'll smash your head in. Yang Dong was also furious. Zhang and I are childhood friends. We grew up together. What's wrong with him bringing me along? You're the newcomer, yet you're so arrogant. Lu Zhang rubbed his forehead. Yang Dong and Wang Jun, the one was skinny and the other fat, had almost identical personalities. They were utterly sycophantic. But there was nothing to be done about it. After all, who doesn't like being flattered? Enough, both of you shut up. We're brothers. Don't fight anymore. If you have to fight, wait until we're in college. If you can't get into the same university as me, don't blame me for not taking you along. As soon as Lu Zhang spoke, the two fell silent, glaring at each other before standing on either side of Lu Zhang, pushing Mu Yunlan to the back, where she stood alongside Dantai Mingyue. Mu Yunlan couldn't help but glance at Dantai Mingyue and whispered. What's your relationship with Lu Zhang? Chapter 49, it's exactly what you're thinking. He really can't stand up now. Mu Yunlan's sudden question startled Dantai Mingyue, who was about to instinctively reply that they weren't related, but upon glancing at Mu Yunlan's expression, she found herself answering. It's exactly the kind of relationship you're thinking of. After saying that, her own face couldn't help but flush bright red. After spending these days with him, Lu Zhang's strength had left a deep impression on her. Even during the beast tide that day, she had felt a slight stir in her heart. As they spent more time together, the admiration she felt for him grew even more evident. Now that she had discovered Mu Yunlan, such a formidable competitor, she instinctively wanted to protect her own position. Though, she didn't have much status yet. Upon hearing Dantai Mingyue's response, Mu Yunlan's body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. It felt as though something precious had been taken away from her, leaving her heart aching in a sense of emptiness. However, she was a clever girl. After noticing Dantai Mingyue's expression and recalling her earlier words, Mu Yunlan thought of something, composed herself, and smiled. Oh, so you're just ordinary friends. Let me introduce myself. I'm Mu Yunlan. I've been Lu Zhang's deskmate for all 3 years of high school. I guess you could say we're childhood friends. These words clearly carried a challenge. As the granddaughter of the Moon God Pavilion's grandmaster, Dantai Mingyue wasn't the type to back down. She retorted immediately. Being the person sitting in front of you in class doesn't make you childhood sweethearts. We were just ordinary classmates. A mere classmate, a mere classmate. The two exchanged glances and snorted coldly in unison, then stepped forward on either side, pushing Yang Dong and Wang Jun away from Lu Zhang. Yang Dong and Wang Jun, who were left behind, looked at the two girls and felt an inexplicable chill. They couldn't afford to provoke them. Dongfang Niaonia was currently at level 49, the same as Yang Dong. She recalled what Fu Bo had mentioned earlier about Lu Zhang's level likely being close to 50. Given the current situation, it was clear that his strength was far from ordinary. Thinking of a possibility, she couldn't help but blurt out, You haven't already completed the second transformation, have you? Wang Jun hurriedly replied, Of course. My senior already completed the second transformation over 20 days ago. Upon hearing this, the other gold badge students all turned pale, especially Sun Zhang, who had been so arrogant moments ago, who was now so scared he knelt down immediately. Big brother, I was wrong. I spoke to you in a harsh tone earlier and offended you. I'm truly sorry. Someone who had completed the second transformation over 20 days ago was undoubtedly an epic level professional. Such talent was not someone he could afford to provoke. The national champion from the previous year was only level 57. In history, only 3 professionals had ever completed the second transformation before the college entrance exam, and all 3 had become powerful figures in their respective regions. Of the 3, only 1 had died in battle, while the other 2 were now among the top 5 in the empire. Therefore, when Sun Zhang heard that Lu Zhang had already completed his second transformation, he was so terrified that his spine went cold, and he nearly lost control of his bladder. However, the shock was far from over. A figure descended from the sky and landed here, prompting everyone to bow in respect. Greetings, Holy One. Fu Sangli nodded to the crowd, then turned to Lu Zhang and smiled, saying, During the assessment, you must not use too much power. Otherwise, the dungeon might be destroyed, and we'll have to reconstruct the high-stakes exam dungeon, which would be extremely troublesome. Lu Zhang immediately agreed, I understand, Master. Fu Sangli glanced at Sun Zhang and the others, then gave one final reminder before departing. Don't bully them. Lu Zhang's foundational attributes were exceptionally strong, and Fu Sangli could sense this. As a result, he had already classified Lu Zhang as a powerful individual, not merely a disciple or student. In his eyes, anyone among the students who dared to attack Lu Zhang was essentially being bullied by him. Hearing Fu Sangli's words, Lu Zhang was speechless. He hadn't done anything. He shot a disdainful glance at Sun Zhang, who was still kneeling on the ground. Get up! Don't kneel there! Otherwise, the master will say I'm bullying you again. Sun Zhang wanted to stand up, but he truly couldn't get to his feet. He had thought that the status of a second-tier powerhouse was already terrifying enough, but he never expected this person to be the disciple of a saint-ranked professional, the dragon blood martial god. Such a status meant that provoking him was no different from seeking death. If Lu Zhang got angry, it wouldn't just be him, his entire family would likely suffer a massive blow. Yang Dong exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap! Boss, when did you become the disciple of a saint? That's the dragon blood martial god. The pride of our city, the #1 figure in Fengdu City. Such big news, and you didn't tell me." Mu Yunlan, standing nearby, was also shocked to learn of Lu Zhang's background. Wang Jun took the opportunity to boast. "Ha ha! I've known about this for ages. It's been a secret all along. I knew about it too." Dantai Mingyue deliberately looked at Mu Yunlan and said. Yang Dong and Mu Yunlan exchanged complicated glances at Lu Zhang, who quickly waved his hands and said, "Alright, everyone knows now. The most important thing now is the college entrance exam. Don't dwell on these trivial matters. Focus your attention. Let us go, it's time to board the bus." The number of golden badge students was sufficient for one trip, and the supervisor led the students onto the vehicle heading toward the location of the top-tier difficulty assessment dungeon. In mid-air, several people watched the vehicles disappear into the distance. Deputy City Lord Chen Dongming smiled and said, "It's been over half a month since we last saw him. Mr. Fu's disciple's strength seems to have improved greatly. Back when he hadn't even undergone his second transformation, he achieved 9th place in total damage output during the Beast Tide. He must be around level 70 or 80 now, right? He's undoubtedly the top candidate for the county exam this time, and he might even be the best in the entire alliance. Congratulations in advance to Mr. Fu for taking such a talented disciple. This is truly a lifetime achievement." He didn't even mention the city exam first place. It was a done deal, so there was no need to say more. "Ha ha! I'm not bragging, but I'll say it here, the top spot in the entire alliance this time belongs to none other than my disciple, Fu Sangli. Fu Sangli isn't a humble person. Having been proud since childhood, he doesn't bother with modesty. He knows that Lu Zhang has already reached level 100, the maximum level, and could have completed the third transformation long ago. If it weren't for the danger of the third transformation task, he would have become the first professional to complete the third transformation before the college entrance exam in history. But even if it's just the second transformation, every candidate who has ever completed the second transformation has been the top of the entire league in their respective year. If Lu Zhang, at level 100, couldn't secure the top spot in the entire alliance, Fu Sangli would have to argue with the heavens themselves to uncover any potential underhanded dealings. The city lord, Fang Shenbin, had only recently learned that Fu Sangli had taken on a disciple. Upon hearing him boast so highly of his disciple, he immediately smiled and said, "I've been quite busy lately and this is the first time I've met your disciple. This is a good opportunity for me to get to know him better. Who knows, maybe after he graduates, I can recruit him to work for us. Then our Fengdu city will have 2 saints stationed here." Ha ha! Everyone present nodded in agreement and headed toward the trial dungeon where the golden badge students were undergoing their assessments. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang, surrounded by a crowd of golden badge students, was the first to begin his assessment. "Thank you for your support. Please vote for me. Please follow my story. Please vote for me monthly." Chapter 50, Top Tier Difficulty? Is this it? Are you sure your disciple is a summoner? Lu Zhang's strength and status were well known, so no one dared to show off in front of him. Thus, he was chosen as the first reference student. After checking his admission ticket and entering his information, Lu Zhang entered the instance. "You have entered the custom dungeon, Land of the Dead. The assessment task has begun. Task: after the countdown ends, 100 LV.30 tier ordinary quality skeleton swordsman and 1 LV.45 tier boss quality skeleton knight will spawn in front of you. You must either defeat the skeleton knight or survive for 30 minutes. Countdown begins, 29, 28, 27. Lu Zhang paused for a moment upon hearing this. Top tier difficulty, and that's it? He had one-shot the terrifying LV.45 boss quality skeleton knights with a single move. A mere LV.45 skeleton knight? Lu Zhang didn't even bother summoning his spirit pet. However, upon further thought, it made sense. After all, this was just a city-level exam. The purpose of the assessment was to distinguish the outstanding from the mediocre. For ordinary gold badge students, facing an attack from 100 level 30 monsters was already extremely dangerous, and adding a level 45 boss quality mini-boss made it even more challenging. To put it bluntly, Yang Dong wouldn't find it easy to pass. As a fragile mage, if he couldn't quickly decapitate his targets, these minor monsters might wear him down to death. Lu Zhang scanned the area and selected the most suitable skill from his arsenal. The countdown ended, the protective barrier vanished, and he raised his hand. Instantly, a massive grid of lightning enveloped all the undead. Thunder crackled, and the soul flames of the 100 skeleton swordsman and the skeleton knight were extinguished in an instant, leaving nothing but shattered bone fragments. This was the feedback skill Thunder Grid from the 2-star rare pet, the Thunder Magic Tiger. Under high magical power focus, the instantaneous lightning damage obliterated all the undead. Originally, this was a group control skill with a paralysis effect, designed for sustained damage. However, the level and power disparity was too great. The paralysis effect didn't have time to take effect, and all the undead were reduced to dust. Congratulations on completing the assessment task. Total time taken, 1 second. Assessment complete. Your score is 10,000. The actual time taken was definitely less than 1 second, but the dungeon's detection mechanism has a minimum timing standard of 1 second. As long as the time is within 30 seconds, it's a perfect score. Exceeding 30 seconds results in deductions based on a sliding scale. Some people can score 10,000 points because the maximum score is 10,000. At the dungeon entrance, Lu Zhang's figure appeared. This left Yang Dong and the others utterly astonished. Boss, it's only been half a minute. How did you get out so quickly? Did the dungeon malfunction? Wang Jun asked in confusion. He didn't think Lu Zhang had failed the assessment. He had absolute confidence in Lu Zhang's abilities, but the fact that he had just gone in and come out so quickly must mean something had gone wrong. Just as Lu Zhang was about to respond, the results were displayed on the large screen. Candidate, Lu Zhang. Task completion time, 1 second. Score, 10,000. Yang Dong, upon seeing this, exclaimed excitedly. You're so awesome. You completed the task in just 1 second, no wonder you're the best. The other students around them all looked stunned. Is this the power of a second-tier transformation? A top-tier difficulty assessment dungeon, and he passed it so easily? Completing the task in just 1 second, that's terrifying. At that moment, Fang Xianbin and the others finally arrived at the observation hall. Looking at the score display on the large screen, Chen Dongming laughed. The city lord wanted to see Lu Zhang's performance, but it seems we'll have to wait until the afternoon. Completing the task in just 1 second didn't even give us a chance to watch the battle. Fu Sangli also said, a mere city-level exam? There's nothing to see here. It's not even enough for my disciple to show 1% of his true strength. Fang Xianbin gestured to the proctor and said, well, there's still something to be seen. We can't have come all this way for nothing. Playback Lu Zhang's battle footage from earlier. Self-built copies have recording functionality, specifically designed to facilitate the evaluation of students' performance. Every candidate's battle recording is saved. All recordings are reviewed again before the final scores are announced and uploaded to the Alliance Education Bureau for archiving. The large screen in the observation hall displayed Lu Zhang's battle footage. When he saw him raise his hand and release a thunderous electric grid that engulfed the entire dungeon, Fang Xianbin looked at Fu Sangli with confusion. Mr. Fu, are you sure your disciple is a summoner? The quality of this lightning spell is at least on par with a rare-tier lightning mage profession, right? Fu Sangli actually wasn't very clear about Lu Zhang's abilities or his summoned beasts, but that didn't stop him from continuing to boast. He is indeed a summoner, but clearly this level of dungeon isn't worth him using a summoned beast. Who says a summoner can't use lightning spells? Not just lightning spells, my disciple has many other skills. Perhaps even the county exam this afternoon isn't worth him using a summoned beast. The tone of his words clearly implied that the city exam and county exam were trash, not even worthy of letting his disciple use a summoned beast. The arrogance was evident to everyone present. However, everyone agreed that his words were spot on. Just from the power of that single spell, none of the present could withstand it unscathed. Just a second-tier summoner, yet the thunder spell he unleashed was so powerful and formidable, leaving everyone in awe. Haha, I'm looking forward to his performance. Unfortunately, the county exam this afternoon is taking place around Tianyang City in the 1st District, so I can't attend. But I must watch the battle in real time. Let the genius under my jurisdiction in Fengdu City give those outsiders another. Fang Xianbin laughed heartily. The last time Fengdu City made a name for itself was 47 years ago when Fu Sangli emerged out of nowhere. Since then, no genius capable of shaking the alliance had appeared. Today, it was finally Fengdu City's time to shine again. The emergence of such a genius during his tenure was a testament to his governance, and Fang Xianbin was overjoyed. The city-level exams were completed in just the morning. The self-built dungeons were not limited to one, with lower-tier dungeons having more instances, allowing many participants at once. Even the top-tier dungeons could accommodate 10 people simultaneously. The exams began at 9 o'clock, and the morning was sufficient for all the gold badge students to complete their assessments. There are a total of 62 middle schools in Fengdu City, with only 56 gold standard students. Many 4th or 5th tier strategic cities have no gold standard students at all, and a quarter of all gold standard students come from the middle schools of the main city. Resources are scarce in small towns, and even more so for those at the bottom of society. Over 80% of these top-tier students come from prominent families within various cities. Take the people Lu Zhang knows, for example, Mu Yunlan, Dongfang Niao Niao, and Wang Jun all come from prominent families. Even Lu Zhang himself has a sage as his master, and Yang Dong owes his current status to him. After lunch, the city-level exam score cutoff was announced. Only students who scored 876 or above could proceed to the county-level exam. This score requirement immediately eliminated 90% of the ordinary students below level 15, marked with white insignia. They didn't even get another chance to prove themselves. At 1 p.m., all candidates for the second round of exams entered the teleportation array and arrived in the county capital, Tianyang City. Everyone's information was verified and registered again. Compared to the simple and brutal single-copy exam of the city-level exam, the county-level exam would be much stricter. Thank you for your support. Please vote for recommendations. Please follow the story. Please vote for monthly tickets. Chapter 51, Title Bonus Points. In front of my boss, everyone is just trash. Please keep reading. All candidates in the county exam had their ranks and information re-verified and received new markings. Professionals with ranks below 20 receive white markings and can only participate in the easy difficulty assessment. Professionals with a rank between 21 and 30 receive a red emblem and can choose to participate in either the simple or difficult difficulty exams. Professionals with ranks 31-35 receive silver badges and can choose between difficult or dangerous difficulty levels. Professionals with ranks 36-40 receive a gold badge and can choose to participate in either dangerous or nightmare difficulty exams. Professionals at level 41 and above receive a black badge and can choose to participate in either nightmare or abyss difficulty assessments. The difficulty level caps are as follows: easy is 1,000 points, difficult is 3,000 points, dangerous is 5,000 points, nightmare is 8,000 points, and abyss is 10,000 points. It is clear that by the county exam level, even outstanding individuals and geniuses are separated, allowing geniuses to showcase their true abilities. In addition, dungeon assessment scores serve as base points, and registering titles grants additional bonus points. White titles grant 300 points, red titles grant 500 points, silver titles grant 1,000 points, gold titles grant 2,000 points, purple gold titles grant 3,000 points, and black gold titles grant 5,000 points. Titles are a manifestation of ability, and many titles provide group-wide benefits that aid the entire human race, which is why extra points for titles were introduced. However, titles are extremely difficult to obtain, with a significant portion coming from time-limited or super difficult dungeons. For these candidates, obtaining even one is extremely challenging. To put it simply, even Lu Zhang's sole white title, Death Conqueror, would have been impossible to obtain without his intervention. Without his help, crushing the enemies and securing victory, Dantai Minghuet and Yang Dong alone would never have been able to clear the dungeon and earn the title. After completing the level test and obtaining the emblem, students from various main cities began registering for titles. It was clear that most of the students who obtained titles were of gold rank or above. Those with silver rank and titles were extremely rare, and the vast majority of titles were white. The appearance of a red title would cause a stir. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and the boy who was registering revealed a proud expression. The golden title above his head seemed to make him exude an air of nobility. His gaze swept over everyone, like a king, with nothing but disdain in his eyes. Undead Lord. A golden title. My goodness. That's 2,000 points. The maximum score for the easy difficulty is only 1,000 points. A single title bonus has already surpassed all the students who chose the easy difficulty. He has a black emblem, challenging Nightmare and Abyss. Do you think he'd compete with us ordinary folks? We're not even worthy. I know him. He is the grandson of the county magistrate, Junin. No wonder. I heard he was a rare class when he first awakened, but during his first class change, he completed the promotion and became an epic tier class. He is definitely the top of this county exam. Sigh, with such a good background, innate talent, and unlimited resources, who else could be stronger than him? Look! Not only does he have a golden title, but also 2 silver titles and a red title. That's a total of 4,500 points from titles alone. How can anyone else compete with that? Listening to the surrounding discussions, Junin couldn't help but curve his lips upward. He had worked so hard to level up and risked his life to obtain the golden title, all for this moment to showcase his achievements in public, bask in the glory, and receive admiration and envy. He relished the feeling of glory enveloping him. After Junin stepped down, none of the remaining players had even a single silver title. Yang Dong and the others took the stage one after another. Yang Dong only had a white title, Dongfang Niao Niao and Mu Yunlan each had a red title, Dantai Mingyue had a white title and a red title, and Wang Jun had a silver title. Some titles have special acquisition conditions. For example, Wang Jun's silver title was obtained from the limited-time dungeon Ancient Call, which Lu Zhang also participated in. The limited-time dungeon allowed for significant strategic maneuvering, which is why Wang Jun was able to obtain such a rare silver title. With the silver title Ancient Lord above his head, Wang Jun was feeling quite arrogant. Someone below couldn't help but speak up. It's just a silver title. My boss Junin has a golden title and doesn't show off like you. Wang Jun glared at him. As if I don't have a boss. What's Junin? In front of my boss, he's just trash. If I show you my boss's title, it'll blind your eyes. The person was about to curse back, but was stopped by Junin from behind. Junin looked at Wang Jun with a faint smile and said, I'm curious to see if there is anyone in Tianyang County who can match me. Seeing this, Lu Zhang couldn't help but furrow his brows. Wang Jun, that little fatso, really knows how to stir up trouble for himself. Wang Jun, who was being stared at by Junin, felt uneasy and quickly ran over to Lu Zhang, saying, Big brother. Let them see what they're up against. Lu Zhang remained expressionless as he turned to Yang Dong beside him and said, Take this fatso aside and give him a beating. Got it. Yang Dong's eyes lit up at the order. He grabbed Wang Jun's arm and dragged him aside while shouting, The boss told me to beat you. If you fight back, that means you don't recognize the boss anymore. As Wang Jun covered his head and took the beating, Lu Zhang walked up to the title registration desk. The first title appeared, White, Conqueror of Death. Seeing only a white title, many people below laughed out loud, but as soon as the silver title City Guardian appeared, everyone stopped laughing. Or rather, they dared not laugh. This title wasn't uncommon, but it was extremely rare for a student before the college entrance exams to obtain it. It meant being among the top 10 damage dealers in the Beast-Tide Guardian War, which implied that the damage output surpassed even 4th-tier powerhouses. Those who could obtain this title were basically 5th-tier powerhouses, or at least 4th tier. A mere high school student had obtained this title. Everyone who recognized the significance behind it was utterly shocked. Then, the golden title Ancient Overlord appeared, causing Junyin's eyes to sharpen. Obtaining a golden title meant this was an opponent worth watching. Then, the purple gold title Ancient King appeared, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Junyin's mind raced. The Ancient Lord title that had appeared above Wang Jun's head earlier now appeared one after another above Lu Zhang's head as the Ancient Overlord and Ancient King titles. These were clearly part of the same series. Based on his knowledge, such a series of titles indicated progressively increasing difficulty in obtaining them, and often came with level requirements. If the requirement for Ancient Lord was before the first transformation, then Ancient Overlord would be before the second transformation. Without a doubt, the conditions for obtaining the Ancient King title were after the second transformation. After reaching this conclusion, his body suddenly trembled, and he looked at Lu Zhang in shock. You've already undergone the second transformation? Chapter 52, Black Gold Title. Even if the Dragon Blood Martial God intervened, could they achieve it? Junyin's current level is 60. He reached level 63 days before the college entrance exam, but he dared not accept the second transformation task. According to the predictions of his family elders, after transforming into an epic tier profession, the second transformation quest would be far more difficult and dangerous than the first, so they advised him to accumulate more strength, obtain suitable equipment, and acquire a few titles before proceeding with the second transformation. Little did he expect that he would encounter an opponent who had already completed the second transformation during the county exam. Upon hearing Junyin's question, everyone around him was stunned, staring at Lu Zhang on the stage. However, Lu Zhang did not respond to Junyin but continued to showcase his titles. The next title was Purple Gold, Demon Slayer. Another Purple Gold title. I thought the epic tier professional Junyin was already unmatched in Tianyang County, but there are still masters out there. 2 Purple Gold titles and 1 golden title, just the title bonuses alone add up to 8,000 points. Goodness! Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? What are you thinking? This is clearly a showdown between geniuses. We ordinary people can only look up in awe. 2 Purple Gold titles were already enough to shock everyone. They only recognized the purple gold color, but they didn't know the meaning behind these 2 titles. When the next title appeared, the crowd erupted in discussion. Purple Gold title, Dragon Slayer. Even Wang Jun and Yang Dong, who were Lu Zhang's subordinates, couldn't contain their excitement upon seeing the title. Holy crap! The boss actually slew a dragon. Wang Jun exclaimed in disbelief. Dongfang Niao Niao, standing nearby, exclaimed in horror, how is that possible? A dragon is at least level 200, and it's at least Lord tier quality. Even if he's already undergone his second transformation, how could he possibly kill such a powerful being? Compared to Dongfang Niao Niao, Junin, the son of the county magistrate, knew more. He was also aware that to obtain this title, there were 2 extremely stringent conditions. First, one must single-handedly kill a giant dragon. Second, the killer's level must be lower than the dragon's level at the time of the kill. Dragons are powerful creatures with high physical defense, high magical defense, strong physical attacks, strong magical attacks, and almost no weaknesses. Killing a dragon alone is as impossible as a fairy tale. Moreover, Lu Zhang was only at the second transformation stage. There was no reason for him to be able to kill a giant dragon. The doubts and astonishment of the crowd did not affect Lu Zhang. He continued to display his title. When the black golden color appeared, the crowd didn't even need to look at the content. The color alone was enough to leave them completely speechless. The top-tier title Black Gold. Across the entire alliance, there were only a handful of professionals who possessed a Black Gold title, and every one of them was among the Empire's top 100. Now, a mere high school graduate had obtained a black gold title. Who would believe such a thing? When everyone saw the content of the title, they fell completely silent. God Slayer. Jun Yin's eyes went blank as he muttered to himself. God Slayer, God Slayer. He actually killed a god. With the body of a mortal, he slew a god. Upon seeing this title, everyone fell silent, including the numerous high-ranking officials of Tianyang County watching the students' test results in the observation hall. Among them was the county magistrate of Tianyang County, Jun Xiantian, who was also Jun Yin's grandfather. When Lu Zheng displayed his first golden title, Jun Xiaotian and the others had already checked his information and learned that he was the sole disciple of the dragon blood martial god Fu Sangli. Therefore, they were not particularly shocked by his subsequent purple golden title. Although the purple golden title was indeed rare, having a saint as a backing, coupled with his own extraordinary talent, it was not entirely unimaginable for him to attain such a title. After the second purple gold title appeared, Jun Xiaotian couldn't help but exclaim. It seems that the dragon blood martial god has truly invested a lot of effort into this child. Having completed the second transformation and obtained 2 purple gold titles, with such strength, he is almost certain to rank among the top 3 in the entire alliance this year. My grandson, however, cannot compare. Beside him, the same-tier guardian of Tianyang City, Li Meishi, looked at Lu Zheng on the screen and sighed. Seeing the younger generation grow stronger than the previous one is a cause for celebration. With talents like Lu Zheng and Jun Yin in this generation, the overall strength won't be too shabby. We're one step closer to our counterattack against the abyss. At that moment, Lu Zheng's third purple gold title, Dragon Slayer, appeared, and Jun Xiaotian's expression couldn't help but change abruptly. Dragon Slayer. How is that possible? Has a giant dragon appeared in our county recently? Could it be that Fu Sangli took his disciples to Dragon's Valley to kill a dragon and then returned? Only those with sufficient strength could understand what a giant dragon represented. Even the most ordinary giant dragon possessed attributes surpassing those of ordinary rare-tier professionals of the same level. Otherwise, Fu Sangli, who was only a half-dragon dragon blood warrior, wouldn't have become an epic-tier profession. How could such a powerful creature as a dragon be killed by a mere high school graduate? Li Meishi frowned in thought before suddenly speaking. Does the county magistrate recall the dark magic dragon that appeared in Blackstone City earlier? Jun Xiaotian snapped back to reality and nodded. The Roof Ridge Mountain dungeon went haywire, with a dark magic dragon and an unknown monster with a head resembling a goat's appearing. The two monsters destroyed each other, and the dungeon vanished. You're saying that this kid was there at the time, picked off the dark magic dragon, and survived? That's likely the case. Fu Sangli is the town guardian of Fengdu City. He wouldn't have left Fengdu City without permission. The Dragon-S Valley is so dangerous he wouldn't have taken a disciple there either. Within the entire Tianyang County, the only place where a Dragon-S traces were ever seen was during that strange incident. He is probably just a lucky child. Of course, surviving under such conditions and managing to kill the Dark Dragon is a testament to his strength. He's bold yet cautious, nothing more, nothing less. Li Meishi held Lu Zheng in high regard, but she didn't believe that he could kill a giant dragon on his own, even if it had been weakened. After all, it was still a fully grown giant dragon. Jun Xiaotian agreed. If that's the case, it makes sense. He had only awakened a few days ago, right? Being able to inflict damage on a weakened dark dragon is already very rare, and seizing the opportunity to deliver the final blow, that kind of mental fortitude, is something my grandson couldn't match. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Zheng's final title, the black gold title Godslayer, appeared. Jun Xiaotian's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of utter disbelief. Godslayer. First slaying a dragon, then slaying a god? This little college entrance exam candidate is defying the heavens. Li Meishi's smile also froze. Killing a dragon could be explained as taking advantage of a weak moment, but slaying a god? Even if the dragon blood martial god Fu Sangli personally intervened, could he achieve that? End of this chapter. Chapter 53, his summoned beast might be far more powerful than we imagined. The title Godslayer alone left all the students present and the county magistrates in the observation hall speechless. No one had ever obtained this title before. Godslayer, what a terrifying term. And when it appeared on a high school graduate, it was even more unreasonable. However, this time, Jun Xiaotian thought of something before Li Meishi and spoke up. I know. Recently, the Fire God Island dungeon disappeared, and it said that a Fire God projection appeared, a 350 level king tier quality Fire God projection, and it was actually killed by this kid. Li Meishi frowned and said, could it be another lucky break? I heard that there were two powerful monsters fighting the Fire God projection, but it's unclear whether they were killed by those monsters. At the time, the people in Hongwei City were afraid of being caught in the crossfire, so they fled as soon as the domain restrictions were lifted. It wasn't until the Holy Knight Honglian Yuan Rong went to investigate that they discovered the Fire God projection had been killed. Jun Xiaotian turned to look at Li Meishi and said seriously, such a thing might happen once by chance, but twice is absolutely impossible. You seem to have forgotten this guy's profession. Li Meishi exclaimed in shock. Are you saying that the monsters that slew dragons and gods are likely this guy's summoned beasts? Jun Xiaotian nodded. This kid is too mysterious. There's almost no information about his summoned beasts, and no one knows how powerful he truly is. During this morning's city exam, he didn't even summon a beast. He simply released a spell and wiped out the dungeon in an instant. His summoned beasts might be far more powerful than we imagine, and their combat strength could even rival that of a saint. He must have a divine tier summoned beast. At this point, Jun Xiaotian burst into laughter. It seems the first place in the alliance exam is already decided. With a divine tier summoned beast and saint tier combat power, who could possibly challenge him in the professional exam? Li Meishi sighed. It's hard to believe. If everything turns out as you suspect, your grandson is in for a rude awakening. Being born in the same era as such a monster, everyone is destined to be overshadowed by his glory. This is his luck. When Lu Zhang grows up, perhaps it will be the time for humanity to launch a counterattack against the abyss. Junin being in the same era as him gives him the chance to go down in history. This kid is so arrogant, having someone to keep him in check is a good thing. Alright, let's see if he'll summon his beast today. Jun Xiaotian was a man of broad vision, otherwise, he wouldn't have risen to his current position. As the governor of a county, he was a high-ranking official. In such a time, how could he allow an incompetent person to hold such a position? His perspective was on the entire alliance and the entire nation. While he cared about his grandson's growth, if sacrificing his grandson's future could bring better development to Lu Zhang, he wouldn't hesitate. His grandson had already received more than enough benefits under his protection. It was time for him to take on some responsibility. At that moment, the title registration office announced Lu Zhang's total title points: 1 white title, 1 silver title, 1 gold title, 3 purple gold titles, and 1 black gold title. A total of 17,300 additional points. The difficulty cap for the abyss was only 10,000 points. Currently, the one with the most points was Junin, with 2 silver, 1 gold, and 1 red title, totaling 4,500 points. Even if Junin scored full marks in the dungeon assessment and Lu Zhang scored 0, Junin would still be 2,800 points ahead of Lu Zhang. This score quickly flashed through Junin's mind, leaving him pale and weak. First place in the county exam is definitely out of reach. And even if he didn't mention the score, facing someone who had first slain a dragon and then killed a god, Junin had no confidence that he could surpass him. At that moment, Wang Jun looked at the subordinate who had been standing beside Junin earlier and couldn't help but mock him again. How about it? Isn't my boss more powerful than yours? Lu Zhang kicked him directly, then motioned to Yang Dong and said, wait until the exam is over, then beat him up. He's just causing trouble for me. As he finished speaking, people on this side began calling others to get into the cars and head toward the assessment dungeon. Junin also got into the same car as Lu Zhang, sitting right next to him. After getting in, 2 minutes later, he suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Zhang. Hello, I'm Junin, an epic tier disaster mage, currently at level 60. It's a pleasure to have you as an opponent. Lu Zhang's principle was to make as many friends as possible and avoid enemies. If others were polite to him, he would return the courtesy. Lu Zhang, a common summoner, currently at level 100. Junin froze upon hearing this, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ordinary class, level 100. Lu Zhang nodded and continued. I'm also honored to have you as an opponent. At that moment, Mu Yunlan, sitting behind Lu Zhang, and Dongfang Niaoniao, sitting in front of him, both opened their mouths wide in shock. Mu Yunlan felt a moment of disorientation. She had thought that after awakening a rare profession, she could easily outclass Lu Zhang. However, she later discovered that Lu Zhang's growth rate and strength were far beyond her reach. Today, upon hearing Lu Zhang's true level, she finally realized just how vast the gap between them truly was. Once an opponent, now she probably didn't even have the qualifications to be his opponent anymore. As for Dongfang Niaoniao, she felt even more bitter. The first time they met, the other party was of a lower level than her, but now her level wasn't even half of his. Was this even human? Everyone in the car was stunned by Lu Zhang's rank. By the time they got out, many were still in a daze. Lu Zhang confidently entered the abyss-level difficulty assessment dungeon first. Unlike the county and city exams, which were straightforward, this exam was divided into 3 rounds, with the final score being a composite of all 3 rounds. The first round tested maximum damage output. Candidates take note. The use of any non-class specific equipment, enhancement-type magical potions, or items is strictly prohibited in this assessment. You are facing a level 100 ordinary quality iron armor berserker bear. It will not attack you or dodge. After the countdown ends, you have 10 minutes to attack it. The system will record your highest single hit damage output and award points accordingly. Monster, Iron Armor Berserker Bear. Quality, Common. Level, LV.100. Health, 50,000. Magic, 10,000. Looking at the wild monster standing over 10 meters tall before him, Lu Zhang wore a bored expression. Looking at its pitiful stats, he couldn't be bothered to summon his own summoned beast. The countdown ended, the protective barrier vanished, and he raised his hand once more, channeling his mana. In an instant, a massive silver-white crescent moon, 30 meters long, formed. The enormous crescent moon sliced down like a gigantic sword. This iron armor berserker bear was merely an artificially created monster and couldn't dodge. The crescent-shaped shockwave sliced diagonally downward, splitting the creature in two from its left brain to its right foot. Its health dropped to 0, with over 50,000 points of damage overflowing. Even if 2 iron armor berserker bears were combined, Lu Zhang could take it down in an instant. You have completed the assessment. Single item score, 10,000. Instantly, the light screen enveloped him once more. The scene outside shifted from a wasteland to a desert. In the distance, a massive black figure stood atop a sand dune, surrounded by countless monsters. Please keep reading and vote for recommendations. Chapter 54, Second Tier Summoner releases a Holy Tier Mage skill. Is that reasonable? The second round of the assessment tests sustained output capabilities. Candidates, take note. The use of any equipment or magical potions is strictly prohibited during this assessment. Before you stands a level 100 boss quality 2-tailed Scorpion King. It will not attack you but will summon 10 level 40 ordinary quality 2-tailed giant scorpions every second. Initially, there are 100 double-tailed giant scorpions around you. After the countdown ends, all double-tailed giant scorpions will attack you. The system will record the total damage you deal when your health drops below 1/3 and award points accordingly. This assessment is quite interesting. If you can withstand damage, you can prolong the battle. If you are agile and can dodge attacks, you can also prolong the battle. It provides a fair test of the combat abilities of various classes. This is the Abyss difficulty level. Choosing this challenge requires at least level 41 strength, and at this stage, anyone with such strength is at least an elite level player with solid combat power. A boss level monster of quality 100 is on par with the Terror Night boss in the Graveyard of the Dead dungeon. Lu Zhang could take it down alone, but he was concerned that killing just one wouldn't accumulate enough total damage, so he decided to try out his newly acquired skill. However, before activating the skill, he first cast a defensive spell on himself, Dark Guardian, which consumed 10,000 mana points and directly increased his base defense by 100,000 points. Then, the attack skill was finally unleashed, consuming 80,000 points of mana. In an instant, a vast cloud of mist formed around the area, engulfing all the 2-tailed scorpions, including the 2-tailed Scorpion King. The next moment, a massive explosion echoed, deafening the ears. The mist from earlier was instantly compressed, the air ignited, and a terrifying explosion swept across nearly the entire dungeon. Whether they were LV.40 level ordinary quality 2-tailed giant scorpions or the LV.100 level boss quality 2-tailed Scorpion Kings, they were all blown to pieces in an instant. The violent shockwaves from the explosion struck the defenses of the Dark Guardians, inflicting a staggering 60,000 points of damage. This was the edge of the explosion, yet it still possessed such immense power. Looking around, the sand dunes were gone, and the 2-tailed Scorpion King was reduced to nothing. Even Lu Zhang himself was stunned by the effect. The skill he used was Cloud Riding and Mist Control obtained from a 3-star Divine Grade Spirit pet. This skill allows one to control mist for attack or defense. Last night, he had thought of using the high-pressure mist to ignite the air and create a cloud explosion effect, thus devising this technique, Cloud Explosion Technique. However, he never expected it to be so powerful, with such a massive area of effect and damage output maxed out. Even the edges at 150 meters away still suffered 60,000 points of impact damage. You have completed the assessment. Single item score, 10,000. In the spectator hall, Jun Xiaotian, who witnessed the scene, hurriedly asked, "Did the dungeon get destroyed by him?" The supervisor snapped back to reality, checked the situation, and shook his head. No, it's still usable. The maximum strength of the Gaokao Abyss dungeon is 350 level epic tier Sword Saint's full power attack, but it's already close to the critical threshold. We need to remind him that if the instant damage is any higher, the dungeon might collapse. As he spoke, the responsible person seemed a bit dazed. This dungeon's difficulty wasn't designed for students, it was meant to prevent saint-level monsters from suddenly attacking during the college entrance exam, ensuring the dungeon wouldn't collapse and keeping the students inside safe. Yet the mechanism originally designed to prevent saint-level monsters was nearly rendered useless by a single student. This was truly outrageous. Jun Xiaotian nodded and said, "Hurry up and inform him immediately. I'll report this to the Imperial Capital shortly and demand they reinforce the maximum difficulty limit of all Alliance exam dungeons nationwide." Li Meishi sighed in disbelief. This guy, as a summoner, already has spell power rivaling that of a Saint-tier mage. Who can we even complain to? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Lord County Magistrate, you must show the video to the higher-ups. Who can tolerate this? Wait, I still don't understand. How strong must his base attributes be? Has he already reached the level of a saint? A summoner, what gives him the right? She had to admit that, as a Saint-tier mage, she felt a pang of jealousy toward this young upstart, Lu Zhang. As a Saint-tier mage, she knew that the spell skill he had just used was definitely a Saint-tier skill. The massive range and overwhelming destructive power were unmatched by any of the skills she possessed. If Lu Zhang were an epic tier mage or had reached the 6th tier saint level, she wouldn't feel anything. After all, there are always stronger beings out there. But here's the catch: this kid was just a summoner, a level 100 summoner who hadn't even reached the third transformation. A second transformation summoner casting a same tier spell skill? That's just a bit too much for this auntie to handle. On this side, Lu Zhang was once again enveloped by a light barrier. As he was reading the rules for the third round of the assessment, a prompt sounded in his ears. Lu Zhang, please note. Your attack strength is about to exceed the limit. During the third round of the assessment, do not exceed the instant damage limit from the second round, or the dungeon will collapse. The voice repeated 3 times, clearly indicating the urgency of the situation, as if they were afraid Lu Zhang wouldn't hear. Lu Zhang quickly responded. As a dungeon destroyer, he wasn't new to this. Previous dungeons were manageable since he had been discreet, but if he messed up this college entrance exam dungeon, it wouldn't just be a matter of compensating with money. The responsibility of delaying the national vocational exam progress was something he couldn't afford to take on. Lu Zhang received. Leader, rest assured, I'll ensure damage control in the next round. Seeing his expression, Jun Xiaotian couldn't help but laugh. This little guy has a high level of awareness. The third round of the assessment tested comprehensive abilities. Candidates, take note. The use of any non-profession specific equipment, magical potions, or items is strictly prohibited during this assessment. Your profession has been detected as summoner. A level 100 boss tier monster matching your level has been matched, Lich Lord. The assessment will end when the target is defeated or your health drops below 1/3 of your maximum health. Monster, Lich Lord. Quality, Lord tier. Level, LV.100. Health, 150,000 150,000. Magic, 40,000 40,000. Strength, 2,000. Agility, 4,000. Spirit, 8,000. Constitution, 4,000. Skills, Dark Summoning, Ice Armor, Dark Frost, Soul Scream. The third round of the assessment was a direct confrontation with a boss of the same level, and its characteristics were matched according to different professions. Lu Zhang was a summoner, so he was matched with the Lich Lord, who was also skilled in summoning. Sure enough, as soon as it appeared, it summoned 2 level 100 skeleton knights and 2 level 100 skeleton mages. Lu Zhang actually had the confidence to clear them all with spells, but considering the possibility of disrupting the dungeon, he chose a more cautious approach. With a flick of his wrist, an 110 level Dark Abyss Serpent appeared, activating its skill, Blood Dark Divine Light, channeling 50,000 points of mana directly toward the central Lich Lord. If hit, the target's mental stats would drop below 9,000, causing its soul to disintegrate and resulting in instant death. Instantly, the Lich Lord, who had just completed its dark summoning, was defeated. Its summoned creatures, deprived of magical energy, collapsed immediately. You have completed the assessment. Single item score, 10,000. The 3-round assessment took the longest time during the Shield's countdown process. The entire assessment lasted 2 minutes. Chapter 55, for fairness sake, an additional exam must be arranged for him. You have completed the county level Abyss difficulty dungeon assessment. Overall score, 10,000. Title bonus points detected, 17,300. Candidate, Lu Zhang County exam total score, 27,300. Lu Zhang suddenly appeared outside the dungeon, startling the crowd waiting outside. The sharp-tongued Wang Jun blurted out, "Boss, how did you finish so quickly? It's only been 2 minutes. Isn't the county exam supposed to have 3 assessments?" Lu Zhang kicked him again. At that moment, the scoreboard displayed Lu Zhang's final score of 27,300 points. Upon seeing the score, Yang Dong let out a shriek. 27,300 points. That's amazing. Another perfect score. Boss, I think you're definitely going to be the national champion. Lu Zhang didn't respond, instead turning to Junin with a smile and saying, "It's your turn to take the exam." In contrast to the calm atmosphere on his side, the Imperial Capital Education Bureau was buzzing with intense discussion over a video of the assessment that Jun Xiaotian had uploaded. Deputy Director Xiao Nai spoke up. Everyone has seen Lu Zhang's information. He has only been awakened for 100 days, is a summoner, and has reached the second transformation at level 100. Based on the 2 titles he obtained, he killed a weakened Dark Dragon and a Saint-level Fire God projection. Based on a comprehensive analysis, he must possess at least 1 legendary tier divine pet, possibly having awakened some legendary tier hidden talent. His combat power has already reached the Saint tier level. Based on the analysis of this dungeon assessment footage, even without summoned beasts, he possesses combat prowess rivaling that of a 5th transformation class professional. Now, regarding the upcoming Alliance exam dungeon difficulty upgrade, let us hear everyone's opinions. Xuemingzhen, one of the 10 holy tier guardians of the Imperial Capital, spoke first. The Alliance exam has no equipment restrictions. Once this kid gets equipment enhancements, his destructive power will likely double. Given the current dungeon difficulty, it is indeed dangerous. If we use the current dungeon assessment, we need to strengthen the dungeon. We can't restrict his performance, that wouldn't be fair. Lin Shuhua, the national director of the professional exam, followed up. Strengthening the dungeon is impractical. Increasing the difficulty for one person is a waste of resources and would take too much time, potentially delaying the Alliance exam and affecting its credibility. However, Mr. Shue's point is valid: we can't hinder others' performance. Therefore, I suggest holding an additional assessment using real dungeons to evaluate the top 20 candidates before the Alliance exam. This way, we can save resources, ensure fairness, and weaken the power of the Abyss and the Demon Realm. Deputy Director Xiao Nai rubbed his bald head and smiled. Alright, let's do it. Xiaolin, you're in charge of this. I have one request: the additional exam must thoroughly test Lu Zhang's true capabilities. I want to see just how powerful this generation of juniors has become. All college entrance exam copies are controllable and monitorable self-built copies, but such copies easily reach their limits and consume a lot of resources to maintain operations. Real copies, on the other hand, are dangerous and unpredictable, such as encountering mutated bosses. However, for the strong, these real copies are the only way to truly showcase their abilities. Lu Zhang had no idea that he had already become famous at the Imperial Capital Education Bureau. As the news spread, the entire Imperial Capital was abuzz with rumors about an extraordinary graduate from Tianyang County who had only awakened his abilities 100 days ago and already possessed the combat power of a saint-level warrior. Most people dismissed the story with derision, believing it to be nothing more than an exaggerated rumor that had been blown out of proportion. A high school graduate with saint-tier combat power? What a joke! Students who have reached the second transformation at level 60 or above are already extremely rare. Saint level, that's the sixth transformation at level 300 or above. The gap between the two is as vast as the sky and the earth. No sane person would believe such a rumor. However, while the saint-tier combat power might be fabricated, the county exam scores uploaded to the National Professional Candidate System cannot be forged. The additional points from 3 purple gold titles and 1 black gold title are also impossible to fake. Setting that aside, the fact that someone reached level 100 in just 100 days is enough to silence everyone. In this world of professionals, leveling up is incredibly difficult. Saint-tier powerhouses are at least 35 years old. The youngest professional to ever reach level 300 was named Nangong Wuwen, who was 36 years old at the time, a legendary professional. The vast majority of saint-tier powerhouses are in their 50s or 60s. Ordinary professionals, relying on their personal strength, are considered fairly outstanding if they can complete their first transformation by the age of 25. For example, Yang Dong's parents, though both combat professionals, are only ordinary professionals, reaching around level 40 by the age of 40. For the vast majority of ordinary people, after completing the first transformation, there is little hope for the rest of their lives, and the second transformation remains out of reach. Of course, for elite or rare professionals, geniuses, leveling up is naturally faster, but completing the first transformation and obtaining the gold badge before the college entrance exam is already considered exceptionally outstanding. In just 100 days, Lu Zhang not only completed the second transformation but also directly raised his level to 100, which is simply too terrifying. If he levels up once a day, wouldn't he be 365 levels in a year, directly becoming a saint-tier professional? However, they didn't know that these 100 levels were the result of Lu Zhang intentionally holding back his level out of fear that the third transformation task would kill him. As soon as he completes his class change, he'll reach level 120 in no time. Currently, Lu Zhang, who possesses 1,000 summoning slots even during the current exam period, has deployed over half of his summoned beasts in dungeons outside to continuously gain experience points for him. The college entrance exam process doesn't hinder him from continuing to accumulate experience points. He simply waits until his strength is sufficient, completes the third job advancement, and then breaks through to a much higher level in one go. This is one of the unique advantages of the summoner class, allowing them to cultivate summoned beasts before advancing, thereby increasing their chances of successfully completing a class change. His previous 2 class changes were both rushed due to unforeseen circumstances. During his first class change, he had to advance to level 30 to access higher level dungeons, which significantly slowed his leveling progress, forcing him to rush the change. The second class change was necessitated by the need to obtain rewards from the summoner exclusive timed dungeon Ancient Summoning, which required him to advance quickly. However, there is no urgent need for him to rush the third job change this time. Additionally, the 2 previous job changes at the 5-star Inferno difficulty level were extremely challenging, leaving Lu Zhang with a lot of experience to draw upon. This has solidified his resolve to accumulate sufficient strength before proceeding with the third job change. While summoned beasts continue to level up, the most important aspect is not the experience points they provide. After all, at lower levels, the experience points they grant are relatively scarce. In contrast, the attribute point boost each summoned beast gains upon leveling up is what Lu Zhang values most. It was precisely this effect that allowed him to achieve base attributes comparable to a 6 transformation saint level professional at just level 100. The second to complete the Abyss difficulty assessment was Junin. While Lu Zhang finished the 3 assessments in just 2 minutes, Junin took nearly an hour to complete them. His dungeon assessment score was 9,450 points, with an additional 4,500 points, bringing his total score to 13,950 points. Even Junin, a 60th level epic tier professional, couldn't achieve a perfect score in the Abyss difficulty dungeon. This further highlights the value of Lu Zhang's 27,300 points. Thank you for your support. Please vote for recommendations. Please keep reading. Chapter 56, with such combat power, who could possibly teach him? After completing his assessment, Junin looked at Lu Zhang with an even more complicated expression. Originally, Lu Zhang completed 3 assessments in 2 minutes, so he assumed the Abyss difficulty wasn't particularly dangerous. But once he began his own assessment, he realized just how extraordinary Lu Zhang's achievements truly were. They required at least 100 level combat strength, or the equivalent of a 3rd transformation professional. As an epic tier professional, his combat power wasn't weak, barely reaching the level of an average 3rd transformation professional. But to crush and win, it was simply impossible. He could only strive to accumulate as many points as possible. Congratulations, you're definitely the top scorer in the county exam. Junin smiled and addressed Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang responded politely. Congratulations on coming in second. The words sounded a bit awkward, but when he thought about how he had only narrowly lost to a monster capable of slaying dragons and gods, Junin didn't mind so much. In fact, he even joked. I hope you can get first place in the alliance exam so I can compete with others for second place. Such behavior was something he would never have done before. Back then, after successfully obtaining an epic tier profession, he was arrogant and self-satisfied. Now, however, he had been completely overwhelmed by Lu Zhang's power. Perhaps human growth happens in an instant. The county exam concluded that afternoon. As expected, although the scores weren't particularly high, Mu Yunlan, Dantai Minghua, and others all advanced to the next round. Except for those who passed the second round and would proceed to the 3rd round of the alliance exam in the imperial capital, the National Vocational College entrance exam had concluded for the vast majority of students. According to the schedule, students who did not advance could return home to await further notice. Those who advanced would travel to the capital via the teleportation array in the evening, rest for the night, and begin the alliance exam the next morning. The Great Xia War Zone, also known as the Great Xia Empire, consists of 24 counties. After the unified selection of all candidates from these regions, only 3,427 individuals were eligible to advance to the 3rd round of examinations, less than 150 per county. Each county has 60,000 to 70,000 candidates, and the total number of candidates nationwide in a single exam session exceeds 15 million. Despite so many professionals joining each year, the defense forces remain insufficient, clearly indicating how severe the invasion of the Abyss and the demon realm into the human world has become. It can be said that every student who makes it to the 3rd round of assessments is at least a future pillar of the alliance. That evening, everyone boarded a direct teleportation array to the imperial capital, where they were greeted by special personnel and accommodated in hotels with excellent living conditions. If they had to pay for their own accommodation, a single night stay would cost 2 silver coins. After a restful night, the next morning, everyone gathered at 8 a.m. after breakfast. By 8:30 a.m., all candidates from the 24 counties arrived at the examination site in the western suburbs of the imperial capital. They had their identities verified, received their admission tickets, and entered the waiting area. The alliance exam no longer divided candidates into tiers. All candidates entered the same exam instance, with only 2 assessment components. At the front of the vast waiting area, there is a large screen displaying the assessment methods. First assessment, Solo Extreme Monster Slaying. Within a specified time limit, candidates engage in one-on-one combat against monsters, starting at level 41 and progressively increasing in difficulty. The higher the level of the monster defeated, the higher the score obtained. Each monster has a maximum of 10 minutes to be defeated. Failure to defeat the monster within 10 minutes results in the end of the assessment. Second assessment, Single-Player Maximum Damage Output. Within a specified time limit, players engage in solo battles against monsters, starting from level 31 and progressively increasing in difficulty. Each level releases 100 monsters, and once all monsters of the previous level are defeated, the next level's monsters immediately respawn. The higher the total damage output, the higher the score. Each participant has 1 hour to complete the assessment, and the total damage output is calculated after 1 hour. Both assessments take place within the same dungeon, supporting up to 500 students participating simultaneously, distributed across different assessment spaces. Within the assessment space, mana points can be instantly restored once depleted, while health points are locked and cannot be damaged. The above applies to combat-oriented classes. Support-oriented classes will have a separate scoring standard for the 3rd round alliance exam, which will be conducted in different dungeons. Overall, the system remains relatively fair for everyone. Compared to the previous city and county exams, the locked health and unlimited mana settings ensure student safety while eliminating the disadvantage of ordinary students who cannot afford potions to enhance their endurance compared to noble students. All of this is done to ensure relative fairness and the safety of the talent within the Great Xia Alliance. While Lu Zhang and others were carefully studying the rules for the 3rd round of exams, cities across the nation announced the results and overall rankings of this year's city and county exams. Lu Zhang emerged out of nowhere, not only securing first place in the city exam with a perfect score but also claiming first place in the county exam. In the county exam, he even led the second place candidate by nearly double the score, leaving everyone in the dust. The news of his 3 purple gold titles and 1 black gold title spread far and wide. The fact that he was the sole disciple of the Dragon Blood War god Fu Sangli added another legendary chapter to his already extraordinary resume. The entire city of Liyang erupted in excitement. They seemed to see the rising Fu Sangli of the past once again, and this Lu Zhang's achievements were clearly superior to Fu Sangli's. Even Fu Sangli himself had not accomplished the feats of slaying dragons and gods before the college entrance exam. To say nothing of others, when Fu Sangli learned of the titles Lu Zhang had displayed during the county exam, he was also greatly surprised. He knew nothing about Lu Zhang's dragon-slaying and god-killing exploits. After all, he wasn't a summoner, so he only helped Lu Zhang find some resources and never guided his cultivation. He didn't even know what summoned beasts Lu Zhang possessed. He had never had a clear understanding of Lu Zhang's personal combat strength. It wasn't until he saw Lu Zhang use the cloud burst technique in the county exam, nearly destroying the entire dungeon, that he realized his disciple wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Originally, he had already considered Lu Zhang to be very powerful. After all, there were no other students who had reached level 100 before the college entrance exam. But after watching that assessment video, he realized his own thinking was still too conservative. This disciple's combat strength was far more formidable than he had imagined. It seemed he could use this combat strength as a basis to seek out higher tier resources for him. Teaching him was out of the question. That skill that nearly destroyed the county exam dungeon would have left him severely injured even if he had faced it head-on. At level 100 and not even at the 3rd transformation stage, he already possessed such combat power. Who could possibly teach him? On the day the results were announced, Lu Zhang's home was visited by 3 groups of people in succession. Fan Qingli, the city lord of Liang City, represented the city to present Lu Zhang's parents with 1,000 gold coins as a reward for raising such an outstanding child. Qin Dongming from Fengdu City presented 10,000 gold coins on behalf of Fengdu City as a reward for Lu Zhang's first place finish in the city exam. Jun Meizhu, the head of the Education Bureau of Tianyang City, presented Lu Zhang's parents with 100,000 gold coins on behalf of Tianyang County as a reward for his first place finish in the county exam. In an era where 1 gold coin was equivalent to 10,000 units of purchasing power, Lu Zhang's family had effectively received a total of 111 million gold coins in bonuses. In reality, the first place in the county exam or city exam alone wouldn't have earned such a large bonus, but Lu Zhang was different. At the 100th level, he had essentially secured the top spot in the alliance exam, and his achievements were unparalleled in history, hence the special promotion reward. After the 3 groups left, Lu Yuantu and Fangya were completely overwhelmed. How were they supposed to spend all that money? End of chapter. Chapter 57, Solo Extreme Assessment? No, it's a dungeon extreme assessment. Imperial Capital, 9 a.m., the Alliance exam officially begins. The first batch of 500 students entered the assessment dungeon. The large screen that had just displayed the assessment rules now split into 500 smaller screens, each showing the real-time footage from inside the dungeon. To ensure fairness, all assessment footage would be live-streamed and monitored by all professionals. Of course, those in subsequent batches clearly have an advantage as they can observe others' combat strategies, identify suitable methods, and earn more points. However, videos of previous assessments are available online, and the vast majority of students have already watched them. After all, analyzing battles is part of the middle school curriculum. Lu Zhang was in the second batch, so he was still observing the battles. After observing, he confirmed one thing. In the Alliance's assessment dungeons, killing monsters does not grant experience points. This is merely a combat simulation and does not provide experience points. This greatly diminished his interest. He had originally planned to use this opportunity to level up the 3 divine great spirit pets he had obtained the night before the college entrance exam, but now it seemed best to let them continue fighting and leveling up in the dungeons outside Fengdu City. Long before the city-wide exam, Lu Zhang had left the summoned beasts that required continuous monster killing to level up in the dungeons outside Fengdu City. Although his level was capped and couldn't be increased, experience points were accumulating every second. Occasionally, he would receive attribute points from the summoned beasts as they leveled up. Sitting, lying down, doing nothing, he could continue to grow stronger. Even if his level could never be raised, his base attributes would eventually surpass all Saint-tier professionals. Among the first 500 combatants, one stood out. An epic tier professional, a level 60 first-class master, the divine fire mage Duanmu Lin. The Duanmu clan was a prominent family in the south, with 5 Saint-tier professionals among its members. The clan had many talented disciples, and Duanmu Lin was the most outstanding one in recent decades. Had Lu Zhang not emerged out of nowhere, Duanmu Lin would undoubtedly have been the top candidate for first place in the Alliance exam and one of the best contenders for the National Professional Exam Championship. However, in the presence of Lu Zhang, who had achieved the second transformation at level 100, such strength was clearly insufficient. In the first individual extreme assessment, the monsters he faced were all of ordinary quality, and those below level 70 could be instantly killed with a single strike by Duan Mulin. However, once they reached level 70, he had to use his second move. For manhwa classes, casting skills all have a casting time requirement, and the more powerful the skill, the longer the casting time. However, Lu Xing discovered that all the skills he obtained through summoned beast feedback were instant cast. With a single thought, he could channel his magical energy, causing the heavens to change color and thunder to roll like 1,000 drums. The value of an epic tier profession is indeed quite high. With unlimited mana, Ndu Lin could dispatch monsters below level 100 with little effort, typically resolving battles within 3 minutes. However, once monsters reached level 100 and entered the third transformation tier, their defense significantly increased, and it took him over 5 minutes to kill a single monster. Once monsters reach level 120, Duan Mulin begins to show signs of strain. Finally, when facing a level 134 monster, he exceeds 10 minutes without completing the kill, halting his progress at level 133. This is already quite impressive, as solo kills are not the forte of the mage class, and the current highest record for the first assessment is only 150. He had not yet undergone his second class change, and the current highest records in the alliance were all held by players who had completed their second class change in the past. The second assessment was solo maximum damage output, which was his true strength. Wide area high damage output, 100 level 31 monsters were instantly killed with a single skill. The entire output time was only 1 hour, and the actual combat process was even more intense than the first assessment. Fortunately, mana is unlimited, otherwise such wide area damage spells would drain mana after just a few uses, rendering the caster unable to continue fighting. The Divine Fire Mage's spells are extremely powerful. Before the monsters reach level 50, Ndu Rin can instantly kill all of them with a single skill. In addition to the pure fire attribute explosive damage, the additional divine power damage ignores defense and deals true damage, which is utterly unreasonable. However, once the level reaches 50 or above, he needs 2 skill attacks to kill all the monsters. At level 60 and above, it becomes even more challenging, requiring multiple skill stacks and beginning to take damage. In real combat, he would be unable to continue fighting, but in the assessment dungeon, he does not lose health and has unlimited mana, allowing him to keep fighting. The 1-hour assessment time quickly ended, and Duan Mulin's assessment level stopped at 76. In fact, under the conditions of locked health and unlimited mana, he was fully capable of killing all 100 level 76 monsters, but he ran out of time. By the time he killed the 87th monster, the 1-hour assessment time had ended, and the total damage was calculated for ranking. Total kills, 4,587 so far. The record for the second assessment is 98th level, with a total of 6,786 kills. This record was set by Wu Tuahai, a same-tier powerhouse and epic tier Thunder Cannon Master, during his college entrance exams when he was at level 74. Even among epic tier professionals, there is a significant difference in strength depending on whether they have completed their second transformation. The National Professional Exam's annual kill standards and scoring criteria vary each year, based on the performance of previous students. However, one thing remains constant. Only by breaking the record can one achieve a perfect score. In other words, to achieve a perfect score, the first assessment requires killing a monster of level 151, and the second assessment requires killing 6,786 or more monsters. Achieving full marks in a single category is extremely difficult, and achieving full marks in both categories is only possible if one's level far surpasses that of the strongest players in previous years. And clearly, at level 100, Lu Zhang has the credentials to do so. Therefore, when the second group of candidates entered the arena, nearly everyone in the entire alliance fixed their gaze on Lu Zhang's assessment dungeon screen, eagerly awaiting his performance. However, before the assessment began, the 500 candidates inside the dungeon simultaneously heard a voice. "Candidate Lu Zhang, take note. To prevent your same tier or higher instant destructive power from causing the dungeon to collapse, you are hereby notified to restrain your combat power. The top 20 students from the alliance-wide exam will proceed to a real dungeon for an additional assessment, where you may unleash your full potential." The voice left all the candidates speechless, and the many professionals watching the livestream were also stunned. The national professional exam was being temporarily altered for one person, and they even specifically instructed him not to destroy the dungeon. This was truly unheard of. The students in the waiting area began to discuss the matter, all of them extremely excited. Holy crap! The rumors were true. This guy not only reached level 100, but his combat power is actually on par with a same-tier professional. Wow, what kind of monster are we competing against? Does this mean that if he goes all out, the dungeon might not even be able to handle it? So the dungeon is testing our limits, and Lu Zhang is here to test the dungeon's limits. I heard that during the county exam, Lu Zhang only let one summoned beast show up in the third round. Do you think he'll release his summoned beast this time? It's out. It's out. Lu Zhang released a little fox. What the hell? You call that 15-meter tall, 20-meter long-tailed beast a little fox? In the assessment dungeon, upon hearing the official prompt, Lu Zhang chose to simply lie down. Killing monsters doesn't grant experience, and restricting his own combat power, he didn't even bother fighting. He simply summoned the three-tailed spirit fox and let it run wild, while he summoned the crescent moon eagle and flew into the sky to lie down and sleep. Chapter 58, Divine Pet appears, the dungeon is on fire, stop immediately. In full view of everyone, such an important and solemn assessment. He lay down. He really lay down, not even glancing at the battle below. Meanwhile, the three-tailed spirit fox below had already gone berserk. Lu Zhang had already cast 2 auras on Tushan Jiao Jiao at the start, consuming 20,000 points of mana. One was an encouragement aura, increasing health regeneration speed by 200% and mana regeneration speed by 200%. The other was a critical strike aura, granting a 50% chance to deal critical hits, which inflicted an additional 200% damage. Currently, Tushan Jiaojiao was at level 110, with a 5-star divine grade spirit pet, granting her overwhelming destructive power against these ordinary monsters. Starting from the first 41 level monster, all the way to the 150 level monster, they were all instantly killed by her single-tail spirit bullet. The 151st level monster appears, and 2-tail spirit blasts take it down. Seeing this, Duan Mulin in the waiting area asked the purple-haired girl next to him in a dazed tone, "He's broken the record already." Ji Zirua stared intently at the fox on the screen and said slowly, "He is creating a record that will likely never be broken." In the Alliance exam observation hall, Lin Shuhua looked at the 2 summoned beasts Lu Zhang had called forth and shook her head. These aren't the summoned beasts he used in his battle against the Dark Dragon, nor are they any of the 2 summoned beasts he used in his fight against the Fire God's projection. The legendary tier divine pets, he hasn't used them yet, or perhaps he simply can't use them. The same tier guardian Xuemingzhen chuckled, "These 2 summoned beasts are no ordinary creatures." According to the automatic appraisal results from the dungeon, the bird-like summoned beast is a level 108, 3rd tier summoned beast of 4-star rare quality. The combat power of this single summoned beast alone is enough to match those geniuses. As for this 3-tailed fox, it's even more extraordinary, a level 110, 3rd tier summoned beast with 5-star divine grade spirit pet status. This alone is enough to crush all the other students. Moreover, although Lu Zhang only released 2 skills at the beginning, the auxiliary effects of those 2 auras were too powerful, nearly doubling the fox's combat power. With just this fox alone, it would likely be enough for him to clear both dungeons. Divine grade spirit pets correspond to epic tier professions, and a 5-star divine grade pet is already at the top of the epic tier. This fox has reached the 110th level in 3rd transformation stage, while the strongest candidates are only at the 1st transformation stage, level 60, and haven't even reached the 2nd transformation yet. The gap is too huge. Actually, this assessment process is somewhat disadvantageous for summoners, as the dungeon only guarantees the summoner's health is locked and mana is unlimited, but summoned beasts can still take damage and consume mana. However, as things stand, this is no problem at all for Lu Zhang, the summoner. Before monsters reach level 200, the 3-tailed spirit fox is just playing around. A couple of random attacks, and a critical hit instantly takes them down. Once it reaches level 200, it finally starts to take things a bit more seriously, but even then, it's only slightly more serious. At level 250 and above, the monsters finally start to pose some pressure on it, as it is only at the 3rd transformation level. When facing 5th transformation monsters, even those of ordinary quality have base attributes in defense and other aspects that are no weaker than its own. But it can still keep fighting. The triple clone and agile 100 claws skills allow Tushan Jiao Jiao to unleash hundreds of attacks instantly. Under the critical hit aura effect, half of these attacks deal triple critical damage, resulting in explosive damage. Therefore, it can still break through defenses and continue fighting. 275, 285, 295, 300. When a level 300 monster appeared, Lu Zhang chose to have the 3-tailed spirit fox delay the battle, no longer pursuing victory, and waited for the assessment time limit to end. This result was sufficient, there was no need to waste more time here. He had already woken up from his nap. The 3-tailed spirit fox's magical power was no longer replenishing, and summoning other summoned beasts to assist in battle would be pointless. That's it. The final result, 299. Could anyone possibly surpass himself? The results were announced, and a new record was set. No one cheered. The students waiting outside the testing area felt a bitter taste in their mouths. Everyone could tell that this wasn't Lu Zhang's limit. With just one summoned beast, he could have easily demonstrated his Saint-tier combat power, but he chose to end the process of continuing to break records. Because it was completely unnecessary. He was just lying there, and no one could challenge the new record he had casually set. The previous record was only 150th rank, and he had raised it directly to 299th rank, just one rank away from doubling it. Duan Mulin looked bitterly at Ji Zirua beside him and asked, "Do you think he was looking at my hard work just now like it was a joke?" Ji Zirua laughed lightly. "You're overthinking it. We're not even worth his notice. It said he has a divine pet, but this one isn't it. However, judging from his performance, a 5-star divine grade spirit pet is already considered semi-divine in quality. He's just too strong." In the observation hall on the other side, Xuemingzhen shook his head disapprovingly. This fox-summoned beast is already powerful enough to breeze through the second round of the exam. It seems we won't get to see this kid use his divine pet today. Lin Shuhua suddenly exclaimed, Scholar Shua, look. The divine pet has appeared. Regarding the matter of revealing his divine pet, Lu Zheng had already made plans. To obtain sufficient resources, one must demonstrate value. Although he had a saint-tier master, a single person's resources were limited. He was about to enter university and needed to showcase some capital to secure greater returns. Therefore, he decided that no matter what, he had to showcase a divine pet. A divine pet was indeed his trump card, but he wasn't the only one. Moreover, his trump cards would only grow in number in the future. From the worst-case scenario, what if he is targeted by villains? When enemies target the divine pet that Lu Zhang has deliberately revealed and set traps for it, Lu Zhang can simply release the second, third, or even the 100th divine pet, all more powerful than the first, giving them a huge surprise. To take it a step further, with numerous skills and countless attribute bonuses, his greatest trump card is actually Lu Zhang himself. If the summoned beasts fail to satisfy you, the summoner himself is also skilled in martial arts. Therefore, revealing one trump card doesn't faze Lu Zhang at all, because he has countless more up his sleeve. Xuemingzhen hurriedly looked at the screen upon hearing Lin Shua's words, only to see a sea of flames. Clearly, the dungeon had just refreshed, and Lu Zhang had directly activated the entire dungeon. There, amidst the flames, Lu Zhang stood atop a monstrous bird with a wingspan of over 100 meters, 9 heads, and its body engulfed in dark red flames. The dungeon had rated this creature as a 4-star legendary divine pet. The entire dungeon was engulfed in dark red flames. The first wave of monsters that spawned were instantly killed, and upon death, they transformed into 100 undead fire spirits that attacked the newly appearing monsters. The undead fire sea's destructive power was extremely strong. Monsters with an initial level of only 31 would die instantly upon appearing. Within a few breaths, the monsters' levels had reached 100, surpassing the level cap of 98, with a total kill count of 6,786, setting a new record for the second assessment. However, the real issue was the 7,000 undead fire spirits. Their presence placed immense strain on the dungeon's systems, nearly causing it to collapse from the intense heat. Upon seeing the warning, Lin Shua's expression changed. Without time to consult others, she immediately spoke up again to issue a warning. Lu Zhang. Stop. The copy can't hold out much longer. Chapter 59, Additional Exam begins. This kid is definitely holding back. Upon hearing the warning, Lu Zhang looked speechless. He hadn't even exerted himself yet, he had only let his divine pet show off a bit, and the dungeon was already on the verge of collapsing. This dungeon was way too unstable. However, he immediately withdrew the skill effects, ceased casting spells, and recalled the 9-headed phoenix back to its summoning slot. The next moment, he was teleported out of the dungeon. It was as if they were afraid he'd unleash another powerful move and collapse the dungeon entirely. This situation left the students in the waiting area speechless. 2 assessments, the first one, Lu Zhang got bored and ended it voluntarily. The second one was even more absurd. The officials feared he'd destroy the dungeon and forcibly kicked him out. Well, if that's the case, why didn't they just exclude him from the exam in the first place? This must have caused a huge psychological blow to the other students. Lu Zhang, who was forcibly disqualified, was still in a daze. At that moment, the large screen displayed his second assessment results. The final grade for the second assessment was level 112, with a total of 8,200 kills. The first assessment score was perfect, the second assessment score was perfect, the final score for the Alliance exam was perfect. Ranked first. Although the Alliance exam had only just begun, with nearly 4,000 candidates and fewer than 1,000 having finished the exam, all professional practitioners nationwide had already firmly concluded that the national champion had been born. His scores were unmatched by anyone. At least, from this year's candidates onwards, and among all previous candidates, no one can be compared to him. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Ji Zirua. I'm from Tiannan County. Looking at the smiling purple-haired girl in front of him, Lu Zhang snapped back to reality and smiled politely. Hello, I'm Lu Zhang, from Tiannan County. Ji Zirua smiled and said, I've already heard of your name. My grandmother and Mr. Fu are good friends, and Mr. Fu specifically asked my grandmother to take care of you. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang couldn't help but pause. He then recalled what Fu Sangli had mentioned earlier, that he had a friend serving as deputy city lord in Tiannan City. It must be this Ji Zirua's grandmother. Please convey my regards to your grandmother on my behalf. You should go in person. I'll be waiting for you at Jinnan University. After saying that, Ji Zirua returned to her seat. After all, this was the waiting area for the exam, and everyone had their designated spots. A quick greeting was sufficient. Disrupting the order would surely result in reprimand. Lu Zhang didn't pay much attention to this matter. After showcasing his divine pet today, whichever university accepted him would certainly not treat him lightly. After all, possessing a divine pet was almost equivalent to being a legendary tier professional. To date, the entire Great Xia Alliance had only one true legendary tier professional, the sole half-god tier powerhouse above level 400 in the entire realm. From this perspective, Lu Zhang's emergence signaled the birth of the second half-god. If such a figure were to be treated with disrespect, that would be unacceptable. Returning to his seat, Lu Zhang ignored the thousands of eyes fixed on him, closing his eyes to feel the attribute points feedback from his summoned beasts level up. His 4 basic attributes had already surpassed 10,000, and the single-digit attribute points feedback from low-level summoned beasts were negligible in terms of improvement. However, as the saying goes, a drop in the bucket fills the ocean, and over time, even small gains could lead to significant progress. A single summoned beast might only provide a single-digit attribute point, but 1,000 summoned beasts could add up to a 4-digit number. Currently, he had over 1,000 summoned beasts under his command, and most of them were already at fairly high levels. As the summoner's profession level increased, the probability of obtaining high-quality summoned beasts through summoning techniques was greatly enhanced. While he didn't dare to hope for divine-grade spirit pets or legendary divine pets, once he advanced to the third transformation, the ones he could keep would all be elite beast pets at the very least. Ordinary quality beast pets weren't even worthy of being cannon fodder. After a day of testing, the Alliance finally concluded all evaluations. As expected, Lu Zhang's scores were unmatched, securing him first place overall. However, everyone knew that this result was achieved while Lu Zhang was still holding back. Although the results were already out, this was still unfair to Lu Zhang. The official announcement was made immediately, notifying the top 20 to participate in an additional assessment. The assessment dungeon had already been determined, the Saint-Tier dungeon, Demon's Domain. The Demon Realm randomly spawns a Saint-Tier demon as the dungeon boss at irregular intervals. The area is filled with numerous demonic creatures, though true demons are rare, numbering only over 100, each over level 200. The rest are demon-corrupted beings, with the lowest combat power exceeding level 60. The additional assessment was straightforward. Within 1 hour, the 20 candidates could use any means other than external assistance to kill the monsters. After 1 hour, the rankings are determined based on the number of monsters killed, the highest level achieved, and the amount of experience points obtained. Those who pass this dungeon test will be ranked in the final national standings. The identity of the first-place winner is no longer in doubt, but everyone still holds great expectations for Lu Zhang's performance. After lunch, the 20 candidates gathered and were led to the entrance of the Demon Realm dungeon. Also entering the dungeon with them were 25th-tier professionals. Their roles were twofold: to ensure the safety of the candidates and to live-stream the entire battle, ensuring the fairness of the assessment. The 5th-tier professional responsible for filming Lu Zhang was named Hua Jing, a wind element mage. Upon entering the dungeon, she warned, "The Saint-Tier demon boss has already spawned. Avoid the core area as much as possible. Demons are high-tier creatures. Although you possess combat power rivaling that of a typical Saint-Tier professional, it's best not to provoke such monsters, they're too dangerous." Lu Zhang nodded in agreement. This was a real dungeon, where killing monsters granted experience points. The monsters were of high quality, densely packed, and of a decent level, making them ideal for leveling up his summoned beasts. Although most of his summoned beasts had already been deployed in other dungeons, he still had a few left. Crescent moon carving, three-tailed spirit fox, nine-headed phoenix, cave-dwelling black snake, six-winged frost centipede, cloud-parting crane, moon-howling gray wolf, icy mad lion, thunder-patterned demon tiger, holy light white deer, golden ape, and flame-tailed wild horse. He is currently at level 100. According to the standard for ordinary summoners, he should have 11 summoned beasts. However, someone with his background would certainly find a way to obtain 1 or 2 additional summoning slots, so displaying 12 summoned beasts is more reasonable. In the eyes of higher-ups, he is keeping 1 or 2 summoned beasts as a trump card. Of course, none of that matters. Releasing 12 summoned beasts at once means the lowest quality is still a 2-star rare tier, and the lowest level is over 100. Lu Zhang stood atop the 120 level 9-headed phoenix, waving his hand. Kill! In the next instant, a sea of fire descended upon the demon realm. Dozens of powerful summoned beasts paired up and charged off in different directions. In an instant, the live stream was filled with various large area, high damage spell effects, sending the professional viewers into a frenzy, as if they were witnessing a visual feast. Xuemingxin watched the 12 summoned beasts on the screen with astonishment. 6 rare ones, 5 divine grade ones, and 1 divine pet. Is this his true strength? No, this kid has been holding back for so long, he's not the type to reveal all his cards at once. This guy must be holding something back. Please keep reading and vote for recommendations. Please keep reading and vote for recommendations. Chapter 60, Unexpected Turn. The fire god strikes, the saint-ranked boss Flame Demon King. The onlookers were completely enraged. Although they had always known that Lu Zhang was extremely powerful, there had never been a direct demonstration of his strength until now. After all 12 summoned beasts appeared, they finally understood the true extent of his terrifying power. For other summoners, possessing a single rare quality summoned beast before reaching the 3rd transformation was already extremely rare. Yet, rare quality beasts were merely the lowest tier in Lu Zhang's collection. 5 divine grade spirit pets. 5 divine grade pets plus 1 divine grade pet, a combination that was already utterly invincible. Yet 6 rare summoned pets now seemed almost excessive. Those paying close attention noticed that the levels of these pets were all above 100, with the divine pet reaching 120. This meant that Lu Zhang could have already completed his third transformation long ago. If he had done so before the college entrance exam, he would have been the first ever third transformed college entrance exam candidate in history. In the spectator hall, upon hearing Xuemingjian's words, Lin Shuhua looked at the 5 divine great spirit pets clearing out the vast number of monsters above level 100 and asked in astonishment, all 5 divine grade pets have been displayed, and there's still more being held back. Xuemingjian nodded and said, I recall that among the monsters reported to have been killed, including the dark dragon and the fire god's projection, there was a monster resembling a sheep's head. None of the 12 here have it. I suspect that it is also a powerful divine pet. Lu Zhang possesses 2 divine pets that one is his final trump card. Lin Shuhua did not doubt Xuemingjian's analysis and exclaimed in awe, 2 divine pets? If cultivated properly, that's equivalent to 2 demigods. It would double the highest combat strength of the Great Xiao Alliance. This student must be given sufficient attention. We must certainly give him attention, but since he already has Fu Zhangli backing him, the authorities should avoid creating too much hype around him, lest he become overly arrogant. After all, he's still a young man. Xuemingjian chuckled. As you say, Mr. Xue. I'll compile the report and submit it. This child is extremely important to us. Even if we can't show too much favor, we must demonstrate our attitude. Otherwise, he might harbor resentment, as you mentioned, and he's still young. Lin Shuhua finished speaking and left. Xuemingjian continued watching Lu Zhang's battle. Lu Zhang's battle could be summed up in 2 words. Overwhelming. Whether they were monsters of over 100 levels or over 200 levels, none could stand a chance against Lu Zhang and his 12 summoned beasts. The Demon Lord's territory was swept clean of over 80% of its area, with the remaining 20% being the area where the other 19 candidates were located, which he did not interfere with. Although the monsters were high level, their quality was low, none reaching the commander level, with the highest being boss level, and most were merely ordinary level. Therefore, for Lu Zhang's group of summoned beasts, whose lowest quality was already on par with high-tier Lord-level summoned beasts, they could easily defeat monsters of higher levels. With their coordinated efforts, defeating monsters dozens or even hundreds of levels higher was no problem. A massive amount of experience points were absorbed by them, and several summoned beasts leveled up. Half an hour had passed, and with only another quarter of an hour remaining, the assessment was about to conclude. Lu Zhang obeyed orders and did not venture into the core area to provoke the Saint-tier dungeon bosses. After all, this was an assessment, and he did not wish to engage in a dangerous battle. His current strategy was to quietly develop and let his divine pet grow stronger. However, when he entered a certain area, a sudden alert sounded in his ears. Attention! Due to the curse of the Fire God Lab ban, the base hatred of the dungeon boss, a level 330 Flame Demon Lord, toward you has increased to 90%. The Flame Demon Lord has been blessed by the Fire God and has undergone a mutation. Warning! The mutated boss, level 350 Flame Demon King, is about to attack. Damn it! Here we go again. Lu Zhang felt a surge of intense heat as soon as he received the alert. In the distance, a dark red figure was rapidly approaching. It stood 50 meters tall, with a pair of bat wings sprouting from its back, a pair of black bull horns on its head, clad in leather armor, and a hideously terrifying face. Upon seeing this creature, Hua Jing, a 5th-tier wind mage filming Lu Zhang from the side, shouted, "Trouble! The Saint-tier boss has mutated. Let's run!" Lu Zhang waved his hand at her and said, "You run. This thing is coming for me. If I run out, it'll follow and cause too much destruction. Don't worry. I've killed all the gods. A demon is nothing." As it approached, the mutated boss's attributes appeared before him. Monster, Flame Demon King. Quality, Overlord tier. Level, LV.350. Health, 20 million 20 million. Magic power, 4 million 4 million. Strength, 50,000. Agility, 50,000. Spirit, 80,000. Constitution, 80,000. Skills, Demon Whip, Demon Guardian, Demon Bite, Dark Prison, Magic Flame Rain, Earth Demon Rage, Lava Summon. Dominator tier quality, 1 tier below the previous Fire God projection. Mental and physical attributes have been weakened, but strength has been enhanced. However, it still seems manageable. Defeating the Fire God projection last time was a bit of a lucky break, but now the 9-headed Phoenix has reached level 121, entering the 3rd transformation tier, with significantly enhanced strength. Additionally, it has awakened a hidden skill, Bath of Flames and Shadow Phoenix, which allows it to absorb fire and death energy. Moreover, he has mastered 2 divine tier aura skills, which will undoubtedly double the 9-headed Phoenix's combat power. Lu Zhang felt there was no need to summon other divine pets. A single 9-headed Phoenix might be enough to truly handle the situation. During the previous battle, the Undying Fire Sea devoured countless monsters, giving birth to thousands of undying fire spirits of over 100 or even 200 levels. These were the key to victory. Before that, Lu Zhang needed to first break through the defense of the Flame Demon King. However, before breaking its defense, he had to first control the enemy and prevent it from launching an attack first. A Dominator tier Holy Great Demon's magical power is undoubtedly immense. Lu Zhang understood the principle of striking first. In battle, the most important thing isn't to deal damage first, but to control the enemy first, thereby gaining control of the battle's rhythm. Therefore, Lu Zhang immediately cast an inspiring aura and a critical strike aura on himself, then instantly released 2 beams of Shenbing Lingguang at the Flame Demon King. Although the Shenbing Lingguang was a skill provided by a summoned beast of rare quality, its effects were highly effective. On one hand, as a light-based skill, it moves extremely fast and is nearly impossible to dodge. On the other hand, its freezing effect and freezing damage can stack, allowing continuous control effects as long as it is kept active. Each beam of Shenbing Lingguang consumes 50,000 mana points to cast. Firing 2 in succession was intended to trigger the critical hit effect, but surprisingly, the first one triggered it, while the second did not. Without the critical hit effect, the 50,000 mana points dealt 200,000 points of freeze damage in a single hit, with the freeze effect lasting 20 seconds, causing 20,000 points of freeze damage per second. Under the critical hit effect, the single hit damage reached 600,000 points, with 60,000 points of freeze damage per second. The most critical aspect is that the freeze effect duration was increased to a full 60 seconds. As a demon, this monster has high spell resistance, but freeze damage is its weakest point. It instantly dealt 700,000 points of true damage, with an additional 50,000 points of health loss per second. If it can be sustained for 80 seconds, it will deal 4 million points of damage. Even a demon king with 20 million HP would be severely injured. However, that's just the theoretical effect. The actual duration will definitely not exceed half of that. Lu Zhang needs to act quickly and deal damage to it. Please keep reading and vote for recommendations. Chapter 61, Dark Prison. If you don't help, the divine pet will be killed? The 9-headed phoenix released its skill Death Scythe the moment the freezing effect took effect, consuming 100,000 points of mana to a massive death scythe over 110 meters long. The pitch-black scythe, adorned with dark red flames, emerged from the void and swung toward the head of the Flame Demon King. This attack did not trigger a critical hit, but the physical damage reached 300,000 points, breaking through the Flame Demon King's defenses. Immediately afterward, the Death Force erupted, dealing 500,000 points of Death Force spell damage. The death energy remaining within the Flame Demon King's body continued to inflict an additional 40,000 points of damage per second. As the Flame Demon King was about to break free, Lu Zhang decisively ordered the cloud-splitting crane to release its skill soaring through the clouds to create a massive cloud of mist. At the same time, he released the skill himself, using his own magical power as a catalyst to unleash his self-created skill, Cloud Burst. Under the massive explosion, the Flame Demon King at the center took a staggering 1.3 million points of impact damage. Lu Zhang focused on its wings, blowing one of them off completely. At this point, the Flame Demon King had lost nearly 3 million HP, exceeding 10% of its total health. However, it was clear that Lu Zhang had not yet gained an absolute advantage. After this explosion, the Flame Demon King completely broke free from the freezing effect and immediately faced a barrage of self-destructing attacks from thousands of undead fire spirits. The intense and relentless attacks prevented the Flame Demon King from using its regular attack skills, causing it to lose another 4 million HP in an instant. By this point, approximately 80% of the undead fire spirits had been eliminated. With the pressure eased, the Flame Demon King immediately activated a Demon Guardian skill, channeling demonic energy into black rings that encircled his body, repelling all the undead fire spirits outward. With a moment to catch his breath, he immediately unleashed his second skill, Lava Summon. The ground cracked open, and dark red lava surged forth. One after another, massive lava fire demons over 10 meters tall emerged from the ground and charged toward the undead fire spirits. Seeing the hundreds of LV.250 level lava fire demons, Lu Zhang not only remained unfazed but instead wore an expression of delight. The undead fire spirits had nearly depleted their energy earlier, and now these lava fire demons were the perfect. He immediately ordered the other rare quality and divine grade summoned beasts to attack the lava fire demons, then had the undead fire sea convert the fallen lava fire demons into new undead fire spirits. Of course, for now, these lava fire demons were indeed blocking the remaining undead fire spirits' attacks, allowing the Flame Demon King to break free and look up at the 9-headed undead phoenix in mid-air, which was gathering energy to recover. Under the effect of the inspiring aura, the 9-headed undying phoenix, which already had a fast mana regeneration rate, had nearly fully restored its mana. The Flame Demon King, however, gathered 50,000 points of mana and released a black-red whip hundreds of meters long, lashing toward the 9-headed immortal bird. The 9-headed immortal bird's massive body made it impossible to dodge the attack, which was also too fast to evade. In the next instant, it transformed into thousands of small firebirds, scattering in all directions, causing the Flame Demon King's attack to strike the ground instead. This was the effect of the skill Thousand Birds transformation. Although the 9-headed phoenix was nearly immune to both fire and physical damage, the demonic power on the whip was more than enough to severely wound it, so it was absolutely crucial not to confront it head-on. Because it was far from the point where a desperate fight was necessary. On this side, Lu Zhang's magical power was rapidly recovering under the effects of the skill and magical power restoration potions. He repeated his previous tactic, sending 2 beams of mystical ice light flying out, striking the Flame Demon King, who hadn't even bothered to acknowledge him. Summoners and summoned beasts are one entity. Although the Flame Demon King as a whole harbors hatred toward Lu Zhang, the target of that hatred is Lu Zhang and all his summoned beasts. Therefore, the hatred on Lu Zhang's body can be diverted by the summoned beasts. Initially, the Flame Demon King's target of hatred was the 9-headed phoenix, as it perceived this creature to be the strongest. This gave Lu Zhang an opportunity to act. Although the Flame Demon King had granted himself Demon Guardian, part of its energy was consumed by the undying fire spirit, only blocking the first wave of the mystic ice spirit light. The second wave struck, successfully triggering the critical hit effect. Immediately, the Flame Demon King lost its ability to move again. The 9-headed undying phoenix once again unleashed its skill, Death Scythe, upon the Flame Demon King. This time, the skill triggered a critical hit, sending a 100-meter-long pitch-black flame scythe crashing down. The attack dealt 90,000 points of physical damage and 150,000 points of death energy damage, directly reducing the Demon King's health by a staggering 220,000 points. His defense was not low, mitigating a significant portion of the damage. But this was still significant. The Flame Demon King's health was now reduced to half, and the newly transformed undead fire spirits charged forward for a wave of self-destruction. After breaking free from the ice freeze, the Flame Demon King's health dropped to 8 million. Victory seemed within reach, but Lu Zhang dared not let his guard down, for half-health monsters were the most ferocious. Sure enough, as soon as the Flame Demon King broke free from control, he immediately consumed 1,000,000 points of mana to unleash the skill Dark Prison. In an instant, half of the dungeon space was shrouded in darkness, and Lu Zhang immediately received a notification. You have been hit by the Flame Demon King's skill Dark Prison. Your health regeneration rate is reduced by 50% and your mana regeneration rate is reduced by 50%. Dark Power deals 20,000 points of corrosive magical damage per second to you. Lu Zhang didn't care about the spell damage, as under the passive skill Mana Annihilation granted by the Taodia, any spell damage with a single hit not exceeding his maximum mana value would not deal true damage to him. With his current mana pool of 200,000 points, a mere 20,000 points of damage is completely negligible. However, the halving of his mana regeneration speed was a bit troublesome. Moreover, his other summoned beasts did not possess the Mana Annihilation passive skill, and this corrosive spell damage was extremely difficult to defend against, dealing true damage to other summoned beasts. Therefore, he could not afford to prolong the battle and needed to end it quickly. Since he still had 2 120-level divine pets left, Lu Zhang remained unfazed. He commanded the 9-headed phoenix to charge toward the Flame Demon King. Exhausting all his mana, he unleashed the Death Scythe. Since he had already used a skill earlier, his mana hadn't recovered much. This time, using all his remaining mana, he only dealt 800,000 points of true damage to the Flame Demon King. Immediately afterward, the 9-headed undead phoenix flew onto the Flame Demon King, using its 9 heads, claws, and the undead hellfire on its body to launch a sustained attack. The Flame Demon King immediately counterattacked, tearing off one of the 9-headed phoenix's heads in just a few breaths. Hua Jing continued her livestream diligently. She had tried to run earlier but was too late. The Dark Prison had trapped her inside, so she might as well keep streaming the battle. The scene on screen left all the spectators on edge. Lin Shuhua directly addressed Xuemingzhen, Master Xue, hurry and help him. If you delay any longer, this divine pet might be killed. This isn't just his loss, it's a massive loss for the Great Xia Alliance. Chapter 62, The Divine Pet is Dead. Is this still within control? Almost everyone believed that Lu Zhang had reached his limit. The 9-headed bird had already had 2 of its heads torn off by the Flame Demon King, and it was clearly on the brink of death. Once a divine pet is killed, as its summoner, Lu Zhang would certainly be no match for the enemy and would have to die there. People were flooding the internet with messages, urging the authorities to intervene quickly and prevent such a prodigy from falling in the college entrance exam. Who lets their student kill a Saint-tier dungeon boss during the college entrance exam? Is that even reasonable? Facing Lin Shuhua's impatience, Xuemingzhen smiled and looked at Lu Zhang on the screen, replying, "He's not panicking, why are you?" This made Lin Shuhua pause for a moment, instinctively glancing at Lu Zhang on the screen. He was simply watching his summoned beast fight the Flame Demon King, as if he didn't care at all, or perhaps, everything was still under his control? Xuemingzhen continued, "Don't forget, he still has another divine pet he hasn't released yet. If it really comes down to a crisis, he'll definitely release that divine pet. He was able to kill a 350-level fire god projection back then. Now it's just a 350-level Flame Demon King, how could he possibly fail to kill it?" Lin Shuhua thought about it and found it reasonable, but she still worried, but the matter of the second divine pet is just our speculation. None of us have seen it. What if he has no other trump cards? Losing a divine pet would be a significant blow to the alliance. Ha ha. You're just worrying too much. Doesn't he care more about his divine pet than you do? After awakening for so long, he's been hiding the existence of his divine pet all this time. Now he's voluntarily revealing it on the day of the college entrance exam. Is it just to let us see his divine pet get killed? Just wait and see what his plan is. Mingzhen waved his hand, gesturing for Lin Shuhua to sit back down and watch. At that moment, the nine-headed phoenix had only one head left. Under such brutal close combat, the Flame Demon King's health had dropped to just over 6,500,000. Jun Yin and the others had already evacuated the Demon Realm dungeon. As soon as the Flame Demon King appeared, they were notified to evacuate immediately. Only Lu Zheng's group hadn't been notified, as the authorities had initially wanted to see what kind of performance Lu Zheng could deliver at the same tier combat power level. Now, it was too late to order him to retreat. Outside the Demon Realm, the students who had escaped gathered together, watching the battle inside through the equipment of the mages. When they saw that the nine-headed phoenix had only one head left, Junin couldn't help but speak up. Why hasn't the official authority arrived yet? Are none of the 10 holy ranked guardians of the imperial capital available? Isn't there a dedicated holy ranked guardian responsible for protecting the exam site? Are we just going to watch the divine pet be killed? This is a future semi-divine level combat power, how can we just let it die like this? Ji Zirua frowned and said, the authorities must have a longer-term perspective than us. If the situation really deteriorates to the point of no return, they won't stand idly by. The fact that they haven't intervened yet means that, in their assessment, everything is still within Lu Zheng's control. The divine pet is dead. Is this still within acceptable limits? Duan Mulin stared at the completely dead nine-headed phoenix on the screen and couldn't help but let out a sharp scream. As an imperial youth who had received elite education from a young age, he had an unwavering belief in the Great Xia Empire. However, witnessing a divine pet being killed was nearly enough to shatter his faith. He refused to believe that the upper echelons of the Great Xia Empire could be so short-sighted. Lin Shuhua in the observation hall also let out a sharp scream, her voice trembling. If the honorable elder knew that we stood by and watched a divine pet perish in the dungeon, he would be furious. Watching the nine-headed bird truly die on the screen, Mingzhen couldn't help but furrow his brows. He had expected Lu Zheng to take some action next, such as summoning a second divine pet to launch a surprise attack on the Flame Demon King. Instead, Lu Zheng simply watched as the nine-headed bird was torn apart piece by piece by the Flame Demon King. This shouldn't be happening. How could he let his divine pet be killed like that? Just as everyone was mourning the loss of the divine pet, the nine-headed phoenix's passive skill, Phoenix Rebirth, was triggered. A ball of flames grew larger and larger, constantly gathering the surrounding flame energy, gradually forming a massive fireball with a diameter of over 30 meters. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed through the air, and in the next instant, the nine-headed phoenix emerged from the flames. After its rebirth, all attributes were doubled, and its magical power and other stats were restored. At the same time, Lu Zheng's magical power also recovered, and two beams of icy light struck the Flame Demon King. Freeze, control. A crack appeared in the sky, and a massive black scythe over 150 meters long formed, instantly descending to strike, as if to split the Flame Demon King in two with a single blow. However, it was still trapped within the dark prison. At the moment of crisis, the Flame Demon King broke free from the control, and the blade struck its shoulder, severing one of its arms and instantly reducing its health by 2 million. The terrifying death energy continued to cause corrosive effects. In the next instant, Lu Zheng teamed up with Pai Yunhe to unleash the Cloud Burst technique, causing a deafening explosion that dealt another 1.5 million damage. The Flame Demon King's other arm was also blown to pieces. At this point, the Flame Demon King's health had dropped below 3 million. Although it could continuously regenerate health within the dark prison, the corrosive effects of death energy and the damage from the undead fire sea kept its health from dropping further. The key point was that its defense had been completely shattered, making it easy to deal true damage. The nine-headed phoenix suddenly withdrew the effect of its undying flame sea skill. In the next instant, massive waves over 100 meters high surged forth, nearly drowning the Flame Demon King in an instant and continuously dealing impact damage. This was the large area skill Raging Sea Tide of the 3-star Divine Great Spirit pet, the double-headed ice dragon. When used in this environment, its power was clearly insufficient, dealing only hundreds of thousands of damage to the Flame Demon King. However, that was more than enough. Because this skill was not intended for damage output, but rather to alter the environment. After the Raging Sea Tide was released, the next second, the 4-star Divine Great Spirit pet 6-winged Frost Centipede unleashed its skill, Frozen 1,000 Miles. In an instant, the water surface freezes, trapping half of the Flame Demon King's body in ice. The upper half of its body on the water's surface is also covered in frost, triggering another freezing effect. Ice Seal 1,000 Miles is an extremely large area skill with limited control over single targets. Therefore, it requires the double-headed Xinbing Jia to first alter the environment, create a large body of water, and then use it to directly freeze the Flame Demon King. Large area skills consume an enormous amount of mana, and with the previous effects of the Undying Fire Sea, they cannot be stacked and released consecutively. However, this is the final moment. The nine-headed phoenix has exhausted its mana, and its attack power is insufficient to kill the Flame Demon King. Moreover, after its rebirth, its level reverts to level 1, making the final kill meaningless and wasting experience points. It would be better to let other summoned beasts use this opportunity to level up. The moment of miracles is about to unfold. The real damage dealer, it's your turn. End of this chapter. Chapter 63, You're so amazing. You're the strongest man. As the Flame Demon King was frozen in ice, a pale pink figure had already appeared beside it. The three-tailed spirit fox, enhanced by the critical strike aura, appeared above the Flame Demon King's head, unleashing the skill triple clone, instantly splitting into 3 copies of itself. Immediately afterward, they all released the skill Agile 100 Claws, unleashing 100 attacks in an instant. Infusing 20,000 points of mana into this skill allows it to unleash 100 attacks instantly, each dealing 10,000 points of physical damage. Half of these attacks trigger the critical hit effect from the aura, tripling the damage, meaning the total damage output reaches 2 million points. Additionally, the 3 clones each deal 1 million points of damage, totaling 5 million points of damage. Previously, due to the Flame Demon King's extremely high defense, a mere 10,000 points of damage couldn't break through its defenses. However, now that this creature has lost both its arms and wings, its defense has significantly decreased. 5 million points of damage were only reduced by 50,000 points by its defense, leaving 450,000 points of damage, which directly depleted its health to 0. Ding! Your summoned beast Tushan Jiajiao has defeated a level 350 Flame Demon King 1. Your summoned beast Tushan Jiajiao has gained 120 million experience points, and you have gained 30 million experience points. Ding! You have obtained the item Flame Demon Heart 1. Ding! You have obtained the exclusive Purple Radiance Treasure Chest 1. Seeing the three-tailed spirit fox standing proudly atop the corpse of the Flame Demon King, Dantai Mingyue, who was watching the battle from the observation area, couldn't help but jump up in excitement, hugging Mu Yunlan beside him tightly, and shouted joyfully, "We won! That's great! Jiajiao is amazing! Once they come out, I'm definitely going to treat Jiajiao to a big meal." Lu Zhang had brought the little fox, who had transformed into human form, to eat with Dantai Mingyue and Yang Dong, so Dantai Mingyue was familiar with the little fox's reputation as a big eater. Seeing that it was the adorable Tushan Jiajiao who delivered the final blow, the joy it brought to Dantai Mingyue was even greater than if Lu Zhang had personally dealt the killing blow. After all, she regarded the little fox as a good friend and younger sister. Mu Yunlan was being hugged so tightly that he didn't know what to do. All the college entrance exam candidates were immersed in immense joy, cheering together. A candidate had actually defeated a dominant tier sacred grade monster. This was undoubtedly an event worthy of being recorded in history. As candidates from the same class as Lu Zhang, they all felt a sense of pride and honor. And even from the perspective of an ordinary person, a human adventurer had slain a powerful saint-tier monster. This was undoubtedly a cause for celebration, let alone under such a spotlight. Originally, when everyone saw the divine pet die, their spirits plummeted to the depths of despair. But when the 9-headed phoenix rose from the ashes, everyone's passion was reignited. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the human race's final victory, and Lu Zhang did not disappoint. He employed an incredibly grand strategy to secure a decisive and satisfying victory. First, he flooded the area with water, then froze the land for miles, and finally had the little fox execute a series of moves to instantly kill the Flame Demon King, demonstrating overwhelming power and greatly boosting everyone's confidence. This had an incredibly inspiring effect on the entire human race in their battle against the demons of the demon realm and the abyss. Amidst the joyful cheers of the crowd, Lu Zhang felt no joy. He saw Hua Jing, the woman, still insistently streaming live, quickly opened the treasure chest, didn't even glance at its contents, stuffed everything inside, and headed toward the exit of the dungeon. Don't flaunt your wealth. Being streamed while opening a treasure chest made him uncomfortable. It was best to hide the valuables. After leaving the demon realm dungeon, he saw Yang Dong and Wang Jun had somehow arrived here. Wang Jun charged forward and tried to hug Lu Zhang's leg. Yang Dong, seeing that his position as Lu Zhang's top lackey was about to be taken, quickly followed suit. Lu Zhang acted quickly, dodging aside and leaping into the air. The two collided and even ended up hugging each other. "You two stay there. I said it again, I don't like men. Don't hug me," Lu Zhang said sternly. He would help his brothers to the best of his ability, but he would never betray his own body. At that moment, a figure with purple hair appeared before Lu Zhang, spreading her arms and smiling, "I'm a woman. Can I hug you?" Lu Zhang looked at Ji Ziruo in surprise. Before he could respond, Ji Ziruo assumed he had agreed and gave him a hug. "You're so amazing. You're the strongest man I've ever seen." Not far away, Mu Yunlan and Dantai Mingyue witnessed this scene and were so angry they nearly lost their composure. The two of them hadn't even had a chance to compete against each other, and now this newcomer had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, they had to admit that Ji Ziruo was more outstanding than both of them. The national rankings had already been announced. Mu Yunlan ranked 88th in the alliance exam, Dantai Mingyue ranked 74th, while Ji Ziruo came in 20th. She had originally participated in the final supplementary exam and hadn't given her all, so her score was at the bottom, yet she still managed to secure the 20th spot. This was a significant gap. In everyone's eyes, being in the top 20 meant being on the same level as Lu Zhang, while those ranked outside the top 20 weren't even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath. Although the two girls were furious, neither of them was Lu Zhang's official girlfriend, so they had no right to stop Ji Ziruo's actions. They could only grit their teeth and watch from the sidelines. Lu Zhang, having received the compliment from the beautiful girl, smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise. Well, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. I'm tired and need to rest." Ji Zirua rolled her eyes upon hearing this. "You've already slept twice? You're tired? Alright, since you don't want to chat with me, I'll just leave then." Despite his lie being exposed, Lu Zhang stubbornly defended himself. "Although I did take a short nap, leading the battle drained me mentally." "Oh, right. You're absolutely right. See you in Tiannan City." Ji Zirua turned around gracefully and left. It seemed she was planning to return to Tiannan City that very night. With the teleportation array, it wouldn't take too long. As per tradition, there was an award ceremony scheduled for tomorrow, but only the top 10 scorers in the Alliance exam were eligible to attend. Ji Zirua had nothing else to do, so returning was only natural. The additional exam scores had already been released, and the total scores had been calculated and published. Although the live stream had ended, discussions about Lu Zhang were still raging online. After all, a student who had defeated a saint-ranked boss in the college entrance exam was bound to be recorded in history. Those who had witnessed history were even happier than Lu Zhang himself. After declining the concerns brought by Mu Yunlan and Dantai Minghua, Lu Zhang closed all other social media and returned to his hotel room to check the loot from today's treasure chest. The first item he saw immediately filled him with delight. With this item, this was definitely worth it. Please vote for me. Please keep reading. Chapter 64, The True National Champion. The Summoning of a Half-God Level Powerhouse. Another skill book of the aura type, and this skill had once caused Lu Zhang significant trouble, making him envy it greatly at the time. Skill book, Fire Resistance Ring. Effect, requires a minimum of 10,000 mana to cast. Applies a fire resistance ring to a single target, granting immunity to physical and magical damage up to 10,000 points, and immunity to fire damage up to 20,000 points. Any damage that exceeds the immunity threshold causes half of the excess damage as true damage to the caster, and the other half as fire damage returned to the source of the damage. Prerequisites: Summoning Class Professionals, Aura Specialized Professionals, or Fire Class Mages. This is the divine technique originally mastered by the Fire God's Projection. One key difference from the Fire God's Projection skill is that, in the latter, damage exceeding 100,000 points can have half of the excess damage offset by mana, and it does not actually deal true damage. In other words, as long as you have enough mana, you can rely solely on this skill's counterattack effect to defeat enemies. However, Lu Zhang's skill book causes half of the excess damage to deal actual damage. Nevertheless, this is still a divine skill. After all, this ability not only grants immunity to a certain amount of spell damage and physical damage but also inflicts counterattack damage, which is more than enough to overwhelm most support skills. Lu Zhang quickly learned this skill book. Such a divine skill should be mastered as soon as possible to enhance one's strength sooner. Then he looked at the remaining items. There were 2 items left, a purple radiance equipment piece and a token. The purple radiance equipment belonged to a fire mage, so Lu Zhang couldn't use it. He could trade it for some high-level resources. The token was interesting. Item, Abyss Demon Pass. Effect, holding this item allows entry into dungeon instances belonging to Abyss realms of Saint tier or higher. Earlier, Lu Zhang had obtained an Necropolis Realm Pass, and these 2 items shared a similar function. They're decent items. After all, ordinary dungeons now offer too low a return for Lu Zhang. To quickly level up his summoned beasts and ensure the 3rd tier quest goes smoothly rather than completing it like walking a tightrope as before, he truly needs to enter these top tier dungeons to level up. Having an extra option is always a good thing. Besides the items in the treasure chest, Lu Zhang remembered that the Flame Demon King had dropped another item. Item, Flame Demon Heart. Effect, contains the essence of the Flame Demon. When consumed by any target, it can be transformed into a Flame Demon. Demons, angels, gods, and dragons all belong to the higher races, naturally endowed with powerful skills and base attributes. Even the lowest tier Flame Demon is a 4 transformation creature. As long as it grows normally to adulthood, it can reach level 200, which is the 4 transformation limit. A slightly more outstanding boss can break through the 200 level mark and reach the 5th transformation. Overall, as a summoned beast, it should be a decent cultivation target. Lu Zhang has no intention of consuming this thing. He takes pride in his human identity. However, if he had a flame demon as a summoned beast, it could provide significant assistance when he ventures into the abyss in the future. Even if it doesn't help, enslaving a high-ranking demon would be pretty satisfying to think about. Thinking it through, Lu Zhang quietly left the city and found an isolated spot. He summoned a 5-star elite pet, the Flame Monkey, using it as a base. He couldn't end up with a demon of lower quality than this, could he? He took out the flame demon's heart and had it devour it. In the next moment, a black flame engulfed the Flame Monkey, growing larger and larger until it had increased in volume by 5 times before stopping. Then, the flames suddenly contracted. The original Flame Monkey was gone, replaced by a flame demon standing over 8 meters tall, with a pair of demon wings on its back and demon horns on its head. Success! The level remained at 80. Let us check the quality. Upon seeing that it was only a 3-star rare quality, Lu Zhang furrowed his brows. He didn't lack monsters of this quality. However, he then noticed a line of notes at the bottom. Note, by devouring the hearts of other flame demons, the quality can be further enhanced. Upon reading this, Lu Zhang's expression turned to one of surprise. It could actually evolve. He knew that the quality of all his summoned beasts was fixed, so finding one that could evolve was quite unexpected. This meant that as long as he provided enough hearts of flame demons, one day this flame demon could evolve into a flame demon king or even something stronger. It still has some cultivation value. The treasure he had obtained hadn't been wasted, and Lu Zhang was fairly satisfied. He returned to the hotel contentedly, but he didn't sleep. Instead, he began searching for places with abundant flame demons. There were originally quite a few in the demon realm, but after he had indiscriminately slaughtered them yesterday, including the mutated flame demon king, he didn't know how long it would take for them to respawn. At least 10 days or half a month, and there should be no monsters inside. High-level monsters already had long respawn cycles. Lu Zhang had set fires, flooded the area, and then frozen everything within 1,000 miles. Fortunately, this was a dungeon world. If this had happened in the real world, not even a blade of grass would have grown. The next morning, Lu Zhang was awakened early by the exam supervisor from Tianyang County, who told him to eat quickly and wait for the award ceremony to begin at 9 o'clock. Although the National Vocational College entrance exam is held once a year, and the ceremony is held annually, this year, with Lu Zhang, a legendary candidate, in attendance, the venue was already packed with people by 8 o'clock. If it weren't for the ban on non-staff members flying, the place would have been crowded with people. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Zhang and the other 9 students pushed through the throng and took their places on the high podium. There were no speeches from officials or student testimonials, just straight to the awards. 6th to 10th place received 1 golden equipment piece and 100,000 gold coins each. 2nd to 5th place received a purple-colored equipment piece and 150,000 gold coins each. 1st place received a purple-colored equipment piece, a skill book of their choice, and 200,000 gold coins. The Great Xia Alliance was indeed generous. 1 million gold coins equaled 1 billion, and this was just for a single candidate. The minimum reward was 10 billion. If this were an ordinary family like Lu Zhang's, it would take them 100 lifetimes to spend it all. Seeing Lu Zhang receive another 200,000 gold coins as a reward, Lu Yuantu and Fangya, watching on TV, couldn't help but furrow their brows. The previous reward of 111,000 gold coins wasn't even enough to cover the change from 1,000 gold coins, and now another 200,000 gold coins? How on earth were they supposed to spend all that money? In reality, this amount wasn't that much. Earning money as a professional is easy, but spending it is like water flowing out of a faucet. Take this recent assessment, for example. Lu Zhang used a significant amount of super-grade mana restoration potions. Each bottle costs 1,000 gold coins, and using 10 or more bottles in a single battle is quite common. That's easily tens of thousands of gold coins gone. Not to mention the costs of crafting equipment and other expenses. Lu Zhang isn't short on money because he has many summoned beasts that kill large numbers of monsters every day, bringing back a steady stream of materials that he sells for gold coins. Other adventurers without family support, however, are struggling to make ends meet. Compared to gold coins, Lu Zhang cared more about the reward of the custom skill book. After the ceremony, he had expected to be taken to choose a skill book, but to his surprise, the guide told him it was a summoning by a demigod. Please vote for me. Please keep reading. Chapter 65, Divine Gear, Blessing Ring. When one succeeds, one benefits all. The Great Xia Alliance has only one demigod, the sole legendary tier professional, a true imperial guardian god above level 400, the Xuanwu Gun God, Xianyuan Wuji. His profession is the legendary tier Xuanwu Mage, mastering the Xuanwu Heavenly Thunder. At level 1, he can already slay monsters of the first transformation. This is the true terror of a legendary tier profession. However, hailing from a military family and having studied his family's gun techniques since childhood, he refused to settle for being a rear-line mage. Instead, he developed his own path, becoming a close-range mage and the Xinxiao Gun God. His sudden emergence proved that a profession does not completely limit a person's growth path. Some say he is like a bolt of lightning in the darkness, bringing hope to the human race. And now, this legendary figure from the textbooks stands before him. Holy crap! He's a total hunk. Lu Zhang had imagined that such a legendary elder would be an old man with white hair, or at least a middle-aged man with a stern face. But to his surprise, he was a young man in his 20s, exuding both a heroic spirit and a domineering aura. He suddenly remembered something. It seemed that after becoming a saint-level professional, one could delay aging. So, after becoming a demigod, returning to youth and maintaining eternal youth would also make sense. What's wrong? Are you disappointed that I'm more handsome than you? Xianyuan Wuji asked with a smile. Lu Zhang blushed slightly at the remark, having been guessed correctly, but he wouldn't admit that the other was more handsome than him. Seeing that you're still as impressive as ever, I'm even more hopeful for the future of the Great Xia dynasty. How could I be disappointed? What did you need me for, senior? You're quite the smooth talker. Sit down, no need to be so formal. I'm not that serious of a person. I called you here just to get to know you. I've been traveling non-stop from south to north, east to west every day. This time, I heard there was a legendary summoner who appeared, so I came back specifically to take a look. If I'm not mistaken, you're a regular professional who has awakened a hidden talent, right? Xianyuan Wuji asked. Lu Zhang nodded in response. Alright, it seems like a remarkable summoner's talent. I watched your battle with that 9-headed bird. It's a very powerful divine pet. After dying, it can be revived, and upon revival, its power doubles. However, this must come at a cost, right? Xianyuan Wuji spoke casually, and since the other party seemed to be around his age, Lu Zhang felt no pressure and replied offhandedly. The 9-headed phoenix is actually very difficult to kill. As long as all 9 heads aren't destroyed, it can regenerate infinitely. After death and rebirth, there is indeed a cost. The doubled attributes last only 1 hour, and after that, the level drops to level 1 and the added attributes are reset to 0. Oh? That's essentially rendering a top-tier combat power useless. You must have more than one divine pet. How many do you have? Xianyuan Wuji looked at Lu Zhang and asked. Lu Zhang paused for a moment. At this level of existence, there was no point in deceiving him, so he nodded and said. Currently, I only have 3. Xianyuan Wuji burst into laughter. Excellent. 3 is more than enough. Once they grow strong, no, once you grow strong, look around at all these nations and foreign tribes. Which one dares to covet our territory? As he spoke, he wore a look of regret. However, I must go to the border, so I cannot watch you grow. You must not slack off. I am indeed a bit tired on my own. As he spoke, Xianyuan Wuji showed a hint of fatigue. Lu Zhang knew little about the border, the foreign tribes, or other nations, but seeing his expression, he understood the burden of bearing so much pressure from so many directions. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. Senior, I'll work hard to become stronger. Xianyuan Wuji laughed. No need for such sentimentality. I can still hold on for now, but the future will depend on you all. I haven't married yet, and I was planning to retire someday and find a young, beautiful woman to live a good life with. Remember to grow up quickly and take my place. Wow. You're something else. If I'm not mistaken, you're over 80 years old and still prefer young and beautiful women. You're truly a man of principle. Senior, rest assured. I'll push my summoned beasts to grow quickly so they can take over. After all, I also like young and beautiful ones. Ha ha ha. You little rascal, here's something for you. I'm off. Maybe we'll meet again someday. Xianyuan Wuji tossed something to Lu Zhang and stood up to leave. It was clear he was very busy. In the Yanxia realm, there is a tradition called when one achieves greatness, one should benefit all under heaven. All powerful individuals voluntarily take on the responsibility of driving the development of the entire Yanxia realm and harbor a sense of duty toward the world. Patriotism and a sense of duty flow through their veins. Lu Zhang watched Xianyuan Wuji's figure disappear before checking the item the half-god had given him. Equipment, Blessing Ring. Quality, Purple Radiance 5-star. Equipment requirements, mental power greater than 1000. Spirit plus 1000. Constitution plus 1000. Magic recovery speed plus 200%. Life recovery speed plus 200%. Skills, Lucky Aura, Blessing Aura. Durability, permanent. Holy crap. It actually comes with 2 aura skills, and one of them is a Lucky Aura? This is absolutely priceless. So far, the only item he's obtained that enhances luck is the ancient summoning luck bracelet, and it's only effective for summoning spells. The Lucky Aura is clearly much more powerful. Skill, Luck Aura. Effect, consumes 10,000 mana to cast a luck aura on a single target. While under the effect of the aura, the probability of certain actions is doubled. The aura lasts for a certain duration, consuming 1000 mana per second. Just 4 words, and it's already nearly invincible. Doubled probability. Anything related to probability is doubled. Consider this, under the strongest effect of the critical strike aura, there is a 50% chance of triggering a critical strike. If combined with this lucky aura, that becomes a 100% chance of triggering a critical strike. A 100% critical hit rate, how terrifying is that? Moreover, during the use of summoning spells, doubling luck further increases the probability of obtaining high-quality summoned beasts. This item is incredibly useful for Lu Zhang, giving him an overwhelming urge to shout out in excitement. Let's take a look at another skill. Skill, Blessing Aura. Effect, consumes 10,000 mana to cast a Blessing Aura on a single target. While under the Blessing effect, the target is immune to all negative status effects and cannot be damaged by corrosive attacks. Holy cow! This skill is also game-breaking. Immunity to all negative effects means that control effects like paralysis and freezing are completely ineffective against the target wearing the aura. Similarly, corrosive damage from effects like fire damage, death force corrosion, and dark prison also have no effect on the target wearing the aura. This is almost too much. Sustained damage skills are severely weakened, and once the Blessing Aura is activated, it's practically invincible. No wonder he's a demigod level powerhouse. His first move is already a game-changing treasure. Lu Zhang happily slipped the ring onto his finger and followed the outside supervisor to claim his skill book reward. Recommended new book: After Divorce, Lovers from All Realms Come Chasing. Direct link below. Recommendation: Just divorced, and now lovers from all realms are forcing kisses on me. New book: After Divorce, Lovers from All Realms Come Chasing. Synopsis: After 3 years of marriage, his wife was dissatisfied with their current life, believing she deserved better. At the urging of her best friend, she demanded a divorce. Facing his wife's scorn and ridicule, Lu Zhang loses all hope and agrees to the divorce. Little did he know that immediately after obtaining the divorce certificate, he was suddenly embraced by a white-robed female warrior dressed in ancient attire. One after another, a cold and elegant empress, a holy maiden of the demon cult, a celestial maiden of the Taoist sect, and a cute and innocent dragon maiden appeared, each with a unique identity. All of them claimed to be Lu Zhang's one and only soulmate. They even fought fiercely for him, competing to give him precious pills and magical treasures. It turned out that 3 days later, the world pearl Lu Zhang had picked up a year ago would be activated, marking the beginning of his journey through countless worlds. He traversed 108 worlds, including martial arts, fantasy, and immortal realms, and in each world, he had a companion. With his help, these companions grew into the top-tier powerhouses of their respective worlds. 10,000 years later, a great battle erupted, causing time to become chaotic and multiple dimensions to merge. The various worlds began to overlap with the original world where Lu Zhang resided. Lu Zhang perished, his path to enlightenment shattered. However, each of his Tao companions obtained a fragment of the world pearl and, guided by the fragments, came to search for him. As the multiverse merged with reality, everyone was in danger. Yet, with the help of his Tao companions, Lu Zhang gradually ascended to the pinnacle once more, ruling the 9 heavens and standing atop the myriad worlds. Chapter 66, The Final Choice. Is it really for beauty? Skill books are an extremely valuable resource. Once obtained, they are almost always used immediately to enhance one's own or others' combat power. However, some skill books that are not needed by their owners circulate in the market. Due to their scarcity, their prices remain sky-high. The Empire collects a large number of skill books every year to enhance the combat strength of its local garrison troops. The skill books awarded as prizes to the top national exam scorers are naturally of the highest quality, though in terms of power, they are all at the same tier level. However, the vast majority of skill books are of the standard type. Those suitable for summoners are scarce, and high-quality ones are even rarer. Most fall under the support category, though summoners can also use them. The Empire provided 5 skill books for Lu Zhang to choose from. Lu Zhang merely glanced at them and immediately selected one. Skill book, Mana Spring. Effect: consumes 10,000 mana to create a mana source within a single target, restoring 5,000 mana to the target on the first use, plus an additional 1,000 mana per second for 35 seconds. Prerequisites: summoning type class, support type class, or mage type class with mental strength exceeding 5,000 points. This is a divine skill. Exchanging 10,000 points of mana for 40,000 points of mana, with this skill, as long as the mana consumption intensity is maintained at a certain level, almost unlimited casting can be guaranteed. It's important to note that other classes can quickly restore or even instantly restore mana using potions, and Lu Zhang can do so as well, but summoned beasts cannot. Therefore, summoned beasts have significantly weaker sustained combat capabilities in battle. Although Lu Zhang now possesses a skill that accelerates mana recovery, it pales in comparison to the Mana Spring, which directly restores mana points exchanging 10,000 mana points for 40,000 mana points. This provides an enormous boost to summoned beasts' sustained combat capabilities. Learning this skill requires a high level of mental strength, 5,000 points of mental strength, and is typically only accessible to at least a 5th-tier powerhouse. However, Lu Zhang meets the requirements and can learn it directly. After learning it, Lu Zhang immediately cast it on himself. As he had suspected, a single target could now receive assistance from multiple mana sources simultaneously. This meant he could directly consume 200,000 mana to create 20 mana sources, instantly restoring 100,000 mana to the target while additionally restoring 20,000 mana per second for 35 seconds. In the end, 200,000 mana could be exchanged for 800,000 mana. In a sense, this was like multiplying his combat power by 4. Having obtained another divine technique, Lu Zhang was in a great mood. After leaving the Imperial Treasury, he had planned to hurry home, but he didn't expect to be surrounded by a group of people after taking only a few steps. These individuals were no pushovers, each a 5th-tier professional, either a Grand Mage or a Sky Knight with prestigious backgrounds. Lu Zhang couldn't just run away. He could only follow them into a hotel lobby, where everyone took their seats. A middle-aged man dressed in dark blue armor spoke first. Lu Zhang, I am Lang Chen, the admissions officer of Imperial Capital University. Since you are already in the Imperial Capital, why not stay? Enroll in our university, and all tuition fees will be waived. You will receive a scholarship of 100,000 gold coins annually for 3 years of study, and we will provide you with the most top-tier resources available. What do you think? Lu Zhang scanned the room and realized what these people were after. They were all here to recruit him. According to the rules, starting today, there would be an 11-day holiday. After 11 days, universities would begin their admissions process. Today, students would submit their applications, and the results would be announced tomorrow. And he had clearly stood out too much, causing the admissions officers from these top-tier universities to rush to the imperial capital. They didn't even wait for him to return home before eagerly surrounding him, desperate to secure his enrollment. It wasn't hard to understand. His existence was unprecedented, and enrolling in any university would undoubtedly be recorded in history. Every institution would compete fiercely to secure his admission. But unfortunately, I had already made my choice. Just as he was about to speak, Shuewaning, the head of the Extreme North University, dressed in a snow-white wizard's robe, spoke up. I see that Lu Zheng is highly skilled in ice-based magic. As a master of ice control, you can fully harness this ability at our university. Combined with your summoned beast's offensive capabilities, you will undoubtedly achieve even greater combat power. What control power? Lu Zheng, your divine pet, the nine-headed bird, is a true fire elemental creature. At our Yendi University, there's an active volcano right next to our campus, which will definitely help your divine pet grow rapidly. As a summoner, making your summoned beast stronger is the real deal. The admissions officer from Yendi University was a bearded man with a booming voice that echoed through the crowd. This man was not a fire mage but a flame forger, an epic tier professional. Though he was only at the 5th transformation stage, he was close to entering the same tier, giving him ample confidence. As soon as he spoke, several university representatives hesitated. After all, what he said made sense, and his aura was overwhelming. However, among the crowd, there was only one person who showed no sign of fear: the 5th transformation divine grace priest, Xiang Junting, the head of the sacred university. Sun Jinhu. So you think you can just shout louder, huh? Xiang Junting glared at Sun Jinhu beside her, then smiled at Lu Zhang. Don't be afraid of this old man. Come to our sacred university. We have the most support-oriented departments among all universities. Here, we can provide you with all the resources that other universities can offer. Most importantly, with all your summoned beasts, we have many beautiful and powerful female support units to help you level up. Upon hearing this, the surrounding officials were all filled with anger. Could they really do that? How could they use beauty to tempt him? Lu Zhang was a young man in the prime of his life. Could he resist such a temptation? To be honest, after hearing that, Lu Zhang did feel a little tempted. It wasn't that he was lusting after beauty. He just thought that if he had many assistants to enhance the status of his summoned beasts, his combat power would indeed increase significantly, and his leveling speed would also improve. But upon further thought, he realized he had over 1,000 summoned beasts, and in the future, there might be thousands or even tens of thousands. Even if every support in the entire sacred university were to assist him, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, his trump cards couldn't be revealed to these people. It was safer to improve his own strength gradually. Seeing him fall silent, everyone assumed the matter was settled and Lu Zhang would choose the sacred university. But then another person spoke up. Ji Minghan, the head of Jinan University, smiled and said, Lu Zhang, we can also provide gold coin scholarships and dungeon resources, but these aren't important. Everyone can offer similar things. I'll just mention one thing. Our purple Rue is waiting for you in Tiannan City. You can't let a girl down. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Lu Zhang, thinking, this is bad. Jinan University is too underhanded. They've already resorted to using a beauty tactic. Lu Zhang saw that everyone had misunderstood and hurried to explain. New book, after divorce, all my heavenly partners are chasing me. Synopsis, after 3 years of marriage, his wife is dissatisfied with their current life and believes she deserves better. At the urging of her best friend, she files for divorce. Facing his wife's scorn and ridicule, Lu Zhang felt utterly disheartened and could only agree. Little did he know that right after getting the divorce certificate, he was suddenly embraced by a white-robed female warrior in ancient attire. One after another, a cold-hearted empress, a holy maiden of the demon cult, a fairy of the Taoist sect, and a spoiled dragon princess women of various backgrounds appeared. All of them claimed to be Lu Zhang's one and only soulmate. They even fought fiercely for him, competing to give him precious pills and magical treasures. It turned out that 3 days later, the world pearl Lu Zhang had picked up a year ago would be activated, marking the beginning of his journey through the multiverse. He has traversed 108 worlds, including martial arts, fantasy, and Xianxia realms, and in each world, he has a spiritual partner. With his assistance, these companions grew into the strongest beings in their respective worlds. 10,000 years later, a great war erupted, causing time to become chaotic and multiple dimensions to merge. The various worlds began to overlap with the original world where Lu Zhang resided. Lu Zhang perished, his path to enlightenment shattered. However, each of his Tao companions obtained a fragment of a world pearl, which guided them to seek him out. As the myriad worlds merged with reality, everyone was in danger. Yet with the help of his Tao companions, Lu Zhang gradually ascended to the pinnacle once more, ruling the 9 heavens and treading upon the myriad worlds. Chapter 67. Listen. Is this even human speech? How shameful. I've already discussed it with my master, the Dragon Blood Martial God. I'm going to attend Jinan University to express my gratitude for everyone's support. If I have the opportunity, I'll also visit other universities to see the talents of everyone there. Lu Zhang said solemnly. Xiang Junting of the Sacred University glanced at Lu Zhang, then looked at Ji Minghan and smiled lightly. The Ji family is truly remarkable. I wondered why they sent such a junior here. It turns out they had already sent someone beforehand. Your niece is quite impressive. No wonder this young man agreed. Lu Zhang's eyebrows twitched and he hurriedly defended himself. Senior, you've misunderstood. I didn't come here for Ji Ziruo. Sun Jinhu glared and said. Then explain this. If it's not for that girl, what makes Xinnan University better than our other universities? Listen to this. Is this even human speech? This question was way beyond his ability to answer. Lu Zhang was truly at a loss for words. No wonder Xiang Junting had called this guy an old fool. Asking such a question was truly meant to put someone on the spot. Rubbing his forehead, Lu Zhang sighed helplessly and said, "It was my master who chose her. Why don't you ask him instead? At this point, it's better to let the master take the heat. I can't risk my reputation." Oomph. You sly little bastard. I'll be waiting for you at Yen Di University. Your summoned beast will definitely have to make a trip to the volcano, no matter what. Seeing there was no way to change the outcome, Sun Jinhu simply left after tossing out a parting remark. As fifth-rank professionals, they had plenty on their plates. Taking the time to lower their status and recruit Lu Zhang was undoubtedly because of his saint-level combat power. The previous top students hadn't received such treatment. Top-tier universities, which one hasn't recruited a few top-ranked students? It was only someone like Lu Zhang, a prodigy without precedent, who was worth all this trouble. Sun Jinhu's words were spot on. Lu Zhang indeed needed to seek out the volcano to have the nine-headed phoenix enhance his strength. As the embodiment of flame and death energy, the nine-headed phoenix could transform into the Bath of Flames phoenix state to directly absorb flame energy and convert it into experience points to enhance itself. Volcano is the best choice. But now isn't the right time. Xiang Junting also stood up and smiled. Once you graduate and need an assistant, come to our sacred university. It's a gathering place for beautiful women. A group of young ladies will assist you. How delightful. This one is also an old man who doesn't know his place. Lu Zhang awkwardly scratched his head and watched them leave. No matter where you are, grow stronger quickly. The empire needs you. Wang Chen patted Lu Zhang on the shoulder and left as well. The others from the other academies all left, not even bothering to try to recruit him. Finally, Ji Minghan turned to look at Lu Zhang. Zi Rong speaks highly of you. In Tiannan City, she said that among the entire Daxia Alliance, there is only one real man under 30 and that is you. Many people in Tiannan City already know about you. Be careful once you get there. After speaking, he too departed. Lu Zhang's expression changed. This Ji Zirua, she hadn't even gone there yet, and she'd already stirred up so much trouble for him. In the end, he sighed helplessly. Upon returning to the hotel, he was greeted by Mu Yunlan, Wang Jun, Dantai Mingyue, and Yang Dong, who had been waiting for him. There was no need for small talk. Everyone was eager to return home. After gathering, they quickly boarded the teleportation array and returned to Fengdu City. Upon arriving in Fengdu City, Lu Zhang intended to pay his respects to Fu Sangli, but was informed that Fu Sangli had gone into a dungeon. He could only return home first. Upon arriving at the teleportation array square in Liang City, he immediately saw a huge poster of himself on the opposite wall. It was clearly a screenshot of a battle scene. It read, "Congratulations to Lu Zhang, a student from Liang First High School, for winning the national championship in the Great Xiao Alliance Professional College Entrance Exam." On the way home from the teleportation array, the billboards along the way, the shopping mall screens, and even the buses were all covered with his giant portraits. It could be said that in all of Liang City, you might not recognize your own parents, but you couldn't possibly not recognize Lu Zhang. It was everywhere, so embarrassing. Fortunately, Lu Zhang has the dark mask, which allows him to change his appearance, blur his presence, and escape directly. Sneaking back to his front door, he knocked gently. Hearing someone approach, Lu Zhang revealed his true form, like a secret agent making a connection, and whispered, "Mom, open the door quickly, it's me." The door swung open, and Lu Zhang was quickly pulled inside by Fangya. "You little rascal, you're finally back. You have no idea how many people came to our house these past few days." The doorstep was almost worn out. Although Fangya's words sounded like a complaint, her expression betrayed her true feelings. She was clearly delighted. So many people coming to rush and give money. This was the greatest affirmation for her precious son. The more people came, the more it proved how outstanding her son was. In her eyes, her son was already the best. But if he could gain the approval of even more people, that would naturally be a cause for great joy. Lu Zhang spoke up. "This isn't a solution. With so many people coming and going, it's disrupting your normal rest in life. Why don't I buy a house in Fengdu City and you can move there to live? Now that we have money, you don't have to keep working so hard." Fangya remained silent, but Lu Yuan too emerged from the kitchen. "No way. As professionals, we must stay at our posts. If all the farmer professionals follow their juniors to enjoy the good life without working, what will everyone eat? We can't survive on just the meat from killing monsters. Lu Zhang heard this and raised his thumb in approval. No wonder you're my father. Your ideological awareness is so high. But this low-level farmer profession is still too arduous. If you're willing to put in the effort, I have 10 days off, including today, which makes it 10.5 days. During this time, I'll help you level up your professions. You can keep farming if you want. The advanced farmer profession can grow crops that permanently boost attributes. When the time comes, you can save them for me to cook. The farmer profession is difficult to level up. On one hand, it requires sufficient farming experience, and on the other hand, it requires killing monsters to level up. However, advanced farmers can grow special crops, which is a matter of probability. These special crops or fruits can increase base attributes when consumed, and some potion ingredients can only be grown by advanced farmers. Ordinary grain farmers only earn enough to feed their families, but high-level farmers are considered middle class. Lu Zhang had already guessed this. His parents weren't the type to sit idle, so he came up with the idea of helping them level up, grow high-level crops, and reduce their workload. That's a good idea, but won't this affect your own leveling up? I heard that universities have entrance exams, and spending time on us could interfere with your studies. Fang Ye said. Lu Zhang chuckled, with my abilities, even if I don't level up for half a year, I'd still easily outclass them. Plus, I have so many summoned beasts, let them level up instead. I'll help you guys level up too, so it won't interfere with anything. Don't worry. Alright. Since you're earning the most, we'll follow your lead. Lu Yuantu made the decision. Chapter 68, 10-day vacation. 10,000 draw event with a divine pet. Just after returning home, Lu Zhang was blocked at the door. It wasn't anyone else, it was Mu Yunlan and her father Mu Nanshan, along with City Lord Fan Qingli and patrol messenger Sun Jiugong. Upon seeing Lu Zhang, before anyone else could speak, Sun Jiugong said with a bitter tone, "You little scoundrel, you've deceived me so badly. I always thought you were an assassin, but it turns out you're a legendary summoner. If I'm not mistaken, the dungeon was your doing, wasn't it? Such a thing couldn't be admitted." Lu Zhang chose to avoid the topic, pretending not to hear, and smiled, "Please come inside, everyone. It's almost time for dinner. Let's all eat together." Fan Qingli chuckled, "Then we'll be troubling you." This guy was so at ease, pulling out a chair as if he'd been here before. "Lan Lan, you and Lu Zhang are the same age. Why don't the two of you sit together?" Mu Nanshan smiled and said to Mu Yunlan. The latter blushed but sat down honestly next to Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang then spoke up. "Uncle, when we met the other day, I didn't recognize you as Lan Lan's father. Please forgive my rudeness." "Ha ha. No need to apologize. Since you didn't know, it's understandable. In the future, Lan Lan will be going to university with you, so I'll have to rely on you to look after her. I'm just a second-tier professional, my rank isn't as high as yours. The path ahead is something I can't help this girl with anymore. I'm entrusting her to you." Mu Nanshan's words were a bit too direct. He was essentially asking Lu Zhang to marry his daughter. Lu Zhang, however, remained unfazed. He had no such intentions. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he was long past the age where he would be captivated by beauty. His mindset was quite steady, and he believed that such matters should develop naturally, with sincerity being the key. Mu Yunlan, however, turned bright red, lowering her head so low she almost disappeared under the table. If she had known her father was going to say such a thing, she would have refused to come along. Lu Zhang's parents were still here. It was utterly embarrassing. Fang Ye glanced at Mu Yunlan. She wasn't the first time she'd seen this young girl, and she thought having her as her son's wife wasn't a bad idea. However, since her son was in charge of everything at home, she didn't say anything and smiled. They're classmates, they should look out for each other. Fan Qingli also chimed in. That's right, they're all classmates. Yunlan and Lu Zhang are outstanding students at Liyang City First High School, and they're a source of pride for our city. After a simple meal, the table was filled with Fan Qingli and the others praising Lu Zhang and his parents, saying that Lu Yuantu and Fang Ye had raised such a fine child. The atmosphere was harmonious, and no demands were made. Their purpose was simply to come over and build good relationships. It seemed like there wasn't much else to it. After lunch, Lu Zhang took his parents out of the city and headed to a dungeon outside the city to help them kill monsters and level up. Lu Yuantu and Fang Ye were both 40 years old, with 22 years of farming experience, and were both level 22, the lowest tier ordinary farmer class. Life-type professions can gain level upgrades through 2 methods, one is through profession experience, and the other is through monster killing experience. Both conditions must be met to advance in level. Combat class professions have only 1 experience bar. Once monster killing experience is sufficient, they can level up. However, lifestyle class professions require both experience bars to be full before they can level up. However, the experience points from both bars can be accumulated. For example, Lu Yuantu and Fang Ye are currently at level 22, but their lifestyle profession experience is already sufficient to advance to level 26. The reason they haven't leveled up yet is due to the monster killing experience requirement. With Lu Zhang's help, they reached level 26 in less than an hour, and their monster killing experience even accumulated directly to level 27. This was because the monsters in the low-level dungeon were too weak. If they had encountered a few monsters over level 100, they could have advanced to the next class long ago. Now, the limitation preventing the two from leveling up was the insufficient experience in their lifestyle professions. In this regard, Lu Zhang had no better solution than to pile on resources. For example, planting high-level crops, using experience boost skill books, and having Lu Zhang cast the luck aura on them to increase the probability of crop maturity and harvest critical hits. In the next 10 days, he'll let the summoned beasts handle leveling up on their own, with experience points accumulating constantly and attribute points being returned daily. However, he doesn't pay much attention to that. In these 10 days, he's only concerned with two things. One was the leveling up of his parents, and the other was obtaining new summoned beasts. With the lucky aura's boost, his chances of obtaining high-quality summoned beasts significantly increased. After 10 days of effort, he successfully upgraded all his summoned beasts to elite quality, with the number of rare summoned beasts reaching 58. Although no divine grade or god tier pets appeared, the number of rare pets, the backbone of attribute point feedback, had significantly increased. Today was the 11th day of the 11-day holiday, and tonight he had to set off for Tianan City. Early the next morning, Lu Zhang looked at the 10 newly available summoning slots and decided to try something daring. He would keep refreshing until all 10 were rare quality or until a divine grade summon pet appeared. Upon entering a low-level dungeon, Lu Zhang first cast 10 magic spring buffs on himself, then began frantically refreshing the summoning slots. Whenever a non-rare quality summoned beast appeared, he sent it to its doom. He had no mercy for summoned beasts in his eyes, they were merely tools for his own leveling up. Only those he had spent a long time with, such as the little fox, the cave of the dark serpent, and the Taotia, developed some bonds. The rest were disposable, die and summon new ones. That was their purpose. Consuming 100 mana points successfully activated the advanced summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining a 4-star common pet, Furious Warhorse 1987. Despite the magic spring buff, Lu Zhang still consumed a significant amount of potions to replenish his magic energy, maintaining the high-speed summoning state. In the blink of an eye, he had extracted a staggering 99,999 shots. Although 2 rare beast pets had appeared, he was still short of his goal of summoning 10 rare beast pets or a summoned beast of divine grade quality or higher. This left Lu Zhang feeling somewhat disheartened. He had activated the luck aura, so his luck shouldn't be this bad. It must have been building up, so it should be time for a big payoff now, right? The 100,000th draw of the day. Consumed 100 points of magic, successfully activated the advanced summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Xiangqi. 1. Summoned beast, unnamed. Species, Xiangqi. Quality, 5-star legendary divine pet. Level, LV 0.10%. Health, 10,000. Magic power, 1,000. Strength, 200. Agility, 150. Spirit, 150. Constitution, 200. Skills, Fierce Demon Form, Evil Mind Devour, Dark Veil, Fierce Spirit Puppet, Demon God Spirit Body Passive, 8 Desolations Demon Lord Passive. Triggering the hidden talent Summon the Gods Passive Effect 2, you gain the skill Demon God Spirit Body Passive. Chapter 69, Graduating right after enrollment? You want me to stay and teach? Another divine pet has appeared. Following the ox-headed demon, the 9-headed phoenix, and the Qilin, the 4th divine pet is the Xiangqi. Every divine pet is extremely powerful. Without even mentioning their base attributes, just looking at their feedback skills makes them undeniably formidable. Skill, Demon God Spirit Body Passive. Effect, immune to all negative energy spells. When your health and mana are not at full capacity, your body automatically absorbs negative energies such as demonic energy, evil energy, and death energy, converting them into mana or health. When there is an abundance of negative energy around you, the maximum conversion efficiency per second is equal to your maximum mental energy. This skill is just as dominant as the previously obtained passive ability Mana Annihilation from the Taotia. It's even more extreme. It directly grants immunity to all negative energy-based spell damage, similar to demonic power. Not only can such energy not harm him, but it is instead converted into his health or mana. Lu Zhang's current mental energy is over 28,000 points, meaning that in an environment with sufficient negative energy, he can restore over 28,000 points of mana or health per second. Such a powerful passive ability makes him invincible in specific environments. With another divine pet, Lu Zhang was in an exceptionally good mood. He had previously revealed to Shen Yuan Wuji that he possessed 3 divine pets, effectively showing him almost all of his cards. Now, he finally had another ace up his sleeve that only he knew about. And this was just the beginning. If there was a 4th, there would be a 5th, and then a 6th. Lu Zhang believed that a new divine pet would appear soon. After all, he was currently blessed with a luck aura, and he gained 10 new summoning slots daily, allowing for more refreshes. Currently, his own level is still 100, and the 3 original divine pets are at the following levels. The Taotia is at 124, the Kuenyo is at 123, and the 9-headed phoenix has only recovered to 102, still far from the standards he had planned for. According to his original plan, he must wait until all 3 divine pets reach at least level 130 before he can unlock the 3rd job advancement quest. Otherwise, there is a risk of failure in the class change. Everything should be done with caution. Today was a double blessing. In addition to summoning a divine pet, his parents' life profession levels had also reached level 30, allowing them to undergo a class change. Lu Zhang prepared a set of silver grade armor for each of his parents, enhancing their strength, and their job change quests were easily completed, officially making them intermediate level professionals. Once you reach level 30, access to most dungeons is unrestricted. Lu Zhang immediately took his parents to a high-level dungeon, and in half a day, they accumulated enough combat experience to reach level 60. With this, they only needed to improve their life profession experience. By the end of Lu Zhang's first academic year, he could help them advance to the advanced farmer tier. Family matters were settled. In the evening, Lu Zhang, Mu Yunlan, and Yang Dong gathered and headed to Fengdu City. After paying a visit to Fu Sangli, they called upon Dantai Mingyue and Wang Jun, then headed to the teleportation square to directly travel to Tiannan City. To their surprise, they encountered an acquaintance, Dongfang Nian Nian. Did you also apply to Jinnan University? Mu Yunlan couldn't help but ask. Dongfang Niao Niao nodded and said, Lu Zhang is a strong person. I want to follow him and grow alongside a strong individual. It will motivate me more. Mu Yunlan wasn't entirely convinced by this reason, but upon recalling the recent rumors that Lu Zhang had gone to Jinnan University for a girl named Ji Zirua, she figured having one more person like Dongfang Niao Niao wasn't such a big deal. They entered the teleportation array and activated it. First, they would transfer to Yunshao City, then head straight to Tiannan City. Yunshao City is located in the central region of the Great Xia Empire, similar to the imperial capital, with teleportation arrays connecting to all major cities. To reduce the number of teleports to other counties, one could either transfer through the imperial capital or Yunshao City. Compared to the imperial capital, Yunshao City, being centrally located, had a much larger population. However, as pre-enrollment candidates, Lu Zhang and his group still have priority and can board the teleportation array first. By 7 p.m., the group arrived at the student reception office of the University of Tiannan City South, where they registered their identities and received their student IDs. Accommodation arrangements could be made independently. There were free public dormitories available for 3 years, as well as temporary free hotel suites, but these could only be occupied for 3 days. After 3 days, they would have to find their own place to live. Lu Zhang preferred having his own private space, so he checked into a hotel suite and planned to look for a place to rent tomorrow. Wang Jun and the others all made the same choice. The next morning, the group entered Tiannan Town University together and then split up to report to their respective departments. Wang Jun and Lu Zhang were both in the summoning department, so they stayed together, which made Yang Dong very uncomfortable. He felt that he must stay close to Lu Zhang whenever possible, as having Wang Jun as a competitor posed a significant threat to his position as Lu Zhang's top subordinate. The senior leading Lu Zhang to the summoning department was named Yusin, a third-year student who had already spent 2 years at the university. He exuded a strong aura of combat, indicating frequent battles in the past. Yusin was at level 114. The graduation requirement at Jinnan University was to complete the 3rd transformation, meaning reaching level 100 or above. Yusin had only just entered his 3rd year and had already completed the 3rd transformation, becoming a master-level professional, demonstrating extraordinary talent and potential. However, when facing Lu Zhang, he appeared very courteous. Junior, Director Song specifically instructed me to bring you to see him immediately upon your arrival. He has been waiting for you in his office all day. Lu Zhang immediately looked overwhelmed with gratitude. Just to wait for me alone? How could we keep the director waiting for so long? Let's hurry up and not keep him waiting too long. Over the past 10 days, Fu Sangli had already sent Lu Zhang some information about Jinnan University, allowing him to familiarize himself in advance. Director Song Shiyu of the Summoning Department, 37 years old, a 258th level 5 transformation grand summoning mentor, possesses 2 divine grade spirit pets, 3 rare summoning beasts, and several other summoning beasts. A summoner with 1 divine grade spirit pet is already considered an epic level professional. With 2 divine grade spirit pets, Song Shiyu is undoubtedly a highly promising future saint level combat power. Such a person should be arrogant and temperamental. However, when Song Shiyu saw Lu Zhang, he looked at him with admiration and excitedly grabbed Lu Zhang's arm, saying, Lu Zhang, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, I was about to go find you myself. You are the future hope of our summoning department and the entire summoner profession, the true leader of our generation. I've been waiting for you. Finally, you're here. I've arranged everything for your studies. As a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy, you don't need to attend classes like other students. I'll give you some books, and you can ask me anytime if there's anything you don't understand. Your level has already reached 100. Starting tomorrow, you'll begin the Deep Abyss Dungeon Raid. After completing the task of killing 100,000 enemies, you'll start the 3rd job advancement quest. Once you complete the job advancement, you can apply for graduation. With your abilities, this entire process should take no more than 6 months. After graduation, you will be directly retained by the university, and I will hire you as a mentor in the summoning department of Jinan University. Lu Zhang was speechless upon hearing this. Just enrolled and they're already letting me graduate and even arranging a job for me. Has the university started implementing a graduation job placement system again? End of chapter. Chapter 70. This school is way too lenient. Summoner Arena Dungeon. Lu Zhang was still quite tempted by the idea of not having to attend classes. As a reincarnated individual, he had already endured the tedious process of attending school all the way through high school. Although the courses at the professional university were mostly practical, his pace was far behind that of his peers. Studying together would be ineffective. As a unique existence like himself, enjoying the privilege of individual instruction was only fair, as it would allow him to grow faster. Plus, there's a demigod waiting for him to take over so he can go find young, beautiful girls. Seeing Lu Zhang's pensive expression, Song Shiyu seized the moment and said, "Don't worry about resources. Someone like Asen, who meets the requirements but hasn't graduated yet, is just trying to use combat ratings to secure school resources. But your combat power has already reached the same tier. Special cases require special treatment. Fighting them would just be you bullying them. Therefore, the school has decided to pull you out and cultivate you separately. All we need is your approval." Seeing Song Shiyu's eagerness, it was as if he couldn't wait to hand over the resources himself. The school has arranged everything, so Lu Zhang has no reason to refuse such a good opportunity. "Alright, I'll follow Director Son's arrangements," Lu Zhang said with a smile. "Alright. Here are the books you need to read. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. The Abyss Dungeon instance is something you can explore on your own given your strength. The dungeon has 9 layers, and as long as you don't reach the 9th layer, you won't be in danger. The 9th floor isn't accessible to just anyone, and I'm not worried about your safety. Once you obtain the Demon Slayer title, we'll discuss how to proceed with your 3rd transformation quest together. If you need anything in your daily life, feel free to come find me. Oh, and this card contains 1 million gold coins, which is the school's financial assistance for you. Additionally, you can summon any professionals below the holy tier rank at any time. This is a privilege granted to you by the school. If you need assistance from a holy tier professional, you must come to me to request it, and I will then ask the principal for help." Song Shiyu pulled out a pile of books and a gold card, and his words left Yusin and Wang Jun completely speechless. Yusin looked at Lu Zhang with envy, while Wang Jun was filled with excitement and admiration. "No wonder he's my brother." Just upon enrollment, he was given 1 million gold coins and the ability to summon any non-saint tier professionals at any time. This school is way too generous. Wang Jun even began to doubt whether his position as Lu Zhang's top lackey might be snatched away by Jinan University. Lu Zhang himself was also surprised by the boldness of Jinan University. He knew that given his status, strength, and position, he should receive special treatment. He had thought that having the department head personally help him speed through the university's trial was already quite generous. But the school had gone even further. Song Shiyu helped Wang Jun with his class assignment, and then Lu Zhang and Wang Jun parted ways. Wang Jun had to go to his class, while Lu Zhang, led by Yusin, arrived at the entrance of a dungeon. Lu Zhang chose Jinan University for 2 main reasons. One was the Abyss Demon's Lair, a saint-tier dungeon, and the other was this dungeon specifically designed for summoners. Arena Dungeon, the glory of summoned beasts. Dungeon content. 1. The dungeon is divided into 10 arenas, with level caps of 30, 60, 100, 150, and 200, forming 5 tiers, with 2 arenas per tier. 2. The arenas restrict summoner levels but do not restrict summoned beasts. 3. Arenas operate in a one-on-one format. Once a summoner begins defending their arena, their summoned beasts cannot be taken out of the dungeon. 4. At the end of each month, before the arena is refreshed, the summoner's summoned beast on the arena receives a large amount of experience points, and the summoner receives a treasure chest reward. Dungeon requirements, limited to summoners, who can only send summoned beasts to participate. Recommended participants, summoners whose summoned beasts' levels or combat power far exceed their own levels. Dungeon arena refresh remaining time, 22 days, 18 hours, 35 minutes. This type of arena dungeon is not exclusive to the summoner class. Other classes can also participate. However, compared to other classes, the summoner class has a significant advantage. For other classes, the defender is the class member themselves. Once challenged, they must return to the dungeon within the specified time to accept the challenge, otherwise, it is considered a failed defense. However, summoners are not limited to a single summoned beast. They can challenge multiple arenas simultaneously and have their summoned beasts automatically defend the arena while they go off to learn, grind monsters, or do other tasks without any interruption. After all, in the summoner's arena, summoners are not allowed to assist their summoned beasts in battle. They must rely solely on the combat power of their summoned beasts. Yusin looked at the dungeon, then glanced at Lu Zhang, and said, "With the combat power of your divine pet, even summoners at level 200 wouldn't stand a chance against it. Just wait until the end of the month, and you'll sweep through the 6 arenas, securing all 6 treasure chests in one go. The higher the level of the treasure chest, the easier it is to obtain skill books. I got one in the 100th level arena. Lu Zhang nodded in agreement. Then I'll wait until the end of the month. Lu Zhang was confident in the strength of his summoned beasts. Even without deploying his divine pet, his celestial pets alone could secure several arena champions. Of course, he couldn't be arrogant. Within Jinnan University, there were still a few summoners who possessed divine pets. Previously, in smaller cities, his perspective was limited. Even in a major city like Fengdu City, there wasn't a single summoner with a divine-grade spirit pet. Divine-grade spirit pets correspond to epic-level practitioners, a rare sight indeed. However, in Jinnan University, one of the top 10 universities in the Great Xia Empire, they could be found with ease. Each year, there are usually 2 or 3 such individuals. Among the undergraduate students, teaching assistants, and faculty members, there are quite a few who possess divine-grade spirit pets. Therefore, Lu Zhang felt he should strive harder to draw cards and upgrade the quality of his spirit pets to divine grade. One day, when he could summon 10,000 divine pets and over 100 divine beasts, even dragons or fire god projections wouldn't stand a chance. Even if a true god were to descend, they'd be torn to shreds. The summoner dungeon is off limits for now, so Lu Zhang decided to secure a place to live first. He and Mu Yunlan, along with a few others, rented apartments in the same neighborhood. They were all from the same area, so it would be convenient for them to look out for each other. In the afternoon, Lu Zhang acted alone. He entered the Abyss Demon's Lair dungeon to test his skills. Bringing others along would only slow him down. Now, the monsters he could kill that were worth his time were at least level 200 or above. Only then would the experience points gained be significant. Otherwise, killing monsters of the same tier would yield too little experience compared to what was needed to level up. This is why other adventurers level up so slowly. They couldn't do what Lu Zhang did, chasing after monsters 200 or 300 levels higher than him at level 100. Instead, they had to kill monsters slightly higher in level, often taking several months or even a year to accumulate enough experience points to level up. The Abyss Dungeon instance has 9 layers. The first underground layer has monsters with a maximum level of 31st transformation, fully mastered. The second layer has monsters at level 60, the third layer at level 100, the fourth layer at level 150, the fifth layer at level 200, the sixth layer at level 250, the seventh layer at level 280, the eighth layer at level 300, and the ninth layer at level 400. However, in reality, the entire dungeon can be divided into 2 parts. The first to 5th floors form the Abyss Dungeon, the 6th to 9th floors are the true Abyss Dungeon, connected to the Abyss Plane. End of this chapter. Chapter 71, a 3-year assessment task, and you completed it in 3 hours. Jinnan University has the task of suppressing the Abyss Dungeon. All graduates must kill 100,000 or more level 30 or higher demon-possessed monsters within 3 years to obtain the title of Demon Slayer. In the 9th underground floor of the Abyss Demon's Lair, to kill monsters of level 30 or higher, one must at least enter the 2nd underground floor. However, such monsters are beneath Lu Zhang's notice. He continued descending and entered the 6th underground level. The 6th to 9th floors are where monsters of level 200 or higher gather. Even his lowest tier summoned beasts were tasked with attacking monsters of level 200 or higher to earn high-level experience points. If his strength was insufficient and he died, he would simply summon another. After all, when summoned beasts died, the experience points, attribute points, and skill feedback he gained would not disappear. Now that Lu Zhang had set his sights higher, he wouldn't even bat an eye if all his summoned beasts of lower quality were wiped out, as long as his divine-grade spirit pets remained intact. He was a ruthless capitalist, exploiting low-quality summoned beasts to the fullest for maximum profit. However, before officially entering the 6th underground layer, he lingered for a while on the 3rd underground layer. He had a demon banner in his hand, which could control demons of a level no higher than his own. The Abyss Demon's Lair is filled with demons, making it the perfect place for him. He directly enslaved over 1,000 demons of levels 70 to 80, using them to eliminate other demons in this layer and earn experience points for himself. Even a mosquito is meat. And killing 1,000 monsters at once yields experience points that aren't exactly trivial. He couldn't level up yet, but experience points could be accumulated endlessly. He just had to wait until he completed his class change, then his level would make a huge leap. After settling matters on the 3rd floor, Lu Zhang finally descended all the way to the 6th floor. He had done some research on this Abyss Demon Lair dungeon. The first 5 underground levels are filled with monsters created by the mutation of ordinary monsters, but starting from the 6th underground level, they are all pure-blooded demons. The lowest tier demons are level 200, and the demons on the 6th floor are all abyssal demons between levels 200 and 250, making them ideal targets for farming experience points. Abyssal demons come in many varieties, with the most common being flame demons and ice demons. Lu Zhang hadn't forgotten that he had a flame demon summoned from a converted monster. He extracted the hearts of all the flame demons he killed and fed them to his own flame demon. 3 hours later, its quality had risen from rare grade 3 to rare grade 4. Its level also grew to 100 as the killing continued. Seeing that the quality could indeed be upgraded, Lu Zhang grew eager to cultivate a true flame demon king and thus intensified his efforts to collect flame demon hearts. He directly ventured into the 7th underground layer, where the demons were of a higher level. Half an hour later, he suddenly received a dungeon prompt. You have killed over 100,000 deep dwellers of level 30 or higher, earning the title Demon Slayer. Title: Demon Slayer Silver. Effect: inflicts an additional 2% spell damage on demons mental plus 200, strength plus 500. The 3-year graduation assessment task from Jinnan University was completed by Lu Zhang in less than half a day. Though he didn't take it seriously, he was still quite pleased to obtain a title. Of course, the title held little practical value for him. Titles can only be equipped one at a time, so compared to the Demon Slayer title with only 2% extra damage, Lu Zhang naturally preferred the Demon Hunter title with 5% extra damage. This 5% extra damage was no small matter, effectively increasing his leveling efficiency by 5%. The Abyss Demoness Lair dungeon was something Lu Zhang was very satisfied with. The area is filled with demonic energy and other negative energies, especially in the deeper layers of the dungeon below the 6th underground floor, where the concentration of demonic energy gives him a sense of being in his element. The passive skill Demon God Spirit Body granted by Qiangqi allows him to continuously absorb this energy and convert it into his own health and mana. Although he doesn't consume health points, constantly summoning pets and casting support skills still depletes a significant amount of mana. With the magic spring skill and the passive skills effect, he felt like he had an endless supply of magic, allowing him to freely kill monsters and summon pets. Cultivating the summoned pets was also a top priority, as she planned to wait until her divine pet reached level 130 before starting the 3rd transformation quest. Currently, the lowest level divine pet, Qiangqi, is only at level 114, and its speed is still too slow. The abyss demons on the 7th layer are still too tough to handle. The refresh rate is too slow. Lu Zhang left a group of summoned beasts behind and brought Qiangqi directly to the 8th layer. The abyss dungeon is a dungeon where the 9th layer lies within the true abyss plane. The 8th layer serves as the final barrier to enter the abyss. Even the lowest tier demons here are over level 280, though the highest tier ones only reach level 300. However, their combat power far surpasses that of the demons in the 7th layer. On this floor, the quality of the abyss demons is at least boss level, with many lord level demons as well. What makes this place even more unique is its extremely harsh environment. It is either scalding lava pools, toxic fog-filled death zones with howling black winds, or freezing ice caves. The abyss demons here have altered the environment, and combined with the influence of the abyss demon chi, this has resulted in the current terrain and landscape. However, this has no adverse effect on Lu Zhang. On the contrary, it allows some of his specific summoned beasts to unleash even greater combat power. For example, the 6-winged frost centipede and the 2-headed black ice dragon release more powerful spells in icy environments. The one that benefits the most is the 9-headed phoenix. Lu Zhang had originally planned to find a volcano in the near future, allowing the 9-headed phoenix to use its Bath of Flames skill to absorb flame energy and level up quickly. The magma pool in this abyss not only contains abundant flame energy but also death energy. The 9-headed immortal phoenix only needs to soak in it for its experience points to increase rapidly. Lu Zhang has already decided to leave it here to level up and not take it with him when he returns. Also left behind were the Qiangqi and the Tao Tai. In this abyssal layer, one could absorb malevolent thoughts to gain experience points, while the other could devour everything to obtain experience points. They were truly in their element. The only one unable to receive additional assistance is the Kuei Nyo. It requires a true thunderous environment, which is hard to find, but that's not a problem. As long as 3 summoned beasts reach level 130 or above, Lu Zhang will activate his 3rd class change. It doesn't matter which 3 they are, but there must be at least 3, so he can feel confident. Based on previous battle experience, after the 3rd transformation at level 130, divine pets can match the combat power of 350 level dominant quality sacred monsters. With 3 level 130 divine pets by his side, even if another god projection of king tier quality were to appear, Lu Zhang is confident he can secure victory. Time flew by, and it was already the 5th day. Lu Zhang received another dungeon prompt. You have killed over 1 million deep abyss monsters of level 30 or above, earning the title Abyss Butcher. Title: Abyss Butcher Golden. Effect: inflicts an additional 3% spell damage on monsters mental plus 500, strength plus 800. This is interesting. Following this logic, reaching 10 million should grant a purple gold title, and 100 million would mean a black gold title. Chapter 72, Luck Explodes, new cards added, for divine grade pets. For others, killing 100,000 monsters is an extremely difficult task. It requires a massive investment of time and effort, along with relentless combat. But for Lu Zhang, he can not only use the demon banner to directly enslave thousands of second-tier monsters to fight for him. He can also directly command thousands of summoned beasts to kill monsters for him. Moreover, he can gain 10 additional allies every day. With his current summoning skill level, the Lucky Aura skill, and the effect of the ancient call Lucky Bracelet, he can now guarantee that the 10 summoned beasts he summons each day are of elite 3-star quality or higher. Such summoned beasts could serve as primary battle pets for summoners within the 3rd transformation tier. Yet, in his hands, they are merely low-tier cannon fodder for menial tasks. Every day, many summoned beasts die, but the ones that replace them are of higher quality. Overall, the combat power of the summoned beast army grows stronger every day. The killing speed is naturally not slow either. The rapid turnover of summoned beasts also has a significant advantage. That is, lower-tier summoned beasts level up quickly, which means the efficiency of returning base attribute points is higher. Although the amount gained each time is not much, the high frequency and large volume add up, allowing Lu Zhang to gain a significant increase in attribute points every day. Other adventurers have to work hard for several months or even a year or two to gain a single level, which only yields a small increase in attribute points. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang maintains a steady daily increase in base attribute points. Although Lu Zhang is only level 100 now, his base attributes are already on par with those of a level 127 Taoye. The Taoye is a divine pet, and each level up grants an enormous amount of base attribute points. Otherwise, it wouldn't have reached the Saint tier standard. Lu Zhang being able to match it, or even surpass it, is almost on par with a humanoid divine beast. The only area where he falls short is that his skills aren't systematic, but they're not weak either. After all, he has so many rare beast pets now, and he's mastered nearly 100 skills. With so many skills, he can combine them effectively, making his combat power rival that of a divine beast more than enough. However, Lu Zhang always remembers that he is a weak summoner. He lets his summoned beasts handle matters, and the summoner himself only fights bare-handed when absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if he can lie down, he'll never sit up. Having been given a second chance at life, he wasn't here to suffer. He intended to enjoy every moment and make the most of every minute. Another 10 days passed quickly. Today was the 17th day since he had arrived at Jinnan University. Over the past few days, Lu Zhang had frequently summoned new summoned beasts, but so far, the highest quality pet he had obtained since arriving at Jinnan University was only a rare 3-star beast. However, the Flame Demon, after being fed a massive amount of Flame Demon hearts, had its quality steadily rise from rare 3-star to rare 5-star, and was now just a step away from advancing to divine grade. Lu Zhang is confident that before the arena battles begin, he will elevate the quality of this Flame Demon, which is now at level 123, to 1-star divine grade. However, compared to this, Lu Zhang is more concerned about the quality of the summoned beasts he draws. Although over 1 million summons in the past half-month had not yielded a single summoned beast of divine grade or higher, Lu Zhang had a hunch that the next time, a higher quality spirit pet would definitely appear. And today, after being blessed with the luck aura, Lu Zhang sensed that the time had come. The moment of truth was here. 10 consecutive draws. 100 consecutive draws. 10,000 draws. 10,000 draws. Lu Zhang kept refreshing the summoning slots, one after another, until the final 100 draws of the 10,000th attempt. Suddenly, a series of pleasant sounds made him jump up in excitement. Consumed 100 magic points, successfully activated the advanced summoning skill. Congratulations on obtaining a 1-star common spirit pet red-tailed chicken. 94 consumed 100 magic points, successfully activated the advanced summoning skill. Congratulations! You have obtained a 3-star divine grade spirit pet, Fuyue Turtle. 1 triggered hidden talent summon the god's passive effect. 2. You have obtained the skill earth-shattering mountain moving. Consume 100 magic points, successfully activate the advanced summoning skill. Congratulations on obtaining a 4-star divine grade spirit pet gold-eating insect. 1 triggered the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect. 2. You obtain the skill gold-eating demon body. Consume 100 points of magic, successfully activate the advanced summoning technique skill. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star divine grade spirit pet sky-stealing rat. 1 triggered the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect. 2. You obtain the skill void walking. Consume 100 mana points to successfully activate the advanced summoning technique skill. Congratulations! You have obtained the 3-star divine grade spirit pet Earth Demon Bear. 1 trigger the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect. 2. You have obtained the skill Earth Blessing passive. Consume 100 mana points to successfully activate the advanced summoning skill. Congratulations on obtaining the 3-star legendary divine pet Xiang Lu. 1 summoned beast, unnamed. Race, Xiang Lu. Quality, 3-star legendary divine pet. Level, LV.10%. Health, 8,000. Magic power, 800. Strength, 150. Agility, 150. Spirit, 150. Constitution, 200. Skills, Drowning Domain, Poison Mist Barrier, Acid Rain Critical Strike, Venomous Aura, 10,000 Poisons Demon Body Passive, 9-Headed Immortality Passive. Trigger the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect. 2. You gain the skill 9-Headed Immortality Passive. Consume 100 mana to successfully activate the advanced summoning skill. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet by Zay. 1 summoned beast, unnamed. Species, by Zay. Quality, 5-star legendary divine pet. Level, LV.10%. Health, 10,000. Magic power, 2,000. Strength, 150. Agility, 150. Spirit, 300. Constitution, 150. Skills: Holy Light, Judgment Power, Evil Repelling Light Wave, Demon Purifying Spirit Ring, All Evils Flee passive, Purification Domain passive. Trigger the hidden talent, Summon the Gods passive effect 2, you gain the skill, Judgment's Power. Lu Zhang had lost the ability to think clearly. He was completely overwhelmed by joy. The most exhilarating moment before this was when he summoned 3 divine grade spirit pets in one go. This time, however, he summoned 4 divine grade spirit pets, and even more astonishingly, 2 of them were divine pets. Summoning 2 divine pets in one go is an achievement that can lead to growth into a semi-divine existence. To put it bluntly, it was like drawing 2 Xin Yuan Wuji at once. 4 divine grade pets and 2 divine pets. Could he have used his lifespan to win this prize? Lu Zhang quickly checked his life points, which stood at a staggering 676,000, equivalent to a 200-level dominant quality boss, and immediately calmed down. He quickly checked the new skills he had obtained. This was a direct acquisition of 4 divine grade skills and 2 god tier skills. Although he already possessed dozens of skills, those above divine grade were still rare and well worth in-depth study. The 4 divine grade skills were clearly extraordinary, but their names alone gave a rough idea of their functions. However, the passive skill 9-headed immortality granted by Xiang Lu left Lu Zhang, who only had 1 head, completely baffled. 9 heads, immortal? But I only have 1 head. Chapter 73, 9 lives, judgment, void hide, and infinite mana. Lu Zhang quickly checked the effects of the 9-headed immortality skill. After reading it, Lu Zhang realized he had misunderstood. This 9-headed immortality is completely different from the passive skill 9-headed immortality body of the 9-headed phoenix. The latter was the true 9-headed immortality, the body of immortality. However, Xiang Lu's skill granted him 9 lives. Skill: 9-headed immortality passive. Effect: when your health points are depleted, they immediately restore to full. If all 9 health bars are depleted, you are truly defeated. In simple terms, it grants 9 lives. This skill differs from the 9-headed phoenix, which restores full health within a limited time if all 9 heads are not destroyed. Instead, it grants 9 lives outright, with each life consumed permanently and unable to be replenished. Both skills have their own merits. However, since Lu Zhang doesn't have 9 heads, the skill from Xiang Lu is obviously more practical for him. Having 8 extra lives is still pretty exciting. Lu Zhang immediately turned his attention to another divine technique from the divine beast by Zhe. Skill: Judgment Power. Effect: consumes 10,000 points of mana to convert into judgment power, causing the next attack to deal judgment damage. Judgment damage is true damage, with a minimum of 10,000 points of judgment damage, and generally equal to 10% of the attack damage dealt. There is a chance to trigger the judgment effect when the target's health drops below 10% of the user's total health. The target's health is immediately depleted to 0. Indeed, it's a divine skill. Consuming 10,000 points of mana allows the next attack to deal an additional 10% true damage. If the next attack deals 1 million points of damage, it will cause an additional 100,000 points of true damage. As combat power increases, the effect of judgment power becomes increasingly evident. Even more powerful is the judgment effect that has a chance to trigger. Regardless of whether the monster has 1 million HP or 10 million HP, as long as its HP is below 10%, there is a chance for a one-hit kill. In critical moments, this is the final gamble that decides life or death. The skills provided by the other 4 divine grade spirit pets are also quite impressive. Skill: Earth-Shattering Mountain Moving. Effect: consumes a minimum of 1,000 mana points to channel the power of the Earth's veins, altering the terrain and moving mountains and rivers. The skill of the negative mountain turtle does not specify the amount of damage it deals, but the more abstract the skill, the closer it is to a divine tier skill, as it directly harnesses the fundamental power of the element. It's similar to the soaring through clouds skill that the cloud parting crane provided to Lu Zhang, which controls the power of clouds and mist. With slight modification, it can be developed into a devastating derivative skill called Cloud Burst Technique. Channeling the power of the Earth's veins could cause earthquakes and landslides, inflicting catastrophic damage on enemies unable to evade effectively. When practicing this skill, one must be cautious, as its use in certain environments requires extreme caution. For example, in this underground cavern, a single misstep could bury you underground. Skill: Gold Devouring Demon Body. Effect: consumes 10,000 points of magic to activate the demon body state, which ignores all metal attribute magic damage. Consuming metal permanently increases physical constitution and enhances defensive capabilities. The Gold Devouring Worm is the smallest divine grade spirit pet Lu Zhang has encountered so far. In the natural world, there is a general rule, especially among beasts: the larger the size, the stronger the power. High-quality spirit beasts are mostly enormous, far larger than ordinary summoned beasts of the same rank. However, the gold-eating worm is only the size of a walnut, golden and gleaming, as if carved from pure gold. Despite its small size, its fierce aura made Lu Zhang feel a bit uneasy just by looking at it. Despite being only level 1, its flight speed was absurdly fast. Even a 3-tailed spirit fox at level 10 couldn't match the speed of this insect at its current level. It darted out at bullet-like speeds. To make matters worse, its body is extremely hard, and its head resembles a cone, giving it tremendous penetrating power. It's simply unstoppable. If used properly, this creature would be an excellent trump card. In fact, it might even be more powerful than a divine pet. The skill of this gold-devouring demon body is also incredibly powerful. By consuming metal, it permanently increases physical attributes, directly boosting base stats. Other practitioners would have to go through immense hardships to find rare treasures to enhance their base attributes, but this creature simply needs to consume iron. Who can argue with that? It's absurdly powerful. Lu Zhang took out a gold coin, activated the gold-devouring demon body state, and tried to bite into it. He expected it to be hard and crunchy, but it was as soft as tofu. After chewing a few times, he swallowed it down. The metal transformed into a surge of energy, coursing through his entire body. So comfortable. Who would have thought that one day, eating dirt could feel this good? Among the 4 divine grade skills, the one that caught Lu Zhang's attention the most was the skill of the heaven-stealing rat. Skill, Void Walking. Effect, consumes 1000 mana to enter the void. While in the void, continuously consumes mana. In void walking state, ignores all damage, can move one's position and traverse any non-spatial confinement barriers. What kind of skill is this? A life-saving skill. Diving into the void is like activating stealth and invincibility at the same time. For someone like Lu Zhang, a fragile summoner, this is an unbeatable skill for self-preservation. You can cast a few mana fountains on yourself and then just linger in the void indefinitely. Moreover, unless someone with spatial power seals him, any other material or energy-based confinement skills are ineffective against him. As long as he wants to escape, only those with spatial power can stop him. Lu Zhang quickly gave it a try and found that after entering the void, he could still observe the outside world, but movement could only be achieved through spatial teleportation. The faster he moved, the more mana he consumed, increasing exponentially. However, fortunately, maintaining a normal speed didn't consume too much energy. In emergencies, he could directly consume a massive amount of spell energy to perform teleportation, truly a divine technique. Lu Zhang noticed that the divine grade spirit pet, the sky-stealing rat, only had 3 skills. It seemed that the void walking skill had nullified all the others. Otherwise, this creature would undoubtedly be classified as a divine pet. Looking at the final skill of the Earth Demon Bear. Skill, Earth Blessing passive. Effect, upon contact with the ground, gain Earth's Blessing, restoring 1% health per second and 2% mana per second. As everyone knows, skills calculated as percentages are absolute divine skills. Simply by coming into contact with the ground, that is, standing on the ground, health is fully restored in 100 seconds, and mana is fully restored in 50 seconds. If a boss had this skill, especially if paired with an invincibility type skill, it would be virtually impossible to defeat it. And Lu Zhang has plenty of such invincible skills. Today is truly amazing. Not to mention the 4 divine grade spirit pets and 2 legendary divine pets as allies. Even without them, these 6 skills alone would be enough to keep Lu Zhang happy for half a month. As the saying goes, half a month without a deal, but when you make one, it lasts half a year. Holding back all this time was definitely worth it. Hurry up and use the few days left before the arena dungeon refreshes to level up all the newly obtained summoned beasts. Fortunately, the Abyss dungeon is vast, and there are plenty of Abyss demons, making it perfect for quickly leveling up summoned beasts. Before he knew it, it was the 23rd day since Lu Zhang had enrolled, and he arrived at the Summoner Arena dungeon, immediately sparking a buzz of discussion. Please keep reading. Please vote for me. Please vote for me monthly. End of this chapter. Chapter 74. This arena I might as well give up. Can't I just admit defeat? There were only 4 hours left until the arena reset, and many skilled players began challenging others in the final moments. Although Lu Zhang hadn't shown up at Jinnan University for over 20 days. However, as the top-ranked candidate in the Alliance exam, the first ever 100-level candidate in history, and a second-tier fully transformed professional with same-tier combat power, he was a household name known to all. Moreover, even though he was absent these days, Song Shiyu had been using him as motivation for the summoning department's students and teachers. Those gathered here are mostly summoners. How does that saying go again? Although my brother isn't here, his legend still lives on here. Therefore, when he appeared, he immediately attracted widespread attention, with people talking about him non-stop. Finally, he has shown up. The legendary man. He's definitely more handsome in person than on screen, but whether his combat skills are really that strong is something we'll have to see for ourselves. What? You want to challenge him? Yes, here now. Is he challenging the arena? At a 100-level arena, if he unleashes his divine tier combat power pet, 1T, he dominate the arena champion spot indefinitely? Who dares to challenge him? Don't be ridiculous. He'll probably take the champion title this month and graduate to the 3rd transformation next month. Let's get started already. I can't wait to see what his divine pet looks like. Lu Zhang arrived at a stage and prepared to initiate the first challenge. At that moment, a voice echoed from the distance. Big brother. Finally, I see you again. You've been as elusive as a dragon for so many days. You're busier than us who go to class. It's so hard to see you. I missed you so much. Wang Jun quickly darted out, dramatically throwing himself to the ground and hugging Lu Zhang's leg. It looked like he was a jilted wife being abandoned by her husband. Lu Zhang was about to say something when he noticed Mu Yunlan, Dan Tai Mingyue, and others walking over. However, before them came Ji Ziruo. It seems I arrived just in time. Let me see for myself what the legendary divine pet looks like. Lu Zhang smiled and replied. We'll see soon enough. After speaking, he waved to Yang Dong and the others approaching, then continued, I'm going in. If you want to watch the battle, come along. You have entered the Summoner's Arena Dungeon Glory of the Summoned Beasts. Your class has been detected as Summoner. You may challenge any arena of your choice. Note, in this dungeon, summoned beasts can be revived immediately upon death, which counts as a defeat. Upon entering the instance, you find yourself on a suspended platform. The platform resembles a series of circular discs stacked from small to large, forming concentric tiers that serve as spectator seats. Below the platform are 10 unevenly sized arenas, all identical in environment of vast grassland. These are arenas with different level restrictions, each having a different area size. The dungeon states that Lu Zhang can choose 6 of these arenas to challenge, with the highest level restrictions being 100, 150, and 200 respectively. Each arena can accommodate a maximum of 1 summoned beast. Currently, the summoned beasts defending the 6 arenas are 109 level 5-star rare beast pet Lightning Weasel, a level 112 2-star divine grade spirit pet Blood-Eyed Flying Tiger, a level 158 3-star divine grade spirit pet Golden Earth Dragon, a level 159 4-star rare beast pet Ghostly Wolf, a level 206 1-star divine grade spirit pet Black Ring Golden Crown Python, and a level 207 4-star rare beast pet Frost Cold Demon Silkworm. Among summoners, the levels of their main battle summoned beasts are generally much higher than their own levels, but not excessively so, typically around 10 levels higher. Defending a challenge isn't something just anyone can do. These challenge masters are all individuals who have met the prerequisites for class advancement but have not yet undergone the process. Therefore, their pet levels exceed the level restrictions for summoners. As expected of a top-tier academy, the pets used for defending the arena are either high-quality rare pets or divine-grade spirit pets. Lu Zhang first challenged the Lightning Weasel, deploying his summoned beast, a 128 level 1-star divine-grade spirit pet named Xiaoyu Tsong Lang. This was the weakest of all his divine-grade spirit pets. The Lightning Weasel's most notable feature is its extreme speed. By harnessing the power of lightning, it can not only launch attacks quickly but also inflict a paralysis effect with nearly every strike. This was indeed an excellent summoned beast. However, it was still only of rare quality, with base attributes far inferior to those of a divine-grade spirit pet, and the Xiaoyu Tsong Lang was nearly 20 levels higher in rank. When the Howling Moon Grey Wolf activates its skill Wolf King's true form, its defense and speed surge dramatically. Combined with its Moonstep flight skill, it easily finds an opening to unleash Shattering Claws, a single skill that nearly takes the Lightning Weasel's life. Immediately afterward, a series of moon blades flew out, slicing the Lightning Weasel into pieces. An announcement echoed through the dungeon. Summoned Beast Howling Moon Grey Wolf has defeated Summoned Beast Lightning Weasel, successfully challenging the current champion and becoming the new champion. The opponent facing the 2-star Divine Grade Blood-Eyed Flying Tiger was a 3-star Divine Grade Spirit Pet, the 129th level Cloud Sweeping Crane. The Cloud Sweeping Crane appeared to be a gentle summoned beast, but the method Lu Zhang taught it to control clouds and mist was extremely chaotic. As soon as the Cloud Burst technique appeared, explosions followed one after another, blowing the Blood-Eyed Flying Tiger to pieces. The scene was truly horrific. The Cloud-Splitting Crane became the new champion. The other contestants had no hope of competing for these 2 positions. Apart from Lu Zhang, no summoner below level 100 had 2 Divine Grade Spirit Pets nearing level 130. No one could challenge them. The crowd had no expectations for these 2 stages. What they truly anticipated was what came next. They wanted to see Lu Zhang's divine pet. However, they were once again disappointed. In the 150 level arena, Lu Zhang still deployed 2 Divine Grade Spirit Pets. The 4-star Divine Grade Spirit Pet, the 130 level Dongyu Tsangsha, faced off against the 159 level Ghostly Wolf. Although the latter had reached the 4th transformation stage, the quality gap was too great, and it was instantly defeated by the Dongyu Tsangsha's Blood-Eaten Divine Light. The 5-star Divine Grade Spirit Pet, the 135 level 3-tailed Spirit Fox, faced off against the 158 level 3-star Divine Grade Golden Earth Dragon. This battle was indeed tough. The Golden Earth Dragon had decent quality, had reached the 4th transformation stage, had high defense, and could burrow into the ground. The 3-tailed Spirit Fox initially had no way to deal with it. However, Tushan Jiajia was clever. She exposed a weakness to lure the Golden Earth Dragon out, then activated the skill charm to control its consciousness, rendering it defenseless for a short time. She then unleashed a series of uninterrupted attacks, completely depleting its health. With this, Lu Zhang had secured 4 battle platforms. The next challenge was a 207 level 4-star rare beast pet, the Frostbite Demon Silkworm. Yang Dong chuckled beside him. Boss, can we release the divine pet now to let the brothers broaden their horizons? Lu Zhang noticed everyone's gaze fixed on him and smiled lightly. As you wish. The next moment, a 9-headed phoenix with a wingspan of nearly 150 meters appeared, its body engulfed in dark red flames. Its overwhelming aura left everyone present in awe. But that wasn't all. Accompanying the nine-headed phoenix was a massive black beast over 100 meters tall, with the body of a sheep, the face of a human, eyes under its armpits, and tiger teeth and claws. It was none other than the Taoye. The two 200th rank arena defenders, who had still clung to a sliver of hope, saw that two divine beasts had appeared and couldn't help but think to themselves, "There's no point in defending this arena anymore. Can I just surrender now? Please keep reading. Please recommend this chapter. Please vote for this chapter." End of this chapter. Chapter 75. The Taoye has stepped back. The true ace has been played. Revealing the two divine pets was part of Lu Zhang's plan all along. However, the decision to display the gluttonous beasts was made only recently. After this period of effort, the overall level of Lu Zhang's summoned beasts had significantly improved. Among them, the one that improved the fastest was Qianqi. Originally, among all his summoned beasts, the one with the fastest level increase was the gluttonous beast. After all, its ability to devour everything and convert it into experience points was too overwhelming. All it needed to do was eat voraciously, devouring everything in its path to continuously level up. Additionally, the glutton's combat power is absurdly strong, and it can actively engage in combat at a rapid pace. However, now, the highest level summoned beast under Lu Zhang's command is Qianqi. The Taoye can only rank third, not even second. Let's start with the first. Qianqi is currently at level 143. Its high rank is not only due to its top-tier combat power but also thanks to its two enslavement-type skills. Skill, Fierce Spirit Puppet. Effect, consumes 10,000 mana to create a fierce spirit, which targets enemies with mental strength below 4/5 of its own. If successful, it gains a fierce spirit puppet. The puppet is not destroyed and can continue to grow, with 100% of experience gained from killing monsters returned to the user. This skill directly grants Qianqi a large number of subordinates. As the number of subordinates increases, his efficiency in gaining experience points also accelerates. Lu Zhang can only summon a maximum of 10 summoned beasts per day. For Qianqi, as long as his mana doesn't run out, he can continuously create malevolent spirits, cultivate them, and have them fight monsters to level up. And that's not all. Skill, 8 Desolations Demon Lord Passive. Effect, within a certain range, control all demons of lower level than oneself. Demons of higher level but with mental strength lower than oneself have a 50% chance of being subdued, otherwise they are considered taunted. The active skill Evil Spirit Puppet still requires mana consumption and must be used individually to control each target. This passive skill, 8 Desolations Demon Lord, is the legendary aura of a ruler. Any demon will be directly controlled if its level is lower, and those with higher levels will have a 50% chance of being controlled if their mental strength does not exceed the user's. Lu Zhang possesses a Divine Grade Equipment Blessing Ring, which grants a lucky aura effect, doubling the probability from 50% to 100%. As a 5-star divine pet, Qianqi already has a high mental strength value. It also has a skill that directly increases mental strength, effectively turning nearly everyone on the field into its subordinates. Skill, Evil Thought Devour. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10,000 magic points to create a Qianqi avatar, which devours souls containing evil intent, permanently increasing spiritual power. This skill is ineffective against those with pure minds, as it can only consume souls containing evil intent. But where did Lu Zhang level up before? That was the Abyss Demon's lair. And it was the 8th underground layer teeming with Abyss Demons. All Abyss Demons are saturated with evil intent, and the more evil intent they possess, the weaker their resistance to this spell becomes. As a result, within a short period of time, the Qianqi's spiritual power surges dramatically. This far exceeded that of other divine pets of the same level, nearly doubling their power. However, after his level increased, the overall level of the Abyss Demons providing evil intent did not rise, so the boost was slightly reduced. However, that is undoubtedly far beyond the total mental stats of a typical dominant tier saint class boss. With such formidable mental power, combined with its passive skill 8 Desolation Demon Lord and active skill Fierce Spirit Puppet, nearly half of the Abyss Demon Lair dungeon was under its control. As a result, its efficiency in leveling up through slaughter was incredibly high. As for the second-ranked creature, it was Bai Zhe. This creature appears to be a control-breaking support-type divine pet, but within the Abyss Demon's Lair dungeon, its destructive power surpasses that of any other divine pet. Without even mentioning the Judgment Power skill that can instantly drain an enemy's health bar to 0 when they have only 1/10 of their health remaining, its other skills are simply devastating against Abyss monsters. Skill, Holy Light. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10,000 mana points to deal 50,000 points of magical damage to a single target. Against demons and evil creatures, it deals an additional 50,000 points of holy damage. Against demons, 100,000 mana can deal 1 million damage. With the Judgment Force buff, that becomes 1,100,000 damage. Add Lu Zhang's Critical Strike Aura and Luck Aura buffs, and 100,000 mana can deal 3,300,000 damage. Skill, Evil Repelling Light Wave. Effect, minimum mana cost of 10,000. Centered on the caster, releases a circular light wave, dealing 50,000 points of holy spell damage to demons and evil spirits within a certain range. This skill seems to have weaker attack power and lower damage, and it only affects demonic creatures and evil spirits. However, this is an extremely wide area skill. With 100,000 mana points, it purifies everything within a 20-mile radius. Skill: Demon Slaying Spirit Ring. Effect: minimum mana cost of 10,000 points. Cast a spirit ring on a single target. The spirit ring grants the target 10,000 points of holy magic damage per second when the soul strikes the target. It deals 50,000 points of holy magic damage and 20,000 points of explosive impact damage in a single hit. This skill is quite interesting, as it can function both as a sustained damage skill and as a single target attack skill. It remains highly targeted, effective only against demons. The most powerful aspects are the two passive skills. Skill: Banish All Evils passive. Effect: within a certain radius centered on the caster, all demonic and negative energy creatures have all attributes weakened by a minimum of 5% and a maximum of 50% immune to negative energy spell damage and effects. Skill: Purification Domain passive. Effect: within a certain range centered on the caster, all demons and evil entities are continuously purified, losing health equal to 5% of the caster's mana per second. All targets within the area are immune to negative spell damage and effects. The first passive skill automatically weakens demons upon proximity and grants immunity to demonic spell damage and status effects like curses. The purification domain causes forced health loss. Currently, Bai Zhe is only one level below the 143rd level Qianqi, having reached level 140 with 450,000 mana. He can cause all demonic creatures within his vicinity to lose 22,500 HP per second, amounting to 1,350,000 HP per minute. The strongest demon in the 8th layer of the Abyss is a 300-level demon, fully evolved to the 5th transformation, but has not yet reached the 6th transformation, with a maximum health of 4 to 5 million. If it cannot quickly restore its health, it will be purified in 4 to 5 minutes. Additionally, when other skills are stacked and released, Bai Zhe can wipe out a large area with a single strike, making it far more efficient than the Taotia's devouring ability. After all, the Taotia's devouring ability has a limited range and takes time to attract monsters. Bai Zhe simply needs to move around, and wherever he goes, the area is cleared. Together with Qianqi, they almost handle half of the monsters in this dungeon, killing them extremely quickly, so they level up very fast. Of course, as their own levels increase, the experience gain ratio from killing the same monsters gradually decreases. Unless they explore higher-level monster areas, the speed will inevitably slow down. However, there is no doubt that Qianqi and Bai Zhe are currently Lu Zhang's true trump cards. The others are merely disposable. The nine-headed phoenix and the Taotia, having already made their debut in public, are the most appropriate to showcase. The 6 divine pets, Qianqi at level 143, Bai Zhe at level 140, Taotai at level 139, the nine-headed phoenix at level 137, Kuei-Niao at level 135, and Xianglu at level 133. The Taotai and the nine-headed phoenix are considered mid-tier among the elite combat forces. Please keep reading. Please vote for recommendations. Please vote for monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 76, could your second tier quest be a hell level 5-star difficulty? Lu Zhang dispatched the 137 level 9-headed phoenix to battle the 207 level 4-star rare beast pet Frostcold Magic Silkworm. Upon entering the arena, the phoenix's immortal flames ignited the entire battlefield, instantly transforming the icy landscape into a fiery inferno. Despite its higher level, the Frostcold demon Silkworm trembled in fear at the sight of the 9-headed immortal phoenix above it. The next moment, it was reaped by a death scythe, its life cut short. This summoned beast was completely terrified, showing no signs of defense at all. Otherwise, it might have survived until the second skill was used. Lu Zhang now had only one final arena left to challenge. A level 206, 1-star divine great spirit pet, the Black Ring Golden Crown Python, faced off against a level 139, 5-star legendary divine pet, the Taotai. The 9-headed phoenix of immortality had never been seen in reality, but everyone had witnessed its epic battle against a Saint-tier monster during the livestream. However, the Taotia was a beast they had never seen before. G0 aside. He indeed has a second divine pet, and from the information we've analyzed, this is the divine pet Lu Zhang obtained initially, the one that could slay a dragon at just over level 30. As a member of a prominent clan, G0 had access to comprehensive information about Lu Zhang, including his movements. Among the higher-ups, it had long been speculated that the monster that had fought the Dark Dragon in the past was Lu Zhang's divine pet. After all, Lu Zhang had the title of Dragon Slayer. In fact, this was also one of the reasons why Lu Zhang voluntarily revealed the existence of the Taotia. He had feared being targeted, especially for the responsibility of destroying the dungeon, and at the time, he was too weak to refuse if morally blackmailed. But now, he's already being considerate by not causing trouble for others. Therefore, by appropriately showcasing his stronger combat power, he could confirm the higher-ups' suspicions and gain greater support for himself. In the entire Great Xia Alliance, there was only one demigod. With 2 divine pets, he represented the potential for 2 future demigods. In a certain sense, he was more valuable than Xian Yuan Wuji. Who dares to offend him? Besides the elite from prominent families like Ji Zirua, who had already suspected something, and the higher-ups, the ordinary students were all thrilled to see Lu Zhang actually have a second divine pet. This included Wang Jun and Yang Dong, his two subordinates. They had already thought that Lu Zhang, with just one divine pet, was already incredibly powerful, but now there was a second one, and this black, ferocious beast seemed even more formidable. The next scene confirmed their suspicions. The Form of the Heavens skill was activated, and the already massive Taotia now stood 200 meters tall, its enormous form exuding an almost invincible sense of oppression. The black-ringed golden crown python, a divine pet of over 200 levels, was also quite large, measuring over 80 meters in length. However, in the presence of the Taotia, it seemed like a 3-year-old child facing a grown man, completely overwhelmed in terms of aura. In an arena battle, killing the target does not grant experience points. Lu Zhang had no intention of wasting time. After a massive boost to all attributes, the Taotia charged forward, tearing the black-ringed golden crown python apart into 2 pieces, then 3, and many more, until its health bar was completely depleted, ending this brutal slaughter. After completing the kill, the Taotia roared loudly and scanned the entire arena. The summoners outside instinctively took a step back, dared not look at the gluttonous beast. Even through the energy barrier, the majesty of a divine pet was not to be trifled with. Ha ha! So there are indeed 2 divine pets. Lu Zhang. I didn't expect you to reveal yourself so soon. The head of the summoning department, Song Shiyu, approached Lu Zhang with a smile. He had also suspected Lu Zhang's divine pets and had come specifically today to witness their glory. However, I thought you would only take 4 battle platforms at most. I never expected you to take 6 directly. It's unimaginable you must have 13 or 14 summoned beasts now, including 4 divine-grade spirit pets and 2 divine pets. 13 or 14 summoned beasts? You added 2 zeros. That's 1,340. Lu Zhang smiled without responding. Some things are only satisfying when you know them yourself. Song Shiyu continued, 2 divine pets, one at level 137 and the other at level 139. Don't you have confidence in unlocking the 3rd transformation yet? Could your 2nd transformation quest be a 5-star difficulty in hell mode? He was joking, but Lu Zhang suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. Ji Zirua, standing beside him, guessed what was going on and asked with a smile. Let me guess, was your first-class task to defeat the dark dragon on the ridge of the mountain? Lu Zhang fell completely silent. Song Shiyu immediately thought of something and exclaimed in shock, could it be that both your 1st and 2nd job change quests are hell tier 5-star difficulty? The only response was silence. Song Shiyu also fell silent. Wow, the highest difficulty level in his current job change quest was only 4-star dangerous, and he had already narrowly survived that. But Lu Zhang started his first transformation with a hell level 5-star difficulty. Starting at hell level and surviving was truly a miracle. No wonder you're so strong. Song Shiyu exclaimed. After a pause, he continued. Why don't you wait a bit longer? Once your 2 divine pets reach level 200 or above, the safety will improve. Lu Zhang shook his head and said, no, once I get the skill book from this dungeon, I'll start the 3rd transformation quest. Although the level restriction wouldn't limit his own enhancements, after all, as long as his summoned beasts leveled up, he could obtain attribute point feedback. However, only by increasing his profession level could he upgrade his summoning technique. The base summoning success rate for high-quality summoned beasts would increase, allowing him to obtain more divine pets faster and master greater power. Lu Zhang remembered that he had already been targeted by a fire god lab ban. Divine beings aren't to be messed with. He might be attacked at any moment, so he must quickly obtain more divine pets and improve his leveling efficiency to become strong enough. Job change, there's no time to delay. The original plan was to start the class change once 3 divine pets reached level 130. However, due to waiting for the skill book from the Summoner's Arena, all 6 divine pets have now surpassed level 130, which meets his expectations. It's time to take on the challenge. Of course, he still hopes to get a relatively easy task and get through it smoothly. 3 hours had passed quickly, and a notification sounded in your ears. Your summoned beast Howling Moon Grey Wolf successfully defended the arena, earning 10 million experience points. You have obtained 1 golden treasure chest. Your summoned beast Cloud Parting Crane successfully defended the stage, earning 10 million experience points. You have obtained 1 golden treasure chest. Your summoned beast Cave Dwelling Black Snake successfully defended the stage, earning 50 million experience points. You have obtained 1 golden treasure chest. Your summoned beast Three-Tailed Spirit Fox successfully defended the arena, earning 50 million experience points. You have obtained 1 golden treasure chest. Your summoned beast Nine-Headed Phoenix successfully defended the arena, earning 20 million experience points. You have obtained 1 golden treasure chest. Your summoned beast Tao Tai successfully defended the arena, earning 20 million experience points. You have obtained 1 golden treasure chest. The experience points were indeed substantial, but Lu Zhang was more concerned about what was inside those 6 treasure chests. Without hesitation, he clicked to open them. Each treasure chest contained the same item, and Lu Zhang immediately locked onto the only skill book among them. Please keep reading. Please vote for recommendations. Please vote for monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 77, Third Transformation Quest. No way. You're really making me kill a god. 6 golden treasure chests yielded 5 pieces of equipment, all golden quality and part of a matching set. The set was named Shield Mountain, such as the Shield Mountain Guardian helmet, etc. Lu Zhang already owned a set of golden 5-star Dragon Emperor magic armor, so he didn't need a set of equipment that solely increased defense. Therefore, he wasn't particularly interested in it and instead focused his attention on the skill book. Skill book, Mana Bridge. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10,000 mana points, targets 2 enemies, and creates a mana bridge between them. Mana between the 2 targets can be freely converted and used for any attribute. Prerequisites, mental strength greater than 10,000 points. Holy crap! That's amazing. Magic sharing? That's way too awesome. Lu Zheng's greatest advantage wasn't he having 1 or 2 divine pets, but the ever-growing number of summoned beasts he could call upon. He can obtain 10 new summoned beasts every day, and has already mastered over 1,000 summoned beasts. If all summoned beasts share their magic power, that means directly increasing the magic power limit to an extremely absurd level. It's important to note that the divine techniques mastered by divine beasts have no power limits. Their power changes depending on the amount of magic power infused at once. There are only 2 factors that limit the power of a divine beast's single target attack skills: mental power and mana. If there is too much mana, the mental power may become overburdened, preventing the skill from being released fully. However, the mental strength of these divine pets is currently sufficient, and their total mana pool is far from reaching its limit, leaving ample room for further enhancement. Originally, Lu Zhang had some concerns about the 3rd tier quest, but with this skill, he felt confident that even if he had to fight the fire god's projection again, he would have a good chance of winning. Click on the skill book and complete the learning. Lu Zhang and Wang Jun, along with the others, left the dungeon. After successfully defending the arena, one could freely choose whether to become the next arena master for the following month. Lu Zhang immediately recalled his summoned beasts. Today, he planned to start the 3rd tier task. If it required completion within 2 days, having both summoned pets locked in the Summoner's Arena dungeon would truly spell disaster for him. Outside the job change sanctuary, Wang Jun asked with some concern, "Leader, are you really going to start the 3rd class job quest? Wouldn't it be safer to accumulate more experience first?" After learning that Lu Zhang's previous 2 class change quests were both Hell Tier 5-star difficulty, Wang Jun felt that even with 2 divine pets, it was still risky. Last time they encountered the fire god's projection, he almost thought Lu Zhan was dead. Now that they were following Lu Zhang to Jinnan University, he really didn't want anything to happen to him. Yang Dong, however, strongly supported him. "What are you talking about? The boss's job change quest difficulty can't always be Hell Tier 5-star, can it? As the saying goes, once, twice, but not 3 times. This time, the boss will definitely get an easy job change quest." Lu Zhang raised an eyebrow at Yang Dong's words. He always felt that Yang Dong was a jinx. He quickly moved away and hurried to the job change platform, placing his hand on it. Detected current class level, 100, has met the conditions for the 3rd class change. Congratulations! You have received a 5-star hell level difficulty job transfer task, Judgment. The Fall of the Demigod Jacob. Task description: the demon god Jacob is about to break through the seal of the 9th layer of the abyss and invade this world. Please enter the abyss and execute judgment on him before the seal is broken. Mission requirements: defeat the level 405 overlord tier demon god Jacob alone. Note, estimated time remaining before Jacob breaks the seal, 24 days and 13 hours. What? You're actually asking me to kill a god? Last time it was just a projection, and now you want me to kill a true god? Even if it's just a demigod, that's still a god over 400 levels. I'm a level 100 professional who hasn't even completed my 3rd transformation yet, and you want me to judge a demigod over 400 levels? Who's judging who? As usual, Lu Zhang, who had received the job change task, was furious once again. He walked out with a dark expression. Seeing the change in his expression, Yang Dong and Wang Jun exchanged glances and swallowed hard. Mu Yunlan stepped forward and asked with concern, "Lu Zhang, what's your task? Can we help?" Out of politeness, Lu Zhang didn't want to show a sour expression to others. So he forced a smile and said indifferently, "Nothing much. I just have to single-handedly kill a deity." Everyone's eyes widened upon hearing this, and the straightforward Dantai Mingyue lost her composure, exclaiming angrily, "A 3rd tier mission? Single-handedly slay a god? Is the class change sanctuary broken? This is clearly an attempt to send someone to their death." Lu Zhang waved his hand and said, "It's not that bad. It's just a demigod. We still have over 20 days left. Go study. I want to be alone." The others tried to persuade him, but realized they were powerless to do anything. A demigod that's still a deity. How could a mere mortal possibly challenge a deity? Resisting is already a problem, let alone killing. The 3rd tier quest to slay a demigod? This is utterly absurd. "Leader, you must stay strong." Wang Jun left with those words, his face twisted in despair. The others said nothing. Speaking now would only be like pouring oil on a fire or salt on a wound. But Lu Zhang had already recovered from his furious state. Perhaps because he had experienced so much, he found that they had actually given him over 20 days of leeway this time, and he even felt that this job change to the sanctuary wasn't so bad after all. Maybe he was just used to being mistreated. However, after calming down, Lu Zhang realized he wasn't completely without a chance. Moreover, if he could make good use of the time ahead, his chances of victory were still quite high. With the newly acquired skill magic bridge and the previously obtained skill magic spring, the combined power of these two skills might even rival that of a demigod. Furthermore, the target to be defeated was a demon god. Therefore, the focus now is on strengthening Bai Zai. Given Bai Zai's natural advantage against demonic beings, with ample mana and various enhancement skills to aid him, defeating a demigod was not impossible. Lu Zhang was still unsure about divine power. A demigod has undoubtedly mastered divine power, which deals extremely high damage, akin to the judgment force, and is nearly impossible to defend against. Every hit deals true damage. If this creature's attack power is too strong, it might instantly kill Bai Zai. After all, Bai Zai's vitality cannot be enhanced through sharing. Lu Zhang suddenly recalled an item he had obtained earlier. Item, Divine Essence Fragment. Effect, a crystallized form of divine energy, usable for crafting divine equipment and treasures. Simple information, but it gave Lu Zhang a glimmer of hope for adding an extra layer of insurance to complete the mission. It was time to borrow some resources from the school. Lu Zhang immediately sent a message to Song Shiyu, informing him that he needed to contact a forger of same tier or higher as soon as possible to commission the creation of a purple radiance tier or even higher tier equipment piece. Song Shiyu was very helpful. Within 5 minutes, he replied, telling Lu Zhang to return to school immediately. The principal had already arranged everything for him. Chapter 78, Pre-Battle Preparations. Forging true divine grade equipment. After Lu Zhang truly revealed his two divine pets, the entire Great Xiao Alliance's attention toward him rose to a whole new level. All his demands must be met. Note that there are no phrases like try our best or do our utmost. Here it must be done, no exceptions. This matter involved at least 2 demigod level combatants. There was no room for carelessness. Earlier, Ji Zirua had praised Lu Zhang as the strongest man, which had drawn some resentment from younger members who wanted to cause trouble for him. However, these individuals were all stopped by higher-ups. Now, no one can provoke Lu Zhang. The only thing that matters is to let him grow quickly and master powerful strength. Everything else must give way to this. Although Lu Zhang was somewhat surprised by the efficiency of Jinan University, he thought it all made sense given the arrangements Song Shiyu had made for him earlier. After about 10 minutes, he returned to the university and was led by Song Shiyu, who was waiting for him at the main gate. He met the principal, Shin Songja. Sitting beside him was another person, a middle-aged woman in her 30s. However, Lu Zhang immediately recognized that this woman, in terms of age, could easily be his grandmother. This was a saint-level professional. Speaking of which, Principal Shin Songja was also a saint-tier professional. The principals of the 10 great academies were all among the top 100 in the empire, all possessing saint-tier combat strength. According to the textbooks, the principal's primary responsibility is to protect the students. Without saint-tier combat strength, one wouldn't even have the qualifications to speak such words within the main city. Hello, principal. Hello, seniors. Shin Songja nodded and didn't bother with any formalities. He introduced directly. Lu Zhang, this is Zhu Chengfeng, the forging master of the 378th class. She is currently the highest-ranked forger in the empire. If you have any requests, feel free to tell her. We will help you find any materials you need. Zhu Chengfeng smiled and said, just tell me what kind of equipment you want. Those old-timers have plenty of good materials. I'll take this opportunity to ask them for some and have them make the equipment for you. Lu Zhang was taken aback. This old lady was using his name to extort other saint-level professionals. Though he was speechless inside, Lu Zhang remained polite. I need an item that can withstand divine power, preferably one that can limit divine power damage. I have a fragment of a divine essence here. Do you think you could use it to craft a suitable item? Zhu Chengfan looked at the divine essence fragment and smiled, so that fire god projection was killed by you. It's hard to believe that you were able to slay a divine projection with saint-tier combat power back then. After a pause, she picked up the divine essence fragment again and said, without this, creating an item imbued with divine power would indeed be extremely difficult, almost impossible, since I cannot manipulate divine power either. But with this, I have a 90% chance of forging a true divine artifact. When do you need it by? Lu Zhang thought for a moment and replied, the sooner the better. At the latest, within 20 days. Within 10 days, whether it succeeds or not, I'll give you an answer. I'll take this with me now. I need to go ask the other old ones for materials. Zhu Chengfeng said that and left immediately. It was clear she couldn't resist going to materials. With the noble cause of crafting equipment for Lu Zhang in hand, even those who had been as stingy as a miser before would inevitably fall victim to her once she knew there was something valuable involved. Shin Songja smiled and said, don't worry. Within 10 days, I'll definitely get you a piece of equipment you'll be satisfied with. It seems like you've been assigned a third-tier task. Could it be that you're going to have to deal with a divine projection again? Not exactly. Lu Zhang smiled lightly. Ha, as long as it's not a divine projection, your strength is more than enough. Shen Songja continued with a smile. It's just to slay a demigod. Lu Zhang still wore a relaxed smile, but Shen Songja's smile suddenly vanished. A third-tier task slaughtering a demigod? That is correct. Lu Zhang spread his hands helplessly. Shen Songja furrowed his brows and asked, which demigod? Do we need to go to another world? Yes, the 9th layer of the abyss, also known as the abyss plane. We have 24 days. If I can't slay the demon god, it will break the seal and charge up from the 9th layer. Lu Zhang didn't hide anything, there was no need to. He was now considered high-ranking, and sharing critical information was essential. No wonder the abyss dungeon instance has been so unstable lately. The passages between layers are unstable and could collapse at any moment, allowing those high-level monsters to break through to the surface. This is extremely dangerous. We must inform Xian Yuan Zhanshen immediately. I'll have him come to reinforce the defenses. In case of any unexpected incidents, we can suppress them in advance. Shen Songja said this. Lu Zhang also had the same idea. If he couldn't handle it, he could use Void Walk to escape. Failing the job change quest wouldn't result in death. He would simply need to accept a new quest. However, if he failed, it would mean that the demon god Jacob would break the seal and charge directly to the surface. Without a backup plan, countless lives in Tiannan City would be lost. Therefore, having Xianyuan Wuji stay behind to hold the fort was an absolute necessity. Then please convey this message on my behalf. Divine power equipment is merely an additional preparation. To complete his own class change quest, he must rely on himself. With only over 20 days left, Lu Zhang had no time to waste. He purchased enough food, stored it properly, and immediately entered the Abyss Demon's lair. There was nothing else to do now, just 2 words, level up. The main focus was on helping Bai Zhe level up, while also ensuring that other summoned beasts kept pace. A particular batch of summoned beasts needed priority assistance, as higher level mana points would be crucial. This required calculating the most advantageous strategy for himself. Ensure that experience points are distributed to other summoned beasts to maximize their effectiveness. Lu Zhang gave the magic bridge skill a preliminary try, connecting 6 divine pets. Then he had Bai Zhe release a purifying light wave using 1 million points of magic power. Within a 100-mile radius, all demons and evil spirits were dealt 5 million points of holy magic damage. Upon release, all demons of level 250 or below within a 100-mile radius were instantly annihilated. Such an efficient monster killing speed allowed Bai Zhe to gain more experience points. His level continued to rise rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. Over those 8 days, Bai Zhe's level reached 149, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th transformation tier. Once he did, his base attributes would skyrocket and his combat power would rise to a new level. However, today Lu Zhang received a message summoning him back to Jinan University. His equipment had been crafted and needed his inspection. Using a teleport scroll, Lu Zhang instantly arrived at the office door. He didn't lack mana, what he lacked was time. Therefore, efficiency was key. Upon seeing Lu Zhang enter, Zhu Chengfang smiled and handed him the equipment. This is the highest quality piece of equipment I've ever crafted. Chapter 79, The True Abyss. Declaring war on the gods. The power of a demigod. Lu Zhang looked at the equipment and exclaimed in awe. This is also the highest quality piece of equipment I've ever seen. Equipment, Divine Band Magic Ring. Quality, God Tier Purple Radiance 5-star. Equipment requirements, mental power value greater than 10,000. Skills, Divine Banishment Domain, Magic Banishment Domain. Durability, permanent. This equipment has no attribute bonuses or enhancements to base attributes or any other effects. It is as simple as having only 2 skills. But that is sufficient. Skill, Divine Barrier. Effect, within the domain's range, the divine power damage of all skills cast by targets is reduced by 50%. Skill, Demon Suppression Domain. Effect, within the domain's range, the mental and physical attributes of demons are weakened by 50%. No prerequisites, no level restrictions, no mental power limitations directly weakens. Divine power damage is halved, and the mental and physical attributes of demons are halved, effectively reducing the attack power of gods and demons by half. The usage of this equipment is simple, activated with mental energy to deploy the domain. No mana is consumed, it's purely the inherent power of the artifact. Zhu Chengfang saw Lu Zhang's satisfied expression and smiled, saying, "This is the first divine artifact I've ever crafted, but I don't think it'll be the last. If you can obtain more divine essence fragments, I'd be happy to help you again. As you know, I don't charge you anything. You don't charge me anything, but you charge other divine forgers for materials." Lu Zhang didn't call her out on it. With the ability to craft divine artifacts, it's better to make them for herself. She might as well take advantage of it. Anyway, it's not coming out of his pocket. Alright. If I can obtain divine essence fragments, I'll definitely come back to trouble you again. Thank you. After obtaining the divine artifact, Lu Zheng couldn't wait to enter the Abyss Demon's lair to test it out. Sure enough, within the magic suppression zone, the mental and physical attributes of all Abyss Demons were directly weakened by half. Mental attributes affect mana regeneration speed, spellcasting speed, and reaction speed. Physical attributes affect vitality regeneration speed, physical defense, and endurance. It seemed there was no direct effect, but once combat began, the weakening effects became clearly noticeable. Monster killing efficiency has increased by at least 30%. In fact, the stronger the monsters, the more pronounced this weakening becomes. Because at higher levels, even minor differences can determine victory or defeat. A slight difference can lead to a significant outcome. After directly reducing an attribute by half, the resulting decrease in combat power may far exceed a simple 50% reduction. With the assistance of the Divine Ban Magic Ring, the efficiency of other summoned beasts in killing monsters has increased further, meaning that Bai Zai's mana reserves are now greater, giving him more confidence for the upcoming battle. Although the mission deadline is over 24 days, Lu Zheng wouldn't actually wait until the last day to fight. After all, if any unforeseen circumstances arise, there won't be enough time for others to react, and he must take responsibility for this matter. Lu Zheng has his own principles. He doesn't like trouble and won't cause trouble for others. Finally, the 21st day arrived. Looking at Bai Zai, who had reached level 166, Xiangqi at level 154, and Taotai at level 151, along with the nine-headed phoenix, Kuainyo, and Xiang Lu, Lu Zheng felt it was time. At the 4th transformation level, further upgrades would only allow for a maximum of 1 level increase in 2 days, which wouldn't significantly impact combat power but might lead to unforeseen complications. Now that all 6 divine beasts had reached the 4th transformation stage, their magical power had significantly increased, and the other summoned beasts had also entered a new phase, with overall strength entering a period of slow growth. This was his strongest state within a certain period of time, unless he could summon a few more divine pets. Evil God, I'm coming. In the 8th layer of the Abyss Demon's lair, Lu Zheng took out an item. Abyss Demon Passport. This was dropped when he slew the Flame Demon King. It allows access to the 9th layer of the Abyss Demon Dungeon, which is the true Abyss Plane. Plane dungeons are a special type of dungeon with pioneering significance. If one is strong enough to clear the instance, they can use it to enter other areas of that plane, effectively entering a specific plane. Therefore, such instances are not accessible to everyone and often require special credentials. For example, this Abyss Demon Pass and the Undead Plane Pass that Lu Zheng obtained earlier. Song Shiyu felt at ease knowing that Lu Zheng was causing trouble in the Abyss Demon's lair, as he was aware that the plane dungeon wasn't accessible to just anyone, and assumed Lu Zheng couldn't enter it. In reality, Lu Zheng was qualified to enter, but he simply didn't want to venture into the Abyss Plane. Now, however, he must enter. Before doing so, he must prepare everything, change his equipment, and switch his title. The title currently above his head was Abyss Conqueror, which he had obtained by killing over 10 million Abyss monsters of level 30 or higher in the past few days. Title: Abyss Conqueror. Purple Gold Effect, inflicts an additional 5% spell damage on monsters. Mental plus 1000, Strength plus 1000. While both are purple gold titles, Lu Zheng's Demon Slayer not only deals extra damage to monsters but also to demons, and not just magical damage. However, the Abyss Conqueror provides more base attribute bonuses. So they each have their own merits. It depends on personal preference, and anyway, I have both. Lu Zheng is quite curious about what effect the black gold title would have after killing 100 million enemies. At this moment, he was determined to replace his purple gold title with the black gold title, the God Slayer. A 2000 point boost to mental attributes, a 2000 point boost to physical attributes, and an additional 5% damage output against deities. Needless to say, the ability to deal extra damage to gods alone makes the black gold rating well deserved. Holding the Abyss Demon Pass, Lu Zheng entered the 9th layer of the Abyss Demon's lair. Passing through the flickering black-hued entrance, he was greeted by a vast barren wasteland. The sky was devoid of starlight, and there was no moon in sight. The only source of light was the flickering fireflies floating in the air. But Lu Zheng had no time to marvel at this, as he was surrounded by various abyss demons and abyss monsters. At the front, a gigantic creature over 200 meters tall wielded a fork, striking a flickering golden portal in the void with all its might. Lu Zheng immediately recognized it as the very same opening he had emerged from earlier, the passage connecting the 9th and 8th layers of the Abyss Demon Lair. The creature before him, with a pair of massive goat horns on its head, clad in beast-like scales and armor, and a pair of bat wings on its back, was clearly the so-called demon god Jacob. Evil god, Jacob. Race, Goathorn Demon. Quality, Overlord Tier. Level, LV.405 Demigod. Health, 105 million. Magic Power, 10 million. Strength, 200,000. Agility, 150,000. Spirit, 150,000. Constitution, 200,000. Skills: Demon Roar, Underworld Slaughter, Meteor Strike, Freeze, Death Rage Strike, Demon Touch, Bind, Evil God's Dominion. Passive. Lu Zheng raised his head and stared directly at the colossal deity. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the depths of his soul caused him to feel a fleeting sense of fear. However, the passive effect of the true vision activated immediately, nullifying the mental oppression. Evil God, accept my judgment. Chapter 80, The Glory of the Divine Beast. The Fall of the Divine Being. What? It's already dead. Lu Zhang's battle intent was high, but he had no intention of charging forward to face the demon god one-on-one. It wasn't out of fear. It was simply a matter of respect for his role as a summoner. As a summoner, one should let the summoned beasts fight while providing support from the rear. That is their duty. If he charged forward himself, what would that look like? Therefore, when Lu Zhang noticed the demon god Jacob looking at him, he immediately activated the Voidwalk skill to hide himself. Then he summoned his 6 divine pets. The first to appear was the 166th level Bai Zhe, with a dragoness head and a tigeress body, red hair and horns, and a massive white body over 140 meters tall, emitting a sacred glow. It was like the brightest light in the darkness, illuminating a vast area and drawing the attention of all the demons and monsters from the abyss. Next, the 9-headed serpent Xiang Lu appeared, instantly transforming a vast area of land into a swamp filled with toxic fumes. Even demons within would be corroded, their health steadily depleting. The 9-headed phoenix soared through the sky, resembling a gigantic fireball, turning everything in its path into a sea of flames. Xiangqi and Tao Tai were more brutal. Upon appearing, their bodies grew enormous. One activated the fierce god form, while the other released the heaven and earth form, transforming into colossal beasts over 200 meters tall, unleashing a massacre on the surrounding abyssal demons. The Kuei-no finally emerges, its arrival accompanied by thunder and lightning, dark clouds gathering, making the abyss even more terrifying. The 6 divine beasts were of relatively low rank, having only recently reached the 4th transformation stage, and were even inferior to the lowest ranked abyssal demons surrounding thee. Any single abyssal demon was a being of over 200 levels. However, they carried the aura of divine beings, immediately drawing Jacob's attention. The fleeting figure of Lu Zhang was already forgotten, just an insignificant ant, not worth his notice. Similarly, the numerous divine-grade spirit pets, rare beast pets, and over 1,000 elite beast pets summoned by Lu Zhang afterward also failed to arouse any interest in him. Only the 6 divine pets, with their divine-level aura, not only caught his attention but also prompted him to launch an attack immediately. Especially Bai Zhe, who made him feel an immense threat. Under the effect of Bai Zhe's passive skill, Purification Domain, Jacob lost 5% of his mana points per second. With 10 million mana points, he lost a staggering 50,000 points per second. That's 30 million per minute, and he only had just over 100 million health points in total. At this moment, Lu Zhang quickly activated the newly obtained equipment Divine Demon Ring to weaken it directly. Since he belongs to the demon race, his mental and physical stats were immediately reduced by half. The sensation was akin to having its body hollowed out, with its spirit wilting, causing Jacob to feel extreme discomfort and slow down his movements significantly. With its physical attributes halved, Jacob, who could previously restore 200,000 HP per second, could now only restore 100,000 HP per second. With just the passive effect of Bai Zhe's Purification Domain, he could lose 400,000 HP per second. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang activated the divine artifact Divine Demon Ring in an instant, immediately releasing the magic bridge skill to connect the magical power of the 6 divine pets. After breaking through the 150-level barrier and advancing to the 4th transformation, the attributes of the 6 divine pets were significantly enhanced, with most of them reaching around 1 million points. Among them, Xiangqi, with its evil intent devouring skill, had mental attributes twice that of other divine beasts and 2 million mana points. Therefore, after sharing their magical power, the 6 divine pets' magical power limit reached over 7 million points. Lu Zhang didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately ordered Bai Zhe to perform a full magical power output. He consumed 10,000 points of mana to enhance the judgment power, then channeled all 7 million points of mana into the evil repelling light wave skill. In an instant, it was as if time had frozen. Centered on Bai Zhe, a massive circular light rippled out. The Lucky Aura and Critical Strike Aura doubled the skill's power, dealing a staggering 75 million points of holy magic damage to all demons and monsters within a 1,000-mile radius. This light wave was released. Don't even mention the abyss demons. Even Jacob, who was as powerful as a demigod, had nearly 3/4 of his health drained. It nearly purified a demigod outright. After this ultimate move, all the abyssal demons in the surrounding area were completely wiped out. It's important to note that there were at least 100,000 abyss demons in the area, with the vast majority being over level 250, and even a dozen or so over level 300 Saint-tier beings. All of them were instantly wiped out by this single move. The massive amount of experience points caused Bai Zhe's level to skyrocket from 166 to 178, a 12-level jump. Not only did his mana recover, but it also increased to over 1.5 million. Lu Zhang didn't hesitate and ordered Bai Zhe to activate his skill again. But this time, it wasn't the Demon Bane Light Wave, it was the Holy Light. 150,000 points of mana were instantly depleted, and a blinding white light, resembling divine retribution, descended from the sky, striking Jacob directly on the head. Spell damage, 7.5 million points. Divine power damage, 7.5 million points. The Critical Strike Aura activated, doubling the damage. Total damage reached 45 million. The demigod's defense was extremely strong. The evil repelling light wave dealt 75 million points of damage, but the actual damage inflicted on Jacob was 65 million points, completely nullifying 10 million points of damage. Once again, the final damage dealt was only 35 million points. In total, it dealt 100 million points of damage to Jacob, yet his health bar remained unemptied. At this point, the judgment effect triggers. With only 5 million HP remaining, Jacob was below 10% of his total HP, triggering the golden judgment power, which dealt judgment damage. The 200-meter-tall ram-horned demon didn't even have time to let out a roar before it suddenly exploded. It vanished completely under the golden and milky white light, as if melting away like ice and snow. However, its pitchfork remained behind. Lu Zhang quickly stepped forward and stored it in his inventory. Scanning the area, he realized there was nothing left. Killing a demigod and no treasure chest? Ding! Your summoned beast by Zay has defeated LV.405 Dominator class demon god, Jacob 1. Your summoned beast by Zay has gained 84 million experience points. You have gained 21 million experience points. Ding! You have obtained the item Divine Essence Fragment 5. Ding! LV.405 Overlord class demon god, Jacob has been detected as deceased. You have successfully completed your class change. You have been promoted to Master Class Summoner. Your unique exclusive skill, Summoning Technique, has been upgraded to Master Class Summoning Technique. Ding! A large amount of experience points have been accumulated and partially absorbed. Your level has increased. Current level, LV.150. All attributes have been enhanced. Great. The experience bar is full again. I need to keep advancing. But how did the battle against the deity end so quickly? Just now, it seemed like I instantly defeated a demigod? No, a demigod, over level 400, and that's it? It can't be that the demigod was too weak. There's only one possibility I'm really that strong. Should I just go ahead and start the 4th job change quest? End of this chapter. Chapter 81, checking in. You took out that demon god in one hit? Lu Zhang first used the passage order to return to the 8th layer of the Abyss Demon's lair, then used the return scroll to directly return to the city. He did want to continue slaughtering in the Abyss to level up. But alas, Bai Zai's skill earlier was too powerful, completely clearing the area within 1,000 miles. Not a single monster remained. He could only return first to report that everything was safe and, while he was at it, have the city lift the alert. He had already notified the city before entering the Abyss, as once the boundary between the Abyss and the real world was breached, it wouldn't be as simple as just one demon of semi-god level breaking through. Accompanying them would be a demonic army. Therefore, the moment he entered the Abyss dimension, the city sounded the level 1 alarm as agreed, and the entire Tiannan city entered level 1 alert status. All professionals were required to prepare for battle, even those in non-combat roles had to put down their tools and pick up their weapons. Level 2 alert signified a threat to the very existence of the city. Level 1 alert meant it wasn't just about the city being destroyed, it was the beginning of something far worse. If this first wave couldn't be stopped, it would lead to a catastrophe sweeping across the entire alliance. Xian Yuan Wuji had already arrived, standing atop the city walls, gazing toward the entrance of the Abyss Demon's lair. However, he also glances toward the city from time to time. Lu Zheng either failed and escaped or succeeded and teleported back. Either way, he would return to the teleportation square within the city. If he doesn't appear, he's dead. From the moment he learned that Lu Zheng's 3rd tier quest was to kill a demigod-level demon god, his plan was to help Lu Zheng complete the task. Joking aside, sending a fully transformed 2nd tier professional to slay a god was nothing short of a fairy tale. Although Lu Zheng had demonstrated saint-level combat power during the college entrance exam, Xian Yuan Wuji did not believe that just 2 months had passed and Lu Zheng could already possess the strength to match or even kill a demigod. However, Lu Zheng's mission was a solo mission. Xian Yuan Wuji even tried to persuade Lu Zheng to give up, release the demigod, and let him handle it. But Lu Zheng refused. If the interdimensional portal were destroyed, a massive influx of demonic beings could overwhelm the surface world, and the entire city would suffer because of his actions. He was not a merciful man, but he would not do something that harmed others without benefiting himself. Xian Yuan Wuji even suggested that he enter the abyss himself to slay the demon god and resolve the crisis. Lu Zheng still refused. Because he wanted to try it himself. Having obtained the Bridge of Magic Power skill and possessing 6 4th-tier divine pets, he felt he still had a chance of winning. Compared to the previous 2 times when he had won by walking a tightrope, this time he felt more confident. There was no reason not to give it a try. In his view, the demigod-level demon god, which he considered invincible, didn't even get a chance to move. He was taken down in one fell swoop with a series of divine techniques. The victory was utterly magical, but upon reviewing the battle, he felt his victory was inevitable. Once the magic power gap was closed, with auxiliary buffs and attribute advantages, there was no reason he should have lost. If he had felt that his previous victories in the Abyss Plane were due to luck, upon returning to the city, he realized that his true strength was indeed formidable. He walked with newfound confidence. Upon exiting the teleportation square, he instantly teleported to the city walls. Looking at Lu Zhang who appeared before him, Xian Yuanwuji's expression grew solemn. He first released a shield barrier-like skill to block out the surrounding sounds. Then he asked in a low voice, "How are you? Are you seriously injured?" Lu Zhang waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. I'm not injured." "That's good. Tell me about this demon god's abilities and find its weaknesses. Once it breaks the seal, I can eliminate it quickly," Xian Yuanwuji demanded. Clearly, Lu Zhang had taken less than 5 minutes from entering to returning. Such a short return time made Xian Yuanwuji and everyone else believe that Lu Zhang must have realized he was no match for the enemy and had hurried back. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang realized he had been misunderstood and immediately laughed. "The demon god has already been killed. The mission is complete. I've leveled up and can now lift the alert status." As he spoke, he put away the dark mask equipment and removed the level concealment. Seeing Lu Zhang's level change from 100 to 150, Xian Yuanwuji was stunned. There was no doubt that Lu Zhang had completed the mission, successfully advanced in class, and been directly boosted to the maximum level of the 3rd class by the accumulated massive experience points, allowing him to accept the 4th class mission. But how was that possible? A demigod of the same level as him had only been inside for less than 5 minutes. "Did you just take out that demon god?" Xian Yuanwuji asked in a slightly flustered tone. Lu Zhang hurriedly waved his hands and said, No, I used a lot of skills. It wasn't a one-hit kill. It had over 100 million HP. Its health was too thick. It was just that the preparation time was insufficient. If he hadn't faced the demon god head-on from the start, allowing it time to share the mana of all its rare summoned beasts and divine great spirit pets, taking down this demon god Jacob in one move wouldn't have been impossible. "So, you used a combo to kill a demon god?" Xian Yuanwuji still found it hard to believe. Lu Zhang whispered, "You know, I have a 3rd divine pet. That pet has a sacred attribute, which is naturally effective against abyssal demons. Combined with some support abilities, I didn't expect that a single skill set would take it down so easily. I was pretty surprised myself. The way you say it, it sounds like you accidentally killed a demon god." Xian Yuanwuji said seriously, "Young man, I think you're ready to take on the honorable mission of defending the Great Xia Empire." "I can't. No way. It's not suitable." Lu Zhang refused outright 3 times in a row. "My combat power is only slightly effective against demons. Besides, this was just a demon god who had just reached level 400. If it had been any stronger, I wouldn't have been able to kill it so quickly. If you can't kill it that quickly, it's still killable. You brat, I'll give you another 6 months of freedom. After that, you'll have to help me out." Xian Yuanwuji seized the loophole in Lu Zhang's words and whispered to him. "Alright, 6 months it is. After 6 months, I'll help you out, but don't think you can just dump everything on me then," Lu Zhang said helplessly. Regardless, Xian Yuanwuji had come to back him up this time. Moreover, the blessing ring had played a significant role in their victory. With this favor owed to him, Lu Zhang couldn't refuse. Moreover, killing a demigod-level existence granted an enormous amount of experience points. Since he had such ability, he had to make good use of it. Not far away, as they watched Lu Zhang and Xian Yuanwuji whispering to each other, the high-ranking officials of Tiannan City exchanged glances, unsure whether they should interrupt to ask questions. Ultimately, it was Deputy City Lord He Lian Dongfang who approached. She was the close friend of Lu Zhang's master, Fu Sangli, and also the grandmother of Ji Ziruo. She broke through the soundproof barrier and asked, "War God, Lu Zhang, how is the situation now? How much longer before the demon god breaks the seal?" Xian Yuanwuji glanced at Lu Zhang and smiled, saying, "Lift the alert. Lu Zhang, the mission is complete." Chapter 82, Arranged Marriage, right? The High Priest of Spider Island. Xian Yuanwuji's voice was loud, and without a barrier, many people heard it. He Lian Dongfang stared blankly at Lu Zhang and asked urgently, "The mission is complete? You killed the demon god? So quickly? You killed him?" Lu Zhang nodded. He suddenly felt he had been too hasty. Should he have stayed in the demon's lair for a while longer? Coming out so quickly seemed a bit too flashy. But then he thought, shouldn't he be flashy? In the Great Xia Alliance, who would allow him to be low-key? Yes, Jacob is dead. The alert can be lifted. Ha ha. Great. I'll go tell the entire city the good news right away. The city lord, Yuan Tong, was the first to react, overjoyed like a child. He Lian Dongfang, who had just snapped out of it, looked at Lu Zhang with an intense gaze, grabbed his arm, and smiled. "Old Fu praised you to the heavens. My granddaughter also said you're the most amazing guy. It seems they didn't choose the wrong person. Child, your relationship with our family's row is approved. I'll handle her parents." "Wait, what? What are you talking about? What's going on between me and your daughter? I just finished my job transfer task and now you're already arranging a marriage for me? Grandma, I'm just friends with Ji Ziruo. You've misunderstood. Lu Zhang isn't exactly averse to girls. On one hand, he's currently focused on leveling up, and on the other, he needs to maintain his official single status to continue flirting with other girls, right? Nothing else. He also wanted to wait until he was stronger before finding a young and beautiful girl. In response to Lu Zhang's rebuttal, Lian Dongfang didn't get angry. Instead, she continued to smile and said, "Alright, just ordinary friends. But if you two decide to take things further, Grandma will support you." Lu Zhang was speechless and quickly found an excuse to leave. "Grandma, I need to talk to Zhu Xingshou about something. I'll go first." Without waiting for a response, he ignored proper etiquette and teleported away. Watching Lu Zhang disappear, Lian Dongfang muttered to herself, "This boy has a bright future. Ro has good taste. She must seize this opportunity." With her competitive nature, if she meets someone like him, other boys might not stand a chance. If she can't get Lu Zhang, the poor girl will end up alone for the rest of her life. No, I must go find her and have a word with her. The alert was lifted, and the entire city erupted in celebration. Though they didn't know the truth that a demigod had led 10,000 demons to descend, they knew that a great danger had emerged. And now, the danger has passed. Surviving a catastrophe is always worth celebrating. As the city celebrated, Lu Zhang arrived at an empty place and first took out Jacob's weapon to examine it. Equipment: Abyss Demon Trident. Quality: God tier purple radiance 5-star. Equipment requirements: strength value greater than 100,000 and constitution value greater than 100,000. Skill: Abyss Rage. Durability: permanent. Skill: Abyss Rage. Effect: imbues weapons and the user with abyssal magic, granting magical damage to attacks, increasing magical power, and enhancing defense and other attributes. This is also a divine grade equipment, but unfortunately, something so large is unusable by Lu Zhang. It could be given to Qiongqi or Tao Tai instead. Adding another weapon should at least slightly boost combat power. At least using a weapon to counterattacks is safer than relying on one's bare body. He put it away and returned to school. He had just contacted Zhu Chengfang to inform her about obtaining another divine fragment and requested her to craft another divine equipment piece for him. Upon hearing about Lu Zhang's defeat of a demigod, Zhu Chengfang immediately promised to reforge his equipment without delay. Originally, Lu Zhang, who openly possessed 2 divine pets, was already an unshakable figure. Now that he had the strength to slay a demigod, he naturally couldn't be treated lightly. Moments later, the two met in a private room at a tea house. This time, Lu Zhang did not ask Zhu Chengfang to craft the equipment as she saw fit. Instead, he took out an item. This is the Ancient Summoning Luck Bracelet, an item specifically designed to increase the probability of obtaining high-quality spirit pets. It is not a piece of equipment. I have 5 Divine Essence shards here. I hope to use them to enhance this item and transform it into a piece of equipment to assist my summoner profession. For Lu Zhang, the most critical issue was the quality of the summoned beasts. Although he currently possessed 6 divine pets and 10 celestial pets, this still left him far from satisfied. The 3rd tier quest requires defeating a demigod, and who knows how difficult the 4th tier quest will be. He must prepare more thoroughly. While upgrading the levels of divine pets is one thing, leveling up inevitably takes time. The most direct way to boost combat power is to obtain more divine pets. If all else fails, obtaining dozens of divine pets would also be acceptable. Zhu Chengfang glanced at his wristband and then at the 5 divine essence fragments, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Such a request is beyond my capabilities alone, but I can gather more people." "You shouldn't be in a hurry, right? Once we have a plan, I'll let you know." Lu Zhang nodded. "Then I'll leave it to you, senior." "Ha ha. No problem. You saved so many people by slaying the demon god. This is the least we can do to help." Zhu Chengfang and Lu Zhang confirmed the approximate time for their next communication, then hurried off to find reinforcements. Divine essence fragments were something they had definitely seen and handled before. Xian Yuan Wuji had likely killed quite a few demigod monsters, but not an overwhelming number. After all, demigods were beings that had transcended mortal existence and were on an entirely different plane. Therefore, while these master smiths had experience crafting divine grade equipment, their expertise was limited. With multiple people working together, the chances of helping Lu Zhang upgrade the equipment would be slightly higher. After arranging this matter, Lu Zhang returned to the Abyss Demon's lair to investigate. Sure enough, as he had suspected, the dungeon had encountered issues. Due to his recent large-scale slaughter and the thorough cleansing of the 9th layer of the Abyss dungeon, the monsters in the dungeon instance couldn't respawn in sufficient numbers in a short time, making it impossible for him to continue leveling up quickly there. He needed to find a new same-tier dungeon, preferably one where all monsters were at least level 250. After leaving the Abyss Demon's lair, Lu Zhang took out his tablet to check. Currently, his permissions were at the highest level, allowing him to access information on all dungeons. Within the vicinity of Jinan University, or more broadly, the entire Tiannan County, there were only 2 same-tier dungeons. The first was the Abyss Demon's lair, and the other was the Spider God Island dungeon. Spider God Island, the name alone suggested it was related to a divine being. The core of Spider God Island was the Spider God Temple, a planar dungeon similar to the 9th layer of the Abyss Demon's lair. While the 9th layer of the Abyss Demon's lair has been explored before, the Spider God's Temple has never been breached. This is because entering the temple requires defeating a boss, the Spider God High Priest, a 450-level demigod tier monster. Fortunately, this High Priest has always remained within Spider God Island and cannot leave the dungeon. Spider God Island is teeming with monsters, making it an ideal training ground for Liu Zhang. However, he has no intention of going there and instead plans to embark on a distant journey. Chapter 83. Did I cause a volcanic eruption that disrupted your dungeon raid? Through this battle in the Abyss dungeon, Liu Zhang gained an important insight. Different divine pets require different dungeons tailored to their unique characteristics to level up quickly. Divine pets like Baizhe and Xiongqi are suited for dungeons like the Abyss Demon's Lair or Spider God Island, which are filled with monsters. The former excel at overcoming environmental challenges and dealing greater damage. The latter can utilize the environment to create more output. While the conditions for countering are hard to match, conditions that can be exploited are not impossible to find. For example, the nine-headed phoenix can go to a volcano, while the Kuei Nyo needs a thunder-filled location. Liu Zhang plans to head to the volcano next to the Yendi University, the active volcano known as the Eye of the Fire God. His connection to the Fire God runs deep. He already bears the mark of the Fire God Laban, which could trigger danger at any moment. However, during this time, he learned that the Fire God is not the only one. Flame God Lab Ban, whose full title is Lab Ban, the lower-ranked god of flames under the Flame Prayer, is merely one of the many flame gods subordinate to the Flame God Pantheon. The entire world is not limited to the Fire God Island as the only realm belonging to the Fire Gods. Of course, regardless of the circumstances, Liu Zhang has been cursed by a lower-ranked true god. This is an undeniable fact. At least the Fire Gods I was not under Laban's jurisdiction. It belonged to a fire god named Cardus, whose divine rank was higher than Laban's. According to the divine information provided by the Great Xia Empire, Kartu was a mid-tier god. Therefore, Laban's influence likely does not extend to Kartu, but the curse itself will certainly take effect, as it targets all fire-based creatures. As a mid-tier god, Kartu would not concern himself with the changes of monsters in the lower realms. Liu Zhang's current status makes traveling to the city of the Flame Emperor relatively straightforward. He can simply make a call to notify them beforehand and then use the teleportation array to arrive directly. After a single transfer, he will arrive. The entire journey takes only 5 minutes. Upon arriving at the Flaming Emperor city, Liu Zhang did not linger. He immediately teleported directly to the location of the volcano. A few minutes later, the volcano was right before his eyes. Suddenly, a man and a woman flew toward him from a short distance away. The woman asked, "Brother, this dungeon has been reserved by our Fire Spirit Pavilion Guild today. Please go elsewhere to level up. The Fire Gods Eye contains abundant energy, and 3 dungeons have merged here: the Flame Mountain Dungeon, the Fire Forest Dungeon, and the Lava Lake Dungeon. These 3 dungeons produce a large amount of materials crucial for fire mages, and occasionally drop special skill books and class change books. Additionally, most of the monsters here have high health and defense, and can even restore their own health, making them extremely difficult to defeat. Such dungeons, which are unfavorable for individual leveling, typically operate under an outsourcing system, where a guild or other group pays a lump sum to secure exclusive access to the dungeon. This payment is then handed over to the city lord for use in fortifying the city's defenses. The Fire Spirit Pavilion Guild, with its deep pockets, not only secured all 3 surrounding dungeons but also rented them out for an entire month. Rumor has it that the guild master of the Fire Spirit Pavilion received some information suggesting that within a month, one of these 3 dungeons might yield an extraordinary treasure. Currently, it is only the 12th day of the rental period. Liu Zhang smiled and said, "I'm not going to the dungeon. I'm heading to the volcano. By the way, will triggering a volcanic eruption interfere with your dungeon reservation?" The man burst out laughing upon hearing this. "Brother, don't joke around. Although this is an active volcano, eruptions have cycles. Without enough accumulated energy, how could it erupt?" Liu Zhang nodded slightly upon hearing this, without refuting it. "I'm leaving." With that, he vanished on the spot. The 2 men stared at the spot where Liu Zhang had vanished, momentarily stunned. "What's going on? Is that an invisibility skill?" the man asked. "Could he be a super-powered individual?" the woman speculated. The man thought of something and looked toward the direction of the volcano. "Let's see if the volcano erupts or not." Saying this, the 2 returned to the guild group and reported the incident to the deputy leader of the expedition, Sun Tianwei. Upon hearing their description of the man wearing a black mask with a blurry face, Sun Tianwei thought of something. He took out his tablet, opened a video, and showed it to the 2. "Is this the mask?" "Yes, that's it. The face keeps changing, and we can't tell its rank," the woman said. Sun Tianwei exclaimed excitedly, "He's here. He actually came here. Uncle San said he would definitely come, but I didn't expect it to be today." These words left the 2 people across from him completely confused. Sun Tianwei paid no attention to them. Thinking of something, he immediately ordered, "Send the message out, no matter what happens, everyone stop fighting, stay away from the Fire Goddess Eye, and wait for my further instructions." After saying that, he immediately flew toward the Eye of the Fire God. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang used the Void Walk skill to enter the volcano and saw the churning magma inside. It seemed that the eruption had not yet begun. However, Lu Zhang needed to make it more active so that the nine-headed phoenix could absorb the maximum amount of energy. After a moment's thought, he summoned the Flame Demon. At this point, the summoned beast, the Flame Demon, had already been upgraded to a 3-star divine grade quality, level 145, and was quite well adapted to the volcanic environment. After reaching the divine grade quality, it had mastered all the skills of the former Flame Demon King. The nine-headed phoenix positioned itself directly below the volcanic crater, transforming into the Bath of Flames Phoenix, then had the Flame Demon activate the skill Earth's Wrath. This skill essentially harnesses the eruption of underground magma to unleash a flame spray, leveraging the power of the earth to create a powerful attack with minimal mana expenditure. The only drawback is that the attack is relatively easy to dodge, so it typically needs to be used in conjunction with the control skill Dark Prison. However, with no enemies present and no target to attack, the goal was to completely detonate the magma inside. Lu Zhang imbued it with 10 mana springs and simultaneously created a mana bridge linking the Flame Demon and the nine-headed phoenix's bodies. In the next instant, surging flames erupted, and violent energy burst forth from the volcanic crater. Sun Tianwei, who had just arrived, was startled and quickly flew higher and farther away, gazing into the crater. Sure enough, he saw what he had anticipated. A nine-headed monster bird. Lu Zhang has indeed arrived. Now I can finally see my idol in person, though I wonder where he is. Sun Tianwei exclaimed excitedly. After witnessing Lu Zhang slay the Flame Demon King, he had already regarded him as his idol. That nine-headed phoenix was truly too cool a divine pet, and a fire-type one at that, making him utterly obsessed. Earlier, Sun Jinhu had failed to recruit Lu Zhang, but upon returning, he said that Lu Zhang would eventually come here because this place had the largest active volcano. Sun Tianwei believed those words, and never expected them to come true so quickly. He had witnessed the legendary fire attribute divine pet with his own eyes. It truly lived up to its name and was absolutely stunning. End of this chapter. Chapter 84, Thunder Hell? This is clearly a thunder bath. Please keep reading. In the Bath of Fire state, all flames and death energy were devoured and converted into experience points. The violent volcanic eruption erupted, but the flame energy was not wasted. The dust and stones expelled quickly cooled down, and the flame energy was all channeled back. The experience points of the nine-headed phoenix began to rise rapidly. At this rate, gaining 1 or 2 levels in a day isn't a problem. In that case, leaving it here to grind and train would be ideal. Once the speed slows down too much and can't keep up with killing monsters to level up, we can recall it. Suddenly, Lu Zhang noticed Sun Tianwei outside. Brother, what's up? Seeing Lu Zhang suddenly appear before him, Sun Tianwei exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap! Lu Xun, you're alive. Lu Zhang was speechless, removed his mask, and looked at him. Sun Tianwei gave a nervous laugh. At nearly 30 years old, he now looked like a helpless child. Sorry, I got too excited. You're my fan, no, you're my idol. No, wait. Alright, I get it. No need to say more. Do you want me to sign something for you? Having a fan made Lu Zhang pretty happy. He knew he actually had quite a few fans. After all, someone as talented as him was one of a kind and deserved admiration and worship. Ah. Really? But I didn't bring a pen or paper. Wait, I've got this. Sun Tianwei was overjoyed. After a flurry of activity, he pulled out a dagger and a set of armor, clearly intending for Lu Zhang to engrave something on the armor. Lu Zhang took out his own short sword, Dragon's Breath, and smiled, saying, "Mine is better." As he spoke, he casually carved a few words. Protect the flaming summer. Never forget our original aspirations. Now that his status had changed, and considering that his future status might be even higher, he needed to be careful with his words to avoid being mocked. Upon seeing these 8 characters, Sun Tianwei immediately treasured them as if they were priceless. Rest assured, I will keep them close to my heart. These are now my family heirlooms. Lu Zhang nodded, then looked toward the volcano and said, My divine pet, the nine-headed phoenix, will be cultivating inside for a while. You need not worry, all the flame energy will be under its control and will not affect the outer dungeon. Until we meet again. Before he finished speaking, Lu Zhang had already vanished. Sun Tianwei hugged the armor and glanced once more at the silhouette of the nine-headed phoenix within the volcano, certain he hadn't been dreaming. Instantly, he rushed down to boast to the other team members. Lu Zhang didn't linger in Yandi City for long but turned toward his next destination. When it came to the strongest single-target attack power among divine pets, it wasn't the Taotie or the Qiangqi, but the Kuei-Niu, the divine beast that wielded thunder. However, while its spells were powerful, they consumed a great deal of energy, and there had been no need to deploy it in previous battles. Now that the magic power bridge was available, its flexibility was still somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, as a powerful weapon, it still holds significant potential for cultivation. Once its level is sufficiently high, the concerns mentioned earlier will no longer be an issue. To quickly enhance its strength, one simply needs to find a location where thunderstorms occur continuously. This is because thunder energy can be converted into both experience points and magical power, and there is no issue of consumption in such environments. Such places do exist, and there are several of them. However, without exception, they are all extremely dangerous dungeons. Dungeons are categorized by the level of the adventurer, ranging from low-level dungeons, medium-level dungeons, high-level dungeons, master-level dungeons, grandmaster-level dungeons, and saint-level dungeons. Saint-level dungeons are the highest-tier dungeons, but they are further divided into ordinary saint-level dungeons and saint-level dimensional dungeons. The latter are dungeons like the 9th layer of the abyss, which lead to another plane of existence. Access to such dungeons requires a pass. Lu Zhang chose a holy tier dungeon named Thunder Hell for this expedition. Its core area contains a location called the Thunderstorm Cavern, which serves as the entrance to the holy tier plane dungeon Penance Thunder Prison. Based on items obtained from the Thunder Hell dungeon by previous adventurers that can provide feedback, it is highly likely that the Punishment Thunder Prison is the domain of a high-ranking god named Somo. In any case, that place is extremely dangerous, and no one has obtained the credentials to access Punishment Thunder Prison yet. The Thunder Hell dungeon is located beside the western city of Emoli City. This city is not a main city but a secondary military outpost, so there are no direct teleportation arrays, requiring some detours. Fortunately, Lu Zhang can stay awake indefinitely without feeling mentally fatigued. As his low-level summoned beasts continue to level up, his mental stats occasionally increase, so he not only avoids mental fatigue but actually feels more alert. As long as he has no desire to sleep, he has no such need. Sleeping, for the current Lu Zhang, is a pure pleasure, not a necessity for the body. When he arrived at the Thunder Hell dungeon, it was around 9 p.m. Despite the late hour, there were still some high-level players actively killing monsters and leveling up within the dungeon. Nighttime monsters roam in large numbers, and although the war preparation city is within a safe zone, it is close to the defensive border, so the appearance of wild monsters is normal. If it weren't for the fact that each level up required an enormous amount of experience points, no one would be so competitive. As a slave master who had over 1,000 summoned beasts working for him to earn experience points, Lu Zhang had no right to criticize others. He headed straight for the depths of the dungeon. The entire Thunder Hell dungeon looked extremely eerie, but there was no magic energy or other negative energy inside. It was simply shrouded in thick thunderclouds, making it pitch black. Moreover, the entire ground had been reduced to a barren wasteland due to the relentless thunderous bombardment. Lightning bolts constantly fell from the sky, and from the underground pits emerged monsters adorned with lightning, their appearances quite grotesque. Within the Thunder Hell dungeon, monsters spawn randomly in any location, including right beneath your feet, so constant vigilance is essential. These monsters, collectively referred to as thunder beasts, vary greatly in appearance. Some resemble tigers and leopards, while others resemble birds and fish. However, they share two common traits: they are ferocious and aggressive, and their attack power is extremely powerful. Thunder is the most powerful of all attributes in terms of attack power. All adventurers here proceed with caution, keeping their defenses up at all times. Not only must they guard against the thunder beast's sudden attacks, but they must also avoid being struck by the sudden lightning strikes from the sky. But Lu Zhang has no defense at all. He doesn't use any skills, relying solely on his two passive abilities, Magic Annihilation and Thunder Domain, to stand invincible. The former ensures that any spell damage does not exceed his current maximum mana pool of 1.1 million points, rendering it harmless. The latter converts any thunder-based attacks not only into no damage but also into his own mana, and even into experience points. The heavenly thunderbolts fell, causing no damage at all. Instead, they made him stronger and stronger. This is called the Thunder Hell? This is clearly a heavenly thunder bath. One word: exhilarating. Finally, he arrived at the outskirts of the Thunderstorm Cavern, the core area of the Thunder Hell. Chapter 85, Thunder Prison Punishment Decree. Thunder God's Legacy. Have the gods already fallen? The core zone of the Thunder Hell differs from the outer regions primarily in that there are trees here. A special type of tree known as lightning-struck ironwood. The average height of the lightning-struck ironwood tree is around 400 meters, making it extremely tall, but it is not very thick, with a diameter of just over 5 meters. This is vastly disproportionate to its height. This proportion is akin to a 2-meter-tall person having a finger as thick as the tree's trunk. However, this lightning-struck ironwood is widespread in areas where thunderstorms are most intense. All things in nature are interconnected and interdependent. While the lightning-struck ironwood is not invincible, it can redirect and disperse the power of lightning into the ground, preventing damage to itself while absorbing a portion of the lightning's energy to strengthen itself. Many thunder mages use thunderstruck ironwood as the primary material for their staffs. However, this material is only found in the core areas of dungeons like the Thunder Hell, where monsters of 5 transformation or even saint level and above roam. The thunder beasts in the core zones are generally over level 250, making these monsters ideal for the Kueino to level up against. Of course, Lu Zhang came here to have the Qinyo struck by lightning, not to have it kill monsters. But that doesn't matter. Working on two fronts simultaneously might even allow it to level up faster than the 9-headed phoenix. Lu Zhang had already released the Kueino after confirming there was no one around. As the divine beast that controls thunder, its appearance caused thunderous energy to surge toward it from all directions. Thunderbolts as thick as 4 or 5 meters fell relentlessly onto its body. Then, Lu Zhang noticed that the creature's experience points began to rise rapidly. Seeing this, Lu Zhang slapped his forehead. I'm too late. Exactly. If he had deployed the Qilin to this location earlier, there would have been no need to tire himself out chasing monsters. With such colossal energy and experience points growing this rapidly, leveling up twice a day would be considered slow. If we add the experience points gained from killing nearby monsters, maintaining a 3-level increase per day would likely be achievable. This bull could surpass the 9 immortal phoenixes in a few days, and even directly surpass Bai Zai. Bai Zai is too limited. It can only target demonic and evil creatures. Against other monsters without these two attribute biases, its damage is limited, and it might even heal the monsters. Previously, Lu Zhang had always relied on the Taodia, but now he feels that the success of the previous case is worth emulating. He needs to cultivate a high magic burst divine pet, starting with large area, high damage magic skills to clear the field. Regardless of other factors, gaining a large amount of experience points can not only restore mana but also slightly increase combat power. As he thought this, Lu Zhang suddenly sensed a strong energy fluctuation. He immediately used the Void Walk skill to teleport nearby. He found a professional fighter engaged in battle with a 400-level monster. At level 400, it was still within the holy tier range. To surpass level 400 and enter the semi-divine tier, one's power had yet to undergo a transformation. Therefore, the holy tier professional battling it was not suppressed by the higher tier divine energy. On the other hand, this 393-level saint tier professional's attack skills were enhanced with divine power damage attributes. This made sense. Xian Yuan Wuji obtained divine fragment shards by slaying a demigod, and he definitely plans to distribute some to his subordinates to grant them an additional overwhelming advantage, thereby accelerating their leveling speed. That guy has always been eager for someone to take over so he can retire. Before Lu Zhang, this prodigy, appeared, he had already identified some candidates, nurturing them extensively to ensure they could take his place sooner. However, now that Lu Zhang has arrived, he clearly believes that the others are unreliable and has placed all his hopes on Lu Zhang. This 400-level monster is extremely powerful, and it's not a lightning beast. Monster, Thunder Prison Guardian Quality, Dominator Class. Level, LV.400. Health, 1,240,000 25 million. Magic, 840,000 5 million. Strength, 80,000. Agility, 60,000. Spirit, 100,000. Constitution, 70,000. The Thunder Prison Guard is extremely powerful, but it is now on the brink of defeat. The person who is about to kill it is someone Lu Zhang recognizes. This individual wore purple leather armor and wielded a gun nearly as tall as himself. He was Wu Tuahai, the legendary Thunder Magic Cannon Master who had set the record for the second phase of the Alliance-wide professional exam before Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang did not intervene, watching as he defeated the monster before revealing himself. Student Lu Zhang, I greet you, senior. He remained as humble as ever. Upon hearing this, Wu Tuahai turned to look, and upon realizing it was indeed Lu Zhang, he couldn't help but laugh. It's really you. How strange that you're here. Could it be that your third divine pet is thunder attributed? Lu Zhang was surprised. How did you know I have a third divine pet? Wu Tuahai laughed and said, do you think everyone is stupid? You've been hiding it all this time, not even showing one divine pet. Given your cautious nature, if you didn't have a third divine pet, why would you release 2? Hearing this, Lu Zhang gave an awkward smile, effectively admitting that he had 3 divine pets. Anyway, he had 6 divine pets, so being guessed to have 3 wasn't a big deal. You've come at the perfect time. I've been wanting to kill this Thunder Prison Guardian for a long time. Today, I finally killed it and dropped a purple Radiance treasure chest. Let me see what's inside. Wu Tuahai said as he opened the purple Radiance treasure chest on the ground. Inside were 3 items, a skill book called Thunder Prison Chains, a gem named Heavenly Thunder Eye, and a token. Item, Thunder Prison Punishment Order. Effect, holding this token allows you to pass through the Thunderstorm Cavern and enter the Punishment Thunder Prison Dimension instance to undergo the inheritance trial of the higher god Thunder Punishment God Somu. Divine Succession Trial. Upon seeing the token's effect, Wu Tuahai and Lu Zhang both looked surprised, and Wu Tuahai's expression grew serious. Lu Zhang couldn't help but ask, Senior, is there a problem? Wu Tuahai glanced at Lu Zhang but did not answer immediately. After a moment of thought, he spoke. Earlier, the Shen Yuan war god mentioned something to us older veterans whose strength is still decent. The gods may have already perished. Lu Zhang immediately denied it, saying, that's impossible. I killed the projection of the fire god Lab Ban, and he holds a grudge against me, casting a curse on me. Wu Tuahai shook his head and said. Xian Yuan Zhanshan said that the vast majority of gods have likely perished, with only a small number still alive, and some having had their divine seats stolen. After being killed, demons and evil gods will revive, while true gods require someone to inherit their divine seats. In recent years, the number of evil gods has increased, and the Xian Yuan war god sensed that the world was becoming unstable. Therefore, he has been urging us to hurry up and level up, lest he be overwhelmed one day and unable to protect all directions, leading to destruction and slaughter by evil gods. Lu Zhang was stunned upon hearing this. Shen Yuan Wuji, that old man, wasn't he urging me to cultivate quickly so he could retire early and find a young, beautiful woman? It turns out the truth behind it all was demon god invasion. Chapter 86, I am the Lord of all gods. The heavens are bestowing experience points upon me. So, Shen Yuan Wuji had deliberately said that to avoid putting pressure on himself. Thinking of this, Lu Zheng couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. This war god of Yanxia truly bears too much pressure, yet he had dared to think so highly of him. Half a year, no wonder he was so eager to share some of the burden after learning he could slay a demigod. He wasn't trying to shirk his responsibilities, he was worried that he might not be able to protect such a vast homeland on his own. Lu Zheng felt a weight on his heart. He suddenly thought of the Spider God Island dungeon. He was now almost certain that there must be a demon god lurking within. That entity must be seeking a way to break the seal and descend into this realm, just like Jacob. And since the high priestess strength was already at the demigod level, the evil god behind the scenes must be a true god level existence. Senior, I suggest you wait until you reach demigod level before entering the inheritance trial. The Thunder Prison Guard is already at level 400, and the trials inside should start at demigod level. Now is definitely not the best time to go in for the trial. Upon hearing Lu Zheng's words, Wu Tuahai laughed. Don't worry, I'm not some impulsive youngster. I wouldn't risk my life. However, the Thunder Prison Guard should be able to respawn, and there's a high chance you can obtain a Thunder Prison Punishment Order. You can try participating in the assessment then. Lu Zheng nodded. I'll consider this matter later. However, since there's a Thunder God assessment, there must also be other divine beings' inheritance assessments, not limited to this one location. It seems we need to explore more of these types of dungeons and gather more information. Wu Tuahai said satisfactorily, very good, you've thought this through. I'll discuss this with Xin Yuan Zhanshun. Before that, let me take a look at your thunder-attributed divine pet. A legendary divine pet, a summoned beast with the essence of a deity, and one with thunder attributes. Wu Tuahai was extremely curious. No problem, I'll bring it over right away. Lu Zhang issued the command, and the Qilin immediately flew toward them. Indeed, it was flying. Its massive size made running cumbersome, but by harnessing the power of thunder, its body could move as swiftly as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was already within arm's reach. Wu Tuahai looked at the colossal beast before him, over 200 meters tall, with one foot standing in a thunderstorm, its entire body shimmering with lightning, and exclaimed in awe, what overwhelming pressure! Despite being only at the 4th transformation stage, its pressure is no weaker than mine, and even slightly stronger. It's like a true god who controls thunder. What kind of divine pet is this? Does it have a name? Kue Nyo. This divine pet is called Kue Nyo. It doesn't have a specific name. Lu Zhang replied. Among the many summoned beasts, only the three-tailed spirit fox that could transform into a little girl had its own name. The others were referred to by their species names. Otherwise, the random names would be too confusing. Wu Tuahai smiled and said, alright. That's a good name. Are you here to have it stay and absorb the power of thunder? Yes, there's no distance restriction between my summoned beast and me, so I'll leave it here to grow stronger. I also went to the Fire God's Eye and arranged for the 9-headed phoenix to stay there. Lu Zhang's response didn't surprise Wu Tuahai. You're quite different from other summoners. I sense that your base attributes aren't any worse than mine. You're a real oddball. Alright, I've completed my goal for today. I'll be heading back. Stay safe. Watching Wu Tuahai leave, Lu Zhang continued to ponder the matter of the divine position succession examination. Should he really seek out a divine seat to participate in the assessment? Better not. What kind of divine position would suit him? He was a man who controlled numerous divine pets, which meant he was the ruler of all gods. A mere divine title was beneath his notice. However, Lu Zhang did not leave. Instead, he planned to wait here for the Thunder Prison Guards to revive and obtain a Thunder Prison Punishment Order. He could do without the divine position, but he couldn't afford to lose the qualification to claim it. Mainly, he also wanted that skill book. That skill book was a divine technique. If he could master it, combined with his current passive skill, Thunder Domain, it could unleash even greater power. 3 days later, the Thunder Prison Guard reappeared. Lu Zhang instantly defeated them, obtaining the Purple Radiance treasure chest. Sure enough, 3 identical items appeared before his eyes. Item, Heavenly Thunder Eye. Effect, used to craft thunder equipment, can influence the weather and summon thunderbolts. Skill book, Thunder Prison Chain. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10,000 mana to create a Thunder Prison Chain, which can be used for binding or attacking targets. Attacks deal a minimum of 20,000 physical damage and 50,000 thunder magic damage. Multiple chains have a stacking effect. Prerequisites, Thunder Mage specialization or mental strength greater than 10,000 points. Learn the skill. Learning complete. With a flick of his mind, a chain descended from mid-air, and this was only the beginning. As Lu Zhang continued his experiment, more chains fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, 8 chains from 8 different directions formed a complete enclosure. He had the tout yeah give it a try. He discovered that even using the lowest mana consumption, just 10,000 mana points to construct the chains once bound, breaking free by brute force alone would require at least 80,000 points of strength. The composition of these thunder chains clearly differs significantly from ordinary skills. Moreover, once bound by the chains, they conducted thunderous energy, continuously stunning and electrocuting the target, rendering them unable to focus on channeling mana to cast spells or move their body. It possesses both the ability to restrict movement and interrupt spellcasting. As expected, this skill is indeed as versatile as Lu Zhang had anticipated. However, what truly caught Lu Zhang's attention was not its use against enemies, but the possibility of applying the chains to himself. These chains form from the sky, essentially serving as a conduit for the power of heaven and earth. The chains formed from heavenly thunder require only a small amount of Lu Zhang's mana as a catalyst. The energy contained within was incredibly abundant. When Lu Zhang imbued the chains onto his own body, an endless stream of thunderous energy surged into his body. Due to the effect of the thunder domain, this chaotic thunder energy not only failed to harm Lu Zhang but continuously provided him with experience points. It could also provide magical energy, but it replenished instantly, so it was converted into experience points. The thunder prison chains would remain as long as they were not broken. The power of the heavenly thunder continuously flows into him, effectively providing him with endless experience points for leveling up, truly a way to level up while lying down. The only drawback is that the thunder prison chains cannot move with him. To level up while lying down, he must choose a fixed position and remain stationary. This skill can be used in combat, not only restoring mana and continuously leveling up, but also serving as a defensive measure. This is truly a 3-in-1 technique, an absolute divine skill. It was worth waiting here for 3 days. It's time to return. Spider God Island, he must give it a try. End of this chapter. Chapter 87, is this fog poisonous? I guess I'll have to taste it and see. Please keep reading. Spider God Island got its name because the entrance to this dungeon is located on an island in the middle of a lake. The island isn't very large, and there are no monsters on it, so a small town was built there to accommodate adventurers who come to Spider God Island to grind monsters and level up. The Spider God Island dungeon space, however, is an extremely vast area. The Abyss Cavern alone is already vast, with each layer covering an area equivalent to that of an ordinary city. While Spider God Island doesn't match the combined total area of the 8 layers of the Abyss, it is still as large as 4 layers of the Abyss combined. Moreover, the monsters here are much more densely populated. This is because they do not have a particularly strict territorial hierarchy system, though they generally follow the rule that monsters become stronger the closer they are to the Spider God's temple. However, even in the deepest layers, there are monsters of over 10 levels. All the monsters are spider-like creatures. Upon entering the dungeon, one is greeted by a sea of spiders and webs as far as the eye can see. The crevices of the mountains and the spaces between trees are all shrouded in spider webs. Additionally, many areas are shrouded in toxic mist of various colors. The vibrant colors create a bizarre and terrifying scene. Adventurers venturing into the Spider God's Island must bring plenty of antidotes and a priest with the ability to remove negative status effects. Poison attribute damage is classified as magical damage. Lu Zhang, who possesses the passive skill Magic Nullification, completely ignores this type of damage. Seeing the countless spiders and the toxic mist filling the air, he didn't show any signs of disgust. Instead, he seemed quite excited. This place is perfect for Xiang Lu to level up. Xiang Lu is a water-type poison attribute divine pet. In this environment, its growth rate will definitely skyrocket. Its 2 skills, when used here, are practically in its element. Skill, 10,000 Poisons Demon Body Passive. Effect, within a certain range, absorbs all poison attribute damage and converts it into mana or experience points. The area is filled with toxic mist. As soon as Xiang Lu appears, the mist actively converges toward it, constantly merging into its body and being absorbed. Skill, Poison Mist Plague. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10,000 mana to create a toxic mist, assimilating and absorbing all other poison attribute creatures or toxins, integrating them into the mist and enhancing its effects. After Xiang Lu releases the toxic mist, the mist directly consumes the poisonous spiders, converting their toxic energy into part of the mist. The countless poisonous spiders now serve as nourishment for the toxic mist barrier, enabling it to expand endlessly. Xiang Lu's experience points surge rapidly as the toxic mist barrier spreads faster and faster, affecting an ever-widening area. Fortunately, there were no living people left in the area where Lu Zhang released Xiang Lu. Otherwise, ordinary practitioners below the 5th transformation would have been killed with just 2 breaths of the mist. The toxic mist's damage is extremely potent, with highly corrosive properties. Whether it was poisonous spiders or spider webs, anything touched by the mist turned into pus and eventually became part of the toxic fog. An hour later, the toxic mist had already covered 1/3 of the entire Spider God Island. The 1/3 mentioned here is not a fan-shaped area but a circular ring. The entire Spider God Island was now divided into 3 parts. The first section is the inner circular area, occupying 1/12 of Spider God Island, serving as the domain of the Spider God High Priestess and her followers. The second section is the central ring, covering 1/3 of Spider God Island, now shrouded in thick, blackish-brown toxic mist. The third section is the outer ring, covering 7/12 of Spider God Island, which is the activity area for other professionals. At present, all the adventurers on Spider God Island are in a state of chaos. Since the Spider God Island dungeon was created, this is the first time such a massive change has occurred. A toxic mist capable of devouring all life has spread from the interior to such a vast area, threatening to engulf the entire dungeon. The vast majority of adventurers are frantically fleeing the dungeon. After a video showing a level 2 3500-eyed demon spider being devoured by the toxic mist and reduced to a pool of pus in a single breath was exposed, the adventurers were so terrified that they fled in panic, nearly causing a stampede at the exit. The sudden changes on Spider God Island were immediately reported to the main city. Realizing the terrifying nature of the situation, the city lord's mansion immediately made arrangements. Deputy City Lord He Lian Dongfang and the same-tier adventurer Finghua Jianxing Yan Shu arrived at Spider God Island. As one of the 2 sacred-level dungeons in Tiannan City, the stability of the Spider God Island dungeon was crucial to the leveling progress of numerous adventurers. Most critically, the semi-divine Spider God High Priestess within the dungeon, if she were to go berserk and leave the core area of the Spider God Island dungeon, would cause massive casualties. Therefore, they must investigate thoroughly to determine exactly what is happening there. However, upon arriving at Spider God Island, they discovered that the situation was far more dire than they had initially imagined. The Wind and Fire Sword Saint Yan Shu briefly sensed the toxicity of the poisonous mist, and his expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn it! 5,000 HP lost in a second. This poisonous mist is way too powerful. Upon hearing this, He Lian Dongfang instinctively took a few steps back. She was currently at level 278, equivalent to the late stage of the 5th transformation, with only 3.6 million HP. If she were to come into contact with this toxin and couldn't be detoxified, she would be dead in 72 seconds, just 1.5 minutes. Yan Shu's next words caused her to step back 2 more times. A Master Tier antidote didn't work. Only a Grandmaster Tier antidote can provide a 30-second resistance effect. Antidotes were already extremely difficult to concoct, and Grandmaster level antidotes were even more rare and valuable. Even as a Saint-tier professional, Yan Shu only had 20 bottles, enough to sustain him for 10 minutes inside the toxic mist. He looked at He Lian Dongfang with a serious expression. You can't go into the poisonous mist. Give me all the Grand Master level antidotes you have. I'll go in to confirm what is happening. If the Spider God Temple has been activated, we need time to prepare. He Lian Dongfang immediately handed over 8 bottles of Grandmaster level antidote and said, I'll wait 15 minutes. If you don't come out by then, I'll report it immediately and request the War God's intervention. Alright. I'll do my best to go in and come out quickly. Yan Shu finished speaking and immediately activated his defensive skills, swiftly flying toward the interior. Lu Zhang would never attack anyone without provocation. As the poisonous mist began to spread, he realized that Xiang Lu could use the mist to sense everything around him, including whether there were any people or monsters nearby. So, despite the toxic fog spreading over such a vast area, it did not harm a single professional. He hadn't expected anyone to enter voluntarily. Upon learning that someone had been poisoned, he immediately teleported over here and happened to collide with Yan Shu, who had just entered the toxic fog. Upon recognizing Lu Zhang, Yan Shu's expression changed, and he immediately pulled out a bottle of antidote and said, What are you doing here? This mist is highly toxic. Drink the antidote immediately. Lu Zhang received feedback from Xiang Lu, confirming that this was the person who had been poisoned earlier. He joked, The mist is poisonous? Then I guess I'll have to taste it for myself. Chapter 88, Even You're Deceiving Yourself. Wang Shaching needs your help. Lu Zhang's behavior caused Yan Shu to realize something immediately. This young man doesn't seem to show any signs of poisoning. You're not afraid of the poisonous mist? Could it be that you've already taken the antidote and gained temporary immunity? Yan Shu asked doubtfully. Lu Zhang waved his hand and said, No, I have a skill that can immunize me against this attack. Moreover, this poisonous mist was created by me. Do you think I could poison myself to death? You created it. The poisonous mist must have already covered 2/5 of the Spider God Island dungeon. Such a terrifying range, could it be the work of a divine pet? Yan Shu was utterly shocked upon hearing Lu Zhang's words, but within half a second, he immediately thought of a divine pet. If a divine pet had created such a scene, it would make more sense. Lu Zhang nodded, didn't explain further, and instead made a request. Over the next period of time, maybe 10 days or half a month, maybe 2 or 3 months, I'll be arranging for divine pets to kill monsters and level up here. This poisonous mist will remain within its current range for an extended period. Please inform the city lord to temporarily restrict adventurers from approaching. Yan Shu didn't find Lu Zhang's request inappropriate. Currently, within the Yanxia sequence system, Xianyuan Wuji is sequence 01, and Lu Zhang is sequence 02. After the demon god was defeated, his authority was directly elevated to the second highest rank, just below Shenyuan Wuji. Therefore, even if Lu Zhang were to demand that all professionals stay away from the toxic mist, or even order all professionals in Tiannan City to leave the area and hand over the entire Tiannan region, everyone would have to comply. Yan Shu said happily. The toxic mist was your doing, so I'm relieved. As long as there's no issue with the Spider God Temple, that's fine. By the way, that Spider God High Priest, don't provoke him lightly. Lu Zhang nodded and said, Senior, rest assured. I know what I'm doing. Now is not the time to kill her. Yan Shu was taken aback by his words. Did he mean he was already planning to kill the Spider God High Priestess? Although you have slain a demigod, demigods vary in power and combat strength. No matter what, you must be certain before acting. Now, you are the hope of us old-timers. Yan Shu repeated his warning. Upon learning of the pressure Shenyuan Wuji was currently under, Lu Zhang gained a clearer understanding of the expectations placed upon him. He replied immediately, I will not let you all down. Though he wasn't someone who enjoyed pressure, he did enjoy indulging in it. But when everyone is counting on you, considering your well-being, and all resources are directed toward you, anyone with even a shred of conscience cannot remain indifferent. However, he could only say he would do his best. All he sought was to keep his mind clear. Yan Shu emerged from the toxic mist and saw him appear. He immediately approached to ask, how did you get out so quickly? Was there an unbeatable monster inside? No, it's fine. This toxic mist was created by Lu Zhang's divine pet. He'll be leveling up here for a while, so we need to coordinate and make sure no other adventurers get near the mist. Yan Shu hurried to explain. Lian Dongfang glared and said, that kid disappeared for a few days, and now he shows up causing such a commotion. He truly is my granddaughter's fiancé. Yan Shu was speechless. Over the past few days, Lian Dongfang had been spreading rumors about Ji Zirua and Lu Zhang having a close relationship, truly treating Lu Zhang as her grandson-in-law. The highest form of deception is to deceive even oneself. After Yan Shu left, Lu Zhang felt at ease about the matter. He was confident in his current influence. As long as he didn't back down, no professionals would dare to interfere. He had just discovered another intriguing feature. Xiang Lu could release poisonous mist, and its 10,000 poison demon body could convert toxins into experience points. Doesn't that mean Xiang Lu could indirectly convert its magical power into its own experience points? Wow! So the fastest leveling divine beast was it all along, and we had overlooked it before. Watching the experience points surging above its head, Lu Zhang wasn't idle either. In fact, every time he entered a dungeon, he would release low-level summoned beasts to sacrifice them, then continuously refresh the summoning slots. But it seemed like he had entered another phase of luck accumulation. After such a long time, no summoned beast of divine quality or higher had appeared. He didn't give up and kept refreshing. Having experienced summoning 4 divine great spirit pets and 2 divine pets in a single day last time, Lu Zhang believed that as long as he persisted, he would eventually accumulate enough luck to summon another divine pet. But there was one more thing he needed to consider carefully. Earlier, he had decided to level up all his summoned beasts on Spider God Island, just like he had done in the Abyss Demon's lair. However, now, all monsters of high quality or above had been wiped out by Xiang Lu's poisonous mist, and those that respawned were also turned into pus by the mist, becoming part of the experience points. Therefore, Lu Zhang must find a new prime location to allow his other summoned beasts to level up quickly. Over the past few days, most of the summoned beasts hadn't leveled up much, as he had been busy arranging matters related to his divine pets. We can't afford to waste any more time. Lu Zhang quickly pulled out his tablet and began sifting through the several dungeons he had already identified, eventually settling on one. The Holy Grade Dungeon, Endless Desert. The Endless Desert is a very unique dungeon because it is not a single dungeon but a series of dungeons. The entire Endless Desert dungeon consists of 4 parts: Flamestone Desert, Storm Desert, Frost Desert, and Blood Crystal Desert. Each part is extremely vast and contains Saint-tier monsters, making them extremely dangerous. Lu Zhang had numerous summoned beasts, so he needed a dungeon with plenty of monsters. After confirming Xiang Lu's leveling speed, it should be maintainable at around 3 levels per day. Lu Zhang left the Spider God Island dungeon and set off on another long journey. The Endless Desert dungeon is located in the Northwest Desert, a considerable distance away. He first used a teleportation array to reach the Imperial capital, then used another teleportation array from the Imperial capital to arrive at the main city on the farthest edge of the Northwest region. To his surprise, as soon as he arrived, the sound of a level 2 alarm echoed through the air. This was Huangsha City, the strongest main city in Huangsha County, also known as the county seat. For a county city to issue a level 2 city-wide alert, it meant that the monster tide outside had reached at least 5 million in number, with 3 or more Saint-tier monsters among them. Lu Zhang immediately teleported to the city walls and looked out. Yellow sand filled the sky, with black and red sandstorms swirling around. Using his passive skill, True Vision, he saw that the number of monsters outside was no less than 20 million, and they were still increasing. For Saint-tier monsters were rapidly approaching from behind. Such a massive monster horde. Lu Zhang had never encountered a monster disaster of this scale before. Compared to the monster horde he faced in Fengdu City, this one was like a child facing an adult. At that moment, his phone vibrated. When he opened it, an urgent voice came through. "This is Huang Xiaotian, the city lord of Huangshaching. Lu Zhang, have you arrived at Huangshaching yet? I need your help. No, Huangshaching needs your help. Chapter 89, Just defend the city. The outside is on me. Please keep reading." As soon as Huang Xiaotian finished speaking, he looked up and saw Lu Zhang already standing before him. Without hesitation, he tossed his phone aside and said without a moment's pause. "Currently, there are only 2 saint-ranked professionals in the city, Yan Lighting and Li Zhouhu. The other saint-ranked professionals from the main cities are defending their own cities. This monster disaster is sweeping across the entire Huangshaching county. I've requested assistance from higher-ups. The Shenyuan war god said you've arrived here and instructed you to handle this matter. All our hopes rest on you. Whatever you decide, we'll fully cooperate." Lu Zhang glanced outside and smiled. "Just defend the city. The outside is my responsibility." Before he finished speaking, Lu Zhang flew into the sky, and with a flick of his wrist, the cloud-parting crane appeared beneath his feet. "First, we must stop this sandstorm. Otherwise, even if all the monsters are killed, the entire city will be buried under the sand. And to achieve that, only one skill was needed. Cloud writing. This skill, which manipulates clouds and mist, can form clouds that effectively merge with the sandstorm, causing it to settle. However, with such a large-scale sandstorm, Lu Zhang's magical power alone was insufficient. He plunged directly into the black sandstorm, releasing his summoned beasts to dive into the monster tide below. Either they would fight their way out or be killed. At the same time, he released the 3 divine pets, Bai Zhe, Xiangqi, and Tao Tai. Bai Zhe does not participate in combat, serving solely as a mana reservoir. Xiangqi must engage in battle, specifically targeting the Saint-tier monsters, while Tao Tai serves as the main force against the monster horde. Yes, a single summoned beast was the main force. The form of heaven and earth technique was unleashed, and within the storm, a monster with a pair of ram's horns emerged, standing over 250 meters tall. Its terrifying aura caused the surrounding monsters to retreat in fear. After completing its transformation, the Taotia's attributes multiplied multiple times, bringing it just a hair's breadth away from the semi-divine realm in terms of base attributes. This was already beyond the level of peak Saint-tier monsters. Even the 4 Saint-tier monsters that had already appeared felt the oppressive pressure and roared toward this direction. The Taotia paid no heed to them, instead unleashing a skill on its own. Black Hole Devour. It had not had a proper feast in a long time. This time, Lu Zhang did not even plan to expend excessive combat power on the Qiangqi. These monsters were all rewards for the Taotia. A terrifying black hole formed in mid-air, with a diameter of 200 meters. The violent gravitational pull warped the spacetime around the black hole, drawing everything nearby toward it. Whether monsters or sandstorms, everything was sucked in, transformed into pure energy, and absorbed by the Taotia. A large number of monsters were killed, and experience points began to skyrocket. Back then, the gluttonous beast had been Lu Zhang's primary combat ally, but now it had been demoted to the second combat tier, leaving it eager for an opportunity to vent its frustration. The intelligence of divine pets is still quite high. Previously, Lu Zhang's most favored summoned beast was naturally the 3-tailed spirit fox Tushan Jiao Jiao, whom his mother raised like a daughter, while the gluttonous beast was the second most favored. However, with the arrival of other divine pets, the gluttonous beast clearly felt neglected. Therefore, it desperately wanted to demonstrate its worth to gain more attention from Lu Zhang. Now that it finally had the chance to prove itself, gain experience points, and return to its position as Lu Zhang's second favorite summoned beast, it couldn't help but give it its all. After unleashing its Black Hole Devour skill, it also activated a skill it had rarely used before. Skill, Brutal Mist Effect, consumes a minimum of 10,000 mana to release a brutal mist formed from darkness and soul energy. Within the mist, targets with mental strength below half of your mental strength are 100% chance to enter a berserk state, attacking everything around them. Targets with mental strength higher than half of your mental strength but lower than your mental strength have a 50% chance to enter a berserk state. Targets with mental strength higher than yours have a 10% chance to enter a berserk state. As the Taotia continuously infuses energy, the range of the brutal mist expands, completely overshadowing the sandstorm and enveloping most of the monsters within it. Under the effect of the lucky aura, all monsters except the 4 holy tier monsters fall into a berserk state. They begin to attack everything around them indiscriminately. In this state, they naturally have no resistance to the gravitational pull of the devouring black hole. Over 2 million monsters, with the vast majority being between level 100 and 200, though about 1/10 of them are above level 200, totaling around 200,000. This was a massive amount of experience points. The originally 151 level Taotia instantly reached level 155, and its experience bar was rapidly filling to maximum. In an environment where monsters are dense and abundant, the glutton's devouring and slaughtering skills are the fastest way to level up. Xiangqi's abilities are similar to Bai Zhe's, both being targeted. They can only rapidly kill monsters and level up when facing demonic beings. The glutton's killing is indiscriminate. It can devour everything, even non-living objects, converting them into energy, though the amount of energy gained is relatively small. Although its dark attribute dominates, its darkness is not a pure attribute energy but a near rule-like application, meaning it cannot be countered. As the massive horde of monsters was devoured by the Taotia, the 4 Saint-tier monsters sensed its aura growing stronger and could no longer remain calmly in the rear, waiting for an opportunity. Among them, the LV.380 Storm Lizard leader charged forward first. The Storm Lizard is a humanoid monster with a human-like body, walking on 2 legs, but all 4 limbs have claws, a lizard-like head, and a thick tail trailing behind. The primary reason they are classified as beast-human monsters is that these creatures generally use weapons. For example, this Storm Lizard leader wields a massive black greatsword, over 60 meters long, exuding a formidable presence. The Taotia can also use weapons. Lu Zheng directly pulled out the Abyss Trident of the evil god Jacob. The 300-meter-long Abyss Trident appeared, immediately halting the charging momentum of the Storm Lizard chieftain. Although it was not afraid of the Taotia's overwhelming presence, seeing the opponent's weapon was clearly longer and more imposing than its own, it immediately realized the disparity. But by now, it was too late to dodge or retreat. The black hole's gravitational pull prevented it from moving, let alone dodging. It could only frantically block the Abyssal Trident in the Taotia's hands with its own cleaver. But its large machete was merely ordinary equipment. How could it possibly withstand the sharp edge of the divine Great Abyssal Demon Trident? Moreover, after being enhanced by the Form and Heaven skill, the Taotia's strength far surpassed its own. With a single strike, the large machete shattered into 2 pieces. The Storm Lizard chieftain was also struck, losing half its head. At this point, the monster was still not dead. But in the next instant, the glutton's Abyssal Demon Trident flickered upward, severing the remaining head along with the entire neck. This time, it was truly dead. The other 3 holy tier monsters, seeing this, immediately turned and fled back. How brutal! They knew the difference between fighting to the death and suicide. End of this chapter. Chapter 90, Run. Quickly. Inform the war god that a demon god has invaded. However, how could the gluttonous monster let them escape? With a single leap, it closed in on the nearest monster, swung its Abyssal Demon Trident, and severed it in 2 with a single blow. Immediately afterward, it hurled the Abyssal Demon Fork in its hand. Empowered by immense force, the Abyssal Demon Fork struck the head of the second closest Saint-tier monster like a cannonball, shattering it completely. At the same time, the Taotia unleashed a skill. Dark God Claw. The Saint-tier monster farthest from it was suddenly grabbed by a massive black claw mid-air and violently crushed. In the blink of an eye, all 4 Saint-tier monsters were obliterated. Actually, Lu Zheng had originally planned to leave these 4 to Qianqi to kill. After all, they had come all this way, so they should at least contribute a little. But he never expected the gluttonous beast to go completely berserk. Not a single one was spared, they were all slaughtered. The slaughter continued unabated, and the devouring never ceased. At that moment, it resembled a demon god, madly slaughtering and devouring everything around it. Millions of monsters were shattered and scattered by it, fleeing in panic. Lu Zheng immediately dispatched all his summoned beasts to pursue and kill them, determined not to let these hard-earned experience points slip away. From the moment Lu Zheng appeared until less than an hour later, the swirling sandstorm vanished, the echoing screams of monsters faded away, leaving only a pitch-black mist. Moments later, the black mist dissipated. Over 2 million monsters had vanished, leaving behind a wasteland of ruin and 2 figures. One was nearly 300 meters tall, with the body of a sheep, a human face, eyes under its armpits, tiger teeth, and claws, clad in black with eerie patterns, holding a deep abyss trident, resembling a demon god emerging from the depths of hell. Above its head, Lu Zheng stood proudly, like a king commanding a demon god. Humph, he did it on purpose. Being cool is a lifelong commitment, and his strength didn't allow him to stay low-key anymore. When it was time to show off, he had to do it, to satisfy his own vanity. This slaughter had the gluttonous monster feasting to its heart's content, with its level skyrocketing from 151 to 167. A 16-level jump was already quite impressive. Such a feast is rare indeed. Lu Zheng returned to the city walls, where everyone was cheering. The city lord of Huangsha City, Huang Xiaotian, rushed forward excitedly and said, "Thank you. You saved the lives of millions. No wonder the Xian Yuan war god said that having you around was enough. You're truly that powerful. Just a few days after the college entrance exams, your strength has already surpassed that of ordinary Saint-tier professionals. You're truly incredible." Although Lu Zheng enjoyed being praised, he didn't let the joy go to his head. Thinking of something, he immediately asked, "An attack by monsters of this caliber shouldn't be normal, right? Have you investigated the cause? What exactly happened?" Upon hearing Lu Zheng's question, Huang Xiaotian's smile vanished, replaced by a look of concern. 3 days ago, someone emerged from the Endless Desert dungeon and reported that the monsters in the core area were spreading outward, possibly indicating an anomaly at the Desert Temple. 2 days ago, I dispatched 2 5th-tier professionals to investigate, but they haven't returned. Yesterday, I sent the same tier professional Huang Badian to investigate, but there has been no word from him yet, and this disaster erupted today. It's definitely an anomaly in the endless desert dungeon, and such a sudden change is beyond my ability to handle. I was planning to report this to Xian Yuan Zhanshen. What do you intend to do? I'll go take a look. Lu Zhang spoke without hesitation. Currently, Xian Yuan Wuji is unknown where he is battling a demon god, and the situation in the endless desert is likely connected to the demon god as well. Aside from Xian Yuan Wuji, only he can handle this. Fortunately, his level had recently increased, giving him some confidence. He would go in to assess the situation. If there really was a demon god, he needed to come up with a strategy as soon as possible. Even if he couldn't kill the enemy, escaping should be no problem. If others were to enter, they would certainly be heading to their deaths. Before leaving, Lu Zhang suddenly asked, "Who is Huang Batian?" Huang Xiaotian replied, "He's my older brother." Lu Zhang left, leaving a statement in mid-air. "I will do my best to track him down." Given the involvement of the demon god, Lu Zhang couldn't guarantee anyone's safety. He could only promise to provide information to let Huang Xiaotian know his brother's fate. Those who were willing to venture deeper into the dungeon under such circumstances were professionals with a sense of duty, worthy of respect. Lu Zhang used his teleportation ability to quickly arrive at the first dungeon area. Firestone Desert. Upon entering and inspecting the area, no abnormalities were detected. The second, the Storm Desert, also showed no abnormalities. Next was the Blood Crystal Desert. As soon as he entered, Lu Zhang sensed something was wrong. Under normal circumstances, in such fixed dungeons, monster spawns occur within a specific range. Additionally, monsters only attack players after being taunted and within a certain range. However, Lu Zhang had only just entered the area when he noticed a large number of monsters with red eyes swarming toward him. They had already gathered at the entrance, and judging by their levels, many of them should have spawned in the core area, yet they were all now at the entrance. This was highly unusual. Regardless, this is experience points, and they shouldn't be wasted. Lu Zhang raised his hand and activated the skill Blazing Inferno, incinerating all the monsters and converting them into experience points, which he absorbed into his inventory. He then immediately used the Voidwalk skill to quickly approach the core area. The Desert Temple exists in all 4 of the Endless Desert dungeons, and this is the most central location. According to the information Lu Zhang had gathered, there should be a level 400 monster called Blood Crystal Guardian outside this Desert Temple. It's gone now, which means this guy has probably been killed. Thinking back to the previously vanished Huang Batian, he might indeed have killed this Blood Crystal Guardian. Both Huang Batian and Wu Tuahai are peak-level holy class professionals above level 390. Since Wu Tuahai can kill a Thunder Prison Guardian, it makes sense that Huang Batian could kill a Blood Crystal Guardian. However, after giving it some thought, Lu Zhang realized that things weren't that simple. Before Huang Batian arrived here, the abnormal phenomena in the Endless Desert had already begun. The death of the Blood Crystal Guard should not be the cause of the disaster. Lu Zhang looked toward the temple. The problem must lie within. After some thought, Lu Zhang summoned a golden ape-summoned beast and sent it inside to investigate. Based on the logic from other places, this temple should also be an entrance to a dimensional copy. Sure enough, a white, hole-like opening appeared inside. Just as the golden gorilla was about to enter the opening, a figure suddenly fell out from inside, followed by a terrifying aura. Lu Zhang recognized this level of aura. After all, he had recently killed one just a short while ago. The figure that had fallen out of the hole, upon seeing that there were still people outside the temple, shouted urgently, "Run! Quickly! Inform the Xian Yuan war god that a demon god has invaded." As he spoke, he actually charged toward the half-god once more. Chapter 91, Damage exceeding 1 billion. Sea beast contaminated species. Please continue reading. Upon realizing that a half-god tier demon god had appeared, Lu Zhang didn't hesitate. He immediately summoned all 3 of his divine pets and 11 immortal pets. While quickly releasing the magic bridge skill to connect their magical power, he observed the demon god's information. Evil god, Sarg. Race, Dark Lich. Quality, Overlord tier. Level, LV.435 demigod. Health, 132,300,135 million. Magic power, 11.2 million 12 million. Strength, 150,000. Agility, 180,000. Spirit, 240,000. Constitution, 200,000. Skills, Dark Assault, Curse of Light, Flame Explosion, Soul Scream, Bone Summon, Lich Sync Body Passive. With 130 million HP, it has 30 million more HP than the demon god Jacob we defeated earlier. However, the good news is that this creature also belongs to the demonic beast category, and Bai Zhe is the natural enemy of such evil gods. However, since there are no other targets this time, Lu Zhang does not need to have Bai Zhe use a wide area attack skill. Instead, he can simply use a single skill to engage the enemy directly. After defeating Jacob last time, Bai Zhe's level reached 181, with 1.7 million mana. Currently, the level of the Taotie is 167, with 1.5 million mana. Xiangqi has only leveled up once during this period, reaching level 155. However, due to the evil intent devouring skill, its mana is still significantly higher than that of other divine pets, reaching 2.1 million. The average level of the 11 divine grade spirit pets is only 145, with each contributing 200,000 mana, totaling 2,200,000. Lu Zhang now has a maximum mana pool of 1.2 million. When these are combined, Bai Zhe can mobilize 8.7 million points of mana at once. After enhancing a series of auxiliary skills, under the effect of the Judgment Force, he activated the skill, Sacred Light. 850 million points of magical power were instantly depleted. A brilliant white light, resembling a sword piercing the heavens, tore through the void and descended upon the head of the demon god Sarg, completely engulfing its entire body. Also engulfed was Huang Badian, who was currently engaged in battle with the demon god. However, the sacred power not only failed to harm him but also possessed powerful healing effects, instantly restoring him to full health despite his previous near-death state. Regaining consciousness, he watched in disbelief as the demon god that had just chased him like a wild dog was reduced to nothingness under the sacred light. With 8.5 million points of magical power infused, the base spell damage was 42.5 million points, and the sacred power damage was also 42.5 million points. The critical strike aura activated, doubling the damage. The total damage reached 255 million. Although this dark wizard, Sarg, had higher magic resistance, which nullified a full 20 million points of damage, the remaining 235 million points of damage were more than enough to instantly drain his health bar to zero. Originally, the Holy Light skill alone was already powerful enough to deal significant damage to a demon god. With the critical hit damage doubled, it dealt an additional 100 million points of damage, which was entirely reasonable. After all, this was the combined effort of 3 divine pets, 1 Lu Zhang, and 11 celestial pets. Ding! Your summoned beast Bai Zhe has defeated a level 435 dominant tier demon god, Sarg 1. Your summoned beast Bai Zhe has gained 108 million experience points, and you have gained 27 million experience points. Ding! You have obtained the item Divine Essence Fragment 5. Another demigod slain, Bai Zhe directly leveled up 4 times, reaching level 185. It's even stronger now. Lu Zhang was satisfied with this leveling speed. If possible, he wanted to find a dozen more demigod-level demon gods to kill, which would allow Bai Zhe to directly advance to the 5th transformation tier. By then, he might even be able to try killing lower-tier true god-level demon gods. Huang Badian watched as Sarg disappeared before his eyes, still a bit dazed. A demigod had just died right before his eyes. And it should have been him who died just now. It all felt too unreal. Are you Senior Huang Badian? Lu Zhang asked. Huang Badian snapped back to reality, looked at Lu Zhang, and exclaimed in surprise, "You're Lu Zhang. No wonder I thought someone had the power to kill a demigod. I heard you killed a demigod in the Abyss Plane before, and I thought you must have used some underhanded tactics. But now I see you're truly incredibly strong. Who could believe that a professional who hadn't even reached the 4th transformation could instantly kill a demigod?" Over the past few days, Lu Zhang had heard enough praise and flattery to develop a certain immunity to such words. He immediately asked, "Senior Huang, what exactly happened? How did you end up being chased by a demon god, and why did it trigger a monster disaster outside?" Upon hearing about the disaster outside, Huang Badian immediately wanted to ask more, but upon seeing Lu Zhang, he stopped. Since Lu Zhang had arrived here, it meant the disaster had already passed. Regardless of the outcome, it couldn't be changed. The matter at hand was more important. After a moment's reflection, Huang Badian replied, "There is a lower-tier true god-level demon god attempting to seize the divine seat of the Blood Crystal Desert God. The Blood Crystal Desert God is a mid-tier god, and the previous deity who held this divine seat has already perished. I suspect this is precisely why the entire Endless Desert dungeon has erupted into chaos. The demon god's invasion disrupted the dungeon's normal operations, causing a large number of monsters to leave the Endless Desert and head toward human cities. I entered to investigate and was discovered, which is why I was being chased." Lu Zhang said solemnly. "What did you discover during your investigation? How long will it take for that demon god to claim the position of the Blood Crystal Desert God? Will it directly cause destruction to the outside world?" Huang Badian shook his head directly. "I detected nothing. The interior is the desert god's realm, already corrupted by the demon god. It is teeming with monsters, the lowest of which are at least 5th tier. The information I shared with you was obtained through the Snake People. The Snake People are a race that worships the desert god and are the only ones still fighting against the evil god." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang immediately spoke up. "Let's go find Xianyuan Zhanshen. He must have more information." The two immediately flew out of the dungeon. For now, they could only keep Huangsha City quiet, avoid entering the Endless Desert dungeon, and wait for news. The evil god could appear at any moment, and Lu Zhang and Huang Badian knew too little to make a safe conclusion. They needed to be cautious and arrange defensive forces. Huang Badian stayed behind, while Lu Zhang went alone to find Xianyuan Wuji. He first went to the imperial capital and learned that Xianyuan Wuji was currently in the North River Sea. After much effort, he finally found Xianyuan Wuji on an island, engaged in battle on the sea surface. Lu Zhang looked at the monster battling Xianyuan Wuji, and the information he saw caused his brows to furrow once more. Monster, black magic octopus. Species, sea beast contaminated species. Quality, Lord class. Level, LV.450 semi-divine. Health, 160 million 160 million. Magic power, 15 million 15 million. Strength, 150,000. Agility, 120,000. Spirit, 120,000. Constitution, 150,000. Skills, Dark Shadow, Stirring the Seas, Raging Water Cannon, Heavy Wave Strike, Demon's Body passive. Polluted species? Another term Lu Zhang had never encountered before. Chapter 92, Calling the Divine Messenger a Divine Messenger is an insult. Chris pays her respects to your majesty. Xianyuan Wuji's final shot killed the semi-divine contaminated species before him, then he turned to Lu Zhang and asked. What did you notice? Their power isn't their own, is it? Lu Zhang asked. Xianyuan Wuji nodded and smiled. That's correct. These sea beasts were originally only at the saint level. In the ocean, there are many saint-level sea beasts, but they generally do not approach the coast on their own. However, after being corrupted by the power of the demon god, they have all ascended to the demigod realm, a full 100 levels higher. Although their power cannot be fully unleashed, and their base attributes fall short of true demigods, their vitality is immense, and their magical power is formidable, making the destruction they cause on par with demigods. Pausing, he didn't continue explaining the cause of the corruption but turned to Lu Zhang and asked. What are you doing here? Lu Zhang quickly recounted the events of the endless desert dungeon. Xianyuan Wuji listened and sighed in relief. It's no problem. The demon gods invading the divine seats of the true gods isn't something that happened for the first time. We can't stop them. Currently, on one hand, we don't have the strength to confront the demon gods, and on the other hand, we haven't completed the divine seat trials to obtain the divine seats of the true gods before the demon god sees them. However, based on my observations over the years, the dimensional dungeon portal can only allow semi-divine beings to enter and exit. The demon god cannot escape yet. Rather than worry, we should focus on strengthening our abilities. Since you have the strength to slay the demigod-level demon god, return once more and eliminate all the demon god subordinates who have inherited the divine seat. The demon god currently inheriting the divine status cannot attack you, so proceed with confidence. After eliminating all its demigod-level subordinates, come find me. The monsters in the endless desert dungeon have been depleted by this disaster and are no longer suitable for your leveling. The North River Sea is now yours. Lu Zhang did not mention the previous agreement to begin assisting Xianyuan Wuji in alleviating the pressure 6 months later. After all, the North River Sea was not enough to be considered sharing the burden. The real pressure lies in the various matters related to the demon god's invasion that Xianyuan Wuji has uncovered over the years. For instance, the fact that the demon god has taken the position of the divine being, how immense is that pressure? You have no idea when the demon god might launch an attack. Everything we're doing now, everything we're desperately protecting, could it all vanish into nothingness tomorrow? That's truly terrifying. And these are perhaps only a fraction of the pressure Xianyuan Wuji is bearing internally. One day, when Xianyuan Wuji reveals all the secrets he has uncovered to Lu Zhang, that will be the true moment of shared burden. For now, the most he can do is help out with menial tasks. Just doing whatever small tasks he can manage. Lu Zhang did not press further about the matter of the demon god's power corrupting the sea beasts. He suspected there must be some horrifying secrets behind it, and Xianyuan Wuji did not want him to know. Because the 6-month deadline they had agreed upon had not yet arrived. After multiple teleports, Lu Zhang returned to Huangsha City and briefly explained the situation to Huang Badian and Huang Xiaotian, the two brothers. Upon hearing that Lu Zhang intended to enter the inner sanctum to slay the other demigod-level demon gods and all their followers, Huang Badian spoke up. I'll go with you. I've communicated with the snake people, perhaps we can secure their assistance. Although Lu Zhang wanted to absorb all the experience points, he did indeed need to negotiate with the snake people to avoid unnecessary trouble. In the current environment, the situation was extremely unfavorable for humans, so it was essential to unite all available forces. Therefore, he nodded in agreement. There was no time to waste. The two immediately set off and arrived at the Blood Crystal Desert Dungeon. They found that the area around the desert temple was already swarming with high-level demonic monsters, including 2 saint-level ones. They quickly disposed of them and entered the desert god realm. The environment inside was not much different from the outside, but the presence of demonic energy was clearly felt. From the feedback of their bodies, it was indeed demonic entities attempting to invade their bodies. This posed no problem for Lu Zhang. However, for Huang Badian, this would drain his magical power. Lu Zhang immediately cast a blessing aura on him, granting him immunity to all negative effects and resistance to corrosive damage. Following that, Huang Badian led the way to search for traces of the snake people. After about an hour, they successfully encountered the snake people. The upper halves of the snake people were indistinguishable from humans, except for the color of their hair and eyes. However, the lower half of their bodies was vastly different. While the outline of a buttocks could be seen from the waist down, their bodies were entirely serpentine, covered in skin and scales. Moreover, the serpentine lower half of their bodies was significantly larger, accounting for more than 4/5 of their entire body. They wore animal skin garments and carried either staffs or weapons like swords and knives. Some female snake people have hair ornaments on their heads, indicating that they have a relatively advanced civilization and are indeed capable of communication. I am Huang Badian. We have come to help you fight the evil god. These words were spoken in the standard dialect of the Great Xiao Alliance, and to their surprise, the others understood and replied in the same dialect, "Please follow us." Under the guidance of these snake people, the two entered a massive sand dune and arrived at a vast underground world. After passing through numerous caves, they finally arrived at a city resembling a tribal settlement. Lu Zhang quickly met the highest leader of the snake people, the Snake Queen, a peak-level Saint-class powerhouse, Chris. Upon seeing Huang Badian, Chris displayed a concerned expression. "I am deeply sorry that you were being chased by the evil god. We were powerless to help you. As a demigod, I could only save myself. Fortunately, you managed to escape. This is truly a cause for celebration." Huang Badian smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. But I did not escape by chance. It was this young friend Lu who slew the demon god and saved me." Upon hearing this, Chris's body trembled, and she immediately flew down from the throne, bowing before Lu Zhang and said, "Chris pays respects to the divine messenger." Lu Zhang had some knowledge of such matters. Semi-divine beings were typically divine messengers, serving as high priests, divine envoys, or popes. Since Huang Badian had not referred to himself as a priest or Your Majesty in his introduction, Chris had assumed he was the divine messenger of a particular god. Of course, even if one is not a representative of a specific deity, they can still be referred to as a divine messenger. This was a general term similar to saint. "Your Majesty, there is no need for such formalities. I am merely capable of slaying demigods. I am not yet a demigod myself." Upon hearing this, Chris bowed again and said, "If that is the case, you must possess the potential to become a god. For you, obtaining the position of a lower-ranked god would be effortless. Calling you a divine messenger is an understatement." Chris pays her respects to Your Majesty. "Good. Good. Good. No wonder you can be a queen. You understand the ways of the world better than some of the old fools among humans. Ha ha. Since that's the case, you may call me whatever you like. Let's get down to business. There's no time to waste. Everything shall be done as Your Majesty commands." Chapter 93, One Strike, 1,000,000 followers of a demon god, all annihilated. Chris adopted a humble posture. She had witnessed Huang Badian's strength, a peak saint-level powerhouse, on par with her. She had witnessed Huang Badian being chased by the demon god with her own eyes and had assumed he was doomed, only to find him standing before her once again. Lu Zhang looked very young, and at first, Chris had assumed he was just a junior of Huang Badian. Yet now, Huang Badian openly stated that it was Lu Zhang who had slain the demon god and saved him. There was no possibility of this being a lie. Furthermore, there was no other explanation for why Huang Badian not only survived the demon god's pursuit but also returned to this true-blood crystal desert dungeon. A person with the power to slay a demigod is definitely worth her lowering her stance to accommodate. For the snake people were now on the brink of extinction, facing certain doom. Lu Zhang might be their only hope to escape this predicament and regain their former glory. The subsequent discussions further confirmed this point. Upon learning their intentions, Chris exclaimed excitedly, "I know all the gathering points of the demon god's followers. Aside from the one you killed, there are still 7 half-god level demon gods left. I can lead you there and eliminate them all." Lu Zhang asked again, "Are you certain that the demon god currently inheriting the title of the god of the blood crystal desert won't attack us?" "It definitely won't," Chris said with unwavering certainty. Since it began its bid for the divine throne, it has vanished from the core of the temple. The chaos outside is all caused by the 8 half-god level demon gods. If that is the case, then please lead the way. There was really nothing to hesitate about. Xian Yuan Woji wouldn't joke about such matters, so the information he provided must be highly accurate. Lu Zhang was just asking out of habit. He didn't act immediately. Instead, he thoroughly scouted the number and density of the 7 demon gods and their followers, then finalized the plan. First, eliminate the demon gods one by one, then launch a large-scale cleanup of their followers. He had discovered that the demon gods' followers were bound to these demigods. The former could enhance the power of the latter, while the latter could strengthen the vitality of the former. Even 2 half-god level demon gods could mutually enhance each other's abilities. Therefore, taking them down one by one was the safest approach. Chris volunteered, saying, "I'll go lure the demon god." Lu Zhang readily agreed. The snake people had already been in conflict with these demon gods, and Chris had extensive experience evading their attacks, making her less likely to be injured. She was perfectly suited for the task. Lu Zhang found a relatively suitable location, completed the connection of the mana bridge in advance, and even in this situation, he made sure to add several mana springs to each summoned beast to restore their mana. 15 minutes later, a 426-level demon god was lured in. A beam of sacred light, infused with 2/3 of his total magic power, struck down, dealing critical damage. The judgment force wasn't even needed. The damage overflowed, and another demigod was instantly killed. Baizé leveled up again, this time only 3 levels, reaching level 188. In less than a minute, all summoned beasts had fully restored their mana. Another quarter of an hour passed, and the second demigod-tier demon god was summoned and killed once again. This time, I leveled up 4 times, reaching level 192. The loot dropped was still only 5 divine essence shards. Not even a single piece of equipment resembling the abyss demon trident. These demigod-level evil gods are truly weak and poor. Next, I consecutively defeated 4 demigods, finally reaching level 201. This means that Baizé has officially transformed into a 5th-tier divine pet, with a significant increase in combat power, as evidenced by his magic power reaching 2,500,000. Only one remaining demigod-tier demon god and millions of demon god followers remain. Lu Zhang felt it was time to complete the final annihilation. He directly led his divine pet to appear before the demon god, then had Baizé unleash the skill Pure Light Wave, infused with the power of judgment, and activated the critical strike aura. A terrifyingly white, sacred light wave erupted from Baizé's center, violently rippling outward in all directions. For creatures without evil energy, this was a cleansing and healing of the body. However, for demon gods and their followers, it was a devastating shockwave that shattered their bodies. 930 million points of magical power were channeled, dealing 46,550,000 points of holy attribute damage. The critical hit effect tripled the damage, and with an additional 10% damage bonus from the Judgment Force, the final damage amounted to 153,450,000 points. The half-god level demon god still alive here had 142 million HP, and its physical defense withstood 22 million points of damage. Therefore, after this purifying light wave, it has only 1,055,000 HP remaining. The judgment effect triggers. With remaining health below 10%, the judgment condition is met and its health is depleted. The last demigod has been killed, and the other demon god's minions have no chance of survival. The purifying light wave rippled out, with a devastating radius of 200 miles. All monsters within this range were instantly annihilated. The Snake Queen Chris and Huang Batian were completely stunned by this scene. Such power, in their eyes, was far beyond what a demigod could possess. A single strike annihilating millions of monsters, including a demigod, this was simply too terrifying. At that moment, Chris felt incredibly fortunate that she had maintained a sufficiently respectful attitude. If she had angered this being even slightly, the entire Snake People tribe might have been wiped out in an instant. Once one reaches the 200th level, the amount of experience required to level up increases significantly. Killing so many monsters, including a demigod, had only allowed Baizé to advance 8 levels, reaching level 209. To level up quickly, they would have to head to the coast. The powerful sea beasts there might just provide a pleasant surprise. Recalling Baizé, Lu Zhang looked at Chris and smiled. There shouldn't be many remaining servants of thee left. You can handle the cleanup. Additionally, I hope the Snake People can maintain contact with the outside world and monitor the progress of th's occupation of the divine seat. In case of any unexpected changes, we'll handle it together. As you command, Your Highness. We will carry out your orders. Chris was even more respectful than before. Before, she had thought he had the potential to inherit the position of a lower-tier god, but now it seemed he already possessed power rivaling that of a lower-tier god. This was an entirely different concept. It was like the difference between treating a crown prince and an emperor heaven and earth apart. Lu Zhang could sense this change, but he didn't say anything. It was a matter of survival, and there was nothing more to be said. The matter of the Blood Crystal Desert was temporarily resolved, and Lu Zhang did not linger in Huangshaching. He headed straight for the North River Sea. Lu Zhang did not see Xianyuan Wuji. Upon arriving at Beihai City, the county seat of Beichuan County, he was immediately intercepted by the city lord, Dongfang Shanglong. Dongfang Shanglong spoke urgently. Xianyuan Zhanshen has gone to the South Sea. He instructed me to wait here for you. Any matters should be handled through me. We've just received news that a large number of crab monsters have appeared outside Yuhai City, including several at the same tier level, with over dozens in total. There may be half-gods lurking behind them. You must rush there immediately to provide support. New book, After Divorce, Lovers from All Realms Come Chasing. Synopsis, after 3 years of marriage, his wife was dissatisfied with their current life, believing she deserved better. At the urging of her best friend, she proposed divorce. Facing his wife's scorn and ridicule, Lu Zhang felt utterly disheartened and could only agree. Little did he know that immediately after obtaining the divorce certificate, he was suddenly embraced by a white-robed female warrior dressed in ancient attire. One after another, a cold-hearted empress, a demon called Saintess, a Taoist immortal maiden, and a spoiled dragon princess women of various backgrounds appeared. All of them claimed to be Lu Zhang's one and only soulmate. They even fought fiercely for him, competing to give him precious pills and magical treasures. It turned out that 3 days later, the world pearl Lu Zhang had picked up a year ago would be activated, marking the beginning of his journey through countless worlds. He traversed 108 worlds, including martial arts, fantasy, and immortal realms, and in each world, he had a companion. With his help, these companions grew into the top-tier powerhouses of their respective worlds. 10,000 years later, a great battle erupted, causing time to become chaotic and multiple dimensions to merge. The various worlds began to overlap with the original world where Lu Zhang resided. Lu Zhang perished, his path to enlightenment shattered. However, each of his companions received a fragment of the world pearl and, guided by the fragments, came to search for him. As the multiverse merged with reality, everyone was in danger. Yet, with the help of his companions, Lu Zhang gradually ascended to the pinnacle once more, ruling the heavens and standing atop all worlds. Chapter 94, Crab Mountain. Golden Crown Crab Emperor. Frenetic devouring and leveling up. Xian Yuan Wuji couldn't have left without conducting a thorough cleanup. He wasn't the type to neglect the details. Otherwise, after all these years of handling the Empire's disasters alone, he would have already caused a major upheaval. Yet now this unexpected situation has arisen, which can only mean one thing. The influence of the demon god has expanded, and the frequency of disasters it causes has increased. There was no time to investigate further. Lu Zhang immediately ordered Dongfang Shenglong to lead the way. They entered the teleportation array and quickly arrived at the coastal fortress city of Yuhai City. The situation was far more dire than they had imagined. Because, as soon as they emerged from the teleportation square at the city center, they saw crab-like monsters engaged in battle with professional warriors. Looking up, the scene before them was so shocking that even Lu Zhang, who had just annihilated millions of the demon god's minions, was taken aback. In the distance, beyond the city walls, a massive black-red mountain was continuously spewing out crab monsters. And that mountain, nearly 400 meters tall, was clearly formed by an unimaginable number of crab monsters piled together. These monsters weren't breaking through the city walls, they were building a crab mountain and climbing down from it. Looking around, he realized there wasn't just one crab mountain, there were 6 in total. How the hell did they manage to disturb such a massive crab nest to produce so many crabs? But after the initial shock, there was excitement. With so many monsters gathered together, this was an extremely rare opportunity for leveling up. Lu Zhang didn't hesitate, teleporting directly to the side of one of the crab mountains and releasing the Taoye. The Taoye, which had appeared outside the city, became so excited upon seeing the crab mountain that it swelled up. Its body suddenly grew to an immense size, swallowing a large chunk of the entire crab mountain in one bite. Immediately afterward, a devouring black hole appeared, and countless crabs were sucked into it in the blink of an eye. The Taoye's experience points began to skyrocket. Once all 6 crab mountains had been completely devoured, the Taoye, which had previously reached level 167, jumped up 20 levels, soaring to level 187. These crab monsters had an average level of only 60, but their sheer numbers made them formidable. There were at least over 1 billion of them across the 6 crab mountains. The experience points generated from being completely devoured were naturally massive. However, the fact that the 6 crab mountains had been devoured did not mean that the crisis of the crab tide had been averted. Outside the city, countless crab monsters continued to surge toward the walls. However, without the immense pressure from the 6 crab mountains, order was quickly restored within the city. High-level professionals focused their efforts on eliminating the lower-tier crab monsters, achieving high efficiency. The crabs were all surging in from the eastern seas. The Taoye released a massive black hole of devouring energy on the eastern side of the city, sucking in the vast majority of the crabs that charged forward. The terrifying gravitational force crushed them into minced meat, which was then completely converted into energy. The sound of monsters being killed echoed constantly, and the experience points above the Taoye's head kept rising. Lu Zhang had no intention of rushing into the sea to investigate whether there was a demigod behind the scenes causing trouble, as the surging tide of monsters presented an extremely rare opportunity for leveling up. He was only too happy for this situation to continue. Just 3 minutes later, the gluttonous monster had leveled up again. At this rate, it would reach the 5th transformation stage in an hour. Based on the analysis of the previous 3rd transformation occupational assessment task, if he could have 3 to 5 divine pets of the 5th transformation stage protecting him, the safety of completing the 4th transformation task would be greatly ensured. Bai Zhe had already reached the 5th transformation, and the 3 others, Kuenyou, the 9-headed phoenix, and Xiang Lu, could now level up quickly every day. Once they reached a certain point, advancing to the 5th transformation would be a sure thing. Now, the gluttonous beast is on the verge of reaching over 200 levels and advancing to the 5th transformation as a divine pet. This opportunity must not be missed. Devour, keep devouring. Within Beihai City, the citizens who had secured safety looked out at the massive black figure outside the city walls and the figure atop it, standing as if on a cloud, filled with awe and admiration. Earlier, they had already learned that the one who had rescued them was none other than Lu Zhang, the national champion of the recent professional exam and a legendary summoner. The black-horned beast protecting them was none other than a legendary divine pet. In such a perilous moment, being safeguarded by such a powerful being filled them with a profound sense of security. The once panicked city quickly grew calm. Half an hour passed quickly, and the level of the Taodia reached 198, but Lu Zheng noticed that there seemed to be no more crab monsters emerging from the sea. This time, so many crab monsters had emerged it was as if they had depleted their entire stockpile from years past. The monster lurking in the shadows could no longer contain itself. Surrounded by 24 same-tier crab monsters, a gigantic black armored crab the size of a mountain appeared on the coast and charged toward them. Monster, Golden Crown Crab Emperor. Species, Sea Beast Contaminated Species. Quality, Lord Class. Level, LV.450 Demigod Health, 180 million 180 million. Magic Power, 18 million 18 million. Strength, 200,000. Agility, 120,000. Spirit, 120,000. Constitution, 150,000. Skills, Giant Force Shockwave, Water Wave Impact, Double Hammer Sonic Boom, Water, Demon Body Passive. Lu Zheng frowned upon seeing this. It was indeed a half-god tier contaminated creature. Though he had anticipated this, encountering one so soon after arriving meant that the contaminated creatures were mutating at an extremely rapid pace. Otherwise, Xian Yuan Wuji would have definitely killed this monster first before leaving, and would not have allowed such a monster to attack the city. With no mind to think of anything else, Lu Zhang had already completed the connection of the Bridge of Magic Power. He didn't let Bai Zhe act, but instead had the Taodia absorb everyone's magical energy and unleash the form of the heavens and earth skill with all its might, causing its already colossal body to grow even taller. In the blink of an eye, it soared into the clouds. With a width of over 280 meters and a height of over 100 meters, the semi-divine Golden Crown Crab King raised its head to look at the terrifying creature now standing over 860 meters tall, a look of confusion flashing in its eyes. In its perception, this terrifying creature seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Such a powerful creature had never existed before. Just a second ago, all the creatures it had sensed were weaker than itself. But now, facing such a colossal creature, it felt the oppressive pressure from a higher level of existence. In the next instant, the colossal creature wielded its abyssal demon trident, driving it directly into the crab's shell and plunging it into the ground with a force that caused the entire earth to tremble. Lu Zheng promptly activated the earth-shaking mountain-moving skill to control the earth's veins, channeling the tremors outward from the city's edges and releasing them into the ground. This prevented the city of Beihai from suffering an earthquake disaster. However, the Golden Crown Crab Emperor was in a pitiful state. It was torn apart piece by the gluttonous beast, with each leg devoured one by one. At the same time, the gravitational pull of the devouring black hole expanded to its maximum range, extending all the way to the coast, swallowing the remaining crab monsters whole. Experience points were gained, and Lu Zheng obtained 5 more divine fragment shards. The Taodia leveled up 3 times, reaching level 201 and advancing to the 5th transformation as a divine pet. Roar! The gluttonous beast let out a loud roar, displaying its excitement. Lu Zheng raised his hand to summon it back and returned to the city. He had just received a message stating that the of his divine equipment had been successful. New book, after divorce, divine lovers from all realms come chasing. Synopsis, after 3 years of marriage, his wife was dissatisfied with their current life, believing she deserved better. At the urging of her best friend, she demanded a divorce. Facing his wife's scorn and ridicule, Lu Zheng felt utterly disheartened and could only agree. Little did he know that immediately after obtaining the divorce certificate, he was suddenly embraced by a white-robed female warrior dressed in ancient attire. One after another, women of various backgrounds, a cold-hearted empress, a demon cult saintess, a Taoist immortal maiden, and a spoiled dragon princess appeared. All of them claimed to be Lu Zheng's one and only soulmate. They even fought fiercely for him, competing to give him precious pills and magical treasures. It turned out that 3 days later, the world pearl Lu Zheng had picked up a year ago would be activated, marking the beginning of his journey through countless worlds. He traversed 108 worlds, including martial arts, fantasy, and immortal realms, and in each world, he had a companion. With his help, these companions grew into the top-tier powerhouses of their respective worlds. 10,000 years later, a great battle erupted, causing time to become chaotic and multiple dimensions to merge. The various worlds began to overlap with the original world where Lu Zheng resided. Lu Zheng perished, his path to enlightenment shattered. However, each of his Tao companions obtained a fragment of the World Pearl and, guided by the fragments, came to seek him out. As the multiverse merged with reality, everyone was in danger. Yet with the help of his Tao companions, Lu Zheng gradually ascended to the pinnacle once more, ruling the 9 heavens and standing atop the myriad realms of the multiverse. Chapter 95, New Divine Equipment. Finally arrived. 10 divine grade items? Lu Zheng had given all the ancient summoning lucky bracelets and the divine essence fragments obtained from slaying a half-god of evil to Zhu Chengfang, asking her to modify them for him. She took the items and went to handle the matter, and it wasn't until now that she finally responded. Lu Zheng thought she might need help, but instead received the news that the modification was complete. This left Lu Zheng overjoyed. In recent times, he had been consistently refreshing his summoning slots, hoping to obtain a divine pet or a god-tier pet, but had yet to achieve any results. After advancing to a third-tier master summoner, he had replaced all the over 1,000 summoned beasts in his possession with rare-grade beast pets. For ordinary summoners, a rare-grade beast pet is essentially their highest combat power. But in his case, they were merely cannon fodder. But that wasn't what he wanted. What he desires is a divine pet, at the very least, a celestial pet. His previous plan was to summon 10,000 beast pets and then relax at home, but now he realized he couldn't do that. If he were to do so, within half a year, the Great Xia Empire would descend into chaos. In a year, the demon god might even conquer the entire world. Therefore, he now wanted more divine pets to bolster his forces and resist the demon god. Only divine pets can stand up to gods, and celestial pets will only be able to resist the power of half-god-level demons in the future. However, his luck is currently in an accumulation phase, and he urgently needs an external force to accelerate the accumulation of luck so he can obtain divine pets again sooner. And the appearance of this equipment is timely. Without time to celebrate with Dongfang Shenglong, Lu Zheng casually left 2 words and used the teleportation array to leave Beihai City and head to the imperial capital. Zhu Chengfang and the others were waiting for Lu Zheng in the imperial capital. The Heavenly Workshop. 7 Saint-Tier blacksmiths were waiting for Lu Zheng's feedback. At that moment, the purple gold bracelet in Lu Zheng's hand was the result of their collective efforts. Equipment, Call of the Gods. Quality, Divine Purple Radiance 5-star. Equipment requirements, mental power value greater than 10,000. Skill, Divine Summoning Passive. Durability, Permanent. Skill, Divine Summoning Passive. Effect, summon creatures in the name of the divine, with a high chance of summoning divine-grade spirit pets and legendary divine pets. After reviewing its characteristics, Lu Zheng immediately praised it with satisfaction. Excellent. Very good. I love this equipment. Use these divine essence fragments as materials. Focus on this direction and create more equipment with these characteristics for me. Even if we can only produce one more, it would be a great achievement for me and for the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Elders, please do your best. Zhu Chengfang smiled and said, having crafted 2 such pieces of equipment, I've gained some insights. With the help of these old masters, we can definitely produce another piece of decent quality within a month. With your assurance, I can rest easy. We await your good news. Lu Zheng thanked him again and then took his leave. He was eager to try it out. He felt that today might be the day it finally worked. With a new divine pet within reach, how could he not be in a hurry? However, he didn't summon it in the imperial capital. Instead, he used the teleportation array to return to Beichuan County and headed straight for the small island in the sea teeming with sea beasts. This place was contaminated by the power of the evil god, with monsters of a decent level, making it ideal for grinding and leveling up, as well as refreshing summoning spots. He put on his equipment and activated the lucky aura. Once everything was ready, it was time to witness the miracle. Consuming 1,000 points of magic, the master-level summoning technique was successfully activated. Congratulations on obtaining the 1-star rare pet frozen magic worm 1. Lu Zheng currently has ample mana, and the monsters outside are of high levels, so the summoning spots refresh quickly. In the blink of an eye, they refreshed over 10,000 times. Suddenly, Lu Zheng sensed something. It was time to make a move. Sure enough, the next moment, a series of notification sounds nearly made him pop his eyes out of his head. Consumed 1,000 points of magic, successfully activated the master-level summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star divine grade spirit pet hook snake 10 triggered the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill soul snatching. Consumed 1,000 magic points, successfully activated the master-level summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet candle dragon 1 triggered the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill invert black and white. Consume 1,000 points of magic, successfully activate the master-level summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet white tiger 1 trigger the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You obtain the skill power of Gengjin. Consume 1,000 points of magic, successfully activate the master-level summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Kuanping 1 trigger the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You obtain the skill water strike 3000. 10 5-star divine grade spirit pets, 3 5-star legendary divine pets. Lu Zheng was completely stunned. This was the first time he had ever drawn 10 identical divine grade spirit pets in a row. After all, drawing 4 at once was already considered extremely impressive, yet this time he had drawn 10. What's even more terrifying is that all 10 of them are exactly the same. 10 5-star divine grade spirit pets of the same species, when combined, should be no weaker than a single legendary divine pet. Rounding up, Lu Zheng had essentially drawn 4 divine pets in one go. Moreover, the names of the 3 divine pets that followed were equally impressive. Shulon, a legendary being said to bring daylight when it opens its eyes and darkness when it closes them, breathing out summer and inhaling winter. Skill, invert black and white. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10,000 mana to apply the invert black and white effect to a single target. While under this effect, all damage dealt to the target is converted into healing, and all healing is converted into damage. All buff effects are converted into debuff effects, and vice versa. This skill is equivalent to an invincibility effect, as enemies will not heal you for no reason. They will only attack you relentlessly, and all the damage they deal will ultimately be converted into healing. It can also be used on enemies. For example, use it on a non-demonic monster, then have Zay release Holy Light. This skill is purely healing against non-demonic creatures, but under the invert black and white effect, it becomes a pure damage skill. On the other hand, most powerful individuals possess a special constitution that allows them to restore their health or gain buffs. Under this skill's effect, the monster's own buffs and healing abilities may end up killing itself. Such a powerful skill that directly alters causality can only be possessed by divine beasts. The next divine pet, the white tiger, one of the legendary 4 sacred beasts, masters the power of wind and the force of slaughter. The skill it grants, Gingjin Power, is the perfect embodiment of the power of slaughter. Skill, Gingjin Power. Effect, consumes 10,000 mana to convert into Gingjin Power, causing the next attack to deal additional damage from Gingjin Power. Gingjin Power has armor-piercing properties, reducing the target's defense by at least 50%, and dealing at least double the base damage value. Chapter 96, The Primordial Giant Whale. The Ice and Snow Kingdom. The Skeleton Throne. Lu Zhang loved this skill that could double damage, especially when combined with the critical strike aura effect. The damage output was simply mind-blowing. Additionally, the Gingjin Power possessed a defensive weakening effect. In other words, what would normally require a demigod's defense to block 20 million points of damage can now only block 10 million points, or even less. More true damage is dealt, making it easier to kill monsters. The third divine pet, the Kuanping, is also a heavyweight. In the northern sea there is a fish, its name is Kuan. The Kuan is so vast, its size is unknown. When it transforms into a bird, its name is Peng. The Peng's wingspan is so vast, its size is unknown. This divine pet can be summed up in one word, huge. Its massive size represents overwhelming magical power and nearly invincible strength. However, the skill it grants to Lu Zhang is not an attack skill. Skill, Water Strike of 3000. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10,000 points of magical power, allowing it to transform into the body of the Kuanping, granting the ability to shift into the form of the primordial giant Kuan or the golden winged Pang, and to ride the winds and waters, traversing 3,000 miles in an instant. This isn't just a simple travel skill, it's a transformation skill. After transforming into the primordial giant Kuan, one becomes the ruler of the waters, and after becoming the golden winged great Pang, one can dominate the skies. This excited Lu Zhang greatly. Although his current base strength is no weaker than that of a divine beast, the immense size and colossal form of these creatures still piqued his interest. Only by truly becoming gigantic can one comprehend what it means to be insignificant. The skills provided by the 3 divine pets were all powerful, but the 10 identical divine grade spirit pets actually granted the same skill. Lu Zhang felt he had been shortchanged. If they had been different divine grade spirit pets, he could have obtained 9 additional divine grade skills. Skill, Soul Snatching. Effect, minimum mana cost of 10,000 points. Targets with mental strength below half of the caster's own mental strength have their souls completely extracted, rendering them unable to resist. Targets with mental strength above half of the caster's own mental strength suffer a minimum of 1,000 points of mental damage. This skill seems rather useless, as it only deals minimal damage to targets with mental strength higher than half of its own. However, in reality, even a demigod only has around 200,000 mental strength. By consuming 1 million mana, you can reduce their mental strength by 100,000. When their mental strength drops below half of your own, using soul snatching soul stealing again will instantly kill them. If combined with the critical strike aura effect, you can kill a demigod using less than 1/5 of the original mana. If you have the Dongyut Sangsha use the Blooding Divine Light skill to severely wound the target's soul, killing a demigod in an instant is a breeze. Seeing how powerful this skill was, Lu Zhang no longer bothered about losing 9 divine grade skills. With 3 more divine pets, he now had a total of 9 divine pets and 21 divine grade spirit pets. This was undoubtedly a force capable of overturning all existing order. Of course, Lu Zhang had no intention of overthrowing anything. His current focus was on quickly leveling up all his divine pets. The sea was not suitable for the white tiger to fight, so Lu Zhang only released the Candle Dragon and the Kuanping. The Candle Dragon had a human face and a serpentine body, entirely red in color, with vertically elongated eyes. At level 1, its body length already exceeded 10 meters, emanating a powerful aura. Grabbing any level 200 monster and having the Candle Dragon finish it off caused its level to skyrocket, and its body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to over 100 meters in length. When its massive serpentine body coiled up, the human-faced head became even more terrifying. The Kuanping was even larger. Since this was the ocean surface, it appeared in the form of a primordial giant whale, measuring over 20 meters in length at level 1. Such a size was truly terrifying. This ancient giant Kuan also possesses the same devouring ability as the Taoye, and the things it devours can be converted into experience points. However, it must consume an equal amount of water along with its prey to complete the final digestion and absorption. Fortunately, the corpse of the monster killed by the candle dragon was swallowed by it, immediately transforming into experience points, causing its level to skyrocket and its size to explode. A primordial giant Kuanping at just over 100 levels already reached a terrifying length of 200 meters. Such a colossal creature would require an unimaginable number of monsters to sate its hunger with a single meal. After more than 2 hours, the ancient giant koi, now over 150 levels, reached a length of over 400 meters. A candle dragon of the same level was only a mere 130 meters long. Moreover, while the candle dragon has a slender, elongated body, the primordial giant whale is a round, bulky creature, measuring over 400 meters in length and nearly 300 meters in width. When its massive mouth, resembling the gates of a deep abyss, opens wide, its diameter is nearly identical to the black hole of destruction unleashed by a Taotie. The ancient giant koi's mouth also possesses immense gravitational pull, especially in water, where it harnesses the force of the water to ensure that virtually no creature can escape, all being swallowed whole. Its stomach lacks the alternate dimension found in the Taotie, instead filled with surging water energy that crushes everything that enters it. The candle dragons in Kuan Pang, having reached level 150 or higher, have attained the peak strength of a Saint-tier powerhouse. Lu Zheng ordered them to dive deep into the ocean to explore and devour more monsters. The monster density within the coastal area is insufficient. Kuanping and candle dragons belong to the ocean. However, Lu Zheng still cares deeply about their safety, so he not only has them work together but also forbids them from provoking demigod-level monsters. Although they might have the combined strength to kill a demigod-level monster, there would definitely be casualties, and such a risk is not worth taking. Lu Zheng prefers to crush enemies with absolute strength. Winning by taking shortcuts is like dancing on the edge of a knife, one misstep, and it's certain death. After the shocks of the first and second transformations, Lu Zheng now prioritizes stability. Even though he now possesses 2 5th transformation divine pets, the Taotie and the Bai Zhe, Lu Zheng still has no plans to initiate the 4th transformation quest. With 9 divine pets at his disposal, he wouldn't risk it unless 4 of them reach the 5th transformation or higher. By leaving the candle dragon and the Kuanping in the sea, he no longer needs to worry about coastal troubles. Most monsters will be intercepted and killed by these 2 creatures. Even if a semi-divine monster appears, Lu Zheng can detect it immediately and arrive in time to prevent any damage. He left the sea and arrived at the far north. The far north of the Great Xiao Alliance is located north of the border city of Snow Crystal City. Xuejing City is one of the major border towns of the Great Xiao Alliance. It not only needs to defend against the attacks of numerous ice and snow-type monsters from the extreme north snow plains but also faces the onslaught from the undead plane. The extreme north has 2 saint-level dungeons. One is the Ice and Snow Kingdom, which is a multi-layered dungeon similar to the Endless Desert Dungeon and is home to some non-human intelligent races, the descendants of the gods. The other is the Bone Throne Dungeon, which connects to the undead plane. The Skeleton Throne is a semi-open dungeon where monsters continuously accumulate. Once their numbers reach a certain threshold, a necromancer cataclysm erupts, unleashing hordes of undead that surge out of the dungeon, descending upon the frozen wasteland, and then marching southward toward the human cities. Calculating the time, this is the moment when the undead plague erupts every 3 years. This is the perfect opportunity to level up his summoned beasts. However, as soon as he arrived at Snow Crystal City, he discovered that Xianyuan Wuji had also arrived. His presence here indicated that a serious accident had occurred. Chapter 97, accidentally turned into bone dust. The Reaper's Trial. Xianyuan Wuji had originally sent a message to Lu Zheng asking about the situation in Beichuan County. However, Lu Zheng informed him that he had already arrived at Snow Crystal City. The two immediately met. Did you leave a divine pet behind in Beichuan County to guard the area? Lu Zheng nodded and smiled. Yes, but not just one too. Xianyuan Wuji thought of something and showed a look of surprise. You summoned another new divine pet. Lu Zheng nodded again, this time not mentioning that he had actually summoned 3 at once and already had 6 in total. Excellent. It seems that the equipment Zhou Chengfang and the others crafted for you is quite impressive. Xianyuan Wuji smiled. That equipment is very useful to me. Lu Zheng replied. Why did you come here? I was planning to come over to level up my summoned beasts. Did something unexpected happen? Xianyuan Wuji's smile faded as he spoke solemnly. The undead realm has erupted in chaos. The Skeleton Throne Dungeon has gathered twice as many undead as the previous undead plague, including dozens of Saint-tier bone dragons, 5 half-god tier bone dragons, and a half-god tier undead dragon knight. So many demigods appearing at once? Could it be that the demon god has revived? Lu Zheng asked. Xianyuan Wuji shook his head and said, what we can confirm for now is that a rebellion has erupted in the undead plane. The specifics are unclear, but it is likely connected to the demon god. I was just about to call you. With so many monsters and demigod-level undead, I can't handle them all alone. Take half of the undead army. How many demigods do you plan to kill? Xianyuan Wuji added. Lu Zheng shook his head and said, I'm a bit greedy. Why not just leave them all to me? Xian Yuan Wuji fell silent, looking at Lu Zhang, then suddenly burst into laughter. I was right. In just a few days, you've grown much stronger. Alright, I'll stay here and wait for your good news. Xian Yuan Wuji didn't think Lu Zhang was joking or boasting about such a matter, so he was certain that Lu Zhang's strength had indeed increased significantly. Lu Zhang had come here to kill monsters and level up. Now that he had 2 5th-tier divine pets at Xiongqi and a white tiger both in urgent need of a large number of monsters to level up, he naturally wanted to secure as many monsters as possible for himself. The undead army was still a race suppressed by Bai Zai's sacred power. Additionally, the newly obtained 10 great 5-star divine great spirit pets, the hook snakes, whose soul-shaking attacks were also an effective way to deal with the undead. Leaving Xian Yuan Wuji in Shuejing City, Lu Zhang set off alone toward the entrance of the Skeleton Throne Dungeon. The entrance to this dungeon is a valley, and Lu Zhang immediately recognized it as the perfect location. It was a perfect spot for grinding and leveling up, a place where one man could hold off 1,000. Upon entering the dungeon, it was also a vast valley. Lu Zhang immediately had the Taotia stay here, then dispatched the white tiger and the Qiangqi, one a sacred beast controlling the power of slaughter, the other a ferocious beast mastering the power of malice. He ordered them to lead the summoned beast army and charge at the undead horde. Though only 6 months had passed since the awakening day, Lu Zhang had over 1,700 summoned beasts, each at least rare grade quality, with an average level exceeding 100, a formidable force. Bai Zai remained by Lu Zhang's side, while Lu Zhang began using the magic bridge to connect the 4 divine pets and 21 divine great spirit pets. Xiangqi swiftly created puppets to help it kill more monsters faster and gain more experience points, while the white tiger also demonstrated the immense power of a sacred beast. Summoned beast, unnamed. Species, white tiger. Quality, 5-star legendary divine pet. Level, LV 0.10%. Health 10,010, 000 mana, 1,000. Strength, 200. Agility, 150. Spirit, 150. Constitution, 200. Skills, Holy Spirit Form, Gangjin Power, Wind Slicing Blade, Shark Metal Storm, White Tiger Holy Body Passive, Shapeshifting. The primary attributes of the white tiger are identical to those of the Qiangqi, and the two share many similarities. Upon activating Holy Spirit Form, all attributes are doubled, transforming it into a killing machine. The Wind Slicing Blade skill grants it extremely fast attack speed, while the Gangjin Power enhancement further boosts its combat capabilities. A single Sharp Metal Storm can wipe out all monsters within a 10-mile radius. Under such high-frequency, large-scale attacks, its level skyrockets to 161 in just a few minutes. Xiangqi even surged to level 167 in one go. The undead army was incredibly powerful. There were so many monsters, it seemed endless. Lu Zhang noticed that the few demigod-level monsters had no intention of attacking, so he made a decision. He would first focus all his efforts on helping a divine pet break through to level 200 in one go. Having one more 5 transformation divine pet would make it easier to fight against demigods. Xiangqi's skills were primarily targeted at magical creatures, so Lu Zhang chose the white tiger as the target for enhancement. Skill, Sharp Metal Storm. Effect, minimum mana cost of 10,000 points. Creates a storm within a certain range, using wind power to channel gold power into razor-sharp gusts, dealing a minimum of 50,000 physical damage and 50,000 magical damage per second to all targets within the area. The white tiger has over 1.5 million mana points, Xiangqi has over 2.3 million, Bai Zai has 2.8 million, and the 21 divine pets provide 2.5 million, with Lu Zhang contributing 1.3 million. Total, over 1.3 million points of mana. Critical Strike Aura, Luck Aura, and Gangjin Power. Expand the range to maximum, encompassing over 99% of the undead within half the dungeon space. 13 million points of magical power were released, with a base damage of 10 million points per second. Enhanced by Gangjin Power, the damage doubled, surging to 20 million points per second. The critical strike aura doubles, reaching 60 million points per second. 6 million points of damage per second, enough to kill a low-health demigod in just 2 seconds. This deathstorm sweeping across half the dungeon space lasted a full 8 seconds. The cumulative damage reached a terrifying 480 million points. Lu Zhang had originally only intended for the white tiger to kill those low-level undead. But the sharp gold storm was too terrifying. 42 Saint-tier bone dragons, 5 demigod-tier bone dragons, and that demigod-tier undead dragon knight couldn't survive either. Although this large area attack skill had limited single-target damage output, the Gangjin energy was specifically designed to break defenses. Therefore, they couldn't withstand such a brutal storm and were reduced to piles of bone fragments. For a moment, Lu Zhang's vision was filled with kill notifications and the white tiger's level-up prompts. Ding! Your summoned beast white tiger has killed a level 450 Dominator tier undead, Bone Dragon Knight Tagum 1. Your summoned beast white tiger has gained 128 million experience points. You have gained 32 million experience points. Ding! You have obtained the item Divine Fragment 5. Ding! You have obtained the item Death God's Trial Order 1. Item, Reaper's Trial Order. Effect: holding this token allows you to enter the Death God's temple in the undead realm and activate the Death God King's throne succession trial. Chapter 98, True God Tier, Hellfire. Wuji brother. Please keep reading. Recently, Lu Zhang had already learned some information about deities. The gods of the upper realm are first divided into several God King lineages such as the Light God King lineage, the Death God King lineage, and the Destruction God King lineage, among others. Below the God Kings are the main gods, followed by the upper gods, middle gods, lower gods, and demigods. The deities Lu Zhang had previously heard of, such as Lab Ban, were merely deities below the rank of main god. Now, he had actually received a Divine King assessment order from a Death Divine King. Lu Zhang was not overly delighted by this. Instead, he was astonished that even the God Kings had perished in that cataclysm. What kind of immense disaster would humanity now have to face? Lu Zhang arrived at the entrance to the realm of the undead, above the Bone Throne. Looking at the throne, Lu Zhang fell into deep thought. Earlier, the undead had gathered here but hadn't launched an attack immediately, as if waiting for something to arrive. Behind the entrance, there was likely a far more powerful entity lurking. He wondered whether he should go inside to investigate. Suddenly, Lu Zhang remembered he had a clone ability, which could be used to send a copy inside. In the next moment, he activated the triple clone skill, creating 3 clones. Each clone possessed 50% of his base attributes and could also use his true vision skill, making them ideal for reconnaissance. To enter the Saint Tier Dimension dungeon, a pass was required. Lu Zhang took out the Undead Dimension pass he had obtained earlier. The main body held it, and the clones could also enter. This is great. If the clones couldn't enter or exit, Lu Zhang would have to come up with another plan. Upon entering the undead plane, the aura of death instantly enveloped it. Fortunately, before entering, Lu Zhang had blessed the clones with a blessing aura. This granted immunity to the energy corruption. However, shortly after, Lu Zhang sensed a pressure far surpassing that of a demigod. In an instant, it shattered all 3 of his clones. In that final moment, Lu Zhang caught a glimpse of a figure. At first glance, it resembled a chimpanzee, but it had no fur, its body resembling a structure made of stone, burning with black-red flames. Its eye sockets were empty, containing nothing but void and nothingness. Monster, Hellfire. Rank. Lu Zhang could only see the name, not the specific level, which already spoke volumes. The true vision allowed Lu Zhang to see the basic information of targets no higher than 300 levels above his own. Since he couldn't discern the information or level of this Hellfire, it meant it was at least 300 levels above his current 150. Combined with his aura detection, it was undoubtedly over 500 levels. Those above 400 are demigods, and those above 500 are true gods. At least a lower tier god. The existence of lower tier gods in the undead realm is not unusual, but their presence at the entrance is highly unusual. Lu Zhang couldn't figure it out for the moment, as his knowledge of the divine realm was too limited. He decided not to dwell on it further and returned directly to Snow Crystal City. The entire dungeon was nearly cleared out the moment he arrived. From the perspective of his avatar, there weren't many undead creatures near the entrance of the undead plane either. Since few monsters could respawn in a short time, staying here any longer was pointless. Xian Yuan Wuji saw Lu Zhang return so quickly and asked in surprise. So fast? Did you kill them all? Lu Zhang nodded and said, the demigods were easy to handle, but the real problem was inside. I used my clone to enter the undead plane and discovered a true god-level undead being called Hellfire near the entrance. I believe the undead and demigods who entered the Skeleton Throne dungeon were all driven there by it. When Xian Yuan Wuji heard Lu Zhang say that the demigods were easy to handle, he nearly lost his composure. Over the years, dealing with the crisis posed by demigod-level monsters had nearly exhausted him, and he had nearly been killed on several occasions. It was only after years of growth and gaining sufficient strength that he could finally kill weaker demigods with relative ease. Yet now, this 150-level professional who hadn't even completed his 4th transformation could effortlessly kill so many demigods. This made Xian Yuan Wuji feel a sense of the younger generation surpassing the older one. However, after hearing the latter half of Lu Zhang's words, he put aside those thoughts and began to ponder the information Lu Zhang had revealed. A few minutes later, Xian Yuan Wuji spoke. There are 2 possibilities. The first is that the Hellfire has been controlled by the demon god, preventing creatures from entering the undead plane to participate in the Death God King's trial. The second is that the Hellfire has not been controlled by the demon god, it is itself part of the Death God King's trial. Couldn't it be that it's actively invading this world? Lu Zhang asked doubtfully. Xian Yuan Wuji immediately denied it. No way. Based on the information I've gathered over the years, in all the sacred level plane copies, the strongest ones allow demigods to pass through, and some don't even allow demigods to exit. For example, the 9th layer of the Abyss dungeon. True gods would not use those exit points. However, true god-level demon gods will definitely appear, so we must act quickly to cultivate some individuals and grant them godhood so they can resist true gods. Aren't you going to attain godhood? Lu Zhang asked. Xian Yuan Wuji replied. I can attain it, but I cannot be the first to do so, because it is still uncertain whether, after attaining godhood, I will be able to return to this world to aid humanity. After a pause, he looked at Lu Zhang and smiled. Actually, I could take one divine title myself. After all, you're here now, and you can kill demigods faster than I can. Lu Zhang hurriedly waved his hands and said, No, I'm not familiar with many of the circumstances. You absolutely cannot be the first to obtain the divine status. Have you decided on the candidate for the first divine status? It's already decided. It's in the far north. And she's already started the divine status inheritance assessment. Xian Yuan Wuji said with a smile, clearly proud of having made such early arrangements. That was indeed something to be proud of. Despite being so busy that he barely had time to rest, he still had the energy to think about such long-term matters and make arrangements in advance. No wonder he was revered as the war god by the people of Yanxia. Let's go. I'll take you to meet her. Xian Yuan Wuji said with a smile. Lu Zhang was curious. He had heard that there was only one demigod in Yanxia. If that was the case, then the one who participated in the assessment must be a saint-level powerhouse. Even the imperial war god, Xian Yuan Wuji, who was over 400 levels, had not accepted the divine examination. How could a saint-level powerhouse possibly pass it? Soon, Lu Zhang discovered the reason. Xian Yuan Wuji led Lu Zhang deep into the Ice and Snow Kingdom dungeon, to the top of a massive snow-capped mountain, where they saw a woman strolling leisurely in the wind and snow. Lu Zhang immediately discerned the woman's level information. Character, Xue Fei Hua. Class, Ice and Frost Miracle Mage. Level, LV.400 278.56%. Upon seeing someone approach, Xue Fei Hua flew directly toward the two and exclaimed joyfully, Wuji brother. You came to see me. The overly sweet voice made Lu Zhang shiver. He couldn't help but glance at Xian Yuan Wuji with a strange expression. Wow. Should I step aside? Chapter 99, It must be that my power isn't strong enough yet. This is just the beginning. Xian Yuan Wuji seemed unaffected by Xue Fei Hua's tone. He spoke solemnly. This is Lu Zhang. Though he hasn't reached the fourth transformation yet, his combat strength is already sufficient to kill a demigod. He is the successor I've chosen. I brought him here to have him familiarize himself with the divine position succession assessment. You should explain it to him. Xue Fei Hua looked at Lu Zhang upon hearing this, clearly surprised by Xian Yuan Wuji's evaluation of him. After all, even she, at her current level, lacked the ability to kill a demigod, yet Lu Zhang could. The divine succession assessment, I only know the method I am currently undergoing. The divine position I am inheriting is that of the Frost God, a subordinate god under the Life God King's lineage, the Sea God. To inherit this divine title, 3 conditions must be met. First, achieve 100% affinity with the ice element. Second, complete 3 trials. Third, condense the divine essence. The 3 trials are, defeating a level 400 dominant tier monster, the Snow Woman defeating a level 450 sovereign tier monster, the Ice and Snow Elf King, and pulling out the Frost God's staff. Currently, I have already defeated the Snow Woman and the Ice and Snow Elf King, and my ice affinity has reached 100%. All that remains is to pull out the Frost God's staff and condense my divine essence, after which I can inherit the divine position of the Frost God. Xue Fei Hua spoke of these matters with evident excitement. It was clear that she was very eager to inherit the divine title, but Lu Zhang was certain that the Snow Woman and the Ice and Snow Elf King had both been killed by Xian Yuan Wuji to help Xue Fei Hua. In other words, the divine title inheritance trial allows for external assistance. Lu Zhang asked directly. Where is the Frost God's staff? Why can't it be pulled out? Is it because of insufficient strength? In his view, if an object couldn't be pulled out, it was because the strength wasn't sufficient yet. As long as enough strength was accumulated, it could be forcibly extracted. Xian Yuan Wuji spoke. The Frost God's staff is at the highest point of this mountain. I have tried to pull it out, but with my strength, I cannot do it. This likely requires some understanding of the Frost God's power to break the divine power seal and pull it out from within. Let me take a look. Lu Zhang still believed it was a matter of insufficient strength. Xian Yuan Wuji's strength attributes were only slightly stronger than his own at present, and he was confident he could surpass him soon. He couldn't pull it out himself, but that didn't mean his divine pets couldn't give it a try. The 3 quickly reached the mountaintop. Lu Zhang spotted the Frost God staff and sent a clone to give it a try. This thing wasn't just impossible to pull out as more force was applied, a colossal icy power surged out from within. In the blink of an eye, the clone was covered in a layer of frost. Truly the artifact of the Frost God. Using brute force 1T work. If you try to pull it out with brute force, the icy power released from within would be too much even for a demigod to withstand. Xue Fei Hua, seeing Lu Zhang's failed attempt, hurriedly reminded him. Clearly, Xian Yuan Wuji had already suffered a setback in this regard when he had helped her pull out the divine staff earlier. Lu Zhang smiled and said to Xian Yuan Wuji and the others, let's step back. Let my summoned beasts give it a try. As he spoke, Lu Zhang raised his hand and summoned his 3 divine pets, the Taodia, the White Tiger, and the Qiangqi, along with 21 divine pets. Upon seeing the 3 divine pets, Xian Yuan Wuji exclaimed in shock. You brat actually have 6 divine pets. Earlier, Lu Zhang had told him that he had left 2 divine pets in the sea, and he had heard that Lu Zhang had also left 1 divine pet on Spider God Island. He had assumed that Lu Zhang only had 1 divine pet left, but to his surprise, he summoned 3 at once. Xue Feihua, standing beside him, was also stunned, her mouth wide open. 21 more divine-grade spirit pets. That's way too exaggerated. Lu Zhang gave a shy smile and said, "It's not too bad, I guess." Xian Yuan Wuji laughed heartily, "That's more like it. Once you grow stronger, that's 6.5 demigods. We can leave 1 in each direction, and the 2 of us will guard the remaining sides. 8 directions will be fully protected. But half-gods might not be enough now." Lu Zhang's words left Xian Yuan Wuji speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang began to quickly release the magic power bridge, linking the magic power of all the divine pets, including himself and several divine pets. He felt it was still risky, so he looked at Xian Yuan Wuji and Xue Feihua. "Elder, I need to borrow your magical power." The 2 nodded in unison, and Lu Zhang also used the magic power bridge on them, connecting all targets. Lu Zhang looked at the Taoye and pointed at the frost divine staff, saying, "Pull out this staff." The frost god staff protruding from the ice was only about a meter long. Compared to the Taoye's colossal body, it was roughly the length of a single hair. It was impossible to grasp. But that didn't matter. As a powerful mythical creature, it didn't rely solely on its physical body to grasp objects, it could also do so through energy links. Suddenly, the 200-meter-tall Taoye clasped its hands together, forming an energy column that enveloped the frost god staff. Thus, the grip was formed. The Taoye began to exert force, and a stream of blue-white energy began to spread upward along the frost staff, gradually extending to the Taoye's arms, inflicting freezing damage. At this moment, the Taoye's passive skill, Magic Annihilation, activates, converting all spell damage into mana that it absorbs. Continuing to exert force, a greater burst of power erupts, and more icy energy surges from the frost-covered staff. Soon, the gluttonous beast reached the limit of its current strength. Watching the scene, Xian Yuan Wuji couldn't help but say to Lu Zhang beside him, "If it's not working, don't try anymore. If you accidentally hurt the divine pet, that would be a huge loss." Lu Zhang smiled and said, "This is just the beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, the Taoye instantly activated the Dharma Realm skill. At the same time, all individuals connected by the bridge of divine power, including Xian Yuan Wuji, had their divine power drained from their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the Taoye's body surged upward and expanded. Its original size of over 200 meters was already enormous, but now it reached over 1,300 meters in height. With a furious roar, the Taoye, whose attributes had multiplied multiple times, began to exert its power. The icy power released by the frost divine staff surged dramatically as the power imbued upon it increased, freezing the Taoye's arms in an instant. However, it was instantly nullified by the Magic Annihilation skill. The entire snow-covered mountain began to tremble, the ground cracked open, and a blizzard raged. With a deafening explosion, the ice blocks trapping the frost god's staff shattered. It really worked! Xue Feihua couldn't believe his eyes. That was a test set by a true god, meaning that the power trapping the staff was on par with that of a true god. Yet now, it had been pulled out by brute force by a summoner who hadn't even reached the 4th transformation, using a summoned beast. It was hard to believe. However, when Lu Zhang had the Taoye place the frost god's staff into her hands, she felt that incredibly harmonious power and believed it. This was the truth, how could she not believe it? Lu Zhang raised his hand and recalled all the summoned beasts. Once they returned to their summoning positions, their mana recovery speed doubled. He looked at Xian Yuan Wuji and asked, "Senior, for the final step condensing the divine essence, how can we assist her?" Chapter 100, The Path to Divinity. Follow your own choice. Please continue reading. Xian Yuan Wuji looked at Xue Feihua. "Do you have any ideas?" "I have no clue about condensing the divine essence." Xue Feihua nodded and said, "I've already tried it before. With divine essence fragments as a guide, one can attempt to condense the divine essence, but this requires a massive amount of experience points." "A huge amount of experience points? Do you mean that one can only accumulate experience points in the max level, untransformed state to condense a divine essence?" Lu Zhang caught the crux of the matter. Xue Feihua gave Lu Zhang an approving look. This was indeed the most unique aspect. To become a god, it's essentially a class change. At the 400 level milestone, you can undergo a class change. At the 500 level milestone, you can also undergo a class change. Once you reach level 400, the class change sanctuary can no longer assign tasks for class change. You must accumulate a large amount of experience points, then use them to master divine power, thereby breaking the shackles and becoming a demigod. At this point, if one can condense a divine essence, one can become a god. Since one can become a god simply by condensing one's divine essence, why bother inheriting a divine throne? Lu Zhang asked in confusion. Xue Feihua continued to explain. The difficulty is different. Inheriting a divine title only requires passing the assessment. Divine essence is merely a matter of time, and obtaining sufficient experience points is all that's needed. However, if you don't inherit the divine throne and instead condense your divine essence on your own, the amount of experience points required is astronomical. Even if you defeat half-god level monsters, you might need hundreds or even more to accumulate enough. Moreover, you must level up step by step. You cannot directly become a god by reaching the maximum level of the same tier, let alone instantly becoming an upper tier god. You can only advance one level at a time. There is also the risk of failure in condensing the divine essence. Lu Zhang understood. He could completely choose the path of condensing his own divine essence. Because his summoned beast's levels were definitely higher than his own, each time he advanced, he would accumulate a massive amount of experience points. In fact, he could even reach the required level for the next advancement with points to spare. For him, self-promotion and obtaining a divine essence unique to himself was the most suitable path. After all, even if he were to inherit the position of God King, it wouldn't match the status of the ruler of all divine beasts in his heart. He needs a higher position. Coincidentally, I also need help leveling up my summoned beast. How about this? I'll help you gain experience points while I'm at it, so I can get a rough idea of the experience required for divine succession. What do you think, senior? Lu Zhang looked at Xue Feihua and asked. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Wuji nodded and said, Lu Zhang is the perfect choice to help you. He has many summoned beasts with comprehensive combat power. Not only in this dungeon, but also in the nearby Skeleton Throne dungeon, he can help you level up faster. I'll follow Wuji's advice. Xue Feihua looked at Xianyuan Wuji and said gently. Lu Zhang now strongly suspected that what Xianyuan Wuji had told him earlier was also true. He just wanted to have fun with young, beautiful girls, and Xue Feihua was one of them. I'll leave this to you. I'm off. Xianyuan Wuji left Xue Feihua with his back turned, leaving her staring for a long time before she snapped back to reality. Then please help me level up. Xue Feihua said with a brick-like smile. Lu Zhang suddenly thought of a question and asked. Senior, aren't you afraid that after inheriting the divine throne and ascending to the divine realm, you'll never be able to meet Xianyuan again? Xue Feihua's smile vanished as he looked in the direction Xianyuan Wuji had left. I'm afraid. But whatever Brother Wuji needs me to do, I will do it. Lu Zhang nodded and turned to look at the monster in the distance. Let us begin. I'm eager to see how much experience points it will take to complete the class change to a lower tier god. The Ice and Snow Kingdom dungeon and the Bone Throne dungeon were teeming with monsters, especially the Bone Throne dungeon, where the true goddess Hellfire continued to dispatch half-god level undead creatures. All of these undead were slain by Lu Zhang and Xue Feihua. Xue Feihua was only level 400, so killing demigods granted a lot of experience points. 9 days passed quickly, and on this day, Xue Feihua's experience points had accumulated to 1% of 10,000. I think that's enough. I'm going to start condensing my divine essence. Xue Feihua said to Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang asked. Should I notify Xianyuan Senior for you? Xue Feihua shook his head and said. No need. We'll definitely meet again. Don't disturb him, he has his own matters to attend to. Lu Zhang remained silent. Xue Feihua's feelings for Xianyuan Wuji were evident, but she didn't cling to him. She simply expressed her support and offered whatever help she could to make things easier for him. This kind of feeling was so pure that Lu Zhang even felt a bit envious. Having lived 2 lifetimes, in this one he had been an adult from a young age, making it difficult for him to fall in love. He had always been a calm and composed person. The icy cold froze Xue Feihua, and in that moment, she seemed to merge with the entire snow-covered mountain and the environment around her. Lu Zhang had been watching her with his true vision. Her experience points were rapidly depleting, and the divine power within the divine fragments was being absorbed into her body. Soon, a crystal formed within her body. That was the divine essence. The process of inheriting the divine position was indeed smooth, merely requiring the conversion of experience points for the divine essence to gradually form. Once the divine essence was fully formed, the ice and snow on Xue Feihua's body melted away, and her aura underwent a complete transformation. Character, Xue Feihua. Level. Since she had directly ascended from a 400th level holy tier perfect rank professional to a lower tier true god above the 500th level, surpassing Lu Zhang, who was only at the 150th level, her level and information were no longer visible. Lu Zhang looked at her and asked, Congratulations on becoming a god. May I ask if you can still remain in the lower realm? Xue Feihua nodded and smiled, Yes, I can. However, the power of gods is suppressed to level 500 in the lower realms, and all attributes are significantly weakened. Lu Zhang exclaimed in surprise, Does that mean that even in the lower realms, gods only possess the strength of a fully realized demigod? That is the case for now. Xue Feihua paused, then said solemnly, But that may not be the case in the future. Just then, a figure flew over from the distance. Upon seeing the arrival, Xue Feihua exclaimed joyfully, Wuji brother. Xianyuan Wuji saw Xue Feihua's current state and couldn't help but laugh. Great! We've finally succeeded. We now have a lower tier god among us. Xue Feihua stepped forward and said, Wuji brother. I don't need to go to the upper realm. I can stay in the lower realm, but my cultivation and strength will be restricted to the peak of the demigod realm. Good. Excellent. Now we have a reliable combat force. Xianyuan Wuji exclaimed once more. But he immediately thought of another issue. If you're in the lower realm, can you still continue to improve your strength? Xuefeihua's smile froze on her face. You can improve, but it will be very slow. After becoming a god, killing monsters below the god level no longer grants experience points. To continue leveling up, you either have to kill monsters of the true god level or higher, or you can only slowly cultivate on your own to enhance your divine power. You can also enhance your divine power in the lower realms, but it will be slower than in the upper realms. Judging by his expression, it was clearly not just a matter of being slower, it was much slower. Chapter 101, All Divine Pets Advance to the 5th Transformation. Unlock the Job Change Quest. Lu Zheng could tell, and Xianyuan Wuji could tell as well. However, he did not make any direct demands. He still needed to weigh the pros and cons. A lower tier god is nothing in the divine realm. Even if she were sent back to the upper realm to cultivate, it would be unlikely for her to advance to a mid-tier god in the short term. In fact, she might not be able to advance at all. After all, her divine rank was obtained through a class change, and it was originally just the rank of a lower tier god. There was still too little information available about the gods. Stay in the lower realm. We need to help more beings attain godhood. Even if we go to the upper realm in the future to enhance our strength, you can't go alone. We don't know what the situation is like in the upper realm now, it's too dangerous. Xianyuan Wuji stated his reasons. Regardless of the reason, upon hearing Xianyuan Wuji tell her to stay, Xuefeihua nodded obediently without hesitation and said happily, alright. I'll stay with Brother Wuji to protect the Great Xia Alliance. Lu Zheng couldn't bear to watch. This elder was showing off his affection without regard for the situation. Since Senior Xue has advanced, I also need to go accept my job transfer task. Lu Zheng spoke up. He felt he should leave quickly to give the two of them some privacy. Xianyuan Wuji looked at him and asked, are you confident? The 3rd tier task requires you to defeat a demigod. If the 4th tier task asks you to defeat a lower tier true god, you might not be able to handle it on your own. Lu Zheng rubbed his forehead. Please have some faith in me. But no matter what, I will succeed. Even against lower tier true gods, he wasn't completely without confidence, because the 9 divine pets had all advanced to over 200 levels and entered the 5th transformation tier. 9 5th tier divine pets, that was his confidence. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Xuefeihua and asked, by the way, Senior, could you tell me the attributes of a lower tier true god? Of course I can. I'll tell you my attributes. Xuefeihua replied without hesitation. She then revealed all her attributes. Lu Zheng quickly recorded all this information in his mind. Character, Xuefeihua. Level, LV.550 lower tier god. Life, 750 million. Magic, 100 million. Strength, 500,000. Agility, 450,000. Spirit, 700,000. Constitution, 700,000. According to Xuefeihua's calculations, a newly ascended lower tier god who has broken through the semi-divine barrier and reached the lowest rank of lower tier gods has a base health pool of over 500 million. Each subsequent level increase adds 5 million to their health pool. The base mana value is 50 million, increasing by 1 million for each level up. The 4 primary attributes have a minimum of 400,000 points for the lowest tier and a maximum of 500,000 points for the highest tier at the initial stage of a lower tier god. This gave Lu Zheng a relatively clear understanding of the overall attributes of deities. Xuefeihua added. The greatest difference between true gods and demigods lies in their use of divine power. In a demigod's mana, only a small portion is divine power, while a true god's mana is entirely divine power. Physical defense, skill defense, and recovery speed all have significant differences. The gap between gods and demigods is already a leap in the level of existence. Xianyuan Wuji said solemnly, the power gap between demigods and true gods is too great. If your task is indeed to kill a lower tier true god, you would have to go to another plane where divine power is not suppressed. You should wait a bit longer and enhance your strength further. Lu Zheng shook his head and said, I can't improve much in the short term. The monster levels in this world are limited. There are few ways to quickly level up the Taotie and others. He had already used all available methods. With the current approach, the leveling speed would slow down once they reached level 200. To quickly advance them to level 300 or even 400, he needed to explore other dimensions. However, with his current level cap at 150, he couldn't even see information about monsters above level 450, which was extremely disadvantageous for him. Without information, attacks lack targeting and cannot leverage their advantages. Attacking higher level monsters with lower levels becomes extremely challenging. Various factors are hindering him, and he needs to level up quickly not just to break through the 150 level barrier, but also the 200 level barrier. Alright, go ahead. If you need help, send me a message. Xianyuan Wuji didn't try to persuade him further, as he knew Lu Zheng had his own thoughts and plans. Once you've completed your class change, come find me. I need to discuss the matter of the divine position inheritance with you. Lu Zheng nodded upon hearing this and smiled lightly. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll be going. After leaving the Ice and Snow Kingdom dungeon, Lu Jing summoned all his summoned beasts back in an instant and checked their current levels and attributes one by one. The levels, from highest to lowest, were Kuei-Nyo at level 211, Bai Zai at level 210, Bai Hu at level 208, the Nine-Headed Phoenix at level 205, Tadai at level 204, Jiangqi at level 203, Xiang Lu at level 202, Kuenpeng at level 201, and Zhu Long at level 201. All 9 divine pets have reached the 5th transformation level. 5 transformation divine pets have a minimum magical power of 2.5 million points, with Jiangqi and Kuenpeng having twice the magical power of their peers. The total magical power of the 9 divine pets exceeds 28 million points. Combined with Lu Zhang's magical power and utilizing the magic power bridge connection, the total magical power can exceed 30 million points. This number is still somewhat short of the 5 million points required to begin the path of a lower tier true god. However, it is not a difference in magnitude. With various auxiliary methods, Lu Zhang believes he has a certain chance of defeating both lower tier and upper tier true gods. After all, he possesses 9 divine pets, and the skills they master are all at the divine skill level. As long as he can find a countermeasure, there is a high likelihood of defeating the opponent. Moreover, he was merely completing a 4th tier task. There was no need to actually send a lower tier true god to fight him. Although he was considered a cheater, he couldn't be targeted like this. This isn't fair. Lu Zhang said this, but deep down, he didn't hold much hope for the job change sanctuary. After all, that bastard gave him a dragon slaying task for his first class mission, which was utterly absurd. If it weren't for his cheat code being powerful enough, he would have been finished during the first class mission. Lu Zhang still harbored some resentment. With a mix of anxiety and anger, Lu Zhang arrived at the job change sanctuary within Snow Crystal City. Placing his hand on the job change altar, task information appeared before Lu Zhang's eyes. Detected current class level 150, has met the requirements for the 4th class change. Congratulations on receiving a 5-star Hell tier difficulty class change quest, Extermination. The Awakening of the Blood Silk Spider Queen. Mission description: the lower tier demon goddess Blood Silk Spider Demon Queen Audra is about to awaken. Please proceed to Spider God Island and annihilate her. Mission requirements: solo defeat the LV.540 level lower tier demon goddess Blood Silk Spider Demon Queen, Audra. Note, Audra will awaken in 5 days, and her strength will gradually recover afterward. Without any surprises, Lu Zhang saw the class change quest and once again flew into a rage. End of this chapter. Chapter 102, Great King. I'm here. Come catch me. Although he had anticipated this outcome, when he saw that his class change quest was indeed to kill a lower tier true god, Lu Zhang nearly smashed the class change sanctuary. With the power he currently possessed, slaying a demigod was indeed easy. However, true gods and demigods were entirely different beings. Lu Zhang couldn't even be sure if his attacks, as a lowly existence, could even break through a god's defenses. Fortunately, after so many missions, he had finally caught a glimpse of the glimmer of hope in these tasks. It was right there in the prompt. After the Blood Thread Spider Demon Queen revived, her strength began to recover, meaning that she was not yet at full strength upon revival and did not reach the 550 level standard. Although the opponent's strength was undoubtedly still at the true god level, every bit of strength they lacked gave him an extra chance of victory. With this in mind, Lu Zhang immediately made arrangements. He placed summoned beasts like the Kuei-Nyo, Xiang Lu, and the 9-headed phoenix creatures that could steadily continue leveling up in specific environments into their respective dungeons. With 5 days remaining, they could potentially level up by 7 or 8 levels in 4 days. Perhaps the mana points gained from these 7 or 8 levels would be the key to victory. The remaining summoned beasts, Lu Zhang took with him to the Abyss. The Abyss plane was extremely dangerous, as it undoubtedly harbored demon gods of the true god tier. However, to rapidly level up and make a final push, Lu Zhang was willing to take the risk. Moreover, whether it's the Abyss dimension, the Undead dimension, or any other dangerous dimension, he would definitely go there after his class change. The number of Saint tier and Demigod tier monsters in this world's dungeon is limited and can no longer meet Lu Zhang's needs for rapid leveling. Xian Yuan Wuji's arrival interrupted his conversation with Xue Feihua. Lu Zhang suspected that Xian Yuan Wuji did this on purpose. He didn't want to reveal to him how the true god wielded his true god level power in the lower realms. Although he was already very powerful, Xian Yuan Wuji had no intention of making him take on all the pressure. A 6-month agreement. He had said he would give him half a year, so there were some things he wouldn't voluntarily reveal. However, Lu Zhang could guess some things, such as this matter. It was highly likely that, at some point in the future not too far off, the rules would be shattered by the demon god. The arrival of a true god-level demon god would bring about the true disaster. However, judging from Xian Yuan Wuji's reaction, that day is unlikely to come within the next 6 months, so he still has time to continue growing. But even so, if he grows at the usual pace, half a year is absolutely insufficient. Therefore, he needs a more aggressive upgrade pace. If this job change is completed smoothly, the next job change will occur within a month, without any delays. Upon arriving at Tiannan City, Lu Zhang entered the Abyss Demon's Lair dungeon and directly reached the entrance to the 8th layer. After this period of recovery, the number of abyss demons in the dungeon had refreshed back to its previous state, but Lu Zhang no longer found this place challenging. The density was still too low. He wanted to kill more, stronger monsters. After entering the 9th layer of the abyss demon's lair, Lu Zhang immediately flew away in the direction farthest from the entrance. In theory, to survive and escape at a critical moment, Lu Zhang's best option would be to stay near the entrance so he could flee at any time. However, he still possessed an item he had obtained long ago. Item: Abyss Gate Scroll. Effect: using the scroll opens a deep abyss gate, connecting this world to the deep abyss plane. The gate remains open for 72 hours and allows creatures up to LV.300 to pass through. The spatial coordinates had already been established, and he could use it at any time to open a deep abyss gate leading to the 8th layer of the deep abyss cavern. Additionally, he had mastered the void walking skill, which was sufficient to ensure his survival. Even if he were to die, he still has 1 resurrection opportunity from the passive skill Nirvana Rebirth and 9 lives from the passive skill 9-headed Immortality to spare. Dying once is no big deal. As long as he can escape successfully in the end, it will be worth it. After all, if he failed this class change quest, he might die anyway. After weighing his options, Lu Zhang decided to enter the abyss directly and venture deeper inside. He summoned the abyss demon he had reached level 158, sat on its shoulders, and had it carry him forward. Since he was unfamiliar with the environment and terrain here, he drew a simple map in his mind as he went along. Half an hour later, Lu Zhang encountered the first abyss race. Monster: Abyssal Ratman. Quality: Boss level. Level: LV.100. Health: 100,000 100,000. Magic: 20,000 20,000. Strength: 5,000. Agility: 3,000. Spirit: 3,000. Constitution: 4,000. Skills: Frenzy, Dark Impact, Plague Mist. This population consists of approximately 4,000 individuals, with 90% being level 100 monsters, half of which are level 100 or below, and the remaining half being elite monsters above level 100. Lu Zhang directly used Blazing Inferno to eliminate them all, gaining some experience points. This amount of experience points was too meager for him. What Lu Zhang truly needed were monsters in the millions or even tens of millions, as this would allow him to accumulate sufficient experience points within the limited time available. Searching on his own was too time-consuming and labor-intensive. Although he had dispatched numerous summoned beasts to search everywhere, the efficiency was still too slow. The abyss plane was too vast. Even if all the summoned beasts were deployed, their search range was limited, and finding a large group was something Lu Zhang couldn't guarantee in time. He needed to take a more aggressive approach. After a moment's thought, Lu Zhang summoned the abyss demon and activated the void walk skill to enter the void, simultaneously summoning Bai Zai. When it comes to energy in the abyss, what is the most striking? It was undoubtedly the divine power, without a doubt. Lu Zhang's plan was simple: have Bai Zai draw the attention of the enemies. The aura of a 5-transformed divine attribute legendary divine pet was released, accompanied by a wave of purifying light rippling out, like a huge light bulb illuminating the pitch-black night. In that instant, a vast expanse of sky was illuminated. Many monsters noticed and began to gather here. Bai Zai's actions were a clear provocation. It was like storming into the enemy camp and shouting through a megaphone, "King! I'm here! Come and catch me!" This was pure provocation, taking the mockery to the extreme. Large numbers of abyssal creatures erupted into chaos, surging toward this area. Bai Zai's aura is not just a taunt to them, it's a delicious temptation. Therefore, a large number of abyssal monsters quickly gather here. The powerful abyss monsters are all massive in size, and Lu Zhang could sense their approach from a great distance. Many of them are monsters of level 300 or higher. After all, Bai Zai's aura is extremely powerful, and ordinary abyss monsters dare not approach. Seeing so many abyssal creatures, Lu Zhang grew excited. As the distance closed, he released all the summoned beasts he had with him, and the slaughter began. End of this chapter. Chapter 103, title: Abyssal Demon God. A test attack against the true god. He was killing like a madman. Under the pressure of the task to kill a true god, Lu Zhang had no choice but to fight like a madman, leading his summoned beasts in a desperate battle. Everywhere he passed, all the abyssal demons were slaughtered without mercy. The area was left as clean as if it had been swept by a mudslide. On the first day alone, Lu Zhang encountered 4 demigod-level abyssal demons and successfully defeated them. The total number of other abyss monsters slain was staggering. By the time half of the first day had passed, a notification sound rang in his ears. You have killed over 100 million abyssal demons of level 30 or higher, earning the title Abyssal Demon God. Title: Abyss Demon God. Black and Gold effect. When equipped, you deal an additional 10% spell damage to monsters when cast on a target. The target deals an additional 5% spell damage to monsters. Mental plus 2000, Strength plus 1500. Upon seeing this title, Lu Zhang's spirit trembled. He had obtained quite a few titles. However, all these titles were only effective on the individual. A title that could designate a target and trigger a chain effect was something he had never encountered before. Moreover, this title came at the perfect time. It could increase the damage dealt by summoned beasts by an additional 5%. Regardless of whether it would ultimately be effective against those lower-tier true god-level demon gods, it would significantly boost his current leveling efficiency. Lu Zheng continued to slaughter without pause, while Bai Zhe frequently used the evil-repelling lightwave to trigger large-scale chaos in gatherings of abyssal demons. Such a conspicuous tactic made it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. He rampaged for 2.5 days straight, and by the afternoon of the third day, he finally attracted a lower-tier true god-level demon god. In an instant, Lu Zheng made a bold decision. The 6 divine pets that had already established a mana bridge immediately drained their mana and were summoned by Bai Zhe to release their skills, Holy Light. The target was the lower-tier true god-level demon god. At the same time, Lu Zheng retrieved the Abyss Gate scroll and activated it, flying directly toward the demon god. The last thing he saw was the true god being struck by the overwhelming sacred light. Due to the massive level disparity, Lu Zheng couldn't even see if the demon god's health bar had decreased, but judging from the final fluctuations in its aura, the attack had definitely taken effect. Not only was it effective, but it also dealt significant damage to the demon god. This meant that his divine pet's attack power was sufficient to deal damage, so the battle against the Blood Thread Spider Demon Queen now had a basic damage assessment. Utilizing the effect of the divine light, Lu Zheng successfully escaped from the Abyss Demon realm. The demon god, enraged by Lu Zheng's attack, attempted to pursue him through the Abyss Gate. However, as soon as it approached, it triggered the Abyss Gate to violently tremble. This Abyss Gate can only withstand the entry and exit of beings up to level 300. Higher-level beings will cause spatial instability upon approaching. As a true god, the demon god immediately understood the limitations of this gate. Unable to come personally, it summoned a large number of abyssal demons of levels 200 and below, ordering them to charge out of the abyssal gate and pursue Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng saw this and was immediately overjoyed. He hadn't expected that after striking the enemy once, he would gain such an unexpected bonus. He had been worried about the shortage of monsters, but now, with an endless stream of monsters pouring out, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of targets to kill today. This Abyss Gate could remain open for 3 days without being attacked. However, the demon god could only influence a limited number of monsters, and within less than half a day, the number of monsters emerging from the gate began to decrease sharply. Lu Zheng left 10 hook snakes behind to continue leveling up here, while he took all the other summoned beasts with him. He needed to head to Spider God Island. The core of Spider God Island is the Spider God Temple, which is a planar dungeon identical to the 9th layer of the Abyss Maw. The Blood Thread Spider Demon Queen must be within this planar dungeon. To enter, he likely needs to meet certain conditions, which Lu Zheng had overlooked earlier. After all, under the threat of a true god, he couldn't help but overlook some details. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't too late. He could find a way quickly, and he already had a hunch about how to enter. It must be related to the 450th level demigod Spider God Island High Priest guarding the entrance. After leaving the Abyss Demon's lair, Lu Zheng directly entered the Spider God Island dungeon. The area was still occupied by the divine pet Xiang Lu, whose toxic mist was devouring all the monsters, leaving none behind. Upon learning that his mission was to slay a true god-level demon god on Spider God Island, Lu Zheng immediately notified the city lord of Tiannan City, ordering him to summon all adventurers from the Spider God Island dungeon and seal off the area around it, preventing anyone from entering. Therefore, this time he did not need to worry about injuring those on the outskirts. He simply allowed Xiang Lu to fill the entire instance space with toxic mist. However, as before, he did not order Xiang Lu to attack the Spider God High Priestess or her followers. Now, it was time to act. As Lu Zheng entered, Xiang Lu, who had received the orders, began to condense the poisonous mist. When releasing the same amount of magical power, such area of effect skills naturally become more powerful the smaller the area they cover. This was even more true after the poisonous mist was condensed. The amount of toxic mist within a given space doubled, causing its corrosive and damaging effects to surge dramatically. When it reaches a certain level of concentration, it begins to violently compress inward. The spider-like minions of the Spider God High Priest were immediately corrupted by the toxic mist, their health plummeting rapidly. Generally speaking, poisonous creatures like these poisonous spiders have high resistance to toxic damage. However, Xiang Lu's toxic mist is different. It is not an ordinary toxic mist but a mist capable of absorbing toxins from other toxic creatures. This toxic mist cannot be neutralized by its own toxins unless it is purified. Clearly, the poisonous spiders, being toxic creatures themselves, lack such a capability. After 3 days of leveling up, Xiang Lu had advanced from level 202 to 210. After eliminating all the high-level subordinates of the Spider God High Priest, he had just reached level 211. Only one 450th level Spider God High Priest remained, and relying solely on this toxic mist was insufficient to defeat it. With many subordinates dead, the Spider God High Priest had already gone berserk. The Spider God High Priest was a humanoid creature, roughly the same size as a normal human, standing over 3 meters tall, with 8 deep purple bone-like spider legs protruding from its back, resembling spears piercing into the ground. The 8 spider legs are extremely long, supporting the Spider God High Priestess's entire body in midair, 3 meters above the ground. She wears bone armor adorned with purple-black patterns, holding a staff in one hand and cradling a dark green crystal ball in the other. Her entire body constantly emits a gray-green toxic mist. Unlike other toxins that were directly swallowed and absorbed by Xiang Lu's toxic mist, the Spider God High Priest's toxic mist blocked the absorption of Xiang Lu's skills. Lu Zhang could tell that this was the effect of divine power. Divine power is an attribute less energy capable of countering all forms of energy. It has no countering attributes, but as long as it is sufficient, it can nullify the damage from all magical attacks. Invader. Destroy. The Spider God High Priest swung his staff and launched an attack towards Xiang Lu's massive body. Thank you for your support. Please continue reading. Please vote for recommendations. Chapter 104, Xiang Lu faces off against the Spider God High Priest. The clash between a 5th-tier divine pet and a demigod. Xiang Lu is currently only at the 5th transformation, but in terms of base attributes, he is not significantly inferior to the semi-divine Spider God High Priest. However, in terms of mana and health, he falls slightly short. However, he was still able to easily counter the Spider God High Priest's attack. He simply released a toxic spiritual light, effortlessly blocking it. Immediately after, all 9 heads simultaneously spewed corrosive venomous saliva, resembling a torrential downpour. This is not a skill, it is a standard attack method that does not consume much mana, but being hit will significantly reduce health. Monster, Spider God High Priest. Quality, Overlord tier. Level, LV.450 Semi-Divine. Health, 170 million. Mana, 13 million. Strength, 150,000. Agility, 200,000. Mental, 300,000. Constitution, 200,000. Skills, Spider God's Light, Demon Poison Mist, Exploding Poison Star, Blood-Sucking Poison Blade, Spider God's Avatar, Spider God's True Form Passive. Originally, Lu Zhang had planned to have all his divine pets attack together, link their magical power, and then kill the Spider God High Priest. However, after seeing its skills, Lu Zhang confirmed that the most formidable aspect of this creature was its poison attribute. And Xiang Lu feared poison the most. Therefore, he decided to let Xiang Lu fight alone, so that Lu Zhang could see the difference between a 5-transformation divine pet of over 200 levels and a half-god of over 400 levels. Could a divine pet, with his own support and without relying on other divine pets, fight against a demigod? Upon receiving Lu Zhang's orders, Xiang Lu launched a full-scale attack. 9 heads spewed acidic poison mist, which was merely a probing attack to gauge the opponent's defensive limits. After a rough assessment, it activated its domain skill. Skill, Drowning Domain. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10,000 mana points to create a domain within a certain range. All entities within the domain will be submerged. Inflicts a minimum of 30,000 points of corrosive damage per second to targets within the domain. As the submersion effect intensifies, damage increases, and all submerged targets take damage at 10 times the original rate. In an instant, a body of water rippling with greenish-blue waves formed. Xiang Lu directly consumed 1 million mana points to unleash the skill, creating a massive area spanning 10 miles in all directions. The depth of the water reached over 300 meters. Such a vast area, generating so much water in an instant, would require far more than just 1 million mana points. Besides the critical strike aura and luck aura effects from Lu Zhang, the key lies in this skill's ability to channel the power of heaven and earth. This is also a major feature of divine pet skills, otherwise, with their current mana reserves, the effects of their skills would be extremely limited. The massive mana combined with the critical hit effect allowed it to deal a staggering 3 million points of damage per second to the target, and as the drowning effect strengthened, this damage could continue to increase. At this moment, the Spider God High Priest was enveloped in divine poisonous mist, resisting the effects of the drowning domain and flying upward. She is currently at the deepest part of the drowning domain, where the effect is amplified tenfold, dealing 30 million damage per second. Even with her strong defense, she can only nullify 5 million points of damage. If she cannot escape in time, 7 seconds will be more than enough to kill her. She hurriedly broke free from the depths of the drowning domain, but at that moment, Xiang Lu charged directly toward the Spider God High Priestess. It resembled a ferocious beast from the depths of the sea, with 9 heads tearing and biting at the Spider God High Priestess, while periodically releasing a toxic spiritual light that prevented her from escaping the range of the drowning domain. Under this relentless pursuit and pressure, although the Spider God High Priestess couldn't be completely trapped within the drowning zone, part of her body was submerged. On average, it lost 5 million points of health per second, which was no small number. If the battle continued, it would take less than a minute to claim the life of this demigod-level monster. The Spider God High Priestess was well aware of her situation and immediately released 4 pitch-black flying blades, each over 10 meters long, which pierced directly into Xiang Lu's body. Skill, Blood-Sucking Poison Blades. This skill inflicts continuous damage on the target and generates blood-sucking spider threads that absorb the target's life force and transfer it to the user, thereby causing the enemy to bleed while the user restores their own health. Of course, this merely slowed down the rate at which she was losing health, far from enough to counteract the damage inflicted by the drowning domain skill and the attacks released by Xiang Lu's 9 heads. In the next instant, the spider god high priestess's form suddenly swelled, her body covered in divine power, forming a shell resembling a divine form. This was her other skill, spider god avatar. Lu Zhang did not rush to kill the spider god high priestess, one of the reasons being that he wanted to observe the effects of this spider god avatar skill. If there were no surprises, the form she had transformed into was that of the lower tier true god, the blood-threaded spider demon Empress Audra, and the aura and majesty she exuded were a simulation of that being. Generally speaking, such avatar type skills either grant an additional status effect corresponding to the avatar's appearance or grant a new skill. Through the true vision, Lu Zhang saw a layer of red energy enveloping her body. This energy once again significantly weakened the damage from the drowning domain. The high priestess who had obtained the spider god avatar exuded majesty. She roared fiercely. Die! Immediately afterward, a burst of energy beside one of Xiang Lu's heads and exploded violently. The overwhelming force nearly shattered Xiang Lu's head, but it fell just short. The most potent effect of the exploding poison star skill was the toxic corrosion released simultaneously with the explosion. Unfortunately, the toxins were absorbed by Xiang Lu's 10,000 poison demon body, transforming into magical power. Not only did they fail to cause any damage, but they also restored a significant amount of Xiang Lu's magical power. With his mana replenished, Xiang Lu immediately unleashed an area of effect attack skill called Acid Rain Critical Strike. Since the spider god high priest had transformed into the spider god, his size had grown significantly, making him more vulnerable to the area of effect damage of the Acid Rain Critical Strike and harder to dodge. The acid rain created by Xiang Lu was no ordinary acid rain. It was a super corrosive toxic energy fused with the primal power of Xiang Lu's divine beast, enhanced by powerful water-based magical effects, and possessed extremely potent corrosive properties. Even when it hits the red defensive layer of the spider god high priest, which has extremely strong defensive capabilities, it immediately causes penetrating corrosive effects. The spider god high priest once again felt his life threatened and immediately unleashed two skills. A massive amount of purple-red toxic mist was released, with what seemed to be the shadows of demon spiders swirling within, beginning to tear at every inch of Xiang Lu's skin. This was the effect of the skill Demon Poison Mist. At the same time, the demon spider's divine light was released, and they contained within the eerie glow infiltrated Xiang Lu's body. Xiang Lu's 9 heads roared in unison, not out of pain, but from sheer pleasure. The massive toxic energy restored his magical power to full capacity, and in return, he instantly doubled the strength of the drowning domain. The spider god high priest was entangled by the excited Xiang Lu and dragged into the depths of the drowning domain. Thank you for your support. Please keep reading. Please vote for recommendations. Chapter 105, The Demon God's Altar Teleportation Order. Stealing the Heavenly Mechanism. Please keep reading. The spider god high priest's health dropped to 0, and Lu Zhang heard a notification sound. Ding! Your summoned beast Xiang Lu has defeated a level 450 dominant tier evil god, spider god high priest 1. Your summoned beast Xiang Lu has gained 128 million experience points. You have gained 32 million experience points. Ding! You have obtained the item Divine Fragment 5. Ding! You have obtained the item Evil God Altar Teleportation Order 1. Item Demon God Altar Teleportation Order. Effect: holding this token allows you to teleport between any demon god altars. The token must be used to mark the spatial coordinates of different altars in advance. With these experience points, Xiang Lu's level has risen to 213, and all his stats have returned to peak condition. Lu Zhang walked toward the deepest part of the demon spider temple and saw the demon god altar inside. The teleportation order in his hand displayed a prompt. The bug nest dimension has been marked, and the current world dimension has been marked. You can now travel between the two worlds. Now, Lu Zhang only needed to step into the altar to use the teleportation token to enter the bug nest plane. With just over a day remaining until the Blood-Thread Spider Demon Queen's revival, Lu Zhang paused briefly, recalled all his summoned beasts, then entered the altar and teleported. Lu Zhang noticed that the different planes he had traveled to shared a common feature. It was the same pitch-black darkness. Evil gods prefer darkness, and in these evil god planes, there was little light. Lu Zhang surveyed his surroundings. He confirmed that he was on an altar identical to the one at the Spider God's temple. But there was no temple here, only this bare altar. Looking around, the environment resembled a desert. It was empty and desolate, with no light and thin air, a place where ordinary people couldn't survive. Lu Zhang couldn't help but furrow his brows. As he had suspected, the exact location of the blood-threaded spider demon Queen Audra remained unclear. Finding her before she revived was going to be a bit tricky. Suddenly, Lu Zhang thought of one of his divine pets that might be able to lend a hand. Summoned beast, unnamed. Species, sky-stealing rat. Quality, 5-star divine grade spirit pet. Level, LV.16877.23%. Skills, Void Walking, Steal Heavenly Secrets, Empty-Handed Mastery, Void Rift, Avoid Misfortune passive. Skill, Steal Heavenly Secrets. Effect, consumes a certain amount of mana to obtain a glimpse of divine secrets. Allows for predicting danger, determining direction, and locating objects. The heavenly rat is not very large, roughly the size of a young calf. However, as a 5-star divine grade spirit pet that is only slightly inferior to divine pets, its abilities are extremely powerful. Out of its 6 skills, only one is an offensive skill. Split the void. But this is already more than enough. It directly shatters space, with spatial energy powerful enough to tear everything apart. If one cannot escape the range of the shattered space, even a true god would be dragged away by the shattered space. Not to mention the survival focus skill Attract Good Fortune and Avoid Misfortune, which maximizes its defensive capabilities. However, at present, Lu Zhang only needs the ability of Steal Heaven's Secrets. Consuming 100,000 points of magical power, the heaven-stealing rat pinpointed a direction and approximate location. Lu Zhang immediately followed it and activated the void walking skill, taking over 2 hours to arrive at a vast canyon shrouded in toxic mist. The true vision activated. The scenery within the toxic mist was clearly visible. There wasn't much to see, just countless spider-like monsters and layers of webs trapping the entire canyon. Rare indeed. So many monsters gathered in one place. A rough estimate put their number at around 4 to 5 million. And they were of high quality, with most of them above level 150, meaning each one would yield significant experience points. However, the greatest reward would come from Xian Lu. After all, the area is saturated with toxic energy, which it can absorb through its 10,000 poison demon body and convert into a portion of experience points. Combined with the experience gained from killing these monsters, it will definitely allow its level to rise further. This strategy of both fighting and looting is undoubtedly the fastest way to level up. In a situation where there are no major level jumps, maximizing the level of the divine pet to increase the overall magical power limit is the key to enhancing overall combat strength. Lu Zhan was well aware of what he needed at this moment. Xian Lu flew into the canyon, activating the drowning domain and poison mist barrier. In an instant, countless poisonous spiders were instantly killed, and the experience points were transferred to Xian Lu and Lu Zhang. The poison mist barrier spread, devouring the existing poison mist energy within the canyon. Simultaneously, Xian Lu absorbed the poison attribute energy to convert it into more experience points. Within a few breaths, 1/3 of the canyon's area was completely cleared by Xiang Lu. The entire canyon was shrouded in Xiang Lu's poisonous mist barrier, which continued to spread downward, devouring everything in its path. Whether it was poisonous spiders or spider webs, they were directly corroded and absorbed. Xian Lu, relying on the experience points gained from this slaughter, advanced to level 214. The commotion above finally caught the attention of certain lifeforms deep within the canyon. One after another, enormous, diverse spider-like demonic monsters surged forward. Some were pink, releasing hallucinogenic toxins, others were silver-white, with 8 legs as sharp as blades, their tips coated in nerve-corroding venom. Among them were even saint-tier monsters. But their fate was the same. Upon entering the domain of the drowning realm, they would perish within a second or two. They couldn't even reach Xiang Lu's vicinity. It wasn't until a demigod-tier human-faced spider demon, the Spider God Guardian, appeared that the true battle finally began. Lu Zhang bestowed 2 auras and 10 sources of magical power upon Xian Lu. Then it slowly proceeded to eliminate this 430-level demigod-tier monster. Xian Lu leveled up again, reaching level 216. There were 4 Spider God Guardians in total. After Xiang Lu killed one, the remaining 3 appeared together. At the same time, numerous 5th-tier or saint-level monsters charged in. At this point, relying solely on Xian Lu was clearly insufficient for a smooth victory, so Lu Zhang released Xiangqi to fight alongside him. Xiangqi is now at level 211, which is just the level of a newly 5-transformed monster. However, as a 5-star legendary divine pet, its 4 basic attributes are already sufficient to overwhelm demigod-level demons below level 450. Especially its mental strength attribute. It already had more than double the mental power of other divine pets of the same level, and now it had reached a terrifying 660,000 points. Meanwhile, a 450-level half-spider divine guardian only has a mere 280,000 points of mental power. After activating the fierce spirit puppet skill, Xiangqi directly performed soul extraction on it, effectively killing the target. Not only did it gain 2 additional levels, but it also obtained a demigod puppet. Seeing this, Lu Zhang decided not to waste the other 2 spider god guardians and asked Xiang Lu to assist Xiangqi in soul stealing. By consecutively soul stealing 2 demigods, Xiangqi ascended 4 levels, further increasing its mental power. However, this was still not the limit of its spiritual power enhancement. After activating the Evil Intent Devour skill, it could continue attacking surrounding monsters, devouring their souls to permanently increase its mental power. Seeing Xiangqi's total mental power, Lu Zhang suddenly thought of a reliable method to deal with Audra. End of this chapter. Chapter 106, The Awakening of the True God, the Blood-Threaded Spider Demon Empress Audra. Xuefeihua had mentioned that the base mental attribute of a low-tier true god ranged between 400,000 and 500,000 points, while Xuefeihua, the frost god at LV.550, had a maximum attribute of only 700,000 points. In the mission, the blood-threaded spider demon Queen Audra was ranked at level 540, 10 levels lower than Xuefeihua. Furthermore, she has just awakened, so her mental attributes and level are certainly not yet at their peak. This means her mental power value is likely less than 700,000 points. After leveling up 6 times to reach level 217, the Qiangqi, after devouring the souls of numerous other monsters, now has a mental power value of 730,000 points. The prerequisite for activating its skill, Evil Spirit Puppet, is that the target's mental power must be less than 4/5 of its own. In other words, as long as the Blood Thread Spider Demon Queen Audra's spiritual power can be reduced to below 580,000 points, she can be directly turned into a puppet. Audra's spiritual power will not exceed 700,000 points, so weakening her spiritual power by around 100,000 points is sufficient to eliminate her without a fight. At the same time, you'll directly obtain a lower-tier divine-level Fierce Spirit Puppet. Thinking of this, Lu Zheng couldn't help but feel extremely excited. He possessed numerous pet beasts capable of weakening mental power, and each of them was extremely powerful. The Blood Shadow Divine Light of the Cave-Dwelling Azure Snake, the Soul-Snatching Hook of the Hook Snake, not to mention these, the Evil Intent Devouring of the Qiangqi is also extremely powerful. However, activating the Evil Spirit Puppet skill doesn't consume much magical power, and with the effect of the Lucky Aura, as long as he can reduce Audra's mental power to below 580,000 points, success is almost guaranteed. Thinking of this, Lu Zheng's heart, which had been filled with anxiety at the thought of facing a true god, grew calm. After all, it's just a true god. As long as I can make her health bar appear, I have a chance to kill her. Due to the true god's high level, after Audra revived, Lu Zheng couldn't discern her attributes. Therefore, he needed to launch a full-scale attack from the very beginning. Regardless of her specific attributes, he would assume the most extreme scenario, devise a contingency plan, and aim to take her down in one blow. The best battle is one where the opponent doesn't have time to counterattack. Instant kill is the best defense. At this point, the entire canyon had been cleared by Lu Zheng's summoned beasts. However, it was still shrouded in a layer of toxic mist, which was Xiang Lu's poisonous mist barrier. From the outside, no one could tell that a major change had already occurred inside. Lu Zheng sensed that this plane was not the divine realm solely owned by the Blood Thread Spider Demon Queen, but rather a much larger plane. There might be other evil gods within it. Lu Zheng used his remaining time to complete 2 tasks. First, he determined the distance from here to the demon god altar where he had entered the plane, as well as the minimum mana required to teleport there using the Voidwalk skill. Second, he summoned all his divine pets and immortal pets and stationed them around the Great Canyon to complete the mana bridge connection. 9 divine pets at over 200 levels, 21 immortal pets above level 160, plus himself. The total mana obtained was over 35 million points. From here to the demon god altar, teleporting there would consume 1.7 million mana points. Leaving 2 million mana points as a reserve, the total available mana was over 33 million. This time, aside from Qiangqi activating the Fierce Spirit Puppet skill, none of the other summoned beasts would intervene. The skill will be activated by Lu Zheng personally. After careful consideration, he decided to use the skill Soul Snatching, as its effect is the most direct. Compared to the sustained damage of Blooding Divine Light, the Soul Snatching skill inflicts greater instantaneous mental damage. And by activating it personally, he aims to utilize the Godslayer title. By equipping this Black Gold title, Lu Zheng could deal an additional 5% mental damage to the demon god. 5% is no small amount. The more damage you inflict, the greater your chance of direct victory. Everything is ready, all that's missing is the east wind. Lu Zheng didn't do anything else, maintaining his state of readiness, fully focused on the hexagonal seal altar at the bottom of the canyon. This thing looked like a seal, but since it was about revival rather than breaking the seal, it was likely a restoration array to regain strength. Lu Zheng believed that if he could destroy this place, there was a high chance that Audra's revival would fail. But he couldn't control the consequences. This revival site could not be definitively identified as the creation of any specific demon god. He feared that destroying it might directly summon an even more powerful demon god. To play it safe, Lu Zheng decided to wait for Audra's revival. 13 hours passed quickly, and finally, energy fluctuations began to emerge from the revival altar. A massive spider-like shadow materialized in mid-air, with energy flowing through the array. The surrounding energy began to converge toward the array. The sky was filled with dark clouds. Those weren't ordinary clouds, but the convergence of demonic energies, as if preparing for the emergence of the evil god beneath the ground. Finally, the earth trembled, and the Great Canyon began to slowly expand outward on both sides. On the ground, a massive crack appeared. A thick, hairy spider leg emerged from the crack, followed by a second and then a third. Once all 4 legs emerged, the massive figure leaped upward, transforming into a woman dressed in a dark red skirt, wearing a blood-red crown, and with 8 demonic spider legs growing from her back. Hee. I'm back. Evil God, Audra. Race, Blood Thread Spider Demon Queen. Rank. It's you. After confirming the target, Lu Zheng instantly channeled 3 million points of magical power into the soul-snatching skill and unleashed it at Audra. As a true god, Audra sensed Lu Zheng's attack the moment it was launched. She erupted in fury. You insignificant insect. Just as she was about to release her skill, her soul was violently torn apart, causing her mental energy to plummet by over 400,000 points. The soul of a true god was indeed incredibly resilient. The skill unleashed with 30 million points of mana, combined with the Godslayer title effect and the critical strike aura doubling damage, had only dealt this much mental damage. It must be acknowledged that the life form of a true god is indeed on a higher level. But it was enough. This attack not only reduced Audra's mental energy by at least half but also broke through her mental defenses. Xianqi's malevolent spirit puppet immediately emerged, possessing her body. The possession was complete. Ding! Your summoned beast Xianqi has defeated the LV.540 tier lower rank demon god Bloodthread Spider Demon Queen, Audra 1. Your summoned beast Xianqi has gained 112 billion experience points, and you have gained 28 billion experience points. Ding! The LV.540 tier lower ranked evil god Blood Silk Spider Demon Queen, Audra has been detected as deceased. You have successfully completed your class change. You have been promoted to Master Tier Summoner. Your unique exclusive skill, Summoning Technique, has been upgraded to Master Tier Summoning Technique. Ding! A large amount of experience points have been accumulated and partially absorbed. Your level has increased. Current level, LV.200. All attributes have been enhanced. Success! A lower tier true god level malevolent spirit puppet has been born. End of this chapter. Chapter 107, The Mark of a Main God Tier Evil God. The successor to the Divine Throne. Killing Audra provided Xianqi with a massive amount of experience points, and Lu Zhang also gained a significant amount. Xianqi directly jumped from level 217 to level 242, a 25 level increase. Lu Zhang remained restricted by his level cap, stuck at level 200, still unable to discern the attributes of gods above level 500. After all, his true vision could only see targets no higher than 300 levels above his own. The level of a fully transformed 4th tier deity is still insufficient. To truly challenge the gods and have the confidence to do so, he must at least reach the 5th transformation, which is level 300. Only then could he see the attribute values of targets below level 600. Just as Lu Zhang had just defeated Audra, a powerful mental force suddenly locked onto him, making him feel a threat to his life. He didn't hesitate, expending all his magical power to teleport instantly. A powerful force descended, and the newly obtained divine-level demonic puppet charged forward. The puppet shattered, and Lu Zhang successfully reached the demon god altar and teleported away. On the demon god altar of Spider Island, Lu Zhang exhaled in relief. Although the divine-tier demonic spirit puppet he had just obtained was destroyed, and he hadn't even obtained a single fragment of a divine essence. But being able to return with his life intact, he already felt incredibly fortunate. However, before he could celebrate for long, a message appeared before him. Attention! Due to your defeat of the lower-tier demon god Blood Silk Spider Queen Audra, you have been marked by the main-tier demon god God-Eating Worm Queen Sandra. All insect-type monsters now have a base hatred level of 90% toward you. Any insect-type monsters you fight will gain the God-Eating Worm Queen's blessing, granting a 50% boost to all attributes. Additionally, when you enter any plane belonging to an insect-type demon god, there is a high chance that the plane's demon god will awaken and attack you. A god-level demon god. The God-Eating Worm Queen. So it was the god who intervened earlier. No wonder she could instantly kill a lower-tier true god from such a distance. Damn it! I've been marked again. Last time I was marked by the Fire God Lab ban, and now I finally have the strength to fight a lower-tier god. Now I've been marked by a main god. I'll have to be extra careful when entering dungeons now. You never know where a bug-type demon god might be lurking. Even if it's just a mid-tier god, Lu Zhang feels his chances of survival are slim. Even before taking action, he suspected that this so-called insect nest dimension wasn't ordinary, and now it's proven to be terrifying. At least one main god-level demon god must be inside that places off limits to him. Lu Zhang felt quite depressed. The good mood from narrowly escaping death was completely ruined. But he didn't dwell on it for long. There were still tasks to be done. He had promised to find Shenyuan Wuji once the mission was complete, so there was no time to waste. Besides, he didn't need rest anyway. Lu Zhang immediately set off, using the teleportation array, combined with his instant movement ability and the guidance of the heaven-stealing rat. He quickly located Shenyuan Wuji. Shenyuan Wuji wasn't alone. He was accompanied by a group of people at sea. It was precisely because they were at sea that Lu Zhang had to go to such great lengths to find them. Xue Feihua was also there. Besides her, there were 4 others. One of them Lu Zhang had met before, while the other 3 he had only seen in photos. Lu Zhang looked at their current information. Character, Wu Tuohai. Occupation, Thunder Magic Cannon Master. Level, LV.400 Character, Xian Yunhe. Class, Forest Child. Level, LV.400 Character, Liu Yan. Class, Explosion Mage. Level, LV.400 Character, Yu Jiming. Class, Wind Rider. Level, LV.400 543.43%. These four are all among the top 100 Saint-tier powerhouses of the Empire. Lu Zhang had even seen them mentioned in his textbooks. Wu Tuahai and Lu Zhang had met once before not long ago. At that time, he was only at level 393. Relying solely on himself, it was highly unlikely that he could have reached level 400 so quickly, let alone accumulate experience points exceeding nearly 7 times the required amount. The other three seemed to be in the same situation as Wu Tuahai. There was no doubt that all four of them had reached their current levels with the help of Xue Feihua and Xianyuan Wuji. Upon seeing Lu Zhang appear before him, Xianyuan Wuji burst into laughter. Haha! I knew you could do it. Being able to single-handedly slay a true god is a strength I don't possess. Come, choose one, help whoever you want to obtain a divine title. You decide. Wu Tuahai and the others were stunned by his words. What had they heard? A student who had only been in college for half a year had actually slain a true god. Could this be some kind of code? Xue Feihua spoke up at this point. The four of them. Zhuo Ming is aiming for the divine seed of the lower-ranked god of flight, Liu Yan is aiming for the divine seed of the lower-ranked god of starlight and flames, Chen Yunhe is aiming for the divine seed of the middle-ranked god of the forest, and Wu Tuahai is aiming for the divine seed of the upper-ranked god of thunder and punishment. Although we can't be certain, from a general judgment, the higher the divine rank, the greater the difficulty of inheritance. Lu Zhang countered, have they started the divine title inheritance assessment yet? Xianyuan Wuji shook his head and said, no. At this point, we are unsure of the similarity in the assessment criteria for each individual. We fear that some might immediately undergo assessments such as divine essence condensation or combat trials, so we are having them accumulate more experience points first before making a decision. Lu Zhang looked at Wu Tuahai and smiled, saying, then I'll go with Senior Wu. We've met before, after all. Xianyuan Wuji clapped his hands and exclaimed, excellent. Let's see who can complete the divine succession first. Wu Tuahai laughed, this is the hardest part for me. Clearly, Lu Zhang is at a disadvantage. How can the war god bully someone just because they're younger? He may be younger, but his strength definitely surpasses mine. After all, I don't have the power to kill a lower-ranked true god, but he does. Neither I nor Fei Hua can guarantee we can help you complete the divine succession. Now that Lu Zhang has arrived, it's actually quite possible. Xianyuan Wuji said with a touch of emotion. Hearing him mention again the matter of Lu Zhang killing a lower-ranked true god, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. In the past few days, Xue Feihua had demonstrated a level of power that had made them deeply aware of the vast gap between the strength of true gods and that of ordinary mortals below the divine realm. And Lu Zhang had only just completed his fourth transformation task, yet he was already capable of slaying a god. Such talent, such ability, was simply staggering. I'm eagerly anticipating it. Wu Tuahai stared intently at Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang felt uneasy under his gaze and quickly waved his hands, saying, Senior Wu, let's go somewhere else to level up. On the way to find Xianyuan Wuji, Lu Zhang was already thinking about where to go next for leveling up. Given the current monster resources in this world, the levels were too low. After experiencing the thrill of slaying a true god and leveling up over 20 times in one go, Lu Zhang felt that to quickly enhance his divine pet strength and gain the power needed to handle the next class change quest, there was only one path forward: continue hunting down true gods. Slaying gods is the fastest way to gain experience points and level up. Currently, the known planes with gods are the Insect Nest Plane, which had just been chased and escaped, the Abyss Plane, and the one Lu Zhang was heading to now. The Undead Plane. Chapter 108, Possessing the Hellfire. God Realm Dungeon Fusion. Please keep reading. During the previous incident involving the Undead Plague, when entering the Undead Plane to investigate, his avatar was killed by a monster called Hellfire. Based on Lu Zhang's current perception of divine energy, that Hellfire should be nothing more than a lower-tier god. Currently, Lu Zhang has gained a relatively clear understanding of the basic attributes and other aspects of lower-tier gods. In simple terms, he now believes that slaying a lower-tier god is not an overly challenging task. Therefore, he decided to venture into the Undead Plane once more. Wu Tuahai's profession is Thunder Magic Cannon Master, who wields thunder power and possesses the violent offensive ability of cannons. This makes him ideal for attacking undead monsters and harvesting experience points. Invading the undead realm will definitely help him level up quickly. Lu Zhang first confirmed one thing. Does Senior Wu have the credentials to enter the undead realm? Wu Tuahai pulled out a undead realm pass and asked, is this acceptable? Seeing that he also had a pass, Lu Zhang didn't find it strange. If he didn't have one, that would be unusual. After all, obtaining a pass simply required defeating a level 100 dungeon boss, the Terror Knight. For any Saint-tier professional, this was no difficult task. Lu Zhang nodded and said, we entered the undead realm through the Bone Throne dungeon. There should be a monster of the lower true god tier guarding the entrance now, so I need to go in first to confirm the situation inside before coming back to escort you in. Wu Tuahai was taken aback upon hearing this. Although he had just heard Xianyuan Wuji mention that Lu Zhang had the strength to kill a lower tier true god, the way Lu Zhang spoke now made it sound surprisingly easy. Logically speaking, even if Lu Zhang had the ability to kill a true god, shouldn't it be extremely difficult? Alright, be careful. Wu Tuahai was well aware of his own limitations. If he followed Lu Zhang, he would only be a burden. Therefore, he could only offer a blessing. The Skeleton Throne dungeon still contained a large number of undead. Although Lu Zhang had conducted a major cleanup here last time, the Hellfire or the demon god behind it continued to send more undead into the dungeon. These undead creatures weren't attacking outward, they were just staying here, as if they had some purpose. Regardless of their intentions, Lu Zhang ordered Wu Tuahai to carry out another major cleanup of the area. With over 1 million undead, including several Saint tier ones, this would yield a significant amount of experience points. While Wu Tuahai was slaughtering the undead, Lu Zhang used the Undead Plane Pass to enter the Undead Plane dungeon. As soon as he entered, he immediately activated the Void Walk skill. He hid within the void and kept a safe distance. The Hellfire was indeed still at this entrance. It sensed Lu Zhang's presence but couldn't detect where Lu Zhang had fled after entering the void. Spatial type skills are extremely powerful. Even a deity without the relevant skills would be unable to pose any threat to Lu Zhang's safety. Lu Zhang did not rashly attack the Hellfire, as he was still unfamiliar with the situation here. Last time, his clone was instantly killed upon entering. This time, he needed to first check if there were any other threats in the vicinity. Looking around, the area was densely packed with all manner of undead creatures. Skeleton mages, bone knights, terrifying magic bears, death ravens, and even bone dragons and zombies. Powerful monsters were present in large numbers not far away. A rough estimate put the number of undead he could observe at no less than 30 million. Currently, there are 11 demigod-level monsters, but only one true god-level monster, the Hellfire. A large number of undead are entering through the Bone King's Throne dungeon entrance, constantly moving from the undead realm toward the Bone King's Throne dungeon. This is definitely part of a larger plan, it's not just a simple monster invasion. After a moment's thought, Lu Zhang immediately released Xiangqi. He ordered it to create 2 fierce spirit puppets in charge at the 2 demigod level undead. Xiangqi, at level 242 with a mental stat of 830,000 points, was far beyond what these demigods could withstand, instantly subduing them. Killing the 2 demigods only granted Xiangqi a total of 3 levels in experience. Meanwhile, all the undead noticed its presence, including the true god-level Hellfire. The next moment, the 2 half-god-level fierce spirit puppets charged toward the Hellfire. The gap in power between demigod and true god-tier beings was like an insurmountable chasm. But even a moment's delay was enough. Because at the same time, Xiangqi released demonic puppets at the other 4 demigod-level undead, once again achieving instant kills. Then he sent these 4 demigod-level puppets charging toward the Hellfire. And they immediately self-destructed. The shockwave from a single demigod self-destruction was already immense, let alone 4 of them. Killing 4 demigods, Xiangqi's level rose to 251, and his mental attributes improved once again. Next, it dealt with the remaining 5 demigod-level undead, using the same method of self-destruction to block the Hellfire from approaching. However, all of this effort was not to allow Xiangqi to kill the demigods and level up, but to give Lu Zhang time to cast Magic Bridge, establishing a magic sharing channel between the numerous summoned beasts. Roar! The Hellfire, bombarded by consecutive self-destructions, was enraged. The 11 half-god level demon puppets were completely depleted, and it charged toward Xiangqi. At that moment, the magic sharing was complete. Lu Zhang channeled 3 million points of magic power and unleashed the soul-snatching skill directly at the Hellfire, triggering the critical hit aura and activating the God Slayer title, dealing nearly 500,000 points of mental damage in one strike. At the same time, Xiangqi activated the skill Evil Spirit Puppet to possess the Hellfire. Possession successful. Lu Zhang, now possessing a true god-tier fierce spirit puppet, did not feel particularly excited. After releasing the soul-snatching skill, he immediately retreated into the void, vigilantly observing the surroundings. After all, the last time he had just completed the possession when he was targeted by a god-tier monster. If he hadn't escaped quickly, he would have been reduced to dust. Fortunately, no other unexpected incidents occurred this time. Lu Zhang suddenly received feedback from Xiangqi. During the soul-stealing process of the Hellfire, it had obtained a portion of its memories. Lu Zhang hurriedly checked it, only to find that this memory was precisely about why the Hellfire had come to this dungeon entrance. This Hellfire was indeed controlled by a demon god. The undead demon god, the high-ranking skeletal demon Lord Motos, was actually sleeping within the skeletal throne dungeon. The method to awaken and revive it was to gather enough undead energy. This Hellfire was one of its subordinates, and according to the original plan, it had begun transporting large numbers of undead to the skeleton throne dungeon recently, only to be completely thwarted by Lu Zhang. The Skeleton Throne Dungeon is actually the divine realm of a high-ranking god. This information is crucial. Because the Skeleton Throne Dungeon has been integrated into the Water Star after all these years, this means that once Motos revives, he may be able to wield god-level power on the Water Star and no longer be bound by the rules. Lu Zhang furrowed his brows. He believed that Motos couldn't possibly have only Hellfire as his only backup plan. Chapter 109, The Holy Ranked Xiangqi Matches the Power of a God. What? You're just giving this to me? A high god must have at least one mid-rank god as a subordinate, and certainly not just one low-rank god. Placing all hopes on a single lower-tier god is clearly irrational. A god wouldn't be that foolish. But Lu Zheng couldn't directly find Moto's subordinates right now. He had to keep this in mind, there would be a way later. As long as he waits until his strength grows stronger, then have the sky-stealing rats help search, finding some clues shouldn't be too difficult. But currently, his strength is insufficient. If he stumbles into a major problem during the search, it would be tantamount to suicide. The most urgent task at hand is to help some people inherit their divine positions as soon as possible. Once the Water Star has sufficient defensive power, we can then undertake more dangerous tasks with greater assurance. By consecutively defeating 5 demigods and 1 true god, Xiongqi's level has significantly increased. He directly advanced from level 251 to 286, and now only needs to defeat 1 more lower tier true god to break through to the 300 level tier and join the ranks of sacred tier divine pets. As expected, killing gods yields more experience points. Since the demigod level demonic puppets all self-destructed, no divine essence fragments were dropped, which is a pity. Lu Zhang brought Wu Tuahai out of the Skeleton King's throne dungeon. He bestowed upon him a blessing aura, a critical strike aura, a luck aura, and 10 mana springs, then linked the mana bridge to him. Immediately afterward, he had him channel 3 million points of mana and use it all to unleash the skill, Thunder Prison Chains. This was a skill dropped by the Lightning Prison Guard, and Lu Zhang believed it was a crucial skill required for inheriting the divine title, so he wanted Wu Tuahai to test its full potential. As the 3 million points of mana were channeled, a black vortex appeared in the sky. Amidst thunder and lightning, 10 chains as thick as elephants, colored white and purple, descended from the vortex, landing on the ground and extending outward in all directions. In an instant, the 10 chains swept and spun. Thunderbolts merged into a single mass. Huge numbers of undead were crushed to pieces under the thunder chains. Even those not directly crushed were only able to struggle briefly in the thunderous sea before falling silent. Wu Tuahai's experience bar skyrocketed, jumping from 672.67% to 1892.57% in an instant. According to Lu Zheng's calculations, when Xue Feihua inherited the lower god's divine seat, it consumed 10 experience points. Since Wu Tuahai was inheriting the upper god's divine seat, he would need at least 30 experience points. This meant that he needed to reach at least 3000% before attempting the divine title inheritance exam. While Wu Tuahai was killing the undead, Lu Zhang had Xiongqi control the Hellfire, a true god-level demonic puppet, to continuously summon more undead. By sacrificing these undead, they were helping Wu Tuahai accumulate more experience points. Lu Zhang isn't idle either. He had the Thief of Heaven help search for demigod-level undead. Killing one of these undead would allow Xiongqi to advance 1 level, and killing 2 would allow him to advance 3 levels. True gods are hard to find, and killing them risks attracting even stronger divine beings. However, in the vast undead plane, there should be plenty of demigod-level monsters. Sure enough, the Thief of Heaven soon located a demigod-level undead being. Lu Zhang immediately teleported there and had Xiongqi instantly kill it, turning it into a malevolent spirit puppet. This puppet was not retrieved but instead ordered to slaughter all undead of demigod level or below in the surrounding area. This provided a long-term increase in experience points. The Sky Thief continued to report back, this time with 2 targets, both instantly killed. Xiongqi was originally only 14 levels away from entering the Saint level tier. Based on the rule that 2 demigod level kills grant 3 levels, he only needed to eliminate 10 more demigod level beings to reach Saint level. This was not difficult. In less than half a day, 10 demigod level undead were slain. Due to the seek good fortune and avoid misfortune trait of the Sky Thief rats, the deaths of these 10 demigod level undead did not bring any trouble to Lu Zhang. Xiongqi smoothly reached level 301. Summoned Beast, unnamed. Race, Xiongqi, Quality, 5-star Legendary Divine Pet. Level, LV.3012.45%. Health, 350 million. Magic Power, 24 million. Strength, 300,000. Agility, 300,000. Spirit, 1.2 million. Constitution, 400,000. Skills, Fierce God Form, Evil Thought Devouring, Dark Sky Veil, Fierce Spirit Puppet, Demon God Spirit Body Passive, 8 Desolations Demon Lord Passive. Having just entered the Saint tier realm, he is still 1 demigod tier away from the True God tier. However, in terms of base attributes, he is only slightly weaker than a True God. However, from the most critical aspect of magical power, there is still a significant gap. However, once Lu Zhang elevates all 9 divine pets to this level, under the effect of the magic power bridge, the quantity will automatically be compensated. The most critical point is, Xiongqi's most dominant skill does not rely on magical power but on mental attributes. Its mental attribute is now almost completely suppressing that of ordinary lower-tier true gods. However, the undead realm is not Xiongqi's home turf. Its true domain lies in the Abyss Demon realm. Its passive skill, 8 Desolations Demon Lord, allows it to directly command a vast number of subordinates, enabling highly efficient leveling. No matter how you look at it, the speed of leveling up alone is far inferior to the speed of leveling up with an army. Currently, most of Lu Zhang's summoned beasts below the immortal rank are placed in different dungeons for continuous slaughter and leveling up. Although their killing speed and the experience points gained from leveling up cannot compare to those of immortal rank or divine pets. However, over 1,000 rare pets working together can provide him with a significant amount of experience points and base attribute boosts every day. Accumulation leads to growth. It is precisely this continuous growth in base attribute enhancements that has enabled Lu Zhang to surpass divine pets of the same level in terms of 4-dimensional attributes. Currently, aside from Qiangqi, the strongest individual is not any divine pet, but Lu Zhang himself, the summoner. After Qiangqi ascended to the holy rank, Lu Zhang immediately brought it back to the entrance. He was still haunted by the incident in the insect nest dimension where he was marked by the main god, and he felt he couldn't be too flashy. If he provoked a powerful existence, they wouldn't give him another 60 years to play out the 30 years of fortune in the east, 30 years of fortune in the west don't mock the poor youth scenario. They would just end up like that god-eating worm queen Sandra, slapping him directly and leaving a mark even if they couldn't kill him. Speaking of which, he wasn't afraid of lower-tier gods anymore. Should he find an opportunity to enter the divine realm and deal with that fire god Labban first, so he wouldn't have to keep worrying about being targeted by him? That was pretty annoying. This thought flashed through Lu Zhang's mind. But he quickly dismissed it. It was simple, it wasn't worth it. A mere lower-tier god wasn't worth risking his original plan for. Returning to the entrance of the Skeleton King's throne dungeon leading to the undead realm, Lu Zhang saw that Wu Tuahai had already accumulated over 2,700% experience points and couldn't help but nod and say, "The monsters around here are too weak. Let's head to another dungeon." As he spoke, he instructed Qiangqi to extract a complete divine essence from the body of the true god-tier demon spirit puppet Hellfire, which then vanished immediately. This is to serve as the catalyst for you to inherit the divine throne. Wu Tuahai stared at the intact lower god's divine essence in his hand, astonished. "You're giving this to me?" Chapter 110, Which university student goes to slay a god in their first year? Wu Tuahai had seen god essence fragments before, so he immediately recognized that the god essence in Lu Zhang's hand was a complete one, that of a lower-tier true god. This was the divine essence of a god, and now it was being given to him so easily. Lu Zhang nodded and said, "To inherit a divine position and condense a divine essence, you need divine power to guide you. The fragments of a demigod's divine essence may not be pure enough, but this divine essence can help you. Let's go. You don't have enough experience points yet. We'll head to the Abyss Demon Realm. You should be able to gain enough experience points there." It had been less than 72 hours since he had left the Abyss Demon Realm. Lu Zhang believed that the passage he had created using the Abyss Gate Scroll should still exist. Moreover, the lower-tier true god-level demon god that had been pursuing him should still be there. Come to think of it, he seemed to have been chased by gods more than once. Each time, he narrowly escaped death and fled from various dimensions. This was truly unbearable. One day, I will slaughter my way through all these dimensions. Lu Zhang thought angrily. As he thought about it, he suddenly realized that he hadn't focused on extracting pets for a long time. Although it was now quite difficult to level up his 9 divine pets and 21 immortal pets, he knew that he would need more divine pets to face the various gods and planes in the future. There were still too few immortal pets. This trip to the abyss now had an additional purpose. He hoped to obtain something valuable. There was no time to waste. The two immediately left the undead dimension. After exiting the Skeleton King's dimension, Lu Zhang first informed Shen Yuan Wuji about the information he had obtained regarding the upper evil god skeleton demon Lord Motos, then brought Wu Tuahai to Tiannan City. Upon arriving at the entrance to the Abyss Demon's Lair dungeon, they encountered several familiar faces. "Boss! You finally showed up." Wang Jun rushed forward, tears streaming down his face, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Yang Dong rushed up behind him and stood before Lu Zhang, thinking to himself, "Damn it! That fatso beat me again." He then followed suit. "Boss, I've missed you so much." Lu Zhang glanced at Mu Yunlan, Ji Zirua, Dongfang Niao Niao, and Dan Tai Mingyue, the 4 women following behind, and noticed that they seemed to be getting along quite well. "It hasn't been that long, has it? It feels like I've been hiding for years." Yang Dong hurriedly said. "As the old saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. We haven't seen each other for so many days that it's not just a few years." Wang Jun also drew on his limited literary knowledge and added, "Exactly. The old saying also goes, a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. Our brotherly bond is as deep as the sea. A single day must hold 1,000 days of longing. Boss, I've missed you so much. When are you going to take me to level up?" Lu Zhang spread his hands and said, "I don't have time right now. Look, there are people here." Lu Zhang pointed to Wu Tuahai beside him. Ji Zairu suddenly spoke in surprise. "Are you the Empire's top 100, a saint-ranked professional, the Thunder Magic Cannon Master, and Senior Wu Tuahai?" Wu Tuahai smiled and nodded, saying, "That's right, it's me." Dongfang Niao couldn't help but glance at Lu Zhang and exclaimed in awe, "No wonder you didn't have time to take us leveling up. It turns out you had a saint-tier expert guiding you." Wang Jun immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Leader, can we come along?" Just watch from the sidelines to gain some experience. One sheep is as good as two, so please take us with you. That's probably not possible. It's not me guiding Lu Zheng to level up, it's Lu Zheng guiding me. We're heading to the Abyss Demon Realm, and he's already protecting me. Taking you all along would be too much of a burden. I wouldn't be able to look after everyone properly. Wu Tuahai declined on Lu Zheng's behalf. After all, this matter couldn't be taken lightly. Entering the Abyss Demon Realm, he didn't even feel safe himself. Bringing along these juniors was absolutely out of the question. Yang Dong stammered, "Is the leader taking you, the senior, to level up? And you're going into the Abyss Demon Realm?" Everyone couldn't believe their ears. This was like a fairy tale. A professional who had only awakened for less than half a year was actually going to take a saint-ranked professional, one of the top 100 in the empire, to level up? You heard correctly. Right now, Lu Zheng may not be the highest-ranked professional in Yanxia, but he is definitely the strongest. Kids, you're his peers, you've got to work hard. The future of the Yanxia Alliance is in your hands. I'm waiting to see a new miracle unfold. Wu Tuahai encouraged them. His intentions were good. He hoped to use Lu Zheng's strength to motivate the students of the same class. However, when these students, who had just undergone their second transformation and were only around level 60, heard that Lu Zheng was already the strongest professional in the empire, they felt a deep sense of helplessness. Lu Zheng quickly interrupted, "Senior Wu, there's no time to waste. Let's set off immediately." "Alright. Are you afraid that Demon God will escape? Let's hurry then," Wu Tuahai said, turning back to give Mu Yunlan and the others a thumbs-up gesture. Watching Lu Zheng and the others disappear quickly, Wang Jun looked utterly stunned, turning to ask, "Did Senior Wu just say that the boss is afraid that the Demon God will escape?" "The Demon God, escape?" Ji Zirua's beautiful eyes sparkled as she asked with a smile. "Do you think that evil god is a demigod or a true god?" Everyone fell silent. They had no idea how powerful a demigod or a true god was. In their minds, the entire Yanxia Empire had only one demigod, Xian Yuan Wuji. That was already the strongest being known to them. Now, Lu Zheng was going to hunt down a demon god. Whether it was a demigod or a demon god, this was already beyond belief. Who would send a freshman college student to slay a god in their first semester? Meanwhile, Lu Zheng and Wu Tuahai entered the Abyss Demon's lair. Lu Zheng thought of something and asked, "Have you ever been to the Abyss Demon realm before? Do you have any credentials to enter, like a pass or something?" Wu Tuahai shook his head. "No, I've never been to the Abyssal Demon realm. I've been stationed in the north all this time, so I've never been there." "Then we need to hurry. The Abyss Gate I created using the scroll should be disappearing soon. We need to help you gain enough experience points before it vanishes." Lu Zheng spoke as the two arrived at the 8th layer of the Abyss Demon's lair, where they saw the Abyss Gate. After sensing it briefly, Lu Zheng said, "There are 7 hours left. That should be enough. I'll go in first. Senior, please wait here." With that, he stepped directly into the portal. The Abyss Demon God of the lower-tier True God realm was indeed here. Lu Zheng hid himself in the void, while Qiangqi was released and immediately unleashed the skill Evil Intent Devour. Qiangqi's divine form appeared and bit into the demon god, devouring a massive amount of soul energy. In the next moment, he released the fierce spirit puppet and attempted soul possession. Qiangqi's mental power now reached 1.2 million points. As long as the opponent's mental power didn't exceed 960,000 points, the possession would be successful. The soul of this lower-tier true god was savagely bitten by Qiangqi, making it impossible for its spiritual power to exceed this number. It was immediately swallowed by the consciousness and transformed into a true god-level fierce spirit puppet. Immediately afterward, Lu Zheng discovered something advantageous. This true god seemed to belong to the flame demon lineage, meaning its heart could be used to enhance the quality of his own flame demon summoned beast and might even elevate it to the level of a divine pet. Chapter 111, The Divine Trial Begins, The Thunder Punishment God. Please continue reading. This was an unexpected bonus. After defeating another true god, Qiangqi's level surged to 322. Once one reaches level 300 or above, the amount of experience required to level up increases significantly. Lu Zheng felt it was time to start cultivating his other divine pets. Qiangqi could be left to hunt freely on its own. With the passive skill 8 Desolation's Demon Lord, releasing the constraints on it would not slow its growth. The lower-tier true god-level flame demon he currently controlled was the perfect bodyguard for Lu Zheng. The current primary task was still to help Wu Tuahai gain experience points. Lu Zheng repeated his previous tactic, using the magic bridge to grant Wu Tuahai divine pet magic support, then summoning more monsters with the true god-tier demon puppet. The thunder prison chains reappeared, unleashing a thunderous inferno. After a violent energy purge, Wu Tuahai's experience points increased significantly. This true god-tier flame demon summoned 4 half-god-tier flame demons. Lu Zheng ordered the Qin Nyo to kill them, helping the Qin Nyo level up. This time, they need to assist Wu Tuahai in obtaining the divine title of the Thunder Punishment God, allowing the thunder-wielding Kuei Nyo to gain even greater power, which might prove useful in the future. Kuei Nyo was originally level 219. After defeating the 4 demigods, he successfully advanced to level 227. Lu Zhang extracted the hearts of the 4 demigod-level flame demons and fed them to his flame demon summoned beast, which then upgraded in quality. It has been upgraded from a 3-star divine grade spirit pet to a 5-star divine grade spirit pet. As long as he consumes the divine grade flame demon heart within the true god grade puppet body he currently controls, it will undoubtedly elevate his demon summoning beast to the divine pet tier. This would be equivalent to gaining another legendary divine pet as an ally. Moreover, perhaps having an additional powerful flame demon summoned beast would allow him to accomplish even more. Lu Zhang continued to summon more abyssal demons using the flame demon true god puppet, but among the demons that arrived later, only 3 were demigods, which left Lu Zhang unsatisfied. After some effort, the Qinyo only advanced to level 7, reaching level 234. On this side, the massive number of low-level abyssal demons granted Wu Tuahai a huge amount of experience points, quickly reaching over 3,500%. Lu Zhang deemed it sufficient. With 3 hours remaining before the Abyss Gate closed, Lu Zhang ordered Wu Tuahai to return to the 8th layer of the Abyss Demon's lair, while he himself led the true god tier puppet to hunt further afield. Semi-god tier Abyss monsters were rare, and in the final 3 hours, they only managed to kill 4. However, the remaining low-level abyssal monsters were slaughtered by Kuei Niu using the Thunderous Might skill, with the number killed reaching over 100 million. The experience points gained were naturally enormous, far exceeding those obtained from killing demigod-level monsters. In total, he leveled up 19 times, reaching level 253. Large area damage skills were indeed more powerful. 3 hours had yielded such a massive amount of experience points. Of course, this would not have been possible without the summoning power of the true god tier demon god puppet over the demonic beings. Lu Zhang left the Abyss Demon realm, but Xiangqi and the true god tier puppet remained. They can continue to level up. In just a short time since then, Xiangqi has leveled up twice again. Xiangqi has now entered the 300 level range, where each level up is incredibly difficult, yet it managed to level up twice in such a short time. This fully demonstrates that the Abyss Demon realm is truly its home turf. Truly the ruler of the 8 desolations. The true god tier puppet can only unleash its full power here. Having it assist in killing monsters and gaining experience will significantly accelerate Xiangqi's leveling speed. Taking it out would only suppress its power and make it useless. Lu Zhang left the Abyss Demon realm, bringing Wu Tuahai to the Thunder Hell dungeon, directly heading to the core area, the Thunderstorm Cavern. Both possess the Thunder Prison Punishment Decree, allowing them to enter the Punishment Thunder Prison dungeon. Ding! You have entered the Punishment Thunder Prison Divine Realm dungeon. The divine trial has begun, Thunder Punishment God. To inherit the divine throne, you must meet the following 3 conditions. Condition 1, achieve 100% Thunder Affinity. Condition 2, complete the 6 Paths trial. Condition 3, condense your divine essence. First trial, cross the Thunderstorm Sea. Description: the Sea of Thunderstorms is the outermost defensive barrier of the Punishment Thunder Prison and a crucial component for imprisoning and punishing demonic beings. As the Thunder Punishment God, you are immune to thunder attacks. Crossing the Sea of Thunderstorms is the most basic requirement. Lu Zhang turned to Wu Tuahai beside him and asked, "Have you also received the divine trial content?" Wu Tuahai nodded, and Lu Zhang continued. "It seems this divine position assessment isn't a solo mission, multiple people can complete it together. Ultimately, whoever reaches the end first will inherit the divine position. This is a good thing. I can assist you better now. How much thunder affinity do you currently have?" "Only 56%. I'm not a pure thunder mage, I'm more of a gunner with an additional thunder attribute, so my base thunder affinity is quite low." Wu Tuahai looked helpless. Lu Zhang nodded and said, "Alright, we'll improve it gradually. This storm sea is the perfect place for it." As he spoke, he summoned the Kuei Niu. The creature let out a joyful cry as soon as it appeared. The environment here was simply too ideal for it. The thunder energy was more than 10 times that of the thunder hell outside. If the Kuei Niu could just lie there and sleep for a year, it might even ascend to godhood. Lu Zhang didn't restrict it and let it enter the thunderstorm sea. A massive amount of thunder energy continuously gathered around it, and the experience bar above its head began to rise rapidly. After just one breath, it had actually leveled up. It seems that accompanying Wu Tuahai on this assessment was the right choice. If we can cultivate the Kuei Niu into a saint tier being, we'll gain another true god tier combat power. 5-star legendary divine pet, that's how powerful it is. Unfortunately, this time in the Abyss Demon realm, I was unable to summon a new divine pet. Collecting his thoughts, Lu Zhang looked at Wu Tuahai and said, "I can help you refine your body with thunder to enhance your affinity with thunder, but the process will be painful." "Ha ha! Bring it on! Don't mention any pain as long as I can inherit the divine throne and contribute to protecting the flaming summer. Even if you turn me into a puppet, I'm willing," Wu Tuahai said boldly. At his level, fame and fortune no longer mattered. The only thing he cared about was whether he could continue to realize his ambitions and fulfill his ideals. For the sake of Yanxia and the empire, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Just like Shen Yuan Wuji, this was probably the sacrificial spirit of the older generation. Lu Zheng couldn't do that. Let's begin. As he spoke, he also stepped into the sea of thunderstorms. His passive skill, Thunder Domain, activated, and thunderbolts fell, being controlled by its domain and converted into mana or experience points. Wu Tuahai was also within the domain's range, so he wasn't directly attacked. Lu Zheng, however, converted part of the thunder energy and channeled it into Wu Tuahai, enhancing his affinity with thunder. Lu Zheng discovered that his own thunder affinity was already 100%, thanks to the passive effect of Thunder Domain. He could even call himself the Thunder God without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed and Lu Zheng and Wu Tuahai had crossed the thunderstorm sea. The second phase of the assessment begins. End of this chapter. Chapter 112, I think it's more suited to inherit this divine position than I am. The thunderstorm sea wasn't very large. If they rushed through it at full speed, they could cross it in an hour. However, Lu Zheng took the time to help Wu Tuahai complete a refinement process, which took over a day, directly boosting his thunder affinity to 81%. Once it reached 80%, further improvement became extremely difficult. Lu Zheng decided to first check the contents of the other 5 assessments, as there was no specific order for completing the 3 conditions. After the 2 crossed the sea of thunderstorms, a prompt appeared before them. Second assessment, defeat the Thunderfire Demon Spirit. Description: the Thunder Punishment Prison imprisons demonic beings, whose scattered demonic energy combines with residual thunder essence to give birth to the maddened, murderous Thunderfire Demon Spirits. Eliminate all Thunderfire Demon Spirits to complete the assessment. Lu Zheng looked at a Thunderfire Demon Spirit drifting toward him from the distance level 327. He flew into the air and looked toward the distance. There were at least 50 Thunderfire Demon Spirits in the vicinity, and each one was at least level 300. This means that the lowest ranked ones are at least saint level, with many more at the half-god level. This was indeed an extremely dangerous trial. Without Lu Zheng's assistance, Wu Tuahai would find it difficult to survive here. However, these Thunderfire Demon Spirits were nothing but a feast of experience points for Lu Zheng. After 2 days of being battered by the Thunderstorm Sea, Kueino had successfully advanced to level 257. If he could gain more experience from these Thunderfire Demon Spirits, he might even reach Saint Tier before leaving this Punishment Thunder Prison dungeon. That would mean this dungeon run was a bonus for Lu Zheng. The original purpose of this journey was merely to help Wu Tuahai inherit the Divine Throne. Now, he could also use this opportunity to advance one of his divine pets to the saint level, a huge surprise. There was no time to waste, so Lu Zheng didn't hesitate and ordered the Qinyo to charge forward. The thunder attacks released by the enemy did not harm Kueino. In an environment where thunder energy was so concentrated, Kueino's attack skills became vastly more powerful. Combined with the critical strike aura and luck aura effects Lu Zheng had cast on it, the Kueino transformed into a high-powered fire cannon. A Saint-tier Thunderfire Demon Spirit could be instantly killed with a single Thunder Blast spell, while a half-god tier Thunderfire Demon Spirit couldn't withstand the second hit under the effect of the 5 Thunder Strikes skill. The single target damage of the 5 Thunder Strikes skill is already explosive, and under the critical strike aura effect, its power is even more formidable. With sufficient mana support, it can achieve a one-hit kill effect. Killing a demigod allows the Kueino to level up. Not only does it restore all consumed mana, but the maximum mana pool also increases. There are a total of 167 Thunderfire Demon Spirits, with 23 of them being demigod tier. Killing them all results in a 37-level jump, bringing the level to 294. It can be said that the distance to entering the same tier, standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods, is just one step away. Upon witnessing Kueino's mastery of Thunder Sweep to eliminate all the Thunderfire Demon Spirits, Wu Tuahai exclaimed, "I think it is more suited to inherit this divine position than I am." Lu Zheng laughed and said, "It's just the divine position of an upper-tier god. Kueino is a 5-star legendary divine pet. It deserves the divine position of a main god. Ha ha. Having it as my subordinate would be quite suitable." Wu Tuahai replied. Lu Zheng waved his hand and continued, "Enough joking around. Let's hurry up and see what the third test is." The area where the Thunder and Fire Demon Spirit was located was a black sandy wasteland. Stepping out of this area, one could see a massive pool constantly absorbing the thunderous energy falling from the sky. Third trial content, Condensation, Thunder Prison Dragon Armor. Description: within the Thunder Pool are numerous Thunder Dragon Souls. Seal the Thunder Dragon Souls with Thunder Chains to create the Thunder Prison Dragon Armor. Obtaining the Thunder Prison Dragon Armor completes the assessment. Lu Zheng had long suspected that the Thunder Chains skill was no ordinary ability, likely holding the key to inheriting the divine title. Now, the clues were becoming clear. Capturing and sealing the Dragon Souls with Thunder Chains was already extremely difficult, let alone forging the Thunder Prison Dragon Armor, which was even more challenging. This greatly tests the practitioner's control over energy, no longer limited to the use of a single fixed skill. It was akin to Lu Zheng's previous secondary development of the skill soaring through the clouds from the cloud-splitting crane, which required mastering the core essence of the skill. This task is actually not very difficult for Lu Zheng. Because he possesses the Thunder Domain skill, his mastery of thunder has reached an extreme level. Upon arriving above the thunder pool, Lu Zhang looked inside and indeed saw the presence of a dragon soul. Apparently noticing someone peering in from outside, one of the dragon souls suddenly shot upward, appearing above the thunder pool in the blink of an eye, roaring ferociously. But that was all it could do. The thunder pool was bound by some sort of array or formation, trapping the dragon souls inside and preventing them from escaping directly. Lu Zhang released the thunder prison chains, plunging them into the thunder pool, instantly binding the most active dragon soul. It struggled frantically, but the thunder chains tightened around it with increasing force. Lu Zhang pondered how to integrate this thunder dragon soul into the so-called thunder prison dragon armor. Suddenly, he thought of a direction. The thunder chains began to shrink continuously until they reached a size very close to that of the dragon soul's scales. One by one, the chains bound the dragon soul, tightening and continuously absorbing the thunderous energy within it. Under the immense pressure, the dragon soul began to fuse. At the same time, Lu Zhang created more chains, each as thin as a strand of hair, weaving and connecting rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a set of armor formed, accompanied by a dragon's roar, as a set of thunder prison dragon armor flew out from the thunder pool. Wu Tuahai watched Lu Zhang, who had only accepted the task less than a quarter of an hour ago and had already the thunder prison dragon armor, with an expression of disbelief. I now feel that you should be the one to inherit the divine throne. A mere companion had outperformed him, the main protagonist, in every task. Despite knowing Lu Zhang was exceptionally talented, Wu Tuahai couldn't help but feel deeply discouraged. Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Don't joke around. If I wanted to inherit the divine throne, I could choose the throne of a divine king. A mere upper-tier divine being isn't worth my time." Wu Tuahai felt even more discouraged upon hearing this. This young man. Very good. With the success of his previous experience, Lu Zhang began teaching Wu Tuahai how to the thunder prison dragon armor. During the process, Wu Tuahai's thunder affinity rose to 89%, which was a significant improvement. However, he hit a roadblock at the step of fusing the dragon soul. Wu Tuahai's power was insufficient to directly subdue any of the thunder dragon souls. These thunder dragon souls were all at the semi-divine level in terms of energy, not monsters that could display their ranks, but their energy content was still detectable by Lu Zhang. In short, it was highly unlikely that Wu Tuahai could master them. Lu Zhang immediately summoned Kuei Nyo to the sky above the thunder pool to absorb the thunder energy. One by one, the thunder dragon souls were devoured by Kuei Nyo, and the massive influx of thunder energy caused Kuei Nyo's experience points to skyrocket. By the time Kuei Nyo's level had surged to 300, only a single dragon soul remained within the thunder pool. At this moment, it was hiding at the bottom of the thunder pool, trembling in fear. Chapter 113. Not only was it not afraid, but it was actually a bit excited. The entire thunder pool was almost completely drained by the Chilinox. All the thunder dragon souls had been devoured by the Kuei Nyo, leaving only a single dragon soul remaining. Facing the Kuei Nyo's terrifying abilities, it had no intention of resisting. At this moment, Lu Zhang summoned Wu Tuahai and instructed him to complete the final step of the fusion for the thunder prison dragon armor. It was completed smoothly. The third trial was completed, and the contents of the fourth trial appeared before the two of them. Fourth trial content: Unseal the Punishment Sword. Description: the Thunder Punishment God possesses two divine artifacts, one of which is the Punishment Sword, sealed deep within the Thunder Pool. Unseal the sword to obtain it and complete the trial. These trials were clearly interconnected. The first test, Crossing the Thunderstorm Sea, was designed to prevent those with insufficient affinity for thunder from entering. The second test required the examinees to demonstrate a certain level of strength. The third test tested their control over thunder, and the Thunder Prison Dragon armor they hated was crucial for penetrating the Thunder Pool and obtaining the Divine Sword. But now, it seems unnecessary to go through all that trouble. Because the entire Thunder Pool had been completely devoured by the Chinox, not a single Thunder Dragon soul remained inside, and even the thunder energy was scarce. If it weren't for the special array within the Thunder Pool continuously gathering thunder energy into the sky, it would have been completely empty by now. However, Lu Zhang had indeed failed to notice that there was still a seal at the very bottom. Wu Tuahai jumped into the Thunder Pool, saw the seal at the bottom, and channeled thunder energy into it. "This is bad. My magical power isn't enough." Wu Tuahai suddenly spoke. Lu Zhang immediately established a magical energy bridge between himself and Wu Tuahai, then continued to link to the Kuei Nyo, even summoning additional divine pets such as the Taoye and the nine-headed phoenix. In the end, it didn't consume as much magical power as expected. The combined magical power of Lu Zhang, the Kuei Nyo, and the two Taoye was sufficient. The seal opened, and a divine sword flew out from beneath the Thunder Pool. Wu Tuahai grasped it in his hand and laughed. The fourth assessment is complete. The fifth assessment is to control another divine artifact, the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison that imprisons demonic beings. Fifth trial, Mastery of the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison. Description: the Thunder God presides over punishment, using the power of thunder to judge demons and evil gods. Only by mastering the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison, which imprisons demons, can one become the true Thunder Punishment God. Lu Zhang and the others quickly arrived before the so-called Divine Thunder Punishment Prison. It was a massive cage situated underground. It resembled an iron cage embedded within a basin, a rather peculiar sight. Looking down from the ground, the cage, constructed like thunder chains, seemed to have countless layers. Inside, black, blood-red, and gray energy swirled, and the monsters within had not been completely eradicated, still clinging to life. Lu Zhang spoke up. This cage is like the divine sword, there's only one of each. You try to master it first and see how difficult it is. If you can't, we'll figure something else out. As he spoke, he used a bridge of magical power to connect the Qinyo, the Taotai, the nine-headed phoenix, the Bai Zai, himself, and Wu Tuohai. Wu Tuohai was now completely following Lu Zhang's commands, doing whatever he was told. After all, without Lu Zhang's assistance, he would be unable to complete any of the current assessment tasks. The divine rank of an upper god is not easily obtained, only prodigious geniuses can attain it. The divine rank of a lower god might be within reach for a saint-tier professional, but given the current situation, inheriting the divine rank of an upper god requires at least the peak strength of a demigod-tier being. Lu Zhang possesses true god-tier power, which is why he has been able to dominate his way through. If it were someone else, like Shen Yuan Wuji, he wouldn't be able to do it so smoothly, and there's a high chance he wouldn't pass the assessment. When Wu Tuohai attempted to master the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison, Lu Zhang had already instructed Kuei Niu to use the Lei Zhe domain to envelop the area, thereby countering the potentially unpredictable thunderous power and simultaneously utilizing the thunder energy to replenish his magical energy. In fact, in such an environment, as long as the passive effect of the Lei Zhe domain is active, combined with the thunder chains transmitting thunder energy, Lu Zhang will never run out of magical power. By connecting the thunder chains to the thunder clouds in the sky or the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison on the ground, one could continuously obtain thunder energy, convert it into magical power, or even use it as experience points to level up. Just as Wu Tuohai attempted to control the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison, the entire cage suddenly flickered, and terrifying thunderous power began to rampage, with the demons inside emitting agonizing and hideous screams. In the sky, a powerful aura filled with immense pressure began to form. Wu Tuohai shouted loudly, "To master the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison, one must first undergo the Heavenly Thunder body forging. The Heavenly Thunder will descend shortly and will not cease until I have completely mastered this Divine Thunder Punishment Prison or until I die." Lu Zhang heard this and couldn't help but brighten up. "Alright. Don't worry, focus on mastering it. Take your time, let the Heavenly Thunder come even more fiercely." Wu Tuohai was taken aback. He had intended to remind Lu Zhang that if things got too dire, he could let him die, allowing him to escape. But he never expected Lu Zhang to react this way. Facing the thunderbolts that could destroy everything, how could you not be afraid, but instead seem a bit excited? Lu Zhang wasn't excited at all. He had been thinking about how to break through the 300 level restriction of the Kuei Niu. After all, advancing to the first level of the Saint tier required an enormous amount of experience points. Unless he could find another demigod to kill, but now, that wasn't necessary. With enough thunder power, not only could he advance one level, but he might even be able to level up the Kuei Niu by 10 or 8 levels. He only hoped that the power of the Heavenly Thunder would be even stronger, so that Kuei Niu could have a good feast. Before Wu Tuohai could react, the Heavenly Thunder struck down. The terrifying thunder could kill an ordinary demigod of level 450 or above with a single strike, and this was just the most ordinary bolt of thunder from the Heavenly Thunder. 8 bolts of thunder struck in succession, and the Kuei Niu leveled up. All the thunder power was absorbed by its thunder domain. Lu Zhang didn't bother to compete for it, as his current level was restricted. Despite accumulating so much experience, he couldn't level up yet and needed to wait a bit longer. While the Kuei Niu absorbed the thunderbolts, Lu Zhang wasn't idle either. He wrapped the thunder chains around Wu Tuohai, helping him continue to enhance his thunder affinity. At first, they thought thunder affinity wasn't a prerequisite, but after so many tests, it was clear that if thunder affinity was maxed out, many tests became much easier. Even this current test, as Wu Tuohai's thunder affinity gradually improved, his mastery of the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison became increasingly profound. After about 3 hours, Wu Tuohai's thunder affinity reached 100%, successfully mastering the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison, and the Heavenly Thunder vanished. The newly promoted level 312 Kuei Niu was still eager for more. It looked at Wu Tuohai and let out a roar, its eyes filled with anticipation. Exhausted to the point of collapse, Wu Tuohai looked at Lu Zhang in confusion and asked, "What does it mean?" Lu Zhang smiled and said, "No ill will, it just wants you to strike it again with the Heavenly Thunder." Chapter 114. You mean you want to do it yourself? Please keep reading. At present, Wu Tuohai couldn't fulfill the Kuei Niu's request, but once he inherited the Divine Throne, he might actually be able to use this method to help the Kuei Niu level up quickly. After all, the power wielded by a higher-ranked god could be easily released, and the experience points converted from it would be more than enough to skyrocket Kuei Niu's level. After some thought, this idea might actually be worth a try. If he could directly elevate Kuei Niu to the half-god level in one go, its combat power would be utterly terrifying. At that point, perhaps relying solely on this divine pet, he could complete the 5 transformation task on his own. Lu Zhang looked at Wu Tuahai and asked, "Senior, what is the final assessment task?" Wu Tuahai glanced at the panel prompt and read it aloud. 6th assessment content, execution. Imprisoned evil gods. Description: demons and evil gods are imprisoned in the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison. Eliminate all imprisoned evil gods and obtain sufficient energy feedback. Lu Zhang was surprised and said, "This seems like they're just giving you enough experience points. It doesn't feel like a test requirement." Wu Tuahai frowned. "It's not that simple. The Divine Thunder Punishment Prison only has the ability to imprison, it cannot directly kill the demons inside. To eliminate these demons and evil gods, it seems we either have to release them or I go in myself." According to the feedback, there are 170 imprisoned within the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison? Lu Zhang pondered for a moment and voiced his thoughts. "I think these demons are all prepared for you to level up. Inheriting a divine position doesn't require experience points. The moment you inherit it, you immediately reach the original level of the divine position. However, since the previous deity prepared these demons, their original intention was likely for you to first cultivate yourself into a deity through training, then slay these monsters, and finally inherit the divine seed of a higher-ranked deity." Pausing, Lu Zhang continued, "If I'm not mistaken, inheriting the divine seed of a higher-ranked god might involve immense pressure. An ordinary person below the divine realm would struggle to endure it. But if one were to cultivate step by step to become a god, it would take far too long. In that case, it would be better to directly inherit the divine seed of a lower-tier god, allowing one to quickly master combat power and alleviate the pressure on the Xianyuan war god." Wu Tuahai voiced his concerns. Lu Zhang shook his head and said, "What we need right now is the combat power of a high-tier god. A lower-tier god wouldn't be of much help at this stage. Moreover, the time won't be that long. I've already prepared a lower-tier god's divine status for you. Take it out and begin your cultivation now. First, master the divine power and break through to the half-god realm. Then I'll take you to slaughter those half-gods and help you reach the peak of the half-god realm. Then use this divine essence as a catalyst to condense your own true god-level divine essence. Anyway, in the end, you'll need to condense a divine essence anyway. Moreover, there's another advantage: condensing the divine essence of a lower-tier god is definitely easier than condensing that of a higher-tier god." After hearing Lu Zhang's explanation, Wu Tuahai felt that this task wasn't as difficult as he had initially thought. Immediately, he took out the lower-tier god's divine essence that Lu Zhang had given him earlier and began to master the divine power within it. Since he had already mastered the divine artifact punishment sword, he could summon divine power, so reversing the process to master divine power became relatively straightforward. In just half an hour, he completed the process. Since Lu Zhang had helped him store a massive amount of experience points, once he mastered the divine power, the constraints were broken and his level skyrocketed to 432. "Let's go, I'll take you to slaughter the gods." Although he no longer had the Qiangqi, a ferocious beast that could kill lower-tier gods as easily as eating or drinking, within the Thunder Punishment Prison filled with thunderous divine power, the Kuei-Nyo, which had already reached the saintly realm, was a being capable of suppressing all who defied it. Upon entering the first semi-god's prison, the Kuei-Nyo instantly dispatched it with a thunder blast spell, causing his level to surge once more. Lu Zhang's plan was simple: to play it safe, he would first raise the Kuei-Nyo's level as high as possible. After consecutively defeating 62 demigod-level demons, the Kuei-Nyo's level reached 400. The next step was to directly ascend to the demigod realm. Lu Zhang was thrilled. This was a legendary divine pet. Reaching the saintly realm already allowed one to clash with lower-tier true gods and even kill them. If he reached the demigod realm, wouldn't he be able to control mid-tier gods? At this point, Wu Tuahai's divine position inheritance was put on hold. Lu Zhang continued to have Kuei-Nyo slaughter enemies, killing 5 demigods in a row. Finally, he crossed this threshold. Summoned beast, unnamed. Species, Kuei-Nyo. Quality, 4-star legendary divine pet. Level, LV.40137.34%. Health, 105,105,000,000. Magic power, 150,150,000,000. Strength, 1.2 million. Agility, 1 million. Spirit, 1.5 million. Constitution, 1.5 million. Skills: Thunder Realm passive, Thunderous Might, Thunder Blast, Thunder Shield, Thunder Web, 5 Thunder Strikes. Wow! 10 billion HP, 1 billion mana points, and all base attributes are over 1 million. Feeling the massive attribute boost from the Kuei-Nyo's level up, Lu Zhang felt like he was about to fly from sheer excitement. These stats are definitely enough to crush all lower-tier gods. They're already on par with mid-tier gods. According to Lu Zhang's estimation, the Kuei-Nyo's base attributes should be the same as before, but it still falls short of mid-tier gods. However, this can be fully compensated for with skills. If its level were to rise further, defeating a mid-tier god wouldn't be impossible. Wu Tuahai looked at the massive one-legged bull mountain, sensing the terrifying thunderous power it contained, and once again felt the same awe he had before. He still felt that this divine beast was more suitable to inherit this divine position. Amidst his excitement, Lu Zhang did not forget his main task. The Kueox, having ascended to the semi-god realm at over 400 levels, now has more precise control over energy, making it easier to assist Wu Tuahai in leveling up. All that remained was less than 3% of their health, allowing Wu Tuahai to finish the job. The remaining 109 half-god level demons were quickly slaughtered, and the 2 half-gods only allowed him to advance 1 level. With all the half-gods eliminated, he had reached level 486. This level was already very high. At least, before this, Shen Yuanwoji might not have been as high a level as he was now. But this was still insufficient. To condense the divine essence of a lower-tier god, one must at least reach level 500 and possess a large amount of experience points. Neither of these conditions was met. He must continue to fight. The next step is the true slaughter of gods. The exhilarating level up left Wu Tuahai extremely excited, but upon seeing the true god-tier demon, his excited heart immediately calmed down. Half-god tier monsters can be suppressed with a half-god tier legendary divine pet, but true gods? Can they be handled so casually? True gods are so powerful it'll be hard to reduce their health, and if we can't control them, the danger will be too great. Lu Zhang, upon hearing this, simply laughed and said, "Let it out. In the cage, it can't unleash its true power. A direct confrontation between gods, I've been wanting to try that for ages." Wu Tuahai was taken aback and exclaimed in shock, "You mean you're going to fight it yourself?" Chapter 115, Whether they are gods or demons, they are all my pets. Lu Zhang's aura was already extremely powerful. Wu Tuahai had never underestimated Lu Zhang's combat prowess. But clearly, a summoner couldn't possibly be stronger than his own divine pets, right? This was a true god, a level 530 deity. At this critical moment, isn't it a bit reckless for a summoner to charge in? Lu Zhang knew what Wu Tuahai was worried about and smiled, saying, "Don't worry. Isn't Kuei Nyo watching over us? With Kuei Nyo's current strength, he can instantly eliminate that lower-tier god. You don't need to worry about any danger." Wu Tuahai couldn't help but feel a pang of embarrassment when Lu Zhang mentioned the idea of instantly defeating a lower-tier god so casually. He did know that Lu Zhang possessed a divine pet capable of subduing lower-tier gods, but that one seemed to have been left behind in the Abyss Demon realm. The Qilin divine pet before him was indeed powerful, but it had never actually fought against a true deity, so Wu Tuahai wasn't entirely at ease. However, at this moment, all the decision-making power was in Lu Zhang's hands. He was merely being led by Lu Zhang, a senior figure who was being granted a divine title as a favor. Facing such a confident junior, he could only follow orders. Opening the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison, a lower-ranked demon god of the Flame Demon race burst out from within. This was specifically chosen by Lu Zhang. Originally, he had planned to wait until he obtained the heart of the Flame Demon lower-tier god puppet from the Abyss Demon realm before allowing his own Flame Demon summoned beast to ascend to the level of a divine pet. But now that he could obtain it directly, he saw no reason to delay further. Gaining a divine pet first would mean an extra source of power. The Flame Demon appeared and immediately let out a furious roar. Having been imprisoned for so many years, its inner nature had become extremely violent. Upon breaking free, it immediately charged toward the nearest target, Lu Zhang. However, the next moment, a dozen chains flashing with thunder fell from the sky, binding its limbs and head, with 2 more chains wrapping around its waist. The terrifying thunderous power was released, causing the demon to emit agonizing screams. The health bar above its head began to rapidly decrease. Lu Zhang possessed the thunder domain, and in this environment, the thunder chains he created using the power of the Kuei Nyo were extremely powerful. Even a mid-tier god could be restrained for a time. As for a mere lower-tier god, there was no way it could break free. The chaotic energy raged on. Wu Tuahai watched the lower-tier true god-level demon being overwhelmed by Lu Zhang, unable to even resist, and his expression was filled with shock. Although he was about to inherit the divine seat of a high-ranking god, he was currently nothing more than a demigod who had been forcibly promoted. Facing such overwhelming power, he felt a deep-seated fear emanating from the depths of his soul. Before higher-tiered beings, lower-tiered individuals were as insignificant as ants. Soon, the Flame Demon's health bar was reduced to a single sliver of life. "Draw your sword." Lu Zhang spoke. Wu Tuahai snapped out of his trance, quickly grabbed the punishment divine sword, and struck down the Flame Demon's head with a single blow. In truth, with Wu Tuahai's current strength, even with the aid of this divine artifact, there was still a certain probability that he could single-handedly kill such a lower-tier god. However, he lacked the self-awareness to recognize this, so he couldn't achieve it. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. Anyway, with Lu Zhang protecting him all the way, ensuring he could directly and smoothly inherit the divine seat of an upper-tier god, that was sufficient. The experience points gained from slaying a true god are enormous. The experience points from a single true god are enough to allow a Qiangqi at over 200 levels to advance by over 20 levels. Although the experience points required for a semi-god at 400 levels to level up are substantial, a single true god still allowed Wu Tuahai to directly advance by 11 levels. He reached level 497. There are still 13 lower-tier true gods and 1 mid-tier god remaining, which is more than enough for Wu Tuahai to advance. After all, after slaying a true god, besides the experience points gained, one can also obtain a divine essence, which is of immense help to a practitioner whose profession is to condense divine essence. Lu Zhang first extracted the demon heart from the demon's body, took it out, and gave it to his flame demon's summoned beast to devour. Moments later, the flame demon's aura underwent a drastic change. Lu Zhang checked its base attributes and found that it had indeed transformed into the quality of a 1-star legendary divine pet. Judging from its current state, to upgrade it to 2 stars, at least one mid-tier divine-level flame demon heart would be required. For now, it could be used as is. Once the divine inheritance matter is settled, he would help this creature level up quickly, then send it into the abyss demon realm to gather more demons for himself and assist other summoned beasts in their upgrades. Lu Zhang had a premonition. Having a divine quality flame demon as a spy would definitely bring him immense surprises. Looking at the demon undergoing transformation before him, Wu Tuahai couldn't help but doubt his own eyes. "Why are you keeping a demon?" Lu Zhang asked in astonishment. "Who said you can't keep demons as pets? Whether they're gods or demons, they're all just my summoned beasts." Hearing this, Wu Tuahai felt struck once again and sighed bitterly. "Now I understand why you didn't inherit the divine throne. In your eyes, so-called gods are nothing special." Lu Zhang smiled upon hearing this but said nothing. After all, Wu Tuahai was about to become a god himself, so it wouldn't be appropriate to speak too harshly. After putting away the low-level flame demon, Lu Zhang spoke. "Let us continue." Wu Tuahai was an old hand at this. He quickly regained his composure and released the second true god-level demon. Following the same pattern, Wu Tuahai finished off the target with his final strike. As expected, his level rose to 500 before stalling, with experience points overflowing to 634.95%. "How much experience do you think is enough to condense your divine essence?" Lu Zhang asked. Wu Tuahai sensed it and gave a number. "Over 5,000% would be safer." Lu Zhang nodded in agreement and continued to help him defeat the true gods. After consecutively defeating 6 more lower-tier true god-level demons, he finally raised his experience points to over 5,400%. "I will now begin to condense my divine essence." Wu Tuahai was merely attempting to condense the divine essence of a lower-tier god. While Xue Feihua had achieved the same feat using fragments of divine essence, Wu Tuahai, who possessed several fully formed divine essences, could not possibly fail. After more than an hour, the aura around his body changed, and his level broke through the 500th rank. Lu Zhang couldn't see the exact level. After all, once someone surpassed his level of 200 as a professional, he could no longer see their exact level beyond 300. However, judging by the aura, it should be around 500 with a few extra points. Unlike Xue Feihua, who directly inherited the divine position upon condensing his divine essence, thereby gaining the 550th level associated with the divine position. Wu Tuahai achieved this through natural breakthrough, so he was only slightly above level 500. However, he has already transformed into a god, with his life essence altered, so inheriting the divine title will be much smoother. Now, only one final step remains, to eliminate all the. Among them is a mid-tier god. Chapter 116, The Insatiable Devouring Monster. Half-god perfection, is it enough? Currently, there are still 6 lower-tier demonic beings and 1 mid-tier demonic being within the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison. Lu Zhang believed that even if they were all killed, it would not provide enough experience points for Wu Tuahai to ascend to mid-tier god or reach the peak of lower-tier god. Compared to that, Lu Zhang believed that Wu Tuahai needed not experience points, but divine essence. Obtaining the divine essence of a mid-tier god should allow him to inherit the divine title of the Thunder Punishment God smoothly. Therefore, the remaining few should not be wasted by having Wu Tuahai kill them. Lu Zhang thought it over and decided not to send the Qinyo. After reaching the half-god level, the amount of experience points required for leveling up is too high, and even at the same half-god level, the benefits from Quinnia's leveling up are not significant. On the other hand, if he had another divine pet of the saint level or even semi-god level, this would greatly enhance overall combat power. In fact, Lu Zhang believed that with another demigod tier divine pet, he could even initiate the next class change quest. After careful consideration, Lu Zhang decided to level up the Taotia. As the former top combat power, Lu Zhang is most familiar with the Taotia's combat style. Moreover, Lu Zhang had an idea. He wanted to try upgrading the Taotia to saint tier before attempting to directly promote it to the highest tier divine pet in his possession. Currently, the Taotia's level was only 212. Killing a lower tier true god yields an enormous amount of experience points, allowing the Taotia to leapfrog 27 levels, surging to 239. After the Taotia killed all 6 lower tier true gods, it successfully advanced to level 330. It has entered the ranks of divine pets of the saint tier. Lu Zhang could now test his previous idea. The Taotia could devour everything and convert it into magical power and experience points. This included the bodies of demigods and true gods, as well as fragments of their divine essence, all of which contained abundant energy. However, when Lu Zhang had the Taotia devour the corpse of a demigod earlier, it gained a wealth of experience points, but some of the divine power interfered with digestion. To absorb this divine power, a great deal of effort is required. However, now that the gluttonous beast has ascended to the saint level tier, its base attributes are already on par with those of a lower tier true god. With this new status, it should no longer experience digestive issues when consuming divine bodies. Lu Zheng directly gave the glutton a fragment of a divine essence for it to devour. The absorption was completed instantly, converting a full tenth of the experience bar. This caught Lu Zheng's attention. A demigod can produce 5 divine essence fragments, and 2 demigods could allow the gluttonous beast to advance another level. Earlier, they had killed a total of 176 demigods. Lu Zheng immediately pulled out a large handful of divine essence fragments for the Taoye to devour. Soon, the Taoye reached level 400. Holy tier perfection. The next step was to break through to the demigod realm. This level breakthrough required an enormous amount of experience points, but Lu Zheng still had a large number of divine essence fragments in his possession. He fed all the remaining fragments to the Taoye. The Taoye's level reached 405. After entering the demigod realm, the effect of divine essence fragments diminished significantly. Next, Lu Zheng instructed the gluttonous beast to consume the corpses of the true gods. After a true god dies, its corpse does not immediately disappear like that of a wild monster, but may eventually be refreshed by the world's will, though it will exist for a longer period of time. But none of that mattered. Once inside the glutton's stomach, it was all its own energy. The energy contained in a single true god's corpse was far richer than that of divine essence fragments. A single corpse could allow a glutton of over 400 levels to advance 2 levels. After devouring 16 corpses, the gluttonous beast ascended to level 437. Whether it's divine essence fragments or the corpses of true gods, they're merely appetizers. The real main course is the divine essence of the true gods. Lu Zheng directly took out the divine essence of the flame demon evil god and had the gluttonous beast devour it. This time, it didn't digest instantly but began to steadily absorb and assimilate, with its experience bar continuously advancing. After a full half hour, the divine essence was fully digested, and the gluttonous beast advanced to level 450. A single divine essence raised its level by 13. What was there to hesitate about? Keep feeding it. Each divine essence contained different amounts of energy, but after absorbing 4 divine essences from lower tier gods, the gluttonous beast reached the peak of the demigod realm, level 500. Just as the gluttonous beast was about to truly ascend to godhood, Lu Zheng received feedback. It couldn't continue upgrading. For a divine pet to ascend to the true god level, the summoner must first ascend to the true god level, otherwise, the divine pet would break free from the summoner's control. The difference in life tiers is simply too great. Lu Zheng was stunned. This was the first time he had encountered a level restriction during a summoned beast's upgrade. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly. He had thought he could directly possess a true god tier divine pet to dominate the world, but his upgrade journey had come to an abrupt halt. However, upon seeing the current attributes of the Taoye, he couldn't help but smile contentedly. To be honest, a 500th level Taoye is already incredibly powerful. Summoned beast, unnamed. Species, Taoye. Quality, 5-star legendary divine pet. Level, LV.500%. Health, 80 billion. Magic power, 800 million. Strength, 2.5 million. Agility, 2 million. Spirit, 2.5 million. Constitution, 3 million. Skills, Black Hole Devour, Divine Form of the Heavens and Earth, Dark God Claws, Brutal Mist, Fierce God's Might passive, Magic Power Annihilation passive. This is merely the attributes of a fully realized demigod. According to Lu Zheng's analysis of divine attributes, this is already enough to completely overwhelm most mid-tier gods. Combined with powerful skills, defeating mid-tier gods is a piece of cake. I'm just a mere 4th-tier summoning master, yet I already possess a divine pet capable of overwhelming mid-tier gods. What more could I possibly want? There is something else I desire. The number is too small. 1 isn't enough, 9 aren't enough, I need at least 100. Lately, the gacha hasn't been dropping anything good, and thinking about this makes me a bit upset. Lu Zheng quickly adjusted his mood and started thinking positively again. He needed to keep improving his other summoned beasts. Currently, the only other summoned beast with the same devouring ability is his divine pet, the Kuanping. It can transform into a primordial giant Kuanping. This primordial giant Kuan also possesses the same devouring ability as the Taoye, and the devoured items can be converted into experience points. However, this requires consuming an equal amount of water alongside the devoured items to complete the final digestion and absorption. There were still a few divine ranks left from the lower tier god, which could probably be used to level up several dozen times. However, it wouldn't be enough to help the Kuanping ascend to the semi-god realm. But there is still a mid-tier god. The experience points gained from killing a mid-tier god should be substantial, right? Lu Zheng looked at Wu Tuahai and said, "Are you ready? After we kill the last one, you'll inherit the divine position. That will definitely be an extremely difficult process." Wu Tuahai laughed heartily and said, "You've helped me through all these trials. If I can't endure this final inheritance, this divine position doesn't belong to me. Are you ready? That's a mid-tier god. Even though I've already become a lower-tier god, I have no chance against it. I still need you. Lu Zhang released the Kuanping, which had transformed into a golden-winged great phoenix, and had the Taotie charge forward. That's enough. Release it. Chapter 117, Ascending 88 Levels. 3 half-gods and perfect divine pets. Seeing that Lu Zhang was ready, Wu Tuahai immediately activated the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison. The next moment, an 800-meter-tall sheep-headed demon god burst out from within, swinging its scythe directly at the Taotie, blocking its path. Lu Zhang couldn't even discern the rank of a lower-tier god, let alone a mid-tier one. But he didn't care about that. He just had the Taotie unleash its ultimate attack. That was the surefire strategy. The Taotie's form transformed, doubling its attributes. Its size suddenly grew to over 1,300 meters tall, and at the same time, it released a dark divine claw. A massive claw materialized in the void, smashing the flying sheep-headed demon god down with a single strike. Immediately afterward, the gluttonous beast leaped onto the sheep-headed demon god's back and delivered a punch to its sheep-like head. Crack! One of the sheep horns snapped cleanly off. The sheep-headed demon god erupted in fury, his body erupting with a swarm of skulls emitting black smoke, which lunged toward the Taotie, tearing into it viciously. However, such an attack was as ineffective as a mere scratch against the Taotie. Not only did it fail to inflict any damage, but it allowed the Taotie to absorb a massive amount of energy, using its magical energy annihilation skill to replenish its depleted magical power. Boom! 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 The gluttonous beast's battle had no flashy skill effects, only brutal, bone-crushing violence. One punch shatters a goat's horn, 3 punches break the bones of a demon god. The form of heaven and earth skill displayed an even more astonishing effect at this moment. With millions of attribute points, doubling them meant gaining several million more attributes. Overwhelming power crushes everything in its path. The goat horn demon god used various skills to resist, but in the end, its head was shattered. However, as a mid-tier god, its vitality is resilient, and it does not die immediately. Lu Zhang ordered the Taotie to descend, while the golden-winged Great Pang flew forward to extract the divine essence from the demon god's body, which was now helpless. Once the divine essence was extracted, it signified the true demise of this mid-tier god. The experience points fell onto the Kuanping. Kuanping's original level was very low, only 209. Killing a mid-tier god caused his level to skyrocket to 297, a jump of 88 levels. Wu Tuahai looked at the 1,000-meter-tall ferocious god Taotie, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. This creature was only a mere 500th level being, not even having entered the realm of lower-tier true gods, yet it had managed to beat a mid-tier god into the ground. A mid-tier god had been beaten to death by it, his head exploding, and his divine essence extracted. This is too terrifying. However, Wu Tuahai had little time to ponder this. Just as the horned demon god was blown to pieces, a message appeared before his eyes. Ding! All the demonic beings of the Divine Thunder Punishment Prison have been killed. All 6 assessment requirements have been completed. Detected divine rank, Thunder Punishment God. All inheritance conditions have been met. Divine rank inheritance will begin shortly. Countdown, 29, 28, 27. Wu Tuahai hurriedly said, there are only a few seconds left before I begin inheriting the divine rank. There might be some disruptions. Stay safe. Lu Zhang, upon hearing this, first put away the Kuanping and the Taotie, but left the Kuanyo behind. In the sky, white and purple energy gathered, then suddenly transformed into a bolt of thunder that struck Wu Tuahai's body. This bolt of lightning had no destructive power, it was merely a form of energy transfer. The divine seat of a high-ranking god contained an immense amount of energy. A massive amount of energy poured into Wu Tuahai's body, causing his divine essence to undergo a transformation, and his aura gradually grew stronger. Throughout the Punishment Thunder Prison dungeon, energy rapidly condensed, causing massive turmoil. Lu Zhang couldn't help but doubt whether this place could withstand the pressure. The entire inheritance process lasted 4 hours. During those 4 hours, the surrounding energy exerted immense pressure. Had it not been for the foundational attributes provided by Lu Zhang's 2 half-god tier divine pets, his body would have collapsed under the pressure. A same-tier professional would never be able to withstand it. At the very least, one would need to be a lower-tier true god to endure it. And this was merely the peripheral pressure. One can only imagine the ordeal Wu Tuahai was facing at the center of the pressure. However, as an elder warrior, Wu Tuahai persevered. Clothed in the Thunder Prison Dragon armor, wielding the Punishment Divine Sword, the aura of an upper-tier god emanated from him, and the Divine Realm dungeon was already under his control. Lu Zhang, noticing the expectant gaze of the Qinyo, smiled and asked Wu Tuahai, Kuanyo still wants you to strike it with a thunderbolt. Can you do it? Wu Tuahai held the punishment sword aloft, pointed toward the sky, and in an instant, thunderbolts descended. Moreover, the surrounding thunderclouds gathered toward Kuanyo's location, seemingly ready to unleash more thunderbolts at any moment. Seeing that the first bolt of thunder did not harm the Kuanyo, Wu Tuahai began to gather more thunderbolts to strike down. The Kuanyo was bathed in the heavenly thunderbolts. After just a quarter of an hour, its level had risen by 1. Lu Zhang's eyes lit up, and he smiled, saying, "It seems like I'll need your help to level up this divine pet of mine." Wu Tuahai nodded and said, That's no problem. However, I just obtained something. Who do you think I should give it to? As he spoke, he pushed a crystal stone flickering with thunder toward Lu Zhang. Item, Eye of the Thunder God. Effect, refining this gemstone unlocks the inheritance trial for the main god tier divine position Thunder God Saras. It was clear that this represented the inheritance rights to a main god tier divine position. Regardless of whether one could succeed or not, without this gemstone, one wouldn't even have the chance to try. Despite having already ascended to the ranks of an upper god, Wu Tuahai, now the most powerful being in all of Yanxia, had still placed the decision in Lu Zhang's hands. It's clear that this is perfect for Xianyuan Zhanshen. I recall his profession is Shinshao Mage, a type of thunder mage. Inheriting the position of thunder god is only natural. Lu Zhang spoke up. Wu Tuahai nodded in agreement. With me here, I can handle any threats from demigods. He can focus on inheriting the divine title, and I can assist him. The matter was provisionally settled. They did not immediately go to find Xianyuan Wuji. Wu Tuahai stayed here to use the Storm Sea to help Kueino level up, while Lu Zhang took Kuan Pang and the divine essence out of the Punishment Thunder prison dungeon and headed to the Abyss Demon realm. It took a day to help Kuan Pang hunt down demigods and other low-level Abyss demons, successfully raising his level to 301. Afterward, Lu Zhang followed Kuan Pang into the ocean with the 4 demigods' divine essence fragments and corpses. Kuan Pang transformed into the primordial giant Kuan and activated the skill Devour Ci, swallowing the demigods' corpses and divine essence fragments together, thereby advancing his level to 304. Immediately afterward, Lu Zhang retrieved the divine essence of a lower-tier true god. The first divine essence fragment took over 3 hours to refine and absorb, causing his level to surge by 19 levels. After refining 5 consecutive lower-tier true god divine essence fragments, he successfully advanced to level 401. Lu Zhang once again possessed a demigod-tier divine pet. At this point, Lu Zhang still had 6 lower-tier true god-level divine essence fragments remaining, which he also had the Kuan Pang absorb, bringing his level to 479. He was still a bit short of the 500th level. He then retrieved the corpse of a mid-tier god. Even the corpse of a lower-tier true god could boost to 400 level plus Taoye by 2 levels. The corpse of a mid-tier god would certainly not disappoint. Sure enough, after devouring the corpse, the Kuan Pang's level reached 500, the peak of the semi-divine realm. The effect was even better than a single lower-tier divine god's divine essence. On the other side, Lu Zhang sensed that the Kueino had also reached level 500. This means he now controls 3 500-level divine pets, the Kueino, the Taoye, and the Kuan Pang. It seems like he can now proceed to the next class change quest. Chapter 118, What? You inherited a divine title? Bring one back for me too. At this moment, Lu Zhang only had 1 mid-tier god's divine essence left, which theoretically could help a divine pet level up quickly. However, the other divine pets did not possess the ability to devour everything and absorb energy. Divine pets like the Taotai and Kuan Pang are extremely rare. However, the upgrade method of the Kueino could be worth considering. As long as he could find a fire-attributed divine being heir to assist him, he could utilize the immortal dark wind state of the 9-headed phoenix to swiftly advance by devouring flame energy. Xian Lu also has the ability to devour and level up, but the large amount of toxic energy required is hard to come by. Lu Zhang and Wu Tuahai arrived at sea together. It has been nearly 3 days since Lu Zhang took him away, but Xianyuan Wuji has yet to help Qian Yunha and the others obtain enough experience points. After all, the resources in this world are limited. Xianyuan Wuji did not have the confidence to bring the 3 of them into other higher-level dimensions to level up. If anything goes wrong, he will die, and the people he is bringing along will die as well. Although Lu Zhang had emerged as a successor, Xianyuan Wuji still couldn't relax completely. Therefore, he needed to play it safe, which meant leveling up would take longer. However, at least he had Xue Feihua, a true god, to assist him, so the 3 of them were nearly at the required experience level to inherit the divine throne. When Lu Zhang brought Wu Tuahai to Xianyuan Wuji and Xue Feihua, both of them were taken aback. You've already inherited the divine throne? Xue Feihua asked Wu Tuahai. The latter nodded, with the divine weapon punishment sword appearing in his hand, and smiled. Thunder punishment god Wu Tuahai, paying respects to frost god Xue Feihua. Xianyuan Wuji couldn't help but speak up. Wait, how did you do that so quickly? Could this kid have some secret technique? Wu Tuahai sheathed the divine sword and spread his hands. To be honest, you might not believe me, but I didn't do anything. All the assessment tasks, including the improvement of my thunder affinity, were completed by Lu Zhang for me. He paused for a moment before adding. Moreover, his combat power is only slightly weaker than mine, and he just killed a mid-tier divine-level demon. Lu Zhang saw that everyone was too shocked to speak, so he took out the Thunder God's Eye gemstone and spoke up voluntarily. Xianyuan Sr., this is the key to unlock the assessment for the Thunder Goddess divine position. By refining it, you can inherit the Thunder Goddess position. I think this item is very suitable for you. Xianyuan Wuji held the Thunder God's Eye gemstone, his expression filled with disbelief. What? In just 3 days, you've completed the divine rank inheritance and brought back the qualification to inherit a main god's divine rank for me. Lu Zheng continued to explain what he had just said. With the help of Senior Wu, a high-ranking god from the Thunder God lineage, I believe the process of you inheriting the main goddess throne should not be too difficult. Wow! You even arranged my succession process? Xian Yuan Wuji exclaimed, I already had high expectations of you, but now I see that I underestimated you. In that case, I will ask Wutonghai to help me succeed to the position of Thunder God. The task of helping others succeed to the positions of gods will be left to you. At that moment, Xue Feihua volunteered. Lu Zhang, you help them obtain their divine titles. I'll take care of the troubles caused by those half-divine monsters in place of Wuji. Helping them obtain divine titles is acceptable, but before that, I must first complete the 5 transformations task. Upon hearing this, everyone was even more at a loss for words. A practitioner who hadn't even completed the 5th transformation, let alone the 4th, could actually slay a mid-tier god? If it weren't for an upper-tier god saying it himself, they never would have believed it. This world was truly absurd. Alright, then you go complete your class change quest first. I'll take them to gain some more experience points and strengthen our foundation. Xue Feihua voluntarily took on the task. Alright, I'll go accept the task now. You all continue with your tasks. Lu Zheng spoke, then teleported directly to the nearest city, boarding the teleportation array to head to the main city to obtain the class change quest. Watching him disappear, Xue Feihua walked over to Xian Yuan Wuji and placed her hand on his shoulder. She smiled gently, with a junior like Lu Zheng around, you can relax. He's already more talented than us now, and in the future, he'll definitely reach heights we can only dream of. Xian Yuan Wuji laughed heartily, pulling Xue Feihua into his arms. With the latter's surprised gaze, he said, that's exactly right. Let's witness the rise of a miracle together. Several men turned their heads at the sight. The only woman present, Xian Yunhe, smiled warmly at the scene. They were all contemporaries, standing at the pinnacle of the human race. Now, they were witnessing the emergence of a new peak. Lu Zhang arrived at the job change sanctuary. Now possessing the strength of a mid-tier god of violence, he faced the unknown job change task with no trace of anxiety. Placing his hand on the job change stone slab, task information appeared before him. Detected current class level 200 has met the conditions for the 5th class change. Congratulations on receiving a 5-star Hell tier difficulty class change task, Redemption. The demonized Golden Dragon God Alex. Mission description: the Golden Dragon God Alex, a deity of the main god tier, was severely injured by the attack of the demon god El Toro. After years of recuperation, his injuries worsened, and demonic energy invaded his body, causing him to fall into demonic corruption. He has sealed himself within the dragon's tomb. It is estimated that within 2 months, Alex will break the seal, leave the dragon's tomb, and slaughter everything around him. Mission requirements: travel to the Dragon's Valley and rescue Alex before he breaks free from the seal, purging his demonic influence. Seeing yet another hellish 5-star difficulty task, Lu Zheng abandoned his usual impatient demeanor, remaining expressionless, as if his heart were utterly calm. After 4 grueling trials, this time, he was finally ready to rise to the challenge. A mere hell level 5-star difficulty mission was no match for him. But when he saw the mission details, his expression changed instantly. What the hell? God tier. Breaking the seal at any time within 2 months, there's no precise timeline, so the sooner I go, the safer it is. But a god tier demonic dragon god? If it attacks me, I'll be dead in an instant. This isn't a joke. Are you kidding me? I'm just a 4th tier professional who's just reached peak mastery. Even though I've recently gained the strength to kill a mid-tier god, you're throwing me a god tier challenge? That's way too harsh. And let's not even talk about whether I can redeem the dragon god. Whether I can even enter the dragon's tomb is still uncertain, right? Would those dragons even allow me to enter the tomb of their ancestors? Lu Zhang had to admit he couldn't hold back anymore and lost his temper once again. After calming his mind, Lu Zhang began to ponder a way out of the situation. Going head-to-head was impossible. Even if he were given 2 months to level up, he couldn't possibly stand against a main god. After all, he needed to first reach level 500 or above so that his divine pet could break free from its shackles and continue upgrading. Calming down, he immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Chapter 119, The Spirit-Linked Ring. The Auspicious Qilin. The Demon Banishing Paixio. The key to breaking the deadlock lies in purifying the demonic energy. Therefore, the blessing aura on his body and his summoned beast, Baizhe, are the core elements for completing this task. However, the specifics would only become clear after meeting the true demonic golden dragon god. After all, if it is directly determined that the demonic dragon god is already a demonic entity, Baizhe's abilities would directly cause damage and would not have a purifying effect. Baizhe's ability lies in purification, which means eliminating evil energies. However, based on the mission description, the golden dragon god has clearly fused with the evil energies. Once purification is initiated, it would effectively mean killing the dragon god. It is clear that Lu Zhang does not possess the strength to kill a main god. He doesn't even know how much health a main god has. Based on the basic attributes of higher gods provided by Wu Tuahai, it seems that he is unable to break through the defenses of a main god level existence. Thinking about it this way, Bai Zhe doesn't seem to be able to help solve the problem. In fact, if Bai Zhe is released, the demonic dragon god might go berserk and he would be killed on the spot. A look of worry appeared on Lu Zhang's face. Well, let's take it one step at a time. First, I'll head to Dragon's Valley and obtain permission to enter the dragon's graveyard before proceeding with the next plan. Lu Zhang's current mindset was pure and simple: give up. The previous mission had already been absurd enough, killing a lower-tier true god with the body of a mortal. This time, he had assumed the highest target would be a mid-tier god. With the power he currently possessed, killing a mid-tier god was a sure thing. But he never expected that the target he faced was a main god. This was a direct leap across 3 difficulty levels, and the difference between a main god, an upper god, and a middle god was even greater than the gap between a god and a mortal. This completely shattered Lu Zhang's confidence in completing the mission. He could only wait and see if anything changed. As he stepped out of the job change sanctuary, Lu Zhang suddenly received a message. It was sent by the same tier forging grandmaster Zhu Chengfeng. We accidentally crafted a special piece of equipment. Would you be interested in taking a look? Below were the equipment's images and detailed descriptions. Equipment: Lingxi Ring. Quality: Divine Purple Radiance 5-star. Equipment requirements: mental power value greater than 10,000. Skill: Mind Link Passive. Durability: Permanent. Skill: Mind Link Passive. Effect: when you desire something in your mind, there is a certain probability that it will appear before you. After the equipment information was posted, Zhu Chengfeng spoke up. This equipment is of decent quality, but the effect is too vague. Do you have any ideas? Lu Zhang's eyes widened upon seeing the effect of this item. Wow! I want this. Lu Zhang's current dilemma was that he couldn't find a way out of his predicament. If this ring's effect could be triggered, it might just give him a way out. Where is it? I want it. I'll come find you. Lu Zhang asked Zhu Chengfeng where he was and quickly made his way over to retrieve the ring. At that moment, Lu Zhang felt that unity truly was strength. With such an ally, he finally had a chance to break the deadlock. Otherwise, he would have been completely at a loss. Fortunately, he hadn't properly refreshed his summoning slot recently. With enough luck accumulated, it was time to try summoning again. New divine pets and celestial pets should be appearing soon. Lu Zhang put on the Lingxi ring and entered the Abyss Demon realm. Xiangqi was still leveling up and had reached level 385. When Lu Zhang left, it was only at level 324. It truly was well suited for leveling up in the Abyss Demon realm. Upon arriving here, Lu Zhang immediately focused on summoning a creature capable of purging the golden dragon goddess' demonic nature, then began refreshing his summoning slots. Of course, the lucky aura and the divine call bracelet had already been prepared in advance. He kept summoning. This time, whether it was due to accumulated luck reaching a certain threshold or the new equipment, the Lingxi ring. Just half an hour had passed, and after refreshing less than 10,000 times, it finally appeared. Consumed 10,000 points of magic, successfully activated the master level summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 4-star divine grade spirit pet 3-legged demon toad. 10 triggered the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill devouring heavenly demon body passive. Consuming 10,000 magic points, successfully activated the master level summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Shilan 1 triggered the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill no taboos passive. Consume 10,000 mana points to successfully activate the master level summoning technique. Congratulations! You have obtained the 4-star legendary divine pet Paishio. 1 trigger the passive effect 2 of the hidden talent summon the gods. You have obtained the skill exorcism and purification. Skill swallowing heaven demon body passive. Effect: your body is immune to corrosive damage from demonic and evil energies, passively absorbing demonic and evil energies and converting them into mana and experience points. Passively absorbing demonic energy means the speed of improvement will be slow, unlike the active absorption of thunder energy by the Qilin, which provides rapid enhancement. However, this is still quite decent. At the very least, with this skill, even if Lu Zhang is placed in the Abyss Demon realm, he can gradually grow stronger without doing anything. Additionally, it allows summoning 10 identical divine grade spirit pets in a single summoning. This significantly expanded the high-end combat power at Lu Zhang's disposal. Of course, what Lu Zhang values most are those 2 divine pets. Skill no taboos passive. Effect: blessed by auspicious energy, the energy within your body cannot be sealed, skills cannot be interrupted, and all restrictions and silence type skills are ineffective against you. This skill is clearly designed to counter curse-like abilities. Additionally, abilities similar to sealing should now be ineffective against him as well. For example, the self-sealing ability of the demonized dragon god, which is designed to seal off energy, cannot seal off Lu Zhang. It seems to have little practical use. However, in reality, skills that interrupt casting or silence are often the most unbeatable. Being able to directly immunize oneself is already extremely powerful. However, what concerns Lu Zhang the most is the skill of his final divine pet, the Paishio. Skill: exorcism and purification. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10,000 mana points to cast the skill on a single or multiple targets, expelling demonic energy and evil spirits from the target's body. The efficiency of expulsion varies depending on the amount of mana input. This is it. Lu Zhang smiled. This was the ability he had been seeking, the pure ability to expel demonic energy. Only purify, no damage. This outcome is the most appropriate. Even the slightest damage could attract hatred, causing the demon-possessed dragon god to go berserk and instantly kill itself. Therefore, the next step was to help the Paisho level up. With so many divine pets, Lu Zhang had already noticed a problem. Although the skills of these divine pets seemed to have no upper limit in terms of their effects, they had already reached the level of top-tier skills. However, in reality, when the divine pets are of a lower level, their skill effects are relatively weaker, even if the same amount of magical power is applied. Therefore, upgrading the Paisho's level is essential. Chapter 120, Descending into Dragon Valley as a Savior. Lu Zhang didn't rush to level up. Instead, he first reviewed all 3 new summoning beast skills he had obtained. Then he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the skills useful for this mission weren't limited to the Paishos alone. The 3-legged magic toad also had a skill called Hook Demon Tongue, which was extremely useful. Skill, Hook Demon Tongue. Effect, consumes a minimum of 5,000 mana. Target an enemy with demonic energy or evil energy, extract their demonic energy or evil energy into your own body, and replenish mana consumption or convert it into experience points. Unlike the passive skill Swallow Heaven Demon Body, Hook Demon Tongue is an active skill, and the amount of demonic energy that can be extracted is not significantly limited by one's own level. If sharing mid-god level mana, using this skill will definitely yield good results. Additionally, the Qilin possesses a skill called Heavenly Official's Blessing. Skill, Celestial Official's Blessing. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10,000 mana points. Target any target. The target's soul consciousness is blessed, remaining awake and immune to confusion or control. If already possessed, it is purified, maintaining wakefulness in that state. This skill is extremely useful. The demonized dragon god's consciousness has likely already fallen into darkness. To prevent it from attacking and keep it conscious is crucial. Otherwise, even if Lu Zhang can help remove the demonic energy, it would be useless if it cannot act. Now that we have this skill, we no longer have to worry about that. Truly the divine beast Qilin. Next, we must help these 12 summoned beasts level up quickly. Unfortunately, these summoned beasts cannot directly consume divine essence to enhance themselves. Otherwise, the divine essence of a mid-tier god in his possession would be of great use. With 3 500-level divine pets under his control, Lu Zhang was unstoppable in the Abyss Demon realm. In less than half a day, the Qilin and Paisho were both leveled up to over 300, along with a flame demon that had evolved into a divine pet quality creature. Lu Zhang gave it a name, Paru. Thanks to it and another lower-tier true god-level demon god controlled by Qiangqi, his rampage went unnoticed by powerful demon gods. During this process, Lu Zhang even slaughtered 2 lower-tier demon gods, obtaining their divine essence in corpses. The 9-headed phoenix was responsible for the final kill of the true god. The 9-headed phoenix has now advanced from over 200 levels to over 340 levels. It is Lu Zhang's next divine pet plan to be upgraded to 500 levels. Lu Zhang felt that the Paisho and Qilin, having reached over 300 levels, were sufficient. Because even if they were upgraded to the demigod level, it wouldn't change much. The power of the skills currently mastered is roughly on par with that of a demigod, and the issue of magical power will be provided by the 3 500-level divine pets and Lu Zhang. It's time to head to Dragon's Valley. The Dragon's Valley is a very special sacred level dungeon where the dragons cannot be respawned. In other words, it is a one-time dungeon. Once all the dragons are defeated, the dungeon disappears. However, no one has ever cleared this dungeon. Ordinary adult dragons can reach level 200, with the lowest quality being Dominator tier. After reaching adulthood, dragons can continue to level up. It only takes about 10 years to reach the same tier. The bottleneck at the demigod level is no obstacle for them, allowing them to smoothly advance to the demigod tier. About 80% of adult dragons are demigod level. The remaining 20% are not all below demigod level. Among them are true god level dragons. The current Dragon Emperor, Phoenix, is the strongest dragon among the over 3,000 dragons in Dragon Valley, with power reaching the mid-god level. Dragon Valley is divided into inner and outer regions. The outer region is inhabited by dragons and dragon-blooded creatures below the god level. The inner region is the planar dungeon, the true Dragon Valley, also known as the Dragon God Realm, where true god-level dragons reside. Lu Zhang harbors little reverence for dragons. To be precise, he felt no reverence for these Western-style dragons. In his mind, only Eastern divine dragons are worthy of being called dragons. He merely regarded these so-called dragons as intelligent monsters. After multiple teleports and some more flying, Lu Zhang arrived at a large island in the sea. This was the entrance to the Dragon Valley dungeon. He took out an item he had obtained earlier. Item, Dragon Friendship Medal. Effect, gain Dragon's Might. All targets with a level lower than yours have their agility reduced by 50% and their spirit reduced by 50%. All dragons gain a 50% increase in goodwill toward you. This item grants access to Dragon's Valley. This was the item he had obtained by defeating the Dark Dragon. He never expected it would come in handy during the 5th tier quest. The island was vast, with towering trees reaching over 100 meters in height, casting a dense shadow over the land. Lu Zheng ventured deep into the island. The dragon's might emitted by the metal caused the lower-level monsters to dare not approach. Soon, he encountered a flame dragon, which appeared to be still young, with a level of only around 150. The dragon friendship metal grants any dragon a base favorability of over 50% toward Lu Zhang. Therefore, upon seeing Lu Zhang, the young dragon named Albert approached and asked, "What brings you here?" It spoke in dragon language, which Lu Zhang had already learned upon arriving. He immediately replied, "A great disaster is about to strike Dragon Valley. I must meet the Dragon Emperor. Only I can help you all survive this crisis." Approaching the issue from the other party's perspective is the way to resolve it. If Lu Zhang had simply stated that he had come here for a job change quest, the other party would have immediately driven him away. But now, as a savior who had come to save them, they had to take this matter seriously. Perhaps due to the existing baseline goodwill, the young dragon paused for a moment before saying to Lu Zhang, "Come up. I'll take you to see my father. Perhaps he can take you to see the Dragon Emperor." As it spoke, it lowered its body. Lu Zhang flew up and followed it into the dungeon world, a vast valley. Seeing Albert bring a human into the Dragon Valley, many dragons turned their inquiring gazes toward Lu Zhang. Soon, Lu Zhang saw Albert's father, a half-god level dragon named Brian. "Human, how did you know that we dragons are about to face a disaster? What is this disaster?" The semi-divine dragon emitted a scorching aura, intense energy, and overwhelming pressure, yet none of it affected Lu Zhang. He spoke slowly. "Because only I can save you, so I know. What the disaster is, you cannot know yet. All you need to do is convey the words Demon God in Dragon's Tomb to the Dragon Emperor. It should understand. Of course, if you refuse, I will leave immediately. Within 2 months, Dragon Valley will be completely destroyed." Lu Zhang wasn't exaggerating. Once the demonic dragon god broke free from its bonds, Dragon Valley would be utterly annihilated. Those who survived would be corrupted and turned into slaves of the abyss. Chapter 121, without him, Dragon's Valley would be doomed. Please keep reading. Brian could sense Lu Zhang's immense power. Though the human before him was only a mere 200th level warrior, the feeling he gave off was stronger than facing a true divine level dragon. Given the other party's attitude, after some consideration, he decided to report the matter. "May I ask your name, sir?" "Lu Zhang." Lu Zhang didn't hide anything and spoke directly. "Please wait here for a moment. I'll go report to the Dragon Emperor immediately." Brian needed to enter the true Dragon's Valley dungeon first, so this trip took over an hour. When he returned, he was accompanied by a lower-tier true god-level dragon. "Mr. Lu Zhang, I am Magnus, the son of the Dragon Emperor. I will escort you into the true Dragon's Valley. Dragons are a proud bunch. They harbor arrogance and prejudice toward other races." Before meeting Lu Zhang, Magnus didn't think much of a human. However, upon meeting Lu Zhang, his attitude became very friendly, even somewhat respectful. The dragon friendship medal granted him a basic level of goodwill toward Lu Zhang, laying the groundwork for acknowledging his true strength. Upon discovering how powerful Lu Zhang truly was, he naturally abandoned any lingering disdain. Additionally, since Lu Zhang might be the savior of the dragon clan, his respect was entirely justified. Lu Zhang nodded in agreement, maintaining his aloof demeanor, and followed Magnus into the true depths of the Dragon Valley. True divine-level dragons can transform into human form. Upon arriving at the gates of a lavish palace, Magnus transformed into a young man with blue eyes and golden hair, leading Lu Zhang into the palace. Phoenix sat on a golden throne, dressed in attire reminiscent of certain Western kings. Once inside, Phoenix dismissed everyone else. Only Lu Zhang and he remained to converse alone. "Lu Zhang, the energy within you is indeed extremely powerful, nearly on par with mine. However, your rank is only 200. I must admit, you are highly mysterious, and I cannot gauge your true strength. I am deeply interested in what you have said. Please elaborate further." Lu Zhang didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. The former golden dragon god Alex was severely injured in that battle and entered the dragon's tomb to recover. However, not only has he not recovered, but he has been controlled by demonic energy. Before that, he made his final effort to seal himself within the tomb. However, within 2 months, the power of the seal will no longer be sufficient to contain it, and it may break free at any moment, slaughtering everything in its path. 2 days ago, I received orders to come and save the dragon god. Only I can accomplish this. Time is precious. It won't be 2 months before it breaks free, possibly as early as today or tomorrow. I need your answer now. If you refuse to let me enter, I will leave immediately and wait outside the Dragon Valley. However, by then, Dragon's Valley will no longer exist. He appeared very confident, showing no signs of being on a mission. It was as though his arrival was a divine gift, granting the Dragon clan of Dragon's Valley a new lease on life. Without him, the Dragon's Valley would surely be destroyed. This arrogant, domineering tone was something Phoenix hadn't felt in a long time. He fell into deep thought. Just half a minute later, Lu Zhang suddenly sighed, shook his head, turned around, and seemed ready to leave. Wait. I agree. Phoenix had been observing the changes in the dragon's tomb for some time. It had already become a place resembling a demonic realm. Many dragon corpses had turned into demonic undead creatures, constantly attacking the tomb's seals. Among them were even demonic undead dragons of mid-god level. He was powerless to handle the situation. A month ago, he tried to contact a high-ranking god from the divine realm, but was told that the god had just fought a battle with a demon god and was severely injured, making it impossible for them to come down to help. Lu Zhang's appearance was like a lifeline in his final moments. I can allow you to enter, but I will not open the seal to let you out until the demonic energy has completely dissipated. Phoenix said finally. Lu Zhang nodded upon hearing this, then spoke. You seem to know the situation inside. Tell me about it. I only received guidance to save Alex. Phoenix's face grew solemn upon hearing this. It's extremely dangerous inside. I'm not sure what the current state of the Golden Dragon God is, but under his influence, all the Death Dragons have revived and turned into demonic undead dragons, and there are even beings of mid-god level. If you enter, you will be in great danger. Lu Zhang's eyes lit up. Are you saying there are a large number of monsters above the semi-god level inside? Phoenix looked at him and asked in confusion. Yes, it's very dangerous, but why do you seem so excited? Lu Zhang was, of course, very excited. A large gathering of high-level monsters was no small feat. With so many monsters, he should be able to upgrade at least 2 of his divine pets to level 500. He would focus on the Qilin and the Paixio. This would greatly increase his chances of completing the class change quest in the end. However, Lu Zhang had no intention of revealing his true situation. He smiled and said, What I mean is, with these monsters, we can absorb the demonic energy within the dragon god's body. This is a good thing for my mission to save the dragon god. There's no time to waste, Your Majesty. Please open the passage to the dragon's tomb for me. Phoenix found his words reasonable, but he still harbored doubts about whether Lu Zhang could complete the redemption. The dragon's tomb was located at the deepest part of the Dragon's Valley, within a cave in the mountain. The massive entrance, over 500 meters tall, resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast ready to devour the world. Upon reaching a light barrier, Phoenix spoke. Press yourself against it. There's only a moment's time. Don't resist, and you'll be able to enter. Lu Zhang followed the instructions. The next moment, he suddenly felt a powerful pull emanating from the light barrier. The person vanished. When his senses returned, a dense magical energy surged around him. The passive skill of the Swallowing Heaven demon body activated, causing Lu Zhang's experience points to increase slightly. The density of the demonic energy here was even more intense than that of the Abyss Demon realm. Lu Zhang wasn't particularly surprised by this. The dragon's tomb was now, to some extent, a main god-level demonic entity. It was the divine realm of the demonic golden dragon god Alex, and within the divine realm of a main god, the energy was naturally extremely dense. At this moment, Lu Zhang had already put away the Dragon Friendship Medal. He then donned the purple gold title of Dragon Slayer, immediately gaining 50% of a dragon's base hatred. At that moment, a demigod-tier demonic undead dragon charged forward. Lu Zhang casually flung out a thunder chain, controlling it while reducing its health to just a sliver. Releasing the restraints, the Qilin finished it off. At level 300 plus, a demigod could only level up the Qilin by 1 rank. That's no problem. A quick scan reveals there are at least 1,000 demigods here. The leveling feast has begun. End of chapter. Chapter 122, it's here. The demonic golden dragon god Alex. Please keep reading. Less than 200 demigods were killed, allowing the Qilin and the Paixio to each reach level 400. At level 400, killing 2 demigods is required to level up once. This isn't a problem, there are still many left. After killing another 400 demonic undead dragons of the demigod level, the Qilin and the Paixio both advanced to level 500. Looking at the remaining 500 demonic undead dragons, along with a dozen lower-tier true gods and 2 mid-tier gods, Lu Zhang felt he had truly struck gold this time. Currently, he now controlled 5 divine pets at the 500th level, the Qilin, the Paixio, the Kuanping, the Qilin, and the Paixio. With so many demonic undead dragons remaining, Lu Zhang could continue to level up his other divine pets. When it came to choosing divine pets, Lu Zhang did not opt for the Baizhe or the 9-headed phoenix. These 2 divine pets would be too conspicuous in this environment. Currently, Lu Zhang is adopting a steady and cautious strategy and does not wish to awaken the demon-corrupted golden dragon god of the main god level at this time. The energy of Baizhe and the 9-headed phoenix is too chaotic. While the latter can absorb death energy, the dominant force here is demonic energy, not death energy, so they are also unsuitable for appearance. In comparison, the white tiger and the candle dragon have a weaker stimulating effect on this environment. Lu Zhang began to level up both of them simultaneously. The white tiger is now at level 216, while the candle dragon is only at level 209. Compared to these newly emerged divine pets, Lu Zhang is more accustomed to using his existing main battle pets, so their leveling speed is not fast. However, this is a great opportunity. At the 200 plus level, 2 demigods are sufficient to level up 3 times, allowing both divine pets to break through to level 300, consuming 120 demigod level undead dragons. Then, by consuming 200 demigods, they can all be upgraded to level 400. At this point, due to the massive number of demigod-level demonized undead dragons being killed, the true god-level demonized undead dragons began to go berserk. The surrounding energy grew chaotic, and Lu Zhang knew that the true god-level demonized golden dragon god would soon appear. He hesitated no longer and released all his summoned beasts of divine grade or higher. Except for Qianqi and the flame demon Paro, who continued slaughtering in the abyss demon realm, everyone joined the battle. Even when surrounded by the gods, Lu Zhang remained calm and composed, refraining from indiscriminate slaughter. To him, these undead dragons were a rare resource they had to be utilized effectively. However, he needed to act faster. He unleashed his full firepower, controlling the battlefield with thunder chains, precisely keeping each monster's health within a required range, then sending designated summoned beasts to finish them off. Once he provoked the dragon god, these true god-tier demonized undead dragons would become a major problem. Therefore, Lu Zhang dealt with them immediately. Once summoned beasts reach their level cap, killing monsters no longer grants any experience points, and experience cannot be accumulated. Therefore, having semi-divine tier summoned beasts like the Kuei-Nyo kill monsters is completely pointless. Their role is to suppress the undead dragons, forcing them to die at the hands of different summoned beasts according to Lu Zhang's needs. And everything unfolded exactly as Lu Zhang had planned. By killing true gods, the White Tiger and Candle Dragon, who had just reached level 400, quickly reached level 500. Lu Zhang now had 2 more mid-tier god-level combat forces. The remaining 200 and more half-god level undead dragons were all handed over to Xian Lu to kill. The experience gained from killing all these demigods only raised Xian Lu to level 364. No problem. There were still a few true gods left, enough for him to advance to level 500. Moments later, the entire dragon's tomb was completely cleared by Lu Zhang. The 8 divine pets Tao Tai, Xian Lu, Kuei-Nyo, Kuan-Peng, Baihu, Zhulong, Qilin, and Pai Xiu all reached level 500. They returned massive boosts to Lu Zhang's base attributes. The experience points were even more staggering. If Lu Zhang had no level restrictions, his level would definitely surpass that of any divine pet. This is because each summoned beast must share at least 1/5 of its experience points with the summoner, and without considering the experience points from other divine pets and divine beasts, the experience points alone from these 8 divine pets would be sufficient for Lu Zhang to break through to over 500 levels. The rewards from clearing the dragon's tomb were far from limited to that. He also obtained a large number of divine essence fragments, 17 lower-tier divine essence fragments, and 2 mid-tier divine essence fragments. Additionally, he acquired a vast quantity of dragon bones. Of course, these are all imbued with demonic energy and the scent of death, so they're probably not ideal for forging weapons. However, if they were consumed by the Taoye or the Kuanping, they should be able to be converted into a significant amount of experience points. However, these divine pets have level restrictions and cannot be consumed for leveling up. With so many items, Lu Zhang couldn't even carry 1% of them even if he emptied his storage space, as the bones were scattered everywhere. He could only wait until everything was over before considering what to do with the bones. Lu Zhang didn't expect that the chaos he caused would be so great, yet the demonic golden dragon god still hadn't awakened. It seems that the seal on him is still quite effective. After so long, only the demonic energy has leaked out, not breaking through the seal directly. Lu Zhang didn't want to linger here any longer. He summoned all his divine pets and divine beasts, linked them with a bridge of divine power, and bestowed sufficient divine power fountain on all the divine beasts, including himself, along with critical strike auras and luck auras. Finally, he had Bai Zhe release the sacred light. A 500th level divine pet can reach 800 million in magical power. Lu Zhang had 8 500th level divine pets, including 1 Kuanping, a divine pet whose magical power was twice that of a summoned beast of the same level. Lu Zhang's own magic power is 20% higher than that of the Kuanping. With 8 divine pets and Lu Zhang himself, the total magic power reaches 91.2 billion points. The magic power provided by the divine pets totals only 60 million points. Including the magic power of the 9 phoenixes and Bai Zhe, the total magic power amounts to 92 billion points. With the magic power source effect maximized, it can restore 500 million points of magic power per second. Lu Zhang directly had Bai Zhe infuse 500 million points of magical power into him, then released it onto the sealed altar of the demonic golden dragon god. Sacred light and demonic energy are the most incompatible energies. 500 million points of mana is nearly half the mana of a mid-tier god at full level. Using all of it to unleash a single skill, the destructive power it generates is unimaginable. Currently, the collision of the 2 opposing energies caused a massive tremor, nearly causing Lu Zhang to believe that the dragon's tomb was about to collapse. Fortunately, the environment here had been reinforced by the power of a main god, so it only resulted in a massive tremor. The ceiling altar developed a crack, but it did not break open, causing even more demonic energy to be released. As his mana began to recover, Lu Zhang instructed Bai Zhe to continue releasing the spell. The second beam did not break through either, and the crack split into 3. Immediately afterward, the third, fourth, and so on, until the 10th beam of sacred light, infused with 50,000 points of magical energy, descended. Suddenly, the ceiling altar exploded, and a massive figure emerged from within. Terrifying demonic energy surged forth like a tidal wave, pressing down on Lu Zhang's side, causing him to almost forget to breathe in an instant. It's out. The demonic golden dragon god Alex. Brothers, if this book isn't enough, check out the new book, After Divorce, Lovers from All Worlds Come Chasing. Direct link below. Recommendation, just divorced, and now lovers from all worlds are forcing kisses on me. New book, After Divorce, Lovers from All Worlds Come Chasing. Synopsis, after 3 years of marriage, his wife was dissatisfied with their current life, believing she deserved better. At the urging of her best friend, she demanded a divorce. Facing his wife's scorn and ridicule, Lu Zhang loses all hope and agrees to the divorce. Little did he know that immediately after obtaining the divorce certificate, he was suddenly embraced by a white-robed female warrior dressed in ancient attire. One after another, a cold and elegant empress, a holy maiden of the demon cult, a celestial maiden of the Taoist sect, and a cute and innocent dragon maiden appeared, each with a unique identity. All of them claimed to be Lu Zhang's one and only soulmate. They even fought fiercely for him, competing to give him precious pills and magical treasures. It turned out that 3 days later, the world pearl Lu Zhang had picked up a year ago would be activated, marking the beginning of his journey through countless worlds. He traversed 108 worlds, including martial arts, fantasy, and immortal realms, and in each world, he had a companion. With his help, these companions grew into the top-tier powerhouses of their respective worlds. 10,000 years later, a great battle erupted, causing time to become chaotic and multiple dimensions to merge. The various worlds began to overlap with the original world where Lu Zhang resided. Lu Zhang perished, his path to enlightenment shattered. However, each of his Tao companions obtained a fragment of the world pearl and, guided by the fragments, came to search for him. As the multiverse merged with reality, everyone was in danger. Yet, with the help of his Tao companions, Lu Zhang gradually ascended to the pinnacle once more, ruling the 9 heavens and treading upon the myriad realms of the multiverse. Chapter 123, This isn't just empty promises, is it? Golden. Please keep reading. The divine might of a main god is beyond description. Although Lu Zhang's attributes in all aspects had already surpassed those of a mid-tier god, facing the pressure of a main god, he found it extremely difficult to even take a single step. Fortunately, he had experienced many trials and tribulations, so he did not panic immediately upon facing such a powerful opponent. Divine being, Alex. Race, Golden Dragon Corrupted. Rank. As expected, Lu Zhang couldn't discern the Golden Dragon god's base attributes. As he gazed at the towering demonic energy, Lu Zhang hesitated not a moment and ordered the Qilin to activate its skill. Heavenly Official's Blessing. After infusing 10 billion units of magical power, the Qilin emitted a golden light, which was directed toward Alex. In an instant, Alex's previously ferocious expression turned blank and confused. The pitch-black color in his eyes vanished, revealing golden orbs. The soul blessing was successful, purifying him directly. Before the effect faded, the Golden Dragon God remained conscious. Lu Zhang hurriedly seized the opportunity to say, "I'm here to help you. Now I must expel the demonic energy from your body. Cooperate with me." As he spoke, he instructed the Pai Shou to channel 70 billion units of magical energy, forming a white-gold light blade, which he released toward Alex. Alex was currently in a demonic state, and the Pai Shou's exorcism and purification skill was designed to expel demonic energy. However, demonic energy was the source of power for the demon-possessed Alex. Therefore, this skill that directly weakened his own strength caused him to instinctively resist. Lu Zhang decisively ordered the Qilin to release another skill, Heavenly Official's Blessing, formed from 10 billion points of magical power. The demonic energy within Alex's soul was suppressed and stripped away, and the power of the dragon god actively resisted the demonic energy. The external exorcism energy was now welcomed by the dragon god's body. Seeing that the blessing was effective, Lu Zhang had the Pai Shou release a single strike with 500 million points of magical energy, at a frequency of once every 2 seconds. This ensured that the overall magical energy was slowly recovering while keeping Alex conscious. Once 50 billion points of magical energy had been accumulated, another exorcism and purification skill was released, expelling the massive amount of demonic energy from Alex's body. All the expelled demonic energy was gathered around the 10 three-legged demon toads. They devour the demonic energy voraciously, causing their experience points to surge dramatically. The demonic energy of the main god level is of extremely high quality. After just a few minutes of devouring, they all leveled up collectively. Just 1 hour later, all 10 three-legged demon toads had ascended to level 400. Lu Zhang's current divine-grade spirit pets were not very powerful, with the strongest only reaching around 300 levels. These 10 three-legged demon toads had truly caught up. In terms of devouring ability, the Taotie is undoubtedly the strongest. However, it has already reached level 500, and absorbing more energy would be a waste. The demonic energy of a main god tier being is an enormous resource that absolutely must not be wasted. So, he can only let these 10 three-legged demon toads have their fill. Lu Zhang's strategy of sustained attrition is completely viable. At first, it was quite challenging, but as the demonic energy within Alex continued to be depleted, he was even able to engage in conversation with the fully conscious golden dragon god. Thank you for your help. It's hard to believe that the demonic energy that I couldn't even resist was broken by you, who haven't even reached the level of a true god. It's clear that you and these divine beasts are not ordinary beings. Though your ranks are still low, your life potential is immense. Your upper limits are at least at the level of a main god. This truly amazes me. Lu Zhang felt that he might be able to learn more from this main god-level deity, so he smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise, your majesty. I was guided here to assist you, but I am very curious what kind of enemy could have driven you into demonic transformation." Alex revealed a bitter expression. "It was my own doing. I was merely a demon god of the same rank as me, but in that war, I sustained such severe injuries that I couldn't resist the demonic energy of that demon god. After returning to the dragon's tomb, I have been striving to heal myself. But in the end, I failed. Just 10 years have passed and I have lost my self-awareness. Fortunately, I had made preparations beforehand and sealed myself within the altar. That is how I managed to survive until now, waiting for your arrival. Once again, thank you for saving me." Lu Zhang pressed further. "What was the reason behind the war back then? What was the outcome? During this time, I have seen many successors of the gods, which means they have all fallen. Moreover, I even saw a demon god plotting to usurp the throne of a divine being. What disasters lie ahead? How should we respond? Please give us some guidance." Alex began to tell Lu Zhang about the war between gods and demons, but the details were scarce and the account was rather vague. As the main god, it seemed unaware of the true details. Back then, it had participated in the war primarily because its divine king, the god of life, had issued the order. The only confirmed information was that all the god kings had perished in that battle. There might be a few supreme gods still alive, but half of them were probably like Alex, having been corrupted by the demons. Alex's situation is still relatively fortunate. Its self-awareness has not been completely consumed. If the demonic energy had infiltrated for too long, erasing its consciousness completely, it would have become a true demon god, with no possibility of salvation. The fact that evil gods are beginning to seize the divine seats of righteous gods indicates that the evil gods behind the scenes are attempting to prevent more righteous gods from reviving. At this critical moment, we must urgently cultivate divine seat successors and ensure these seats are inherited as soon as possible. Once you help me complete the purification, I will head to the divine realm. If you need my help, wait for me to return from the divine realm, and you can directly tell me your needs," Alex added as a final note. Lu Zhang heard this and thought, "Isn't this just promising me something that's impossible to achieve?" He wasn't falling for that. He hurriedly said, "I need the dragon god's help right now. The evil gods are rampaging, and although the true god-level evil gods haven't descended, they've created a massive number of half-god-level demonic monsters. We need sufficient power to suppress them. I hope the dragon god can have the dragon clan assist us in fighting the evil gods." Alex heard this, thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right. If it weren't for your help this time, after I break the seal, it would be the end of Dragon Valley. You have saved Dragon Valley, and from now on, you will be the most honored guest of Dragon Valley. This is my golden, containing my authority. With it, you can command all the dragons of Dragon Valley, including those of the true god tier. Item, Golden Scales. Effect, when activated, it releases the divine pressure of the golden dragon god, weakening all attributes of deities below the level of a true god by 10%. All dragons below the level of a true god will unconditionally obey the holder's commands." What a marvelous item! Lu Zhang couldn't help but show his joy. With this item, once Alex goes to the divine realm, he'll be as powerful as the golden dragon god. Not only can he freely take whatever he wants from the Dragon Valley, but all the dragons will become his minions. "Thank you, your majesty. I will do my utmost to assist you in purification and help you ascend sooner." Chapter 124, Using the Dragon Scales to Command the Dragon Clan. Plundering the Dragon's Treasure Vault. Please keep reading. How much demonic energy is there within a main god's body? 10 three-legged demon toads that have advanced to level 500 are the best answer. 3 full days and nights have passed since Lu Zhang began exorcising Alex. 10 divine great spirit pets, three-legged demon toads, had absorbed the demonic energy produced by Alex and had already advanced to the peak of the demigod realm. Even so, there is still a significant amount of demonic energy remaining. The golden dragon god originally intended to use his gradually recovering golden divine power to completely annihilate this demonic energy. But he was stopped by Lu Zhang. Although the three-legged demon toads could no longer absorb the demonic energy, he could still utilize the passive effect of his swallowing heaven demon body to absorb the demonic energy and gain experience points. Though the process was slow, even a small mosquito was still neat. As long as experience points can still be accumulated, they should be constantly increased. This way, he only needed to continue completing his class change quests to quickly advance in level. This skips the intermediate process of fighting monsters to gain experience. However, while the 10-headed 3-legged demon toad can no longer absorb demonic energy to level up, it can use the demon hooking spirit tongue skill to assist in removing demonic energy from the dragon god's body. This also allows you to convert the demonic energy into mana for your own consumption, thereby increasing your overall mana regeneration rate. By the 4th day, Alex's golden divine power trembled, expelling the last remnants of demonic energy from his body. He had finally completely rid himself of the demonic energy's influence. It only needed to rest for 2 or 3 days to allow its injuries to heal quickly. Upon learning that it would require further rest before ascending to the divine realm, Lu Zhang immediately instructed Bai Zhe to expend 70 billion points of magical energy to release the sacred light and aid the golden dragon god in its healing. If one treatment couldn't cure it, then 100 treatments would do. In the end, it only took 52 treatments to fully restore Alex to his peak condition. There was no other intention, it was simply to get him to the divine realm as soon as possible. If Alex doesn't go, how can I use the golden scales to rule the entire Dragon Valley? I'm leaving right away. After his injuries were healed, Alex didn't linger and immediately left the dragon's tomb to head for the divine realm. Clearly, he had important matters to attend to. After he departed, a notification appeared before Lu Zhang's eyes. Ding! Detected that the main god-level deity golden dragon god Alex has left the dragon's tomb, his demonic nature has been purged, and he has been redeemed. You have successfully completed your class change. You have been promoted to Grandmaster level Summoner. Your unique exclusive skill, Summoning Technique, has been upgraded to Grandmaster level Summoning Technique. Ding! A large amount of experience points have been accumulated and partially absorbed. Your level has increased. Current level, LV.300. All attributes have been enhanced. The task has finally been completed. Lu Zhang's level has reached the 5th transformation's perfection stage, just one step away from entering the Saint tier and becoming a Saint tier professional. He has accumulated a large amount of experience points, enough to reach level 500 or higher. All that remains is to complete the job change quest. To be precise, he only needs to complete one more task. Professionals undergo 6 class changes in total. After the 6th class change, reaching level 300 or above, no further class change tasks are required. Upon reaching level 400 and gaining control over divine power, one can break through to the demigod realm. In other words, as long as Lu Zhang completes one more task, there will no longer be any level restrictions. What are we waiting for? Lu Zhang felt he needed to push through and complete the new job change quest in one go. This way, he can fully dedicate himself to fighting the evil god. Otherwise, with this restriction in place, the strength of his summoned beasts cannot continue to improve, and there will be no change to the current situation. As for helping the other Saint-tier professionals obtain godhood, that can be postponed for now. Now that he possesses the golden scales, he can command the entire dragon clan to assist him in suppressing those rampaging demigod or saint-level demonic monsters. There is currently no shortage of helpers to suppress the demons. Relatively speaking, leveling up is the more urgent matter. Leave the dragon's tomb. The Dragon Emperor Phoenix, who had been waiting outside the tomb all along, stared in astonishment at the golden in Lu Zhang's hand. The entire dragon's tomb has been purified by me. The golden dragon god Alex has entered the divine realm to handle matters. This golden scales was given to me by His Majesty, and I command you all to follow my orders from now on. Dragon Emperor, do you have any objections? As he asked this question, Lu Zhang activated the divine pressure of the golden scales. Though he was a dragon emperor, Phoenix was merely a mid-tier god. Facing the divine pressure of a dragon god of the supreme god rank, who even higher-ranked gods must submit to, how could Phoenix dare to object? No! We will obey the dragon god's commands. Dragon Valley, obey your orders. Phoenix spoke respectfully. The golden dragon goddess is something that can only be obtained voluntarily. Even if one were to slay a corrupted dragon god, it would be impossible to obtain such a thing. Moreover, in Phoenix's estimation, Lu Zhang's strength was absolutely insufficient to kill a dragon god. Therefore, it must be the dragon god who bestowed this upon Lu Zhang. Then everything Lu Zhang said is true, and I must obey the dragon god's command. Even if we consider the most unlikely scenario, Lu Zhang completed the purification, preventing the demonized dragon god from slaughtering the entire Dragon Valley, which effectively saved all the dragons. Such a debt of gratitude to follow him and everything is only right. Seeing Phoenix comply so readily, Lu Zhang smiled. Take me to the Dragon Clan's treasure vault first. I need to strengthen my power. Lu Zhang was not a hypocritical person. He did not hide his thoughts. One of the reasons he was so eager to send the dragon god to the divine realm was to plot against the Dragon Clan's treasure vault. It was said that dragons were a race that loved to collect treasures. There must be some good equipment and other treasures there, right? Dragons are not merely a mundane race, among them are many beings of true divine status. The treasures they collect are naturally not ordinary items. Even with just a quick glance, Lu Zhang spotted numerous divine grade artifacts. He smiled at Phoenix. These items are just sitting here, and it seems like you don't need them. Since that's the case, I'll take them all and give them to those who can use them properly, so they can serve a purpose. After saying this, he added, "Don't misunderstand me, I'm not here for the treasures. The demon gods are invading, and a great disaster is imminent. We must do everything in our power to arm all our forces. It's not just these weapons and treasures I'm taking you all with me. Half-god and saint-level demons have already appeared in large numbers. I need enough allies to fight alongside me against the demons." Phoenix replied respectfully, "We will obey your every command." Lu Zhang saw this and didn't bother explaining further. He simply said, "First, find all the skill books for me. Let me see which ones I can use." He already possessed several powerful skills, but within the dragon's treasure vault, there must be divine techniques. Mastering even one or two could significantly enhance his abilities? End of this chapter. Chapter 125, You're not going to inherit the divine throne, yet you went all the way to the seaside to welcome me. Upon seeing the skill books Phoenix brought out, Lu Zhang was certain his choice had been utterly correct. Such valuable items, if he didn't master them himself, it would be a waste. From all the skill books, he directly selected 3 skills. Each one was a divine technique. Skill book, Life Channel. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10,000 mana points, targets 2 individuals, and creates a life channel between them. The life force of both targets is shared. Unless all life force in the connected targets is depleted, health automatically transfers to the lower health target. Prerequisites, mental strength greater than 10,000 points. At first glance, this resembles the previously obtained Mana Bridge skill. Life Force sharing, all summoned beasts share Life Force. This is undoubtedly a powerful life-saving skill. After all, Lu Zhang has a sufficient number of summoned beasts. There will be even more in the future. Once their numbers and levels increase, the amount of vitality they provide will be immense. However, Lu Zhang immediately recognized that this skill has an even more explosive use. By linking the life force of a high defense, high-level monster to that of a low defense, low-level monster, continuously dealing damage to the low-level monster will inflict massive life force damage on the powerful individual. Moreover, this life force channel can be constructed in hundreds or even more instances. Connect the life force of a monster to 100 or even 1,000 low-level monsters. By simply depleting the lower-level monsters, you can quickly drain the health of a high-level monster. However, like the Mana Bridge skill, this ability has a minimum mana cost, meaning that the more mana you consume, the greater the power. Non-attack skills with high power come with a risk of failure. Sharing mana or life force with a powerful target requires their willingness. Otherwise, you'll have to sacrifice a massive amount of mana to increase the skill's power. This is why Lu Zhang didn't use the Mana Bridge skill to connect with the enemy earlier. After all, his opponent was too powerful. The key difference between the Mana Bridge and Life Channel skills lies in their mechanics. The latter passively transfers life force from the party with higher life points to the party with lower life points. The former, however, allows the party with the higher mana limit to actively drain mana from the party with the lower mana limit. If Lu Zhang had connected with those true gods, it would have been like giving his own mana to the enemy. The first skill chosen was already so powerful, the other 2 skills were certainly no slouch either. Skill book, Blood-Sucking Aura. Effect, minimum mana cost of 10,000. Targets a single enemy. While the aura is active, every damage dealt to the target triggers a lifesteal effect, with a minimum of 5% of the damage dealt. Prerequisites, physical constitution greater than 100,000 points. There's no doubt about it, this is another god-tier skill. Dealing damage to enemies allows you to heal yourself. In theory, as long as you keep dealing damage, you can't be killed. Each attack converts 5% of the damage dealt into health, but multiple attacks can restore a significant amount of health. Additionally, the skill's effect can be further enhanced. By injecting more mana, the blood-sucking aura created can convert more health points. Furthermore, when combined with the Life Channel skill, all summoned creatures can quickly replenish their health. In group battles, using both together makes you invincible. Combined with the previously mastered Critical Strike Aura and Luck Aura, it directly increases damage output and enhances the life steal effect. This is simply perfect. But if we add the third skill Lu Zhang discovered, it becomes even more perfect. Skill book, Divine Blessing Effect, consumes a minimum of 10,000 mana points, targets a single enemy, and enhances the target's 4 base attributes with divine power, with a minimum enhancement effect of 1%. Prerequisites, mental power greater than 100,000 points. A pure enhancement skill that consumes mana to increase base attributes. With just 10,000 mana points, you can enhance by 1%. Don't underestimate this 1%, as it's a divine power enhancement effect. A 1% boost to all attributes results in an increase in combat power that far exceeds 5%. If 1 billion points of mana are infused, the enhancement effect becomes even more pronounced. This skill can clearly be used in conjunction with its own enhancement type abilities. For example, after activating the Divine Form of Heaven and Earth skill, even a 1% boost would result in a significant increase in combat power. It could very well be the decisive factor in determining victory or defeat. The 3 divine techniques, Life Channel, Blood-Sucking Aura, and Divine Blessing. He had merely come here to complete a class change quest and not only obtained a large amount of equipment but also acquired these 3 divine techniques. Lu Zhang felt exceptionally satisfied. After mastering all these skills, Lu Zhang felt he was ready to take on the next class change quest. Learning skills is currently the only way to increase his combat power limit. Adding another divine pet, or even 5 or 6, wouldn't make a significant difference to his combat power. After all, the level cap for summoned beasts had been locked by him. He had to wait until he leveled up before his summoned beasts could continue to improve their levels. Leaving Dragon's Valley. Of course, I'll leave with a group of dragons. Lu Zhang didn't bring all the dragons with him. Phoenix remained in Dragon's Valley. Besides him, a mid-tier god, 10 lower-tier gods, and 1,000 demigod-tier dragons were all brought out by Lu Zhang. Over 1,000 dragons, including 11 enormous ones, landed from the sea. Such a scene caused the entire Great Xiao Alliance to raise its alert to the highest level. Xian Yuan Wuji and Xue Feihua arrived at the scene, watching the approaching dragon horde with solemn expressions. Don't worry. Once they've left the Dragon's Valley, even dragons can only be suppressed to the 500th level. Xue Feihua whispered reassuringly, hoping that Xian Yuan Wuji beside him would not grow too anxious. Xian Yuan Wuji spoke solemnly, have we received any news about that young man, Lu Zhan? Xue Feihua shook her head and said. He set sail, saying he was going to complete a mission, but we don't know the specifics. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and pointed to the head of the largest dragon on the horizon. Look! Lu Zhang is there. As a lower-tier true god, her perception of divine level power was still quite accurate. Lu Zhang was actually standing on the head of a mid-tier divine level dragon. As they drew closer, the others also confirmed that what they were seeing was not a dream. The dragon horde that had them on edge was actually being commanded by Lu Zhang to approach them. Seeing everyone greeting him, Lu Zhang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, you didn't go to inherit the divine throne? You actually came all the way to the seaside to greet me. Perfect. These dragons are all yours to handle. Chapter 126, 6th Transformation Task, Face Death. I am the Grim Reaper. Xian Yuan Wuji and the others were speechless inside. Wow! Did we come here just to greet you? Judging by this, if we hadn't come, the dragons would have invaded the Great Xiao Alliance. What's the deal with these dragons? They can't all be your summoned beasts, can they? Xian Yuan Wuji asked. Lu Zhang thought to himself. I do have that many summoned beasts, but the lowest ranked ones here are all demigod level. That's way too flattering. Of course not. I saved the dragon god, so now they're following his orders and obeying my commands to help us fight the evil god. I still need to continue with my class change quest. These dragons are all yours. Lu Zhang said indifferently. Xue Feihua was stunned and blurted out, what? You're talking about the golden dragon god, a deity of the main god level. Lu Zhan nodded. If there are no further questions, take them under your care. I need to hurry and complete my class change quest. Xian Yuan Wuji noticed Lu Zhang's level and said, you've already completed the 5th transformation. Are you planning to take on the 6th transformation quest? That's right. My level is restricting the upgrade of my summoned beasts, so I have to complete the 6th tier task as well. Lu Zhang sighed. Everyone fell silent once more. Back then, when they were completing the 5th tier task, it had been a real struggle. It took them a long time to reach the required level for the 6th transformation. But now, with Lu Zhang, there was no need to worry about not having enough experience points. The job change was completed, and he automatically reached the strongest level at his current stage. He instantly reached the maximum level. Completing the 5th and 6th transformations back-to-back, this was an unprecedented achievement in history. Alright, you, never mind, go ahead. Xian Yuan Wuji had originally intended to give Lu Zhang a few words of caution, but upon further thought, even the golden dragon god of the main god tier had to seek Lu Zhang's assistance. His own words would be utterly redundant. Lu Zhang noticed his hesitation and suddenly had an idea. He directly took out various pieces of equipment he had searched for in the dragon treasure vault. These are all divine artifacts from the Dragon Clan's treasure vault. The golden dragon god has permitted me to bring them out to help everyone enhance their combat power. Take a look and see if there is anything suitable for yourselves or for other same tier professionals. Feel free to divide them among yourselves. Lu Zhang didn't bring out everything. He kept the items he needed himself and those he planned to give to his master, Fu Sangli. Most of the equipment was given to Xian Yuan Wuji to distribute among the other same tier professionals so that these items could be utilized to their full potential. After all, there were so many items that it was impossible for Lu Zhang to use them all alone. It needed to be distributed properly. Such matters were not something Lu Zhang would bother with personally. He handed the items over to Xian Yuan Wuji and the others, then headed straight for the nearest main city and entered the Transcendence Sanctuary. The level restrictions were too severe for him, and Lu Zhang was desperately seeking a breakthrough. It even surpassed his desire to obtain another divine pet. Placing his hand on the class change stone slab, task information appeared before him. Detected current class level 300 has met the conditions for the 6th class change. Congratulations on receiving a 5-star Hell tier difficulty class change quest, Face Death. I am the Grim Reaper. Task description, true dare to confront their most genuine fears. Death is the ultimate destination of all life. The main god level demon god Oswald is currently participating in the assessment for the title of Death God King. Stop him, complete the assessment, and seize the title of Death God. Mission requirements, stop Oswald from completing the assessment and seize the title of Death God. Seeing that a main god tier entity was involved in the class change quest, Lu Zheng managed to steady his nerves. After all, he had already faced a main god once before. The key now was to stay calm and determine how to confront this demon god. Lu Zheng did not wish to inherit a divine throne, he only sought to surpass and defeat all the gods through his own strength. However, the current situation was that he must seize this divine throne to obtain the class change and break through the level restrictions. Moreover, it seemed that if he didn't inherit the position of God King, he wouldn't be able to defeat the main god-level evil god Oswald in the end. Completing the assessment without inheriting the divine position might result in him being directly killed by Oswald. Lu Zheng fell into deep thought. In the end, he decided to take things one step at a time. At this level, he had no power to change the rules, he could only adapt to them and find loopholes. As the saying goes, the boat will reach the bridge when it gets there, so there must be a way. Therefore, despite having identified a main god-level enemy this time, Lu Zheng did not panic as he had in the past. There was no time to waste. Lu Zheng left the class change sanctuary and returned to Fengdu City. Master, this set of divine artifacts is what I've selected as the most suitable for you. Besides this set, there are also these others. Take whatever you need. Lu Zheng brought out all the remaining equipment he had looted from the dragon's treasure vault and let Fu Sangli choose. The latter was greatly surprised by his arrival. It wasn't the new year, not a holiday, and it had only been 2 months since school started. Why had he come back so suddenly? Upon seeing Lu Zheng's level, Fu Sangli was stunned. You've only been gone for 2 months, and you've already reached level 300. And what's the deal with these divine artifacts? Lu Zheng's identity information wasn't classified to Fu Sangli, but the data within the Imperial Professional System wasn't updated in real time. Moreover, the news about Lu Zheng helping other saints inherit their divine titles by slaying gods was known to only a handful of people. Such information must not be spread to avoid causing panic. Therefore, Fu Sangli knew very little about Lu Zheng's current situation. Lu Zheng briefly recounted the events that had occurred during this period to Fu Sangli. At first, Fu Sangli exclaimed in surprise. What? You killed a demigod. How is that possible? You even killed a lower-tier true god. What? You helped Wu Tuahai inherit the divine seat of a higher-ranked god? No. A golden dragon god of the main god tier needs your salvation. Despite Fu Sangli's repeated efforts to suppress himself, he couldn't help but exclaim aloud upon hearing Lu Zheng's achievements. Who could understand? As his master, he was still struggling to level up in the Holy Realm, while his disciple could already casually kill mid-tier gods. Let me catch my breath first. Fu Sangli stared at the divine artifacts for a while, finally calming his excited heart. Are you saying that the demon gods have invaded the continent and this world is in danger? Lu Zheng nodded and replied, yes. It's extremely dangerous, so I plan to help you ascend to the demigod realm. This way, you'll be able to unleash the true power of the divine artifacts and gain formidable combat strength. Currently, even if a true god invades, they would be suppressed to level 500 in this world. So once you reach the demigod level, you'll have some self-defense capabilities. Fu Sangli didn't hesitate any further and agreed immediately. I'll follow your lead. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do. Lu Zheng spent over a day guiding Fu Sangli into the Abyss Demon realm, helping him ascend to the semi-divine realm. Then he returned home to spend a day with his parents, helping them accumulate some combat profession experience points. On the third day, they entered the Undead Plane. Chapter 127, The God King's Trial begins. I really can't kill them. Please keep reading. The Undead Realm is similar to the Abyss Demon realm. Both are worlds where low-level monsters and gods coexist. This means immense danger and uncertainty. A single casual strike from a god could erase decades of effort for countless lower-tier monsters. Beneath the gods, they are no more than ants. To initiate the divine assessment for the position of Death God King, one must first locate the Death Temple. Fortunately, the Death God's trial order serves as a guide, allowing Lu Zheng to accurately pinpoint the location of the Death God's temple. The entrance to the undead dimension has been chosen within the Skeleton Throne dungeon. This way, even if powerful beings are drawn to the area, the dungeon space can serve as a buffer zone. The undead demon god, the Bone Demon Lord Motos of the upper god tier, sleeps within the Bone Throne dungeon. This time, Lu Zheng entered the undead plane to also search for any other potential threats associated with Motos. Currently, his strength is insufficient to kill a high god, so caution is necessary. We must not allow Motos to awaken. The undead plane is filled with vast amounts of death energy. After transforming into the Bath of Flames Nether Phoenix state, the 9-headed phoenix can absorb the surrounding death energy to enhance its own power. During the process of inheriting the position of the god of death, Lu Zhang had already planned to upgrade the level of the nine-headed phoenix. Lu Zhang currently possesses 12 legendary divine pets, but only Bai Zhe, Xiangqi, the nine-headed undying phoenix, and the flame demon Paro have not yet reached level 500. Xiangqi and the flame demon Paro are currently being trained in the abyss demon realm alongside other pets, having already reached the 400th level. They should not be far from reaching the 500th level. Lu Zhang has full confidence in these two. The abyss demon realm is like a home to them, where their levels rise steadily and quickly. Only the nine-headed phoenix and Bai Zhe require Lu Zhang's assistance to boost their levels. Lu Zhang originally planned to have the nine-headed phoenix obtain sufficient flame energy in the divine trial of the starlight flame god, thereby leveling up alongside the Kuei Nyo. But plans change. Since they had decided to prioritize the class change quest and had already arrived in the undead plane, they had to take this opportunity to first level up these two summoned beasts. This was not difficult. With Lu Zhang's current strength, he had the half-god tier Thief of Heaven help find targets. After half a day, they had defeated over 30 half-god tier undead monsters and 2 lower-tier true god tier undead demons, allowing both divine pets to reach the 500 tier level. Thus, Lu Zhang now had 10 divine pets at the 500 level tier. Just as the 10th divine pet, Bai Zhe, reached the 500 level tier, Lu Zhang arrived at the location of the Death Temple. The location of the Death Temple was highly conspicuous. It was a plateau constructed from white bones, rising over 4,000 meters above the surrounding land. The plateau spans approximately 10 million square kilometers. This was an extremely vast area. Accumulating such a vast amount of white bones could not possibly be achieved in a single day or night. It is likely the result of tens of thousands of years of accumulation. The Death Temple covers over 7,000 acres, vast and towering with an imposing presence. It emits a powerful aura of oppression, making it impossible for any life forms below the semi-god level to approach. Lu Zhang, though only at the 300th level, had already reached the mid-god tier in terms of life essence, allowing him to withstand this pressure. He stood in the void, gazing beyond the temple. There were 2 bone dragons there, both of them lower-tier true gods. The position of God King is indeed not something just anyone can qualify for. Even before the true inheritance trial has begun, the 2 skeletal dragons at the entrance are sufficient to block out any weaker individuals. Lu Zhang immediately recognized that these 2 bone dragons were fixed spawn monsters. Earlier, from a great distance, he hadn't seen these 2 creatures. However, once he entered the Death Temple within a certain range, the 2 bone dragons appeared. It was likely that they sensed the appearance of the Death God's trial order and emerged as a result. In the past, Lu Zhang would have definitely had his summoned beasts take care of these 2. However, his main summoned beasts had all reached level 500, making it impossible to accumulate experience points. However, I can still continue to accumulate experience, so it seems I'll have to handle this personally. First, I'll buff myself with a few auras: Luck Aura, Critical Strike Aura, Inspire Aura, and Bloodsucking Aura. Then add a Divine Strength Blessing and Judgment Power. Then, with a flick of his wrist, 10 billion points of mana were channeled into the sky, forming a thunderous dragon-like chain of lightning that swept across the 2 bone dragons. Critical damage, divine power damage, judgment damage. The 2 true god tier bone dragons were instantly reduced to a pile of bone fragments by the massive chain. Killing 2 lower tier true gods, he obtained 2 more divine essences. Lu Zhang had already mastered divine power, accumulated sufficient experience points, and even amassed a significant number of divine essence fragments. Once he completes this class change quest, he can break through to the demigod tier in one go, then ascend to the lower true god tier. Buying divine essence through his own strength, he will achieve godhood, rather than inheriting a divine throne. Stepping into the Death Temple, a prompt appeared before his eyes the moment he entered. Ding! You have entered the Death Temple Divine Realm instance. The divine trial has begun, Death God King. To inherit the divine throne, you must meet the following 3 conditions. Condition 1, Death Affinity must reach 100%. Condition 2, complete the 9 trials. Condition 3, condense your divine essence. First trial, face true death. Description: only after truly dying can one gain the deepest understanding of death. Please die once first. Dying within the temple's boundaries has a chance to revive you on the spot. Reward: Death Affinity plus 5% Divine Skill, Hand of Death. Looking at the prompt before him, Lu Zhang felt a bit dazed. This was similar to the previous trial of the Thunder Punishment God, which also had 3 conditions. The difference lies in the second condition, which has been changed from 6 paths to 9 paths. Moreover, completing the trial directly grants a reward. Neither the trial given by Xue Feihua nor the one given by Wu Tuai had offered any rewards. However, this particular trial was a bit too much to accept all at once. Die once first? Is that even human? There's also a chance of reviving on the spot, which means there's also a chance of not reviving at all, right? Despite the complaints, Lu Zhang had nothing to fear. Why? Because Lu Zhang possesses 2 passive skills that allow him to resurrect after death. One is Phoenix Rebirth, and the other is Nine-Headed Immortality. The question is whether the second skill counts as dying once, since it only drains his health bar to 0, not actually killing him. If the second skill doesn't count, then dying once would be quite troublesome, as he'd have to consecutively deplete all 9 of his life bars. Now he's not easy to kill. Thanks to the base attribute bonuses from his 10-headed, 500-level divine pet, plus the base attribute bonuses from other summoned beasts, his total health had reached a terrifying 220 billion. That's thicker than the health of a mid-tier god. 9 health bars that requires draining a full 2 trillion HP. I'm really hard to kill. Thank you for your support. End of chapter. Chapter 128, Reborn after dying 9 times. The second trial, the Cataclysm of Death. Please keep reading. Although dying once seems extremely difficult, the assessment conditions are set, and Lu Zhang must complete them. It was the manner of death that he felt he had to choose one without pain. Lu Zhang immediately thought of the Candle Dragon's skill. Skill, invert black and white. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10,000 mana points. Applies the invert black and white effect to a single target. While under this effect, within the target's spacetime, damage dealt to the target is converted into healing, and healing is converted into damage buff skills or converted into debuff skills, and vice versa. This way, he could first apply the invert black and white status to himself, then have Bai heal him with sacred light. Healing values turning into damage values, this would allow him to die painlessly. Thinking this, Lu Zhang summoned all his divine pets. Fortunately, the Death Temple appears to be just a palace, but upon entering, it is a vast, open space. Therefore, he could summon all the large summoned beasts. Using the magic bridge, he connected the magical energy of these summoned beasts and had Bai release the sacred light upon himself. It felt so good. The effect of the sacred light was healing for non-evil aligned individuals. However, under the effect of inverting black and white, all of it was converted into damage. Under the infusion of 80 billion points of magical energy, the critical hit aura effect is doubled, resulting in a direct healing value of 240 billion. Just enough to instantly drain Lu Zhang's entire health bar. The moment his health was depleted, Lu Zhang was fully revived. He did not truly die. He had not truly grasped the essence of death, and the Death Temple clearly did not recognize this death either, failing to provide any prompts indicating the completion of the assessment. So, continue. The second life, the third life, all the way until the 9th life was consumed. In an instant, Lu Zhang's body was enveloped by a ball of black flames. The flames of the underworld, reborn through fire. Skill, Phoenix Rebirth passive. Effect, upon death, you immediately resurrect within the underworld flames. Upon resurrection, all attributes are doubled for 1 hour. If you die again within this hour, it is true death. After 1 hour, your level drops to 1, all attribute bonuses from leveling are stripped, passive effects are restored, and the skill can be triggered again. This time, it was true death. In that instant, Lu Zhang felt an endless sense of loneliness and absolute calm. Death signifies the end. Becoming an undead creature is not death, it is simply existing in another form. True death is the end. This world has nothing to do with you anymore. In an instant, Lu Zhang was reborn from the flames of the underworld. Ding! You have completed the first trial of the Death God King's Throne Succession Exam, facing true death. Congratulations! You have obtained the reward, Death Affinity plus 5% Divine Technique, Death Hand. Current Death Affinity, 95%. Lu Zhang already had a high Death Affinity, as he mastered the 2 skills known as the Ultimate Secrets of Death, 9-headed Immortality and Nirvana Rebirth. Passive skills greatly enhance affinity. For example, the Thunder Domain skill directly boosted Lu Zhang's Thunder Affinity to 100%. With an additional 5% increase in affinity, he was now just 1 step away from reaching 100% affinity. Lu Zhang focused his attention on that skill. Skill, Death's Hand. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1 million mana points to channel the power of death and attack the target deals a minimum of 10 million points of death energy corrosion damage. The death energy penetrating the target's body causes ongoing damage. The damage value is converted into life force, which can be extracted and transferred to any target. The absorption amount varies by target. Divine Skill. Truly worthy of the Death God King's mastery. Not only does it deal massive damage, but it can also directly extract a target's life force and transfer it to another target. This is even more powerful than the life channel. Because this skill has no level restriction, as long as there is enough mana, even a God King can extract life force. Meanwhile, life channel can only passively wait for life force to flow through it and may not always establish a connection. The reward for the first trial left Lu Zhang quite satisfied. He looked at his attribute panel and noticed that the passive skill 9-headed Immortality had refreshed, granting him 9 more lives. This couldn't help but make Lu Zhang smile. For Xiang Lu, losing all 9 lives meant the end. However, Lu Zhang still had the passive skill Nirvana Rebirth, which allowed him to resurrect after true death. After revival, his level would simply drop to level 1, and all attribute bonuses gained from leveling up would be stripped away, that was all. Skills remain unaffected, and accumulated experience points are also unaffected. Therefore, he still had 9 lives left. Taking advantage of the effect where all attributes are doubled for 1 hour after resurrection, Lu Zhang decided to make the most of the time to complete the second assessment. Second assessment, Defeat. Skeleton Plague. Description: the god who controls death fears no skeleton. Skeleton undead will resurrect, kill them all to pass the test. Reward: Death Affinity plus 10% Divine Skill, Undead Cataclysm. The ground began to tremble, and in the distance, rolling skeletal hordes surged toward them like a tidal wave. Bone Knights, Terrifying Knights, Undead Mages, Bone Dragons, and various other skeletal undead seemed endless. They converged from all directions. Facing such a terrifying scene, Lu Zhang not only showed no fear but instead felt a sense of excitement. In an hour, his level would drop to just 1, but the experience points he had accumulated would be enough to restore him to level 300. After all, it wouldn't take much experience points. However, it would still consume a significant amount. Now he could make a huge profit and accumulate even more. Why not? Lu Zhang immediately created a magic bridge, linking the divine pet's magic power to his own, and bestowed divine blessings, critical strike auras, luck auras, inspiration auras, judgment power, and power, along with earth blessings. Among these, divine blessing, Dingjin power, and judgment power all increase additional damage. The inspire aura and earth blessing increase mana regeneration speed. When the critical strike aura and luck aura are combined, damage is tripled. Now, it's time to witness the miracle. Thunder Prison Chains. In an instant, 8 massive chains plummeted from the black clouds, rolling thunder growing more ferocious under the effects of the Thunder Domain dungeon. The massive chains sweep in all directions, obliterating both low-level undead below level 100 and high-level undead above level 300 with a single strike. They are reduced to bone fragments. However, these were all too weak, merely appetizers. Lu Zhang noticed that behind them were numerous demigods, and even true gods among the undead. If it were a participant in the assessment with only 300 level strength, they would have already been terrified into fleeing the Death Temple. But as a terrifying individual capable of controlling mid-tier gods, and now with all attributes doubled, Lu Zhang not only didn't retreat but instead found the undead behind him moving too slowly. He actively teleported forward and began a slaughter. Chapter 129, So I'm this strong now? Crossing the Sea of Dead Souls. Please keep reading. Lu Zhang had been relying on his summoned beasts to do the fighting, and he hadn't had a chance to stretch his legs in a long time. This time, he decided to go all out. He equipped the Dark Mask and the Dragon Emperor's Demon Armor. From the Dragon's treasure vault, Lu Zhang also obtained a piece of equipment suited to him. Equipment: Rage Dragon Blade. Quality: Divine Purple Radiance 5-star. Equipment requirements: Mental Strength greater than 100,000 and Physical Strength greater than 100,000. Strength plus 100,000. Skill: Dragon God's Wrath. Durability: Permanent. Skill: Dragon God's Wrath. Effect: consumes 100,000 mana points to double the Dragon God's power damage of the next attack. This skill is essentially a double damage attack whenever activated. It's an absolute game changer. After all, skills like the critical strike aura have a success rate. Without the assistance of a luck aura, the success rate of a critical strike aura is very low. In combat, having a clear understanding of the damage output of each attack allows you to control the battle rhythm and secure victory more easily. For someone like Lu Zhang, who already has both the critical strike aura and the luck aura, that's an extra 100% damage. Originally, the critical strike aura could triple damage, and adding another triple makes it quadruple. Triple clones, critical damage. Lu Zhang instantly appeared beside a lower tier true god level undead, holding his sword in each hand, and swung down with a single strike. Boom! Frenzied energy rampaged, leaving only the hardest divine core of the true god tier undead behind, while the rest of its bones were shattered into bone fragments by the single strike. A single strike to slay a god. So I'm already this strong? Lu Zhang muttered to himself before continuing his slaughter. The experience points gained from killing a lower tier god were more than enough to level up from level 1 to same tier in one go. This single strike had already paid for itself. This opened up a new line of thinking for Lu Zhang. Anyway, the base attributes gained from leveling up weren't that much, and they couldn't compare to the base attributes from a divine grade feedback. Even at level 1, Lu Zhang could slay a god with a single strike. After death and rebirth, all attributes double, allowing him to unleash even greater combat power. It's essentially no loss at all. For professionals who rely on self-leveling, having their level reset and losing the enhanced attributes gained from leveling up is equivalent to losing all their combat power. But for Lu Zhang, this has no significant impact. Compared to the base attribute bonuses granted by summoned beasts, the base attributes gained through leveling up are merely a drop in the bucket. This idea can be tested in the future, but for now, the priority is to complete the second assessment as soon as possible. The title Undead Cataclysm is no exaggeration. The total number of undead creatures generated has reached over 100 billion, with over 100 semi-divine level undead, 8 true divine level undead, and no mid-divine level undead have appeared. Thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, the participants in the assessment are only around level 500. Being able to unleash true god tier combat power already requires an immense stroke of luck. A case like Lu Zhang is an exception. Even the Death God King wouldn't have anticipated such a professional emerging. Finally, the last undead was defeated. A prompt appeared. Ding! You have completed the second phase of the Death God King's Divine Succession Assessment, Defeat Skeleton Cataclysm. Congratulations on obtaining the reward, Death Affinity plus 10% Divine Technique, Undead Cataclysm. Current Death Affinity, 105%. Affinity exceeding 100% was quite unexpected for Lu Zhang. He had assumed that once it reached 100%, it would no longer increase, yet it could surpass the threshold. He wondered what the specific manifestation of 100% affinity actually was. What special benefits come with exceeding 100%? Suddenly, Lu Zhang realized what the manifestation of affinity exceeding 100% was. The death energy around him was slowly being absorbed by his body and converted into experience points. Wow, so exceeding 100% affinity is like gaining a passive trait that allows you to level up even while lying down in specific environments. Moreover, it seemed that as affinity continued to increase, the efficiency of converting death energy into experience points could also be improved. Lu Zhang couldn't help but feel even more motivated. He glanced at the newly acquired divine skill. Skill, Undead Cataclysm. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10 million mana points to activate a projection array. Within the marked undead plane, select an area. All undead within the selected area with a level equal to or lower than yours will respond to your summons. Lu Zhang paused for a moment, then immediately understood the meaning behind it. This was the result of a spatial skill combined with the divine pressure of a deity's rules. Under the forced level suppression, the undead obey. However, to achieve sufficient effect, one must first identify a location with both high quality and sufficient quantities of undead. Otherwise, summoning only a few undead would likely waste energy. It seemed unlikely to be of much use to him. After all, he could easily use summoned beasts in battle. A mere undead plague, restricted by his own level, wouldn't be of much use. But it's still a skill of the Grim Reaper. I don't like it, but I respect it. Lu Zhang looked at the next assessment task. Third test, cross the Sea of Dead Souls. Description: to reach the true core of the Death Goddess Temple, one must traverse the circular Dead Soul Sea formed by vengeful spirits and ghosts. Crossing the Dead Soul Sea is considered completion of the test. Reward, Death Affinity plus 10% Divine Technique, Soul Flogging. The spatial scope of this death temple seemed even more vast than Lu Zhang had imagined. There was even a ring-shaped terrain known as the Sea of Dead Souls inside. Lu Zhang quickly flew toward the direction indicated by the Death God Trial Order, and soon spotted a massive canyon. The Dead Soul Sea was a ring of canyons, with a massive crack forming on the ground. The canyon and the air above were filled with countless vengeful spirits and ghosts, emitting piercing screams. Even from the outside, hearing these sounds that pierced the soul caused a deep, painful tremor within one's core. Looking around, all the vengeful spirits and ghosts had levels and health bars. Lu Zhang immediately lost all caution. Even those that seemed to possess the energy level of a true god did not instill any fear in him. They're showing their health bars. Just do it. He wasn't worried about how strong the enemies were, he just feared killing them without gaining experience points. The assessment requirements were to cross the Sea of Dead Souls, but seeing the sea filled with so many monsters, all brimming with experience points, Lu Zhang couldn't bear to let them go. The magical power of numerous divine pets converged instantly. Lu Zhang raised his hand and summoned a spell, causing tens of thousands of thunder chains to descend from the sky. In an instant, under the effect of his passive skill, Thunder Domain, the surrounding area turned into a sea of thunder. As the thunder fell, not a single ghost or vengeful spirit could survive within a 100-mile radius centered on Lu Zhang. Ghosts and death energy have no direct resistance to thunder, making them highly susceptible to critical damage. The entire Sea of Dead Souls echoed with cries of agony. Chapter 130, Impulse Card Draw, Acquiring the 4 Monkeys of Chaos. Please continue reading. The third trial's requirement was simply to cross the Dead Soul Sea. The Dead Soul Sea was like a bone-covered plateau where the Temple of Death stood, formed over countless millennia. It has accumulated countless vengeful spirits and ghosts, making it extremely difficult to simply traverse. In truth, if it were merely a matter of crossing through, Lu Zhang could do it in an instant. After all, he mastered the void walking skill, and these vengeful spirits couldn't touch him. But he wasn't about to let such a golden opportunity slip away. Seizing every chance to grow stronger was something he had to grasp with both hands. Looking at the seemingly endless sea of vengeful spirits and ghosts in the Sea of Dead Souls, Lu Zhang felt that simply accumulating experience points was a bit of a waste. Refreshing the summoning spot here might allow him to summon a few more divine pets. Acting on impulse, Lu Zhang first retreated from the range of the Sea of Dead Souls, then switched his equipment, maximized his luck, and began summoning. Now that his summoning technique had advanced to the Grandmaster level, his mana consumption had increased, and his basic summoning pool had become more advanced. Even the lowest quality summoned creatures were rare grade 1 star. For an ordinary talented 5th transformation summoner, rare quality summoned beasts were barely usable. But to Lu Zhang, they weren't even worth a second glance. Equip the Blessing Ring, God's Call Bracelet, and Lingxi Ring. Begin extraction. With billions of mana points, he can restore 10 billion mana per second. Even if he extracts 10,000 mana points at a time, he can still extract 10,000 times in a single second. Moreover, after advancing to the 5th transformation, Lu Jing discovered that if he didn't want a summoned beast, he could simply choose to release it, eliminating the need to summon it again and risk its death to free up a summoning slot. This greatly improved efficiency. Just over an hour later, he successfully produced 4 items at once. Lu Zhang didn't expect it to be so quick this time. After all, it hadn't been that long since the last shipment. It seems that after reaching the 5th transformation, the summoning pool has undergone a significant change. Given this, completing the 6th transformation and summoning a divine pet in a single day isn't impossible. Consuming 100,000 magic points, the Grandmaster level summoning technique was successfully activated. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Lingming Stone Monkey 1 triggered hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill 72 transformations. Consumed 100,000 magic points, successfully activated the Grandmaster level summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet 6-eared monkey 1 triggered the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill Hear All Laws. Consume 100,000 magic points to successfully activate the Grandmaster level summoning technique. Congratulations! You have obtained the 5-star legendary divine pet long-armed monkey 1 trigger the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You obtain the skill Catch the Sun and Moon. Consume 100,000 points of magic, successfully activate the Grandmaster level summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet red buttock monkey 1 trigger the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You obtain the skill Yin Yang divine communication. For divine pets, the 4 monkeys of chaos were all summoned at once. What surprised Lu Zhang even more were the skills they granted him. Skill, 72 transformations. Effect, minimum mana cost of 100,000 points. Can transform into any target you have seen or come into contact with, gaining some of its abilities. The more mana consumed, the more abilities gained after transformation. After transformation, your own level remains unchanged, mana and health remain unchanged, and all skills you possess remain usable. Skill, Hear All Laws. Effect, minimum mana cost of 100,000 mana. You will randomly obtain a skill from a nearby target. The more mana consumed, the more powerful the skill obtained, and the larger the range of targets from which skills can be obtained. Skill, Capture the Sun and Moon. Effect, minimum mana cost of 1 million mana. Your arms swell, and your strength attribute increases to 10 times its original value. The more mana consumed, the longer the duration. Skill, Yin Yang divine communication effect, minimum mana cost of 1 million points. Using the power of Yin and Yang, your soul reaches a state of divine communication, allowing you to predict the outcome of an event and avoid misfortune. It can only be said that the 4 monkeys of the Chaos era are truly formidable. Each of their skills is terrifyingly powerful. The most ordinary one might be Capture the Sun and Moon, which boosts strength by tenfold. However, in the face of absolute power, even the sun and moon can be toyed with in one's hands. A tenfold increase in strength directly surpasses an entire tier of power. In a battle against an equal opponent, it would easily crush the enemy. The most profound skill is probably Yin Yang divine communication, which theoretically ensures that Lu Zhang makes choices that are relatively more advantageous to himself in any situation. The 72 transformations and Hearing All Laws are extremely domineering and nearly invincible abilities. The former allows one to directly transform into an enemy's appearance and master their abilities. As everyone knows, the hardest enemy to defeat is oneself. With this ability in hand, one stands invincible. After mastering enough transformations, one can utilize the principle of mutual generation and restraint among all things to find the optimal transformation to counter an enemy. Lu Zhang possesses numerous divine pets and divine grade spirit pets. He can perfectly transform into any of these summoned beasts, meaning he can truly transform into a divine beast in battle. As for the ability Hearing All Laws, this completely evolves Lu Zhang toward becoming an omnipotent divine beast. Being able to master any skill by consuming magical power is simply too overpowered. With divine pets by his side, Lu Zhang doesn't need a day to master the basic skills of all his divine pets. With transformation abilities, skills, and even base attributes surpassing those of divine pets. Wow! Have I become the ancestor of divine beasts? If this continues for too long, he might start questioning his own existence. Could I actually be a demon? Now, he might have to face a demon god of the highest rank and seize every opportunity to grow stronger. With the skills 72 transformations and Hear All Laws, Lu Zhang decisively began to use them. At least, I must first master all the transformations and abilities of all the divine pets around me. Let's start with the Lingming Stone Monkey. Summoned Beast, Unnamed. Species, Lingming Stone Monkey. Quality, 5-star Legendary Divine Pet. Level, LV.10%. Skills, 72 transformations, manifesting the heavens and earth, piercing illusion golden eyes, soaring through clouds and mist, creating a body outside the body, copper head, and iron arms passive. Among the 6 skills, manifesting the heavens and earth was seen on the Taodia, where it increases the pet size, doubles all attributes, and can even multiply them many times over. It's undoubtedly one of the divine skills. Cloud riding and mist flying has already been mastered by Lu Zhang, as it is the exclusive skill of the divine grade spirit pet, the cloud splitting crane.
The remaining skills can directly enhance Lu Zheng's abilities.
Especially the piercing illusion golden eyes, which is one of the abilities Lu Zheng urgently needs to obtain at present.
Skill, piercing golden eyes.
Effect, consumes a certain amount of spiritual energy to reveal the basic information of all targets, releasing the golden light of truth from both eyes, inflicts a spellbreaking effect, rendering illusions and transformation type skills ineffective.
Please keep reading. Please vote for recommendations.
Please vote for monthly tickets.
End of this chapter. Chapter 131, Body Splitting Avatar. Deceive with illusion. Immune to all techniques. Avoid death and prolong life. Please keep reading.
The truth-piercing golden eyes appear identical to the true vision skill obtained earlier from the cave of the Azure Serpent.
However, the latter can also resist mental control, identify items, and is immune to mental damage.
The advantage of the piercing truth golden eyes lies in its ability to see through the information of any target, regardless of its level, as long as there is sufficient magical power.
Lu Zheng gave it a casual try.
It only takes 1,000,000 points of magical power to see through the information of a lower-tier true god. Based on this analysis, seeing through the information of a main god is not impossible. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will fight 100 battles without danger. Only by mastering all the information can one launch targeted attacks against the target. Especially since Lu Zheng also mastered various transformations, he could leverage his own advantages against the target's weaknesses, easily securing victory. The other two skills were also quite powerful.
Skill, Body Clone. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10 million magic points to create a clone.
The clone possesses 1/10 of the original's base attributes and all skills. The more magic points consumed, the more clones created.
At first glance, this skill seems inferior to the three-tailed spirit fox's triple clone skill, as the latter's clones retain half of the original's base attributes. However, this out-of-body avatar can be created at any level, producing clones with 1/10 of the base attributes. Even if Lu Zheng later becomes a main god, he would only need 10 million mana points to create a single avatar. The more mana you have, the more avatars you can create.
With 1 billion points of magical power, 100 external avatars can be created, though they only possess 1/10 of the base attributes.
However, they can use all skills and possess a certain amount of magical power. Their combat power is on a completely different level. As long as the true form can deal damage, the avatar can as well. Although the damage output is theoretically weaker, hundreds of avatars attacking together can inflict significant damage. Moreover, Lu Zheng can fully restore 1 billion mana in a single second, meaning he can create 100 avatars in a second. Once created, the avatars can persist indefinitely unless destroyed. However, the three-tailed spirit fox's triple clone requires a constant supply of magical power to maintain the clone's existence. With this ability to create avatars, Lu Zheng can continuously generate them to fight monsters in different locations and gain experience points for himself. It can be said that with just this one skill, he has essentially achieved invincibility. Skill, Copperhead, Iron Arms passive.
Effect, immune to single damage values below 1 million, 50% reduction in physical damage, 20% reduction in magical damage.
This skill can be summed up in 2 words, domineering. It completely ignores half of all physical damage and reduces magical damage by 20%.
Such a skill is truly unmatched in its dominance. The next creature to have its transformation and skills obtained by Lu Zheng is the six-eared monkey.
Summoned beast, unnamed. Species, six-eared monkey. Quality, 5-star legendary divine pet. Level, LV.10%.
Skills, hear all laws, manifest the form of heaven and earth, deceive with illusion, soar through clouds and mist, create a body outside the body, immune to all laws passive. This six-eared monkey has abilities similar to those of the Ling Ming stone monkey.
Only 2 skills differ. Skill, fool the senses.
Effect, minimum consumption of 1 million points of magical power. Can transform into any target scene, master all its abilities, and replace the target in establishing all causal relationships associated with it, including but not limited to magical artifacts, bloodline bonds, etc.
After transformation, the level and strength are identical to the target.
The higher the target's cultivation level compared to the user, the longer the transformation lasts and the more magical power is consumed.
This skill is very similar to the stone monkey's 72 transformations. However, the true power of this skill lies in its ability to transform into targets of higher levels, though at a greater mana cost. In theory, as long as the mana recovery can compensate for the continuous mana consumption caused by the transformation, one can continue to exist as the target indefinitely, truly achieving the illusion of being indistinguishable from the original. Once transformed into the target's appearance, one can even directly control the magical artifacts the target has refined. Such an ability is an almost unbeatable tactic against enemies who rely on magical artifacts or divine weapons. For oneself, mastering the transformation form of a more powerful individual means being able to unleash power far surpassing one's own in a short period of time. This is undoubtedly a life-saving ability in critical moments. Skill, immunity to all arts passive.
Effect, immune to single damage values below 100 million and all corrosive damage.
Excess damage is reduced by 20% physical damage and 20% spell damage. This skill shares similarities with the Copperhead, Iron Arms ability of the Spirit Awakened Stone Monkey, both of which can immunize against certain types of damage, but their focuses differ. Lu Zhang, who possesses both skills, achieves a combined effect of 70% physical damage immunity and 40% magical damage reduction, rendering all single target damage below 100 million points ineffective. Similar invincible passive skills are also possessed by other divine pets. Lu Zhang believes that after fusing various physical attributes, he may achieve an absolute invincible state. The next target for mastering changes in skills is the long-armed monkey. Summoned beast, unnamed. Species, long-armed monkey. Quality, 5-star legendary divine pet. Level, LV.10%. Skills, catch the sun and moon form, heaven and earth shift, cloud riding, divination of the east and west, heaven piercing dominance passive. The skills sun moon form, heaven and earth teleportation, and divine divination are similar to skills Lu Zhang already possesses, which can help deepen his mastery of them. However, they do not significantly enhance combat power. However, the final passive skill provides Lu Zhang with a notable boost. Skills, heaven piercing dominance passive. Effect, immune to single damage values below 1 million, 25% reduction in physical damage, and 25% reduction in magical damage. Both physical and magical damage are reduced by 25%. In theory, with all three skills stacked, physical damage reduction should reach 95% and magical damage reduction should reach 65%. However, while the magic damage reduction is indeed achieved, the physical damage reduction is only 90.5%. Damage reduction exceeds 90%, but the stacking effect is weakened to 1/10 of its original value. This is already extremely powerful. Lu Zhang already possesses the powerful invincible skill Magic Annihilation from the Taotie, meaning that as long as the spell damage does not exceed his current magic power limit of 940 million, it will not cause any damage to him. 3 invincibility skills can also nullify 111 million magic damage, and any spell damage below 10 billion is ineffective against Lu Zhang. And any damage exceeding this threshold would only deal less than 10% of the actual damage. I guess I'm just a bit too tanky. And this isn't over yet. Lu Zhang still has many divine pets, several of which possess invincible skills that he can master. Summoned beast, unnamed. Species, red-tailed monkey. Quality, 5-star legendary divine pet. Level, LV.10%. Skills, Yin-Yang Divine Communication, Shrink the Earth to an Inch, Move Mountains and Stones, Ride the Clouds and Mist, Yang Spirit Projection, Avoid Death and Prolong Life passive. Lu Zhang immediately noticed the passive skill. Skill, Life-Saving Passive. Effect, reduces all damage taken by 50% and increases healing effects by 50%. A very simple description, but the skill effects are incredibly powerful. All damage reduced by 50%, plus the previous effects, so now I'm absolutely invincible no matter how I'm attacked, I won't take any damage. Chapter 132, it seems the position of God King is within reach. Lu Zhang was extremely curious about his current state. He directly used true vision to appraise himself, examining the essence of his skills and the essence of his body. He then cast a skill on himself, dealt damage, and confirmed the current situation. The Avoid Death and Prolong Life skill is different from skills like Copperhead and Iron Arms. It is not a berserk type skill. When Lu Zhang takes damage, 50% of the damage is deducted first, and the remaining 50% of the damage then affects invincible skills. In other words, when a skill deals 10 billion points of damage, only 5 billion points will affect Lu Zhang. If these 500 million points are magical damage, they will first be reduced by 111 million points by 3 stacked invincible skills, then have 65% of the remaining damage reduced, resulting in true damage. There is no doubt that this effect is superior. It's like directly weakening the enemy by half. The other skills of the red-butted monkey, such as Shrink the Earth to an Inch and Move Mountains and Stones, are all standard skills, not weak, but not rare either. At least, they enhance Lu Zhang's combat power only to a limited extent. The remaining skill is also quite interesting. Skill, Yangshan Chuqiao. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1 million mana points to project the Yangshan out of the body. In Yangshan form, the user is immune to physical attacks but suffers a 20% increase in self-inflicted magical damage and a 50% increase in mental damage. Additionally, all magical skills cast by the user deal 50% increased damage and 50% increased mental damage. This skill is highly targeted, designed to be used against enemies that deal pure physical damage. If the opponent also possesses soul-level attack methods, the damage inflicted on oneself would increase significantly, effectively amounting to a gamble with one's life. Having mastered all the transformations and skills of the 4 monkeys of chaos, Lu Zhang proceeded to acquire the transformations and skills of the other divine pets. It took over a day to finally obtain all the abilities and transformations of the divine pets and some of the celestial pets. Once again obtained 2 invincible skills of the same type as Copperhead and Iron Arm. Skill, White Tiger Holy Body passive. Effect: imbues the user with the power of the Holy Spirit, adding an additional 5% Holy Spirit damage to normal attacks, reduces physical damage by 20% and magical damage by 20%. Skill: Candle Dragon Divine Body Passive. Effect: when attacked, triggers the Chaos Demon Guardian effect, reflecting 5% of all damage as true damage back to the attacker, reduces physical damage by 20% and magical damage by 20%. The White Tiger Holy Body deals additional damage, while the Candle Dragon Divine Body has true damage reflection. These are all decent abilities. However, Lu Zhang is most concerned about the damage reduction effects. After some testing, the original 90.5% physical damage reduction was reduced to 94.5%, meaning that 10,000 points of physical damage now only deal 550 points of damage to Lu Zhang. The damage is now only 1/20th of the original. The original 65% magic damage reduction now blocks 90.5% of damage, reduced to less than 1/10. The damage had dropped by an entire order of magnitude, meaning Lu Zhang should now be able to face higher tier gods without flinching. The lack of mana is more than compensated for by the combined power of these 500 level divine pets. Over the past day, Lu Zhang has been continuously learning and mastering new skills. The newly acquired 4 monkeys of chaos are leveling up. Thanks to the abundant and high-quality monster resources of the Dead Soul Sea, all 4 of the chaos monkeys have successfully reached the 500th level. Looking at the Soul Sea still teeming with vengeful spirits and ghosts, Lu Zhang felt he couldn't waste this opportunity. He still did not go directly there. He linked his divine pet, channeled his magical power, released his skills, and unleashed the black hole. Originally, only the Taotie and the Kuanping possessed such devouring skills, but now Lu Zhang could use them as well. As soon as the black hole devouring was activated, millions of vengeful spirits were sucked in. Every second, millions of vengeful spirits and ghostly souls were devoured, causing Lu Zhang's accumulated experience points to skyrocket. In less than a day and night, the entire sea of dead souls was completely emptied by Lu Zhang. He didn't just release one black hole devouring technique. Once his magical power was restored, he immediately released new ones, continuing as long as he could maintain them. At maximum effect, experience points poured into his body in a steady stream. Looking at the empty soul sea, Lu Zhang felt a sense of loss. It was over so quickly. Not even a day, how useless. The next moment, he crossed this area and entered the inner region. Ding! You have completed the 3rd trial of the Death God King's Throne Succession Exam, crossing the Sea of Dead Souls. Congratulations! You have obtained the following rewards: Death Affinity plus 10% Divine Technique, Soul Flogging. Current Death Affinity, 115%. Skill, Soul Whip. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1 million mana, deals a minimum of 5 million mana damage and 10,000 mental damage to the target. Multiple attacks can trigger the Soul Separation Stun effect. The true power of this divine skill lies not in its damage output, but in its ability to inflict the Soul Separation Stun effect. This effectively renders the target unable to fight back after multiple hits. 4th trial content, Crossing. Dark Heavenly Veil. Description: the Dark Veil blocks all forces except those of the Dark and Death elements. Inside, direction is indistinguishable, time perception is blurred, and there is a threat from dark ghouls. Crossing this barrier will lead you to the true core of the Death Temple. Reward: Death Affinity plus 15% Divine Technique, Dark Veil. Upon seeing the new assessment content and rewards, Lu Zhang vaguely recalled something. He summoned Xiongqi back from the Abyss Realm and glanced at its skills. Sure enough, Xiongqi had mastered the Darkness Veil ability. Lu Zhang immediately used the 72 transformation skill combined with Hearing All Laws to learn all of Xiongqi's abilities. Skill, Dark Veil. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100,000 mana points to create a dark sky curtain within a certain range, blocking all forces except those of the darkness and death elements. Within the area, direction is indistinguishable, and time perception is blurred. Exactly the same thing. After mastering this skill, Lu Zhang felt an odd sense of familiarity toward the darkness before him. Stepping into it felt like entering his own domain. Perfect timing. Xiongqi hadn't reached level 500 yet. The area was teeming with powerful demigod-level dark ghouls. After a fierce battle, Lu Zhang not only leveled up Xiongqi to level 500 but also boosted the flame demon Paru he summoned afterward to level 500 as well. As a result, all 16 of his divine pets were now at level 500. The mana he could directly summon was nearly 50 billion points. Perhaps, even facing a main god, he might not be completely without a chance. Lu Zhang felt a bit overconfident. Especially when he heard the prompt again. Ding! You have completed the 4th assessment of the Death God King's Throne Inheritance Trial, Teleportation. Dark Veil. Congratulations! You have obtained the following rewards: Death Affinity plus 15% Divine Technique, Dark Veil. Current Death Affinity, 130%. A colossal surge of energy was converging within his body. This was power. It felt endless and boundless. The God King's trials 4 out of 9 have been completed with ease. It seems that the position of God King is now within reach. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 133, killing him would count as recognition, right? Plain fusion. Calming his mind, Lu Zhang quickly regained his composure. Possessing all the skills of the Qilin and Baizhe, he was no longer swayed by any emotions at this moment. The momentary arrogance that had arisen earlier was instantly purified. Next, the next trial began. Fifth trial, recognition by the true god. Description: the Death God King has left a divine thought. Obtaining his recognition will allow you to pass the test. Reward: Death Affinity plus 15% Divine Technique, Death God's True Form Passive. As the prompt for this trial appeared, Lu Zhang immediately sensed a powerful energy aura rapidly approaching. He immediately looked toward the distance. Under the effect of the passive skill True Vision, all he could see was a name and a bunch of unknown symbols. He quickly activated Piercing Golden Eyes, consuming 10 billion points of divine power to observe the target. Divine Being, Death God King Remnant. Level, LV.699 Mid-Rank God. Health, 695 million. Magic Power, 15 billion. Strength, 2.5 million. Agility, 2.45 million. Spirit, 2.7 million. Constitution, 2.7 million. Skills: Death Grip, Undead Plague, Soul Flay, Dark Veil, Death Blade, Lotus of the Afterlife, Fusion of Darkness, Death Summon, Reaper's True Form Passive. When he saw that it was only a mere 699th level, Lu Zhang sighed in relief. It was merely a mid-tier god. Even a peak mid-tier god could handle it with ease. Even with nearly 70 billion HP, Lu Zhang believed that with his current strength, taking it down in an instant shouldn't be a major issue. But he didn't do that. He released the two creatures, the Taoyat and the Qiangqi, to engage in a fierce battle with the remnants of the Death God King, while he activated the 72 transformations and listening to all Law's skills to obtain the opponent's transformations and abilities. By focusing solely on the remnants of the Death God King, he quickly mastered all the abilities it possessed. Lu Zhang first turned his attention to the reward for this assessment. Skill: Death God's True Form Passive. Effect: immune to single damage values below 10 billion points. Physical damage reduced by 20%, magical damage reduced by 20% upon death. Enter an absolute invincible state for 5 minutes, during which health and mana regenerate and health cannot decrease. After the absolute invincible state ends, this skill becomes ineffective for 10 days, and the maximum health is permanently reduced by half. Truly a divine skill. Not only does it have powerful invincibility effects, but it also grants a single resurrection opportunity. Although the side effect is a permanent reduction of half your maximum health, compared to actually dying once, this is clearly a very worthwhile trade-off. Especially since this skill also grants invincibility to the user, Lu Zhang was quite satisfied with it. With this invincibility, he now has 96.5% physical damage reduction and 92.5% magical damage reduction. He is getting closer and closer to achieving absolute invincibility. Lu Zhang looked at the effects of the other divine skills. The first 4 were obtained during the 4 trials, while the remaining 4 skills, including the Fusion of Darkness skill, were already present in the equipment Dark Mask he had obtained, and they were identical. Only 3 of the land-based weapons have been reclaimed. Skill: Death Blade. Effect: consumes a minimum of 10,000 mana points to condense a blade of pure death energy within the target's body, dealing 100% true damage with a minimum of 20,000 points. This skill appears ordinary, but its ability to ignore defense and deal absolute true damage is something none of Lu Zhang's other skills possess. This alone is enough to qualify it as a divine tier skill. Skill: Lotus Blossom of the Afterlife. Effect: consumes 10 million mana points to target any enemy, instantly converting half of their mana into death energy, dealing equal damage, or converting half of their mana into life energy, granting equal healing. Mana points are typically one order of magnitude smaller than health points. The true power of this skill lies not in the damage output but in its ability to directly consume the target's mana. Without mana, skills cannot be used, effectively weakening the target by more than half. Of course, its healing effect is also quite effective. For an individual with extremely fast mana regeneration, this skill can be used to restore health. Skill: Death Summon. Effect: consumes a certain amount of mana to summon a recently deceased target, transforming them into a zombie, skeleton, ghost, or other undead form, and placing them under your control. This is the signature skill of the Grim Reaper. To resurrect the dead. This is where the true charm of the Grim Reaper's abilities lies. At this point, Lu Zhang had mastered all the skills of the Grim Reaper. He looked at the remnant of the Death God King, who had been beaten into an absolute invincible state, and smiled lightly. It seems it's time to end this. The 5-minute absolute invincible state ended, and Lu Zhang immediately 50 billion units of magical power, releasing his skill, 5 thunderbolts from the heavens. In an instant, 5 divine thunderbolts above the remnant of the Death God King's head, converging at a single point before crashing down with a thunderous roar. Boom! His health dropped to 0, and the remnant of the Death God King vanished. Lu Zhang suddenly thought of a question. The 5th test required him to gain the remnant's recognition, but now he had destroyed it. Could it still recognize him? Just as Lu Zhang was lost in confusion, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Ding! You have completed the 5th trial of the Death God King's Divine Succession Trial, Recognition by a True God. Congratulations! You have obtained the following rewards: Death Affinity plus 15% Divine Technique, Death God's True Form Passive. Current Death Affinity, 145%. Lu Zhang sighed in relief. He had been worried that he might have messed up the succession trial by accident, which would prevent him from completing the class change quest. Being stuck at level 300 wasn't a big deal, but the real problem was that his divine pets level couldn't be improved further. This meant his maximum potential was permanently capped. Fortunately, the assessment was completed. Now that he thinks about it, the fifth assessment likely only required the divine exam participants to withstand the attacks of the Divine King's remnant for a certain amount of time and gain recognition. But I never expected to encounter someone like me, who cheated the system and directly defeated the remnant of the Death God King in an instant. Fortunately, this also counts as a form of recognition. Just as he was preparing to accept the sixth assessment, Yun Lanqing was undergoing a major upheaval. Xuefeihua looked at the divine realm of the soul-devouring demon ant queen that had completely fused with Yunlan Star, his expression growing extremely solemn. The soul-devouring demon ant queen was merely a low-ranking demon god from the insect nest plane and posed no real threat. However, the complete fusion of a divine realm with Yunlan Star was a revolutionary change. It had shattered the rule restrictions of Yunlan Star, raising the previous maximum level cap of 500 to 510. Though it may seem like only 10 levels, it now allows lower-tier gods to enter and unleash their power. And the fusion of a lower-tier god's divine realm alone has raised the level restriction by 10 levels. Imagine what will happen as more demon gods merge their divine realms into this world. The ultimate outcome will be the descent of the gods. Chapter 134, Slay. The awakening of the self. The pillars of death. Please keep reading. The soul-devouring demon ant queen is merely a minor subordinate of the main god-level evil god, the soul-devouring worm queen. However, after her divine realm merged with Yunlan Star, the crisis she brought was no small matter. Huge swarms of soul-devouring demon ants emerged from it, rampaging across every region of Cloud Blue Star. The Great Xiao Alliance entered a state of readiness, with all cities on high alert, determined to minimize casualties. To smoothly navigate this fusion. Over the years, there have been instances of chaos caused by wild monsters. However, the vast majority of these monsters were confined to dungeons, continuously respawning as dungeon monsters. However, the merger of the Divine Realm brought an overwhelming number of wild monsters. They continuously emerge from the Divine Realm dungeon of the soul-devouring ant queen, seemingly endless in number. Fortunately, most of the soul-devouring ants are of relatively low level, and the various cities still have the strength to handle them. Students from the university have become an indispensable part of the defense. Those who can enter the university are mostly talented individuals who have undergone training and have reached at least level 20 after this period of time. Those like Mu Yunlan have already completed their second transformation and are nearing the third transformation stage. Inspired by Lu Zhang, they are working extremely hard. As they watch the soul-devouring demon ants swarm toward them like a dark cloud, Yang Dong unleashed a flame meteor skill. He then sighed, if the boss were here, he could probably clear the entire sky with just one skill. Wang Jun, upon hearing this, also thought of Lu Zhang and added, I wonder what the boss is doing now. Could he be slaughtering demon gods again? Dongfang Niao Niao rolled her eyes and said, you too should stop thinking about useless things. It's better to kill more monsters and gain some experience points. Lu Zhang is currently slaughtering gods. We can barely handle these small monsters. How can we follow him? Now we can't even see him face to face. These words didn't affect Wang Jun and Yang Dong, but they did sting Mu Yunlan, Dantai Mingyue, and Ji Zirua. They had all considered being with Lu Zhang. But now, the gap between them was growing wider. Forget about being together, even standing beside him feels awkward. The three of them were proud and arrogant, believing themselves to be the cream of their generation. Yet among their peers had emerged Lu Zhang, a godlike figure. Lu Zhang was unaware of what was happening outside. He was fully focused on completing the assessment and fulfilling his job transition task. Sixth assessment content, kill. Revive the self. Description, you have already died in the first assessment. You have been summoned by death and will be resurrected. Kill it and overcome yourself. Reward, Death Affinity plus 15% Divine Skill, Death Summon. Instantly, a black version of himself appeared before Lu Zhang's eyes. Using his piercing golden eyes, he saw that this figure's attributes and skills were exactly the same as his own before he died in the first assessment. His previous self was powerful. But without divine pets to assist him, without the later 4 monkeys of chaos, and without mastering all the divine pet skills, how could he possibly be a match for his current self? This trial is an extremely challenging place for that main god-level demon god, Oswald. With all his power concentrated in one form, facing the same version of himself, few could truly overcome their own self. But for a summoner like Lu Zhang, this trial was too easy. Without sharing divine power with a divine pet, his base divine power was only 12 billion. Lu Zhang directly used over 80 billion mana to swiftly eliminate this reincarnated version of himself. Even if the opponent had 9 lives like him and could resurrect once, they would still be unable to escape being killed. Lu Zhang understood his own weaknesses inside out. As a summoner, his previous self had too many weaknesses. But now, he was a six-sided divine beast. He had no flaws and no weaknesses. Any single aspect compared to beings of the same tier was an advantage. Ding! You have completed the sixth requirement of the Death God King's Throne Inheritance Trial, kill the revived self. Congratulations on obtaining the reward, Death Affinity plus 15% Divine Technique, Death Summon. Current Death Affinity, 160%, the Divine Technique Lu Zhang had already mastered in advance. For Lu Zhang, the only remaining reward is an increase in Death Affinity. Each increase allows him to passively absorb and convert the power of death more efficiently. He thoroughly enjoys this process of one effort yielding lifelong benefits. 7th Trial Content, The Call of the Divine Weapon. Description: every generation of Death God Kings possesses their own divine artifact. Upon the Death God King's demise, the exclusive artifact perishes along with them, leaving its essence in the Death Abyss. Journey to the Death Abyss, locate the artifact's essence, and awaken your own divine artifact. Reward: Death Affinity plus 20% Divine Technique, Death Blade. The Reaper's Judgment Decree finally provided guidance once more, and Lu Zhang swiftly made his way to the so-called Abyss of Death. It was a circular area resembling a well. It had a diameter of approximately 30 miles, completely shrouded in darkness, a true abyss of utter blackness. Entering it meant true solitude. Lu Zhang hesitated not a moment, activating his skill and merging with the darkness. In an instant, he sensed the location of the so-called divine artifact's origin. The purpose of this test was to make the participants experience true darkness, but they never expected Lu Zhang to possess the ability to fuse with darkness. Even if he hadn't obtained it from the Dark Mask earlier, he had now directly acquired it from the remnants of the Death God King. After merging with darkness, darkness became absolute perception. He immediately located the divine artifact's true source. Upon arriving beside the source, he activated the effect of his true form as the God of Death, which granted him a death affinity of 160%, allowing Lu Zhang to effortlessly gain the divine artifact's recognition. The next step was to condense his own divine artifact according to his own will. With a single thought, the surrounding death energy and darkness energy converged. Immediately afterward, the divine artifact's essence underwent a massive transformation. What was once a ball of black light faded away, transforming into a pitch-black staff. Yes, just a staff. Equipment: Death Pillar Unique Bind. Quality: Super God Growing. Skill: World Destroying Strike. Durability: Permanent. Skill: World Destroying Strike. Effect: strikes the source with the rules of death, delivering a full power blow to destroy the world. This staff is powerful, but it is currently still in its early stages of formation and continues to grow. It requires continued absorption of sufficient death energy to complete its true transformation and become a terrifying weapon capable of obliterating the world with a single strike. As for why a staff was created, it might be because I fused with the transformations of 4 monkeys? I just feel like I need a staff. Ding! You have completed the 7th trial of the Death God King's Throne Inheritance Exam, The Call of the Divine Weapon. Congratulations on obtaining the reward, Death Affinity plus 20% Divine Technique, Death Blade. Current Death Affinity, 180%. 7 trials down. There are a total of 9 trials. I only need to complete 2 more trials to fulfill Condition 2. Once I condense my divine essence, I can complete the class change quest. The first 7 trials were practically a breeze for Lu Zhang. However, upon seeing the content of the 8th test, a look of astonishment appeared on Lu Zhang's face. Chapter 135, a single person equals a mid-rank divine weapon core? That's way too outlandish. The next assessment isn't particularly difficult, but it caught Lu Zhang off guard. 8th trial, Reap Lives. Description: the Death God King controls death. Now, you must personally kill the target and harvest the lives of non-undead targets. Accumulate 1 trillion harvests to complete the test. Reward: Death Affinity plus 20% Divine Technique, Lotus Blossom of the Afterlife. 1 trillion targets to kill, that number is way too large. However, upon considering the monsters in the Abyss Demon realm, Lu Zhang realized it might not be impossible after all. This assessment, as Lu Zhang deduced, was likely designed to rapidly enhance the power of those who had recently obtained divine tier artifacts. After all, the fastest way to obtain death power isn't by acquiring it in the undead plane. It is through slaughter. Killing 1 trillion living beings should be sufficient to obtain a substantial amount of death power. After this trial appeared, the Death God Trial Order provided guidance. Lu Zhang followed it to an altar, which was a teleportation array. It appears to be the exit point of the Death God's temple. If that's the case, the 9th trial is likely not completed within the Death God's temple either. It's just Lu Zhang's speculation. No one knows what the previous Death God King or the one who originally established the Death God King's succession trial intended. Lu Zhang didn't bother to think about it further and directly consumed death energy to activate the array. In an instant, he was teleported to a small island. After a brief scan, Lu Zhang confirmed that he had returned to the Water Star. However, he suddenly sensed a divine level power, causing his brows to furrow. The next moment, he teleported directly above that force. Since the fusion of the divine realm of the self-devouring soul and queen began, within less than a day, 3 more divine realms of evil gods had fused with the water star. These 3 were all lower-tier gods and belonged to the Shirtion Worm Queen's command. They were the Plasma Demon Scorpion Queen, the Black Demon Mantis Queen, and the Mad Ghost Cicada Queen. Although, at present, none of the true gods, including the soul-devouring Ant Queen, have appeared, the sheer number of wild beasts brought about by the fusion of 4 divine realms has nearly plunged the entire Great Xiao Alliance into chaos. Xian Yuan Wuji's Thunder God trial has reached a critical stage and Wu Tuahai must assist him. Therefore, the only one leading the resistance is the low-ranking god Xuefei Hua. Under her leadership, they are barely holding back the seemingly endless waves of insect swarms. This is clearly just the vanguard force of the insect nest plane's complete fusion with Yunlan Star. Currently, the level cap of Yunlan Star has been raised to 540, but it is still far from the time when the true insect nest plane will descend upon this world. Yet even the current assault has already pushed the entire continent to the brink of collapse. And it is happening today. An even more dangerous situation has emerged. A lower-tier true god, the 540-level evil god Plasma Scorpion Queen, has descended. Xuefei Hua is currently engaged in a fierce battle with her. Although Xuefei Hua is at level 550, being 1 level higher does not grant a significant advantage in terms of power. The two are evenly matched, generating massive energy shockwaves. This is also due to the dimensional fusion, which has enhanced the spatial strength of this world. Otherwise, the space might have already cracked due to the intense vibrations. Lu Zheng appeared at the exact moment the two were engaged in their fierce battle. Xuefei Hua was struck by the Plasma Scorpion Queen's plasma cannon, sending her flying through the air. Even though she had already attained godhood, she was still knocked into a stiffened state. The thunder's energy restricted her divine power. At that moment, she spotted Lu Zheng floating in mid-air and revealed an expression of surprise. Though she didn't know why Lu Zheng had suddenly appeared here, given his abilities, defeating this lower-tier god-level demon god should not be a problem. After all, Lu Zheng wasn't a novice at slaying demon gods. Lu Zheng did not disappoint her. Suddenly, Lu Zheng gripped a staff with both hands and swung it forcefully toward the electric Plasma Scorpion Queen. In an instant, time and space seemed to freeze. In that instant, the entire world fell silent, everything came to a standstill. In the next instant, the body of the electric Plasma Scorpion Queen suddenly exploded. With a single strike, he had killed a lower-tier god. Lu Zheng didn't expend much magical power, and didn't even activate the Death Pillar skill's world-destroying strike. He simply relied on brute strength and a critical hit. With a single strike, a lower-tier god's health bar was completely depleted. Lu Zheng didn't hesitate, extracted the divine essence, and activated his skill, Death Summon. The power of death enveloped the body of the Plasma Scorpion Queen, and in the next moment, a headless dark-winged Plasma Scorpion appeared. Summoned Beast Plasma Scorpion Zombie. Level 540 weakened. This thing was severely injured by that single strike. Although its level still showed 540, it could only barely exert god-tier attack power. It can easily handle demigod-level combat power, and any lower-tier true god-level combat power can kill it. That's not a problem, it's just a summoned creature after all. Looking at the swarming insect army around him, Lu Zheng couldn't help but smile excitedly. A trillion targets to kill besides the Abyss Demon clan, the insect race is the perfect choice. They appeared just in time. First, summon all the divine pets, then link them with a magic bridge, and activate the skill to create an avatar outside the body. 1 million points of magical power can create a permanent avatar. 90 billion points of magical power are instantly consumed, and 900 avatars appear. Restore magical power and continue summoning. 10 billion mana is restored every second, equivalent to 100 avatars. After more than an hour, over 7,000 avatars nearly filled the entire sky. They swiftly traverse the area using skills like Void Escape, Shrink the Earth, Ride the Clouds, and Move the Heavens. Then, utilizing the White Tiger's Sharp Metal Storm, the Qiangqi's Fierce Spirit Puppet, and the Nine-Headed Phoenix's Immortal Fire Sea skills, they slaughtered enemies while expanding their own forces. Had it not been for the fact that the avatars couldn't share their magical power with their original forms, Lu Zheng believed he could have conquered the entire world in a single day using this skill. Even so, he had already successfully conquered this entire sky and sea. Xuefei Hua stared at the endless Lu Zheng and fell into a daze. Since becoming a god, she had not felt such shock in a long time. After all, she was already a god, what could possibly shock her? But now, she was truly shocked. What had she seen? A single Lu Zheng had created countless copies of himself, each one as powerful as a mid-tier god, far surpassing lower-tier gods. You created an entire mid-tier god army by yourself? That's way too absurd. Why not just unify the divine realm? Xuefei Hua inwardly raged, but seeing the insect race being slaughtered, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. No matter how extraordinary Lu Zheng was, at least the Great Xiao Alliance had temporarily avoided the crisis of being overrun. Chapter 136, a summoner who should be weak beyond belief is playing mind games. Yes, at this moment, Xuefei Hua believed that all the crises had been temporarily resolved. 7,000 mid-tier gods? Even if all 4 of the fused lower-tier gods were to descend, or even if over 1,000 mid-tier demon gods were to arrive, they'd all be instantly annihilated, right? Xue Feihua even believed that others didn't need to bother inheriting any divine titles. If 7,000 mid-tier gods couldn't protect the Great Xiao Alliance, even if they inherited the divine titles, they wouldn't be of much use. This is completely a self-destructive mindset. It's understandable. Think about how she endured countless hardships to cultivate to the half-god level and inherit a divine title. Yet, she is still just a low-ranking god. But now, Lu Zhang can casually summon over 7,000 mid-tier divine beings, making her, as a lower-tier divine being, seem utterly redundant. Lu Zhang scanned the area, realizing that summoning more Wen Ti significantly increased efficiency, so he paused. He approached Xue Feihua and spoke. Senior, what's going on here? Why has this realm allowed the power of lower-tier true gods to appear? Xue Feihua dismissed her inner thoughts. Then she explained the matter of the plane fusion to Lu Zhang. Upon hearing about the subordinate plane of the insect nest plane, Lu Zhang immediately recalled being marked by the god-eating worm queen. He had killed the lower-tier demon god blood silk spider demon queen Audra, and as a result, he had been marked by the main god-tier demon god-eating worm queen Sandra. Not only did all insect-type monsters have their base hatred toward him increase to 90%, but any insect-type monsters he fought would also gain the god-eating worm queen's blessing, granting a 50% boost to all attributes. Furthermore, whenever he entered any plane belonging to a bug-type demon god, there was an extremely high chance that the plane's demon god would awaken and attack him. Wow! What a coincidence, isn't it? Lu Zhang currently needs to slaughter a large number of lifeforms to complete his assessment task. With the 4 demon gods' divine realms merging, this is the perfect opportunity to slaughter them all clean. Wouldn't that be wasting their good intentions? Lu Zhang revealed a greedy smile. Seeing his expression, Xue Feihua felt a surge of confusion. Why is he so excited when he hears about a disaster? Your class change quest isn't finished yet? Could your task be to kill the main god? Xue Feihua thought of something and blurted it out. Lu Zhang's smile vanished instantly. It must be said that every job change quest was a source of unbearable pain for him. It's not exactly that. It's just completing the divine succession assessment for the God King. Oh, and competing with a demon god of the main god level. Lu Zhang said casually. It seemed as though none of this mattered. Xue Feihua blurted out upon hearing this, what? Why not just kill the main god directly? The main god level assessment had already dealt a massive blow to Shen Yuan Wuji, and Xue Feihua was well aware of that. The Divine King's succession trial, which was even more terrifying than a main god level trial, was clearly far more dreadful. In comparison, the threat of a main god seemed less terrifying. But then again, Lu Zhang was merely a level 300 professional who hadn't even transferred to the saint level yet. Asking him to kill a main god was essentially sending him to his death. No, killing the main god is suicide. Right now, I still have a sliver of hope. Lu Zhang said seriously. Then he chose to skip the topic and continued. Alright, take me to the place where other dimensions merge as soon as possible. I want all the monsters from the 4 divine realms. Xue Feihua let out a faint smile. Don't worry about that. No one will compete with you. Everyone was scrambling to avoid the insect plague who would dare venture into the realms of the insect gods? Only Lu Zhang could possibly solo 4 dungeons? Wait, that's not right. Lu Zhang is a summoner, how come his main body is so powerful now? Xue Feihua led the way while pondering this question, but she couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Before this meeting, everyone, including Xue Feihua, had always seen Lu Zhang as a summoner who relied on his divine pet for combat. Divine pets should be the main combat force. Previously, Lu Zhang had indeed been like that, always relying on his divine pet to fight while he stayed hidden in the back or even floating in mid-air. Xue Feihua realized why she had felt a bit overwhelmed earlier. Because she had subconsciously already concluded that Lu Zhang, as a summoner, didn't possess much combat power himself. Now, Lu Zhang had actually created 7,000 clones capable of overwhelming all lower-tier gods, each possessing the combat power of a mid-tier god. Even if Lu Zhang had summoned 7,000 divine pets, she might not have lost her composure so easily. But the current situation was that a summoner who should have been weak and helpless, hiding behind summoned beasts for protection, had just killed a lower-tier god with a single blow and summoned 7,000 clones to breach the divine realm of the Plasma Scorpion Queen. This is truly mind-bending. However, the priority now is to suppress these divine realm copies as quickly as possible. Xue Feihua suppressed her inner doubts and focused on guiding Lu Zhang. At each instance, Lu Zhang would spend an hour summoning thousands of clones, sending them directly into the instance to fight. In less than half a day, all 4 divine realm copies were overrun by Lu Zhang's clones. Even the 3 lower-tier true god-level demon gods hiding within were eradicated along with them. Killing a lower-tier god-level demon god was more than enough for a single avatar, let alone thousands of them. They were instantly obliterated. How efficient were 25,000 god-level avatars? The 4 divine realm dungeons, along with 80 billion insect creatures, were completely eradicated by Lu Zhang in less than half a day. These 4 copies have completely merged with the original world. They strengthened the core of this world, but the monsters were gone, leaving it a lawless wasteland. It's not entirely devoid of monsters. After the fusion, the world automatically generated some fixed-point dungeons that can spawn insectoid monsters for the world's adventurers to kill and gain experience from. However, these were insignificant to Lu Zhang. He needs to achieve a target of 1 trillion kills. 80 billion is less than 1/10 of that. Lu Zhang decided to enter the insect nest dimension to taunt the main god-level demon god soul-devouring worm queen Sandra and get some feedback. He acted on his impulse. He arrived at the Spider God Island dungeon and located the entrance to the insect nest plane. He sent his outer avatar in first, only to discover that the avatar dissipated immediately upon entering the other plane. At that moment, he suddenly realized his external avatar skill was not invincible. The spatial power of the plane could sever the connection between himself and the avatar. Once that connection was broken, the avatar would vanish instantly. Despite discovering this weakness, Lu Zhang still did not send his true body in. After all, there was a terrifying deity-level entity inside that had already marked him he couldn't take such a risk. Since the external avatar was out of the question, the triple clone technique was an option. Though this still required mana to maintain the clones, it could traverse different planes of fact already verified earlier. The clones were successfully created, 3 clones each possessing 50% of the original's base attributes, and they all entered the insect nest plane. Thank you for your support. Chapter 137, Clones jump around frantically, enraging the bug goddess queen. Possibility of further enhancement. Upon entering the insect nest plane, Lu Zhang immediately had the 3 clones activate the Heaven and Earth transformation technique, then use the Steel Heaven Mouse skill to locate a lower tier god-level insect deity. As Lu Zhang had suspected, the mark Sandra had placed on him was also present within the clones. This technique, belonging to a main god, was extremely powerful. Due to the mark's presence, the insect deity's hatred toward Lu Zhang increased by 90%. This was not a problem. Even though they were only clones, Lu Zhang could still eliminate the 3 lower-tier divine-level insect deities with a single move. The key lies in whether he can provoke the wrath of the mother queen of the god-eating worms, Sandra. As it turned out, Lu Zhang's plan worked exactly as intended. However, at the very moment of action, one of the clones was instantly killed. Such reaction speed and power are undoubtedly the domain of a main god-level being. And there is only one entity with such control over the insect nest dimension, the supreme evil god, the devouring worm empress Sandra. However, no matter how powerful it may be, it is still only a single entity. Therefore, it can only instantly kill one of Lu Zhang's clones. Lu Zhang did not recall those 2 clones but instead had them move at an even more manner, quickly teleporting to the 2 lower-tier true god-level insect deities. Kill. Sandra was enraged. Lu Zhang had already been marked by Sandra, yet he dared to act so brazenly, openly killing 2 of her subordinate gods. This was a direct provocation. As a main god, Sandra could tell that none of the 3 were his true forms. From their positions, she easily deduced Lu Zhang had come from the entrance to Spider God Island. How could she possibly tolerate this at this moment? After the 3 clones were killed, Lu Zhang once again created 3 new clones, sending them into the insect nest dimension to continue the slaughter in battle. A target of 1 trillion kills. Lu Zhang couldn't just sit around waiting. He had to think of every possible way to kill more monsters as quickly as possible. Over 25,000 external clones were now scattered across the seas, launching a concentrated purge against the sea beasts that had been corrupted by this power and mutated into contaminated species. The number of individual targets killed in just 1 hour exceeded 100 million. This was because most of the sea beasts were scattered. Moreover, Lu Zhang discovered that monsters of the first transformation stage, those below level 30, were not included in the 1 trillion kill target count. Excluding these uncounted individuals, even with 24 hours of continuous combat, only 200 million targets could be killed in a day. With 900 billion remaining, it would require 45 days of continuous slaughter. However, the number of wild sea beasts in the ocean does not continuously respawn. The vast majority have only 1 life. This means that as the slaughter progresses, the rate of kills will slow down significantly. Currently, there is a main god-level demon god competing with him for the position of Death God King. Lan Zheng cannot afford to waste any time. Therefore, he needs to provoke Sandra as much as possible to bring more monsters. Based on current feedback, the fusion of the Divine Realm instance is not an overnight process. Therefore, even if Sandra were to become enraged, she could not directly descend to the Water Star realm in her main god form. The only option is to dispatch more subordinate gods to pursue and eliminate Lu Zhang. To enhance the power of the divine beings upon their arrival in this realm, the fusion of the Divine Realm instance is an absolute necessity. Therefore, when Lu Zhang sent his 3rd clone into the insect nest plane to rampage, a new insect demon god descended. Sandra was clearly truly enraged. It immediately dispatched 8 lower-tier true god-level insect deities to carry out the Divine Realm copy fusion on the Water Star. The fusion of Divine Realm copies comes at a very severe cost. Once completed, it means that one's own rank is permanently fixed and can never be upgraded, losing both power and the qualification for rank advancement. According to information revealed by the Golden Dragon god Alex, in that divine war, both the forces of justice and evil suffered heavy losses. Although, from the current situation, the demon gods clearly have more remaining power and are stronger. However, every deity-level power is extremely valuable. Many lower-tier evil gods can steal the divine power of mid-tier righteous gods. This not only enhances the combat strength of the evil faction but also weakens the righteous faction. Therefore, the loss of a lower-tier god is not merely the loss of a single lower-tier god. Otherwise, the evil gods would have already begun merging the god realm plane copies. The reason it has only begun now is twofold. First, the time has come, and the plane space has become unstable, no longer impenetrable. On the other hand, it is because a significant number of evil gods are now gradually reviving. The vast majority of evil gods have not yet fully revived. Therefore, logically speaking, Sandra should not be pushing the fusion process so quickly. Because the upgrade of the water star plane has allowed the descent of the evil gods, it has also removed the level restrictions on divine successors. The human race is a highly promising species. Once the limits are broken, the emergence of a leader will inevitably trigger the emergence of numerous powerful individuals. But Sandra couldn't wait any longer. Lu Zheng killed one of its divine servants the first time he entered the insect nest plane, and now it has released 3 clones into the insect nest plane to repeatedly cause chaos. If it can still tolerate such provocation, what kind of demon god is it? 8 lower-tier gods were immediately dispatched, and the fusion of the divine realm began. The fusion process proceeded smoothly. 8 portals appeared, and powerful insectoid monsters surged forth. However, before they could venture far from the dungeon, they were blocked by Lu Zheng's over 20,000 clones. The slaughter continues. The 8 divine realm copies brought at least 200 billion monsters, with at least 150 billion of them counted as confirmed kills. A bountiful harvest. However, Lu Zheng did not indulge in the joy of the abundant experience points. He suddenly thought of something. Currently, killing so many monsters could increase his kill count and even allow him to quickly complete this assessment. However, overall, the biggest challenge in inheriting the title of Death God King was not the assessment content itself, but the main god-level demon god competing with him. So far, Lu Zheng had no chance of defeating a god-level enemy. Although he might not necessarily have to fight a main god in the end if such a situation arose, he must have some contingency plans and trump cards up his sleeve. However, the current combined abilities of all his divine pets are still insufficient. Against a higher-ranked god, there might be a slight chance of victory. But facing a main god is too difficult. He needs to continue strengthening himself. Before obtaining the skills 72 transformations and hearing all laws, Lu Zheng could be said to have no intention of fighting a main god-level demon god. He was simply going through the motions, taking things one step at a time. But unexpectedly, on a whim, he drew a card and directly obtained the 4 monkeys of chaos. With the 72 transformations and hearing all laws abilities, he now had the potential to continue enhancing his personal strength. All he needed to do was continue obtaining more divine pets and stacking more abilities. Chapter 138, Qinglong, Xuanwu. Unbeatable skill, true blessing. Please keep reading. Let's set that aside for now. Even if he obtained a few more invincible type skills to stack, increasing the 94.5% physical damage reduction and 90.5% magical damage reduction effects further, then, not only could he defeat the main god, but at the very least, he could survive the main god's attacks. Survival means there's hope for victory. Earlier, Lu Zheng had abandoned the idea of continuing to summon divine pets, mainly because the level restriction meant that even if he summoned new divine pets, they would only possess the combat power of a peak mid-tier god. But things are different now. The new divine pet is merely a mana storage device. The main divine power has been transferred from the divine pet to Lu Zheng himself, and he needs the divine pet's abilities and magical power. Additionally, they can share life force. Therefore, summoning more new divine pets has become highly meaningful. With that in mind, Lu Zheng no longer hesitated and immediately began using the 10 new summoning slots he had obtained today to refresh them. Magic power rapidly depleted and replenished, summoned beast information flashed quickly before his eyes. As long as there were no divine grade or divine pets, Lu Zheng would not hesitate and skip them directly. Of course, before that, the luck-enhancing aura had already been equipped. Persistence pays off. After more than 2 hours, the results finally came in. Consumed 100,000 mana points, successfully activated the Grandmaster level summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Qinglong 1 triggered the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect too. You have obtained the skill Emu Power. Skill Emu Power. Effect, consumes 10,000 mana to convert into Emu Power, causing the next attack to deal additional damage from Emu Power. The damage has an erosive attribute, permanently reducing the target's defense value. A ability that destroys the target's defense value, extremely powerful, with a permanent debuff. However, the enemy's Lu Zheng faces might be able to take him down in an instant. Therefore, this is not a skill Lu Zheng currently lacks. Lu Zheng quickly looked at other skills. Race, Qinglong. Quality, 5-star legendary divine pet. Skills: Holy Spirit Form, Emu Power, Spring Breeze and Rain, Divine Tree Summoning, Qinglong Holy Body Passive, Cloud Riding and Mist Control. The Azure Dragon and the White Tiger are of the same rank, being one of the 4 sacred beasts, with skills that are very similar. The White Tiger provided Lu Zhang with a dominant body skill, the White Tiger Divine Body. The Azure Dragon did not disappoint Lu Zhang either. Skill: Qinglong Holy Body Passive. Effect: imbues the user with Holy Spirit power, granting an additional 5% Holy Spirit power damage on normal attacks, reduces physical damage taken by 20% and magical damage taken by 20%. With 2 holy bodies active, the additional Holy Spirit power damage applied to normal attacks reaches 10%, which is a significant boost. A 10% increase in damage translates to a higher chance of victory. However, Lu Zhang cares most about the damage reduction effect. After stacking this invincibility effect, Lu Zhang now boasts an astonishing 96.5% physical damage reduction and 92.5% magical damage reduction. No, that's still not enough. He currently only has the health and combat power of a mid-tier god, so he must at least reduce the damage to less than 1%. Only then would he have a chance to continue fighting. Draw cards, keep drawing cards. Summon Xiao Qinglong first and have the other divine pets accompany him to level up. With the fusion of 8 Divine Realm dungeons, there are now massive hordes of monsters for Lu Zhang to use for leveling up his divine pets and other summoned beasts. However, Lu Zhang no longer deems rare quality summoned beasts worthwhile. He has only collectively upgraded the divine grade spirit pets, with their average level now around 450, and they continue to slowly improve. After all, there aren't enough demigods and true gods to slaughter, so the pace slows down significantly. Lu Zhang himself continues to focus on card drawing. 3 hours later, another divine pet appears. Consumed 100,000 magic points. Successfully activated the Grandmaster level summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Xuanwu 1. Triggered the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill Earth's Might. Race: Xuanwu. Quality: 5-star legendary divine pet. Skills: Holy Spirit Form, Earth's Might, Copper Wall Iron Barrier, Stirring the Seas, Xuanwu's Holy Body Passive, Soaring Through the Clouds. Skill: Earth's Might. Effect: consumes 10,000 mana to convert into Earth's Might. Earth's Might enhances your defenses, converting 1% of the damage you take into a defense boost. This skill is incredibly powerful. As long as you don't die immediately from an attack, the enemy's attacks will effectively increase your defense. In later stages of battle, when enemies suddenly realize their attacks can't break your defense, that's pretty awkward. However, it's clearly a sustained combat type of skill. Against enemies that are far too powerful, it won't be able to turn the tide of battle. The biggest problem Lu Zhang faces now is that he's still likely to be one-shot killed. For example, when he was killed by the main god-level demon Sandra in the Insectness dimension, he couldn't react in time. One hit, and the skill was useless. A skill with invincibility is more meaningful. Skill: Xuanwu Holy Body Passive. Effect: imbues the user with Holy Spirit power, adding an additional 5% Holy Spirit power damage to normal attacks, reduces physical damage by 20% and magical damage by 20%. Xuanwu is a divine pet specializing in defense, but unfortunately, its invincibility effect is the same as that of Qinglong and Bai 2. No additional benefits. However, at least it can still stack. This grants Lu Zhang a staggering 98.5% physical damage reduction and 94.5% magical damage reduction. Physical damage is now reduced to just 1.5%. In fact, by first applying the Avoid Death and Prolong Life skill effect of the Crimson-Tailed Monkey, the opponent's damage is reduced by 50%, followed by 98.5% physical damage reduction and 94.5% magical damage reduction. Thus, out of 10,000 points of damage, only 57 points of physical damage and 225 points of magical damage actually hit Lu Zhang. This has reduced the damage by 2 orders of magnitude. Indeed, stacking invincibility is the ultimate choice. Lu Zhang's eyes betrayed his intense desire for the divine pet. Draw cards, keep drawing. Draw them hard. Today's luck was still pretty good. After over 2 hours of arduous battle, the 3rd divine pet appeared. Consuming 100,000 magic points, successfully activated the Grandmaster level summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Jianma 1. Triggered the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill True Blessing. Yinglong gives birth to Jianma, and Jianma gives birth to Qilin. Jianma is a divine beast, but Lu Zhang was quite unfamiliar with it. However, upon seeing the skill it granted, he couldn't help but wear an expression of wild joy. Skill: True Blessing. Effect: consumes a minimum of 100 million mana points to enhance the next skill. If the skill is an attack skill, it ignores the target's defense and deals 100% true damage. If it is a buff skill, the current status is treated as true status and directly amplifies the effect. If it is a healing skill, it ignores all current negative effects and grants the skill's healing value. If it is a control skill, it ignores all prerequisites and has a 100% success rate. Unstoppable. This time, it's truly unstoppable. What about the Supreme Being? What about the God King? With this skill enhancement, Lu Zhang felt he could look down on anyone. Even gods are no match. Chapter 139, The Heaven-Reaching Tree, The Art of Substitution. Absolute control, life and death together. Please keep reading. As a 5-star legendary divine pet, Jianma only has 2 skills. One is Heaven-Reaching Jianmu, and the other is this True Blessing. Yet even so, it was still considered invincible. Skill, Heaven-Reaching Sacred Tree. Effect, consumes half of your mana to plant a heaven-reaching tree in the void. Upon planting, your mana and health limits are increased to 10 times their original values. When your health is completely depleted and you die, the heaven-reaching tree will take your place in death, and you will be revived at full health. The art of sacrificing oneself. Unlike simply gaining an extra life, this substitute death technique allows you to avoid all curses and similar effects. All status effects can be restored, effectively granting a do-over from the starting point. Moreover, it directly increases the maximum magical power and health by tenfold. Simply use a healing skill on yourself or wait for a period of time to naturally recover, and you will possess 10 times the mana and health. This is equivalent to elevating one's life tier by an entire level. Currently, such a skill that drastically enhances personal potential is extremely important to Lu Zhang. Unfortunately, this skill can only be used on oneself. Therefore, only the 2 divine pets, Lingming Stone Monkey and Lure Monkey, can obtain this skill from him, learn it, and master it. With the 2 divine pets, himself and Jianma, the original 800 million mana would become 8 billion, equivalent to having an additional 37 divine pets providing mana and sharing vitality. However, what truly gives Lu Zhang the confidence to even face a main god with hope of victory is the other skill. True Blessing. Ignore defense, deal absolute true damage, absolute buffs and absolute healing. All of these are extremely powerful. But the most powerful is absolute control. The life channel skill obtained earlier was also a control type skill. If the target was too powerful, the skill would become ineffective. But now, with the True Blessing skill as a prerequisite, this skill can take effect directly on even a main god or a god king. This means that when fighting a god-level demon god, you can use this skill to bind yourself to the demon god. When the enemy attacks Lu Zhang, its health will automatically replenish Lu Zhang's health. By utilizing this skill, you can even make the enemy kill itself. Since there is a massive difference in maximum health between the two, the enemy will continuously transfer health to you until its health reaches a certain threshold. In effect, this is almost equivalent to sharing life and death. All that's needed is to activate a powerful attack skill when both parties' health reaches a similar level, then sever the life connection and finish off the target with a decisive strike. Everything will be over. With a skill capable of turning the tide of battle, Lu Zhang felt he could truly rise to the challenge. However, before doing so, he decided it would be best to test it out on a target first. He immediately thought of the undead demon god slumbering in the Bone Throne dungeon, the upper-tier god-level bone demon Lord Motos. He couldn't risk provoking a main god, but an upper-tier god was still within his current capabilities. Not to mention that he had the skill Tongtian Jianmu. Even without it, the shared life and mana energy provided by his divine pets, all at the peak mid-god level, would be more than enough for him to clash with an upper-tier god. With that in mind, Lu Zhang immediately left the Spider God Island dungeon and headed north toward the Bone Throne. As for the Divine Realm dungeons of the 8 lower-tier demon gods of the insect race that had invaded and merged with this world, they were already nearly wiped out. After all, there were over 25,000 mid-tier god-level combatants. Even if there were 80 of them, they could be easily overwhelmed. However, it was clear that the god-eating worm Queen Sandra could not afford to lose 80 lower-tier gods in the fusion process. 8 was already the limit. As the divine realms of these 8 lower-tier gods gradually merged into the Water Star, the level restriction of the original world gradually increased, quickly reaching level 600, but it remained unable to break through this layer of restriction. The fusion of lower-tier gods alone cannot break this restriction. The next step is to summon a mid-tier demon god, but finding a mid-tier demon god is even more challenging. Currently, they are still aiming to seize more divine seats from the true gods, and sacrificing any one of them would require Sandra to make a difficult decision. Just as she was making this decision, Lu Zhang had already arrived at the Bone Throne dungeon. Although he knew that Motos was sleeping here, he had no idea where exactly, so he could only wait for it to awaken naturally. To awaken it, one must gather sufficient undead energy. Fortunately, Lu Zhang had just mastered the Death God King's Undead Cataclysm skill and activated it immediately. Under the effect of the Tongtian Jianmu skill, Lu Zhang alone possessed an astonishing 128 billion mana points. He immediately consumed 100 billion mana points to activate the Undead Cataclysm. A massive spatial projection opened up, leading to the undead plane. All undead beings of the mid-god tier or below within the projection were summoned by Lu Zhang and descended into this realm. In one fell swoop, they summoned 60 billion various types of undead creatures, filling the entire dungeon with a thick, oppressive aura of death. However, it was clear that this was still insufficient to revive Motos. Lu Zhang waited for about 10 seconds to replenish his magical energy, then consumed another 100 billion points of magical energy to unleash the undead plague. This time, only over 40 billion undead were summoned, and the death aura was still insufficient. Lu Zhang had no choice but to repeat the skill until the total number of undead reached over 300 billion, at which point the entire skeleton throne dungeon began to violently shake. At this point, the dungeon was packed with all manner of undead creatures. In the southwest direction, the ground split open and a massive skeleton throne rose into the air. Immediately afterward, the majority of the surrounding undead were instantly drained of all their energy. A black glow enveloped the throne, and a gigantic skeleton over 200 meters tall appeared before their eyes. This creature had a pair of massive bone wings and a tail adorned with sharp spikes. It held a massive bone blade in both hands, the tip pointing downward. Suddenly, it raised its head, and two flickering blue flames emerged from its empty eye sockets. "Humans! Did you awaken me? What do you desire, the power of death, or do you want me to kill for you?" Lu Zhang was taken aback. This creature actually spoke Chinese. He had to admit that even among the gods, there were those with some culture. "Indeed, I did awaken you. I want to kill the evil god Oswald. Go and do it." The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Motos erupted in anger. "Oswald is a main god-level evil god. You, a mere human, dare to toy with me? You're asking for death." Lu Zhang was speechless. How could this thing react so slowly? Was it because he had been asleep for too long, causing his bones to become brittle? But that didn't matter. There was still time. The skill True Blessing activated successfully, establishing the life channel. "Come on, let me see how powerful your attack is." New book: After divorce, all my celestial partners are chasing me. Synopsis: after 3 years of marriage, his wife was dissatisfied with their current life, believing she deserved better. At the urging of her best friend, she demanded a divorce. Facing his wife's scorn and ridicule, Lu Zhang loses all hope and agrees to the divorce. Little did he know that right after getting the divorce certificate, he was suddenly embraced by a white-clad female warrior in ancient attire. One after another, women of various backgrounds: a cold-hearted empress, a holy maiden of the demon cult, a celestial maiden of the Taoist sect, and a spoiled dragon princess appeared. All of them claimed to be Lu Zhang's one and only soulmate. They even fought fiercely for him, competing to give him precious pills and magical treasures. It turned out that 3 days later, the world pearl Lu Zhang had picked up a year ago would be activated, marking the beginning of his journey through countless worlds. He traversed 108 worlds, including martial arts, fantasy, and immortal realms, and in each world, he had a companion. With his help, these companions grew into the top-tier powerhouses of their respective worlds. 10,000 years later, a great battle erupted, causing time to become chaotic and multiple dimensions to merge. The various worlds began to overlap with the original world where Lu Zhang resided. Lu Zhang perished, his path to enlightenment shattered. However, each of his Tao companions obtained a fragment of the world pearl and, guided by the fragments, came to search for him. As the multiverse merged with reality, everyone was in danger. Yet, with the help of his Tao companions, Lu Zhang gradually reclaimed his position at the pinnacle, ruling the 9 heavens and treading upon the myriad realms of the multiverse. Chapter 140: The Cultured Demon God Can't Win, So You Insult. Please keep reading. Lu Zhang was eagerly anticipating how powerful an attack a god of his caliber could unleash. With multiple layers of invincible skills stacked, he wasn't worried about being instantly defeated. It all depends on how high the opponent's damage output is. Although Motos had just awakened, his level had reached 766, placing him among the most powerful beings in the upper god tier. In his rage, the skills he unleashed were no joke. A death spear formed from mana flew toward Lu Zhang's body. It arrives in an instant. However, Lu Zhang simply watched as it collided with his body and vanished instantly. The next moment, he felt his mana replenish completely. Lu Zhang was stunned. Motos was also stunned. As a high-ranking god, Motos had long noticed that Lu Zhang was not as simple as his displayed level of 300 suggested. He was undoubtedly a mid-tier god-level being. Therefore, the damage value of this Death Spear skill was a staggering 80 billion. Even a peak mid-tier god should have been reduced to critical condition. At the very least, the opponent should have sustained some minor injuries, right? But it was completely ineffective. How could that be possible? Lu Zhang, on the other hand, had finally realized what had happened. He had overlooked a crucial issue. After obtaining the Tongtian Jianmu skill, the most significant change wasn't the tenfold increase in his health points, but the drastic increase in his mana limit. Since he had mastered the skill Mana Annihilation from the Taotia, as long as the spell damage didn't exceed his mana limit, he could immune spell damage and even regain mana through such attacks. After being enhanced by Tongtian Jianmu, his mana limit had reached 128 billion. This means that any skill with a single spell damage output below 128 billion is ineffective against Lu Zhang. Not only does it fail to deal damage, but it also restores Lu Zhang's mana. Take Moto's skill, for instance. It directly restored Lu Zhang's mana to full. Moreover, Lu Zhang noticed that Moto's health was only a mere 540 billion. Combined with the base attribute feedback from his divine pet and the base attribute feedback from other summoned beasts, his total health reached a terrifying 230 billion. With 9 health bars, he now had a total health of 2070 billion. Now, with the heaven-reaching Jianmu expanding his health bar tenfold, his total health across 9 lives reached an astonishing 20,700 billion. Therefore, it seems the opponent cannot transfer any life force to himself. In fact, he has to transfer life force to the opponent. Quickly sever the life connection. The health of a high god is only this much. If we multiply that by 10 or 20 for a main god, it seems to be on the same level as myself. Moreover, I can use the heaven-reaching Jianmu to fully revive once. They can also use Nirvana Rebirth to revive and grow stronger once. After Nirvana Rebirth, I can release the heaven-reaching Jianmu again, allowing me to revive once more. That's 3 resurrection opportunities. Perhaps I can finally confront the main god directly? Moto snapped out of it and, refusing to believe it, unleashed another attack. This time, it wasn't just magical damage. Bone spears. 50 billion physical damage and 30 billion spell damage. Lu Zhang still didn't block it, letting his body take the full brunt of the attack. He just wanted to test how strong his defense was now. How long would it take for an upper-tier god to reduce his health by 10% without any defense? The result was extremely disappointing for Lu Zhang. This attack, after being reduced by half by the Avoid Death and Prolong Life passive ability, and then further mitigated by the Invulnerability effect, ultimately dealt only 28.5 million points of physical damage. Less than 30 million. Lu Zhang currently had 230 billion health points in a single health bar. At this rate of damage, he would need to stand still and take nearly 8,000 hits before losing a single health bar. This was assuming Lu Zhang's health did not regenerate. In reality, Lu Zhang has extremely high physical attributes, and with additional buff skills, his health regenerates rapidly. As for the 300 million points of magical damage, they were once again consumed by the Magic Annihilation ability, converting into Lu Zhang's magical energy. Motos, seeing that his attack had no effect, couldn't believe his eyes. Am I the demon god, or are you the demon god? Your health is so thick, and you're so hard to break through, are you kidding me? What the hell are you? Motos couldn't help but shout. Lu Zhang was stunned. He had just complimented this demon god for being somewhat cultured, and now it was cursing him back? You're asking for death. This time, it was Lu Zhang who lost his temper. He directly consumed 100 billion points of mana and released the skill Deathblade, the Rule Blade, dealing absolute true damage. It dealt 200 billion points of damage. With the 3 Holy Spirit physique bonuses, an additional 15% Holy Spirit power damage was dealt, totaling 30 billion points. With the Judgment power bonus, an additional 10% Judgment damage was dealt, totaling 20 billion points. Total damage, 250 billion. Moto's 540 billion HP vanished in an instant, nearly half of his total health. Blood Bar Vanish Technique. Immediately afterward, Lu Zhang noticed an issue. Moto's, this higher tier god, had a maximum mana pool of only 86 billion, while he currently had 128 billion. The characteristic of the mana bridge skill is that the party with the higher mana limit can forcibly draw mana from the party with the lower mana limit. Lu Zhang's eyes lit up, and he immediately used True Blessing combined with Mana Bridge to link the two parties' mana. He then channeled the remaining 65 billion mana from Moto's, sacrificing 5 billion of his own mana to reach 70 billion, and unleashed the Deathblade once more. Rule Blade, Absolute True Damage, Holy Spirit Power, Judgment Power, Additional Damage. The damage dealt was 175 billion points. 540 billion HP were reduced to 115 billion in an instant. Motos panicked. He couldn't even scratch the opponent, yet the opponent's health dropped to 1/5 with just 2 attacks. Moreover, his mana was no longer under his control, it had been stolen by the opponent. This is absolutely terrifying. This human is even more sinister than a demon god. Lu Zhang saw that the guy was still trying to escape, so he immediately summoned 100 clones to surround him and released the Deathblades together. Motos didn't put up any resistance and was instantly killed. The clones are highly effective. Although all attributes, including health and mana, were weakened to 1/10 of their original values. But all skills remain usable, meaning they can deal true damage. The biggest drawback of this ability, aside from not being able to be used across dimensions, is that mana and health regenerate too slowly. With all attributes reduced to 1/10 of their original values, the recovery speed has dropped to less than 1/10 of the original rate. A rough estimate suggests it's around 1% of the original values. In temporary combat, it can only be used once, as there isn't enough time for it to recover mana. But that's not bad. With the True Blessing skill, it guarantees true damage. The total true damage dealt by 100 clones exceeds that of the original body. If we create thousands or even tens of thousands of clones, even a main god might be instantly killed. Lu Zhang felt confident and decided to speed up the process and continue with the assessment. But before returning, he must ensure there are sufficient defensive forces here. Chapter 141, I approve. I approve of her. Don't touch her. Please keep reading. If he left, all the clones here would disappear. Speaking of which, to obtain enough targets to kill, he had no choice but to provoke Sandra, causing more demonic god realms to fuse with this world. Therefore, the responsibility for attracting more demon gods also fell on his shoulders. Therefore, before entering the undead plane to continue the assessment, Lu Zhang must first ensure that this side 1T be troubled by demon god issues in the short term. Eliminating Motos as a potential threat is also one of the tasks that need to be done. However, the most correct approach is to help them grow stronger. The matter of divine succession must be addressed. After leaving the Skeleton King's throne dungeon with the divine essence of a higher-ranked god, Lu Zhang immediately sought out Xue Feihua to inquire about the progress of the divine succession for those individuals. The result was that there had been no progress. Due to insufficient manpower, there was no one available to assist them in inheriting the divine throne. Based on previous experience, without assistance, they would be unable to successfully inherit the divine throne on their own. Going there would be like going to certain death. Leave it all to me. Let's start with the god of starlight and flames first. Lu Zhang looked at Liu Yan and said, "The Starflame god is merely the divine position of a lower-tier deity. Even if the succession is completed, it would not have a significant impact on the current situation. But at least it would be a force that could serve as one of the main pillars. Moreover, the evaluation for lower-tier gods is the simplest and can be completed the fastest. It's worth noting that during this time, these god title inheritors haven't been idle. At the very least, they've accumulated a significant amount of experience points and boosted their affinity to 100%. The Great Xiao Alliance has been developing for so long that there are still some methods available for improving affinity. The only remaining practical issue is to assist them in completing their evaluations. All divine succession requires meeting 3 conditions. First, 100% affinity. Second, completing several assessments. Third, condensing their divine essence. The area where they need Lu Zhang's assistance is the second condition. The assessment for the Starflame God consists of 3 tasks: defeating a level 400 Dominator class monster named Black Smoke Dragon, defeating a level 450 Sovereign class monster named Lava Elf Demon Lord, and retrieving the Starflame Divine Staff. This content is similar to the Frost God's assessment. However, the first 2 requirements do not demand a minimum demigod level combat power, and the final requirement requires either mastery of a divine artifact or power surpassing that of a lower tier god. Even Xue Feihua cannot guarantee success in this task. Lu Zhang can do it. Half an hour later, Liu Yan began to condense his divine essence, taking the final step toward inheriting the divine throne. Lu Zhang recalled the skill he mastered, Divine Power Blessing, which could directly grant divine power to the target. Perhaps it could accelerate the condensation of the divine essence. He gave it a try and found it actually worked. In just 1 hour, Liu Yan successfully condensed his divine essence, inherited the divine throne, and became the 560th level Starflame God. Currently, the level cap in this world is 600, so his power could now be fully unleashed. He sent him to help Xue Feihua alleviate the defensive pressure, and Lu Zhang began assisting the second person. Yu Jiming's Flying God was also a lower-tier divine title, and it took 1.5 hours to complete the inheritance. These 2 were just extras. Currently, the only one who could truly be of help was Qian Yunhe. The divine rank she is set to inherit is that of the Forest God, a mid-tier divine rank. Once she completes the divine rank inheritance, at the very least, when mid-tier demon gods undergo divine realm fusion, this world will still have a mid-tier divine power to rely on. The mid-tier god rank succession assessment consists of 4 items, 2 fewer than the upper-tier god rank and 1 more than the lower-tier god rank. Although there is only 1 additional item, the difficulty of each item has significantly increased. It is not as casual as the lower-tier god's divine title inheritance. The divine rank succession assessment for the forest god takes place within the Forest Kingdom dungeon. The first assessment is, traverse the Tree People Ocean. Regardless of the method used, as long as one can pass through this forbidden forest territory where flight is prohibited, the assessment is considered passed. If it were Lu Zhang himself, he would definitely burn the entire area to ashes. Experience points are too valuable to waste. But now, it's to help Qian Yunhe inherit the divine position, and time is tight, so the fastest method must be used. Qiankuan Teleportation. The skill of the long-armed monkey, which allows targeting 2 different locations and swapping their positions. Lu Zhang first uses the Voidwalk skill to teleport directly there, then swaps positions with Qian Yunhe, and teleports back himself. Speed Run. The second assessment task is, defeat the Devil Vine King. The Devil Vine is a monster corrupted by the aura of an evil god, lurking behind the Tree People Sea. The most powerful among them is the Devil Vine King, with a level of 500. There is no doubt that this is extremely dangerous for a divine heir. However, with just a glance, Lu Zhang reduced it to a sliver of health, then had Qian Yunhe finish it off. The assessment was passed. The third assessment task is, rescue the Forest Heart. The Forest Heart is a giant tree, or more accurately, the embodiment of the Forest Heart itself. With the fall of the Forest God, the Forest Heart tree withered away. Now shrouded in evil energies and corrupted by demonic energies, it cannot be restored. The Forest God's most powerful ability was its ability to heal and purify all things. Therefore, a task involving healing and purification was quite appropriate. Lu Zhang immediately cast the exorcism and purification skill of the Paisho to eliminate the evil aura's corruption, followed by the heavenly official's blessing of the Qilin to purify its soul, and finally, a burst of sacred light to instantly heal it. The forest heart revived, rejuvenated with new life. Next came the fourth and final test. A human face emerged from the great tree representing the forest heart, and it spoke slowly. The fourth test is to gain my approval. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Zhang. Your abilities are strong, I acknowledge you. Chen Yunhe heard this and immediately felt embarrassed. Wow! Am I here just to accompany her? Lu Zhang quickly waved his hands and said, it's not me taking the assessment, it's her. I'm just here to accompany her. You need to approve her. The forest heart looked at Chen Yunhe, furrowed his brows, and then looked at Lu Zhang. Although the forest energy within her is quite strong and her vitality is good, she still pales in comparison to you. Child, I recognize you more. Lu Zhang raised his eyebrows. I don't need your approval. I'm currently undergoing the Divine Succession exam for the position of Death God King, and I'm about to complete the 8th trial. The title of Forest God is nothing to me. Now that the Demon God has revived and begun to seize divine titles, if you don't want to be corrupted by the Demon God's power or even destroyed, you'd better acknowledge her now. Moreover, if you don't acknowledge her now, I will destroy you. As Lu Zhang spoke, he emanated a powerful aura, the pressure causing the forest heart to change color. I acknowledge her. I acknowledge her. Don't move. Chen Yunhe was stunned by his words. Is that even possible? Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 142, once again making the divine rank examiner feel threatened. Please continue reading. Directly threatening the examiner? Chen Yunhe couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how remarkable the young people of today were. The next moment, she received a notification that the 4th assessment had been completed. I can now begin the divine essence condensation. Chen Yunhe said excitedly. After waiting so long, I can finally become a god. Though it feels a bit unreal, it all happened in less than 10 minutes. She breezed through all 4 tests. And the one who helped her achieve this was just a level 300 professional. A professional who hasn't even completed the 6th transformation helped her pass the mid-tier god's divine succession exam in just 10 minutes. This sounds straight out of a fantasy novel. But this is the truth. The divine essence seed and Lu Zhang directly granted her a mid-tier god's divine essence, along with the divine power blessing skill effect. 2 hours later, Chen Yunhe has successfully inherited the divine title of Forest God from a mid-tier god. As a result, the Great Xiao Alliance finally had a combat force worthy of mention besides the upper god Wu Tuahai. At least for now, a mid-tier god-level combatant is still quite impressive. After completing the divine title inheritance, Lu Zhang sensed that the divine realms of the 8 insect-like demon gods had been completely destroyed. Check the task progress. 1 trillion kill targets, with a completion rate of 240 billion, just 1/4 of the way there. Still a long way to go. As Lu Zhang was contemplating whether to return to the insect nest plane to taunt Sandra and urge her to intensify the invasion of this world, he suddenly received a message from Wu Tuahai. Urgent. Head to the endless thundercloud instance. At this point, the only reason Wu Tuahai would seek help from him was that the thunder god trial of Xianyuan Wuji was in danger. Lu Zhang didn't hesitate and immediately teleported to the endless thunderclouds dungeon located in the East Sea. This instance did not belong to the Great Xiao Alliance. Strictly speaking, it did not belong to any place. Few people ever ventured inside. On one hand, it is far out in the East Sea. On the other, the thunderstorms there are terrifying, and anyone below the same tier would meet a grim fate if they entered. Being reduced to ashes by the thunder. Only Saint-tier professionals would dare to enter in search of treasures or to slay monsters. And this desolate place is the trial dungeon for the main god-tier deity, the Thunder God. To be precise, the true testing ground is the core area of the dungeon, within the thundercloud storm. To be honest, Lu Zhang hadn't anticipated any complications with Xianyuan Wuji's inheritance trial. He believed everything should have gone smoothly. After all, they had dispatched the current strongest force, the upper god Wu Tuahai, to assist Xianyuan Wuji in his divine rank inheritance. Moreover, Wu Tuahai was a subordinate deity directly under the Thunder God, wielding the power of thunder, and was absolutely capable of helping Xianyuan Wuji pass all the assessment contents. The divine rank assessment consists of 7 trials in total. The first 6 were indeed passed smoothly with Wu Tuahai's assistance. However, the 7th and final test is one that even Wu Tuahai cannot handle. In fact, it could be said that his involvement made the final test nearly impossible to complete. Lu Zhang rushed to the thundercloud storm and met Wu Tuahai. What's going on? Lu Zhang asked urgently. Wu Tuahai hurriedly replied. The 7th test involves enduring the trial of being struck by thunderbolts from above. Starting from an energy intensity of 400, it escalates until reaching the highest level perceivable within the thundercloud storm. In other words, due to my involvement, the highest level thunder strike test has been raised to level 788. At each level, a single thunderbolt strikes, and at levels above 700, I can only withstand around 40 strikes before my divine essence would likely be shattered. Although I am a god who controls thunder, this level of thunder from a main god is too high. I can only reduce some of the destructive power of the thunder, but I can't withstand it head-on. Lu Zhang laughed upon hearing this. So you're so sure I can withstand it? Wu Tuahai saw Lu Zhang's unconcerned expression and couldn't help but sigh in relief, then laughed as well. You can't withstand it, but your summoned beast, the Qilin, definitely can. It's a divine beast with 1000% affinity for thunder. I told you it's more suited to inherit the position of thunder god. Alright, the thunder has reached level 447. Hurry up and release it so it can go in and take the brunt of it. Lu Zhang shook his head and said, that is too wasteful. I'll go take the hit instead. Actually, I can handle it too. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhang flew directly to Xian Yuan Wuji's head. Senior, leave the rest to me. Lu Zhang said calmly. Upon seeing Lu Zhang appear, Xian Yuan Wuji didn't even entertain the thought that Lu Zhang might not be able to handle it. Instead, he sighed in relief and collapsed onto the ground. I knew you could do it, kid. It's all yours. Seeing this, Lu Zhang seriously doubted whether this old man had already found a young, beautiful girl, causing him to overwork himself. How could he look so exhausted? He was only struck by lightning dozens of times that should have been pretty thrilling. Lu Zhang thought for a moment, then transformed into a Qilin bull and flew toward the eye of the thunderstorm, where the lightning was striking. Because he felt it wasn't enough. As for the transformation, it was to better absorb this energy. This involved the issue of which passive skill triggered first. If Lu Zhang remained in human form, the first priority would be the passive skill Avoid Death and Prolong Life, which would immediately nullify half of the thunder energy. The second priority was the Magic Annihilation skill, which would absorb even more than half of the energy. The third priority is a comprehensive invincibility skill, which provides spell damage reduction. Even if a thunderbolt of 600 or 700 levels were to strike afterward, breaking through the mana annihilation effect, most of the remaining energy would still be blocked by the invincibility. The energy absorbed by Lu Zhang using the Thunder Domain skill was too little. However, now that Lu Zhang has transformed into a Qilin, the priority of all Qilin skills has increased. The first passive skill triggered is Thunder Realm Domain, allowing Lu Zhang to convert all the thunder energy into his own. As Lu Zhang rapidly approaches the eye of the thunderstorm, the entity seems to suddenly sense danger and begins to rapidly release thunderbolts in rapid succession. Starting from level 448, it released over 100 bolts in the blink of an eye. Although the thunder energy did not harm Lu Zhang, the repulsive force of the energy halted his upward momentum. Even at 574th level, the thunder didn't kill Lu Zhang, and the thundercloud storm continued to rage. In another breath, over 100 bolts of lightning were released, with the highest reaching level 689, the attack intensity of a peak mid-tier god. Lu Zhang continued to ascend. The highest level, 788, and the final bolt of thunder struck down. Lu Zhang wanted to go up and take a look. At that moment, a baby-faced figure read above the thunderclouds. It snarled, "The examination is over. Do not come any closer." Lu Zhang once again made the examiners of the divine rank assessment feel a tremendous threat. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 143, How could there be such a terrifying person? This divine artifact is terrified. Please continue reading. This thundercloud clearly had a bluffing exterior. If it were truly powerful, it could have simply shown Lu Zhang a taste of its strength. Now, it was clearly terrified of Lu Zhang getting closer, yet it still wanted to maintain its dignity. Seeing a cloud suddenly form into a human face, Lu Zhang was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation. Lu Zhang transformed back into human form and asked, "What are you?" The thundercloud replied arrogantly, "I am the divine artifact, the Thunder Eye. Who are you, and how dare you transform into a human?" Upon hearing this, a black line appeared on Lu Zhang's forehead. Although he knew the creature probably didn't mean it maliciously, the words sounded like an insult. "I'm human. The transformation was just one of my abilities." "Alright, since you say I passed the test, hurry up and help Xian Yuan inherit the position of Thunder God," Lu Zhang urged. Currently, the Water Star was being invaded by various dimensions. If there was a main god-level combat power to maintain the situation, Lu Zhang could enter the undead dimension with peace of mind to continue his test. The Thunder Eye clearly still harbored fear toward Lu Zhang and complied with his request without hesitation. "Alright, please begin condensing your divine essence, divine successor." Lu Zhang had just displayed something truly terrifying. It was as if he intended to devour it entirely. Therefore, the Thunder Eye was eager for Xian Yuan Wuji to complete the divine succession so it could avoid being devoured. How could there be such a terrifying human being? This divine artifact is terrified. Xian Yuan Wuji watched this dramatic scene and was momentarily speechless. Not to mention the Thunder Eye, even he was startled when he saw Lu Zhang charging recklessly toward the source of the thunder. Although he believed Lu Zhang could help him through this crisis, he didn't think charging directly toward the source of that terrifying energy was the right thing to do. That was no different from throwing oneself into a fire. No, it was far more dangerous. But now it seemed like the one sensing the danger was the thing that had released the thunder, known as the Thunder Eye. Fortunately, everything went smoothly in the end. The succession to the divine throne has begun. Xian Yuan Wuji now held a divine essence of a mid-tier god in his hand. He had already reached the semi-god level and had a strong grasp of divine power. Lu Zhang still bestowed upon him the divine power blessing along with several other auras and auxiliary skills to help him swiftly complete the divine succession. Thanks to the fear brought by Lu Zhang, the Thunder Eye, a divine artifact, was also assisting Xian Yuan Wuji in attaining his divine status. Additionally, Wu Tuahai, the higher-ranked god affiliated with the Thunder God, was present. With such extensive assistance, Xian Yuan Wuji completed his divine succession in a short period of time. In just 4 hours, he directly transcended the ranks of demigod, lower-tier god, middle-tier god, and upper-tier god, and entered the realm of the main gods. The powerful aura caused Lu Zhang's eyes to light up. Xian Yuan Sr., come on, let the thunder come even more fiercely. As Lu Zhang demanded to be struck by lightning, a new divine realm instance descended upon the water star. Sandra, provoked by Lu Zhang, dispatched her subordinates to invade the water star. It knew that 8 lower-tier gods were insufficient to defeat Lu Zhang, so at least a mid-tier god was required. Therefore, the initial 8 lower-tier gods were sacrificial pawns in her plan. The true trump card was the mid-tier gods. Of course, to unleash the full power of the mid-tier gods, the level restriction of the water star must be broken. The fusion of the divine realm instances was essential. However, her own forces were limited, and invading the water star was a task for all the evil gods. Sandra didn't want to risk losing all her subordinates. Therefore, she consulted with several other evil gods and finally decided on the 10 evil gods who would lead the invasion of the water star. Yes, this time, she would dispatch 10 mid-tier demon gods at once. 10 divine realm dungeon fusions will be realized. 4 from the insect nest plane, 3 from the undead plane, and 3 from the abyss plane. The complete fusion of a single mid-tier god's divine realm can raise the level cap of this world to 610. 10 mid-tier gods are more than enough to raise it to 700. That is the level limit for mid-tier gods. However, it is clear that if the goal is merely to send mid-tier deity-level forces, they would not dispatch 10 mid-tier deities at once. This is clearly an attempt to break through the restrictions and allow higher-tier gods above level 700 to descend as well. Fortunately, the fusion of divine realm copies is not an overnight process. The fusion of a lower-tier god's divine realm copy takes 2 to 3 days, while a mid-tier god requires at least 20 days or even a month or more. This amount of time seems insignificant to gods. For ordinary practitioners, it wouldn't significantly boost their combat power. But for Xue Feihua, Chen Yunhe, and the others, this might be their only chance for survival. As long as Lu Zhang and Xian Yuan Wuji return safely, even if a high-ranking god were to descend, there wouldn't be much danger. After Lu Zhang entered the Endless Thundercloud dungeon, all his avatars disappeared. The main god-level Divine Realm dungeon clearly possesses planar attributes, which means that main god-level beings can threaten the use of the external avatar skill. Lu Zhang discovered this immediately upon entering the instance. Therefore, the only defensive force on the water sphere now is the few gods Lu Zhang recently helped attain godhood. The highest combat power is the forest god Chen Yunhe. However, the situation is still under control. On the first day of fusion, only a large number of monsters appeared, and the demon god did not show up. Now that the level limit has been broken, only life forms below level 620 are permitted to exert their power. Clearly, those few mid-tier demon gods are of a high rank. If they cannot fully unleash their power and are suppressed into this plane, according to Sandra's feedback, they are likely to be directly eliminated by Lu Zhang. Sandra places a very high value on Lu Zhang's combat strength. After consulting with several demon gods, they made a unanimous decision to gather the combined strength of 10 mid-tier gods to eliminate Lu Zhang in one fell swoop. This is the top priority. Everything else can be put on hold for now. Therefore, these demon gods must wait until everyone can emerge before invading the water star together. Pursue Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang bears the mark of Sandra, and the 4 mid-tier gods of the insect race can easily pinpoint his location. However, 10 mid-tier demon gods are no small force, and the number of monsters within their divine realms is also considerable. Moreover, their ranks are all quite high. This has placed immense war pressure on the Great Xia Alliance. However, this is also an opportunity. Such a high density of monsters means that killing them yields a large amount of experience points. Many people can achieve a relatively rapid level increase in a short period of time. This is a pace that most people cannot achieve during peacetime, as dungeon monsters are also a resource, and ordinary people have limited access to such resources. Large-scale wars are the easiest way to gain experience points through killing enemies, which can be considered an opportunity. However, overall, the situation is not optimistic. Chapter 144, 1 trillion. And this is just one of the assessments. Please keep reading. Xian Yuan Wuji is now a supreme god, possessing immense power. He used the Thunder Eye to unleash thunderbolts at Lu Zhang, which were completely absorbed by the latter and converted into experience points. After 2 hours of continuous attacks, Lu Zhang finally allowed him to stop. although this method is quite satisfying. However, at this stage, acquiring more experience points is useless. Passing the assessment is the most important thing. Therefore, the priority now was to focus on the assessment task. Lu Zhang needed to leave this place quickly and continue provoking the bug god to eliminate more targets. Now that he has the assistance of the supreme god Xianyuan Wuji, perhaps he can directly infiltrate the insect nest dimension and eliminate that demon god. Lu Zhang thought about it and decided against it. The demon god is planning to invade the water star, and if he were to actively venture deep into the insect nest plane, he might be surrounded and attacked by multiple main god level demon gods. That was too risky. That place is somewhere Lu Zhang doesn't even want to go himself. He is only sending a clone in for now. Currently, the human race only has Xianyuan Wuji as a main god level combat power. There was once a golden dragon god who could barely be considered a main god level combatant, but that guy went straight to the divine realm and hasn't returned yet. Considering the worst case scenario, he might have already been killed. We can't rely on him. We must have Xianyuan Wuji stationed at the main base. We can't let him take any risks. We'll take it step by step. Lu Zhang isn't in a hurry. As long as he can complete his class change and master the power of an upper tier god, his external avatars will also possess that level of combat strength. At that point, with tens of thousands of upper god avatars, even a main god wouldn't stand a chance. Even now, he isn't particularly afraid of main gods. Through Xianyuan Wuji, Lu Zhang has also gained a general understanding of the attributes of a main god tier being. A newly promoted lower tier main god already has a base health pool of over 5 trillion, with each subsequent level increase adding 100 billion to their health. The base mana value is over 1 trillion, increasing by 10 billion for each level. In other words, a peak tier main god has over 15 trillion HP and over 2 trillion mana. In his fully skilled state, Lu Zhang possesses 2 trillion HP and can revive 3 times, so he is not without a chance of victory. After all, the skills he obtained from his divine pet are extremely powerful. In theory, as long as his mana is sufficient and his health is sufficient, he can go head to head with main gods or even god kings. These are all matters for later. Let us focus on completing the 1 trillion kill targets first. Lu Zhang, Xianyuan Wuji, and Wu Tuahai emerged from the dungeon together. As soon as they left the dungeon's range, they sensed a massive presence of demonic energy and demon-corrupted monsters. The three exchanged glances and immediately flew toward the nearest gathering of monsters. Upon seeing a divine realm dungeon continuously spewing out monsters, Xianyuan Wuji and Wu Tuahai's expressions darkened. Lu Zhang's eyes lit up. "These are all mine!" Lu Zhang exclaimed excitedly. Before he could finish speaking, numerous divine pets were summoned. A bridge of magical energy was established, consuming 150 billion units of magical energy. First, 1,500 avatars were summoned, which was more than enough to stabilize the situation here. Xianyuan Wuji and Wu Tuahai watched as Lu Zhang raised his hand and created 1,500 avatars with combat power reaching the lower mid-tier god level, leaving them utterly shocked. What kind of skill is this? How long can these avatars last? Wu Tuahai couldn't help but ask. Lu Zhang smiled and said, "As long as I don't die, or I don't leave this plane, I can continue to exist." Holy crap! That's too awesome! Although he was already a deity, Wu Tuahai couldn't help but let out a curse. It was simply because the power of this skill had surpassed his understanding. Although these clones seemed significantly weaker than the original body, their combat power was still formidable, remaining in the same tier. In other words, when summoned, they possessed the same combat power as their original form. In same-level battles, group attacks were an unbeatable strategy. One-on-one duels? The opponent has to fight 10,000 clones of you alone. Just thinking about it is terrifying. And if 10,000 clones work together to help fight monsters and level up, wouldn't that be a game changer if obtained early on? Of course, in reality, obtaining it early is useless. Because this skill requires a hard and fast 1 million mana points to summon a single clone. Even the lowest tier true god only has 5 million mana points. A normal professional would need to reach at least level 450 and have over 10 million mana points to summon a single avatar. Therefore, it's completely useless in the early stages. Such rules-based abilities require a certain level of power to use effectively. Once mastered, however, they become incredibly powerful. At this moment, 1,500 avatars completely controlled the invasion situation in this dungeon. Lu Zhang spoke up. "Xianyuan Senior, Wu Senior, let's split up. The dungeons are invading everywhere now, we need to spread out to save more people." "Alright. We'll meet again once the dungeon fusion is stabilized." Both of them had a broad perspective and didn't argue with Lu Zhang. They immediately flew off in different directions. Lu Zhang also departed. Although he could create more clones to increase his killing efficiency, 1,500 clones were sufficient to control the situation. He needed to hurry to other locations to prevent the situation from worsening further. Out of the 10 Divine Realm copies, Lu Zhang swiftly subdued 7 on his own, while the remaining 2 were handled by Wu Tuahai, Xianyuan Wuji, and Xian Yunhe leading their forces. With this division of forces, the monster's fierce assault on various cities was halted. Then, Lu Zhang proceeded to deploy more avatars to different areas one by one. After all, even with 1,500 avatars, the killing speed was still too slow. Each dungeon was increased to 15,000 avatars. In one go, he created a total of 150,000 avatars. Xian Yuan Wuji watched the avatars slicing through the demonic monsters and exclaimed, "This is a revolutionary force. If you wish, you could destroy the entire world or any world at any time." Lu Zhang, however, chuckled lightly. "You should be able to sense the limitations of this skill. It's effective against gods of the main god rank and below, but if you're facing gods of the main god rank or above, once the god realm is activated, severing the connection between me and my avatars would be easy." Xian Yuan Wuji also smiled and said, "Even if you sever the connection, you can summon more. At the very least, you can maintain 1,000 or 2 avatars to assist in battle, which is more than enough to turn the tide. You've given me another huge surprise. By the way, how's your class change quest progressing?" Lu Zhang pointed at his avatars engaged in battle and laughed. "That's already underway." "Oh? Is your class change quest to kill enough monsters? 100 billion? Do you need to reach a certain level first? 100 billion should be easy for you." Xian Yuan Wuji asked in astonishment. Lu Zhang spread his hands. 1 trillion. And this is just one of the assessments in the job change quest. Chapter 145, The Abyss of Slaughter, the Demon Realm breaks through again. Please keep reading. After Lu Zhang recounted his entire job change quest, even Xian Yuan Wuji fell silent. His inheritance assessment task as a main god tier deity was a life or death ordeal. Without the help of Wu Tuahai and Lu Zhang, it would be nearly impossible to complete. According to Xian Yuan Wuji's assessment, to participate in the assessment for a main god tier position or higher, one must possess at least true god tier combat strength. And if the main god tier was already so difficult, the god king tier, the ultimate assessment. The difficulty was unimaginable. To put it simply, the target of killing 1 trillion enemies, each of which is at least level 30, is already terrifying enough. Without the fusion of the Divine Realm dungeon and the monster invasion, Lu Zhang would likely have had to venture deep into the Abyss dungeon to complete the task. But now, the task is nearly complete. The monsters in the Divine Realm dungeon at the mid-god tier are numerous, with each having at least 80 billion in number, excluding those killed by others and those below level 30. Out of the 10 dungeons, over 400 billion monsters were killed by Lu Zhang's outer avatars. The 10 mid-tier divine-level evil gods had originally planned to wait until after the fusion was complete before joining forces to kill Lu Zhang. However, Lu Zhang's avatars had already wiped out their respective dungeons, along with the 10 evil gods themselves. But that was still insufficient. When combined with the previously accumulated kills, the total was only just over 600 billion, still far short of the target. Xian Yuan Wuji had extensive knowledge about the evil gods, especially after becoming a main god, as he seemed to have received a great deal of information about the gods. He spoke up. This time, the demon gods dispatched 10 mid-tier gods to fuse with divine realm copies all at once. Clearly, it wasn't just to allow mid-tier demon gods to rampage. Rather, it was to prepare for the fusion of divine realm copies belonging to higher-tier gods. Once this fusion is complete, it will be the time for high-tier demon gods to descend upon the Water Star. At that time, the number of wild monsters will likely be far greater than this time. Although I can face the higher-tier demon gods without fear, the monsters scattered across various locations will undoubtedly put immense pressure on the defenses of each city. If you were here, you would be much safer. Based on the current progress of the realm fusion, it should take about half a month to complete the fusion of the mid-tier gods' realms. Do you have confidence that you can complete the assessment by then? Lu Zhang pondered for a moment. If everything goes smoothly, it should be manageable. I'll head to the Abyss Demon Realm to obtain more targets to eliminate and aim to complete this assessment within 3 days, then proceed to the final assessment. Xian Yuan Wuji frowned and suggested. Why don't I go with you? Although you're very strong, facing a main god level demon god is still too dangerous. Lu Zhang smiled and said, compared to me, it's safer for you to stay and oversee the Great Xia Alliance. If you go with me on this dangerous mission, there will be no one left to hold the fort here. The current threats facing the Water Star realm require at least one main god to stay behind so everyone can live in peace. If you have nothing else to do, use these days to help the saint-level professionals, including my master, level up as quickly as possible. Our current strength is still insufficient. We need more professionals to inherit the divine seats. You've really risen up now. You're even arranging things for me. Alright, I'll do as you say, but there's one condition: you must bring me back alive and unharmed. Xian Yuan Wuji patted Lu Zhang on the shoulder and said. After finishing off the remaining monsters in the various Divine Realm dungeons, Lu Zhang arrived at the Abyss Demon Cave dungeon outside Tiannan City and directly entered the Abyss Demon Realm through the 9th layer. Upon arriving in the Abyssal Demon Realm, he equipped the black gold title Abyssal Demon God he had obtained from defeating over 100 million Abyssal demons of level 30 or above. This title granted an additional 10% spell damage against demons, as well as 1/10 of spell damage, greatly enhancing monster killing efficiency. After equipping the title, Lu Zhang immediately transformed into the form of a flame demon and then released his outer avatar to create more demonic clones. Lu Zhang intended to unleash a massacre in the Abyss Demon realm and dared not use positive energy. The sheer number of his kills could attract the attention of a main god-level demon god. Therefore, the safest approach is to transform into a demon's form, infiltrate enemy ranks, disperse, and then unleash a massacre. In this way, there would be flame demons slaughtering in various locations, which wouldn't seem particularly out of place. After all, in the Abyss Demon realm, slaughter between different races was a common occurrence. As the ruling demon clan at the lower echelons of the Abyss Demon realm, slaughtering other lower-tier demons is a common occurrence. Lu Zhang continued to slaughter while creating clones and moving deeper into the abyss. Along the way, he left behind numerous clones that had transformed into flame demons. Within just 3 days, the entire Abyss Demon realm was overrun by a horde of flame demons. Lu Zhang created over 1 million clones, each possessing combat power rivaling that of a mid-tier god. They killed anything that moved, regardless of what it was. Even other flame demons were not spared. No, they specifically targeted other flame demons to kill. Lu Zhang, after all, had a flame demon as his divine pet. With this golden opportunity, he couldn't afford to miss out on collecting some flame demon hearts to help it evolve. After some effort, it successfully evolved into a 3-star legendary divine pet. However, to further enhance it, he would need to defeat a flame demon of the main god tier at least. Lu Zhang is a contented person. When he saw that the number of kills had exceeded his expectations, reaching over 1.3 billion, he immediately fled. If he didn't run, he'd never get away. Numerous clones were annihilated by several main gods. It seemed they had discovered the issue and were investigating. It wouldn't be long before they found him. Lu Zhang hurriedly escaped from the Abyss Demon realm. Upon exiting the Abyss Demon realm, he happened to encounter Mu Yunlan and the others. It was no easy feat to catch a glimpse of Lu Zhang. Yang Dong and Wang Jun rushed forward and shouted, "Boss, I've missed you so much. Where have you been all this time?" Yang Dong asked. Lu Zhang casually replied, "I just arrived in the Abyss Demon realm and killed hundreds of billions of Abyss Demons. I was being chased by a group of main god-level evil gods, so I had to escape quickly." Mu Yunlan and the others were speechless. If it were anyone else, even a saint-level professional, Wang Jun would have mocked them immediately. "You're just bragging." But the person in front of them was Lu Zhang, a professional of the same age who had once defeated a mid-tier god. His excellence required no exaggeration. So these words could only be the truth. It could only be said that Lu Zhang's strength truly exceeded their imagination. The gap between people can sometimes be this obvious. Keep working hard. I've got to go take the God King exam. I'll be busy for now. Let us meet up again when I get back. Before he finished speaking, Lu Zhang vanished from the spot. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent once again. Wow, you're about to inherit the title of God King, and you still have time to hang out with us third-tier professionals? Mu Yunlan, Ji Zirua, and Dantai Mingyue exchanged glances, seeing the deep sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. She had already been desperately trying to catch up with Lu Zhang's footsteps. But he was about to become a god king, towering above all gods, while they, even among mortals, were just insignificant beings. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 146, Must we really kill the main god? Let us just do it. Please keep reading. The chance encounter with a classmate was just a minor detour. When Lu Zhang came into contact with Xianyuan Wuji, he had already severed all ties with petty romantic affairs. Perhaps there could be a future, but not now. His eyes were fixed on becoming stronger and using that strength to protect the Great Xiao Alliance and ensure the safety of his parents. If he couldn't even provide his parents with a safe place to live, what's the point of talking about love? He wasn't the type to obsess over romance even if the world were to end. After leaving the abyss, Lu Zhang immediately headed to the undead realm without even meeting up with Xianyuan Wuji and the others. After all, there was no point in doing so. This time, he was going to complete the final assessment on his own. If it went smoothly, he could leave immediately. If he couldn't get out, meeting them now would only cause unnecessary trouble for others. Lu Zhang has always been the type to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just do it and get it over with. In the Abyss Demon realm, after completing 1 trillion kills, the system clearly showed that the 8th assessment had been completed. However, the content of the 9th assessment did not appear. It was clear that the 9th assessment could only be unlocked after entering the Death Temple. Lu Zhang charged straight ahead, arriving at the location where he had been teleported earlier. The content of the 9th assessment finally appeared. Along with it came the reward for the 8th assessment. Ding! You have completed the 8th assessment of the Death God King's Throne Succession Trial, Reaping Lives. Congratulations on obtaining the reward, Death Affinity plus 20% Divine Technique, Blooming of the Afterlife. Current Death Affinity, 200%. 9th Assessment Task, Eliminate all other assessors. Description: The path to the throne is inevitably filled with death. There is only one throne. You must eliminate all other test takers to inherit the true throne of the God King. Reward, Death Affinity plus 20% Divine Technique, Fusion of Darkness. Upon seeing the content of this assessment task, Lu Zheng couldn't help but sigh. This was actually the worst possible outcome. Before entering this place to participate in the assessment, Lu Zheng had always believed that as long as he passed the assessment, inherited the Divine King's throne, and then killed that main god-level demon god, it would be a piece of cake. However, as he passed each assessment task, he grew increasingly convinced that the Divine King's assessment was no simple matter. In the end, it might just be setting him up for a major setback. The worst-case scenario was the task before him. He must first kill a main god before he could inherit the title of God King. Perhaps, when the previous God King set the inheritance assessment tasks, he had assumed that the strongest among the other candidates would only be a lower-tier god. But he probably never imagined that a demon god would covet the position of God King, and that a main god would also participate in the God King's succession trial. This means that Lu Zheng must kill a main god to inherit the divine throne. Under normal circumstances, which candidate could possibly reach the level of a main god? This is almost a certain death sentence. However, for Lu Zheng, there was still a sliver of hope. Upon receiving this task, Lu Zheng immediately sensed the location of another divine exam participant, the main god-level demon god Oswald. As a main god, it possesses immense power. The trials set by the God King cannot be directly broken or ignored, like how lower-tier demon gods seize the divine seats of mid-tier gods through force. However, it also possessed certain privileges. The previous 8 trials had been skipped entirely, and it was waiting here for the final trial to arrive. Now, the moment has finally arrived. It seemed to have waited far too long. Upon sensing someone's presence, it hesitated for a moment. In fact, it had considered many strategies before, such as having other demon gods participate in the trials to complete the final battle. But once it entered this place, it was trapped. And the assessment for the position of God King, aside from Lu Zheng, who was forced to participate due to a job transfer task, no one else would dare to attempt it. Therefore, when Lu Zheng appeared, Oswald thought he was hallucinating. And when it saw that Lu Zheng was only a mere 300th level cultivator, it burst into laughter. Ha ha! Such a weak candidate has dared to come here. Being able to reach the final trial is your greatest luck, but now, your luck has come to an end. Lu Zheng looked at the monster before him, which stood over 1,300 meters tall, had a horse's head, 2 bull horns, a human-like torso, and 4 legs. He was speechless. Even as a main god-level demon, it didn't even have the awareness that villains often die because they talk too much. With just that much effort, Lu Zheng had already completed the summoning of his divine pets, the construction of the magical bridge, and the summoning of 1,500 external avatars. This creature might have been locked up here for too long and wasn't in a hurry to kill Lu Zheng. Seeing Lu Zheng release so many divine pets and clones, it couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. You do have some skills. This divine technique is quite impressive. If I devour your brain, perhaps I can obtain your abilities. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng immediately activated his piercing golden eyes to scan the target before him. 100 billion units of magical power were depleted, and Oswald's information was revealed before Lu Zheng. Evil God, Oswald. Level, LV.835 Main God. Life, 890 billion 890 billion. Magic power, 145 billion 145 billion. Strength, 28.5 million. Agility, 24.45 million. Spirit, 23.8 million. Constitution, 27 million. Skills, Frenzy Storm, Demon Lord's Blade, Greed's Breath, Dark Magic Shield, Demon Prison, 10,000 Demons Assault, Abyss Gate, True Form of the Evil God Passive, Gluttony Passive. Lu Zheng directly obtained Oswald's transformations through 72 transformations and acquired Oswald's skills through hearing all laws. The first skill obtained was Gluttony. Skills, Gluttony Passive. Effect, you have an intense desire to consume everything. Swallowing something may randomly increase your base attributes or grant you a skill. No wonder he said that eating Lu Zheng might allow him to obtain his skills. So that's the passive ability he has. It seems likely that this guy possesses other skills as well. However, the piercing golden eyes only reveal the most fundamental base information, so it's impossible to determine what other skills this demon god possesses. After a brief analysis, it's likely that the opponent hasn't mastered the skills of the Death God King, as the God King's skills are definitely of a high enough rank to be included in the basic information. Regardless, before the battle began, Lu Zheng had already obtained its skills, which counts as gaining a significant amount of information. Meanwhile, the opponent clearly still holds a dismissive attitude toward Lu Zheng. Comparing the two, Lu Zheng felt his chances of winning were still quite high. Regardless of anything else, he would first activate True Blessing, then throw a Death God King skill at Oswald, causing the Beyond the Shore flower to bloom. Consuming 1 million points of mana, instantly converting half of the opponent's mana into death energy, dealing damage equal to the converted mana. Oswald's mana isn't small, he has 145 billion. Taking away half of that is 725 billion, reducing Oswald's health by the same amount. A reduction of over 70 billion HP may not amount to even 1/10 of Oswaldo's total HP, but it's still no small loss. Such a sudden drop in health must have startled it. Brothers, if this book isn't enough for you, check out the new one, After Divorce, Lovers from All Worlds Come Chasing After Me. Click the link below to read it now. Recommendation: just divorced, and now I'm being forcefully kissed by lovers from all worlds. Chapter 147, Revive and Kill Again. A main god dies like this? Please keep reading. The skill Blooming Flowers of the Afterlife is incredibly powerful. While reducing health is one aspect, its most powerful feature lies in stripping the opponent of their mana. Essentially, it's a powerful control skill that applies a status effect. However, this skill can actually be interrupted. As a main god, once you sense this skill, especially when facing an enemy whose level and power are far below your own, interrupting it is quite easy. But Lu Zhang happens to have the divine pet Jianma providing the divine technique True Blessing. By consuming 10 billion mana points, he ensured the skill's 100% effectiveness. Meanwhile, casting Beyond the Shore only requires 1 million mana points. 10 billion and 10 million mana points erase the opponent's 725 billion mana and 725 billion health points, an absolute windfall. It can only be said that the combined effect of the two divine techniques is simply unbeatable. Most importantly, Lu Zhang's avatar can also use these two skills. Although the avatar's attributes are less than 1/10 of the original body's, it still possesses over 10 billion mana points. As a result, the effects of multiple blooming of the other shore skills were stacked, causing Oswald to become utterly terrified. 725 billion mana points were quickly halved to 362.5 billion, then halved again to 181 billion, halved once more to 90 billion, 45 billion, 23 billion, 10 billion, and finally 5 billion gone. This cumulative effect resulted in nearly 1,500 billion points of health being reduced. However, the complete depletion of mana was the most significant impact on Oswald. Without mana, all active skills were rendered useless, except for passive abilities. At the godly tier, damage output is explosive, relying on skills to block damage and deal damage. Without mana to cast skills, this is absolutely disastrous. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang discovered the correct usage of the skill Blooming Beyond the Shore through this battle. By continuously using multiple clones, he can keep the target's mana at critically low levels, effectively rendering them unable to use skills. All that's left is to unleash relentless damage. Critical Strike Aura, Luck Aura, Judgment Power, Holy Spirit Power, Genjin Power, Emu Power, multiple buff effects stacked. Then, the True Blessing skill ensures the next attack deals 100% true damage. 5 Thunder Strikes. Skill, 5 Thunder Strikes. Effect, consumes a minimum of 5 million mana points, gathering the 5 elements Divine Thunder into 1 point, dealing a minimum of 50 million points of massive thunder spell damage to a single target. This is Lu Zhang's skill with the highest single target damage output. The 5 elements Divine Thunder, with all 5 attributes fully charged, deals explosive damage. Requires 200 billion mana to cast, dealing 2,500 billion points of damage. Critical Strike Aura activates, tripling damage to 7,500 billion points. Additionally, it grants an extra 10% Judgment Power damage, 15% Holy Spirit Power damage, 5% Genjin Power damage, and 5% Emu Power damage, bringing the total damage to 10,125 billion points. Originally, Oswald's passive skill True Form of the Evil God could nullify 20% of spell damage. However, the True Blessing skill has a higher priority than his passive skill, so it cannot take effect. He also has an active defensive skill, Dark Magic Shield, which can nullify 500 billion points of damage. Any damage exceeding 500 billion points is reduced by 10%. However, this skill requires 100 billion mana to activate. Oswald's mana has been completely drained by Lu Zhang's clone using the Blooming Beyond the Shore skill. Both passive and active skills are ineffective. 1 trillion points of true damage, yet its health is only 890 billion, and it had already lost 150 billion from the Blooming Beyond the Shore skill, resulting in an instant kill with a single move. Health bar emptied. However, it did not die immediately. Because the passive skill Demon God's True Form activated after the True Protection effect. Skill, Demon God's True Form passive. Effect, immune to 20% spell damage, 20% physical damage, and 20% mental damage upon death. It can resurrect at the same location with all attributes weakened to 50% of their original values. The True Form state is disabled, and the Demon God True Form state is restored after absorbing sufficient soul energy. Upon reviving, Oswald immediately cast a Dark Magic Shield on himself. However, Lu Zhang had already obtained its skills through 72 transformations and Hearing All Laws. He naturally guarded against this move. As soon as it cast the Dark Magic Shield, Lu Zhang's avatar used the True Blessing skill combined with Blooming of the Afterlife to drain its mana completely. Lu Zhang now possessed 19 divine pets, all upgraded to level 500, with a minimum of 800 million mana points each. Among them, Jiangqi and Kuanping each had 2 billion mana points, totaling nearly 18 billion mana points combined. Lu Zhang himself possesses 13 billion mana points. In total, that's 310 billion points. He had already consumed 200 billion points earlier and now plans to expend another 100 billion to unleash the attack. Still with multiple buffs stacked, True Protection, and the 5 Thunder Strikes. Terrifying thunder once again gathered and descended upon Oswald's head.
100 billion points of mana, base damage of 12 million points, tripled to 36 million points, and after various buffs, reaching 48.6 million points.
The dark magic shield nullifies 500 billion points of damage, reducing it by 10%, leaving 3,924 billion points remaining. After reviving, Oswald's health is only half of its original value, which is 445 billion points. Under the True Strike, his passive skills became ineffective. It still had 526 billion HP remaining. However, at this moment, the judgment effective by Zay's Judgment Power skill triggered. Since Oswald's maximum health bar is 890 billion, 10% of that is 89 billion health points. When the target's health drops below 10% of its total health, the judgment effect triggers, and the health bar is reset to 0.
Oswald, who had just been revived, was instantly killed once again.
Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating LV.835 and the main god and demon god Oswald 1. You have obtained 89 billion experience points. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 main god tier divine rank. Ding!
You have completed the 9th requirement of the Death God King's throne succession trial. Eliminate all other trial participants.
Congratulations!
You have obtained the reward Death Affinity plus 20% Divine Technique, Fusion of Darkness.
Current death affinity, 220%. Ding! Congratulations!
You have completed all 9 trials of the Death God King's inheritance. You may now begin the process of inheriting the title of Death God King. Lu Zhang stared at the prompt and the divine rank that had dropped, stunned.
A main god, just like that?
Although he had killed him with his own hands, having calculated every step to bring him down. But seeing this message in front of him, Lu Zhang still felt a sense of disbelief. After all, he was still just an ordinary adventurer at level 300 who hadn't completed his 6th transformation. The experience points gained from killing a main god were astronomical, but he still couldn't absorb them all due to level restrictions, so he could only continue accumulating them. Coming to his senses, Lu Zhang looked at his class change quest. He didn't want to inherit the title of Death God King. He needed to figure out how to handle this situation.
Chapter 148, External Avatar, Death God King. Divine Summoning Technique. Please keep reading. Lu Zhang glanced at the task requirements. Task requirements: prevent Oswald from completing the assessment and seize the title of Death God.
He glanced at the description again. The first requirement was to stop Oswald from completing the assessment and kill him, which had already been accomplished.
The second requirement is to seize the throne of death. It only says to seize it, not to inherit it.
The conditions for inheriting the Death God's throne are threefold: achieving 100% death affinity, completing the 9 trial contents, and condensing the divine essence. Lu Zhang is currently only missing the final step of condensing his divine essence.
However, he does not wish to become the Death God King.
That would mean being completely bound by the constraints of the throne. But others clearly cannot complete the 9 trials of death again, as the 9th trial involves killing the other participants. In other words, the next person must kill Lu Zhang to complete the task. Clearly, Lu Zhang does not want to inherit the divine position and cannot die. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Is there a possibility that I don't inherit it, but let my external avatar inherit it instead? Although it seems a bit unlikely. But upon closer consideration, it seemed very suitable. The avatar is also Lu Zhang, having passed the 9 trials and reaching a death affinity of 220%, just one step away from condensing the divine essence. Lu Zhang's external avatar is extremely powerful, with only its base attributes being 1/10 of the originals, while all other aspects are virtually identical to him. Having it inherit the divine position makes perfect sense. Once Lu Zhang had this idea, he couldn't stop himself. He immediately had one of his avatars take the newly obtained main god level divine essence and begin to condense his own divine essence. He also kindly released the divine power blessing to assist the avatar in obtaining divine power. Divine power isn't exactly a high tier ability. Lu Zhang could have mastered it long ago. As soon as the level restriction was lifted, he could level up rapidly. The process of condensing the divine essence began. Divine power gradually gathered, and in less than 10 minutes, a divine core containing pure death divine power formed within Lu Zhang's avatar. To be precise, Lu Zhang had condensed the divine core within his avatar. However, the rank of this divine core was merely equivalent to that of a lower tier god. Just as Lu Zhang was contemplating when the divine rank inheritance would begin, an unexpected event occurred. He watched as the experience points he had accumulated rapidly decreased, vanishing by more than half in the blink of an eye. And it continued to decrease. At the same time, the divine essence within his avatar underwent a rapid transformation and enhancement, instantly reaching the level of a mid-tier god. In another blink, it reached the level of a high-ranking god. When Lu Zhang's accumulated experience points were depleted by 99%, it underwent a transformation and became a main god. At that moment, the prompt for divine succession finally appeared before his eyes. Ding! You have completed the divine trial, the 3 conditions of the Death God King. The succession to the throne of the Death God King has begun.
Immediately afterward, the aura of the avatar before him underwent a massive transformation. Surge after surge of death god energy converged from all directions, instantly elevating the main god level divine essence to the god king level. Lu Zhang could see the changes in the avatar's information. Outer avatar, Death God King. Rank, LV.949 God King. Life, 549 trillion. Magic power, 149 billion. Lu Zhang was utterly speechless. Though he had been eagerly anticipating this and felt confident, seeing it actually succeed left him in disbelief. He had truly obtained an avatar of a God King level being. Controlling it was smooth and effortless, with no obstacles at all. Despite being so many levels higher than himself, as an avatar, it was completely under his control and had no independent thoughts. It was just an empty shell. An empty shell with the combat power of a God King. Before Lu Zhang could celebrate obtaining his God King level avatar for long, the notification for the successful class change task appeared. Ding! Detected that the main god level demon god Oswald has been killed. Successfully seized the position of Death God. You have successfully completed the class change. Promoted to Holy Level Summoner. The unique exclusive skill summoning technique has been upgraded to Holy Level Summoning Technique. Ding! A large amount of experience points have been accumulated and partially absorbed. Your level has increased. Current level, LV.400. All attributes have been enhanced. Although the process of condensing the main god tier divine essence into an external avatar consumed 99% of the experience points, the remaining 1% was still an enormous amount. After all, Lu Zhang had slain over 1.3 trillion monsters of level 30 or higher, as well as numerous lower tier gods, mid-tier gods, and even a main god tier demon god. Being stuck at level 400 isn't a problem. Lu Zhang began cultivating on the spot, mastering his divine power, and then used it to break through the level restriction. 5 seconds later, the level restriction was broken. Experience points continued to be consumed, and his level rapidly rose to 500. The next step was to condense his divine essence and become a god. Earlier, Lu Zhang had successfully helped his external avatar condense its divine essence, so doing it himself was a piece of cake, and he easily obtained his own divine essence. However, he soon discovered a problem. The divine essences obtained by his avatar and others were all regular polyhedrons. The divine essence of lower tier gods was a regular tetrahedron, that of middle tier gods was a regular hexahedron, that of upper tier gods was a regular octahedron, that of main gods was a regular dodecahedron, and that of god kings was a regular icosahedron. However, the divine essence he had condensed was spherical. It didn't look like a divine essence, it resembled the legendary golden from Legends. Lu Zhang was a bit confused by this difference. However, it didn't seem to affect his leveling up, and his level continued to rise until it reached 588 before stopping. The remaining experience points were enough to allow him to reach this level. To level up again, he would need to defeat more gods. Ordinary life forms yield too little experience points unless one kills them in the hundreds of billions. It wouldn't even be enough to fill a tooth gap. When he broke through the 500 level mark, a prompt sounded in his ears once more. Ding! Congratulations on advancing to God tier summoner. Your unique skill, summoning technique, has been upgraded to God tier summoning technique. Skill, God tier summoning technique. Effect, consumes 1 billion mana to activate summoning technique once, with a chance to obtain a summoned beast. The lowest quality of the summoned beast is a 1-star divine great spirit pet. Lu Zhang couldn't resist upon seeing the effect, especially since he still had 20 empty summoning slots available. He immediately activated the summoning technique. Ding! Consumed 100 million points of magic, successfully activated the skill divine summoning technique. Congratulations, you obtained nothing. Won what? You congratulate me on getting nothing? Lu Zhang was completely speechless. 100 million magic points spent, and not even a single hair was summoned. Previously, the Grandmaster level summoning spell at least guaranteed a rare tier summoned beast as a minimum reward. But Lu Zhang calmed down and thought about it. Even if he were given a rare grade summoned beast now, he wouldn't have any interest in cultivating it, let alone using it as cannon fodder. At present, a divine grade summoned beast was barely acceptable, and a divine pet felt ordinary. After all, he was a man who possessed a divine king's avatar. Legendary divine pets and divine grade spirit pets both required massive investments of time and effort to cultivate, while a god king level external avatar could already be used directly. However, as soon as Lu Zhang had this thought, he suddenly realized a problem. Chapter 149, How many attribute points can I get by leveling up myself? Maybe I should just have the summoned beasts work instead. No, 2 issues. First, his external avatar would dissipate if it wasn't in the same plane as him. So, if he leaves the undead plane, or more specifically, the divine realm of the Death God King, would the Death God King's avatar simply vanish? Second, it seems that gods cannot directly descend into this world at present. To enter Yunlan Star, one must undergo a divine realm fusion. Alternatively, other gods could perform a divine realm fusion to elevate the world's energy limit to God King level, thereby allowing the avatar to descend. So how should this avatar be handled? The second question is almost impossible to solve. Therefore, Lu Zhang must consider what to do if the first issue actually arises, ensuring he maximizes his benefits. There's no other option. One word: kill. Kill now, kill ruthlessly. Do not leave this plane yet. Focus on enhancing your divine pet and your own level as much as possible. While at it, update all the summoned beasts above the 1640th summoning slot that are not divine grade or higher. It's not necessary to update all of them. At this stage, Lu Zhang clearly isn't particularly concerned about the quantity of summoned beasts. What he needs are divine pets as powerful as the 4 monkeys of chaos. Speaking of which, Oswald had provided Lu Zhang with a decent passive skill. It's the true form of the evil god. Setting aside the resurrection ability, the 20% damage reduction against both physical and magical attacks is already quite impressive. Originally, Lu Zhang had 98.5% physical damage reduction and 94.5% magical damage reduction. Now, it has been increased to 99.15% physical damage reduction and 96.5% magical damage reduction. Physical damage reduction has been successfully lowered to less than 1%. This is an excellent experience. Lu Zhang had the Death God King's avatar kill a lower-tier demon god, and all the experience points were obtained by himself. The avatar is simply a skill, and its level is lot. A lower-tier true god only allowed Lu Zhang to level up once, and upon closer calculation, it didn't even account for half of the experience bar. Once one reaches the god tier, leveling up becomes even more challenging. Lu Zhang sighed inwardly. He then had the Death God King lead his numerous divine pets to level up, while he found a secluded area to begin honing his summoning techniques. He equipped himself with the Lucky Aura and Lucky Gear. Ding! Consumed 100 million points of magic, successfully activated the skilled god tier summoning technique. Congratulations, you obtained nothing. 1. Ding! Consumed 100 million magic points, successfully activated the skilled god tier summoning technique. Congratulations, you have obtained a 1-star divine grade spirit pet, Xuantua Lingue. 1. Triggered the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill Xuantua Shield. Lu Zhang no longer cared much about the passive effect granting summoned beast skills. After all, with the 2 divine techniques, 72 transformations and hearing all laws, he can master all the skills of all summoned beasts. He naturally doesn't care about gaining or losing a single skill. While utilizing these 2 skills to obtain new divine grade spirit pets and their transformations and skills, he continued to activate the divine level summoning technique. Before long, half a day had passed and a total of 12 summoned beasts had been summoned, all of them being divine grade spirit pets. Compared to before, this was already quite impressive. At this rate, summoning 20 divine grade pets in a day would be no problem. With 3 or 4 months, all the summoned beasts could be upgraded to divine grade or higher. But that still couldn't be considered a surprise. After all, not having a single divine pet is indeed a bit disappointing. Among the 12 divine grade summoned beasts, none have particularly outstanding skills. They are all average. They can't be called weak. Once their levels are upgraded, they can hold their own even at the lower or mid-tier god levels. But they just don't satisfy Lu Zhang completely. He was still hoping for a skill as powerful as True Blessing or Heaven Reaching would. Or perhaps a strong control skill similar to Blooming Flowers of the Afterlife. That would also be excellent. Keep drawing, there's still plenty of time. The next dimensional fusion of the demon god would occur in 10 days, and Lu Zhang had promised Xian Yuan Wuji that he would return in time. So he could continue to rampage in this undead plane for another 10 days. As the Death God King and ruler of the undead plane, killing those corrupted undead is extremely easy. However, Lu Zhang still needs to prioritize upgrading his divine pet first. As a summoner, Lu Zhang was well aware of this. While personal strength is important, given the current situation, leveling up is not the fastest way to grow stronger. Having more divine pets level up and then feed back attribute points to his base stats is the way to maximize benefits. How many attribute points would he gain from leveling up himself? It's completely unnecessary. Had it not been for the previous level cap preventing his divine pets from further upgrading, Lu Zhang would never have risked taking on such a terrifying class change quest. Although he managed to get through it with bated breath, the benefits gained were clearly minimal. Lu Zhang's abilities are all obtained from his summoned beasts. The skills rewarded from the 9 trials of the Death God's exam he had already mastered, so the only real gain was an increase in death affinity. It wasn't very meaningful. In comparison, it would be more beneficial to focus on leveling up his divine pets. 5 days passed quickly. The average level of the divine pets had risen to 580, but Lu Zhang still hadn't obtained a divine pet. He had obtained exactly 100 new divine grade spirit pets. All of them were released to be accompanied by divine pets for leveling up. The innate potential of divine grade spirit pets is not low. Once they reach the saint grade level or above, each level up grants Lu Zhang a significant amount of base attribute points. With only 5 days left before leaving the undead plane, Lu Zhang had to make the most of this final period to try and obtain 1 or 2 divine pets. Otherwise, he feels like he's missing out on a huge opportunity. After all, before the summoning technique was upgraded to divine grade, he could occasionally summon a few divine pets. Now that the technique has been upgraded, he can't summon any. How could he accept that? Continue summoning. For more days have passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the last day planned for staying in the undead realm. 19 divine pets have all been upgraded to over 600 levels, with an average level of around 610. Reaching level 600 means they've reached the mid-god tier. Almost all the evil gods that could still be found in the entire undead plane had been slaughtered by his 19 divine pets and 227 divine grade spirit pets. The base attribute boosts from the divine pets advancing to the mid-god tier were enormous. Currently, Lu Zhang's mental attributes are nearly on par with those of a main god. Though his rank is merely that of a low-tier god, he can already overwhelm mid-tier gods before even ascending to godhood. Now that he has become a god, defeating a main god is also quite reasonable, isn't it? However, while the enhancement of his strength brings him joy, the lack of any loot drops has left Lu Zhang feeling rather frustrated. The joy of drawing cards has been one of his few sources of pleasure for a long time, and now that his anticipation hasn't been fulfilled, it feels like there's a knot in his chest. Nevertheless, he persists. Heaven won't let a hard-working kid down. He plans to leave after the final 100 draws. The loot must come. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 150, The Holy Spirit Juke and its 7-star guardian pets. Please keep reading. Consecutive draws are the way to go. Single draws only yield junk. Ding. Consumed 100 million points of magic, successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations, you obtained nothing. 89. Ding. Consumed 100 million magic points, successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations, you obtained a 1-star Divine Great Spirit Pet, Xiantong Lingue. 3 triggered hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2, you obtained the skill Xuanyu Shield. Ding. Consumed 100 million magic points, successfully activated the Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations, you have obtained a 4-star Legendary Divine Pet, Wellwood Goi 1 triggered the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2, you have obtained the skill Stellar Power. Ding. Consuming 100 million points of magic, successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 4-star Legendary Divine Pet Ghost Gold Sheep 1 Ding. Consuming 100 million points of magic, successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 4-star Legendary Divine Pet Willow Earth Deer 1 Ding. Consuming 100 million points of magic, successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations. You have obtained the 4-star Legendary Divine Pet Star Sun Horse 1 Ding. Consumed 100 million magic points, successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations. You have obtained the 4-star Legendary Divine Pet Zhangyu Deer 1 Ding. Consumed 100 million magic points, successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations. You have obtained the 4-star Legendary Divine Pet Winged Fire Snake 1 Ding. Consumed 100 million magic points, successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations. You have obtained the 4-star Legendary Divine Pet Jin Shui Yen 1 Ding. Consumed 100 million magic points, successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations. You have obtained the 5-star Legendary Divine Pet Zhu K1 triggered the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2, you have obtained the skill Zhu K's Divine Body passive. 3 Divine Grade Spirit Pets Xuantua Lingue are just a token gift. In one go, you obtained a total of 8 Divine Pets, 7 4-star Legendary Divine Pets, and 1 5-star Legendary Divine Pet. Lu Zhang's originally low spirits instantly turned into unbounded joy. This is a huge windfall. He had been pulling cards for so long, probably over 10 billion times or at least several million times, and had never once gotten 8 divine pets in one go. This was truly an enormous surprise. Moreover, these 8 divine pets were clearly part of the same series. The vermilion bird needs no introduction. Lu Zhang already had the white tiger, azure dragon, and black tortoise, and with this vermilion bird, the 4 sacred beasts of the heavens were finally complete. This divine pet also grants Lu Zhang the passive invincibility skill he has been longing for, which reduces both physical and magical damage by 20%. Now, Lu Zhang has 99.35% physical damage reduction and 98.5% magical damage reduction. The other 7 divine pets are the 28 constellations, specifically the 7 constellations belonging to the Zhuke constellation. Their active skill, Stellar Power, is also a highly powerful buff skill. Skill, Stellar Power. Effect, consumes 10,000 mana to convert into star power, causing the next attack to deal additional star power damage. The damage effect is a minimum of 50% of true damage and a maximum of 200%. In other words, once star power is applied, the damage can be increased to at least 1.5 times the original damage, and up to 3 times the original damage. However, this has limitations. True damage must be dealt first before the additional damage can be applied. If the base attack's damage cannot break the target's defense and reduce their health, the additional star power effect will have no effect. Lu Zhang possesses the divine pet Jian Ma's True Protection skill, which guarantees true damage. Therefore, this skill, in Lu Zhang's hands, is equivalent to a minimum 50% increase in damage output. It's truly a divine technique. After obtaining the 7-star constellation transformations and mastering all their skills, Lu Zhang suddenly realized that the potential of the star constellation divine pets far exceeds what is visible on the surface. The skills of the 7 constellation divine pets have multiple duplicates. Besides stellar power, there's another skill exclusive to the constellations, which is quite interesting. Skill, Celestial Constellation. Effect, requires a minimum of 7 individuals of the same level possessing star power, or a number of individuals that is a multiple of 7 or 12, to form the Zhou Tian Xing Do formation. Within the formation, the base additional damage effect of star power is amplified. Lu Zhang tested it briefly. 7 individuals with star power, i.e., 7 constellations forming the array, can increase the base additional damage of star power from 50% to 55%. Just 7 individuals can increase the damage by 5%, which is truly a divine technique. After all, there was no increase in overall energy consumption, yet an additional 5% damage was gained. This was extremely rare. He immediately tried using 12 clones, successfully activating the skill and forming the Zhou Tian Xing Do formation, with the base additional damage reaching 60%. He continued to increase the number of clones forming the array. 21 clones, base damage increase of 65%. 36 clones, base damage increase of 70%. 49 clones, base damage increase of 75%. 72 clones, base damage increase of 80%. 108 clones, base damage increase of 85%. 240 clones, 90% base damage increase. 360 clones, 95% base damage increase. 490 clones, base damage increased by 100%. In other words, with fewer than 500 clones, one can double damage using the power of the stars. Lu Zhang's external clones have all their attributes weakened to 1/10 of their original values, so their attack power has been greatly reduced. However, with this formation, it is entirely possible to compensate for the damage, allowing the clones to unleash attack power that is even on par with the original body. This boost isn't targeted at just one clone, it applies to all clones when they're amplified by the power of the stars. Lu Zhang continued to expand the scale of the experiment. When the number of clones reached 3,600, the base damage increase reached 150%. When the number of clones reached 10,800, the base damage increase reached 200%. That's the limit. The maximum damage that starlight power can add is 200%, meaning the overall damage reaches 3 times the original amount. By consuming a mere 10,000 points of mana, you can triple the damage dealt. If this skill isn't considered a divine skill, then there are no divine skills. Having obtained 8 new divine pets, not only did he gain another invincible skill, but also such a powerful enhancement skill. Lu Zhang was in a great mood. Finally satisfied, he prepared to return. He left the undead plane, while the existence of his external avatar, which had been sensing death, remained. Upon returning to the water star plane, the other avatars vanished immediately. However, the avatar of the Death God King remained. Lu Zhang received feedback. Through his perception, he discovered that as long as the avatar reached the level of a God King, it could maintain contact even under the barrier of a plane at that level. As long as the connection remained, the avatar would not disappear. This might seem insignificant. But consider this, among all the true gods of the divine realm, there are only a handful of beings at the God King level. For Lu Zhang to elevate every avatar to the God King level is nothing short of a pipe dream. A pipe dream. But at least, the avatar of the Death God King is now safe. Now, it's time to take matters into our own hands. Brothers, if this book isn't enough, you can check out my new book, After Divorce, Lovers from All Realms Come Chasing. Click the link below to read it now. Recommendation, just divorced, and now lovers from all realms are forcing kisses on me. Chapter 151, Who are they waiting for? Could it be the Xianyuan war god coming here? Please keep reading. Lu Zhang isn't a very forgiving person. Especially when he was being chased by a demon god, he naturally wanted to seek revenge as soon as he gained enough power. Sandra placed a mark on his body, causing him to be chased by the insect like demon gods. Though in reality, it all became his experience points. But Sandra's true intention was to kill him. This grudge must be avenged. Having just slain a main god-level demon god and completed his class change, his power had surged dramatically. Lu Zhang felt that he could now kill a god with ease. After leaving the undead plane, Lu Zhang emerged from the entrance of the Bone Throne dungeon. Upon exiting, he first sensed the current world level restriction, which was 695. He was still a bit short of the 700 level limit for mid-tier gods. This means that the 10 mid-god realms have not yet been fully integrated. His timing was perfect. Using the Voidwalk skill, he quickly arrived before Xianyuan Wuji. The latter was busy eliminating the hidden evil gods lurking in the depths of the ocean. They were all lower-tier gods. These entities were concealed within the ocean, their original ranks suppressed, preventing them from unleashing their full combat potential. Additionally, due to their injuries, they had to recover through gradual infection. Now that they had finally recovered and their level restrictions were lifted, they encountered the main god level thunder god Xianyuan Wuji. All of them were eradicated. Xianyuan Wuji looked at Lu Zhang, sensed him slightly, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Have you undergone 6 transformations or inherited a divine position? Your power level has reached the main god tier. How did you suddenly improve so much? I remember you were only at the mid-god tier before. How did you skip an entire god tier and become a main god directly? Could it be that you ate that main god tier demon god?" Every time they met, Lu Zhang would give him a huge surprise. Although Xianyuan Wuji always had a high expectation each time, he still underestimated Lu Zhang's terrifyingly rapid growth and strength. A straight line ascent no longer sufficed to describe his speed. This was the kind of speed that skipped several steps at once, no, several floors at once. Which professional could achieve god-level combat power immediately after completing a 6-tier Saints class change quest? Lu Zhang smiled and said, "It's more or less the same. Its divine essence has already been absorbed by me." Xianyuan Wuji thought of something and asked in confusion, "Have you already inherited the position of the Death God King? But that shouldn't be possible, your core strength hasn't surpassed mine." "I haven't inherited it. My avatar has. I left it in the undead plane, and now it's returned to help resist the demon god's invasion," Lu Zhang said with a smile. Xianyuan Wuji was taken aback. As a main god, there were few things that could leave him momentarily at a loss for words. Clearly, Lu Zhang's words were one such situation. What had he heard? A clone had inherited the title of God King. The title of God King represented the strongest power in this world. As a main god, Xianyuan Wuji was well aware of how powerful that existence was. Absolute world-dominating power. Now you're telling me your clone has become a God King? Your avatar has become the God King. Does that make me, the Supreme God, look a bit out of place? Xianyuan Wuji didn't press further to find out the details. Lu Zhang wouldn't joke about something like this, it was the truth. He didn't need to know the specifics. At least, humanity now possesses a God King level combat power, which is more than enough. Xianyuan Wuji sighed, "These young people are truly remarkable nowadays." "Good, very good. What are your plans next? Let's wait and see. After the fusion of the upper god's demonic plane, I'll infiltrate the insect nest plane and kill that insect demon god. That thing marked me, intending to kill me. I won't feel at ease until I eliminate it," Lu Zhang said casually. Hearing him casually mention killing a main god-level demon god, Xianyuan Wuji fell silent for a moment. Not long ago, Xianyuan Wuji had believed that after becoming a main god, there was no one in this world who could threaten him. But now, hearing Lu Zhang speak so casually about eliminating a god-level being, he suddenly felt that he wasn't particularly safe either. Lu Zhang, seeing that Xianyuan Wuji wasn't speaking, asked proactively, "Senior, how is the arrangement for my master's level advancement and divine rank inheritance progressing?" Xianyuan Wuji snapped back to reality and replied, "We have already helped 13 people reach level 400 and accumulated some experience points, but the accumulation is still insufficient. At the saint level and above, the amount of experience points required to advance a single level is too high, and the experience points provided by ordinary monsters are insufficient. We've identified 27 divine title inheritance assessments. Based on each person's characteristics, we've provided them with options, and 14 have already begun their divine title inheritance assessments. Once we have accumulated enough experience points, helping them obtain their divine titles will not be difficult." Lu Zhang paused for 2 seconds before saying, "Alright, have them all go to the 8th layer of the Abyss dungeon. I'll bring some high-level monsters from the Abyss to help them quickly obtain enough experience points." While others were just tagging along, Lu Zhang still wanted to help his master as much as possible. Although Fu Sangli hadn't helped him much, the initial dungeon resources had greatly aided his growth, so Lu Zhang valued this friendship deeply. A drop of kindness deserves a spring of gratitude. Moreover, they were still master and disciple. "Alright, I'll send a message to Fei Fei and the others right away, telling them to gather outside the Abyss dungeon." Xianyuan Wuji agreed readily. He couldn't leave this world, and others dared not venture into dangerous realms like the Abyss Demon Realm. Only Lu Zhang was bold enough to do so. No, it wasn't boldness. It was purely a matter of having the strength and confidence to do so. While the same tier professionals were gathering, Lu Zhang returned home briefly to leave Tu Shan Jiao Jiao behind to accompany the two elders. On one hand, to help them level up and ensure their safety. On the other hand, he could raise them as his own daughters and alleviate his loneliness. He was too busy now, even though he possessed the combat power of a main god. He couldn't afford to slack off. His parents had already reached over 70 levels, meaning they had completed their second transformation. For lifestyle-oriented professionals, this level of life presents no major challenges. They are healthy and enjoy their meals. There's no need for their levels to be too high right now. After the Divine Realm dungeon fusion is complete, I'll help them all reach demigod level in one go. Rushing to raise their levels too early could actually create some psychological pressure. Because every Yensha person has the ambition and vision to benefit the world once they achieve greatness. If they gain immense power, they will inevitably want to contribute to the Great Xia, which could lead to greater dangers. Modest wealth brings contentment. The well-being of the common people is sufficient. Lu Zhang and his family enjoyed their brief reunion, while outside the Abyss dungeon, things were bustling with activity. Rare sightings of Saint-tier professionals gathered, drawing the curiosity of all the professionals in Tiannan City. Wang Jun spoke with a puzzled expression. Who are they waiting for? Could it be that the Xianyuan war god is coming here? Chapter 152. What kind of treatment is this? It's like a dream. Please keep reading. Numerous Saint-tier professionals waited together. Aside from the divine tier Xianyuan Wuji, they couldn't think of anyone else who would have such qualifications. Just as they were filled with confusion, a figure appeared in the distance. Holy crap! It's the boss. Could all these Saint-tier professionals be here to welcome the boss? Yang Dong exclaimed in shock. The next moment, his guess was confirmed. Lu Zhang swiftly approached the crowd of Saint-tier professionals and spoke. Thank you all for waiting. Everyone bowed in response, smiling and saying, it's our pleasure. We'll need your help in the future. Lu Zhang also smiled and agreed, then walked up to Fu Sangli and said with a smile, Master, are you ready? Fu Sangli looked at his disciple before him, feeling deeply moved. Although he had always held this disciple in high regard and believed he could achieve great things. But he never imagined that in less than half a year, this disciple had already far surpassed him, reaching a height he could only dream of. He was still lingering at the saint level, unable to break through the threshold into the semi-god realm. This disciple had been promoted all the way to the main god rank. Not only had he become a god, but he had directly entered the main god rank, a level that even in the divine realm was considered part of the ruling class. This is truly wonderful. As the saying goes, hope your son becomes a dragon. A master naturally has such high expectations for his disciple. Seeing his disciple's promising future and the possibility of being carried to greater heights, Fu Sangli was naturally overjoyed. Having such a disciple makes him feel incredibly proud. Are you ready? Lu Zhang, we're counting on you to protect us. Do you have confidence? Fu Sangli joked with a smile. Don't worry, I've got this. Lu Zhang replied with a smile. His gaze then swept over Wang Jun and the others. You two come with me as well. Wang Jun and Yang Dong were his subordinates, and he hadn't bothered with them for so long. This time, he'd help them advance a bit. After all, these two were under his name, and their ranks were too low it was embarrassing. Wang Jun and Mu Yunlan, upon hearing this, revealed expressions of surprise and delight. At their current levels, they couldn't venture deep into the abyss. To level up, they could only challenge enemies several levels above them, which wouldn't yield a significant amount of experience points. However, Lu Zhang was leading a group of Saint-tier professionals to level up. They must be targeting extremely powerful beings. Killing one of them should be enough to level them up by dozens of levels. This time, they were really going to be carried to new heights. Long live the leader! Wang Jun shouted excitedly. Many others around them looked on enviously. They too wanted to be taken along, but they didn't have such a great leader. At this moment, the value of following the right person became even more evident. Lu Zhang then led the way, bringing the group of Saint-tier professionals and Mu Yunlan to the 8th layer of the Abyss Demon's lair. Master, you take them to level up first. I'll go into the Abyss Demon realm to find a suitable location, then bring you all in to level up. Wang Jun and the others couldn't enter the Abyss Demon realm. With their current strength, entering there would cause them to be corrupted by demonic energy. Although Lu Zhang could grant them a protective blessing, it was completely unnecessary. The monsters on the 8th layer of the Abyss Demon's lair were more than enough for them to level up quickly. Even if their levels were higher, they wouldn't be able to break through the monsters' defenses. Even if Lu Zhang left them with just a sliver of health, they wouldn't be able to wear them down. What use would that be? Fu Sangli nodded upon hearing this and instructed, although I know you're powerful, the abyssal demon realm is still the domain of the demon god. Your safety comes first. To put it bluntly, if all of us die, you can't die either. You don't live for yourself, you live for the hope of the entire Great Xia Alliance. With the demon god's invasion, you and Xianyuan the war god are the last shred of dignity for our entire Great Xia Alliance. Lu Zhang remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Immediately, he raised his hand, consuming 10 million points of mana, and a black glowing doorframe rose from the ground. Skill, Abyss Gate. Effect, creates a portal between any plane with known spatial coordinates and the Abyss plane. Entities entering or exiting the portal must not exceed the caster's own level, with unlimited duration, and can be closed at any time. This gate can be used to enter the Abyss from any world and then exit the Abyss to enter any other world. It can be considered a spatial-type skill with the Abyss as a transit point. It is one of the primary methods used by archdemons of the Abyss to attack other planes, but it is merely a portal. It cannot break the original world's level restrictions, so while the main god can come to this world at any time, they dare not do so. After all, once in this world, their levels are suppressed, all attributes are restricted, and the risk of being defeated is very high. After opening the Abyss Gate, everyone couldn't help but look inside. They felt as though there was some kind of magical force within, seeking to devour all living beings that entered. Gazing at that hollow world, one couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spine. Lu Zhang took a step inside, and the next moment, the abyss gate closed. The gate was now abandoned. After all, Lu Zhang needed to first find another suitable coordinate point in person, then open a new abyss gate to allow everyone else to enter. While Lu Zhan was searching the abyss for a suitable target, Fu Sangli and the others began helping Mu Yunlan and the others level up. They were all incredibly excited. Although it differed slightly from their expectations, Lu Zhan was leading them through the leveling process. But there were over 100 Saint-tier professionals here. Wang Jun, Yang Dong, Mu Yunlan, Dantai Mingyue, and Ji Zairu were only 5 people in total, with each of them having at least 20 Saint-tier professionals assisting them in leveling up. What kind of treatment was this? It was like a dream come true. Half an hour later, they all reached level 100, but the others didn't stop, continuing to help them kill monsters and accumulate experience points. There's nothing else to do. Their talents were decent, and they were worth nurturing as future disciples. Of course, the most important thing was that these were all brought by Lu Zhang. Helping them level up was a task Lu Zhang had assigned to them. Soon, Lu Zhang would have to take these people with him to level up. If they couldn't put in their best effort to help Lu Zhang's people, how could they expect him to do the same for them? For a time, Yang Dong and the others frantically accumulated experience points. Among them, Wang Jun was the most excited. After all, there was currently no level cap for his summoned beast, with the maximum level being 500. Therefore, his overall strength was growing the fastest at the moment. With summoned beasts whose levels were several major stages higher than his own, completing the job change quest would become much simpler. The subsequent leveling process could be described as a smooth sail. Mu Yunlan and Wang Jun grew even more grateful toward Lu Zhang. On Lu Zhang's side, after 4 hours, he finally identified a suitable area. At this point, he had already created over 10,000 external avatars, all transformed into flame demons, and had secured a vast area centered around the ash wasteland where he currently stood. This level of protection would even be able to withstand an attack from a god king. Open the abyss gate. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 153, Extracting the 7 Stars of the Azure Dragon in 4 days. It had to be you. Please keep reading. When Fu Sangli and the others arrived at the Abyss Demon Realm, they were nearly scared to death. Lu Zhang's external avatars had all transformed into flame demons, each over 300 meters tall, emitting a terrifying aura that even higher-ranked gods would find unsettling. Moreover, Fu Sangli and the others were merely Saint-tier professionals. Moreover, they weren't being watched by just one flame demon with the aura of a main god, they were being watched by a group of them. It was as if they were being stared at by the abyss itself. If they didn't trust Lu Zhang implicitly, seeing such a scene would make them think he had surrendered to the demon god and was helping it wipe them all out. Seeing their faces turn pale, Lu Zhang hurriedly said, "Don't worry. These are all my clones. They've taken the form of flame demons to minimize the impact. From now on, these clones will guide you through the leveling process, ensuring everyone receives the greatest possible assistance." Fu Sangli sighed in relief and exclaimed, "You can actually create so many clones? At this rate, you alone could take on all the demon gods." Lu Zhang waved his hand and said, "This ability still has its limitations. To resist the demon gods, we need everyone to work together." Joking aside, although he did seem capable of fighting all the evil gods alone. But he wouldn't take on such a task alone. If anything went wrong, it would be all effort for nothing. Resisting the evil gods is the responsibility of the entire Great Xia Alliance. He absolutely couldn't take on everything alone and end up being the scapegoat. In the time that followed, Lu Zhang focused on helping these people level up and accumulate experience points. They were all only around level 300, so the amount of experience points needed to level up wasn't too excessive at this stage. As long as the numbers increase, a slight drop in quality isn't a big deal. To avoid attracting the attention of a main god-level demon god or even a god king-level terrifying existence, Lu Zhang did not openly allow his divine pets to level up alongside him. Instead, he had his avatars help Fu Sangli and the others spread out to level up while continuing to draw cards. Of course, the 8 divine pets like Zhu and Jing Muyan were still at low levels and were leveling up alongside them. Although they had only recently been summoned, he figured they might as well be put to use. Each second, they could restore 100 billion mana points, and each draw only consumed 1 billion points, allowing for 100 consecutive draws in a single second. How could this not be thrilling enough? He drew cards, knowing that the worst-case scenario was getting nothing, and the best-case scenario was at least a divine-grade spirit pet. Divine-grade spirit pets are a bit lacking as main combat forces. However, once their levels are high enough, they can be stationed to defend a city, which would be more than sufficient. Before sending Fu Sangli and the others into the Abyss Demon Realm, Lu Zhang left 20 divine-grade spirit pets behind to continue leveling up with Yang Dong and the others. Since we're already here, it wouldn't make sense not to accumulate as much experience as possible. Such opportunities are rare, after all, Lu Zhang is usually too busy. Take this opportunity to at least accumulate enough experience points to reach the level of a Saint-class professional. This way, you'll only need to enhance your skills, upgrade your equipment, and complete the class change quest to directly advance to Saint class. Currently, same tier is barely sufficient to withstand the invasion of the demon gods. At least when facing an overwhelming horde of demonic beings, they can protect a few people. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Extracting 100 times per second, that's 6,000 times per minute, and 360,000 times per hour. Yet after a full half day, only 2 3-star divine grade spirit pets were extracted. The rest of the magical energy was all wasted. For an ordinary summoner, a single divine grade spirit pet is enough to serve as a reliance for advancing to the demigod tier. But Lu Zhang still felt a bit unlucky. His luck was just too bad. After all, he had been using both equipment and skills to enhance his luck. After another 3 hours, he finally summoned a divine pet. Ding! Consumed 100 million magic points. Successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 4-star legendary divine pet Jiao Mu Jiao. Upon seeing the attributes of this divine pet, Lu Zhang couldn't help but stare in shock. This was another constellation divine pet. The 7 he had drawn last time were all from the Zhuke constellation. This Jiao Mu Jiao, however, belonged to the Qinglong constellation. Glancing at its skills, they were indeed quite similar. It's a decent addition to my combat power, but there's no real standout surprise. Still, it's something. Something to celebrate. Keep drawing cards. Before he knew it, 4 days had passed. Within those 4 days, including the Jiao Mu Jiao from the first day, Lu Zhang obtained a total of 13 divine grade spirit pets and 7 god grade pets. The divine grade pets don't need much explanation, they don't have any particularly outstanding skills. The 7 divine pets all belong to the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon, specifically the Hornwood Dragon, the Exalted Metal Dragon, the Earthly Dog, the House Rabbit, the Heart Moon Fox, the Tail Fire Tiger, and the Water Leopard. Though there were no major surprises. However, these divine pets were all 4-star quality, and any one of them had the potential to evolve into a main god level or even higher tier. 4 days and 7 divine pets, such a prosperous time leaves nothing to be desired. During these 4 days, Zhuke and the 7 divine pets of the Zhuke constellation have all reached level 500 or above. This even attracted the attention of a high-ranking demon god. Lu Zhang directly eliminated it without causing much commotion. Nowadays, Lu Zhang doesn't worry at all about ordinary demon gods appearing. Unless it alerts a deity of the main god tier or higher, triggering a major battle. Although he had successfully defeated a main god, Lu Zhang could not guarantee that he could kill one instantly. This means that the enemy might summon more main gods to team up against him, or even bring in 1 or more god king level beings. It was still somewhat risky. As for the Great Xiao Alliance as a whole, it is still in a developmental phase and needs time to grow. It is not advisable to reveal a power capable of threatening the demon god too soon, as that would inevitably provoke its fierce retaliation. Over the past 4 days, the levels of all Saint tier professionals had been raised to 400. Moreover, nearly every Saint has accumulated 2 or 3 dozen experience points, which are sufficient to inherit the divine rank of a lower tier or mid-tier god. Calculating the timeline, the divine realms of 10 mid-tier demon gods will be fully merged today. It is time to address this matter. Lu Zhang led over 100 fully leveled Saint tier professionals back to the 8th layer of the Abyss Demon's lair, then brought Yang Dong and the others, who were still reluctant to leave, back to the surface. Upon returning, Lu Zhang immediately received a message from Xianyuan Wuji. The first divine realm copy of an upper tier god level demon god has begun merging. Proceed immediately upon receiving this message. Glancing at the location, it wasn't too far from Tiannan City. Lu Zhang immediately took over 100 Saint-level professionals and teleported to the nearby city via the teleportation array. At that moment, the city named Wanyue was already engulfed in intense battle. Lu Zhang scanned the area and confirmed there was little danger here. It seemed Xianyuan Wuji had intentionally sent these monsters to allow the city's professionals to level up. Ignore them. When Lu Zhang arrived at the front lines with over 100 Saint-tier professionals, Xianyuan Wuji glanced at their progress. Upon discovering that all of them had reached the level 400 limit and accumulated a massive amount of experience points, he sighed to Lu Zhang. It's still you, isn't it? Chapter 154, Summoning Divine Pets So Casual? Just let you inherit the divine title. Please keep reading. Lu Zhang had grown accustomed to Xianyuan Wuji's exclamations. He smiled and said, I won't bother with the divine title inheritance. After this fusion crisis is over, I need to head to the insect nest dimension first. Alright, you've done more than enough. The fusion of the Divine Realm dungeon of the upper-ranked gods will take some time, which should give you plenty of time to handle other matters. Xianyuan Wuji nodded. They had previously agreed to give Lu Zhang half a year to grow before letting him take over. But now, crises were coming one after another. Lu Zhang had voluntarily stepped forward to help resolve many issues. Xianyuan Wuji naturally wouldn't ask Lu Zhang to do anything else after all, he had already done more than enough. The first fusion of the higher god's divine realm copy was not that of the insect demon god. I have already killed that higher god, who belonged to the Abyss Demon realm and was under the command of the Abyss 9 great demon kings, specifically the Demon King of Hatred. According to the information from the Thunder God's inheritance, in that great battle, all 9 great demon lords of the abyss were killed, but they will still be reborn. However, 6 of the lords were destroyed completely, and their rebirth would take a very long time. It is highly unlikely that they will appear in the current situation. We must now face 3 lords, the Lord of Hatred, the Lord of Greed, and the Lord of Fear. It appears that the demon of hatred may have already emerged. The 9 great demon lords of the abyss are all beings of the God King tier. I originally intended to enter the abyss to convey this message to you, but I feared that my entry might directly trigger chaos. Sending others in is also not reassuring, so we will wait for you to emerge. Knowing this now is not too late. You must be cautious in your future actions. If the 3 great demons unite against you, even your Death God King avatar may not be able to protect you. Lu Zhang waved his hand. No problem, I know my limits. Thank you for informing me. I'll take care of the divine nation's subordinate from the higher god. I've just obtained 7 divine pets, so I need to help them level up. What did you say? You just obtained 7 divine pets? Are you summoning divine pets so casually now? You summoned 7 at once. Xianyuan Wuji asked in disbelief. Lu Zhang smiled and said, it's not like I summoned them all at once. I summoned them one by one over the past 4 days, just enough. I'll try to summon a few more to boost our combat reserves. That's great news. Keep up the good work. Xianyuan Wuji said sincerely. The stronger Lu Zhang becomes, the better. If he can defeat all the demon gods alone, he can retire directly, marry Fei Fei, and live out his days in peace. Speaking of which, do the supreme god and lower gods have reproductive isolation when they have children? Lu Zhang had caused too much of a stir. It even made Xianyuan Wuji start daydreaming. In truth, even though Lu Zhang is already very powerful, the situation facing the Great Xiao Alliance remains dire. Unless Lu Zhang can summon a clone as powerful as a god king, then only then can he be said to be able to suppress all the demon lords. Demon kings do not disappear, they simply reincarnate time and again. As for the position of God King, Xianyuan Wuji only knows that the throne of the Death God King has been inherited by Lu Zhang's clone, and he has no information about the other God Kings. Xianyuan Wuji suddenly thought of a possibility. He addressed Lu Zhang, asking, is there a possibility that you could have your avatars inherit the divine seats of the other gods? This way, we would have sufficient combat power to confront the revived demon lords. Furthermore, if your god avatar were to fall in battle, you could have another avatar inherit the divine seat of a god. After all, the position of a divine being is just like that of a demon lord, it never disappears. This would effectively allow us to firmly control the divine king's position within the Great Xiao Alliance. I don't trust those primordial gods, we should rely on our own people. I feel more at ease that way. Lu Zhang was utterly astonished upon hearing this. No wonder you're the war god who led the Great Xiao Alliance to glory. Your thinking and ideas are truly unique. But it doesn't seem entirely impossible. After all, if the title of the God of Death can be inherited, there's no reason why the titles of other God Kings shouldn't be inheritable either. We'll discuss this proposal after I've eliminated the Bug Clan's supreme god Sandra. Lu Zhang spoke up. He was indeed tempted by this idea. At his current level, to elevate himself to the rank of God King, he would need to slay thousands of demon gods, and their quality couldn't be too low. This is an extremely lengthy process. However, if he could inherit the title of God King, it would only require passing an examination. Having an additional avatar at the God King level meant an extra layer of security. Rather than relying on others to inherit the God King's avatar, it was better to take the initiative himself. After all, who could possibly have more experience than oneself? This proposal is very reasonable. True to his reputation as the war god of Great Xia, he immediately identified the key to breaking the deadlock. At this moment, the prestige of the title war god continues to rise. Lu Zhang took less than 2 hours to completely defeat the Demon God's Realm dungeon, which had only recently fused with 1/50th of the Upper God Realm. The 7 newly acquired divine pets had all been upgraded to over 500 levels, placing them in the second tier. The divine pets in Lu Zhang's first tier are already over 600 levels, which is the mid-tier god level. At this point, they could undoubtedly be revered as divine beasts. Lu Zhang continued to summon new summoned beasts with unwavering determination. After all, he still had plenty of summoning slots available, and he wouldn't mind having a few hundred more divine pets. However, it was clear that divine pets weren't something you could just keep getting. Fortunately, divine-grade spirit pets occasionally appear, providing some solace for the soul. Just then, he suddenly received a message. Opening it, he saw it was from Wang Jun. Big brother. I successfully changed my class and summoned a 2-star divine-grade spirit pet. Attached was a photo of him with the spirit pet. Lu Zhang glanced at the 2 4-star divine pets he had just sent out to level up. He couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of people are not the same. Back then, I was so easily satisfied a mere divine-grade spirit pet was enough to make me jump out of bed with joy. Now, I've summoned 2 divine-grade spirit pets in one go, yet my heart remains utterly unmoved. There was even a hint of disappointment. Lu Zhang replied with a message. Congratulations. It seems I need to keep striving to summon 7 divine pets as well. Let us work hard together. Wang Jun didn't expect Lu Zheng to have time to reply so quickly. He had been quite happy, but after reading Lu Zheng's reply, the smile vanished from his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. Summon 7 divine pets, not just one. That meant Lu Zheng had just summoned 7 divine pets in one go not long ago. And he was thinking of doing it again. He had only obtained 1 divine great spirit pet and was already so proud of himself, but the leader had summoned 7 divine pets in one go and was still urging him to keep striving. There's no doubt about it, he's truly the leader. There's a world of difference between mortals and gods. At that moment, Wang Jun deeply understood this truth. Next time, I'll definitely not send him a message. It's too discouraging. What he didn't know was that Lu Zheng had just finished replying to the message when another divine pet appeared. 155, Chapter 155, Stripping the Evil Curse. Is this even human speech? Please keep reading. Chapter 155, Stripping the Evil Curse. Is this even human speech? Please keep reading. The appearance of this divine pet was somewhat unexpected. He hadn't been focusing on the summoning and his heart wasn't pure, so it actually worked. After all, Lu Zheng had been replying to messages, so the summoning was basically on autopilot. He wasn't paying much attention at all. But even with such a careless summoning, it actually worked. Ding! Consumed 100 million magic points. Successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Ing Zhou. 1 triggered the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill Curse of Deprivation. Looking at the divine pet with a horse's body, a human face, and tiger-striped bird wings, Lu Zheng couldn't hide his surprise. He had thought it was another constellation divine pet, but it turned out to be a 5-star legendary divine pet. Moreover, the skill is so powerful. It's a type he hasn't mastered yet. Skill, Curse Stripping. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10,000 mana points. Target any enemy and permanently strip them of one of their core base skills. If all of the target's core base skills are stripped, you will steal their health or mana points. The severity of the steal increases with the amount of mana consumed. There is a chance to directly obtain the stolen skill, and there is a chance to directly increase your maximum health or mana based on the stolen health or mana. This divine pet exudes pure malevolence, and its skill is equally evil. Directly strips skills, health, and mana. Just this one skill alone seems capable of turning a powerful enemy into a weakling. However, Lu Zheng really likes it. And he must praise it further, it truly lives up to its reputation as a 5-star legendary divine pet. This skill is just as domineering as the 2 skills of Jin Ma. Lu Zheng doesn't care about the effect of stripping the ability to obtain the opponent's skills. With the 6-eared monkeys here all law skill, he can simply copy any skill he wants. No need to rely on probability. What Lu Zheng cares about is the permanent increase in maximum health and mana. Who would turn down thicker health bars and higher mana? Lu Zheng had never had a way to increase his mana limit besides having summoned beasts feed back their mental attributes, but now he finally did. With the passive skill Magic Annihilation from the Taodia, as long as his magic power limit is high enough, he can theoretically be immune to all spell damage. When it comes to matters of life and death, Lu Zheng takes it very seriously. The dungeon of this high-ranking divine tier demon god had already been cleared, leaving only a vast expanse of space gradually merging with the original world. Lu Zheng had no choice but to head to the sea and find a holy tier sea beast, then cast the Curse of Deprivation skill on it. It only took the minimum of 10,000 mana points to complete the stripping. This holy tier sea beast had only 4 innate skills, and its 40,000 mana points were completely drained. Lu Zheng cast Curse of Deprivation again, and in the next moment, he felt a surge of life force entering his body. Under the effect of the true vision, he saw the sea beast's maximum lifespan suddenly halve. However, the increase in his own life force limit was only 1/10 of the reduction. It seems the cost of the strip was significant. A holy tier sea beast's maximum life force is too low, even taking half of it only converts to 1/10, making the final increase negligible. He continued to release the spell, taking half of its mana and converting 1/10 of it. Though not much, it was a tangible increase. This is something worth celebrating. Since the life limit of a saint tier target is low, we should target the life and mana limits of a true god. Even the lowest tier lower rank gods have a base health pool of over 500 million and a base mana pool of 50 million. Converting 1/20th of that means increasing one's maximum health by 25 million points and maximum mana by 250,000 points. Stealing 2.5 million mana points from one deity, 10 would be 25 million, and 100 would be 250 million. Even a small mosquito is still neat. Of course, seizing higher tier evil gods is clearly more cost effective. If one could seize a mid-tier god, the minimum gain would be 10 million mana points. Seizing a high-tier god would yield at least 100 million mana points. Seizing a main god would guarantee an increase of 50 billion. If one could seize a god king. Cough, cough. One shouldn't aim too high, let's set our sights on capturing a main god first. Additionally, this Ing Zhou can be cultivated properly to seize some mana and life points, which can serve as mana reserves and life force reserves for oneself. Furthermore, have Lingming Stone Monkey and Lure Monkey learn Ing Zhao's transformations and skills. These two also have immense potential. Lu Zhang's cultivation strategy is to maximize the potential of every divine pet. Currently, the two monkeys with the highest potential are the six-eared monkey and the Lingming Stone Monkey, as they can learn and master all the transformations and skills of other divine pets. In terms of overall combat power, Lu Zhang ranks first, with the six-eared macaque and the Lingming Stone Monkey tied for second. They are evenly matched, indistinguishable from one another. If they weren't Lu Zhang's summoned beasts, Lu Zhang wouldn't be able to tell them apart. After finishing these tasks, Lu Zhang suddenly thought of something. He took out his phone, took a selfie with Ing Zhao, and sent it to Wang Jun. He added a caption. Working hard. Got a 5-star legendary pet. Only 6 more to go. Let's keep going. Wang Jun, who was having dinner with Yang Dong and others, saw that Lu Zhang had actually sent him a message and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yang Dong scolded him impatiently. What the hell are you doing, getting so worked up? Did the boss contact you? Wang Jun nodded instinctively. Yes, it's the boss's message. Yang Dong and the others immediately gathered around, looking at Wang Jun's phone. When they saw the content of the message, their expressions froze. Is this even human speech? A 5-star legendary divine pet and only 6 more to go? Wow! Yang Dong slapped Wang Jun on the shoulder, sighed, and shook his head. What's the point of showing off to the boss? The boss's first summoned beast was a 5-star divine grade spirit pet, and now he's got a handful of divine pets. You're just asking for trouble. Wang Jun fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Mu Yunlan spoke up. We need to complete the job change quest as soon as possible. Now, our experience points are enough to reach the same tier, which has already saved us a lot of effort. We can continue to follow in his footsteps. At the very least, we must become gods. Ji Zirua agreed. Right. We must become gods too. Lu Zhang didn't realize he had just motivated his former rivals and subordinates once again. He had merely posted a photo to express his own twisted sense of humor. After sending the message, Lu Zhang sensed a new higher-tier divine realm instance descending, beginning to merge with the current world. At this point, the fusion has reached only 1/10,000th of its potential, and a preliminary stable planar connection has been established. Lu Zhang teleported directly over. Chapter 156, looking like this and still daring to show your face. I sentence you to death. Please keep reading. Chapter 156, looking like that and still daring to show your face. I sentence you to death. Please keep reading. An hour later, the entire dungeon, along with the higher-tier demon god, was wiped out by him. To be precise, it was completely annihilated by Ing Zhao. With Lu Zhang providing mana, it only needed to continuously cast the Strip Curse skill to quickly gain large amounts of mana and maximum health. Occasionally, it would obtain a skill. Little by little, it added up. Now, Ing Zhao's number of skills had surpassed Lu Zhang's. Lu Zhang did not take them. He looked down on those low-level creatures. However, he did seize one higher-tier god once, boosting his maximum mana by 100 million and his maximum health by 1 billion. The second wave of the apocalypse only brought 2 high-ranking demon gods. The monsters from another instance were used by Shen Yuan Wuji to help more 5th-tier and saint-level professionals gain experience points, so Lu Zhang didn't bother to. After informing Shen Yuan Wuji, he prepared to enter the insect nest dimension to eliminate Sandra first. Shen Yuan Wuji, however, handed him an item. Item, Destruction Magic Stone. Effect, after refinement, it can unlock the Destruction God King Throne Succession Trial. The Destruction God King and other God King level assessment. This is what I just obtained. The Destruction God King is the direct subordinate of the Thunder God, and the Thunder God belongs to the Destruction God King's lineage. Once your avatar inherits this divine title, I will be your avatar's subordinate. Shen Yuan Wuji said with a smile. Lu Zhang held the magic stone and pondered for a moment. Alright, I'll take this divine title. The more divine king positions one holds, the more power one gains to counter the evil god. As always. No matter what others do, the more power one holds, the better. Moreover, the undead plane brought by the Death God King had yielded such immense benefits. Perhaps the inheritance trial of the Destruction God King could also bring him significant gains. He put away the Destruction Magic Stone and headed straight for Spider God Island. He did not enter the insect nest plane from here. Instead, he first used the triple clone skill to create a clone and send it in. Then he opened an abyss gate, and after the clone entered the abyss, he opened another abyss gate leading to Spider God Island. Lu Zhang then entered the bug nest plane through these 2 abyss gates. The purpose of this was to establish a spatial between the bug nest plane and the abyss plane. In case of combat causing issues in this plane, he could retreat to the abyss. After all, the only skill he currently possesses that can open a planar spatial portal is this one leading to the abyss. This was his final preparation. After completing this step, Lu Zhang released all his divine pets and instantly summoned 30,000 avatars. He currently controlled 29 divine pets, with 20 averaging level 650 and 9 averaging level 550. Divine pets have extremely high attributes. At level 500, their attributes were only slightly inferior to those of a mid-tier god at full level. Now, the 20 divine pets that have truly reached the mid-god tier have base attributes that directly match the level of a main god. Of course, they still fall short of a main god, but when combined, they are no longer inferior. A 650 level divine pet has an average health of 350 billion, and 20 of them together total 7 trillion. The average mana is 35 billion, and 20 of them together total 700 billion. Additionally, the 9 divine pets with an average level of 550 have an average health of 35 billion, totaling 325 billion. Their average mana is 3.5 billion, totaling 325 billion. Including Lu Zhang's own mana and health, the total health is 8 trillion, and the total mana is 800 billion. This does not include the situation where Lu Zhang, Lu Ermi-ho, Ling Mingshi-ho, and Jian Ma release their skill Tongtian Jianmu, which multiplies their health and mana by 10. Summoning an external avatar requires only 10 million mana. Once the magic bridge is established, one can summon 80,000 at once. Therefore, Lu Zhang summoning only 30,000 external avatars was already quite restrained. With his current mana regeneration rate, he can restore 200 billion mana points per second, meaning he could summon 2,000 external avatars per second without any strain. However, it wasn't necessary. 8,000 is more than enough to sweep across the entire insect nest plane like a carpet bomb. As soon as so many avatars appear, they immediately activate the Celestial Star Array and Stellar Power skills, forming the Celestial Star Array formation. The entire insect nest plane is almost completely enveloped by the power of the stars. This supreme advanced power is enough to instill fear deep within the bloodline of the insect race. Critical Strike Aura, Luck Aura, Judgment Power, Gingjin Power, Emu Power, and multiple damage boosting effects are activated. And immediately afterward, the True Blessing skill was activated. Thunderous Might. Destruction, that is the true meaning of thunder. 5 Thunder Strikes was Lu Zhang's most powerful single target attack skill, and Thunderous Might was undoubtedly the most devastating area of effect skill. Especially when enhanced by the Critical Strike Aura, Star Power, and other buffs, the damage output increases to over 6 times the base damage. A single arc of lightning is enough to reduce a Saint-tier insect to ashes. Not to mention that at this moment, the sky is filled with apocalyptic thunderbolts as thick as pillars. The god-eating worm queen Sandra has appeared, and she has done so directly in her insectoid form. It had no choice but to emerge. Such a commotion had instantly wiped out all the subordinates and even the divine beings of the entire insect nest plane. If it didn't come out now, it would be the next to be instantly killed. It's you! Lu Zhang's aura was familiar to Sandra, and to make matters worse, Lu Zhang was marked. Sandra immediately recognized this human who had already provoked her. Lu Zhang, however, was utterly repulsed by the giant insect. This thing was a twisted, mutated version of a caterpillar, with its mouthparts curled inward like a series of teeth, resembling an excretory opening, and emitting a foul stench. Just looking at it made one feel nauseous. Lu Zhang drew out the super divine artifact, the Death Pillar. This weapon, after being used to kill over 1,000 billion creatures, had absorbed enough death energy to ascend to the level of a main god tier artifact. Though it hadn't yet reached the true standard of a super god artifact, it was more than sufficient. With that appearance, you dare show yourself? I sentence you to death. Lu Zhang held the staff with both hands, activating the Taotia skill form of the heavens and earth, doubling all attributes and growing to gigantic proportions. Simultaneously, he activated the Tongbi monkey skill Catch the Sun and Moon, causing his arms to swell and his strength to surge to 10 times its original value. As for basic buffs like Critical Strike Auras, those had already been activated long ago. Finally, with divine protection, he unleashed his ultimate skill, the World-Shattering Strike. Lu Zhang didn't even bother to look at Sandra's skills. This was truly disgusting. Letting it live another second in this world made Lu Zhang feel like the world was a little dirtier. He directly unleashed the World-Shattering Strike. As the staff struck down, the giant insect that had just moments ago challenged Lu Zhang couldn't dodge in time. In an instant, it turned into dust. The World-Shattering Strike left nothing behind. Even its divine essence was obliterated. The entire insect nest plane was shaken violently, on the verge of collapsing. Lu Zhang quickly used the Abyss Gate to enter the abyss. Impulsive. This trip was for nothing. Chapter 157, What? A divine grade spirit pet just to make up the numbers? Witness the destruction of the plane. Please keep reading. Chapter 157, What? A divine grade spirit pet just to make up the numbers? Witness the destruction of the plane. Please keep reading. Lu Zhang felt no surprise at having killed a main god with a single blow. His base attributes had already reached the level of a main god, though he was slightly weaker than a true main god. However, with multiple skill bonuses, even a peak main god might not match his output. After all, who had more skills than him? He only regretted acting impulsively. That single strike not only obliterated Sandra's main god tier divine essence but also triggered the collapse of the insect nest plane. Apart from gaining some experience points from killing Sandra's followers at the beginning, there was nothing else to gain. Filled with frustration, Lu Zhang returned to the water star from the abyss. Upon arriving, he happened to encounter Xianyuan Wuji. Seeing his dejected expression, Xian Yuan Wuji asked, "What's wrong? Did other demon gods interfere and prevent you from killing that Sandra?" Lu Zhang shook his head and said, "We killed her." "Then why do you look like that? I thought something had gone wrong." Xian Yuan Wuji asked in confusion. "We did kill her, but we used too much force. Her divine essence was completely destroyed, and the insect nest dimension collapsed. Besides gaining a few levels from killing her followers, we didn't get anything else." Lu Zhang replied. Xian Yuan Wuji glared at him angrily. "If you're really that bored, why don't you go help those saint-tier professionals inherit their divine seats? You said it yourself, I feel like hitting you." Lu Zhang quickly waved his hands and said, "No, helping them inherit divine titles is something you should do. I have my own divine title to inherit." He didn't want to do such menial work anymore. After all, doing such things before had at least allowed him to gain some benefits along the way. But now, it seemed that only the process of inheriting a divine throne at the level of a divine king might yield something of value. Xian Yuan Wuji spoke seriously. "Earlier, I didn't consider everything thoroughly. The matter of inheriting the divine king's throne can be done, but the current invasion by the demon god hasn't been resolved yet. The fusion of the divine realms of the higher-ranked gods will take some time, and we can't predict what changes might occur afterward. Therefore, I hope you will complete this divine throne succession trial to destroy the divine king as soon as possible." Lu Zhang, upon hearing this, also adopted a serious expression and spoke. "Alright, I'll leave all my divine-grade spirit pets behind. They've all reached over 400 levels, with some even reaching 500, which is a decent combat strength at the semi-divine and lower divine levels. Any help is better than none. Divine pets cannot be left behind. Having one more divine pet means one more source of power for oneself. Weakening oneself is never advisable under any circumstances." However, divine-grade spirit pets were now dispensable to Lu Zhang. After all, the combat power of a single external avatar surpasses that of 100 divine-grade spirit pets. Moreover, he can summon 80,000 avatars at once. Xian Yuan Wuji nodded slightly and said, "Any help is welcome. How many divine-grade spirit pets do you have? I'll distribute them to various regions." The next moment, Lu Zhang summoned 383 divine-grade spirit pets. Xian Yuan Wuji was completely speechless. "Are these your avatars? How can there be so many? I've never heard of any summoner having so many summoned beasts, let alone with so many divine pets." Clearly, he couldn't contain his astonishment. "Others don't even have a single divine pet, and you have so many. That's already excessive. Now you're actually summoning hundreds of divine-grade spirit pets all at once. That's way too much. What about the other summoners? Won't their hearts shatter when they find out? Having even one divine-grade spirit pet already makes one a top-tier summoner in the Great Xia Empire an absolute genius. Now it seems like being a genius is just the threshold to even see you?" Lu Zhang casually replied, "I can't summon any more divine pets, so I had to use divine-grade spirit pets to make up the numbers." "What? Using divine-grade spirit pets to make up the numbers?" If Wang Jun heard that, he'd want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. After all, he had once obtained a makeshift spirit pet and had come to Lu Zhang to boast about it. This statement left Xian Yuan Wuji speechless. Senior, I'll leave them to you. The smartest one is this thief of heaven mouse. Whatever you need or want, just tell it, and it'll command the other spirit pets." Lu Zhang was worried that Xian Yuan Wuji might not be able to contain himself and beat him up, so he quickly made his escape. He had already refined the destruction magic stone in the Abyss Demon realm. The divine throne examination for the destruction god king had begun, and he now needed to head to the first task location. Ding! You have activated the divine trial, destruction god king. To inherit the divine throne, you must meet the following 3 conditions. Condition 1, achieve 100% destruction affinity. Condition 2, complete the 9 trial contents. Condition 3, condense your divine essence. First trial, witness the destruction of a plane. Description: you must locate a dimension in the process of destruction, experience the complete annihilation of a dimension firsthand, and witness its total destruction. Reward: destruction affinity plus 20% divine technique, plane shatter. A place that can be called a plane must at least be a god-level divine realm instance. Lu Zhang did not pay attention to the task details while in the Abyss Demon realm. Upon seeing this task now, he was completely dumbfounded. He had just destroyed the insect nest plane. If he had activated the quest earlier, he might have completed it directly. Where could he find a plane that was currently being destroyed? Moreover, witnessing the complete destruction of a plane would expose him to the danger of plane collapse. This was a genuine threat to his life. Suddenly, Lu Zhang sensed that the destruction magic stone was guiding him in a certain direction. It seemed to be leading him toward the destroyed plane. At worst, he could send a clone to witness it. If the clone saw it, it would be the same as him seeing it. With that thought in mind, Lu Zhang arrived at the location indicated by the destruction magic stone. An old familiar place, Dragon's Valley. Upon entering, Lu Zhang immediately found himself before the Dragon Emperor Phoenix. At that moment, the latter was staring intently at the location of the dragon's tomb. Upon noticing an extra person beside him, he was startled. "Mr. Lu Zhang, what brings you here?" Phoenix asked, looking at the man's appearance with confusion. Lu Zhang pointed at the dragon's tomb and countered, "What's going on?" Phoenix did not grow angry at Lu Zhang's rudeness, as he sensed that Lu Zhang was now extremely powerful, exerting pressure on him that was no weaker than that of the golden dragon god. He replied, "There's been a spatial disturbance inside. It's the power of a dimensional plane. The dragon's tomb is essentially part of the golden dragon god's divine realm. Now that it's trembling, I fear that something may have happened to the dragon god." Lu Zhang heard this and said solemnly, "Since he went to the divine realm last time, has he not contacted you at all?" "No, not a single word." Phoenix replied. "Let me go in first to investigate the situation." Lu Zhang spoke, releasing his triple clone skill, sending 3 clones into the dragon's tomb at once. The main body couldn't go in, it was too dangerous. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 158, Can I really one day face him in battle? Please keep reading. Chapter 158, Can I really one day face him in battle? Please keep reading. The dragon's tomb had been cleared out by Lu Zhang earlier, leaving it completely empty, with nothing inside. But now there was something there. Lu Zhang casually picked up one of the items to examine it and discovered it was a bone. A divine bone of a main god. After a brief sensing, Lu Zhang confirmed that it was indeed a fragment of the golden dragon god Alex's bone. Wow! I finally managed to save you, and you turn around and head straight to the divine realm to meet your end. Lu Zhang was speechless. He could now confirm that this Alex was as good as dead. His divine bone had been shattered into pieces. His divine body should have been shattered. After a true god dies, their divine realm does not disappear along with them, unless it has suffered a severe blow. Currently, the divine realm of the dragon god is indeed collapsing and fading away. This indicates that the battle with a certain entity has reached a level so severe that it has shattered the divine realm itself. This signifies the pinnacle of power at the level of a main god. The divine realm truly isn't a safe place, it has undoubtedly been overrun by evil gods. The fact that the so-called fire god Labban harbored such a grudge likely stems from a demon god having usurped his divine seat. After all, a true god wouldn't care about a lowly subordinate. Discovering a powerful professional should be used as a divine heir, not letting all the monsters target him. Take the god-eating worm Queen Sandra, for example. That's a demon god. Having all the insect-type demon gods target Lu Zhang is something only a demon god would do. Lu Zhang left his avatar to remain in this collapsing divine realm, exploring the mysteries of its collapse. After wandering around for a while, he suddenly discovered an unexpected item. A divine essence. A divine essence belonging to a main god. It was clearly the divine essence of the golden dragon god. He never expected that even after its death, it had left behind such a precious item. A divine essence of a main god was of great assistance to Lu Zhang. It's not that it could be used to inherit the position of God King. Rather, it can be directly consumed. Now that both he and his divine pet have no level restrictions, this divine essence, rich in energy, represents a vast amount of experience points. Lu Zhang handed it directly to the Taotia. After swallowing it, the Taotia's level skyrocketed, surging all the way to level 712 and entering the realm of upper-tier gods. Lu Zhang's divine pet could already match the combat power of a mid-tier god at the semi-god level, and at the lower god tier, it was only slightly weaker than a main god. Now that it had entered the upper god tier, the main god tier, it could easily overwhelm them. The Taotia rapidly leveled up, granting a massive influx of attribute points, making Lu Zhang feel incredibly exhilarated. However, upon recalling that he had accidentally shattered the divine essence of the main god-level demon god Sandra just a short while ago, Lu Zhang couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. What a waste! If he could absorb it, he could have used it to elevate another divine pet to the upper-tier god level. It seems he'll have to devise a plan to acquire the divine essence of other main gods. Otherwise, he simply couldn't let it go. At that moment, Lu Zhang suddenly sensed a great terror emanating from the void. It was a sensation, not an energy surge. The divine realm collapsed completely, banishing the avatar into the absolute void beyond destruction. In that instant, it felt like an eternity had passed. The avatar vanished. Complete annihilation. A glimmer of understanding dawned in Lu Zhang's heart. It was clear that the first task of the Destruction God King was to make him experience what true destruction truly was. Ding! You have completed the first phase of the Destruction God King's Divine Succession Trial, witnessing the destruction of a plane. Reward: Destruction Affinity plus 20% Divine Technique, Plane Shatter. Current Destruction Affinity, 90%. Lu Zhang's base Destruction Affinity was not low. On one hand, his Death Affinity was high, and his Thunder Affinity was also high, both of which were related to destruction. On the other hand, he had witnessed numerous instances of destruction and had personally caused many as well. Thus, he had a base Destruction Affinity of 70%. Lu Zhang looked at the skill. Skill: Plane Shatter. Effect: consumes a minimum of 100 billion mana points to target a specific planar space, causing it to shatter. A very simple description, seemingly lacking any offensive power. But just now, Lu Zhang had personally felt the terror of plane shattering. Once a plane collapses and one cannot escape in time, consciousness is permanently banished, completely returning to nothingness and destruction. This skill can be harmless, but once it inflicts damage, it is a guaranteed kill. In that state, even the main god cannot escape, and Lu Zhang believes that even a god king would be unable to evade it. Therefore, if used correctly, it can achieve a result where the small defeats the large. He was quite satisfied with this skill. Additionally, by completing the first assessment, he also learned of the Golden Dragon God's misfortune, which was a 2-for-1 benefit. Second trial, destruction. Puppet towers. Description: within the realm of destruction, puppet towers stand tall. Destroy any one of the puppet towers to complete the trial. Reward: destruction affinity plus 20% divine technique, destruction high energy cannon. The destruction divine realm was a plane that Lu Zhang had never encountered before. The God King's divine realm is on the same level as the undead realm. The destruction magic stone provided guidance, leading Lu Zhang to a dungeon called the Divine Mechanism Tower. Upon entering the dungeon, he unexpectedly encountered an unexpected person. Mu Yunlan, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Lu Zhang, Mu Yunlan was even more surprised than he was. I'm here to complete my class change quest. How did you end up here? Lu Zhang smiled and said, what a coincidence. I'm here to complete my quest as well. What's your quest? Do you need any help? Mu Yunlan didn't beat around the bush and directly shared the details of his task with Lu Zhang. 6th tier quest, the Shining Flying Sword. Task description: the high energy cannons possessed by the tower guards are the fastest attacks currently available at this level. Defeat 10 guards, and you will master the fastest sword technique. Task requirements: defeat 10 level 300 tower guards. Hint: after the 6th transformation, your profession will undergo an advancement. I have a feeling that after this class change, I'll be able to advance to the legendary Sword Immortal class. I'll find an opportunity to challenge you again. Mu Yunlan spoke. Although he had helped Mu Yunlan accumulate enough experience points to complete the 6th transformation, completing multiple transformation tasks in such a short time was also a testament to his ability. She was incredibly determined, as if she were holding her breath. Lu Zhang smiled and said, alright, I'll give you a hand. As he spoke, Lu Zhang used teleportation to bring Mu Yunlan to the base of a tower. This was a tower over 300 meters tall, with 8 armed flying golems, each over 5 meters in height, circling around it. Among them, the most striking were 48 armed humanoid puppets, each over 30 meters tall. These were the so-called tower guards. Lu Zhang raised his hand, and a thunderous grid nearly covering the entire dungeon appeared. In an instant, all the puppets except for the 40 tower guardians were reduced to ash. Seeing this, Mu Yunlan wavered. Could she truly one day stand against him in battle? Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. 159, Chapter 159, want to catch up to me? Woman, you'll need to train for another few hundred years. Please keep reading. Chapter 159, want to catch up to me? Woman, you'll need to train for a few hundred more years. Please keep reading. Mu Yunlan's expression of self-doubt went completely unnoticed by Lu Zhang. After dispatching the cannon fodder puppets, the tower guards detected the commotion and immediately focused their fire on this area. The overwhelming energy blast nearly blinded everyone. Mu Yunlan couldn't help but shout, "Get out of the way!" However, Lu Zhang didn't flinch or dodge, allowing the energy blasts to hit him directly. The seemingly powerful beams of light that struck Lu Zhang dissolved instantly, like an ice pop dropped into boiling water. They caused no harm at all. Are you kidding? The attacks of a mere 300th level monster could only deal a maximum of a few million points of damage at most. With the passive skill Magic Annihilation, it would take at least several hundred billion damage points to inflict any harm on Lu Zhang. Not to mention that even Lu Zhang's invincible state couldn't be broken. Lu Zhang's base invincible state is absolutely immune to magical attacks, with a damage resistance of over 10 billion. Allowing this energy to hit him was simply Lu Zhang wanting to sense what kind of energy state the so-called high-energy cannon possesses. Now he has a sense of it. Fierce and intense. No wonder it's high energy. The next moment, Lu Zhang raised his hand, and thunder chains descended from the sky, binding all the tower guards. Come on, pick 10 and kill them. Mu Yunlan snapped out of his daze upon hearing this, his expression complex. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his resolve once more. He must catch up to him. Immediately, his flying sword slashed out, piercing the core of a tower guard, delivering a fatal blow. The tower guard's health had been reduced to a single sliver by Lu Zhang's thunder chains, making them easy to kill. Soon, all 10 tower guards were eliminated. Under Lu Zhang's watchful gaze, Mu Yunlan completed his class advancement. Legendary tier profession, Sword Immortal. He had truly advanced to legendary rank. In fact, most professionals have the opportunity to upgrade their profession's quality during their class change, often completing the upgrade during their second or third class change. However, those who can advance to a legendary tier profession are extremely rare. Within the Great Xiao Alliance, there is only one legendary tier profession, Xianyuan Wuji Shinxiao Mage, and he awakened to legendary tier from the very beginning. After that, Mu Yunlan seems to be the first to ascend to legendary. Previous claims that sword cultivators could advance to legendary tier professions were merely rumors. In reality, no one has ever become a sword immortal. Mu Yunlan was the first, paving the way for others and showing them the path. A legendary tier profession means one can at least ascend to the demigod realm. Lu Zhang pointed at the remaining 30 tower guards. They're all yours. Mu Yunlan, who had just completed his profession advancement, also wanted to showcase his abilities in front of Lu Zhang and gain his recognition. Without hesitation, he immediately unleashed his skill. Tai Splitting Light Sword. In an instant, two sword beams intertwined, merging onto the flying sword and transforming into a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the cores of 30 tower guards. Impressive skill. The single target attack is quite powerful. This sword technique is also quite good. As he spoke, Lu Zhang pulled out a sword from his storage compartment and the flying sword danced through the air at his command, taking on various forms. Mu Yunlan asked in astonishment, "That's a sword cultivator's skill. How did you learn it?" Lu Zhang smiled and said, "I just learned it from you. Does that make me half a sword cultivator now?" Mu Yunlan was left speechless. Could it be that? If you can do everything I can, and I can't do what you can, how am I supposed to catch up with you? Earlier, Lu Zhang had posted a photo that had already left Wang Jun and the others speechless. Now Mu Yunlan was making a small comparison with Lu Zhang in person, and the emotional impact was even greater, nearly causing his heart to collapse. You have great potential in your profession. Keep up the good work. I need to go complete my task. Goodbye. As Lu Zhang spoke, Mu Yunlan instinctively asked politely, "What task? Do you need my help?" Lu Zhang casually replied, "Just go to the Destruction God realm and take down a puppet tower. This dungeon should be derived from the Destruction God realm. Thanks for your kindness, but it's not necessary. I can handle it alone." After speaking, he followed the guidance of the Destruction Magic Stone and entered the tower before him, descending from the lowest level into the Destruction God realm. Outside, Mu Yunlan watched him disappear into the tower, a bitter smile on his face. "I was overestimating myself." But she quickly snapped herself out of it. "One day, I will be able to help you." Lu Zhang had no idea that the female classmate who had always been competing with him was now determined to help him. Even if he did, he would just laugh it off. His progress would only accelerate, and those who tried to catch up would eventually lose sight of him entirely. Now, the only ones who could help him were beings of the God King level. In the future, it's even more impossible. Want to catch up to me? Woman, keep training for a few hundred years. After training for hundreds of years, you'll discover that you still can't see my back, only hear my legends. Lu Zhang entered the Destruction God Realm dungeon, and the scene before him nearly made him think he had entered a futuristic robot world. Various sci-fi-like flying puppets were soaring around countless towers hundreds or even thousands of meters tall, each emitting a strong energy feedback. The moment he appeared, the entire Destruction God Realm was filled with alarm bells. Thousands of flying golems, along with several nearby towers, fired energy cannons as thick as water barrels toward Lu Zhang. It was as if a stain had appeared, and they were determined to erase it immediately. Lu Zhang didn't flinch or dodge. He activated the Thunder Domain, summoned his skills with a wave of his hand, and unleashed a thunderous assault. The most ferocious energy was thunder, without a doubt. Thunderbolts as thick as buildings continuously fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the area around Lu Zhang was completely cleared. Whether they were towers or puppets, they all turned into piles of debris. His second assessment task was naturally completed without a hitch. The Divine King's succession trial was designed for demigods and lower-tier true gods at most. Who could have anticipated a full-tier main god like Lu Zhang descending? This task falling into his hands was a piece of cake. The flying puppets and towers all had health bars and levels, indicating they were classified as monsters. It wasn't a wasted trip. Ding! You have completed the second assessment of the Divine King's succession trial, Destruction. Puppet Tower. Reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20% Divine Technique, Destruction High Energy Cannon. Current Destruction Affinity, 110%. Third assessment, Shoot Down. Destruction Discs. Description: the destruction flying discs circling around the towering tower are its absolute defensive force. Use the Destruction High Energy Cannon to shoot them down. If you shoot down more than 10,000, you will complete the test. Reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20% Divine Skill, Shatter Shield. 160, Chapter 160, The Destruction Tower. The Tower Defense Era begins. Please continue reading. Chapter 160, The Destruction Tower. The Tower Defense Era begins. Please keep reading. The key to the third assessment is to use the Destruction High Energy Cannon skill to shoot down the destruction flying discs. For an ordinary exam taker, using this skill is indeed the most appropriate method. However, if other skills are allowed, Lu Zhang could easily resolve the battle with a single thunderous strike. However, this skill is actually quite good. Skill, Destruction High Energy Cannon. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1 million mana points to unleash a high-energy particle impact energy cannonball at a single target, dealing a minimum of 20 million points of spell damage. The damage effect is explosive. Exchanging 1 million mana points for 20 million points of damage yields a 20-fold return, making it highly cost-effective. Although this pure energy impact attack has many ways to be blocked or dodged, Lu Zhang also has skills to ensure true damage. In theory, the destructive power of this skill even surpasses Lu Zhang's currently strongest single-target skill, 5 Thunder Strikes. As various flying puppets began to gather toward him, Lu Zhang summoned 10,000 avatars and released the skill, High Energy Cannon. One person is an entire army. Focused fire. He alone imposed fire suppression and full fire coverage on the swarm of flying puppets. Under the effect of the critical hit aura, the destructive power of the high-energy cannons became even more immense. The target count for the 10,000 destruction discs was completed in an instant. In the process, he also reduced over a dozen towers to rubble. This assessment task is too easy. Next task. Ding! You have completed the third assessment of the Destruction God King's Throne Succession Trial, Shoot Down. Destroy the flying discs. Reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20% Divine Technique, Shatter Shield. Current Destruction Affinity, 130%. Skill, Destruction Shield. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10 million mana points to create an energy shield with no blind spots, immune to energy impact damage below 100 million points. For damage exceeding 100 million points, 20% of the damage is absorbed, and the remaining damage is reflected as destruction energy. Physical damage cannot be blocked. This is a skill similar to a passive divine technique of the invincible type. The energy impact here should include both spell damage and mental damage, meaning it cannot resist physical damage. The most important feature is the reflection effect. It's a pretty decent ability. Fourth test, Crossing. The Prismatic Light Tower. Description: the core area of the Destruction Divine Realm is protected by the Prism Light Tower. Cross the Prism Light Defense Network to enter the true core of the Divine Realm. Reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20% Divine Technique, Tower of Destruction. With a moment's thought, it becomes clear that the Shield of Destruction skill obtained from the third assessment is designed to help pass the fourth assessment. The purpose of the assessment is to allow candidates to use the Shield of Destruction to traverse this layer of defense. This tests the examinee's reaction speed, magical power recovery, and overall comprehensive abilities. Lu Zhang clearly didn't need to go through all that trouble. He simply walked forward. No defense was needed. The energy impact damage of the Prismatic Light Tower's Prismatic Light Impact was only 2 billion. It couldn't even break Lu Zhang's basic invincibility, and his Mana Annihilation skill's passive effect couldn't be triggered. He strolled over casually, took 2 steps, found it utterly boring, and teleported over there. Teleportation is still the simplest method. Ding! You have completed the fourth assessment of the Destruction God King's Throne Succession Trial, Teleportation. Prism Tower. Reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20% Divine Technique, Tower of Destruction. Current Destruction Affinity, 150%. Skill, Tower of Destruction Effect, summon a Tower of Destruction by consuming at least 10 billion mana points. The Tower of Destruction can deal a single instance of Destruction Light spell damage of at least 50 billion points to any target within its attack range. With an attack frequency of 5 times per minute, the Tower of Destruction will not be destroyed and will continue to exist indefinitely. 5 times per minute means an attack is released every 12 seconds. It takes only 12 seconds to charge enough energy to deal a minimum of 50 billion points of damage. This is absolutely a god-tier skill. As for the mere 10 billion points of mana consumption, it's nothing. A mere drop in the bucket. Moreover, this skill has room for further development. Consuming 100 billion points can create an even more powerful Tower of Destruction. Once deployed, it requires no further attention. With this skill, the Great Xiao Alliance can now usher in the era of tower defense. Quite impressive, truly worthy of a God King's skill. The surprise it brought to Lu Zhang was no less than that of the powerful skill blooming beyond the shore. Fifth trial content, Kill. Destruction Avatar. Description: enter the Destruction Mirror Lake, where you will face a Destruction Avatar formed from a Destruction Core. The Avatar is of the same level as you and possesses the most basic Destruction Divine techniques. Defeat it to complete the assessment. Reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20% Divine Technique, Destruction Avatar. Upon seeing the name of the reward skill, Lu Zhang immediately felt intrigued. Another transformation type skill, it should have decent abilities, and he was quite looking forward to it. Soon, he arrived at the so-called Destruction Mirror Lake. As soon as he stepped inside, a Destruction Avatar identical to himself, with the same level, formed on the lake's surface. Lu Zhang didn't even need to use his piercing golden eyes, he could see its attributes using his passive skill, True Vision. Upon seeing that its health was only a few billion, comparable to an average mid-tier god, he immediately wore a disappointed expression. The next moment, he unleashed a 5 Thunder Strike, obliterating it in an instant. He didn't even give it a chance to release its skills. This thing was too weak. Lu Zhang had no interest in wasting any more time on it. Ding! You have completed the 5th assessment of the Divine King's Throne Inheritance Trial, Kill. Destroy the Avatar. Reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20% Divine Technique, Destruction Avatar. Current destruction affinity, 170%. Skill, destruction avatar. Effect, consumes 100 billion mana points to create a destruction avatar of the same level as yourself. The avatar possesses the power of destruction and destruction skills, and can be summoned again after death when the self is about to be destroyed. The destruction can be transferred to the avatar. Lu Zhang was highly dissatisfied with the combat power of the destruction avatar. This is because his own combat power far exceeds his current level, while the avatar's combat power is only at the average level of its current grade. However, upon discovering that the avatar possesses the substitute destruction or sacrifice effect, he couldn't help but smile. He even praised it. Truly worthy of a God King level skill. Creating a substitute for death with just 100 billion is such a cheap thing to do. This is the grandeur befitting a God King who wields the power of destruction, making death so cheap. But then again, if such a divine technique exists, how did the god of destruction fall? Lu Zhang couldn't help but feel a great sense of confusion. However, he had no time to ponder these questions. He needed to act quickly to secure the Divine King's position and handle other matters. Sixth trial, feel. Death is also destruction. Description: the projection of the god of destruction is about to descend upon the mirror lake of destruction. Once its health decreases, it will not regenerate, and it will not leave the mirror lake area. Defeat it to pass the trial. Reward: destruction affinity plus 20% divine technique, destruction true form passive. 161, Chapter 161, Dominance boost again. Fu Sanli, just a bit embarrassed. Please keep reading. Chapter 161, Dominance boosted again. Fu Sanli, just a bit embarrassed. Please keep reading. Lu Zhang noticed a problem. This sixth assessment was clearly designed for at least upper god tier cultivators, and even then, only those of a higher rank could pass. After all, analyzing the test content, it was designed to force the test takers to continuously create destruction avatars and enter the destruction mirror lake to consume the projection of the destruction god king. In this process, the examinees would experience the relationship between death and destruction through the destruction of their avatars. The difficulty of the destruction god king's trials progresses gradually. The fifth trial requires at least the strength of a mid-tier god to pass relatively easily. It can be said that from the very beginning, the content of the destruction god king's divine position inheritance assessment is a long-term task. Every so often, one can return to continue the next task, until one's strength is sufficient to inherit the title of god king. Compared to the 9 trials of the Death God King, this is far more challenging. But no one could have anticipated the emergence of Lu Zhang, a divine heir capable of shattering all existing rules. The projection of the Destruction God King appeared. A being at the peak of the upper tier gods, mastering several of the Destruction God King's powerful skills. Any ordinary high god appearing here would struggle to even scratch its skin, even at the cost of their own lives. But Lu Zhang can effortlessly eliminate even a main god level existence. The combat power of a mere upper god at the peak of his power was no match for him, posing no challenge at all. As soon as the projection of the Destruction God King appeared, Lu Zhang immediately unleashed the skills True Blessing and Destruction High Energy Cannon, channeling 1 trillion units of divine power into them. The damage output reached 2 trillion, with the critical hit aura tripling. With star power doubled, the damage reached 100 trillion, maxing out the output. Instant kill upon appearance. Ding! You have completed the 6th trial of the Destruction God King's Divine Succession Assessment. Experience. Death is also destruction. Reward: destruction affinity plus 20% divine skill, destruction true form passive. Current destruction affinity, 190%. Skill, destruction true form passive. Effect: immune to single damage values below 1 billion, 20% reduction in physical damage, 20% reduction in energy damage, and the reduced portion is converted into destruction power and reflected back as damage to the source. Gain another invincibility boost. After this enhancement and reduction, Lu Zhang now possesses 99.45% physical damage reduction and 99.15% magical damage reduction. Both physical and magical damage reduction have been reduced to less than 1%. Moreover, the destruction true form actually has a counterattack effect. As long as one's health is sufficiently high, there is no need to attack relying solely on damage reduction and damage reflection. Enemies can be worn down and defeated. 7th trial content, Reclaim. The Eye of Destruction. Description: the super divine artifact, the Eye of Destruction, has been seized by the main god-level demon vampire ancestor Gara. Locate Gara and retrieve the Eye of Destruction to complete the task. Reward: destruction affinity plus 20% divine technique, destruction curse. The 6th assessment was at the upper god level, while the 7th assessment directly raises the difficulty to the main god level. Does the final test require defeating a god king? This destruction god king's trial is truly frustrating. It's nowhere near as straightforward as the Death God King's trial, even though the Death God King's trial also ended with the elimination of a main god, but that was just an accident. This, however, is an actual part of the assessment. They never said we had to kill Jella, but taking a super divine artifact from a demon god's hands is essentially the same as killing him, isn't it? Plus, you might have to face an attack from his followers. If someone else were in your place, they might spend their entire life stuck on this trial, and might even die without completing the 9 trials. Each trial is more difficult than the last, utterly unimaginable. You're just supposed to choose an heir, not create a god king from scratch. Although the trials didn't harm Lu Zhang, the very nature of the ordeal still infuriated him. The destruction magic stone provided guidance once more. Following its lead, he should be able to locate the Eye of Destruction. Lu Zhang didn't waste any time and teleported out immediately. Leaving the Destruction God realm, he arrived at the Divine Mechanism Tower dungeon. After leaving the Divine Mechanism Tower dungeon, he arrived outside a dungeon called the Frostbite Black Domain. Upon arriving, he encountered a familiar face once again. Senior Wu, Master, what are you doing here? Lu Zhang asked. Wu Tuahai and Fu Sanli were also surprised to see Lu Zhang. Wu Tuahai replied. Fu Sanli came here to complete the divine rank assessment task and I came to assist him. However, an unexpected situation has arisen, and we are still unclear about what happened. Fu Sanli countered. How did you end up here? Lu Zhang replied, I'm also here to complete the divine rank assessment task. Master, what is your task? What divine rank did you inherit? Fu Sanli was surprised by the coincidence he and his disciple were here together to complete the divine position assessment task. A master and disciple obtaining divine status together would make for a fine tale. He said joyfully. The divine position I am inheriting is that of the War God King of the main gods, belonging to the Destruction God King lineage. What divine position are you inheriting? Lu Zhang found it hard to speak. I will inherit the position of the Destruction God King. Fu Sangli's smile froze on his face, while Wu Tuahai burst out laughing beside him. Sorry, I couldn't help it. This is also a good thing. Just like how I helped Xian Yuan the War God inherit the position of the Thunder God, the two of you helping each other should provide significant assistance to both of your divine position inheritances. Wu Tuahai's explanation did not ease Fu Sangli's expression. Fu Sangli didn't get angry either. The more outstanding Lu Zhang became, the happier he was. It was just a bit awkward. Lu Zhang hurriedly said. Master, what exactly is your task? Fu Sangli composed his expression and spoke slowly. Retrieve the main divine artifact lost in the frozen black abyss, the War Scepter. Wu Tuahai added. The frozen black abyss was originally just an ordinary holy tier dungeon, inhabited by an evil race known as night demons, who have lived in perpetual darkness. However, when I entered earlier to sense the area, I detected the presence of a mid-tier god-level aura. That's just on the outskirts, so I'm worried there might be even more divine-level demons inside, or even evil gods of a higher divine rank. I can handle 1 or 2, but I'm afraid that old Fu's mission will be impossible to complete. He was being cautious with his words, but what he really feared was that Fu Sangli would be killed by a god-level entity if he entered. Below the gods, all are but ants. Don't even mention high-ranking gods. Even intense battles between mid-ranking or even lower-ranking gods could easily trap a mere demigod in a life-threatening situation. Lu Zhang thought of his own mission and said solemnly. It might be the demon god of the vampire clan descending. This frozen black domain dungeon is connected to the original vampire and the main god-level demon god Gara's divine realm. The creatures inside are using this place as a forward base to invade the Water Star. Wu Tuahai was startled and asked, what should we do? Should we notify Xian Yuan the War God to gather forces? No need. My assessment task is to eliminate Gara. As Lu Zhang spoke, Wu Tuahai's face turned as awkward as Fu Sanli's had been moments earlier. 162, Chapter 162, The Curse of Destruction? No, it should be called the Kicking Someone While They're Down Curse. Please keep reading. Chapter 162, The Destruction Curse? No, it should be called the Kicking Someone While They're Down Curse. Please keep reading. As an elder and a higher-ranked god, the first thing he thought of when faced with a problem was to seek help. Yet Lu Zhang, this junior, was ready to go alone and resolve the issue himself. Deep down, he did feel a bit embarrassed. However, Wu Tuahai had also experienced many situations where Lu Zhang had stunned him in person. He quickly adjusted his mindset. Alright, Lu Zhang, you take care of eliminating all the evil gods inside, and we'll go in to search for the main divine artifact. Wu Tuahai said. Lu Zhang shook his head and said, no need to go to all that trouble. Give me 10 minutes. I'll retrieve the War Scepter first so you can complete your class change. Before he finished speaking, Lu Zhang had already entered the frozen black domain dungeon. With the ability of the sky-stealing rat, he easily located the War Scepter. The artifact was sealed within an altar guarded by a demigod-level monster. Lu Zhang shattered the altar and retrieved it. In less than 3 minutes, he handed the War Scepter to Fu Sangli. Upon grasping the War Scepter, Fu Sangli received the final content of the main god-level divine trial. Upon seeing the content, Fu Sangli's expression grew even more peculiar. My final test is to assist you in retrieving the super divine artifact, the Eye of Destruction. Only when you obtain the super divine artifact will I have completed my test. Fu Sangli paused for a moment before continuing. So, what do you need me to do? You don't need to do anything. Just stay here and wait. Once I kill the vampire ancestor Jella and retrieve the Eye of Destruction, your task will be complete. Lu Zhang glanced toward the depths of the frozen black abyss dungeon. All the demons and evil gods inside have been eradicated. Once I make another trip to the vampire god realm, everything will be settled. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Zhang's figure vanished. All the monsters in the frozen black abyss were slaughtered by his divine pets and avatars. Next, he would head to the main god-level divine realm. His avatars couldn't remain outside, so he had them enhance his main body and divine pets with buffs. Otherwise, that divine power would be wasted. The entrance to the vampire ancestor Dara's divine realm was located beneath the altar where the war seal staff was sealed. At that moment, the passageway had already fully opened. Despite his immense power, Lu Zhang instinctively activated the triple clone skill to release 3 clones, sending them ahead to scout the area. A blood-red glow emanated from an unknown source, enveloping the entire dark space. A large number of vampires gathered here, clearly preparing to enter the Water Star from this location. The 3 clones simultaneously depleted their mana and unleashed the skill Thunderous Wrath, transforming the surrounding area into a thunderous inferno. Whether they were 5th rank or 6th rank, demigods, lower-tier true gods, or even mid-tier gods. Within this thunderous inferno, none survived. Such a massive explosion within the divine realm immediately alerted Jella, the main god. A gigantic vampire with a wingspan of over 200 meters appeared in the sky, obscuring the heavens. But there was no sun here to begin with, and the eerie red light only served to heighten the terrifying and sinister atmosphere. 3 clones surrounded it. Immediately afterward, Lu Zhang's true form appeared, raising his hand to summon 50,000 avatars, forming the Zhou Tian Xing Do array. Critical Strike Aura, Luck Aura, Judgment Power. Enhanced with the True Blessing skill, the final blow was the Destruction High Energy Cannon. One shot to the soul, clearing the health bar. It was merely a newly revived main god whose mental attributes had not yet fully recovered to their peak state. There was no way it could withstand a single attack unleashed by Lu Zhang after channeling 1 trillion units of magical power. Lu Zhang had calculated the magical power based on the opponent's health and targeted the chest area to ensure the deity's core remained intact. Having obtained a main god tier deity core, he turned his attention to Jella's subordinates. Among them were 2 vampire followers at the upper god level, which were also valuable resources. Most of Lu Zhang's divine pets were still at the mid-god level, so a high-ranking god-level divine essence was a great supplement, providing a significant amount of experience points. As for the main god-level divine essence, after some thought, he decided to give it to the Taotia. At the divine realm, an upper-tier divine pet could provide far greater assistance than a mid-tier one. Moreover, if it could help the Taotia ascend to the main god realm, it would undoubtedly become a force capable of suppressing even a god king. After devouring this divine essence, the Taotia's level rose to 778. By defeating 2 or 3 supreme gods and devouring their divine essences, it could ascend to the supreme god tier. Order the divine pet to carry out an extermination-level massacre against Jella's followers, while Lu Zhang follows the guidance of the destruction magic stone to locate the Eye of Destruction. This was a gemstone. After refining it, Lu Zhang felt something new between his eyebrows. With a thought, a beam of destruction shot out, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Lu Zhang couldn't help but be startled. The destruction light he had casually unleashed earlier had only consumed 100 million points of magical energy, yet it had already shaken the planar space. This destructive power is truly formidable. No wonder it's a super artifact. Compared to the destruction high energy cannon, this beam of destruction was much harder to dodge, and it seemed to have destructive effects on everything. Low consumption, high power. What a valuable treasure. Ding! You have completed the 7th requirement of the Destruction God King's Throne Succession Trial, Reclaim. The Eye of Destruction. Reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20% Divine Technique, Destruction Divine Curse. Current Destruction Affinity, 210%. Skill, Destruction Divine Curse. Effect, consumes 10 billion points of mana to cast a Destruction Divine Curse on a single target. When the target is attacked and takes damage, the curse activates, dealing a minimum of 100 billion points of damage, with no upper limit. Although the description was not very clear, Lu Zhang understood it immediately. This skill shouldn't be called Destruction Divine Curse, it should be called Kicking Someone When They're Down Curse. Its effect triggers when the target takes damage, utilizing the power of destruction to amplify the damage based on a minimum of 100 billion points. These 10 billion mana points could potentially unleash 1 trillion points of damage or even 10 trillion points of damage. It all depends on the actual damage inflicted on the target. It's perfect for kicking someone when they're down. This skill is pretty good, another ability Lu Zhang hasn't encountered before. In his view, any method that can drastically increase the damage dealt on top of his current capabilities is a divine technique. This skill perfectly aligns with his expectations. He is even starting to look forward to what the reward for the next assessment will be. 8th Assessment Content, Destruction. Divine Realm Dimension. Description: only those who have truly brought about destruction can master true destruction. Destroying 3 main god-level divine realms will complete the assessment. Reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20% Divine Technique, Divine Realm. Upon seeing the reward skill, Lu Zhang couldn't help but pause for a moment. The divine technique of the god of destruction, how could there be a creative skill associated with it? Moreover, the name of this skill was rather suspicious. A divine realm isn't something you can just create by becoming a god? Why is it still a skill? Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 163, since we're here, let's settle this here. Please continue reading. Chapter 163, since we're here, let's settle this here. Please keep reading. Lu Zhang had already reached the mid-god realm, and his divine power had evolved into a domain, forming the divine realm. However, he had no intention of developing the plane. Therefore, it had not yet evolved into a true divine realm state. Once a divine realm is established, it can be entered and destroyed by others. In its current domain state, even if it were destroyed, it would not affect him in any way. However, if it were to solidify into a divine realm plane, any destruction would also affect his divine essence. The assessment task of having Lu Zhang destroy 3 divine realms is almost equivalent to killing 3 main gods. After all, who would just sit back and watch their divine realm being destroyed by others? Lu Zhang was quite interested in the abilities of that divine realm, and coincidentally, there was a divine-level demon god right before him, the vampire progenitor Gera's divine realm. After instructing the Taotie to devour everything in sight, he first opened a portal to the abyss and entered it. Then, using the triple clone skill, he summoned his clones. He had the clones channel their magical power to unleash the plane shatter skill, which was the reward for passing the first trial of the Destruction God King's assessment. This directly dealt a devastating blow. The entire plane was engulfed in violent tremors, and within 2 minutes, it collapsed and was completely destroyed. At the same time, the clone also vanished. Having experienced the shock of a plane's destruction once again, Lu Zhang still felt a lingering fear. With his current power, he couldn't withstand such destruction. In any situation involving the shattering of a plane, the first priority was to flee immediately, without a moment's hesitation. The assessment required the destruction of 3 planes, and this was only the first. He must also locate 2 main god-level evil gods. Lu Zhang sensed his surroundings and detected a high-ranking ice demon. Since we're already here, let's settle this here. Within the Abyss Demon realm, there originally existed 9 great Abyss Demon lords, and their subordinate god-level warriors must number in the thousands. Even if some were lost in that war, finding 2 now should not be too difficult. The golden dragon god Alex was killed in the divine realm. Lu Zhang speculated that a significant portion of the demon gods had likely gone to the divine realm. Although the Abyss Demon realm was one of the demon gods' main strongholds, there wouldn't be many God King level combat forces left here. Be cautious, killing 2 main gods would likely not trigger a rampage among God King level demon gods. After expending 100 billion units of divine energy, he activated the skill Steal the Heaven's Secrets and successfully pinpointed the location of a main god-level demon god. The upper-tier god-level ice demon was not directly killed by Lu Zhang, who instead left an avatar behind to handle it later. Along the way, he sensed large gatherings of demonic beings or the presence of demon gods of the mid-god tier or higher, so he left a clone behind. First, he used the void-walking skill to hide, waiting for the right moment to launch an attack. At that point, even if a god king intervened, he could protect his true form. He successfully escaped in the end. Using the ability of Stealing Heaven's Secrets, he located the positions of 2 main god-level demon gods at once. He left 2,000 avatars to surround them, while his true form hid. Killing a main god is not particularly difficult for him. The key is that his goal is not to kill the evil gods, but to destroy the divine realm. Lu Zhang transformed his avatars into flame demons and engaged the 2 main god-level demon gods in one-on-one combat. The goal was to force them to use the divine realm's auxiliary combat abilities. The divine realm is an evolved form of a domain. Within it, the same spell or skill consumes half the mana, or even as little as 1/10 of the original amount. Mana regeneration speed also increases exponentially. There are numerous other advantages as well. In short, this greatly enhances combat power. However, there is one crucial point: once the divine realm dimension appears, any avatars of Lu Zhang within its spatial range will dissipate immediately due to the dimensional barrier. Therefore, beside the 2 main gods, Lu Zhang left behind an avatar created using the triple avatar skill. Additionally, he reserved a position for each of the 6-eared monkey and the Lingming stone monkey. Divine pets can be summoned back to the summoning position at any time, so there is no need to worry about their safety. Moreover, these 2 divine pets now possess combat power at the initial level of a main god, and with the assistance of an avatar, defeating those 2 main god-level demon gods would not be a problem. Of course, their presence is merely a precaution. Perhaps they won't even be needed. Finally, after realizing they couldn't easily eliminate Lu Zhang's avatars, the 2 demon gods released their divine realm plane assistants. Lu Zhang hesitated not a moment, immediately sending his nearby avatar into the plane, consuming all his magical energy to unleash a skill plane shattering. Once the plane began to shatter, the 2 main god-level demon gods were furious. The divine realm plane's destruction could not be stopped, it could only be rebuilt after its complete annihilation. Lu Zhang's clone dissipated on the spot. The 2 main god-level evil gods, though furious, could only flee the divine realm plane. At that moment, the hidden avatars emerged simultaneously. They channeled their divine power and activated their abilities simultaneously, inflicting true damage. Whether they were the lower-ranked gods under the main god-level evil gods or the evil gods themselves, they were all instantly engulfed in endless thunder. Lu Zheng ordered his avatars to retract their divine essences, retrieved his divine pet, and directly opened the Abyss Gate to leave the Abyss Demon realm. With two main gods dead and the massive chaos Lu Zheng had caused, the revived abhorrent demon lord sensed everything that had happened and went berserk. For the Abyss Demon Lord, its divine realm had already fused with the Abyss Demon realm. It knew exactly what had happened. It instantly locked onto the Abyss Gate where Lu Zheng had just disappeared. A terrifying energy forcefully held open the Abyss Gate, which was about to close. Then, the entrance continued to expand and strengthen. The abhorrent demon lord released a projection of a main god-level being through the Abyss Gate, only to discover that on the other side of the gate was the plane of the undead. Yes, Lu Zheng had not returned to the Water Star. He was well aware that, at his current level, every move he made would affect the entire plane. Therefore, he needed to be extremely cautious. He was well aware of how powerful a God King's strength was, as he possessed a God King avatar himself. As for the abilities of the Abyss Demon Lord, he knew nothing about them at this point. Thus, he directly headed to the undead plane. After all, his God King level avatar was right here. Even if the Abyss Demon Lord himself were to descend personally, Lu Zheng would not fear him. Upon seeing only a projection equivalent to a main god appear, Lu Zheng couldn't help but brighten up. Now that you're here, don't think about leaving. He immediately activated his skills, 72 transformations and hear all laws, to obtain information about the Abyss Lord's transformations and abilities. Existences at the God King tier have skills that aren't weak. Especially the 9 great Abyss Lords, who are akin to the very essence of the world. Even after being destroyed, they will regenerate. The abilities they possess are extremely powerful. Without getting into the details, Lu Zheng immediately spotted the much-anticipated invincible body skill. Recommended new book, Sharing the Cultivation Achievements of the Holy Maiden. I just lie back and relax. Synopsis: in the Xianhan continent, everyone can awaken their martial souls and become soul warriors. The stronger the martial soul, the more powerful the innate abilities one possesses. Having been reincarnated in this world for 16 years and living under someone else's roof, Lu Zheng also wanted to awaken a powerful martial soul to defy fate. However, he only awakened a black monkey soul with the iron skin talent, which was ordinary and unremarkable. He thought he was doomed to fade into obscurity once again. But unexpectedly, he awakened a hidden talent, sharing. Sharing Stage 1, Share Cultivation Achievements. When the Holy Maiden cultivates, I level up directly entering a life of leisure. Sharing Stage 2, Share Innate Abilities. Laugh at me for being a black monkey? With countless divine abilities at my disposal, who dares not address me as the Great Sage? Sharing Stage 3, Share Life and Magical Power. Damage transfer, magical power theft. Your life and magical power are merely temporary deposits in my being. All the celestial prodigies and holy sons, so we're all working for you, ha! Holy Maiden, I feel like I've always lived in Lu Zheng's shadow. Lu Zheng, I've given you all the resources. If you still don't work hard, you're not just letting yourselves down, you're letting me down too. Chapter 164, isn't that just creating a weakness for yourself? Please keep reading. Chapter 164, isn't that just creating a weakness for yourself? Please keep reading. Lu Zheng had an obsession with a skill that increased damage reduction. He has always been stuck at a few percent, or a few decimal points, and he just wants to see if he can ever reach 100% absolute invincibility. Skill, Hatred Demon Body Passive. Effect, immune to single damage values below 1 trillion points. Physical damage reduced by 10%, energy damage reduced by 10% after death. Absorbing hatred power can reconstitute the hatred demon body and reincarnate in the Abyss Demon realm. Seeing the damage reduction part, Lu Zheng still found it reasonable. While directly immune to 1 trillion points of damage was a bit too overpowered, the overall damage reduction 10% for both physical and energy damage was fairly standard. However, upon reading the final clause, Lu Zheng was completely stunned. No restrictions, infinite rebirth. As long as there is hatred energy, one can continuously die and then resurrect. It's merely a matter of time, with no limit on the number of times. Lu Zheng was momentarily dazed. Although he had already obtained some information about the infinite rebirth of the 9 great demon lords of the abyss from the inheritance memories given by the Death God King, he was still a bit surprised upon personally obtaining this skill. At the same time, he felt a hint of concern. Everything comes at a price. The benefit of infinite rebirth and eternal existence, how could there be no cost? Lu Zheng read the final sentence. Rebirth within the Abyss Demon realm. It was clear that once he was reborn, he might be permanently bound to the Abyss Demon realm. Lu Zheng snapped back to reality and realized he might be overthinking it. After all, he had so many resurrection skills, what was one more? Moreover, with his current invincible body, could he even die? After this enhancement, he now possessed 99.55% physical damage resistance and 99.25% magical damage resistance. Looking at the other skills of the abhorrent demon lord's clone, they were all still decent. Evil God, Lord of Hatred Projection. Level, LV.899 Main God. Health, 15 trillion 15 trillion. Magic power, 200 billion 200 billion. Strength, 28 million. Agility, 24.5 million. Spirit, 27.5 million. Constitution, 26 million. Skills, Hammer of Hatred, Demon Spirit of Hatred, Soul Snatching Bite, Abyssal Eruption, Demon Lord's Projection, Magic Power Collision, Dark Rage, Demon Lord's Shield, Demon Body of Hatred Passive. Among these skills, Lu Zhang only had his eye on one besides the dominant passive skill, Magic Collision. Skill, Magic Collision. Effect, when your mana is no less than 1 trillion points, consume at least half of your own mana to counteract an equal amount of the target's mana. This is similar to the Death God King's Blooming of the Afterlife skill, but the latter is based on the target, reducing the opponent's mana by half, while the former is based on the caster, with no limit on the total mana that can be exchanged. If the caster's mana exceeds twice the target's mana, they can completely deplete the target's mana in one go. From a strategic perspective, in one-on-one battles of equal strength, Magic Counter is clearly more effective. Blooming Beyond the Shore is suitable for situations where the enemy is stronger and the user is weaker, allowing the user to directly reduce the target's mana by half at minimal cost. Of course, Lu Zhang currently possesses both skills. He can first use Beyond the Flowers to reduce the target's mana by half, then use Magic Clash to completely deplete their mana. However, overall, when there are numerous avatars, the effects of both skills are the same. After mastering this skill, Lu Zhang immediately had the 10,000 avatars he had already summoned and hidden around him all release the Beyond the Flowers skill at the same time, completely depleting the mana of the Abomination Demon Lord's Projection. He then casted Destruction Curse on it. Lu Zhang wanted to test how much damage the Destruction Curse combined with True Blessing could deal. Earlier, the clones had used the Blooming of the Other Shore skill to deplete the Demon Lord's mana, simultaneously dealing nearly 4 trillion points of damage. At that moment, the Destruction Curse triggered. A Destruction Curse created with just 10 billion mana, under the effect of the True Blessing skill released with 100 billion mana, dealt a staggering 8 trillion points of damage through its destructive force. This adding insult to injury effect is truly remarkable. The Hatred Demon Lord's Projection, which had 15 trillion HP, now had only 3 trillion left in the blink of an eye. Having tested the effect, Lu Zhang wasted no more time and released the Taoye, ordering it to devour the entire Abhorrent Demon Lord's Projection whole. Deprived of its mana, the Abhorrent Demon Lord's Projection was powerless to resist, torn into pieces by the Taoye and devoured, along with the divine essence of a main god. Even a projection, as long as it is at the divine level, possesses a divine essence. Projections and avatars are two different concepts. Seeing that the gluttonous beast had devoured the Abhorrent Demon Lord's Projection and reached level 787, Lu Zhang seized the opportunity to give it the 2 god-level divine essences he had obtained earlier in the Abyss Demon realm, allowing it to devour them as well. Experience points skyrocketed. In the next moment, it entered the main god level tier, reaching level 805. A main god level divine pet. At that time, even divine pets at the peak of the demi-god level could match the combat power of mid-tier gods. Entering the lower god tier allows one to clash with upper gods. Achieving mid-god rank was only slightly weaker than a main god. Upon entering the upper god tier, one can disregard main gods, but still falls short of god kings. Now, the divine pet's rank has officially reached the main god level. God kings seem no longer a threat. Lu Zhang possesses the avatar of a death god king, and a comparison makes this clear. A 805 level Taoye has a life value of 45 trillion and a magical power value of 205 billion, while a 949 level Death God King has a life value of only 549 billion and a magical power value of just 149 billion. The Taoye only needs to activate the Dharma form of the Heavens and Earth skill to completely overwhelm the Death God King in all attributes. Divine tier divine pets also provide a significant boost to attributes. Lu Zhang himself also received a massive boost. Glancing at the Abyss Gate passage, Lu Zhang immediately ordered the Taoye to act, and with a single punch, it shattered the gate, disappearing in an instant. That Abyss Gate had been reinforced with God King level Divine Realm power, but with Taoye's current God King level combat power, it could easily handle such a thing. At this point, Lu Zhang finally looked at his assessment task prompt. Ding! You have completed the 8th assessment of the Divine King Throne Inheritance Trial, Destruction. Divine Realm. Reward, Destruction Affinity plus 20% Divine Technique, Divine Realm. Current Destruction Affinity, 230%. Skill, Divine Realm. Effect, every time you destroy a Divine Realm, you can create a new one. This is indeed a very simple description. Lu Zhang couldn't help but furrow his brows. What use is one or a few more Divine Realm planes? To house people? Or to accommodate summoned beasts? Divine Realm planes are absolutely connected to the gods themselves. Once destroyed, the gods themselves would be affected as well. Having more Divine Realm dimensions is just creating vulnerabilities for oneself, isn't it? Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. 165, Chapter 165, Destroy the God King's Avatar. Smash the Hateful Demon King. Please continue reading. Chapter 165, Destroy the God King's Avatar. Smash the hateful Demon King. Please continue reading.
Lu Zhang couldn't figure out the purpose of this divine technique, so he decided not to think about it anymore. Anyway, he didn't need such a skill.
He decided to skip straight to the final assessment requirement. 9th assessment content, creation. A God King level divine realm. Description: a new God King must create their own divine realm dimension, destroy the existing divine realm dimension of the previous God King of destruction, and use it as a foundation to construct their own God King level divine realm dimension to complete the task. Reward: destruction affinity plus 20% divine technique, annihilation of all things.
Upon seeing this content, Lu Zhang immediately understood.
It turned out that the reward for the 8th assessment was preparation for the 9th assessment. A God King's divine realm plane is not something that can be easily destroyed.
Fortunately, Lu Zhang possessed the skill to shatter planes and had a divine pet with the combat power of a divine king, making this task much easier. However, the assessment description required him to build a new divine realm on this foundation.
This meant it couldn't be completely destroyed. During the process of destruction, one must understand the relationship between creation and destruction.
After some thought, Lu Zhang decided to take action himself rather than letting the Taotia do it. First, he filled the divine realm of the destruction God King with thunder, completely destroying everything and turning it into his own experience points. At this point, Lu Zhang's own level reached 779. When a divine pet levels up, it shares at least 1/5 of its experience points with its master. Since the Taotia had ascended to the level of a main god, Lu Zhang had already reached the upper god tier. His combat power was already on par with that of a god king. At least a low-tier god king would not stand a chance against him. There were many things within the destroyed divine realm, but structures like the towers were of low level and provided limited experience points. The final step is to annihilate the entire divine realm. This still carries some risk. Lu Zhang did not know the optimal timing to release the divine realm plane skill, so he can only first release 100 billion units of magical power to create a breach, watching the entire plane gradually descend into ruin. At the same time, he prepared to open the abyss gate and escape at any moment. As the plane began to slowly collapse, Lu Zhang focused his mind on sensing the entire world. At a certain moment, he suddenly sensed something and knew that the time had come. The skill was released instantly. A surge of magical energy erupted into the void, using it as a focal point, spreading outward in all directions. After about 5 minutes, Lu Zhang finally sensed the complete formation of the divine realm plane. He finally understood why it was necessary to destroy a divine realm plane before creating one. Because creating a divine realm from nothing required an enormous amount of energy. However, when destroying a plane, one could harness the energy released during the process to instantly create a God King level divine realm plane. Ding! You have completed the 9th assessment of the Divine King Throne Inheritance Trial, Creation. Divine King level divine realm. Congratulations! You have obtained the following rewards: Destruction Affinity plus 20% Divine Technique, Annihilation of all things. Current Destruction Affinity, 250%. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed all 9 trials of the God King's Destruction Assessment and can now begin inheriting the title of God King of Destruction. Lu Zhang didn't hesitate. He had already made up his mind and immediately began to condense a divine essence through an external avatar to inherit the position of the Destruction God King. Since Lu Zhang's avatar had already reached the level of a main god, it used the divine essence of an upper-tier god as a core to guide the process. Combined with the power of destruction, it easily obtained a divine essence of the main god level. Immediately afterward, the aura of the avatar before him underwent a drastic transformation. Surge after surge of destructive divine power converged from all directions, instantly elevating the main god-level divine essence to the level of a god king. Lu Zhang could see the changes in the avatar's information. Outer avatar, Destruction God King. Rank, LV.999 God King. Life, 599 trillion. Magic power, 199 trillion. Peak God King. Just one level away from reaching the threshold of the next tier. Lu Zhang felt that level 999 was definitely not the end. This world was not the limit. However, the current issues remain unresolved. Once all problems are resolved, perhaps it will be time to explore higher realms. Obtaining another God King level avatar made Lu Zhang feel even more powerful. Upon careful calculation, he now possessed 4 God King level combat powers: himself, the glutton, destruction, and death. He could afford to be more aggressive now. In an instant, the abyss gate opened, and Lu Zhang returned to the abyss demon realm. He did not conceal his aura, and the abhorrent demon king, who had recently pursued and destroyed one of his projections, immediately sensed his presence. In an instant, the abhorrent demon king appeared before him. It was a terrifying giant with a sheep's head, over 10,000 meters tall, holding a massive wolf's tooth club in its hands. You dare to return? Human, die! The abhorrent demon king roared in anger, furious at this human who dared to challenge a demon king. Rage and hatred transformed into boundless power.
The Wolf's Tooth Club descended, as if the entire abyss was roaring, exerting immense pressure. However, in the next instant, the arm holding the Wolf's Tooth Club was struck by the destructive light erupting from the destruction eye at Lu Zhang's forehead. Boom! The entire arm shattered like a water pipe bursting under high pressure, disintegrating into pieces in an instant. 10,000 avatars were summoned, utilizing the true blessing and blooming of the other shore skills to instantly drain the Demon Lord of Hatred's magical power. At the same time, Lu Zhang's form grew incredibly tall. The Taotia's divine form doubled all attributes, combined with the Monkey King's catching the sun and grabbing the moon technique, causing his arms to swell, multiplying his strength tenfold. He grabbed the falling Wolf's Tooth Club, teleported instantly to the top of the Demon King's head, and smashed it down with all his might. The Demon Lord dodged the attack. Though it missed his head, it completely obliterated his right shoulder along with the arm. Adhering to the principle that no energy should be wasted, Lu Zhang released a devouring black hole, absorbing the Demon Lord's remains. It was certain that even if she wanted to catch it, she wouldn't be able to find the original limb. Of course, it didn't have the chance to do so. With no extra tricks, he channeled star power, judgment power, destruction power, and a critical strike aura, then unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. The abhorrent Demon Lord, one of the 9 great Demon Lords of the Abyss, was reduced to by a single blow after another. With multiple skills activated, Lu Zhang's defense was maxed out, his strength boosted to the God King level. He was no longer a threat. Depleting the opponent's mana, what remained was a pure test of physical strength. The attacks came one after another, each more brutal than the last. Due to the effect of the black hole's absorption, Lu Zhang had absorbed the energy of a Demon Lord, causing his level to continuously rise. He rapidly rose from level 779 to 798. Finally, Lu Zhang wields the God King tier abhorrent Demon King Divine Essence, summoning the Lingming Stone Monkey and transforming it into the form of a Taotia before devouring it. Consuming it directly would be a waste. Absorbing only 1/5 was sufficient to reach the 800th level, and by having the Lingming Stone Monkey, currently at level 687, devour it, another God King level combat power would be gained. When the abhorrent Demon King died, the entire Abyss Demon realm trembled violently. End of this chapter. 166, Chapter 166, Fear Demon Lord, don't come near me. Please continue reading. Chapter 166, Fearful Demon King, don't come near me. Please keep reading. Lu Zhang was not one to endure humiliation silently. Earlier, he had been chased by the abhorrent Demon King and fled to the undead plane. Now that he had enough power, he naturally wanted to return and seek revenge. He had considered that this might attract the attention of other god-level evil deities. But that no longer mattered. After the Spirit-Awakened Stone Monkey devoured the Demon King's divine essence, its level skyrocketed to 788, while Lu Zhang's level rose to 825. Reaching the level of a main god is no small feat. This means that he now possesses the combat power of countless God King level avatars. Even if only 1/10 of these avatars were to patrol their original areas, the combat power they would display would still be firmly within the God King level tier. The attribute boosts from a Divine Pet's level up are astronomical. Lu Zhang's current health and mana, even without the terrifying skill Tongtian Jianmu, can surpass the avatar of a 999th level Destruction God King. And once this skill is activated, he can easily overwhelm 10 God Kings. After all, he can drain the mana of 10 Divine Kings using the Beyond the Shore skill alone. The rest is just a matter of delivering a few more blows. To be honest, the Demon Lord's Wolf Tooth Club is quite useful. It is also a super divine weapon. It is imbued with intense hatred and disgust, various emotional energies constantly assaulting Lu Zhang's soul. However, Lu Zhang possesses the hate demon body, so these energies do not harm him. Instead, they transform into experience points, helping him continue to level up or convert into magical power. This little Demon Lord's super divine weapon is a piece of cake. At that moment, the Demon Lord of Hatred was completely defeated, sending shockwaves throughout the entire Abyss Demon realm. The 3 demons who had revived in the Abyss Demon realm were the Demon of Hatred, the Demon of Greed, and the Demon of Fear. After the Abhorrence Demon Lord was killed, the Fear Demon Lord, who remained in the Abyss, was the first to sense it. In fact, even before Lu Zhang arrived here and engaged in battle with the Abhorrence Demon Lord, the Fear Demon Lord had already detected his presence. However, once he saw the Demon Lord of Hatred take action, he ceased to pay attention. Now, with the fallen Lord of Hatred's demise, the one who once controlled fear now felt fear itself. This is too intense. Even during the Divine War, when the most powerful God King, the God of Destruction, had intervened, such terrifying power had never been seen. To slowly and methodically kill a Demon Lord, how could such power exist in this world? Even if he himself would not be completely annihilated and could eventually resurrect, he did not want to endure the fate of being beaten to death. After all, he had only just been resurrected. According to the plan recently devised by the demon gods, the next step should be to launch a step-by-step assault on humanity. But this script is all wrong. How could the Abyss Demon realm be completely overrun by a single human? Has the world's rules changed? The Fear Lord was overcome by immense fear. Despite the fact that various evil gods were gathering around him, hoping for his leadership to resist the invaders. He did not wish to confront Lu Zheng directly, so he chose to hide. He returned directly to the divine realm where he belonged. However, Lu Zhang now urgently needed more energy to continue upgrading his divine pets and himself. Monsters of the main god tier were no longer sufficient to satisfy his appetite. After killing one demon lord, he decided to eliminate the rest as well. After activating the Steel Heaven's Wolf skill, Lu Zheng easily located the Fear Demon King's whereabouts. The Fear Demon King was a monster with a massive horse-like head. His hands gripped a massive cleaver, aimed directly at the human before him. "Human, I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, I will make you feel what true fear is." As he spoke, he released a terrifying aura. He intended to use this method to make Lu Zheng back down. In reality, as long as any target genuinely feels fear, the Fear Lord can defeat them. If Lu Zhang were to feel fear as a result, the feared demon would have the opportunity to kill him. But unfortunately, Lu Zhang was fearless at that moment. In fact, after sensing the Fear Lord had generated, he became even more excited. Just a moment ago, when they first met, Lu Zhang had already mastered the Fear Demon's transformations and all its skills through the 72 transformations and Hearing All Laws abilities. With his current magical power, achieving this was extremely easy. And he finally got another powerful invincible skill. Skill, Fearful Demon Body Passive. Effect, immune to single instances of damage below 1 trillion points. Physical damage reduced by 10%, energy damage reduced by 10% upon death. Absorbing fear energy can reconstitute the fear demon body and achieve rebirth in the Abyss Demon realm. It is clear that this is part of the same system as the Hatred Demon body. In other words, each of the 9 great demon lords of the Abyss should possess such a dominant body ability. This made Lu Zhang's eyes light up involuntarily. If he could obtain the dominant body type skills of the other 7 lords as well, wouldn't that allow him to max out his damage reduction? At the thought of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. But then he remembered a problem. So far, only 3 lords had been revived. In the Abyss Demon realm, based on his perception, there was only the feared demon lord before him. Gathering all 9 demon bodies at once seemed a bit unrealistic. This matter could only be put on hold for now. In the future, if there was an opportunity, he could try to revive the other 6 demon lords himself and then kill them. After all, the trash I created, I have to clean up myself. The feared demon lord now feels a bit dazed. The person in front of him doesn't seem to be scared at all, but instead gives him a smile that leaves him feeling utterly baffled. This only made him feel even more terrified. Lu Zhang was a kind-hearted person. He didn't let it feel afraid for too long. A few minutes later, the feared demon king was turned into a pile of pieces and absorbed by the spirit awakened stone monkey using the black hole devour skill. Lu Zhang also gave the demon king its divine essence, allowing it to instantly ascend to level 838. The demon king's divine essence was indeed powerful. Unfortunately, in the Abyss Demon realm, there were now only 2 demons left, so they could only target the remaining demon gods. With the 2 divine king level combatants eliminated, there was no longer anyone in the entire Abyss Demon realm that Lu Zhang needed to worry about. Lu Zhang released all his summoned beasts to level them up, and took advantage of this rare moment of leisure to try his luck again. Indeed, he was about to draw cards again. Though it may seem like just a few dozen more divine pets, they wouldn't be of much help to him. But Lu Zhang didn't see it that way. Transformation forms have their limitations, while divine pets possess infinite potential. Divine pets at the level of the main god could easily overwhelm demon lords at the level of the divine king. Lu Zhang has reason to believe that there are even more powerful tiers above god kings. At that level, avatars might no longer be effective, and one would need a sufficient number of divine pets to enhance their own power. Moreover, card drawing is just a hobby, and after such an intense battle, it's time to relax. Let's do a small draw of 100,000 today. 167, Chapter 167, The Return of the 5-Star Legend. Traveling through time and extending life. Please keep reading. Chapter 167, The 5-Star Legend returns. Time travel and longevity. Please keep reading. Card drawing is a joyful activity. Especially when you keep getting good cards one after another. Ding! Consumed 100 million magic points, successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 4-star legendary divine pet Kue Mulang. But to be honest, when Lu Zhang saw the 4-star legendary divine pet, he wasn't particularly excited. This was another constellation divine pet, and it didn't bring Lu Zhang any surprising skills. It's not that he was unlucky. Because a total of 13 more divine pets appeared next. Lu Jindog, Wei Tuji, Maoriji, Baiyu, Zuihuaho, Xinshui Yuan, Domuxia, Niujinyo, Nutufu, Surishu, Wei Yuyan, Shihuzhu, Baishuayu. All of them were constellation divine pets. Lu Zhang summoned all the constellation divine pets corresponding to the 28 constellations in one go. This directly added 14 divine pets. Lu Zhang now had a total of 43 divine pets, with each one capable of advancing to at least the mid-tier divine level. Each one's combat power is no joke. Moreover, each of these constellation divine pets possesses a 4-star standard, with development potential that can absolutely reach the level of a divine king. However, Lu Zhang was not entirely satisfied. Because he knows that God King is not the end goal, what he needs are 5-star divine pets, those that can transcend limits and break through constraints. The 5-star legendary divine pets currently under Lu Zhang's control include the Taodia, Kuinao, Jiangqi, Baize, Zhulong, Baihu, Qinglong, Xianwu, Zhuke, Kuinpeng, Qilin, Lingming Stone Monkey, Lu Air Monkey, Tongbi Monkey, Shiji Horse Monkey, Jianma, and Yingzhao, totaling 17. This accounts for less than half of the total number of divine pets. This has left Lu Zhang deeply anxious. With such limited combat power beyond the divine king tier, how could he possibly accept this? He must continue summoning. His demands aren't high, doubling the number should be possible, right? If the number of 5-star legendary divine pets reaches over 30, he might be able to feel a little more at ease. The summoning slots continue to refresh. After a full 6 hours, the 14 4-star divine pets he finally summoned had all reached over 400 levels, while Lu Zhang had only managed to summon over 100 divine grade spirit pets. Such mediocre creatures were no longer worth his attention. Just as Lu Zhang was wondering if any satisfactory divine pets would appear next, suddenly, a golden figure appeared before his eyes. It was a horse-like divine beast with a fox-like head, golden fur, and horns on its back. Ding! Consuming 100 million points of magic, the skilled divine summoning technique has been successfully activated. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Cheng Huang 1 triggered hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill Flying Yellow Departure. Skill Flying Yellow Departure. Effect: minimum consumption of 10 billion mana points to perform a spacetime leap, teleporting to any previously perceived spacetime in the next second of the future. For every additional 10 billion mana points consumed, the leap can be extended by 1 second. Holy crap! Spatial temporal leap, traveling through time. What kind of game-breaking skill is this? Lu Zhang was completely stunned. And a divine pet that masters this skill? He was completely speechless. After carefully examining it multiple times, he confirmed that this was indeed a legendary spacetime skill capable of time travel. This skill seems useless, it's just traveling to the future, right? It takes 10 billion mana to travel 1 second. To travel an hour into the future, you'd need 36 trillion mana. Traveling a day would require 86 trillion mana. But, if you jump out of this timeline, that's essentially absolute defense. If I'm not even in this timeline, how can you attack me? Moreover, this skill should also be able to remove all negative status effects, as nearly all such skills rely on time to inflict prolonged damage. Once a temporal leap occurs, time creates a discontinuity, making sustained damage impossible to maintain. This skill likely has many other applications, but Lu Zhang couldn't think of any others at the moment. Even with just these 2 applications in mind, it's almost enough to make oneself invincible. Jumping directly to the future, what does that mean? Unselectable. Are you scared? Lu Zhang immediately looked at the other skills of his divine pet, Cheng Huang. He discovered that besides Flying Yellow Departure, it only had one other skill. Skill, Extend Life Passive. Effect: for every day of life lost, the maximum life points increase by 1 billion. For every 10 billion life points lost, 1 day of life is added. Terrifying. Lu Zhang glanced at Cheng Huang and indeed noticed that its maximum health points were increasing rapidly. Calculating 1 day as 24 hours, the minimum increase per hour was 4.16 million health points. In a year, it could increase its maximum health by 365 billion points. Even at level 1, it would have such terrifying health. A domineering skill. Combined with the Flying Yellow Step ability, which allows for near absolute defense through time travel, the 2 skills together are a recipe for immortality. No wonder it only has 2 skills. The previous Jianma and the current Cheng Huang horse both possess incredibly mystical abilities. Both have only 2 skills, and when combined, they are nearly invincible. Now, these skills are all mine. Lu Zhang quickly used 72 transformations and Hearing All Laws to master these 2 skills. Once the passive skill Extend Life and Enhance Health was activated, Lu Zhang had his avatar use the True Blessing skill to reduce his own health by 100 billion. Instantly, he felt a surge of vitality within his body. Since he possessed an out-of-body avatar of the Death God King, Lu Zhang was highly attuned to changes in vitality and lifespan. This confirmed the authenticity of the skill. It seems he'll need to intentionally take more damage in the future. Anyway, my health regenerates quickly enough, and with the absolute invincibility of the time travel skill at my disposal, I'm not worried about getting taken down. Taking more damage and reducing my health slightly increases my lifespan. However, he couldn't help but feel somewhat troubled. After being enhanced by the Fear Demon Body, he now possessed 99.65% physical damage resistance and 99.35% magical damage resistance. He was nearly in an invincible state. Inflicting damage on him was indeed quite challenging. Unless you apply the True Blessing skill to the opponent, nullifying all their passive invincible damage reduction, you can only deal some damage. If he couldn't find a suitable opponent, he'd have to take matters into his own hands. The appearance of a Cheng Huang divine pet brightened Lu Zhang's mood. Looking at the nearly empty Abyss Demon realm being ravaged by his divine pet, he decided to return to the Water Star to relax. Lu Zhang did not use the Abyss Gate but chose to try out the flying yellow departure skill instead. He locked onto the spatial position 100 meters above his home on the water star, consumed 1 billion mana points, and in the next second, he appeared directly above the rooftop. With his abilities, he could easily stabilize his form. After sensing his body, he detected no abnormalities. Relieved, he headed toward his front door. As soon as he reached the door, it opened, and the little fox Tu Shan Jiao Jiao joyfully ran up to him. "Master, hug me." 168, Chapter 168, What did you do to be so confident? Please keep reading. Chapter 168, What did you do to be so confident? Please keep reading. Lu Zhang hugged the little fox and walked into the house. Now that the little fox was accompanying his parents, Lu Zhang still felt some affection for her. Upon entering, he noticed that both his parents were looking this way, but they were sitting on the sofa, not even bothering to stand up to greet him. His mother spoke in a sarcastic tone, "Oh. The busy one finally decided to come back, huh? Mom. Look at you talking. I came back as soon as I had a moment." Lu Zhang squeezed between his parents, wrapping his arms around them on either side, while Tu Shan Jiaojiao sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Enough with the formalities. Our son is now on the same level as the Xian Yuan war god. Every move he makes affects the safety of the entire Water Star City. Coming back to see us for a moment is already quite considerate. Lu Yuantu said this. Though it seemed like a fair remark, it clearly had a hint of sarcasm. Lu Zhang suddenly thought of something. He had obtained so many powerful skills, yet none of them could help his parents live longer. The miraculous ability he had just demonstrated was merely a passive skill he could use. This couldn't help but make him want to continue drawing cards. If he kept drawing, he was sure to find a skill that could help his parents live longer. But now wasn't the right time. Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Alright, don't blame me, you two old folks. This time I've come back, I'll at least stay with you for 3 months. How about that?" Hearing Lu Zhang say this, Lu Yuanta truly grew concerned. "Don't neglect your important matters. Your mother and I are just venting our frustrations. We don't really need you to stay with us. How about this, use a month to get us a grandson or granddaughter and then you can leave." Right, it doesn't have to be you. A grandson or granddaughter is fine too." His mother's eyes lit up as she chimed in. Lu Zhang directly handed Tu Shan Jiao to her and laughed. "Isn't Jiao Jiao here to keep you company? Let me stay with you instead. It won't interfere with your work. The Abyss Demon Realm has been dealt with, and nothing unexpected should happen in the short term." The Abyss Demon Realm was a place Lu Yuantu and the others had only heard of occasionally and knew little about. Regardless, having their son return home to spend time with them was cause for celebration. The two of them stopped being formal and began preparing a meal. Lu Zhang went up to help, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, while Lu Zhang's true form was spending time with his family, he had already sent out his 10,000 external avatars. The Water Star was not at peace at the moment. 8 more Divine Realm copies had merged onto the Water Star, releasing a large number of monsters. Fortunately, these Divine Realm copies were only at the upper god level. With the presence of the main god-level warrior Lei Xin Xianyuan Wuji, along with dozens of other professionals who had inherited divine titles, and the divine great spirit pets left behind by Lu Zhang, they managed to contain the monsters from these copies within a certain range. They are being systematically eliminated. However, the pressure remains significant. As soon as Lu Zhang's avatar appeared, it swept through the enemies. One of his avatars approached Xianyuan Wuji. Since Lu Zhang's own level was only around 800, Xianyuan Wuji immediately recognized it as an avatar. "Why is it just an avatar? Where is your true form?" Lu Zhang smiled and replied, "This time I pulled off a major operation. There shouldn't be any trouble in the short term. I've decided to take a 3-month break, with my true form staying home to accompany my parents. I'm just splitting my attention to tell you this. I created 10,000 avatars and distributed them across various regions. All the monsters have been subdued." Hearing Lu Zhang say this, Xianyuan Wuji became interested and asked, "At such a critical moment, you actually have the nerve to take a vacation? What did you do to be so confident?" Lu Zhang replied calmly, "The feared demon lord and the hatred demon lord have been killed by me. All beings above the rank of demigod in the Abyss Demon Realm have been slaughtered. This should be a severe blow to the demon god faction. Now, their main force is likely reduced to the group of evil gods who invaded the divine realm. They are no longer a threat. Once I rest and regroup, I'll march straight into the divine realm and eliminate them completely." Xianyuan Wuji was stunned. After a moment, he spoke up. "You said you killed 2 of the 9 great demon lords of the abyss? Are you certain you killed the true forms of the demon lords at the level of a god king, and not just their projections or clones?" "Of course I'm certain. The divine essence of the god king level demons has already been devoured and absorbed by my summoned beasts. To put it another way, we now possess the combat power of 5 god king level beings." Lu Zhang smiled, his expression lighter than ever before. 5 god king level combat powers? Where did they come from? Even if you inherited the throne of the destruction god king, that would only be 2. Xianyuan Woji pressed further. Lu Zhang counted on his fingers. The avatar of the Destruction God King, the avatar of the Death God King, my 2 5-star divine pets with God King level combat power, and myself. Those 2 demon kings were both crushed by my own hands. Xianyuan Sr., you can go find some young, beautiful girls now. With my avatar in charge, no demon god can cause any trouble. Even if a God King level divine realm copy merges directly, I can crush them all for you. Lu Zhang's words left Xianyuan Woji speechless. All of this was too unreal. Earlier, he had been worried that if there were any complications with Lu Zhang's inheritance of the Destruction God King's divine title, even if it were delayed for a year or two, preventing him from returning in time, the main god-level demon gods would arrive, and the professionals on Waterstar would be unable to withstand them. But now Lu Zhang suddenly showed up and told him that he had already crushed 2 God Kings and even pierced through the Abyss Demon realm. I'm still fighting desperately in the rear, and you've already wiped out their nest. Who could possibly accept this in an instant? However, Xianyuan Woji didn't believe Lu Zhang was lying to him. After all, Lu Zhang's avatar's rank was right there for everyone to see. Those terrifying attributes were just those of an ordinary avatar among Lu Zhang's 10,000 avatars, yet they could crush him, a genuine main god. The youngster before him was powerful to an utterly absurd extent. It was as if he had completely surpassed the progress of the world's development. To put it simply, this world could no longer contain him. Ha ha. Alright, I'll leave this place to you. I'll go find Fei Fei. At least you still have a conscience even when you're taking a break. You didn't forget to replace me too. Xianyuan Woji, having snapped back to his senses, looked extremely happy. After all these years of running around everywhere, putting out fires, and living a life of constant danger, now, he could finally put everything down with peace of mind. He had thought that, under the backdrop of the demon god's invasion, he would have to once again take on the role of a main god-level warrior. But he never expected a terrifying existence capable of slaughtering the demon king and piercing through the depths of the demon realm to appear. This time, he was truly free. Oh, by the way, your master is only one final trial away from inheriting the title of God of War. Go help him out. Xianyuan Woji left those words behind and flew away. It was clear he had been waiting for this day for a very long time, and he couldn't wait any longer. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. 169, Chapter 169, just swept through the abyssal demon realm once. Taking a break, please keep reading. Chapter 169, just swept through the abyss demon realm. Taking a break, please keep reading. Fu Sangli's location wasn't hard to find. After all, Lu Zhang's avatars were scattered throughout the entire Waterstar, and Fu Sangli hadn't entered any other dimensions. He was merely participating in a battle at a certain location. Since he hadn't yet inherited the divine title, he couldn't see Lu Zhang's level and didn't realize that the one searching for him was merely an avatar. Why are you always looking for me? Have you already inherited the title of Destruction God King? Fu Sangli asked in confusion. According to reason, even inheriting a god's position at his level of a main god was already so difficult. Lu Zhang inheriting a god king's position shouldn't be that easy. Therefore, he should proceed cautiously. I've already inherited it. I just finished sweeping through the abyss demon realm and came back for a break. I heard from Xianyuan Sr. that you needed help here, so I came to find you. How about it? What's the last test I need to pass? Last time, weren't you saying that helping me retrieve the Eye of Destruction was the final test? Lu Zhang asked. Fu Sangli processed the information he had just heard, too stunned to react, and replied, the God of War requires that the slaughter affinity be increased to 100% and the destruction affinity also be increased to 100%. I currently have no other methods to increase them. The only way is to keep slaughtering and gradually increase them. Currently, the slaughter affinity is 88% and the destruction affinity is 85%, both still insufficient. Lu Zhang immediately understood the killing speed was too slow. At this point, Fu Sangli only possessed the combat power of a demigod, so his killing speed was indeed insufficient, far from meeting the requirements for affinity enhancement. Most of his current affinity points were likely rewards granted during the assessment process. There's a solution. Wait here, I'll bring the 2 divine pets over. Lu Zhang spoke, then summoned the Lingming Stone Monkey and the Taodia, and used the Magic Power Bridge skill to share their magic power among the 3. Master, you can now channel this magical energy to unleash a wide area damage skill. Upon sensing the surging magical energy, Fu Sangli was completely stunned. Is that even possible? No wonder Lu Zhang is so powerful. He has so many divine pets, and all their summoned beasts' magical power is shared with one, allowing him to concentrate their magical power and release powerful single-target skills, easily defeating enemies of higher levels. Lu Zhang then granted him a critical strike aura and a luck aura. If it weren't for the fact that the true blessing skill could only be used on oneself, Lu Zhang would have at least let his teacher see what he was capable of. The skills of divine pets are truly absurdly powerful. With ample mana and critical hit damage, Fu Sangli's skills became incredibly powerful, causing more slaughter and destruction. However, his skills weren't divine techniques, so the damage was still limited. It took him over 3 days to finally raise the affinity for destruction and slaughter to 100%. Condensing his divine essence, he attained the rank of a main god, the God of War. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang was discussing a matter with Xian Yuan Wuji, Wu Tuohai, and others. Based on my speculation, the God King level is not the end. We may face even more powerful enemies in the future. Therefore, simply inheriting a fixed divine rank does not guarantee sufficient combat strength. Going alone is not enough. I suggest selecting another group of individuals to condense their divine essences, gradually upgrading them to main god or god king rank. With my assistance, reaching the main god rank should be quite smooth. Lu Zhang spoke up. Inheriting a divine position is indeed a very convenient way to quickly obtain power, but the power gained through this method cannot be altered. The original rank of the divine position remains fixed and cannot be further enhanced. However, judging from our experience in defeating the Demon King, he did not possess the power of the world's fundamental nature and was not as powerful as we had imagined. This indicates that both the God King and the Demon King are not the ultimate limit. Lu Zhang himself was firmly committed to the path of self-improvement, but he alone was not enough. Xian Yuan Wuji spoke up. Among the saint-ranked professionals, the vast majority have already transferred their professions and inherited divine status. We could select a group of people from your current batch and the previous few batches of students to follow your plan for cultivation. There is no need to consult us on this matter. Make your own decision and issue the orders. I have already abdicated, and the position of Great Xiao War God has been officially handed over to you. You may make all decisions on your own. Don't cause me any trouble. Lu Zhang heard this and couldn't help but feel speechless. This guy is really something. He says he's giving us a break, but he's basically washing his hands of everything. Alright, then I'll handle it myself. Lu Zhang wasn't afraid of trouble. After all, the other person was stretched too thin, while he had 10,000 clones. Handling such a minor matter was no problem at all. He first contacted the principals of the 10 major universities of the Great Xia Empire, re-registered and compiled the student information from each school, and sent it to himself. Then he selected 20 people from the list. Upgrade resources were limited, and bringing 20 people was already extremely difficult. Only Lu Zhang could manage it, as he had numerous powerful skills to enhance the combat strength of these students. Otherwise, even if others were to lead them, even if they managed to weaken high-level monsters to the brink of death, these students would still be unable to break through their defenses. Yang Dong and the others were all among the 20 selected. On one hand, these were people he was familiar with, so he naturally considered them for opportunities. On the other hand, among the younger generation, only they had completed the 5th transformation and were on the verge of completing the 6th. Only after completing all the job change tasks can they break through the leveling restrictions, allowing Lu Zhang to swiftly elevate them to a higher tier. Among the 20, only Mu Yunlan can currently begin rapid leveling directly. Fortunately, there were still many monsters left in the Divine Realm dungeon where 8 upper-tier demon gods had fused, which Lu Zhang had preserved. By sharing mana and enhancing skills, Mu Yunlan, who has already successfully transformed into the legendary tier sword immortal class, can maximize her output. A single move, 10,000 swords return to the source, can eliminate large groups of monsters, causing experience points to skyrocket. In just one day, his level had risen to the mid-high tier god realm. Lu Zhang did not allow her to continue killing. The remaining monsters were insignificant for her leveling up. She should accompany him to the divine realm to slaughter and level up. The remaining monsters would be better utilized by other professionals who had not yet completed their 6th transformation. With Lu Zhang stationed at the Water Star, he had previously cleared the Abyss Demon Realm once, and people finally lived in peace. The fusion of the upper god's divine realm instance required some time, and before that, the evil gods wouldn't make any major moves. Lu Zhang used this time to cultivate 20 young adventurers capable of independently in divine essence, while also helping his parents achieve the same. However, they only attained the rank of lower tier god. Currently, there is little difference between upper-tier gods and lower-tier gods. In Lu Zhang's eyes, even a god king is a being that can be easily eliminated. His parents' strength is not important at this point. Lu Zhang is more concerned about the issue of lifespan. Therefore, he has been striving to summon a divine pet with the ability to extend others' lifespans. However, despite spending the past 3 months replacing all 2,000 summoning slots with divine great spirit pets, he has yet to summon a single divine pet. Lu Zhang suspects that summoning the 5-star legendary divine pet Cheng Huang has depleted all his luck. At this moment, the fusion of the Divine Realm dungeon of an upper-tier demon god had been completed. Even 2 days had passed, but unlike Lu Zhang's expectations, no main god-level Divine Realm fusion had appeared, which left him deeply puzzled. It seemed he had no choice but to venture deeper into the Divine Realm. 170, Chapter 170, next time we meet, it will be to free you from fear. Please keep reading. Chapter 170, next time we meet, I'll lead you out of fear. Please keep reading. Lu Zhang naturally wouldn't send his true form directly into the Divine Realm. He needed to dispatch a clone instead. Although the triple clones only possessed a portion of the skills and half the base attributes of the original body, they were more than sufficient to overwhelm a god-level being or even confront a god king. Scanning information about the Divine Realm was more than sufficient. The entrance to the Divine Realm isn't hard to find. In fact, they can be found everywhere. They are the class change sanctuaries that exist in every major city. This place is directly administered by the divine realm and was not built by the humans below. The temples were built first, followed by the cities. The structures from the old era have all turned to dust, and everything now relies on the Transfiguration Sanctuary for its existence. It is said that once one becomes a god, they can enter the divine realm through the Transcendence Sanctuary, but no one has ever used it. Lu Zhang's avatar entered the sanctuary and immediately sensed a magical array emitting a mysterious pull toward him. He went to the back of the temple, where an array had already been activated. It seemed that the temple had detected an individual of divine rank entering and automatically activated the magical array with divine power. Lu Zhang entered the array. In the next moment, a golden light flashed and he found himself on a massive altar, surrounded by trees over a kilometer tall. At that moment, the trees seemed withered, dry, and devoid of luster. Lu Zhang sensed that these trees had lost most of their vitality, shrouded in demonic energy, merely clinging to life. He raised his hand, and golden light erupted from his body, shooting toward the trees. The demonic energy within the trees was instantly expelled by Lu Zhang using the Paisho's exorcism and purification skill, but this skill only removed the demonic energy and did not destroy it. At the same time, Lu Zhang unleashed the skill Devouring Black Hole from the Taotie and the skill Hook Demon Tongue from the three-legged demon toad, instantly devouring and absorbing all the expelled demonic energy, transforming it into magical power and experience points. Immediately afterward, he unleashed the Holy Light Illumination skill, sending hundreds of light orbs into the sky. The entire forest was completely purified and healed. Beside the altar stood the thickest tree in the forest. After being healed, a massive hole split open at its center. A female elf with blonde hair, blue eyes, and pointed ears flew out. She bowed respectfully to Lu Zhang and spoke. "Nina thanks your majesty for saving us." As she appeared, more elves flew out from the tree hollows. They gathered before Lu Zhang and thanked him. Lu Zhang waved his hand and looked at the first elf to emerge, asking, "Nina, what has happened in the divine realm? Tell me." The other party responded with great respect and immediately began recounting the events of the past years. This place was once the divine realm of the god of life, fused into the divine realm, and also the homeland of the elven race. Following that great war, the entire divine realm was devastated, with most of the gods slain in battle. Those few who survived were left injured and fell into a deep slumber. The evil beings hidden within the divine realm awoke one day, launched a surprise attack on the gods who had not yet awakened, seized their divine seats, and ultimately corrupted the entire divine realm. Although the life god king had already perished, he left behind the heart of life, buried deep within the elf forest. Thanks to its protection, beings of higher divine rank were unable to enter this realm. However, beings below the level of gods, along with the surging demonic energy, nearly forced the elves to seek refuge within the bodies of the tree warriors. Even so, the situation here has reached a critical point. Lu Zhang's arrival brought them new hope. "Your Majesty, once you obtain the heart of life, you can undergo the divine trial to become the life god king and lead us to defeat the demons." Nina's eyes were filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, Lu Zhang shook his head and refused outright. This current avatar was created using the triple avatar skill, which requires magical energy to sustain its existence and cannot inherit the divine throne. Additionally, clones created using the out-of-body clone skill cannot exist across different dimensions. Therefore, unless Lu Zhang's true body arrives in person, the divine throne of the life god king cannot be inherited. The time is not yet right. I need to investigate the situation outside. The next time we meet, it will be the time to completely free you from fear. Nina's eyes flickered with disappointment, but upon hearing Lu Zhang's final words, a glimmer of hope returned to her eyes. They had waited far too long. Finally, a savior was about to emerge. Lu Zhang left the elf forest without even bothering to check on the life core. To him, the realm of the divine king held little appeal. The purpose of his avatar coming to the divine realm was to investigate the current situation here. Everything else was irrelevant. The divine realm was a vast expanse, far larger than the water star, and the abyss demon realm was no exception. This was highly puzzling. With such vast space and abundant resources, why target a tiny water star? If there were many worlds similar to water star beneath the divine realm, that might make sense. Numerous worlds have been invaded, and the water star is just one of them. But that is not the case. Based on available information, the water star is the only habitable planet in this world. The number of followers of any mid-tier god exceeds the human population of water star, and each of a mid-tier god's divine realm planes is roughly the same size as the original water star. It is only now, with numerous divine realms merging onto the water star, that its area has expanded by over 100 times. The mystery remains unsolved for now. Lu Zhang can only first investigate the situation in the divine realm. After flying out of the divine realm of the life god king, the surrounding area was once again filled with dense demonic energy. His clones, possessing the passive ability of the heaven-swallowing demon body, naturally showed no signs of discomfort. However, based on the current situation, the entire divine realm has indeed been completely overrun. However, based on the available information, this should not be the final outcome. The gods and demons should have been mutually destroyed, with the majority of demons eliminated and a significant portion of the gods surviving, leading to a relatively stable situation. Even if the demons had left a contingency plan and were gradually reviving, they should not have directly annihilated the divine realm. Unless, of course, an external interfering factor like himself had emerged. While Lu Zhang was deep within the divine realm conducting his investigation, a metallic robot was also exploring the water star. Within the divine realm, inside a fortress shrouded in demonic energy, a humanoid creature, entirely silver-white and resembling a metal casting, stared at the light screen before it, emitting a series of clicks. There is indeed a powerful being below. His avatars are everywhere. He can split into numerous sub-entities just like me. This ability surpasses the limits of this world. I never expected there to be another outsider who arrived here before me. The situation in the Abyss Demon realm must also be his doing. However, he currently only possesses the strength of the 10th realm. Now that he can move, I must accelerate the fusion process and break through the world's protective barriers. This primordial star is mine. 171, Chapter 171, the 5-star legendary divine pet is hard to obtain, the divine king's throne is within reach. Please keep reading. Chapter 171, the 5-star legendary divine pet is hard to obtain, but the divine king's throne is within reach. Please keep reading. Roth came from a world called Naten and was a professional interstellar pirate. During a chase, he used random teleportation and ended up here. He discovered that this place was still under world protection restrictions, meaning it was an untouched, undeveloped world with no life forms beyond the 10th realm. The primordial star is a universe, the first life-bearing planet within a world. Everything has an opposite, life and death, destruction and creation. Compared to the lifeless primordial universe, the primordial star, which harbors life, is its opposite, containing all the rules of the universe. A primordial star is of immense value, especially for someone like him, an Atanian who has only reached the 11th realm. It is an enormous opportunity. By fully controlling this planet, he could not only heal his injuries quickly but also advance further. However, the world's protective mechanisms are currently beyond his ability to break through directly, so he can only wait for the power of thee to grow, then utilize the world's existing operational rules to gradually complete the dimensional fusion and unlock the restrictions. During the fusion process, he received feedback from thee that a powerful entity had emerged below, causing all thee sent down to be killed. According to the world's old rules, such a situation should not have occurred. After all, the war power of the demon god's side had already changed under his interference and now possessed the strength to overwhelm both the true gods and humanity. Logically, the fusion and destruction process should proceed smoothly. Yet, this is the outcome. Due to his injuries, he had to enter a dormant state for treatment at regular intervals, which is why he only learned of this matter a few days ago. He immediately dispatched a split entity to investigate the lower realms. They then discovered Lu Zhang's external avatar. This powerful entity, though seemingly only around 800 in rank, possessed combat strength on par with a god king, making it an existence that transcended the old rules of this world. Roth directly made his conclusion. This was also an outsider like himself. However, fortunately, this entity's power had not yet reached the 11th realm and was currently only at the 10th realm of the God King tier. As long as he accelerates the world's fusion and completely shatters the rules of the original star, he could annihilate everything. The power gap between the 10th realm below level 1000 and the 11th realm below level 1100 was as vast as the difference between a meteorite and a star. Roth had no reservations. Of course, he wouldn't let his guard down either, continuing to fuse the planes at the fastest possible speed to prevent Lu Zhang from growing stronger. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang's demonic form had overheard a piece of information that greatly concerned him. The greedy demon king and the necromancer god, along with several other demonic beings at the level of divine kings, were all currently under the command of a man named Roser. This indicated that the enemy's strength had likely surpassed the god king level. He had no fear of god king level power, but he had no way to deal with anything above that level. Now, he must find a way to continue enhancing his own power. Currently, there are only two directions for directly enhancing power. One is to continue summoning and obtaining new divine pet skills, the other is to continue inheriting other divine king positions, as divine king skills are also extremely powerful. As for leveling up, that is certain, but the only target for leveling up is currently at the god king level. However, the demon kings are currently gathered within the divine realm, and unless he uses a clone to sneak in and kill them, entering with his main body would be too dangerous. Suddenly, Lu Zhang sensed that the water star was being fused by a main god-level divine realm instance, and the fusion was happening at an astonishing speed, faster than the fusion of an upper god-level divine realm instance. It was estimated that the fusion of 10 instances could be completed in just over a month. This means that the time left for him to grow stronger is limited. Lu Zhang did not hesitate further. His true form activated the skill Flying Yellow Departure, and his body instantly appeared in the elf forest of the divine realm. Using the skill Steal Heaven's Secrets, he immediately locked onto the location of the Heart of Life, extracted it, and then vanished from the divine realm, returning to the water star. There is now an existence surpassing the God King level in the divine realm, so Lu Zhang must be cautious. Currently, the opponent cannot break through the rule restrictions of the water star and directly descend into this world. This is his safe haven. He must not wander around carelessly. After obtaining the life core, he sensed it briefly to confirm there was no danger, then began the refinement process. It was completed in the blink of an eye. Ding! You have activated the Divine Trial, Life God King. To inherit the Divine Throne, you must meet the following 3 conditions. Condition 1, Life Affinity must reach 100%. Condition 2, complete the 3 trial contents. Condition 3, condense the Divine Essence. Lu Zhang couldn't help but feel a surge of joy upon seeing the feedback. There were only 3 trials? This would save a lot of time. First assessment task, rescue. Infected tree people. Description, the tree people of the elf forest have been corrupted by demonic energy. Help them expel the demonic energy, heal them, and rescue the elves trapped inside to complete the task. Reward, Life Affinity plus 30% Divine Skill, Life Praise. As soon as Lu Zhang saw the task description, he received a notification that the task had been completed. Ding! You have completed the first assessment of the Life God King's Divine Throne Succession Trial, Rescue. Infected tree people. Reward, Life Affinity plus 30% Divine Skill, Life Celebration. Current Life Affinity, 130%. Due to his innate passive skill Extend Life from Cheng Huang, his life affinity has reached 100%. After passing this assessment, it was directly increased to 130%. Automatically gains the passive effect of Life Divine Body, slowly absorbing surrounding life force and slightly increasing the maximum life value. Skill, Life Praise. Effect, consumes 1 billion mana points to restore the target's health by at least 10 billion points or half of their maximum health. A divine skill, truly deserving of its name. By consuming just 1 billion mana points, it can instantly restore half of a target's health points, even if the target has trillions of health points, making it an absolute powerhouse. When the target's health is less than half and below 10 billion, it directly restores 10 billion health points. When the target's health is greater than half and exceeds 10 billion points, 100 million mana can be exchanged for 10 billion health points, still a worthwhile trade. In summary, this is an extremely powerful healing skill. After Lu Zhang had his clone master this skill, in theory, his own health would never be completely depleted. A mere 1 billion mana points can be instantly released thousands of times by a single clone. Calculating it 5,000 times, that's 5 trillion health points, and 10,000 clones would be 50 trillion health points. Not to mention that each clone can ensure Lu Zhang's health remains above half. After obtaining information about this skill, Lu Zhang confirmed that his path to inheriting the title of God King was the correct one. A 5-star legendary divine pet is hard to obtain, but the position of God King is within reach. 172, Chapter 172, Life Extraction, Life Aura. An unexpected delight. Please continue reading. Chapter 172, Life Drain, Life Aura. An unexpected delight. Please keep reading. Starting with a passive skill that automatically completed a test, the reward was also decent, sparking his interest. Lu Zhang looked at the next test requirement. Second assessment, Healing. Experience the process of life recovery. Description, accumulate life restoration on at least 10 million targets, exceeding 2 trillion units of blood, and feel the rhythmic flow of life during the restoration process. Reward, Life Affinity plus 40% Divine Skill, Life Extraction. If anyone else had seen that 2 trillion figure, they would likely have been completely overwhelmed. After all, 2 trillion is already an extremely terrifying number. Add another 10,000, and how many healing spells would one need to cast to achieve that number? But Lu Zhang merely paused for a moment before flashing a relaxed expression. Currently, his health was 50 trillion, and his mana was 20 trillion. A single avatar, with all attributes reduced to 1/10, had 5 trillion health and 2 trillion mana. 2 trillion is merely the total health of 4 million avatars. Lu Zhang didn't have that many avatars, but he could reuse 10,000 avatars repeatedly. Lu Zhang selected 50,000 avatars and had the remaining 50,000 avatars use the True Blessing skill combined with Magic Counterbalance to directly annihilate 50 trillion health points. He then had them release Life Celebration to restore the health of the avatars. Releasing it once in reverse results in 10 trillion. 2 million merely exchanged 400 times. In less than an hour, the cumulative healing amount reached the required threshold. Ding! You have completed the second phase of the Life God King's Divine Inheritance Trial, Healing. Experience the process of life restoration. Reward, Life Affinity plus 40% Divine Technique, Life Drain. Current Life Affinity, 170%. Skill, Life Drain. Effect, consumes 1 billion mana to drain life from at least one target. If the total life value of all targets is less than 10 billion points, all life is drained. If it is greater than 10 billion but less than 20 billion, 10 billion points are drained. If the total life value is greater than 10 billion, half is drained. The maximum amount that can be converted into life value for oneself is 10 billion points. This life drain rule is similar to the previously obtained life blessing. Consumes 1 billion mana points to directly steal half of the target's health points. Even if the target has 1 trillion health points, half can still be stolen. As long as their health points exceed 20 billion, another half is stolen.
If their health is less than 20 billion, take 1 billion. If they have less than 10 billion, take it all. This is an extremely domineering skill, truly befitting the Life God King's ability, another rule-breaking skill that disregards levels and directly strips away half of the target's health. Although there's a final restriction limiting the maximum life points that can be gained to 10 billion.
But Lu Zhang was still very satisfied with this ability. Third trial content, life deprivation.
Description: absorb life energy from at least 1 billion targets, accumulating a total of at least 5 trillion life energy points, and feel the passage of life.
Reward: life affinity plus 50% divine skill, life aura. Not fewer than 1 billion targets if calculated based on 1 billion targets, each target would need to have 5 billion life points extracted.
Fortunately, it's not required that each target exceed 5 billion, as that amount of life energy is at least equivalent to a true god, and Lu Zhang doesn't have a place to find 1 billion true gods.
Completing this assessment isn't too difficult.
At this moment, the divine realms of 10 main gods were merging, spawning countless monsters.
Exterminating 100 million of them was a breeze. It was completed in less than half an hour.
Meanwhile, Lu Zhang employed the same tactic, having his clones exchange lives with the enemy to steal their life points, then using the life praise to restore them.
An hour later, the task was completed. Ding!
You have completed the third phase of the Life God King Throne Inheritance Trial, Life
Deprivation. Reward: life affinity plus 50% divine technique, life aura. Current life affinity, 220%. Skill, life aura. Effect: consumes a minimum of 10 billion mana points to target a single enemy, restoring 1 billion health points per second and extending their lifespan by at least 1 day. It's here! A skill that increases lifespan. Lu Zhang never expected that the skill he had been longing for to extend his lifespan would not come from his divine pet but from inheriting the divine title. This was an unexpected delight.
10 billion mana points for 1 extra day of life seems quite valuable, but Lu Zhang currently has 200 trillion mana points. By depleting his mana once, he could theoretically gain 2,000 days, which is 54 years. This life aura must be applied to himself and his parents whenever possible, since mana is free. He quickly had Lingming Stone Monkey and Lure Monkey learn all the newly acquired skills, so that even when he wasn't around, they could continue to extend his parents' lifespans. After trying it once, Lu Zhang discovered a problem. Longevity isn't added all at once. Instead, the life aura must be maintained continuously, and there is a limit to how much it can be increased. After consuming 1 trillion points of magical power, 1,000 days of lifespan could be added, but the aura had to be maintained for 10 days, meaning an average of 100 days of lifespan could be added per day. Even if the life aura is maintained constantly, the maximum increase in lifespan per year is 100 years. Since it consumes 1 year, the theoretical maximum frequency is increasing 99 years of lifespan per year.
That's sufficient.
By persisting for 100 years, one can increase their lifespan by 9,999 years.
Theoretically, with this skill, one can achieve immortality.
However, in reality, the condition for immortality is not endless lifespan, but rather being indestructible and immortal.
What good is a long lifespan if you can still be killed? Strength is the prerequisite for longevity.
Every immortal being is inevitably an absolute powerhouse. After completing the 3 trials, condense the divine essence and have an avatar inherit the position of Life God King. After inheriting the position of God King, this avatar can freely enter and exit the divine realm. The protective barrier of the former Life God King's plane disappears, and Lu Zhang immediately activates his plane-shattering ability to destroy it, then uses the Divine Realm Plane skill to rebuild a new Divine Realm Plane based on it. Only then did he settle the elves and tree people. He had promised to grant them protection, and he kept his word. The destruction of the Life God King's divine realm also immediately caught the attention of the demon lords in the divine realm. Although the Life God King's divine realm was independent, it could still be embedded within the divine realm. Its destruction caused significant turmoil. Lu Zhang's avatar had transformed into another form and was not using his own appearance. Upon sensing the demons approaching, he did not retreat but instead provoked them. 3 demon lords surrounded the god of life. At that moment, Lu Zhang, who had transformed into the form of the god of death, wielding the death pillar, activated his skill World-Destroying Strike and violently struck down at the 3 demon lords. Lu Zhang's current power was that of an absolute God King level P combatant, with multiple buffs and doubled critical damage. Under this strike, he demonstrated the true might of world-ending destruction. 1 fled. The other 2 were struck dead by a single blow. Picking up the 2 God King level divine essences that had fallen, Lu Zhang's true form, along with the Life God King's clone, vanished from the divine realm. Wrath appeared in the next instant, gazing at the nearly shattered divine realm space before him, his expression filled with shock and uncertainty. Chapter 173, This Power. It's already surpassed the God King tier. That's highly unreasonable. Please keep reading. Chapter 173, This Power. It has surpassed the God King tier. This is highly unreasonable. Please continue reading. This power. It has surpassed the God King tier. This is highly unreasonable. Roser had just sensed the energies of life and death.
The two energies combined might have produced such an effect. But he still felt something was off. Among the three demon lords, the greedy demon lord, who had survived, dragged his broken body and looked at Roser in terror. "My lord! That power just now was too strong, it felt as though you had intervened yourself. In this world, there is no power that can match mine. Unless that outsider intervened, I never expected him to grow so quickly. Send all the main gods down there and accelerate the fusion. I need to break through the world's limitations as soon as possible." Roth ordered. At his command, the remaining 28 main god-level demon gods had no choice but to obey. The fusion of so many god-level divine realm copies did not require all copies to be fully merged. Once the fusion progress reached approximately 1/3, the world upgrade could be completed. This would raise the level limit of Waterstar to the 9th tier main god realm. The next step was to fuse the God King level. Only by fully merging one God King level divine realm copy could the level restrictions be completely broken. Lu Zhang immediately sensed the newly added main god level divine realm copies and released 10,000 avatars to surround and block the monsters within. He did not rush to kill them. To put it simply, 28 main god tier divine essences are a significant upgrade resource. Currently, Lu Zhang's actual level is only 896, having just ascended after defeating 2 demon lords. This clearly demonstrated how much experience was required for leveling up after reaching the main god tier. These main gods wouldn't be of much use for his own leveling, but at least they could help another divine pet reach main god tier. Lu Zhang ordered the 6-eared monkey to go and eliminate these newly appeared main gods one by one, then gave it a Demon King level Demon King divine essence to devour. The remaining one he kept for himself. The 6-eared monkey successfully advanced to the main god level and reached level 824 in one go. Lu Zhang also successfully advanced to the God King level, reaching level 913. At the God King level, advancing becomes much more difficult. It seems that the only way to increase experience points to perfection is through absorbing energy and enduring a lengthy period of time. Unless there is a more powerful existence. Lu Zhang immediately thought of that being in the divine realm. A being with power surpassing the God King tier, an existence beyond the limits of this world. Lu Zhang was unsure if he had the strength to defeat such an opponent. It's not safe. He must continue to find ways to enhance himself without changing his current level. Summon more divine pets, level them up, and have them enhance his base attributes. Inherit more divine king titles to obtain more powerful skills. The skills granted by the Life God King were excellent, significantly boosting Lu Zhang's strength. During the 3 months he took off, Lu Zhang didn't let his avatar idle. He was constantly searching for clues about other God King positions. There are 5 divine kings in the divine realm: the Life Divine King, the Death Divine King, the Destruction Divine King, the Darkness Divine King, and the Light Divine King. Although there are only 5, their power is immense, sufficient to suppress the 9 great demons of the Abyss Demon Realm and the 4 demons of the Undead Plane. According to the information Lu Zhang obtained, had it not been for the Dark God King's failed breakthrough, which resulted in severe injuries from backlash, the evil faction would not even have been able to inflict mutual casualties. The Dark God King, severely wounded, was ambushed and killed by the joint attack of the Demon Lords. Immediately afterward, the remaining 4 God Kings were defeated one by one. Even so, all the demons of the evil faction were ultimately driven into a state of slumber. Had it not been for the intervention of outsiders, the 2 factions would have developed into evenly matched forces. After the Dark God King's demise, his residual energy formed a dungeon known as the Dark Canyon. This is a Saint-tier dungeon housing monsters called Dark Giants, each of which possesses strength surpassing the Saint-tier. Previously, Shen Yuan Wuji and his companions were unaware of the dungeon's true nature, merely regarding it as a trial ground for Saint-tier adventurers. Since it was located in the far west of the Great Xiao Alliance, with no human presence in the surrounding area, it received little attention. Lu Zhang had to search extensively before discovering information about the location where the Dark God King had fallen. This dungeon was the only clue leading to the Dark God King's throne. However, he did not send his true self there. Instead, he used the triple clone skill to create a clone and entered the Dark Canyon. Using the Merge with Darkness skill, he avoided conflict with the Dark Giants and reached the deepest part of the Dark Canyon. The closer he got to the deepest part, the stronger the dark energy became, and the more corrosive it grew. Even the semi-divine level Shen Yuan Wuji couldn't penetrate further, so no one knew what the situation inside was like. Upon entering, Lu Zhang was startled to discover a pitch-black eyeball. It resembled a black hole, absorbing all light within its vicinity, plunging the area within 100 meters into absolute darkness. Even demigod-level beings within this area would be directly corrupted into dark giants. These so-called dark giants are creatures that have been consumed by darkness and evolved into dark slaves. Lu Zhang was quite familiar with dark energy. He possessed numerous skills related to darkness, so he felt no discomfort. Through the piercing truth golden eyes, Lu Zhang could see the information of this eyeball. Item: Dark Left Eye. Effect: the Light God King and the Dark God King use their divine power to refine their own eyeballs into super divine artifacts. Possessing one allows one to unlock the inheritance of the Light God King or the Dark God King, and master the power of light or darkness. Lu Zhang had his clone touch the dark left eye, and suddenly the massive eyeball began to shrink, instantly becoming the size of a walnut and falling into his hand. The dark space dissipated, and the dark giants vanished without a trace. At the same time, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Please choose to unlock the Light God King's inheritance or the Dark God King's inheritance. Lu Zhang paused for a moment, realizing what it meant. He could actually use the dark left eye to activate the Light God King's inheritance. This was perfect, it saved him another trip. Now, out of the 5 divine kings of the divine realm, he had already obtained the titles of the God of Destruction, the God of Life, and the God of Death. With just these 2 remaining, he could immediately gather them all. Without hesitation, he activated the Dark God King's inheritance. Ding! You have activated the Divine Trial, Dark God King. To inherit the Divine Throne, you must meet the following 3 conditions. Condition 1, Dark Affinity must reach 100%. Condition 2, complete the 3 trial contents. Condition 3, condense your Divine Essence. First trial, retrieve the lost dark right hand. Description: the Dark God King's right hand is partially severed and lost in the Abyss Demon realm. Retrieve it and obtain its energy to complete the trial. Reward: Dark Affinity plus 30% Divine Technique, Dark Space. The Abyss Demon realm is no stranger to Lu Zhang, who effortlessly teleported there using the Flying Yellow Steps skill. Following the guidance of his dark left eye, he quickly located the so-called dark right hand. Though called the right hand, it was merely a small fragment. The energy contained within was substantial. Lu Zhang summoned his main body to use the Black Hole Devour skill to completely absorb it. 174, Chapter 174, huh? The arrogant demon lord shouldn't have appeared yet, right? Please keep reading. Chapter 174, huh? The arrogant demon king hasn't appeared yet, has he? Please keep reading. For Lu Zhang, who already possessed combat power surpassing that of a peak divine king, these divine king level assessment tasks were extremely simple. One could even say it was like handing him a God King title on a silver platter. Ding! You have completed the first part of the Dark God King Throne Inheritance Trial, retrieve the lost dark right hand. Reward: Dark Affinity plus 30% Divine Technique, Dark Space. Current Dark Affinity, 130%. Lu Zhang possesses passive skills from multiple dark attributed entities such as Changqi and the Death God King, granting him maximum dark affinity. Therefore, with this affinity added, it immediately surpassed 100%. Dark energy actively fuses into his body. Lu Zhang looked at the rewarded skill. Skill: Dark Space. Effect: consumes a minimum of 100 million mana points to completely absorb all light within a certain range, transforming it into absolute darkness. Non-darkness attribute entities have all attributes reduced by 50%, skill damage and attack range weakened by at least 50%, and darkness skill power increased by 200%. Darkness energy continuously inflicts a minimum of 10 million points of corrosive damage per second on the target. This should be classified as a field-type skill, possessing 3 effects: weakening enemies, enhancing oneself, and inflicting additional damage. If Lu Zhang uses this skill to unleash dark attribute attack skills, combined with his existing critical strike aura or similar buffs, there's no doubt it will significantly increase his output damage. This effectively boosts his combat power. The first skill is already quite impressive. Lu Zhang quickly moves on to the next assessment. Second assessment: Darkness, devour everything. Description: use the dark space to devour over 1 billion living beings to complete the objective. Reward: Dark Affinity plus 40% Divine Skill, Dark Conversion. Upon seeing the assessment content, Lu Zhang couldn't help but feel fortunate that he hadn't immediately eliminated all the monsters from the 38 Divine Realm copies. Otherwise, finding 10 billion targets would have been quite a challenge. After all, the Abyss Demon Realm had been thoroughly cleansed by him, leaving few monsters gathered in large groups. Only in the Divine Realm did the followers of these still number in the millions. Immediately, he summoned his avatar into these copies to rampage, opening the Dark Realm and pouring in trillions of mana points, dealing a trillion points of dark corrosion damage per second. 1 minute later, the assessment task was completed. Ding! You have completed the second phase of the Dark God King's Divine Throne Succession Trial, Darkness, Devour All. Reward: Dark Affinity plus 40% Divine Skill, Dark Conversion. Current Dark Affinity, 170%. Skill: Dark Conversion. Effect: consumes a minimum of 1 million mana points to convert targets within the dark space that have been consumed by darkness into dark servants. Darkness never ends, and the servants never perish. This skill didn't surprise Lu Zhang much at best. It was a combat support skill useful in group battles. Lu Zhang possessed an external avatar, which was far more useful than this skill. He didn't pay much attention to it and continued to look at the final assessment. Third assessment: Seize the Dark Divine Hammer. Description: the Dark God's Hammer has been seized by the arrogant Demon King. Retrieve the Dark God's Hammer to complete the assessment. Reward: Dark Affinity plus 50% Divine Skill, Shadow of Darkness. Ha! The arrogant demon lord shouldn't have appeared yet, right? Of the 9 great demons of the abyss, only 3 have been revived: the demon of hatred, the demon of fear, and the demon of greed. The arrogant demon hasn't been revived yet. How do we find him? Lu Zhang was currently in the Abyss Demon realm. Upon sensing the guidance of his dark left eye, he immediately headed to the location it pointed to. Boom! 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 Underground, within a massive pool, a gigantic heart beats relentlessly, absorbing and condensing the surging demonic energy with each beat. Lu Zhang could almost confirm that this was the location where the Pride Demon Lord had awakened, but he had not found the Dark Divine Hammer. Clearly, only after the Pride Demon Lord had fully awakened could he obtain the Dark Divine Hammer. The question now was, how to quickly revive a Demon Lord. Based on the information received during the process of inheriting the divine title and the Demon Lord skills he had obtained, all Demon Lords required absorbing sufficient specific negative emotional energy to revive. The Hatred Demon King absorbs hatred energy, while the Pride Demon King requires an adequate amount of pride energy. Where can such a vast amount of emotional energy be collected? Even though Lu Zhang's current combat power is sufficient to overwhelm a God King, he still cannot revive a Demon Lord. After all, among his skills, the most he can do is increase life points and lifespan. He has no resurrection technique, let alone reviving a Demon Lord. Lu Zhang desperately used the Steel Heaven's secret skill to obtain information about the Dark God's hammer, only to find that it also led to this heart and stop there. At this point, the position of Dark God King was beyond his reach. Lu Zhang decisively used the Steel Heaven's secret skill again to obtain the divine inheritance information of the Light God King. This was surprisingly easy to find. Within the Water Star, in a dungeon called Peak of Light, he found an item named Right Eye of Light. The Dark Left Eye could also unlock the Light God King's inheritance, but since Lu Zhang had already used it to unlock the Dark God King's inheritance, it couldn't be used again. Ding! You have activated the Divine Trial, Light God King. To inherit the Divine Throne, you must meet the following 3 conditions. Condition 1, achieve 100% light affinity. Condition 2, complete the 3 trial contents. Condition 3, condense your divine essence. This is good news. Except for the Death God King and the Destruction God King, the Divine Throne trials for the remaining 3 God Kings only require 3 trial contents, the same as the number of trials for a lower tier god. Of course, the difficulty cannot be compared. First assessment content, Purification. The Polluted Realm of Light. Description: the divine realm of the Light God King was shattered in battle, with only a portion remaining within the Water Star. It has been corrupted by demonic energy. Purify the damaged realm and redeem the Winged Tribe corrupted by demonic energy. Reward: Light Affinity plus 30% Divine Technique, Light Redemption. This test seems relatively straightforward, and Lu Zhang quickly located the fragments of the divine realm. According to logic, when a divine realm shatters, it should collapse and disappear entirely. Yet a fragment remained, likely because it fused with the Water Star, allowing it to survive. The winged people are the favored servants of the Light God King, a powerful race. Those with 1 pair of wings are ordinary winged people, who attain saint-level combat power upon reaching adulthood. 2 pairs of wings grant demigod status, 3 pairs grant lower-tier true god status, 4 pairs grant mid-tier god status, and 5 pairs grant upper-tier god status. The strongest have 6 pairs of wings, or 12 feathers. The winged people are also known as Angels of Light, and the 12 winged angels are the mightiest followers of the Light God King. The shattered divine realm has transformed into a dungeon known as the City of Fallen Angels, which is also a saint-tier dungeon, previously unexplored by anyone. Lu Zhang entered the dungeon and, upon sensing the surroundings, discovered that the strongest individual there was of mid-tier god level, equivalent to an 8-winged angel. He immediately unleashed the Exorcism and Purification skill, followed by over 1,000,000 Holy Light Illumination energy spheres. In an instant, all the angels were purified, and the entire dungeon was cleansed. The fallen angels that had been rampaging moments ago now knelt before him. Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving us. Chapter 175, What? The 5 Great God Kings of the Divine Realm? You let your avatars take all the positions. Please keep reading. Chapter 175, What? You let your clones take all 5 of the Divine King's seats in the Divine Realm. Please keep reading. After dispelling the demonic energy, these angels could leave the dungeon. Now that the level restriction on the Water Star has been lifted, Lu Zhang immediately summoned Xianyuan Wuji to handle these formidable forces. Although the number of remaining angels was not large, there were still over 10,000 of them, all at least saint tier, with many true god tier beings among them. This was undoubtedly a formidable force. Xianyuan Wuji listened to Lu Zhang's words in confusion and asked doubtfully, "Aren't you supposed to inherit the position of Life God King? Why are you here saving the angels? Could it be that the trial for the Life God King involves redeeming the angels? Aren't they under the jurisdiction of the Light God King?" Lu Zhang sighed helplessly and said, "I've already obtained the position of Life God King. Originally, I intended to also obtain the position of Dark God King, but I didn't expect the final trial to stall me. I can only try for the position of Light God King first." What? You've let your avatars take all 5 of the Divine King's thrones in the Divine Realm? Xianyuan Wuji exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Zhang retorted, "What else could I do? Who else is qualified to inherit them? We need more powerful forces. The enemies we face are not limited to God Kings." What? What do you mean, not just God King level? Aren't God Kings the strongest beings in this world? Xianyuan Wuji asked in disbelief.
Yes, the Divine Kings are the highest combat power in this world. But with the arrival of outsiders, the situation has become dire. The sudden fusion of so many main god-level divine realms is because that guy is desperately trying to invade the Water Star.
Now, I must do everything in my power to strengthen myself. Don't worry about me, senior. If I can't defeat it, the Water Star should be destroyed in an instant. So worrying is pointless. I'll just have to keep pushing forward and make one last desperate effort.
Lu Zhang spoke in a casual tone. Xianyuan Wuji heard this and paused for a few seconds before shrugging his shoulders. You wouldn't joke about something like this. It seems the crisis has truly arrived. I'll leave it to you. I need to hurry and spend some time with Fei Fei. Lu Zhang rolled his eyes.
It can only be said that you're truly you. This person sees things clearly and doesn't beg or plead for more effort.
In fact, at this point, getting anxious or angry wouldn't help. All they could do was pray that Lu Zhang could grow strong enough in such a short time to confront that power beyond the realm of a God King. A power that surpasses even the God King they, who aren't even God Kings themselves, are powerless to resist. All they can do is wait for the outcome.
Rather than anxiously waiting, it was better to live life on one's own terms. Enjoy the moment while it lasts.
Lu Zhang looked at the prompt before him.
Ding!
You have completed the first phase of the Divine King of Light's succession trial, Purification.
Purify the polluted realm of light. Reward, Light Affinity plus 30% Divine Technique, Light Redemption. Current Light Affinity, 130%. Skill, Light Redemption. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10 billion mana points.
Targets a single non-negative attribute target, restoring all health and removing all negative status effects.
A highly powerful healing skill. Fully restores health and removes all negative status effects. However, Lu Zhang doesn't particularly need it.
If it were a resurrection spell, he would have loved it.
Second assessment content, the Covenant of Light.
Description: the Light Guardian Beast, the Holy Light Unicorn, was severely injured and sealed itself away within the City of Fallen Angels.
Please heal it and gain its recognition. Reward, Light Affinity plus 40% Divine Skill, Angelic Rebirth.
This is quite convenient, as the target for the second assessment is also here. Lu Zhang immediately locked onto a sealed altar. With a light punch, the altar cracked open, revealing a beam of light.
Sure enough, there was a dying light unicorn inside.
Its body was shrouded in demonic energy, with flesh rotting everywhere, and its once white fur had lost all traces of its sacred aura.
It looked utterly decrepit.
As Lu Zhang approached, the effects of his passive skills began to take effect. Bai Zhe had granted him 2 passive skills, Repel All Evils and Purification Domain. All entities carrying demonic or evil energy automatically received a purification effect upon approaching him. If they were already malevolent spirits or demons, they would suffer direct damage. Additionally, Lu Zhang possessed a passive effect called Devouring Heavenly Demon Body, which allowed him to absorb demonic energy from his surroundings. Therefore, when he approached, the Holy Light Unicorn immediately felt its condition improve significantly. His health bar, which was previously at critical levels, began to slowly recover. Lu Zhang then released a large light sphere.
Holy Light Illumination. Combined with the Exorcism and Purification skill. Completely purging all the demonic energy from its body.
Using the newly obtained Light of Redemption skill, he fully restored its health, restored all attributes, and removed all negative status effects.
Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving me. I swear my loyalty to you.
The Holy Light Unicorn kneels on its front hooves, signifying submission. This is a peak-level divine beast of the Supreme God rank, having reached level 899. Although it was 1 tier below his own divine pet, Lu Zhang didn't mind. He simply sent it to its parents to serve as a pet. There were no targets in the lower realms that required a divine beast of this caliber to handle. Even if there were, they would be rare resources or upgrade materials, not something to waste on this creature.
In Lu Zhang's eyes, such level-locked creatures were no different from useless trash.
If there were monsters, he'd rather have his own divine-grade summoned beast kill them than let the Holy Light Unicorn do it. After all, the former could provide experience points and attribute points for his own leveling up.
Ding!
You have completed the second part of the Divine King of Light's Throne Succession Trial, the Covenant of Light.
Reward, Light Affinity plus 40% Divine Skill, Angelic Reincarnation. Current Light Affinity, 170%. Skill, Angelic Rebirth.
Effect, consumes a minimum of 10 billion mana points to transform an individual of Saint tier or higher into an angel. After transformation, Saint tier becomes Demigod tier becomes Lower True God tier becomes Middle God tier becomes Upper God tier, and Upper God tier becomes Main God tier. The transformed level cannot be further upgraded.
This is a skill never seen before.
It directly enhances combat power. The mana cost is negligible, but the trade-off is that after reincarnation, further leveling up is no longer possible. In other words, combat power is locked.
Many will likely choose this option.
After all, reaching demigod status allows one to become a god directly.
However, inheriting a divine title also locks combat power, and how many divine titles are there? Reincarnating as an angel grants immediate access to immense power. This is an incredibly tempting offer. However, only the strongest can be transformed into the main god tier. This level of combat power is something ordinary people can only dream of, but to Lu Zhang, it's like a piece of chicken rib completely uninteresting. An interesting skill, that's all. It has no other use. He didn't even bother to look a second time, seeing that the potential reach the main god level was enough to completely extinguish his interest. After all, his enemies were beings of God King level or higher. Lu Zhang quickly turned his attention to the final assessment task of the Light God King. Third test, the Battle of Light. 176, Chapter 176, Another Dead End. One shot, one kill, another 5-star legend. Please keep reading. Chapter 176, Another Dead End. One shot, one kill, another 5-star legend. Please keep reading. This final test left Lu Zhang speechless. Third trial, the Battle of Light. Description: convert at least 10,000 angels and lead them to defeat at least 1 billion demons. Reward: Light Affinity plus 50% Divine Technique, Light Resurrection. The Divine Technique reward made Lu Zhang's eyes sparkle. That was resurrection magic. The true art of bringing the dead back to life. With this skill, he would truly have nothing to fear from death. You wouldn't even fear the deaths of your friends and family. Just resurrect them with a flick of the wrist. Perhaps even complete the Dark God King's task. But after reading the description of the assessment requirements, Lu Zhang felt completely disheartened. You could ask him to kill 10 trillion demons. But if he had to convert 10,000 angels, where on earth would he find them? Currently, among all humanity, there are only a handful who have reached the saint tier. 10,000 angels? This seems like another dead end. Lu Zhang realized that the assessment for the Divine Throne succession didn't seem to be happening now. Perhaps the world is developing according to its original rules, slowly but surely, and eventually there will be tens of thousands of saint-level practitioners and numerous demigods. In that case, inheriting those divine seats would make perfect sense. At that time, all the demon lords would awaken, and he could then retrieve the Dark God's hammer smoothly. Now, perhaps because of himself, or perhaps because of that outsider, everything has changed. Now, both divine seat successions are stuck on the final requirement. This won't do. Can a person be driven to death by holding back their urine? If there aren't 10,000 saint-tier professionals, then we'll create 10,000. It's just a matter of completing the job change quest, right? Have an external avatar assist throughout the process, provide ample potions and equipment, and I don't believe we can't produce 10,000 saint-tier professionals in a short amount of time. Lu Zhang is now the highest authority of the entire Great Xiao Alliance. At his command, the entire alliance immediately mobilized 20,000 students. Why 2,000? This is because some tasks may require individual completion and cannot be assisted, while the danger level is too high. There's no need to take that risk. He only needs a batch of qualified tools. After issuing the order, his avatar led the 20,000 students to the vicinity of the main god-level demon god dungeon. They will help them obtain the experience points needed to upgrade to the saint level. Then begin assisting them in completing their class change tasks. As it turned out, when the entire alliance began to act, with all resources coordinated together, the efficiency was extremely high. In just one day, over 4,000 people completed their 5th job advancement. Lu Zhang himself was not idle either. He began summoning divine pets once more. Currently, the succession of the divine thrones of the 5 great divine kings, the Light Divine King and the Dark Divine King, has reached a stalemate. He needed to further enhance his combat power through his divine pets. Ding! Consuming 100 million points of magic, the skilled divine summoning technique was successfully activated. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet. Qin Yuan 1 triggered the hidden talent Summon the God's passive effect 2. You obtained the skilled Death Decay. The first draw directly yielded a 5-star legendary divine pet, completely stunning Lu Zhang. One shot, one kill. This is the first time. Just a random draw and you get a 5-star legendary divine pet. Who can handle that? Lu Zhang can handle it. He's truly seen the world. He's summoned quite a few divine pets, with over 10 5-star ones. 5-star divine pets aren't rare, but what really matters is their abilities. Let's take a look at the skills obtained directly. Skill: Death Blight. Effect: consumes a minimum of 100 million mana points to target a single enemy, inflicting a fatal poison with no known cure. Affected creatures suffer severe, ongoing loss of vitality and wither away rapidly until death. Skills that don't specify the exact damage output are usually extremely dangerous. However, it doesn't significantly boost Lu Zhang's current combat power. It also cannot alter the current predicament. Let's continue to examine the other skills. Lu Zhang paid no attention to the others, but one skill caught his interest. Skill: Transform all into poison. Effect: consumes a certain amount of mana to transform everything in the heavens and earth into poison, or imbue everything with poison. The yin and yang of the heavens and earth, the 5 elements of poison. Lu Zhang didn't expect this ability to neutralize poison to be able to kill an existence beyond the level of a divine king. What he cared about was that this skill could be combined with a passive skill he had obtained. Xian Lu had granted him a passive ability called 10,000 Poisons Demon Body, which allowed him to absorb all toxins and convert them into magical power and damage. By transforming everything into poison and then using the Poison Mist Barrier skill to consolidate all the toxins, he could absorb the poison's energy to rapidly increase his experience points. It seems similar to directly using the Black Hole Devour skill to swallow everything. However, during the process of converting toxins, mana is added. Mana is an endless resource and in large quantities, so the amount of toxin energy converted in a single transformation is enormous. Once fully absorbed, wouldn't the level skyrocket instantly? If one's own level can be raised to God King tier or above, what is there to fear from outsiders? Just wipe them out. But soon, Lu Zhang calmed down. This method is feasible, but the 10,000 Poisons Demon Body is a passive skill and cannot actively absorb toxins. Therefore, it must be a slow process. Compared to the original leveling speed, it would certainly be faster. However, relying solely on this method, it might not be enough to reach a sufficiently powerful level in time to withstand the attack of outsiders. We must continue summoning divine pets. Summoning must not stop. However, at the same time, Lu Zhang utilized his triple clone technique to create a clone that transformed into the form of a Qin Yuan Bee, heading into the Abyss Demon realm to attempt leveling up using this method. Divine pet summoning continues. But it seems the first one already used up all the luck by summoning a 5-star legendary pet. Nothing else appeared afterward. Only divine grade pets appeared. On the other side, the cultivation of the Saint tier professionals was progressing smoothly. By the end of the second day, over 6,000 people had successfully completed their 6th transformation and become Saint tier professionals. By the morning of the third day, the goal of 10,000 people was successfully achieved. Others were still undergoing their class change tasks, but it no longer mattered. Lu Zhang gathered the 10,000 Saint tier professionals and began to unleash the divine technique Angelic Rebirth. Instantly, 2 pairs of wings sprouted from their backs. Their appearance remained unchanged, but fundamentally, they were no longer human. This had been explained to them when they were selected as students. However, upon learning that they could directly become demigods, they had no reason to hesitate. They were all children from ordinary families. Becoming high-level professionals was the pinnacle of their lives. Now that they can become demigods, what more could they possibly want? One must learn to be content. After converting 10,000 angels, it took less than 10 minutes to eliminate 1 billion targets. The main delay was bringing them to the battlefield. Ding! You have completed the 3rd assessment of the Divine Throne Inheritance Trial of the Light God King, the Battle of Light. Reward, Light Affinity plus 50% Divine Technique, Light Resurrection. Current Light Affinity, 220%. Let's check out the Resurrection Technique first. Chapter 177, The Demon King has become a controllable renewable resource. Please keep reading. Chapter 177, The Demon King has become a controllable renewable resource. Please keep reading. The long-awaited Resurrection Technique has arrived. Skill, Light Resurrection Technique. Effect, minimum cost of 10 billion mana points. Targets a single target and revives it if it has been dead for no more than 1 day. After revival, all attributes are restored, negative status effects are removed, and the target cannot be revived again within 1 day. This skill clearly only grants a single target an extra life. The effect is limited. Lu Zhang thought he could use this to revive the arrogant Demon King. It seems impossible now. Another method must be sought. But at least it gives him the chance to grant a second life to his parents and friends. Just then, Lu Zhang suddenly noticed a flash of light appear on the summoning spot. He hadn't stopped summoning for the past 2 days. Another summon. Ding! Consumed 100 million points of magic, successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary Divine Pet 2 Wu1 triggered the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill 7 Emotions and 6 Desires. Before his eyes appeared a ferocious beast with the build of a tiger, fur like a dog, wild boar-like tusks, and a human-like face. Lu Zhang was overjoyed upon seeing the skill feedback. Skill, 7 Emotions and 6 Desires. Effect, consumes a certain amount of mana to enhance, weaken, or transfer the target's emotional energy. Grants immunity to emotional force interference. This skill may seem insignificant, but it is actually the most fundamental and powerful ability. It directly controls the emotional energy of all living beings, amplifying anger and causing the target to lose its rationality. Enhancing feelings of despair can cause a target to lose the will to survive and commit suicide. For example, the release of emotions such as joy, sadness, or resentment can cause significant depletion of a life form's mental energy. However, when Lu Zhang saw this skill, he immediately thought of using it to revive the arrogant demon lord. What he needed to do was amplify the arrogance within people's hearts, transfer it into his own body, and then inject it into the heart of the arrogant demon lord. Not only the arrogant demon king, but if the method worked, he could use it to quickly cultivate other demons as well. Demons would thus become a controllable, renewable resource. Lu Zhang was extremely excited. But he didn't rush to test it. Instead, he first had an external avatar complete the succession to the position of Light God King, condensing his divine essence to inherit the title of God King. The final level was 988, not reaching the peak. That was sufficient. Lu Zheng didn't expect the combat power of a God King to be of much use, but at least it could serve as bodyguards for his parents. To confront that existence beyond the God King level, he would have to rely on himself. Having secured the title of Light God King, Lu Zheng reviewed the various skills he now possessed. Holy Light Guardian, Light Judgment, Light Holy Shield. With just a glance, Lu Zheng was certain they were all useless. Of course, as divine techniques, they do have some power, but Lu Zheng simply doesn't need any of these things. Except for the final passive skill, the rest were at least worth the trip. Skill, Divine Light Body Passive. Effect, immune to single damage values below 10 billion, physical damage reduced by 20%, energy damage reduced by 30%, and energy damage reduction converted into light energy, healing the user for an equal amount. Earlier, when he visited the Divine Realm, Lu Zheng encountered a greedy Demon King. Though he didn't kill it, he obtained its transformation and skills. One of them was the same skill as the Hatred Demon Body provided by the Hatred Demon King earlier, the Greed Demon Body. Skill, Greedy Demon Body Passive. Effect, immune to single damage values below 1 trillion points, 10% physical damage reduction, and 10% energy damage reduction after death. Absorbing greed power can reconstitute the Greed Demon Body and reincarnate in the Abyss Demon Realm after being enhanced by the Greed Demon Body. He now possesses 99.75% physical damage reduction and 99.45% spell damage reduction. Now, with the addition of the Light Divine Body's invincible effect, the damage reduction is increased once again. This brings the physical damage reduction to 99.95% and the magical damage reduction to 99.75%. Lu Zheng is now essentially immune to physical attacks. All physical damage is directly reduced to just 0.0005%, which is nearly equivalent to absolute invincibility. Of course, if there are skills like True Blessing that ignore all defenses and deal true damage, there's nothing that can be done. Still, having high health is essential. However, such skills are rare, and Lu Zheng also possesses the divine technique Tongtian Jianmu, which can multiply his health by tenfold. No need to worry. The next step is to revive the Demon King. This requires selecting a group of targets as emotional energy cultivation subjects. Among all living beings, humans possess the strongest emotional energy, which is likely why they are chosen as practitioners. To harvest emotional power, one must target humans. However, Lu Zheng did not plan to target the Great Xiao Alliance. Instead, he headed to the nearby Little Days Alliance. Over the past period, he had eliminated so many crises, and these people were all beneficiaries of the status quo. They couldn't be allowed to live so comfortably. Moreover, they were numerous, over 100 million, which was more than enough for experimentation. Lu Zheng summoned 10,000 avatars and activated the 7 emotions and 6 desires skills simultaneously, causing his magical power to deplete rapidly. It wasn't just a few 100 billion or a few trillion, it was countless trillions being released. In an instant, hundreds of millions of people erupted with arrogance. They looked down on everyone else, believing them to be inferior beings while they themselves were noble princesses and princes. Lu Zheng quickly harvested this emotional energy, wave after wave, until everyone in the Little Day Alliance fainted from mental exhaustion. Only then did Lu Zheng, armed with the power of arrogance, enter the Abyss Demon Realm. He transferred this energy into the body of the arrogant Demon King. A heart began to form, surrounded by flesh, coalescing into a flesh-covered mass. The effect was immediate. Again. Seeing the results, Lu Zheng grew even more determined. The people from the Little Days group all fainted, but that didn't matter. He simply used healing magic to restore their condition. Then continue the harvest. Within an hour, he had harvested 10 times. By the second time, the arrogant demon lord had a head. By the 4th time, an arm had grown. By the 8th time, its legs had grown. After the 10th time, the arrogant demon king flapped its wings behind its back and suddenly opened its eyes. Upon seeing Lu Zheng before him, it paused for a moment before speaking in a haughty tone. "Did you revive this god?" Lu Zheng smiled and said, "Yes. I went through a lot of trouble. Hand over the dark god's hammer." The arrogant demon king, seeing Lu Zheng's attitude, couldn't help but furrow his brows. Immediately, a black hammer appeared in its hand. "Human, the dark god's hammer is the dark god king's ultimate artifact. If you want it, kneel down and beg me, and perhaps I might show mercy and grant your request." Lu Zheng, upon seeing the hammer, paid no heed to his words. He raised his hand, gripped the death pillar with both hands, and struck with the world-shattering blow. Boom! The newly revived arrogant demon king was instantly obliterated. The force was just right, preserving the dark god king's divine essence intact. Chapter 178, Facing Lu Zheng, It Can't Afford to Be Arrogant. Please keep reading. Chapter 178, Facing Lu Zheng, It Can't Afford to Be Arrogant. Please keep reading. The arrogant demon lord likely never expected that he would be killed with a single strike just moments after being revived. This was likely the fastest it had ever revived and the fastest it had ever died. After obtaining the dark god's hammer, Lu Zheng immediately saw a prompt. Ding! You have completed the third trial of the Dark God King's Throne Succession Exam. Seize the Dark God Hammer. Reward: Dark Affinity plus 50% Divine Technique, Shadow of Darkness. Current Dark Affinity, 220%. Skill: Dark Shadow. Effect: consumes a minimum of 100 million mana points to target a single enemy, creating a dark shadow of the same level, health, and mana as the target. After the dark shadow is created, its level increases as the target's level increases. When the dark shadow's health or mana is depleted, it replenishes synchronously with the target. When in darkness, the dark shadow's health and mana recover at 10 times the normal rate, otherwise, they recover at twice the normal rate. The description of this skill is a bit complex. In simpler terms, it's an additional damage absorbing, mana replenishing, and rapidly regenerating decoy. Although the damage is still taken by the caster, the health is instantly restored, and the damage is transferred to the dark shadow. You gain double the mana and twice the recovery speed. The key point is that it only needs to be activated once, and anyone can keep it active. It's similar to the skill Tong Tian Jianmu. However, the Tong Tian Jianmu can only be used on oneself. This skill, however, can be used on anyone. This is a pleasant surprise. It can provide an extra layer of life protection for oneself and also for one's family. Next, continue to condense the divine essence of an avatar and inherit the title of Dark God King. At this point, all 5 divine kings of the divine realm have been obtained by Lu Zhang's avatars. The Dark God King also possesses a dominant type skill. Skill: Dark God Body Passive. Effect: immune to single damage values below 10 billion points. Physical damage reduced by 20%, energy damage reduced by 30%, and energy damage reduction converted into dark energy, healing the user by an equal amount. Its effects are identical to those of the Divine Light Body. Earlier, he also obtained the transformation and skills of the Arrogant Demon King, including a similar invincible skill. Skill: Arrogant Demon Body Passive. Effect: immune to single damage values below 1 trillion points, 10% reduction in physical damage, and 10% reduction in energy damage after death. Absorbing the power of arrogance allows the arrogant demon body to be reformed, enabling rebirth in the Abyss Demon realm. After these 2 enhancements, Lu Zhang's invincible effect has become 99.9925% physical damage reduction and 99.9915% magical damage reduction. Physical and magical skills now deal less than 1/10,000th of damage to Lu Zhang. This is truly absolute invincibility. For orders of magnitude weaker, even surpassing a major tier, it would still be impossible to truly deal damage to him without a skill that inflicts absolute true damage. This effectively places him in an unbeatable position. Lu Zhang couldn't help but think of the other few demon lords. The 9 great demons of the abyss, greed, fear, pride, and hatred have already been obtained by him in demonic form. The remaining 5 must also exist. Moreover, revived demons are excellent experience targets, and Lu Zhang didn't want to let any of them slip away. He first used the Steel Heaven Secrets skill to locate the resurrection site of one of the 9 great demon lords, the Silver Desire Demon Lord, and discovered that this creature didn't even have a complete heart. But that didn't matter. Lu Zhang could help him. After confirming the demon lord's location, he returned directly to Waterstar and arrived at the Little Days Alliance. He released 10,000 clones and stimulated their silver desire. Lu Zhang found that this emotional power was much easier to trigger than the arrogance he had encountered before, and he effortlessly reaped the rewards. After more than an hour, the Silver Desire Demon King was revived. Lu Zhang successfully obtained another demonic body with the same enhancement. He killed it, devoured its divine essence, and his level rose to 934. This leveling speed was still quite impressive. After all, demons could be repeatedly revived, and in theory, it wouldn't take him long to reach the level of a divine king. Half a day later, the 4 demon lords of jealousy, anger, fanaticism, and decadence were also revived by Lu Zhang. All the skills of the 9 demon kings were now concentrated within Lu Zhang's body. After defeating these demon lords and devouring their divine essences, Lu Zhang's level reached 967. With 50% physical damage reduction and 50% energy damage reduction, his invincible effect became 99.9975% physical damage immunity and 99.9965% magical damage immunity. 1 million points of physical damage only caused a 25-point decrease in health. Who wouldn't be despairing at this sight? Now, even Lu Zhang himself had no confidence in being able to kill himself. After all, too many of his skills counteract each other. The skills of the 5 divine kings, the 9 great demons, and numerous divine pets are all ultra-powerful divine techniques. Originally, these attributes were conflicting but didn't directly clash, which was already quite rare. Light is me, darkness is me, death is me, and life is also me. Destruction is me, and the demon king is also me. I am truly too powerful. Lu Zhang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He then returned to the arrogant demon king's resurrection point and revived him once again in the same manner. Upon seeing Lu Zhang again, the arrogant demon lord was momentarily stunned. I seem to have seen you before. You revived me last time, then took my dark hammer, killed me, and now you've revived me again? Lu Zhang nodded and said, it seems your resurrection memories are fully intact. Does this mean you're completely bound to the Abyss Demon Realm? Unless the Abyss Demon Realm is completely destroyed, you won't truly die, right? No. You can't do this. The Abyss Demon Realm and the Undead Plane are entities on the same level as the Source Star. If the Abyss Demon Realm is destroyed, the Source Star will be destroyed along with it. You will also die. The arrogant Demon King seemed genuinely concerned that Lu Zhang would destroy the Abyss Demon Realm. After all, from his previous experience of being killed, this human was incredibly powerful. To be honest, this wasn't the first time he had been killed. Among all the divine kings it had faced throughout the ages, none had been like this. A single blow was enough to kill it effortlessly. It felt like nothing at all. Moreover, the most crucial point is that this guy seems to be able to resurrect himself at will. This ability has already surpassed the limits of this world. The arrogant demon lord has completely lost its former arrogance. Facing Lu Zhang, it can no longer afford to be arrogant. In fact, it felt that its own arrogance was actually transferring into the other's body. Without any skills to trigger it, it was simply flowing over like water. This means that the other party's arrogant demonic body is far more powerful than one's own. Who among us is truly the Demon King? The arrogant demon lord felt that the world had suddenly become so abstract. Lu Zhang heard this and nodded thoughtfully. I understand. You can die now. Upon hearing these words, the arrogant demon lord instead revealed a relaxed expression and accepted his fate calmly. Death is not terrifying as long as the Abyss Demon Realm still exists, it can be reborn. Moreover, it seemed that resurrecting the human before him would be quite simple. Sure enough, not long after, it was resurrected again. This time, without saying a word, it was struck dead with a single blow. Over and over again. Chapter 179, The 8 Great Demons have been killed by Lu Zhang. The Three-Legged Golden Crow. Please continue reading. Chapter 179, The 8 Great Demons have been killed by Lu Zhang. The Three-Legged Golden Crow. Please keep reading. After learning that the Demon Kings were deeply bound to the Abyss Demon Realm, Lu Zhang roughly understood the operational logic of this world's rules. He didn't delve any further, instead repeatedly killing and resurrecting the arrogant Demon King to grind experience points. Each time he killed a Demon King with the ability to devour divine essence, it would level him up by 5 or 6 levels. After repeatedly killing the arrogant Demon King 10 times, Lu Zhang's level reached 999. He couldn't level up any further. Lu Zhang gained a fleeting insight, this was the world's level cap. He himself could not break through this limit. Because he was reincarnated into this world and was bound by its rules. But his divine pet was not. Lu Zhang realized. He could continue to level up his divine pet, allowing its rank to surpass the limit. By feeding back attribute points, he can continue to grow stronger. Therefore, his true strength lies in his summoned beast, not in his own leveling up. Having come to this realization, Lu Zhang began to continue using the Small Days Alliance as his collection point, gathering emotional energy to revive the Demon King. The Demon King is currently the most cost-effective monster. Killing one Demon King can level up a God King tier existence by 5 or 6 levels. It can also level up a main God tier existence by 20 to 30 levels. That's quite impressive. There's still time. As long as he can raise the level of a divine pet to God King level or above, Lu Zhang is confident he can handle that outsider. The highest level divine pet currently is the Taotia, so Lu Zhang continued to enhance it. 2 days later, the Taotia reached level 999. If everything goes smoothly, the next moment, the Taotia will reach over 1000 levels. However, when its experience points reached the maximum limit, Lu Zhang suddenly realized that the experience points had overflowed. He stopped upgrading it. Lu Zhang couldn't help but calm himself down. It seemed his guess was wrong. Once you entered this world, you were already bound by its rules. Now, there were only 2 ways to enhance himself. One was to continue summoning new divine pets to obtain even more powerful skills. The other was to strengthen the existing divine pets. Since level 999 is the world's limit, he would elevate all his divine pets to level 999. With enough numbers, we can use the magic bridge skill to connect our magic, allowing us to possess magic power surpassing our own level by 1 or even multiple tiers, even if our own level is only 999. Higher levels are simply about having more health points, more mana points, stronger base attributes, and higher attack and defense power. Currently, my defense can be considered maxed out. Health is also somewhat guaranteed, though it's not yet very stable. Further improvement is needed. The most critical factor is mana. Lu Zhang couldn't predict how much higher the mana of the next stage would be compared to his own, or if there were any skills that could absolutely overwhelm him. He needed to accumulate enough mana to have a good mindset when facing the powerful enemies that were about to come. There are only 10 days left until the main God-level Divine Realm dungeon is fully integrated. Lu Zhang must act swiftly. It's a tough time for the members of the Little Days Alliance and the 9 Great Demon Lords of the Abyss. The 8 Great Demon Lords. One greedy demon lord has been hiding in the Divine Realm and hasn't returned. The 8 demon lords have been killed so many times by Lu Zhang that they're numb. They are mighty demon lords, the source of worldly disasters. When have they ever been treated this way? In fact, they even want to point at Lu Zhang and curse him out. You don't respect life. A demon lord's life isn't a life? Do you know how severe the psychological trauma is for a demon lord when you keep killing them like this? But Lu Zhang had no time to argue with them. He was doing everything in his power to strengthen his divine pet. Besides killing demons, he was using a technique called transform all into poison from the Qin Yuan bird to turn the abyssal demon sea into poison, then had Xiang Lu soak in it to absorb the toxic energy and level up. This method was effective. The abyss demon sea had ample energy, and it would only take about 7 days to level Xiang Lu up to 999. This would directly save the time needed to level up a divine pet. Lu Zhang also had 10,000 clones unleash the 5 Thunder Strike skill on the Kueino, converting the massive magical energy into thunder energy, which the Kueino absorbed and then converted into experience points. This speed is also impressive, even faster than the toxin absorption method. Estimating that this progress continues, it should take 5 or 6 days to reach level 999. The 9-headed phoenix was treated in the same manner. Lu Zhang had his avatars release flames, which were absorbed and converted into experience points, at a similar speed. However, after transforming into the primordial giant koan, the Kuanping relied on devouring and absorbing to progress even faster. The 3 beings that mastered the swallowing skill, the Lingning Stone Monkey, the Six-Eared Monkey, and the primordial giant koan, were tasked with absorbing the Demon King's divine essence. The remaining divine pets could only be assisted by Lu Zhang, who had them kill the Demon King and obtain the experience points from the kills. By doing this simultaneously, many divine pets can be leveled up at once. Killing monsters to level up is the slowest method, as resurrection takes time. Lu Zhang's harvesting speed was already quite fast, but even so, it still required a process. 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. By today, Lu Zhang had already obtained the following divine pets: the Taodia, the Kuanping, the Six-Eared Monkey, the Lingming Stone Monkey, the Kueox, the Shangliu, the 9-Headed Phoenix, the Tugu, the Chenghuang, the Yingzhao, the Jianma, the Tongbi Monkey, the Qiji Monkey, the Qiangqi, the Bays, and the 16-Headed Candle Dragon, all at the peak of the 999th level Divine King rank. These are all 5-star legendary divine pets. Once they reach the level of a main god, their attributes are no weaker than those of a divine king. Now that they have reached the peak divine king level, their attributes are more than 5 times those of the destruction divine king, who is also at the peak divine king level. This clearly demonstrates that their life essence transcends the level of divine kings. This world has restricted their growth. Over the past 5 days, Lu Zhang has summoned numerous divine grade spirit pets. He had a premonition that today was the day. Sure enough, at noon, a wave of heat swept over the area, and a golden firebird with 3 legs appeared before his eyes. Ding! Consumed 100 million points of magic, successfully activated the divine summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet 3-legged golden crow. 1 triggered the hidden talent summon the god's passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill Solar True Fire. Skill Sun's True Flame. Effect minimum consumption of 10 billion mana points. Condenses a beam of sun true fire, incinerating everything in its path, dealing a minimum of 500 billion points of fire damage to the target. Dominant. 2 dominant. 10 billion mana points for 500 billion damage points. Among the skills Lu Zhang possesses, none can match such terrifying damage output. If it were 100 trillion mana points, it could deal 500 trillion points of fire damage. A peak divine king at level 999 has only 60 trillion HP. With the few million mana points Lu Zhang currently possesses, using this skill could instantly eliminate hundreds of peak-level divine kings in one go. That's terrifying. This is truly a high-damage divine technique. But the surprises brought by the 3-legged golden crow don't end there. Lu Zhang immediately set his sights on that dominant passive skill. Skill, Great Sun Divine Body Passive. Effect, immune to physical damage, reduces energy damage by 10%, and the reduced portion is reflected back to the source as Sun True Fire. Chapter 180, A New Way to Summon Beasts, the Innate Rune Water Peach Tree. Please keep reading. Chapter 180, A New Way to Summon Beasts, the Innate Rune Water Peach Tree. Please keep reading. Absolute immunity to physical damage. 10% of the damage is returned to the source in the form of Sun True Fire. What does this mean? If the opponent deals 10,000 points of damage, I take 90%, which is 9,000 points of damage. However, the opponent must endure the remaining 1,000 points of damage converted into Sun True Fire, which is a staggering 50 times the original damage 50,000 points. With equal health, it wouldn't even scratch 20% of my health. They'd be killed by the counterattack alone. Powerful, too powerful. With this invincible state, Lu Zhang felt he could now take on that outsider in a fight. But he resisted the urge. This matter cannot be rushed. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move either. He continued to gather his strength as quickly as possible. Lu Zhang continued to examine the other skills of the 3-legged golden crow and found that they were indeed all extremely powerful. Skill, 10 Days in the Sky. Effect, consumes 100 billion mana to create 9 avatars, each with the same attributes as the original. The original can switch between avatars. As long as all 10 avatars are not destroyed, the Golden Crow cannot be killed, and its existence continues to consume mana.
9 avatars with the same attributes as the original plus the original itself, making 10.
As long as all 10 are not destroyed, the original cannot be truly defeated.
In this scenario, theoretically, as long as mana does not run out, the entity is immortal. 10 versions of oneself with the Great Sun Divine Body cannot be killed.
Unfortunately, clone-type skills cannot be used simultaneously.
Otherwise, having the external avatars use this skill again could summon a million suns into the sky, potentially igniting the entire planet in an instant. However, Lu Zhang soon discovered that the 10 suns in the sky skill actually has a complementary skill.
Skill, Solar Inferno.
Effect, while in 10 suns in the sky state, form a sun, consuming a minimum of 100 billion mana points, and release it on a single target, dealing a minimum of 1 trillion flame damage. This is far more terrifying than directly using the sun's true flame skill, which deals 50 times the mana cost in damage. It deals a full 100 times the mana cost in damage.
1 trillion mana can deal 100 trillion damage. Terrifying indeed.
The other skills aren't as terrifying, but there's one more worth mentioning. That is, this 3-legged Golden Crow also possesses the same rebirth from flames skill as the Zhuke Divine Beast. This divine pet is so powerful that Lu Zhang immediately began helping it level up. At the same time, he continued to take advantage of the good fortune and activated the summoning spell.
When luck is on your side, it's unstoppable.
Just as 3-legged Golden Crows appeared, another 5-star divine pet emerged immediately.
Moreover, this summoned beast truly surprised Lu Zhang. Because it wasn't in an animal form. Ding!
Consumed 100 million points of magic, successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique.
Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Primordialine Water Peach Tree. 1 triggered the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2.
You have obtained the skill Primordialine Water.
Skill.
Effect, minimum consumption of 100 million magic points to create 1 drop of.
Consuming it restores 10 billion health points. Is this the legendary?
A single drop of can restore 10 billion points of health. It may not seem like much to restore 10 billion health points with 100 million mana points, but this is different from using a skill it can be stored. A single sip of water contains tens of thousands of drops, and drinking 1 sip can restore 10 trillion health points. The ability to store it is already incredibly powerful.
This means one doesn't need to rely on anyone else to perform highly efficient self-healing. However, this first-class divine pet isn't just capable of producing. Skill, Century-Old Peach. Effect, consumes 100 billion points of mana to create a Century Peach.
Consuming it increases lifespan by 1 year and maximum health by 1 billion. Effective on a single target, with the first 36 being effective.
Skill, 1000-Year Peach. Effect, consumes 1 trillion points of magical energy to create a 1000-Year Peach.
Upon consumption, increases lifespan by 10 years and maximum health by 100 million.
Single target used the first 36 are effective. Skill, 10,000-Year Peach. Effect, consumes 100 trillion points of magical energy to create a 10,000-Year Peach.
Upon consumption, it extends lifespan by 100 years and increases maximum health by 100 billion.
Single target used the first 36 are effective. Skill. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1 trillion points of mana to create a primordial rainwater domain within a certain range. All entities within the domain regain a minimum of 1 billion health points per second. Skill, Innate Rainwater Holy Body Passive. Effect, single life value reduction cannot exceed 50%, instantly restored all healing skills grant a tenfold bonus effect on oneself. Skill, Innate Rainwater Divine Sword. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1 billion mana points to form a Rainwater Divine Sword, dealing 10 billion points of damage to a single target. Extend Lifespan. Directly grants additional lifespan. A 100-year peach extends life by 1 year, a 1000-year peach extends life by 10 years, and a 10,000-year peach extends life by 100 years. Each can consume 36 peaches, meaning a direct increase of 3,996 years of lifespan, approximately equal to 4,000 years. At the same time, it also increases health by 4 trillion points. Although for Lu Zhang as he is now, increasing 4 trillion points of health may not seem like much, given that his current damage output is already in the hundreds of trillions. However, it is important to note that these peaches are accessible to anyone. An ordinary person, after eating it, can raise their health points to 4 trillion. What does that mean? With health points maxed out, it is effectively invincible. As long as you don't die, what job-changing quest can't be completed? It's essentially laying the foundation for becoming a god with gradual development. One is certain to achieve godhood. Of course, the increase in health is just a bonus and isn't particularly important. The real key is the increase in lifespan. A direct increase of 4,000 years in lifespan. What an enormous temptation. There's no need to say more. First, have the Lingming Stone Monkey and the 6-eared macaque each master the transformation of the peach tree, then have them hurry to produce peaches. Though having 2 monkeys make peaches sounds a bit unreliable. But in fact, their completion rate is quite high, and their efficiency is remarkable. Fortunately, the peach tree itself possesses an attack-type skill. Otherwise, Lu Zhang wouldn't have known how to help a plant level up. The appearance of the peach tree gave Lu Zhang a new direction. It seems that his previous pursuit of having animal-type pets provide skills that increase lifespan was a bit too demanding. It appears that plant-type summoned beasts are more suitable for producing similar skills. With this idea in mind, Lu Zhang continued to cast the summoning spell. At the same time, he had to help his divine pet continue leveling up, create peaches, and ensure that he, his parents, and everyone else had enough to eat. He didn't give any to others. Once the outsiders had passed this stage, he could give them as much as he wanted. If this stage couldn't be passed, even with 10,000 years of lifespan, one wouldn't survive a month. Time arrived at the 7th day, in the afternoon, and it was time to deliver again. Chapter 181, The Innate Gourd Vine, the 7 Innate Treasure Gourd. Chapter 181, The Innate Gourd Vine and the 7 Innate Treasure Gourd. It was still a level summoned beast, but this time it was a plant. Ding! Consumed 100 million points of magic, successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary Divine Pet Innate Gourd Vine. 1 triggered the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill Innate Treasure Gourd. Lu Zhang glanced at it and noticed that this only had 2 skills. Just like divine pets like Jianma and Shenghuang. He couldn't help but feel a hint of anticipation. Skill. Effect, consumes a minimum of 10 billion magic points to randomly generate a treasure gourd. The purple gourd transforms all things into elixirs, the red gourd scatters the souls of all beings, the yellow gourd severs immortals with a single strike, and the orange gourd enslaves all races. The green gourd refines the power of water and fire, the blue gourd gains the ability of gold and earth, and the indigo gourd controls the chaos chi. Whoa! Just by consuming 10 billion points of magical power, one can obtain a legendary innate divine treasure? Is it that cheap? Lu Zhang didn't hesitate for a moment, sacrificing 10 billion points of magical power to randomly generate a treasure gourd. A purple treasure gourd. Lu Zhang possessed the passive skill True Vision, allowing him to see the attributes of objects. He immediately discerned the true nature of this item. Item, Primordial Purple Gourd. Effect, absorbs any substance of up to 500 levels into the gourd. After a certain amount of time or by consuming a certain amount of mana, it can be refined into a spiritual pill, which permanently increases several base attributes. Holy crap! Permanently increase base attributes. That's insane. This made Lu Zhang's eyes light up. Nowadays, he can no longer continue to level up. The only way to grow stronger is to continuously summon new divine pets and have them level up to enhance his base attributes. However, this feedback is ultimately only a small portion of a divine pet's attributes. And the limited attributes of a same level divine pet cannot bring about a significant leap in his strength. But with this innate purple gourd, things are different. By continuously refining attribute-enhancing pills and consuming them in large quantities, he can directly cause his attributes to explode. What about beings beyond the level of a divine king? Could they withstand the power of a single punch capable of shattering stars? Suppressing his inner excitement, Lu Zhang continued to activate his skills to examine the properties of the other treasure gourds. This time, a red gourd appeared. Item, Inherent Red Gourd. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1 million mana points to create a soul-scattering red mist. Any creature below level 500 hit by the mist will have their mental energy reduced to below 500,000, causing their soul to disintegrate and die instantly. Those with mental energy above 500,000 will lose 50,000 mental energy points per second. The more mana consumed, the larger the red mist's range. Wow! That's brutal. Within this red mist, any being below the god tier is as good as dead. Only souls of the god tier can withstand this terrifying soul-scattering red mist. And this is merely the lowest tier red gourd summoned with just 10 billion mana points. If one were to summon a red gourd using 10 trillion mana points, could a single burst of red mist instantly kill a god king? What about 100 trillion mana points, or even 1,000,000 trillion mana points? Lu Zhang was quite curious but did not immediately test it. He needed to continue investigating the effects of the other innate treasure gourds. Item, Yellow Gourd. Effect, consumes 1 million points of magical power to release a pair of slashing flying knives. The knives cannot be dodged, dealing 1 billion points of physical damage and 1 million points of mental damage can only be used once per target. Wait, just 1 million points of magical power? Even if you multiply that by 100 to create 1 billion points of physical damage, it's still not enough, and it can also deal 1 million points of mental damage. The key point is that it cannot be dodged. This means that below the god tier, almost everyone is killed with a single strike. No wonder it's called One-Blade Slayer of Immortals, but each target can only be struck once, so it can only strike once. If it doesn't kill with one strike, it's all over. However, this is just the lowest tier yellow gourd. If one were to use 100 million billion mana points to create a yellow gourd, perhaps even a god king couldn't withstand that single strike. Keep leveling up your skills. Item. Effect: minimum mana cost of 10,000 points, maximum mana cost of 100 million points. Enslaves a target of no higher than level 500. The enslaved cannot dodge or escape and are permanently trapped within the treasure gourd. The enslavement effect is lifted when the treasure gourd is destroyed. No prerequisites? Just consume a certain amount of magical power to absolutely enslave any target below a certain level? Isn't that a bit too overpowered? Lu Zhang felt it was beyond imagination. After all, if one were to create a higher tier, or sufficiently high tier, could it enslave a god king? Or even enslave beings of a higher existence? It's hard to imagine. Item: Green Gourd. Effect: immune to water and fire damage, absorbs water and fire energy and converts it into mana to replenish oneself, consumes a minimum of 1 million mana points to create a minimum of 50 million points of water and fire. Dual attribute impact damage, consumes any amount of mana points below 100 million to convert into any water or fire form to attack, defend, or control targets. Item: Primordial Blue Gourd. Effect: immune to metal and earth damage, absorbs metal and earth energy to convert into mana and replenish oneself, requires a minimum of 1 million mana points to create a minimum of 50 million points of metal and earth. Dual attribute shock damage, consumes any amount of mana below 100 million points to convert into any metal or earth form for attacking, defending, or controlling targets. The green gourd and the blue gourd have exactly the same effects, differing only in their attributes. These two magical gourds are also extremely powerful. They are immune to damage from two attributes and can deal damage equal to 50 times the mana value. They can also control water, fire, gold, and earth to create defensive or control measures against targets, effectively mastering the primal forces. However, what truly shocked Lu Zhang the most was the final blue gourd. Item: Blue Gourd. Effect: minimum consumption of 1 million mana points. Refine any sufficient amount of material into a chaotic energy, which can be absorbed to increase experience by 10,000 points. What is this? You don't even need to kill monsters yourself. Just use mana and any sufficient amount of material, and you can level up directly? I'm already at max level, and you're telling me this now. 1 million points of mana for 10,000 experience points. 1 trillion points of mana could get you 1 trillion experience points. With this gourd, you no longer have to be limited to killing monsters to level up. Refine any substance, add mana, and you'll obtain chaotic energy. This makes it much easier for Lu Zhang to level up his divine pets. The world is so vast, and there are countless substances containing energy. In any main god level divine realm, there are enough material energies to allow a level 0 to level up to god king level. Not to mention the abyss demon realm and the undead plane, which are even larger main planes. There's no need to hesitate. The time ahead is for producing all kinds of gourd. With so many clones, these treasure gourds won't be enough. Chapter 182: The Heaven Binding Rope. The Demon King is excellent material for alchemy. Chapter 182: The Rope of Binding Immortals. The Demon King is excellent material for alchemy. The 7 heavenly protectors are all extremely powerful. But this is merely the first skill of the innate gourd vine. It possesses another skill as well. Skill: Binding Heaven Rope. Effect: minimum consumption of 100 million points of magical power. Targets of any level up to 500 are completely immobilized, losing the ability to move, use magical power, launch physical attacks, or cast skills. Lu Zhang remained calm upon seeing this skill. After all, he had been shocked countless times by the previous 7 magical gourds. In fact, he immediately identified the flaw in this skill. Although it could render the opponent unable to perform physical attacks or cast spells, it still allowed the use of mental attacks. However, this was already sufficiently domineering. Lu Zhang could accept it. It must be said that this was undoubtedly the most powerful divine pet Lu Zhang currently possessed. There was no doubt about it. Lu Zhang couldn't help but wonder if the so-called 5-star divine pet was merely the highest rating in this world. The existence of this had already far surpassed that level. And in this world, the highest rank is only 5-star legendary. Lu Zhang conducted an experiment using the innate red gourd. With 100 billion units of magical power, the summoned red gourd could eliminate targets below level 600, which is the lower god tier. 1 trillion units of magical power summoned a red gourd capable of eliminating targets below level 700, equivalent to the mid-tier god realm. 1 trillion units of magical power summoned a red gourd capable of eliminating targets below level 800, which corresponds to the upper god tier. With 100 trillion units of magical power, the summoned red gourd can eliminate targets of level 900 or below, which is the level of the main gods. 100 trillion units of magical power can summon a red gourd capable of eliminating targets of level 1000 or below, corresponding to the god king tier. In principle, there should not exist a magical gourd capable of defeating a god king. Because even a peak god king at level 999 only possesses 200 trillion mana points. At most, one could summon a treasure gourd of the next lower tier. But Lu Zhang is different. His base attributes are extraordinary, with his current magical power reaching a staggering 320 trillion, and he can also share the magical power of the other 999 peak level divine pets, or even use 1 million trillion magical power to create a magical gourd. After another attempt, Lu Zheng discovered that 1 trillion magic power points seemed insufficient for creation. This is because the level of the treasure gourd is inherently restricted. Unless the treasure gourd breaks through its level first, or Lu Zheng breaks through the level restriction himself. Otherwise, it is impossible to continue creating more powerful treasure gourd. Slicing through an existence above the level of a divine king with a single strike is now impossible. Upon closer examination, Lu Zheng discovered that the 3 types of magical gourds, the capable of refining elixirs, the emitting soul-dispersing red mist, and the capable of enslaving all races though powerful, all have level requirements for their targets. They cannot affect targets of higher levels. However, the yellow gourd has no level restrictions on its attack targets. Using 100 million billion units of magical power to create a top-tier yellow gourd can consume 1 billion units of magical power to forge a slashing blade, dealing 10 million billion points of physical damage and 1 billion points of mental damage. 10 trillion points of physical damage are nothing to Lu Zheng. He has numerous methods to deal damage hundreds of times greater than this figure. What he cares about is 1 trillion points of mental damage from a single strike. Even a peak-tier divine king has less than 100 billion points in mental attributes. Lu Zheng believed that even an existence above the divine king realm would suffer significant injuries from 1 trillion points of mental damage. What he needed to do was continue producing more. At least 100 of them, each capable of delivering a single strike worth 1 trillion points, totaling 10 trillion points. Lu Zheng didn't believe that the opponent's mental stats could exceed 10 trillion. Even if the opponent possesses some mental defense techniques, a single strike of 1 trillion points would undoubtedly cause significant damage. 10 trillion points of mental damage. If even 1/10 of that is converted into actual damage, it would pose a life-threatening threat. Additionally, the physical damage caused by 100 slashing flying knives amounts to 100 trillion points, which is more than enough to overwhelm 10 God King level beings combined. How could it possibly cause any harm to that higher being? 3 days later. On this day, the world's level had reached 900, the maximum level for a main god. God King level beings could now fuse. Once the fusion of a God King level divine realm dungeon is completed, it means the world's rules have been completely shattered. That existence beyond the God King level would no longer be confined to the divine realm, it would descend upon the water star. On this day, Lu Zheng was not within the water star dimension. By this point, relying on the chaotic energy produced by the blue gourd, he had converted it into an enormous amount of experience points. Lu Zheng had already elevated the level of all the divine pets under his control to 999, meaning that all divine pets had reached the peak God King level. 4-star legendary divine pets now possess combat power on par with true peak divine kings. As for 5-star legendary divine pets at level 999, each one could easily overwhelm so-called peak divine kings, possessing the power to crush peak divine kings. Therefore, Lu Zheng has left the 4 sacred beasts, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, to guard the water star. He himself continued his summoning endeavors in the abyss demon realm. Divine King tier divine realm dungeons, even if fusion is accelerated, cannot be completed instantly, it definitely takes time. Lu Zheng estimated it would take no less than 10 days. He was in no hurry to return. The Abyss Demon Realm contains vast amounts of material resources that can be refined into Chaos Chi and stored, allowing more divine pets to level up. Lu Zheng had not given up on summoning in the days since. The appearance of the Heavenly Rainwater Peach Tree and the Heavenly Gourd Vine made him realize that the summoning portal still had immense untapped potential. On the Water Star, the fusion of the Divine Realm instance continued. The main God-level Divine Realm dungeon had not yet fully merged with the original world, it had only completed the dimensional upgrade. However, this is no longer important. Because the Divine Realm instance copies at the Divine King level have begun their fusion. The greedy Demon King has descended, merging his Divine Realm plane with the Water Star. The greedy Demon Lord is actually filled with fear. It is deeply concerned about being targeted by the God King who appeared in the Divine Realm that day. However, after descending, it detected no trace of the God King's presence. It couldn't help but sigh in relief. However, the next moment, a massive white tiger descended, striking it down with a single blow and tearing it to pieces. The white tiger transformed into a burly man holding a purple gourd. He placed the greedy Demon King's remains and divine essence into the treasure gourd, transforming them into a spiritual pill. Then he sent it to Lu Zheng's hands. Among the summoned beasts under Lu Zheng's control, only the white tiger and the 3-tailed spirit fox possess the ability to transform into human form, making them exceptionally rare beings. The 3-tailed spirit fox stayed with its parents, while Lu Zheng entrusted the matters on the Water Star side to the white tiger to handle. A Demon King is excellent material for alchemy. Refining a Demon King along with its divine essence into a single pill could enhance over 100 million attribute points. This is also why Lu Zheng continues to persist in reviving and slaying the 8 great Demon Kings of the Abyss. Now we can revive the 9 Demon Kings. End of this chapter. 183, Chapter 183, The Innate Wind and Thunder Sword Array. The Sea of Suffering has no shore, turning back is the shore. Chapter 183, The Innate Wind and Thunder Sword Array. The Sea of Suffering has no shore, turning back is the shore. The White Tiger reported on the progress of the fusion of the God King level planes. Lu Zhang roughly estimated that it would take at least 13 days to complete the final fusion. He still had time to continue strengthening himself. He continued to persist in summoning. A day later, he summoned another 4-star legendary divine pet, Bifeng. Though not bad, it wasn't particularly surprising. He continued summoning. On the 4th day, he finally got a 5-star legendary summon. It was still a typed summoned beast and still a plant. Ding! Consumed 100 million points of magic, successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Xianxing 1 triggered the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill Wind and Thunder Divine Body passive. Skill Wind and Thunder Divine Body passive. Effect immune to Wind and Thunder type skill damage not exceeding your maximum HP. All Wind and Thunder type damage is reflected back to the source at 50%, and absorbing Wind and Thunder energy restores HP, mana, and increases experience points. This skill is not invincibility, it is merely an immunity effect against Wind and Thunder damage. Since it is unclear what abilities the being beyond the level of a God King possesses, Lu Zhang does not have high expectations for this skill. If it could achieve full attribute damage reduction like the previous skills, that would be sufficient. Continue reviewing other abilities. Skill Wind and Thunder Apricot Fruit. Effect consume a minimum of 1 million mana points to condense a Wind Thunder Apricot Fruit. Consuming the fruit grants Wind Thunder wings, enabling the ability to fly by manipulating Wind and Thunder, and provides a minimum of 20% immunity to Wind and Thunder attribute skill damage. This is interesting. After consuming the apricot, you gain the power of Wind and Thunder and also obtain some effects of the Wind Thunder Divine Body. The more mana consumed, the more powerful the Wind and Thunder wings granted by the apricot fruit. This is a pretty decent ability. Permanently granting a pair of Wind Thunder wings is quite powerful. Lu Zhang continued to examine the third skill. The Divine Apricot only has 3 skills, the Wind and Thunder Divine Body and the Wind and Thunder Apricot. It feels unworthy of the 5-star legendary divine pet title. Skill Innate Wind and Thunder Sword Array. Effect consumes a minimum of 1 million mana points to create a sword array, using innate Wind and Thunder power as its foundation, continuously dealing a minimum of 100 million points of Wind and Thunder dual attribute damage per second to targets within the array. 1 million mana points for 100 million damage points. And its Wind and Thunder dual attribute damage. More importantly, it doesn't target a single specific target, it affects all targets within the sword array. Lu Zhang gave it a try. 1 million mana points could only 3 Wind and Thunder swords to form the sword array. 10 million points of mana can condense 12 Wind and Thunder swords. 100 million points of mana can form a Wind and Thunder sword array with 72 flying swords. 100 billion points of mana yield 360 Wind Thunder swords. 100 trillion points of magical energy could instantly condense 12,960 Wind Thunder swords, forming a massive sword array capable of covering an entire main god level divine realm. This skill, whether used for area attacks or single targets, it is simply invincible. As long as the opponent does not possess the passive skill Wind and Thunder Divine Body, the power of Wind and Thunder attribute attacks is maximized. God King level beings can be instantly killed. A terrifying skill. No wonder it's another terrifying existence of the innate divine root level. Who could have imagined that a peach tree could master such a terrifying sword array? In essence, the divine peach doesn't control a sword array, it controls innate Wind and Thunder power. The sword array is merely a manifested form of innate Wind and Thunder power. Overall, it's quite impressive. Another powerful offensive technique. This ability is the more, the better, as we cannot determine which one might be completely ineffective against that powerful foreign entity from the divine realm. We must prepare multiple strategies. The summoning continued, and the task of reaping the Demon King's souls did not cease. Thanks to the chaos chi stored earlier, Xianxing took a deep breath and directly ascended to the peak level of a 999th tier Divine King. This outcome only strengthened Lu Zhang's resolve to continue harvesting the Demon Kings. The birth of the Demon King is, at its core, the acquisition of energy from this world. Since the world itself cannot use this energy to attack outsiders, it might as well be handed over to oneself to strengthen oneself against them. Time has reached the 5th day, with 7 days remaining until the expected arrival of the outsiders. Today's shipment was also made. However, it was only 2 4-star legendary divine pets, a Tengu and a Jianru, neither of which possessed any powerful skills. Before long, it was the 6th day. When Lu Zhang saw a flash of green, he knew that another top-tier divine pet had appeared. Ding! Consumed 100 million magic points, successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Bitter Bamboo. 1 triggered the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill 6 Roots Purified passive. Skill 6 Roots Purity passive. Effect: your 7 emotions and 6 desires will not be influenced or infected by the outside world. Joy and sorrow are entirely determined by your inner self. You are immune to mental damage and emotional power damage. Wow! This skill is truly the bane of the 9 great demons. After all, the power they wield is essentially the essence of 9 extreme emotional energies, and with the 6 roots purity passive, they cannot be harmed. Having this skill doesn't mean you have no emotions. Rather, all emotions are the inherent emotions arising from your own inner self, not influenced or disrupted by external factors, nor synchronized with external emotional energy. This is the state of mind where one is not elated by external things nor saddened by personal circumstances. This is how one accidentally becomes a sage. Let's look at other abilities. Skill, Endless Sea of Suffering. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 million mana points, causing the target to sink into a state of profound sorrow, suffering a minimum of 1 million points of mental damage per second. Skill, Return to the Shore. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 million mana points, targets a single enemy, heals all soul damage, removes all negative soul status effects, restores 1 million mental energy points to the target, and slightly increases the target's maximum mental energy. 2 skills, one deals soul-crushing damage, the other offers soul redemption. At first glance, these should be used in combination. Because the effect of Turn Back to the Shore also includes a function that increases the target's maximum mental strength. First cast Endless Sea of Suffering, then follow up with Return to the Shore. This allows the soul to be refined and grow, breaking through the limits of mental energy. This bamboo has only 3 skills. However, there is no need to elaborate further. The quality of these 3 skills already matches its status. This effectively provides Lu Zhang with another means of mental attack while also directly granting him immunity to mental damage. Not bad, very good. There are only 6 days left. I must make the most of the time. If I can create a few more similar divine pets, I'll be unstoppable. Chapter 184, Ginseng Fruit Tree, Immortality, and Time Storm. Chapter 184, The Ginseng Fruit Tree, Immortality, and the Time Storm. Despite already possessing 55 divine pets and thousands of celestial pets, Lu Zhang still felt insufficiently secure. Therefore, he desperately needed to continue summoning. After all, every time he summoned a divine pet, once it reached level 999, it would grant him a significant boost to his base attributes. To put it simply, the increases in maximum mana and maximum health alone were no small figures. A legendary divine pet, once it reaches level 999, can grant him an increase of 10 trillion in maximum health and 2 trillion in maximum mana. Having one more fully leveled divine pet means an additional 10 trillion HP and 2 trillion MP. This is the confidence Lu Zhang has in facing those beings that surpass even the God King tier. Therefore, summoning must not stop. Upgrading divine pets must not stop either. Sometimes, when luck comes knocking, it's impossible to stop it. On the 9th day, when the God King tier dimensions began to merge, Lu Zhang unexpectedly obtained a whopping 4 5-star legendary divine pets at once. Ding! Consuming 100 million points of magic, the skilled divine summoning technique has been successfully activated. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Ginseng Fruit Tree. 1 triggered hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2, you have obtained the skill Immortality passive. Ding! Consumed 100 million points of magic, successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Fusang Divine Tree. 1 triggered the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2, you have obtained the skill Solar God Body passive. Ding! Consumed 100 million points of magic, successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Laurel Tree. 1 triggered the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2, you have obtained the skill Mystic Een Divine Body passive. Ding! Consumed 100 million points of magic, successfully activated the skill Divine Summoning Technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet Hollow Willow. 1 triggered the hidden talent Summon the Gods passive effect 2, you have obtained the skill Chaotic Space passive. Wow! One is more amazing than the next. Starting with Immortality right off the bat, who could resist that? Skill, Immortality passive. Effect, you are no longer affected by the power of time. Your body cannot undergo any changes due to the power of time, and your lifespan remains unchanged unless interfered with by external factors. Lu Zhang realized his understanding of this skill was still somewhat limited. When he saw the words immortality, he had only thought that his lifespan would not decrease, nothing more. However, he never imagined that this skill was far more powerful than he had initially understood. It could actually protect him from the erosion of time. In that case, this is essentially a defensive skill against the power of time. He wasn't granted infinite lifespan, rather, his lifespan was no longer being eroded and reduced by the power of time. If he did anything that harmed his lifespan, it would decrease. Once his lifespan reaches 0, he will still die. Let's take a look at the other skills of the Ginseng Fruit Tree. Skill, Ginseng Fruit. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 million mana points to condense a ginseng fruit. Upon consumption, it grants immunity to the erosion of time for 1 year. The effect is halved with the second fruit, and so on. So this is the purpose of the ginseng fruit. Unlike the peach that extends lifespan, this thing simply prevents the power of time from eroding those who consume the ginseng fruit.
Lu Zhang conducted some experiments and found that ginseng fruits have different tiers.
100 million mana points, 1 billion mana points, 1 trillion mana points, and so on.
100 million points of magical power grants immunity for 1 year. A ginseng fruit condensed with 100 billion points of magical power can provide immunity for 30 years. A ginseng fruit condensed with 1 trillion points of magical power can protect against the erosion of time for 1,000 years. And consuming a ginseng fruit condensed with 100 trillion points of magical power can grant immunity to the erosion of time for 10,000 years. The effect of the second ginseng fruit is halved, regardless of its grade, and this will affect the effectiveness of subsequent doses. In other words, given that Lu Zhang has not yet reached the trillion mana value threshold, the best outcome is to consume all the 10,000-year ginseng fruits. In total, this would grant immunity to the erosion of time for 20,000 years.
That's not bad at all. That's 2,000 years of time. For anyone, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Setting aside the issue of immortality, the effect of immunity to the power of time alone could help Lu Zhang avoid the danger posed by the outsider from the upper realm using the power of time to threaten his life.
But the surprises brought by the ginseng fruit tree are not over yet.
It has a third ability.
Skill, Time Storm.
Effect, consumes a minimum of 1 trillion points of magical energy to create a time storm within a certain space, accelerating the erosion of time force on all targets within the space.
This should be a self-defense skill for the ginseng fruit tree.
The ginseng fruit tree cannot move on its own or launch any attacks. It can only form a time storm around itself, and it remains immune to the erosion of time. Any other creatures entering the storm would be reduced to bones or dust in an instant. Few creatures can survive the erosion of time.
Powerful.
Too powerful. This completely overturns Lu Zhang's preconceived notions about the ginseng fruit tree.
This isn't just a ginseng fruit tree, it's clearly a time god tree.
The other skills seem unnecessary. With just this one ability, Lu Zhang feels confident. That outsider from the upper realm, if he truly can transcend the constraints of time and space, he should have already descended to conquer everything. It was clear that the power of time could definitely affect it. As one rises, the other falls, the advantage is mine. This skill instantly boosted Lu Zhang's confidence by several-fold. But he patiently continued to examine the skills of the other 3 5-star legendary divine pets. First, he looked at the skills provided by the Fusang divine tree.
Skill, Sun God's Body Passive.
Effect, immune to single damage values below 1 trillion points, 50% reduction in physical damage, 90% reduction in Yang attribute energy damage, 50% reduction in Yin attribute energy damage. In areas where the power of the sun exists, mana and health are quickly restored. Immunity to trillion-point damage, and a 50% reduction in both physical and magical damage. This is true invincibility. After this enhancement, the invincibility effect becomes 99.999925% physical damage reduction and 99.999915% spell damage reduction. 1,000,000 points of damage won't even scratch him. The Laurel Tree provides another similar skill.
Skill, Mystic Yin Divine Body Passive.
Effect, immune to single damage values below 1 trillion points, reduces physical damage by 50%, reduces Yin attributed energy damage by 90%, reduces Yang attributed energy damage by 50%.
In areas where Tai Yin power exists, quickly restores mana and health.
One focuses on reducing Yin attributed energy damage, while the other focuses on reducing Yang attributed energy damage. When combined, the total damage reduction for all attributes reaches 140%. Of course, this does not mean it surpasses the absolute invincible state, but rather builds upon the existing invincible state. As a result, the invincibility effect becomes 99.999975% physical damage reduction and 99.99999915% magical damage reduction. The magical damage reduction has reached an astonishingly low rate of less than 1 in 100 million. Even with 100 trillion damage points hitting his body, Lu Zhang would only take less than 100,000 points of actual damage, even without any defense or other skill effects. End of this chapter. 185, Chapter 185, Spatial Slaughter, Creation Lotus, and the Sword Array of Execution.
Grand Finale.
Chapter 185, Spatial Squeeze, Creation Lotus, and the Sword Array of the Slaying Immortals.
Grand Finale. The Fusang Divine Tree and the Moon Tree are not limited to just that one invincible skill. Though already powerful, it is merely a fraction of the 2 Divine Trees' true capabilities. Skill, Sun God's Curse. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1,000,000 points of magical power. Targets a single enemy, granting them the sun's blessing. For a certain period, all attacks deal an additional 10,000,000 points of sun-infused damage. This is a domineering skill.
Similar to the Star Power, Gengjin Power, or Judgment Power skills obtained earlier, it is determined based on the actual damage dealt. It adds an additional percentage of damage. However, the Sun God's Curse's attack bonus depends on the spell's own effect. After Lu Zhang consumes 100 trillion mana points to cast this spell on a level 1 professional, his single attack can also deal an additional 100 million trillion points of Sun's power damage. This has nothing to do with the damage the professional can inflict on their own.
If Lu Zhang had mastered this skill earlier, upgrading summoned beasts would have been much simpler. Regardless of its own output, simply imbuing it with the sun god's curse would grant it the ability to slay gods. Lu Zhang glanced at the laurel tree again. Sure enough, it also possessed a similar skill. Skill, Taiyin Divine Spell. Effect, minimum mana cost of 1 million points. Targets a single enemy, granting them the Taiyin Blessing. For a certain period, all attacks deal an additional 1 million points of Taiyin infused damage. These two skills can directly add an extra layer of damage. This effectively doubles Lu Zhang's combat power. No, one sun power and one Taiyin power should be double. Of course, this requires some skill. It's not a direct enhancement, it also depends on whether Lu Zhang has time to react. Lu Zhang looked at the other skills. Skill, Great Sun illuminates the world. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 million mana points to create a solar storm within a certain range of space. Targets within the space suffer 20 billion points of solar power damage per second. Provided by the Fusang Divine Tree, this is another skill that locks a spatial range and attacks all targets indiscriminately. With only 100 million points of mana required, all targets within a specific spatial range will be subjected to 20 billion points of solar energy damage per second. A range-based attack skill that prevents targets from escaping, quite effective. Meanwhile, the laurel tree also possesses a similar skill. Skill, Taiyin Jaime. Effect, consumes a minimum of 100 million mana points to create a Taiyin Jaime effect within a certain spatial range. All targets within the spatial range will suffer 20 billion points of Taiyin power damage per second. The Fusan Sacred Tree and the Laurel Tree also have only 3 skills. Like the Ginseng Fruit Tree, they possess an indiscriminate area of effect attack skill and a passive invincibility effect. They can both attack enemies and protect themselves. These are all excellent abilities. They are targeted. Therefore, once you figure out what the nature of that foreign entity from the upper realm is and what abilities can counter it, you can target it specifically for attack. Everything is divided into yin and yang, and there is always one ability that has absolute lethality against it. But then again, it seems that neither yin nor yang energies have much effect on Lu Zhang. So the question arises, is Lu Zhang yin or yang? Put those absurd thoughts aside. Lu Zhang looked at the last 5-star legendary divine pet he had summoned in one go, the Hollow Willow. Skill, Chaos Space Passive. Effect, your true consciousness retreats into the chaos space and your physical body in the outside world is merely a projection. Non-spatial forces cannot harm you. Holy crap! It's here absolute invincible state. Previously, no matter how much damage reduction he had, as long as there was a rule-based skill like True Protection, it could still deal damage to him. But now, his true form is directly hidden within the chaos space, and non-spatial forces cannot affect him. Whether it's physical damage or magical damage, it can't hit him, so no damage is done. Absolute invincible state, unbeatable form. No wonder he's called Hollow Willow. He also has 2 other skills, equally powerful. Skill, Spatial Squeeze. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1 billion mana points to release spatial power within a designated spatial range, distorting space and creating a strangulation effect. The strength of the strangulation effect increases with the level of spatial layers mobilized, dealing a minimum of 1 trillion points of spatial damage. This indiscriminate area of effect attack skill does not increase damage proportionally to mana consumption. Instead, the damage limit is determined by the level of spatial power mobilized. 100 million points of mana can activate 1 layer of spatial power, resulting in 1 trillion points of strangulation damage. 20 billion points of mana can activate 2 layers of spatial power, resulting in 3 trillion points of strangulation damage. 300 billion points of mana can activate 3 layers of spatial power, resulting in a strangulation damage of 1 trillion points. 4 trillion points of mana can activate 4 layers of spatial power, resulting in a crushing damage value of 200 trillion points. 5 trillion points of mana can activate 5 layers of spatial power, with a crushing damage value of 500 trillion points. 100 trillion points of mana can activate 6 layers of spatial power, with a crushing damage value of 800 trillion points. At the next higher level, Lu Zhang dared not release it. 200 million billion points can mobilize the power of 7 layers of space, but that would be sufficient to completely shatter the plane of this world and create a massive black hole. He couldn't afford to cause such a massive disaster. After all, the resources in the Abyss Demon realm were not yet fully utilized. He needed to continue utilizing them and not waste them. However, even mobilizing 6 layers of spatial energy with just 100 million billion points of magical power was already extremely terrifying. It would inflict 800 million billion points of spatial force damage on all targets within a certain range, without distinction. A single God King has less than 1,000,000 billion points of health, and even 100 God Kings combined wouldn't be enough to kill this skill. This is secure. Let's take a look at the final skill. Skill, Space Flip. Effect, flip the 2 sides of a specific space, causing any matter or energy entering the front side of the space to appear on the back side. This skill seems a bit vague from the description. But it's actually quite straightforward. It's essentially like opening a spatial portal at any location, which then connects to any other location within the same space. For example, if an enemy shoots an arrow at you from the front, you can open a spatial gate in front of you and another one behind the enemy. As a result, the arrow passes through the door in front of you and emerges from the door behind the enemy. This allows you to use the enemy's attacks against them. Its applications can also be used for dodging, escaping, and other scenarios. However, not all attacks can be returned to the enemy using this method. For example, curse type and area of effect damage. The three skills of the Hollow Willow are absolute invincibility, absolute damage, and multiple application scenarios. All of them are quite impressive. These plant-type summoned beasts are all incredibly powerful. Originally, Lu Zhang felt somewhat uneasy when facing that super god-tier foreign invader from the divine realm. Now, however, he has complete confidence. However, he did not stop. He continued summoning. Power knows no bounds. If he could summon something as powerful as the Hollow Willow, then he must be able to summon something even stronger. Time quickly arrived at the 12th day of the Divine Realms fusion, which was the day before the expected arrival of the super god-tier outsiders. On this day, Lu Zhang, who had not summoned anything for a long time, was delighted to discover that another powerful presence had arrived. Ding! Consumed 100 million points of magic, successfully activated the divine tier summoning technique. Congratulations on obtaining the 5-star legendary divine pet creation Lotus 1 triggered the hidden talent summon the gods passive effect 2. You have obtained the skill 3 lives, 10,000 things. Skill, 3 lives, all things. Effect, select any 3 items. With a minimum consumption of 1 million magic points, create any item of your imagination. Wow! You're basically a creator now. Any 3 items, plus some mana, can materialize any object you need in your mind. Lu Zhang gave it a try. He took out the 3 monster materials he had obtained, then consumed 100 million points of magical energy, and visualized the shape of the in his mind. In an instant, a swirling mass of chaotic energy formed, and a golden staff flew out from within. Lu Zhang held the golden staff in his hands, weighing it, and found that it weighed a staggering 100,000 catties. It also possessed the property of being able to change size at will, with a quality comparable to that of a mid-tier divine artifact. Being able to condense a mid-tier divine artifact with just 100 million points of magical energy was quite impressive. Lu Zhang tried again. 10 billion points of magical power condensed into a high-tier divine artifact. 1 trillion points of magical power could condense a master-grade divine artifact. 10 trillion points of magical energy can condense a super artifact used by a god king. It's just 100 trillion points of magical power, it can be replenished quickly. This would allow him to obtain a super divine artifact. It was simply unbelievable. Lu Zhang pondered briefly, then connected with his numerous divine pets and consumed 1 trillion points of magical power in one go, condensing a fantastical treasure. Item, Donghuang Bell. Effect 1, Imperial Guardian, immune to all damage below 100 trillion points. For damage exceeding this threshold, physical damage is reduced by 80%, spell damage by 80%, and mental damage by 80%. Effect 2, Imperial Suppression, targets a single enemy, locks them in place, preventing them from leaving a certain range. Within 1 second, any damage dealt must be less than 10 times the maximum single damage, and the maximum single damage must be below 1 trillion points to break free from suppression. Wow! It's really here. The legendary treasure. If this can be materialized, doesn't that mean I can create all the legendary innate treasures directly? Wait, if items can be created, what about living beings? Lu Zhang began to imagine, simultaneously consuming 1 trillion points of magical energy, and materialized it again. A murky chaos energy suddenly appeared, and as it gradually condensed, a figure materialized. The figure was as handsome as the wind god, with a third eye between his brows and holding a 3-pronged double-edged sword. None other than Yang Jian, the legendary first judicial deity of the celestial court from his previous life. Yang Jian, I pay my respects to the honored one. But this Yang Jian was not the same as the Yang Jian of legend. He was merely a manifestation of Lu Zhang's imagination. From this moment onward, all his thoughts originated from here. All the knowledge he possessed was what Lu Zhang imagined he should possess. Created individual, Yang Jian. Rank, LV.999 God King. Life, 999,999 billion. Magic power, 499 trillion. Glancing at Yang Jian's basic attributes, Lu Zhang roughly confirmed his assessment. Although the Creation Lotus ability was incredibly powerful, directly mastering the rules of creation and capable of creating objects out of thin air. However, it was still bound by the rules of this world and couldn't create beings that exceeded the world's level restrictions. Therefore, attempting to directly create a superpowered fighter to eliminate the foreign entity above was impractical. Lu Zhang continued to examine the other skill of the Creation Lotus. Skill, Jinxian Sword Array. Effect, consumes a minimum of 1 billion points of magical energy to create the 4 Jinxian swords, evolve the Jinxian Sword Array, and deal a minimum of 1 trillion points of physical damage and 1 trillion points of magical damage to targets within the array. This Jinxian Sword Array shares the same nature as the Hollow Willow skill, Spatial Squeeze. Both are tiered in nature. Different levels of mana yield sword arrays of varying power. However, it is clearly more terrifying. With just 100 million points of mana, it can deal 2 trillion points of damage. Absolutely absurd. Lu Zhang gave it a rough try. 100 billion points of mana is the second tier, causing 10 trillion points of physical damage and 10 trillion points of magical damage. 1 trillion points of magical power is the third tier, causing 100 trillion points of physical damage and 100 trillion points of magical damage. 100 million billion points of magical power is the fourth tier, causing 5 trillion points of physical damage and 5 trillion points of magical damage. The fifth tier, Lu Zhang didn't have that much mana yet. However, with 100 million billion points of mana, dealing 1 trillion points of damage is still possible. After all, it targets all enemies within the sword array, and it's an area of effect attack. A single attack deals such high damage with multiple attacks, no amount of health can withstand it. The two creation and destruction lotus flowers, one creates and the other destroys. Lu Zhang immediately realized that these two skills could be used in conjunction. He consecutively consumed 1 trillion points of magical power to create 4 flying swords. The Sword of Execution, the Sword of Entrapment, the Sword of Severance, and the Sword of Annihilation. Item, Execution of the Immortal Sword. Effect, ignores all defense below 100 million billion points, dealing an additional 1 million billion points of execution of the Immortal Sword energy damage per attack. The other 3 swords had the same effects. When used in conjunction with the execution of the Immortal Sword array, the 4 swords deal 500 million billion points of physical damage, 500 million billion points of magical damage, and an additional 400 million billion points of sword energy damage. Just as Lu Zhang completed the creation of the 4 execution of the Immortal Swords, a powerful aura descended upon the Water Star, accompanied by several Divine King-level auras. Xian Yuanwuji looked up at the sky, with numerous gods gathering behind him, all with solemn expressions. They sensed a pressure nearly impossible to withstand, far surpassing that of a divine king. Finally, this place is mine. Luo Sei scanned the area but did not detect Lu Zhang's presence, and immediately shouted. Where is that Lu Zhang? This was the only being within his perception that could pose a threat to him. As long as he eliminated it, he would have no more worries. Therefore, he immediately began searching for Lu Zhang's traces. But to his surprise, he found nothing. I'm here. A voice seemed to emerge from nowhere, followed by the 4 swords of execution surrounding Luo Sei. Lu Zhang activated his piercing truth golden eyes to look. Stranger, Luo Sei. Level, LV.1078 God King. Health points, 17.8 trillion 17.8 trillion. Only 2 trillion HP? Is that it? As soon as Lu Zhang saw its health bar, he wore a look of disappointment. The next moment, a flash of sword light appeared. Outsider, die. End of this book.